I'll give you 1 billion to slap the goddess. Can you do it? The result is, I immediately gave Lu Ruyan a big slap. Detected an emerging sycophant. Would you like to bind to the all-powerful rich system? Binding it will grant you a well-behaved female secretary. A technological marvel of $1 trillion group. Available for just 3 dog heads. Binding has been successfully completed. Host, G. Boda. Strength 8, Agility 7, Constitution 8, Spirit 7, Charm 7. Despite reading countless books, I was still surprised. However, I quickly accepted the reality of binding the system. Ding! Detected that the host rejected an unreasonable request from a gold digger. Reward, a capable and obedient personal secretary. Become a wealthy elite and reach the pinnacle of life, starting by rejecting gold diggers. I didn't care about the reward of the personal secretary, but I noticed the glaring term gold digger. Lu Ruyan really is a gold digger. I didn't want to think that way before, but the system confirmed that she is undoubtedly a gold digger. I wasted my affection on her, treating her like my first love. What a fool I've been. What? You won't send me a red envelope? You can earn tens of thousands every day, yet you refuse to send me a 5,200 red envelope. You don't love me at all. Lu Ruyan started throwing a tantrum, revealing her ugly side. It was as if giving her money was a given. Not giving money meant I didn't love her. Detected a green tea bitch attempting to morally blackmail the host. Option 1. Be a sycophant and send the green tea bitch a 5,200 red envelope. Reward, a titanium alloy dog collar, valued at 9 yuan with free shipping. Option 2. Slap the materialistic green tea bitch. Reward, a group company valued at over $1 trillion. I hit the jackpot. As an all-powerful rich person, the system rewards me with a group company worth over $1 trillion. A 9 yuan titanium alloy dog collar and a group company worth over $1 trillion. What should I choose? Those handsome guys with 3 dog heads can make the right choice. Don't morally blackmail me in the name of love anymore. I won't send you a 5,200 red envelope. Not only won't I send it this time, but I won't ever send you one again. Gold diggers really only know how to take advantage, treating your kindness as a given. Even if there's the slightest thing she is unhappy about, she throws a tantrum. Such gold diggers shouldn't be spoiled. They should have been firmly rejected and slapped in the face long ago. Lu Ruyan was completely stunned hearing my words. I used to spoil her in every way, giving her whatever she wanted, never refusing her. This gave her a false sense of entitlement. She really thought she was a queen. G. Boda, if you dare not send me a red envelope, I'll break up with you right now. After being stunned, Lu Ruyan threw out her ultimate breakup threat. As long as he proposed breaking up, I would try to win him back. By trying to please him, it gave him the illusion that I couldn't live without him. Break up? Fine. I treated you like my first love, yet you keep scheming against me, tricking me for money and sex. You gold digger. I exploded. I sincerely treated him like my first love, but all I got in return was deception. At that moment, I wasn't really going to break up with him. I was just joking. Let's not break up. Lu Ruyan panicked when she saw I was serious about breaking up. She only wanted to use the threat of breaking up to extort money from me. She didn't actually plan to break up, but I decided not to fall for her tricks anymore. I wouldn't take the usual path. You're worried that after breaking up, you won't find someone like me who treats you well and is willing to spend money on you, right? Don't think your tricks are so clever, treating others like fools just because I love you. You think you're a queen? I don't love you. You're nothing. I don't want to break up. Please don't break up with me. Lu Ruyan, stunned, grabbed my hand, desperately pleading, unwilling to let go. It was her who feared the breakup. This kind of gold digger is just a paper tiger. Does she not want to break up because she loves me? Of course not. She loves my money. She only loves herself. Get lost. I spat out a word and shook off Lu Ruyan's hand. I've seen through this woman's true colors. I won't be deceived by her anymore. She's an extremely selfish gold digger, trying every way to extract money from men. No, I don't want to break up. Don't break up. G. Boda, don't think you can just dump me like this. Seeing her pleas were ineffective, Lu Ruyan threw a tantrum, exposing her true nature as a gold digger. You still want to scam me for a breakup fee? We haven't even been together for a year. I won't even mention the over 1 million I spent on you, but you also scammed over 1 million in cash and a Porsche from me. If I call the police, you'll have to return all that money and the car. You could even end up in prison for fraud. Think carefully. I glared at Lu Ruyan. I coldly said that the reason I was deceived before was not because of her clever tricks, but because I treated her with sincerity. This is just outrageous. Shut up. Lu Ruyan was left speechless when I exposed her thoughts, her face twisted in shock, unable to say a word. G. Boda, you're just bluffing me, right? Let me tell you, if you don't give me a breakup fee, don't even think about dumping me. Lu Ruyan completely revealed her ugly side. She started shouting loudly. drawing the attention of everyone in the restaurant. After all, she was reluctant to give up on me, her cash cow, and wanted to scam one last breakup fee. I felt a chill in my heart. A few million could feed a dog. This green tea bitch is simply insatiable. After being exposed, she still has the nerve to ask me for a breakup fee. This gold digger is utterly shameless. Ma'am, you are suspected of fraud and extortion. Please return the money you've obtained through fraud immediately, and apologize to my boss, or I will sue you. You will receive a lawyer's letter within 3 days. At that moment, a beautiful woman walked over, her gaze sharp, warning Lu Ruyan. Who are you? Lu Ruyan exclaimed, looking at the young woman in front of her, whose figure and demeanor surpassed hers. I am Mr. G. Boda's personal lawyer. He is my boss, the woman said with a confident and composed smile. Private lawyer? I had no idea Jiboda had a private lawyer. Lu Ruyan looked at the woman in front of her with suspicion. There's no need to explain this to you. Please return all the proceeds from the fraud to my boss and apologize to him. Otherwise, I will sue you, and you could face a sentence of 3 to 10 years in prison, the woman said firmly. Well, what? You can't be serious. I've been with you for a year. A year of youth is worth at least a few million, right? Lu Ruyan's face turned pale with fear as she pleaded for me to leave. Looking at you makes me feel sick, I said coldly, completely disheartened by him. Fine, I'm leaving right now. Lu Ruyan panicked, grabbed her Prada bag and Porsche keys, and was about to run away. Wait, you can take the car keys, but leave that Porsche, it's mine, I said coldly. This woman is so shameless, trying to drive away in my Porsche. Lu Ruyan gritted her teeth, dropped the keys to the Porsche, and fled with her bag. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have completed the task of slapping the gold-digging green tea *TCH and have acquired a conglomerate worth over 100 billion. Company name, Confronting Group. Registered capital, 900 billion Hwasya currency. Company address, Confronting Building, Lujiazui. Includes a security team and a luxury convoy. I slapped the gold-digging green tea *TCH and was rewarded with the Confronting Group worth 900 billion. So it's 900 billion. I like this. I love such a generous system. Confronting Building, the tallest building in Magic City, has a total of 136 floors, and just this building alone is worth more than 100 billion. It is also part of the Confronting Group's assets. Moreover, not only have I become the owner of a 900 billion conglomerate, but I also have a security team arranged for me. This system is truly considerate. At this moment, the beautiful woman who helped me walked over and said, Hello, boss. I'm Chen Wenwen, your newly hired personal secretary. Chen Wenwen smiled and bowed to greet me, her attitude extremely respectful. Her voice was melodious, speaking softly and gently, completely different from her earlier sharp demeanor when confronting the green tea *TCH. The host's personal secretary has completed her report. I was slightly stunned. It turned out that this brave woman was the personal secretary awarded by the system. Personal secretary? I'm still a bit confused. I understand what a secretary is, but I'm not quite sure what personal means. Boss, I am your 24-hour personal secretary. In addition to handling your daily work affairs, I will also take care of your daily life. Chen Wenwen adjusted her ample chest and gave me a charming, healing smile. Her unintentional movement nearly burst the 2 buttons on her white shirt, revealing an astonishing curve that was breathtaking. I silently admired the secretary's generous spirit. This is a woman who can accomplish great things. You did a great job just now, I praised Chen Wenwen. You're too kind, boss. It's my duty and honor to help you with your troubles, Chen Wenwen said, appearing very humble. By the way, what is your salary? I asked, still unsure. How much salary will I be giving this personal secretary? After all, it will be me, the boss, who pays her. Boss, I am your full-time personal secretary, and my salary is an annual income of 10 million. An annual salary of 10 million. She takes this job very seriously. Even in this international metropolis, it's enough for her to live comfortably. Well, from now on, your salary is doubled. I am already a super wealthy person with assets exceeding 900 billion. It's not excessive to give my personal secretary a raise, it's just indulgent and generous. You're so great, boss. I will continue to work hard and serve you wholeheartedly, Chen Wenwen said joyfully, her excitement bubbling over, surprised by the sudden good news. Ding! The host was left in shock. The personal secretary has increased her favorability rating. You have received a cash reward of 10 million. The funds have been deposited into the super wealthy black card. I gave the secretary a raise and also received a reward of 10 million for myself. Truly the versatile super wealthy, the system is generous. I was about to settle the bill when Chen Wenwen called over the waiter from the private restaurant. Sir, including drinks, your total bill is 8,800. You spent 4,000 on the meal and 4,800 on a bottle of wine. A meal cost over 8,000. If this were before, I might have felt a bit stingy. But now, for me, a super wealthy person with assets exceeding 900 billion, it's just a small matter. As I swiped my card to pay the bill, the system's notification sound rang again. Ding! The host spent 8,800 and received a cashback card worth 10 times the amount. Although I spent 8,800, I received a cashback card worth 10 times that. It's a great deal, and the surprises keep coming. The system then triggered a new task. Triggering the task, say goodbye to the past and start a new life as a super wealthy person. New task, go on a shopping spree as a super wealthy person and spend 10 million within 3 hours. A qualified super wealthy person should know to invest money in themselves. Transform yourself into a sophisticated and high-quality super wealthy person. It is required that all 10 million must be spent on oneself. Task reward, increase charm by 1 and receive a duplex mansion worth over 500 million. Spending money also comes with rewards. Both charm and a mansion are great things. Especially charm, money can't buy that. Spending 10 million in 3 hours doesn't seem too difficult. The key point of this task is that all the money must be spent on oneself. As long as it's for buying for myself, there are no restrictions. Why should I use my wealth to please others? Isn't it better to indulge and reward myself? I should have invested money in myself long ago. In the past, I gave all the good things to that green TB*TCH, buying her clothes worth thousands or even tens of thousands, while I wore cheap stuff worth only a few hundred, buying her bags worth tens of thousands, while I couldn't even bear to buy myself a wallet worth a few thousand, buying her a women's watch worth hundreds of thousands, but I couldn't bring myself to buy a watch for myself. With my financial strength, I could have lived a very carefree and impressive life, but for a worthless woman, I forced myself to live like a fool. I won't be a fool like that anymore. I will invest money in myself, enhance my taste and image, and attract quality women. Isn't that appealing, Won? Come shopping with me at the International Finance Center. I waved to Chen Won and said authoritatively, okay. Chen Won, the boss, smiled and nodded, very obedient and compliant. She is my personal secretary, and she will follow any orders from her boss. After leaving the private restaurant, I took out the keys to my Porsche, planning to drive my Cayenne. However, I was stunned. He saw 2 rows of Rolls-Royce Phantoms parked outside the door. The grandeur was extraordinary, dazzling countless passers-by. Wow! Who has such a grand display? So many Rolls-Royce Phantoms. Yi Koen was also shocked when he saw 6 Rolls-Royce Phantoms lined up neatly outside. 1 or 2 Rolls-Royces might not be a big deal, but 6 Phantoms together presented a visual impact and shock. Especially one of the Rolls-Royce Phantoms, which was a specially extended version, much wider than the ordinary Phantom, exuding luxury and grandeur. Just by looking, one could tell it was the vehicle of a big shot. Which big shot owns such a fleet of Rolls-Royce Phantoms? Boss, please get in the middle specially extended Phantom. At that moment, Chen Won respectfully spoke to Yi Koen, pointing to the most luxurious extended Rolls-Royce Phantom. Wow! No way! No way! These 6 Rolls-Royce Phantoms are all my vehicles? It turns out, I am the big shot who owns the entire fleet of Rolls-Royce Phantoms. Incredible! So extravagant! However, after a moment of thought, Yi Koen quickly calmed down. Now that he was a 900 billion godly rich man, having a few Rolls-Royces wasn't too much, right? It turned out that this fleet of Rolls-Royce Phantoms was the one gifted by the system. If the complimentary fleet is this impressive, then those other godly rich men are nothing. Ha ha ha. Yi Koen was shocked inside, but on the surface, he remained composed. Stay calm, stay calm. He needed to quickly adapt to his new identity as a super rich man. With the fleet of Rolls-Royce Phantoms, he couldn't even be bothered to drive his Porsche Cayenne. Driving himself was ultimately not as comfortable as sitting in the back seat of a Rolls-Royce Phantom, especially with a stunningly attractive personal secretary by his side. Boss, please get in. A driver dressed in a black suit, wearing white gloves, with a sturdy build and sharp eyes, respectfully opened the door of the Rolls-Royce Phantom for Yi Koen. Ding, the host's security captain Zhao Hu has reported in. Name, Zhao Hu, height, 190, appearance, 65, loyalty, 95, proficient in various martial arts, firearms, reconnaissance, tracking. This sturdy driver was actually his security captain. Not bad, not bad, it gave him a sense of security. A 900 billion group company, with bodyguards, secretaries, and a fleet all in one service. Very satisfying. Yi Koen nodded slightly to Zhao Hu, then calmly sat in the back seat of the extended Rolls-Royce Phantom. Chen Won sat closely beside Yi Koen, a faint scent of woman wafting in the Rolls-Royce Phantom. Sitting on a spacious and comfortable leather seat, with a luxurious starry sky ceiling above, and beside him was a stunningly beautiful personal secretary. It was quite dull, plain and unadorned. So, Yi Kun opened the wine cabinet of the Rolls-Royce Phantom and casually took out a bottle of wine, planning to have a small drink. However, upon closer inspection, he couldn't help but be slightly astonished. The wine he held was actually a bottle of 1990 Romani Conti. To know, this was a 1990 Romani Conti, and just this bottle of wine was worth over $1 million. Moreover, this wine couldn't just be bought with money, it was limited to certain esteemed individuals. A 1990 Romani Conti was generally a collection item for the wealthy, and one wouldn't dare to take it out for drinking without a significant occasion. Yet Yi Kun was so casual, directly asking the female secretary to open this bottle of Romani Conti for him. Today was the first day he became a super rich man, and he had to celebrate with a bottle of Romani Conti. Sitting in the Rolls-Royce Phantom, with an alluring female secretary in his arms, sipping a glass of Romani Conti wine, the aura of a wealthy man was instantly elevated. The key is that the Rolls-Royce Phantom's rear seat offers absolute privacy. Once the curtains are drawn, it becomes its own space. No matter what Boss Yi and the female secretary are doing in the back seat, the driver will remain oblivious. 6 Rolls-Royce Phantoms, 2x2, are heading towards the Guajin Center in the Magic City. Yi Kun is sitting in the most luxurious extended version of the Phantom in the middle. There are 2 Rolls-Royces leading the way in front, 2 following behind, and another one guarding the side. The grandeur is extraordinary, even a presidential outing can't compare. The momentum is overwhelming, shaking the entire scene. This is far more impressive than any sports car tearing through the streets. Handsome guys drive sports cars, while big shots ride in Rolls-Royces. Wow! Which wealthy big shot is out and about? So extravagant. 6 Rolls-Royces, and they're all Phantoms. Incredible, each of these Rolls-Royce Phantoms is worth tens of millions. Wow! Did you see that? The Phantom in the middle is a custom extended version, luxurious and grand, one of a kind in the world. Along the way, the Rolls-Royce Phantom convoy stunned countless pedestrians and drivers. Ding! The Rolls-Royce Phantom convoy has shocked the onlookers, rewarding a domestic Hongqi supercar worth 30 million. Hongqi Tang, a concept supercar, dual W16 engines, the entire car made of carbon fiber, 0 to 100 acceleration in just 1.9 seconds, top speed can reach 360 km per hour, globally limited to 1 unit, unique. The Hongqi Tang supercar has been stored in the system space, and the host can retrieve it at any time. Wow! They actually rewarded a Hongqi Tang supercar. Yi Kun was astonished. The Hongqi Tang is a new concept supercar from the domestic Hongqi. Whether in design or power, it is not inferior to legendary cars like the Ferrari LaFerrari. With a top speed of 360 km per hour, it even surpasses the Porsche 918. A domestic legendary car, it deserves a thumbs up. Those wealthy protagonists all drive Lamborghini Veneno, Ferrari LaFerrari, Pagani Huayra, and Bugatti Chiron. They become commonplace. Handsome guys should drive domestic legendary cars. The Hongqi supercar is very appealing. Now, he still can't retrieve the Hongqi Tang supercar, he should first enjoy the luxury of the Rolls-Royce Phantom. Yi Kun, while holding Chen Wenwen's slender waist, savored the Romani Conti. It was quite dull. The car was moving steadily. Sitting in the Rolls-Royce Phantom, Yi Kun felt not a single bump. Come on, Wenwen, have a drink with me. Yi Kun said to his female secretary, Chen Wenwen. How can one drink alone? Drinking with a beauty is much more enjoyable. Okay, boss. Chen Wenwen smiled and poured herself a small glass of Romani Conti. This is a 1990 vintage worth over $1 million, and just one sip costs several thousand. Many wealthy people can't even taste such fine wine. She is only able to enjoy it thanks to her boss. The two gently clinked glasses and drank together, creating a unique flavor. Chen Wenwen's posture while holding the wine was very elegant, sipping slowly, savoring each small mouthful, full of charm. Fiery red lips, fine cars, and good wine. After 2 glasses of red wine, Yi Kun suddenly felt a bit dizzy. The wine doesn't intoxicate, but the person becomes intoxicated. Boss, if you feel dizzy, just lean on me and rest for a while. When we arrive at the Guajin Center, I'll wake you up. Chen Wenwen smiled and spoke gently. So considerate. Alright, then I'll rest for a bit. Yi Kun nodded, put down his wine glass, and gently leaned against Chen Wenwen's soft and delicate body. Right now, he really needed comfort. Being hurt by a heartless woman isn't easy to heal, unless there is a gentle and obedient girl willing to wholeheartedly soothe him. With her gentle hands, she could smooth out the wounds in his heart. With her broad heart, she could provide him with a warm harbor. Boss, let me give you a massage. Chen Wenwen was very obedient and considerate, gently massaging Yi Kun. She understood that at this moment, the boss needed comfort the most. A girl who is understanding is the most lovable. The author has something to say, handsome guys gather. "Boss, we've arrived at the Guajin shopping center." Upon reaching their destination, Chen Wenwen leaned down and spoke softly. Is this it? Yi Koen was also slightly surprised, feeling that time passed particularly quickly while staying in the Rolls-Royce. The Guajin Center is one of the top luxury shopping centers in the Magic City. Louis Vuitton, Chanel, Hermes, Prada, Dior, Gucci, Armani, Van Cleef & Arpels, and other luxury brands all have stores here. Unlike the bustling scenes of ordinary malls, the Guajin shopping center appeared somewhat deserted. Inside the extremely luxurious stores, there were actually not many people. This is because not many people have the means to shop at the Guajin Center. Most are so-called elite individuals. If one's wallet isn't thick enough, ordinary people really don't have the confidence to step into the Guajin Center. This luxury mall is positioned for a small number of high-end customers. Ordinary people wouldn't casually wander around the Guajin shopping center. Looking at those expensive luxury items and their own deflated wallets would undoubtedly be a huge torment, easily creating a psychological gap. Yi Koen could be considered accomplished at a young age. He used to come to the Guajin Center to shop quite often. However, he always bought things for his ex-girlfriend, buying her bags, shoes, clothes, jewelry. He had never bought himself a nice outfit. This time, Yi Koen was not trying to please anyone, he was investing in himself. Starting today, he would live for himself and live freely. He wanted to be a charming, carefree man. Yi Koen led Chen Wenwen into a luxury store, where they received an exceptionally warm welcome. There was no situation of being looked down upon or mocked as in novels. In fact, as long as you walked into a luxury store with your back straight and took big steps, the salespeople would come over to serve you very attentively. They would treat you like a god, speaking sweetly and providing extremely thoughtful service. Regardless of whether you have money or not, when entering such luxury stores, you must not lose in terms of presence. Even if you only have a single coin in your pocket, you should imagine yourself as a big shot with billions in assets. That way, your aura rises, and you can easily suppress the salespeople in those luxury stores, making them greet you with smiles. Of course, a man needs to have cash in his pocket to truly have confidence and stand tall. Yi Koen and Chen Wenwen first walked into a lavishly decorated Gucci store. The most eye-catching position in the store displayed several rows of the latest fashionable women's bags that had just participated in the International Fashion Week. Each bag here costs tens of thousands. "Sir, your girlfriend is really beautiful. Are you looking to choose a bag for her? We have just received the latest women's bags." A female salesperson approached very enthusiastically. Although Yi Koen was dressed very ordinarily, he stood tall and radiant, exuding confidence, with a stunning beauty by his side. Generally speaking, those who bring beautiful women to shop in luxury stores are often genuine customers ready to spend. Such customers tend to splurge to please the beauty. Moreover, some infatuated admirers are willing to spend extravagantly just to impress their goddess. The cost of one such indulgence might mean eating instant noodles in silence for months in a hidden corner. Despite this, some people willingly choose to be infatuated admirers. Seeing the stunning beauty beside Yi Koen, the female salesperson instinctively assumed he was buying a gift for her. "I'm not buying a bag, I'm just looking at sunglasses," Yi Koen said. He didn't play by the rules. Instead of buying a women's handbag, he chose to pick out a stylish pair of sunglasses for himself. Now, he didn't need to please any woman. He was only buying for himself. He bought whatever he liked. It felt great. A suave man is the most charming. In contrast, a sycophant is humble. "Oh, alright. Our Gucci sunglasses are also very trendy," the female sales associate said, her face showing embarrassment, as if her flattery had missed the mark. She stole a glance at Chen Wenwen, a very beautiful and sexy girl. Was this campus beauty not the gentleman's girlfriend, but rather a mistress? However, even if they were in a relationship, it should be the man buying gifts to please the beauty. Yet Yi Koen remained indifferent, very carefree, showing no intention of trying to impress the beauty. This only enhanced Yi Koen's charm. A man who can remain so composed next to a stunning beauty cannot be an ordinary person. The female sales associate mentally labeled Yi Koen as a quality man. A true quality man does not grovel to women. Their goal is to find a quality woman who is their equal. Those immature women and princess syndrome types usually only attract sycophants and scumbags. Quality men do not look at them. Chen Wenwen was a top beauty, and Yi Koen did not deliberately try to please her. Clearly, in their relationship, Yi Koen was the one in charge. The female sales associate had a sharp eye and immediately became attentive to Yi Koen. Chen Wenwen noticed the sales associate's gaze, merely smiled, and did not explain anything. She obediently followed Yi Koen, helping him choose glasses. This further validated the sales associate's judgment, and her service to Yi Koen became even more attentive. In the end, Yi Koen simply chose a pair of fashionable sunglasses with blue lenses. Not expensive, 8,600 yuan. There were no other products in the Gucci store that could attract Yi Koen, so after swiping his card, the two left. Next, Yi Koen entered the Armani store and began to shop. Although Yi Koen was no longer short on money, he did not act like a nouveau riche, buying everything in sight. He only purchased items he liked. The female sales associate enthusiastically recommended several trendy items of the season to Yi Koen. The female secretary, Chen Wenwen, helped Yi Koen choose matching outfits, being very attentive and considerate. Although Chen Wenwen was just a secretary, she had a keen eye for fashion, and the outfits she paired made Yi Koen very satisfied. This secretary, Chen Wenwen, was quite capable. Yi Koen had a say in this. In the end, Yi Koen spent over $1 million at the Armani store. The sales associate who attended to Yi Koen was overjoyed, treating him like a god, and when she finally sent him off, she bent at a 90-degree angle. A big client like Yi Koen, who could casually spend over $1 million, was a quality customer that luxury salespeople would do anything to secure. Mr. Yi, here is my business card. Please be sure to notify me the next time you visit Armani, and I will be at your service. The sales associate deliberately lowered her collar, revealing a glimpse of her cleavage, and eagerly handed over her business card. The card had her personal phone number and WeChat ID. Yi Koen did not refuse her face-to-face, but after taking the card, he handed it directly to his secretary, Chen Wenwen, without even looking at it. This left the sales associate, who considered herself quite attractive, feeling very disappointed. She had hoped that a wealthy man like Yi Koen might contact her privately, but it seemed that hope was very slim. Not to mention anything else, just the beauty beside Yi Koen in terms of looks and figure was not something she, as a luxury sales associate, could compare to. She rated herself a 7 and 8 with makeup, and with her hot figure and fashionable dressing, she was a goddess in the eyes of some losers. However, in Yi Koen's eyes, she simply did not measure up. You're just a superficial person. Click on the author's avatar to see all of their books. Boss, your outfit is really super handsome. Chen Wenwen's beautiful eyes were fixed on Yi Koen, filled with little stars. Successful men are the most charming, especially since Yi Koen is already a handsome guy. After changing into a fashionable brand outfit, Yi Koen's handsome aura was undeniable. He looked very cool. That's right, he was as handsome as those guys who added this book to their shelves. Just as rich and charming as those who gave 5-star reviews. Are you saying I wasn't handsome before? Yi Koen deliberately straightened his face and said, No. Even if the boss wore flip-flops and beach shorts, he would still be the most handsome. Chen Wenwen quickly changed her tune and even started to act cute. No matter when, the boss is always the most handsome. That's more like it. Yi Koen ruffled his female secretary's hair. His personal secretary was very capable, both cute and dignified. He liked her a lot. Boss, let me carry these bags. Seeing Yi Koen holding various bags, Chen Wenwen volunteered to help. Yi Koen said nothing and handed her a few bags. Mainly because it was really inconvenient for him to carry too many bags alone. Damn! That guy actually let such a delicate beauty carry his bags. It's simply inhumane. If I had such a beautiful girlfriend, I would definitely help her carry her bags and buy her everything. Exactly, girls are little princesses. How can we let little princesses carry bags? This kind of person is just a straight man, with no gentlemanly demeanor at all. A few envious men and women saw Chen Wenwen, this stunning beauty, carrying several bags and obediently following Yi Koen, and couldn't help but feel sour. Just then, 4 bodyguards in black suits approached Yi Koen. Let's get the things to the car first. Yi Koen waved his hand to the bodyguards and said, Yes, boss. The bodyguards quickly took the various bags from Yi Koen and Chen Wenwen's hands. Damn! Going out shopping with several suited bodyguards following, this is a real big shot. I've only seen this on TV. What a rich person. What's wrong with a beautiful woman carrying bags? Give me a wealthy guy, and I'd be willing to carry cement. Yi Koen ignored the astonished reactions of those people and led Chen Wenwen into the Hermes store. Suddenly, Chen Wenwen leaned close to Yi Koen and affectionately linked her arm with his wrist. Just as Yi Koen was surprised by how proactive his secretary had suddenly become, he spotted his ex-girlfriend, the green tea type. She was with a plump man who looked young but had already gained weight. Lu Bai, today I'm giving you a chance to make it official. If you buy me this latest Hermes bag, I will agree to be your girlfriend. Annie said arrogantly, pointing at a Hermes bag. The man next to her was named Lu Bai, a rich second-generation heir, one of Annie's backup options. After Yi Koen exposed her true nature and dumped her, she immediately found a rich second-generation backup and brought him to the luxury store to buy a bag. Annie wanted to prove that she was still in demand. Even if Yi Koen didn't want her, there were plenty of people eager to love her and buy her bags and gifts. This bag is too expensive. it costs 20 to 30,000. Can we not buy it? However, Lu Bai frowned and shook his head, not wanting to be the fool. He always bought high-quality replicas, never the real thing. Today, Annie suddenly said she would give him a chance to make it official, inviting him out for dinner and a movie, only to bring him to the shopping center. He felt like he had fallen into a trap. The scheming woman was too deep, it was hard to guard against. Didn't you say you were a rich second-generation heir? You can't even afford a bag that costs over 20,000? You don't love me at all. Annie showed a look of suspicion, staring with dead fish eyes, determined not to back down. Moreover, she brought out the usual theories used by green tea bitches. If you love me, you have to buy for me. Only by spending money on her can you prove that you love her. And if you are unwilling to spend money on her, or if you don't spend enough to meet her expectations, then you don't love her. Everything is measured in material terms. But she doesn't understand what insatiable desire is, she only knows how to satisfy her own wants. She doesn't grasp the concept of mutual respect and mutual contribution. To put it bluntly, she is just a green tea who only knows how to take. I only have 30 to 50,000 in pocket money a month. Am I crazy to buy you a bag that costs over 20,000? Lu Bai was very shrewd, the type who wouldn't act until he saw the rabbit. After realizing he had fallen for the green tea's tricks, he resolutely refused to spend money. This Lu Bai could barely be considered a rich second generation. His family's assets were worth tens of millions. However, the money he could actually use was quite limited. He did nothing and only lived off the little pocket money given by his family. To put it simply, he was just a rich second generation who relied on his family's halo to chase girls, looking good on the surface. His cost of chasing girls was very low. Asking him to buy a bag worth over 20,000 was absolutely impossible. Any woman who asked him for gifts worth over 3,000 would be directly classified as a green tea, and he wouldn't take any losses. These rich second-generation green teas were very cunning. They could easily spout sweet words without asking for money. But to get them to spend real money to please a woman? No way. Such rich second-generation scumbags were actually harder to fool than honest people. Honest people would give everything to satisfy a scumbag woman, only to end up being cheated of both money and affection, leaving them battered and broke. Even worse, they would be cheated out of money while still not getting any affection. Didn't you say you love me? You won't even buy a bag that costs over 20,000. You're so pathetic, really disappointing me. I misjudged you. Bah, scumbag. Annie was furious when she heard Lu Bai refuse to buy her a bag. Previously, Lu Bai had repeatedly said he loved her, making all sorts of vows, sweet words, and compliments, claiming he would do anything for her. Even if it meant going through fire and water, he would not hesitate. But as soon as it came to buying a bag, he turned his back on her. This rich second-generation Lu Bai was just too unreliable. She was only asking for a bag worth a few tens of thousands. Was that too much? He wouldn't even spend over 20,000 and still wanted to chase girls. Annie immediately labeled Lu Bai as a scumbag. Although Lu Bai was indeed a scumbag, he hadn't even started to explode. He had only been trying to please her. He just wasn't willing to spend real money to pay for her. Oomph, what vows? You believe such casual words? I could go to a club and find a few young models to drink tea with for over 20,000. Why should I spend it on you? Who knows how many hands you've passed through? Lu Bai, struck by the green tea, couldn't help but sneer, showing a look of disdain as he began to fight back. This green tea hadn't even been with him yet, and she wanted to trick him into buying a bag worth over 20,000? Impossible. He wouldn't fall for such tricks. Even if he did manage to get her, he would pull up his pants and deny it. There was no way he would spend money to pay for her. You bastard! Annie's face turned green with anger when she heard Lu Bai say such harsh and blunt words. This Lu Bai flaunted luxury cars and mansions all day on social media, traveling everywhere, staying in 5-star hotels, and spending tens of thousands on a meal. She thought Lu Bai was a wealthy and powerful rich second generation. Just when she was dumped, she wanted to give Lu Bai a chance to make things official. She never expected Lu Bai to be so ungrateful, refusing to buy her even a bag worth over 20,000. That's right, she believed Lu Bai was ungrateful. You can't even afford a bag worth over 20,000, you're just a fake rich second generation, a poor loser, a scumbag. Annie, furious and embarrassed, slapped Lu Bai's pancake-like face. Smack! Lu Bai was solidly hit, and anger surged within him, turning into a fierce retaliation. The green tea bitch's scheme failed, and she actually got so angry that she hit him. This he absolutely could not tolerate. They were both scum in the same game, scumbag against scumbag, equally matched. Why should he indulge this scumbag woman? Smack! Lu Bai retaliated with a loud slap, sending Annie staggering. The slap was not light, leaving 5 red fingerprints on her face. Pah! Green tea bitch, You don't want to be played, yet you still want to scheme against me. After slapping Annie, Lu Bai spat at her. He had seen plenty of green tea. It was the first time he encountered someone so brazenly hitting back after trying to scheme against him. You fat pig, how dare you hit me? I'll fight you. Annie, with her fiery temper, refused to take any loss. After being slapped, she went hysterical, charging at Lu Bai and scratching him wildly, leaving him bleeding. Damn, bitch. You're insane. Lu Bai was also not one to back down, and soon he retaliated with a flurry of punches, and the two began to fight in public. Boss, your green tea ex-girlfriend is fighting with his backup. Should we go help? Chen Wenwen wrapped her arm around Yi Kuan's, looking like she was enjoying the spectacle. The boss was young and accomplished, handsome and charming. How could he have fallen for that green tea bitch's scheme before? As long as the boss spoke, what kind of woman couldn't he find? There were plenty of quality women out there. It was really unfortunate to get involved with this kind of green tea. Fortunately, the boss had woken up in time and seen through the green tea bitch's true colors. Go help? Help by stepping in a few times? Yi Kuan was also speechless. He wasn't a saint. Seeing the green tea and backup dog fight, he naturally wouldn't sympathize. He never expected to witness such a farce while shopping at the mall. Annie was indeed a scumbag. After being dumped, she immediately sought out a rich second-generation backup. This kind of green tea, like scumbags, would keep plenty of fish, usually flaunting on social media, checking into luxurious hotels, dining in high-end restaurants, traveling everywhere. She even disguised herself as a high-end independent woman, but it was all to fish for men. The money she spent was all scammed from men, yet she insisted on pretending to be an independent woman. Having acted like a whore, she still wanted to set up a facade. She even fantasized about using this method to catch a wealthy husband and marry into a rich family. Such a scumbag woman, no matter the outcome, only brings it upon herself and is not worthy of sympathy. However, that fat guy was also quite clever, not falling for the green tea scheme. Because of the circles he moved in, the rich second generation had seen too many green teas. It was actually quite difficult for a green tea to scheme money from them. Many rich second generations appeared glamorous, living in their family mansions and driving their family luxury cars, but in reality, they had little money in their pockets. They could spend a little to deceive those green teas who wanted to hook up with rich second generations and marry into wealth. Moreover, there were many fake rich second generations now, just like those socialites, all pretending. They didn't have much money themselves and even had to scam wealth and sex from women. Schemes, all schemes. Lu Bai, perhaps due to insufficient strength, was also unwilling to bleed heavily to satisfy the green tea's unreasonable demands. Neither he nor the green tea was willing to lose, both feeling deceived and schemed against by the other, leading to a big ruckus and ultimately a fight. Since ancient times, deep feelings cannot be retained, only schemes can win hearts. However, schemes can also fail. The green tea's ending usually isn't good. In this world, one must eventually pay for their actions. Green tea can deceive 10 or 8 honest people, but when it encounters a ruthless person, it might just be destroyed. Or it could end in disgrace, with everyone spitting on it. Or it could be a mutual destruction, both sides perishing together. Not long ago, there was a report about a female gold digger who deceived people for money and sex, and as a result, someone made a 66-page PPT about her, and she became famous overnight, going viral online. Moreover, green tea usually does not think it has done anything wrong, because green tea wants money, not face. They just want to live a more luxurious and high-end life. What's wrong with that? What's wrong with the money they deceive from men using their own skills and bodies? They just want to rise above others, using unscrupulous means. What's wrong with that? Even if exposed and their reputation is ruined, they can still survive. They might even continue to find honest people to take over. However, if they encounter a ruthless person, it's a different story of mutual destruction. One should still be kind. A little more sincerity, a little less scheming. Boss, what I mean is to step on them a couple more times. This kind of green tea is the most despicable. Chen Wenwen showed a wicked smile, a bit dark-hearted. Forget it, although I won't sympathize with green tea, I won't kick someone when they're down either. Yi Kuan shook his head. Where are the security guards? Where is the security? The fat guy and Annie were fighting in the Hermes store, surrounded by a crowd of onlookers mocking them. However, the two of them were fighting fiercely, scratching and hitting each other, blinded by rage, completely ignoring the gazes of others. They fought to a standstill, putting on a farce. Soon, a store employee came over to stop them and called for security. When Annie was forcibly taken away by the security, she happened to see Yi Kuan in the crowd, showing a look of shock. Then, she actually broke free from the security and rushed towards Yi Kuan. Yi Kuan, let's not break up, okay? I won't act up anymore. Please don't break up with me. I know I was wrong, I won't act up anymore. I really won't. Annie clung to Yi Kuan's thigh, pleading desperately. At this moment, her hair was disheveled, her body covered in various handprints and footprints, her clothes torn, looking disheveled, like a ghost. Without Yi Kuan, she truly was nothing. No one would spoil her like Yi Kuan did anymore. She was never a queen, lacking the life of a princess, yet having all the princess ailments. We've already broken up, there's no going back, please have some self-respect. Yi Kuan shook his head, unmoved. Since he had seen through her true colors, there was no possibility of turning back. When Annie still wanted to cling on, 2 tall bodyguards had already blocked her way. In the end, both Annie and the fat guy were kicked out of the mall by the security. Outside the shopping center, the two didn't know if they would fight again. Green tea versus the fake rich second-generation scumbag, evenly matched. Boss, are we continuing to shop? Chen Wenwen noticed that Yi Kuan seemed a bit off and asked. Of course, we're continuing to shop. Yi Kuan smiled. He wanted to say goodbye to the past and start a new life of luxury. Then, Yi Kuan bought a men's wallet and a bottle of men's perfume in the Hermes store. After that, he led Chen Wenwen on a shopping spree in various luxury stores at the International Finance Center. Whatever they liked, they bought. It was very casual, completely unconcerned about the price. This feeling was truly exhilarating. After more than an hour, Yi Kuan had changed into a complete set of fashionable trendy brands. From the sunglasses on his head to the clothes on his body, the leather shoes on his feet, and the wallet, everything was brand new. A man's gear is valued for its quality, not quantity. Yi Kuan only bought 3 to 5 sets of gear. Not expensive, he spent less than 2 million. The expensive item was the watch on his wrist, a Patek Philippe worth over 8 million. They say the poor play with cars, the rich play with watches. This watch is worth as much as a Lamborghini. In fact, Yi Kuan has no interest in watches and is not keen on luxury brands. He is just trying to complete the system's tasks quickly to earn rewards. After changing into a brand new outfit, he appeared radiant and fashionable, clearly becoming a handsome man who could captivate countless girls. He looked just as striking as those handsome guys who received 5-star reviews, charming and wealthy. Ding! Congratulations to the host for investing 10 million in themselves. Ding! The host used a 10-fold consumption return card and received 100 million in funds. Ding! The host's charm value increased by 1, currently raised to 8. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a top-floor duplex villa in the Confronting building at the Bund, valued at 880 million. The reward notifications rang out continuously, stirring excitement and passion. 100 million in funds as a reward. That was already exhilarating. Not to mention the additional reward of a duplex mansion worth 880 million. The Confronting mansion is located at the Bund, with a prime location overlooking the entire Bund scenery of Magic City, making it even more luxurious and expensive than the Tangchenipin. Most importantly, his charm value had also increased. Charm is something that money cannot buy, it is a quality and aura that radiates from within. Of course, a man with financial power is even more charming. Let's go, we're heading back to Confronting, Yi Kuan said to Chen Wenwen, eager to see the Confronting mansion. A Rolls-Royce Phantom drove Yi Kuan and Chen Wenwen directly into the basement of Confronting. The basement was filled with luxury cars, including Rolls-Royce Phantoms, Aston Martins, Maybachs, and various supercars, creating a dazzling display. It felt like entering a supersized luxury car exhibition. The scale of luxury cars in the basement indicated the economic strength of the Confronting owners. Each mansion in Confronting is priced over 200 million. Those who can live in Confronting are either rich or noble. Yi Kuan and Chen Wenwen took the elevator to the top floor, the 66th floor of Confronting. Entering the living room of the mansion, they were greeted by a huge floor-to-ceiling window with a 270-degree view and various top-tier luxurious furnishings. There was also a precious piano placed in the living room. The entire mansion's decor was very stylish, trendy, and tasteful. Most importantly, it was extremely luxurious. Wow! So beautiful, this view is unbeatable. Right across is the Oriental Pearl Tower. Sitting at home, I can overlook the entire night view of the Bund. Chen Wenwen was even more excited than Yi Kuan. It was her first time witnessing such a luxurious supersized mansion. This is the top luxury mansion in Magic City, no exceptions, Yi Kuan smiled. Not to mention those standalone villas, just in terms of mansions, Confronting is the best in all of Magic City. And he had directly become the owner of this mansion, which felt fantastic. The view was indeed unbeatable, whether in the living room or the bedroom, one could enjoy the beautiful scenery of the Bund. In the precious land of the Bund, owning such a large top-tier mansion felt like reaching the peak of life. Chen Wenwen followed Yi Kuan to explore the entire mansion, including the huge rooftop garden and the outdoor private pool. The entire top floor was Yi Kuan's private space, even allowing for a helicopter to be parked there. Yi Kuan was already contemplating when to buy a few helicopters. After all, for a super rich man like him, driving luxury cars was already too ordinary. Boss, can I also live in the Confronting mansion? After wandering around, returning to the mansion, Chen Wenwen still felt as if she were dreaming. It was too luxurious. This was a house only a super rich person could live in. And Boss Yi is that wealthy god, and she has benefited from it. Of course, you are my personal secretary, so you can move in. You can choose any room you like, Yi Kuan said with a smile. His personal female secretary, Chen Wenwen, has a loyalty rating of 96, and she is a campus beauty who is considerate and gentle with him. Naturally, he is willing to let Chen Wenwen live in the Confronting mansion. With such a large mansion, wouldn't it be boring without a beautiful companion? Through their brief interactions, he is quite satisfied with Chen Wenwen as his personal secretary. Boss, I am your 24-hour personal secretary. Chen Wenwen smiled charmingly. She is beautiful, with a sexy figure, and her every smile and frown is full of allure. Little secretary. Yi Kuan directly pinned Chen Wenwen against the wall. It was quite domineering. Chen Wenwen, with a beauty score of 92, is indeed stunning, with delicate features, fair skin, and a complexion that seems flawless. Boss, are you hungry? Should I make you something to eat first? Chen Wenwen suddenly panicked and hurriedly ran away. Yi Kuan laughed. How could she dare to tease him with such a demeanor? Have you ever had a boyfriend? Yi Kuan asked Chen Wenwen. No. I've never dated, I've been single since birth, Chen Wenwen honestly replied. Ha! Unexpected. Who would have thought that this charming and sexy secretary, Chen Wenwen, is actually a blank slate? Truly, the system arranged for him a personal secretary who is as pure as water. Ha ha. You look so silly, but it's actually quite cute, Yi Kuan said, pinching Chen Wenwen's delicate face, smiling. Chen Wenwen is indeed a girl who can be cute, aloof, and sexy. Let's go eat first, I'm a bit hungry, Yi Kuan said. Boss, I'll make you something delicious, Chen Wenwen sighed in relief and said. Boss, the fridge at home is empty, there are no ingredients at all. After searching the fridge and kitchen, Chen Wenwen found that there were no ingredients at all, not even rice. Truly, a clever woman cannot cook without rice. Let's buy ingredients tomorrow, for now, let's eat out, Yi Kuan said. He had just moved into Confronting, so of course, he hadn't prepared any ingredients. He was considering whether to hire a few maids or something. After all, with such a large mansion, relying solely on Chen Wenwen would be quite difficult. Moreover, Chen Wenwen's role is as his personal secretary, not a maid. The Confronting community has high-end amenities, including a gym and restaurant. Yi Kuan had never been there, so it was just right to take Chen Wenwen to explore and learn about the community's facilities. Yi Kuan and Chen Wenwen arrived at the lobby on the first floor and found the female manager of the community. This female manager was dressed in a blue uniform, with a graceful figure and youthful appearance, looking like a flight attendant. In fact, the female managers of the Confronting mansion are all selected based on flight attendant standards and undergo strict training before they can start working. Beautiful lady, may I ask where the community restaurant is? Yi Kuan casually asked the community manager. He noticed her name tag read Wang Jingtong. She was at least 172 centimeters tall, with a dignified demeanor and impressive looks. Sir, may I ask which floor you live on? Wang Jingtong asked, noticing that Yi Kuan seemed a bit unfamiliar, as if she had never seen him before. Top floor. Yi Kuan replied casually. Top floor. Upon hearing that Yi Kuan lived on the top floor, Wang Jingtong's voice trembled. You are the chairman of Confronting Group, the boss. Wang Jingtong trembled with excitement, staring at Yi Kuan. The top-floor duplex of the Confronting luxury residence is reserved for the boss and is not for sale. In other words, Yi Kuan is the mysterious big boss of Confronting Group. She finally met the legendary big boss, and it turns out he is so young and handsome. Yi Kuan nodded slightly, acknowledging his identity. When he saw the name Confronting luxury residence, he already knew that this was the most luxurious community in the entire Magic City, actually owned by Confronting Group. In other words, the entire Confronting luxury residence community belongs to him. He is the behind-the-scenes big boss. Chairman, I will go notify the leaders to welcome you. After Wang Jingtong confirmed Yi Kuan's identity, she trembled with excitement. She hurriedly adjusted her clothes, worried that her makeup today might not look good. In any case, she was extremely excited. No need, just tell me the location of the restaurant, Yi Kuan said. It was just a meal, he didn't want to make a big fuss about it. Low-key is the way to go. Oh, okay. Wang Jingtong quickly pointed out the location of the community restaurant to Yi Kuan. Thank you. After Yi Kuan expressed his gratitude, he went to the restaurant with Chen Wenwen. Oh, wow! The big boss is so handsome, so young, and so approachable. After Yi Kuan left, Wang Jingtong still stared at his back with a lovesick expression. The restaurant at Confronting is equivalent to a 5-star standard. Yi Kuan and Chen Wenwen had a very low-key meal at the restaurant. Around 9 o'clock in the evening, Yi Kuan received a phone call. It was from his college buddy Lin Su, who had stayed in the Magic City after graduation, and they occasionally got together. Koen-gu, long time no see, want to go out for a few drinks tonight? I know a newly opened high-end nightclub, it's huge, and the holidays are coming up, let's go have some fun, Lin Su said on the other end of the line. This guy is a rich second generation, his family is well off, but he is not arrogant, he is very loyal and generous, just likes to chase girls and hang out at bars. He basically knows which bars in the Magic City are fun. Sure, let's meet up. Which bar? Send me the location, Yi Kuan replied. This newly opened bar is called TX Bar, Principal Wang, and many celebrities go there. The place is really lively, and there are tons of beautiful women. Tonight, my treat, Lin Su said excitedly when he heard Yi Kuan was willing to go out. After hanging up, Lin Su quickly sent Yi Kuan the location of TX Bar, not far from the Bund. In the underground parking lot of Confronting, a cool blue supercar slowly opened its butterfly doors, stunning onlookers. This car is the domestic Hongqi Tang concept supercar, limited to 1 unit globally, so it turns out it's your ride, boss. Chen Wenwen looked at the Hongqi Tang supercar in shock. The supercar's design is stunning, full of a sense of technology, even more eye-catching than the legendary Ferrari LaFerrari. When the butterfly doors of the Hongqi Tang opened, it looked like a blue butterfly spreading its wings, making it impossible not to love at first sight. So beautiful, so dreamy, so cool. You know this Hongqi Tang supercar too? Yi Kuan smiled. He thought girls like Chen Wenwen wouldn't understand cars. Since Huawei started making cars, domestic vehicles have developed rapidly. Now, some top models of domestic cars are not inferior to those imported luxury cars at all. Moreover, the prices are more affordable, without the expensive import taxes. Of course I know, at the last Magic City International Auto Show, the Hongqi Tang supercar was displayed for 3 days, causing a huge sensation. The official price of the Hongqi Tang is 30 million Huaxia coins, unique in the world. At the auto show, all kinds of wealthy people rushed to buy the Hongqi Tang supercar, and even some tycoons offered up to 80 million, but still couldn't get their hands on this legendary car. It is said that a certain mysterious wealthy individual has taken her, and it turns out that this wealthy individual is the boss. Chen Wenwen looked at Yi Kuan with admiration. It turns out the boss likes domestic divine cars. Ding! Gained admiration points from female secretary Chen Wenwen plus 99. Admiration points are the currency of this wealthy system, which can be used to exchange for goods and enter lotteries. Come on, let me take you to experience a domestic divine car, Yi Kuan said with a smile as he sat in the driver's seat of the Hongqi Tang. Chen Wenwen also elegantly took her seat in the passenger side. Just then, the system's prompt suddenly sounded. Ding! Detected a school beauty sitting in the divine car's passenger seat, rewarding the host with god-level driving skills. In an instant, a wealth of driving knowledge flooded Yi Kuan's mind, granting him mastery of god-level driving skills. Wow! The fact that this school beauty Chen Wenwen sat in the passenger seat directly rewarded him with god-level driving skills is incredible. To be clear, although he is also an experienced driver, he is still far from god-level driving skills. He was pleasantly surprised. As Yi Kuan started the divine car and gripped the steering wheel, he immediately felt a magical sense of unity with the vehicle. At that moment, he was the god of cars. Hold on tight, the boss will take you flying. Yi Kuan lightly pressed the accelerator, and the divine car shot out like a nimble cheetah, incredibly agile. After leaving the Confronting community, the Hongqi Tang became the most eye-catching car on the streets of the Magic City. Yi Kuan drove the divine car at breakneck speed and soon arrived outside the TX bar. Outside the bar, luxury cars were everywhere, especially Porsches, Ferraris, and Lamborghinis, which were seen all around. However, when Yi Kuan's Hongqi divine car appeared, it shocked the entire crowd. Wow! That's the Hongqi Tang concept supercar from the auto show, limited to just one in the world, worth several tens of millions. Awesome, this car is so cool. I didn't know domestic cars could look this good. Not just good looking, the Hongqi Tang's test results on the track surpassed those of the Porsche 918, definitely a domestic divine car. In an instant, the Hongqi Tang supercar became the focus of the crowd, drawing admiration and awe from everyone. Ding! Admiration points plus 66. Ding! Admiration points plus 88. Ding. Admiration points plus 99. After Yi Koen took a short spin in the domestic divine car, he wildly harvested a wave of admiration points from the crowd. Hey, Koen-gu, have you arrived? Just as Yi Koen parked the car, his buddy Lin Su called. I'm here, just parked. Xiao Linzi, where are you? Yi Koen replied. Back in college, Lin Su was one of his followers, and Yi Koen always called him Xiao Linzi. Although Lin Su was a rich second generation, he had no temper in front of Yi Koen. I just arrived, right at the bar entrance. Lin Su said, standing next to a beautiful internet celebrity. Soon, Yi Koen brought Chin Wonwon to the bar entrance and saw Lin Su. Wow! Koen-gu, this beauty next to you is too stunning. A new girlfriend? Lin Su exclaimed upon seeing Chen Wonwon beside Yi Koen. Chen Wonwon's looks were already school beauty level, and with her incredibly hot figure, she could instantly dazzle the crowd wherever she appeared. She's my female secretary. Yi Koen replied casually. Female secretary? Koen-gu, you're amazing. You truly are my idol, I admire you so much. Lin Su was astonished, then gave Yi Koen a thumbs up, showing a face full of admiration. It's been less than a year since graduation, and Koen-gu already has a female secretary, and she's a top-notch beauty. Koen-gu is just too impressive. Although he is a rich second generation, he doesn't have a female secretary. Recently, he spent hundreds of thousands on a live streaming site just to date a female streamer. However, after meeting in person, he found that the real person was not just a notch below what he had seen in the video, she was simply incomparable to a beauty like Chen Wonwon. Instantly, he felt that the female internet celebrity beside him was no longer appealing. Ding! Gain Lin Su's admiration value plus 666. Unsurprisingly, Lin Su contributed a bit of admiration value to Yi Koen. Call him Koen-gu, Lin Su said to the beautiful internet celebrity beside him. My Koen-gu earned millions in the capital market during his university days through his own abilities, he is truly capable. All my pocket money during university was earned by Koen-gu. Lin Su had a lot of respect for Yi Koen. During university, while most classmates were busy dating or playing games, Yi Koen had already entered the capital market and started making big money. Moreover, Yi Koen was not a rich second generation, he completely built his fortune from scratch. Koen-gu, nice to meet you. I'm Wu Dan, a female streamer from Confronting short video live, please take care of me. Upon hearing how impressive Yi Koen was, Wu Dan immediately greeted him enthusiastically. Not only was Yi Koen handsome and charming, but he could also make money. Such a person was the thigh that female streamers needed to cling to. Confronting short video live? Yi Koen was slightly surprised. This Confronting short video live should also be a subsidiary of Confronting Group. In other words, this was also his company. How many companies are there under Confronting Group? Even Yi Koen himself was not clear. Perhaps when he had time, he would go to the Confronting Group headquarters to take a look. Yes, Koen-gu, this Confronting short video live has only recently risen. Although it cannot get compared to the three giants of Mayan short video, Shark Live, and Tiger Live, Confronting Live is backed by Confronting Group and is rising rapidly. Lin Su also said. He often watched short video live streams and tipped female streamers, seeming to know a lot about Confronting short video. Really? Then I should download Confronting short video. Yi Koen laughed. The big boss of Confronting Group hadn't even downloaded Confronting short video. Can you believe it? You must download it. There are many interesting videos on Confronting short video, and a lot of beautiful female streamers. Lin Su said. The few of them chatted briefly and then headed towards TX bar together. The bar street at the Bund in Magic City was filled with bright lights and vibrant nightlife. At this moment, the nightlife was just beginning. Koen-gu, let me tell you, this TX bar is the largest, most expensive, most extravagant, and top-tier bar in all of Magic City. When it came to TX bar, Lin Su began to speak excitedly. TX bar has even invited celebrities for endorsements, and many top-rich second generations, including Principal Wang, are regulars here. Oh, it sounds quite impressive. What's the minimum consumption for a booth? Yi Koen asked. He rarely went to bars and was not very familiar with TX bar or its pricing. At TX bar, the minimum consumption for the lowest booth starts at 30,000. Area 1 has a minimum consumption of 100,000. Zero area has a minimum consumption of 300,000. The Supreme area has a minimum consumption of 1 million. Lin Su said. This bar is so expensive, with a minimum of 30,000, ordinary urban white-collar workers really can't afford it. Most of those who come here to spend are rich second generations and wealthy people. Oh, this most extravagant bar in Magic City doesn't seem that expensive, Yi Koen said nonchalantly. Now he was already a 900 billion god-level rich person, and he really didn't see this level of spending as significant. Even before binding the system, he could afford it. Koen-gu, you are a big shot. My monthly pocket money is only a little over 100,000. Lin Su pouted and said. He knew that Yi Kuan could earn hundreds of thousands in just a few minutes in the capital market. Even this rich second generation envied Yi Kuan's ability to make money. Alright, which area did you book a seat in? Yi Kuan changed the topic. Koen-gu, I booked a seat in area 1, this bar is just too damn popular. Except for the VIP area, the other spots are almost fully booked, long reserved by others, Lin Su said, having finally managed to secure a spot in area 1 at the bar. Other bars are begging customers to book seats, but at TX Bar, customers need to build a good relationship with the marketing team to get a reservation. It's incredibly popular. Many rich second-generation heirs frequent TX Bar, and naturally, there are plenty of beautiful women, all gathered together. This has made the bar's business even more booming. The owner of TX Bar is probably making a fortune. Suddenly, a commotion arose ahead, as if a big internet celebrity had appeared, drawing a crowd to watch the excitement. Wow! Principal Wang. That's Principal Wang Song up ahead. I heard he recently got a new internet celebrity girlfriend. Lin Su pointed at a figure in front, astonished. He had heard that Principal Wang often comes to TX Bar, but he didn't expect to see him in person this time. It's worth noting that Principal Wang is not only a top-tier rich second-generation heir but also a super internet celebrity. Wherever he appears, it often sparks attention and discussion. Yi Kuan looked ahead and saw a man in pajamas walking towards the TX Bar's passage, accompanied by a tall, coolly dressed female companion. Many people were watching around them. Yi Kuan just glanced casually and then withdrew his gaze. Although Principal Wang could be considered a super-rich second-generation heir in the country, to him, it was just average. Yes, just average, nothing special. Now, Yi Kuan owns the Kunpeng Group, valued at 900 billion. Old Wang isn't as rich as he is, let alone young Wang. Unknowingly, the super-rich second-generation heirs in the eyes of ordinary people have become quite ordinary to him. A few of them entered TX Bar, and the explosive electronic music filled their ears. The bar was large, divided into several distinct areas. Many coolly dressed nightlife beauties moved about, swaying their bodies wildly to the electronic music. The more expensive the area, the higher the beauties' looks and figure, and the less they wore. Lin Su led the group towards Area 1. Then, a bar marketing staff approached Lin Su, looking rather displeased. Young Master Lin, I'm sorry, your reserved seat has been taken. The staff said apologetically to Lin Su. What the hell, what's going on? Who the hell dares to take my reserved seat? Lin Su exploded with anger. He had invited Koen-gu and an internet celebrity girl to have fun tonight. How could he not be furious if someone else took his reserved spot? I'm sorry, young Master Lin, but young Master Xiao from the VIP area spoke up, and I have no way to handle it, the staff said with a bitter face. Some people are not ones he can afford to offend. So, he chose to offend Lin Su instead. These nightlife marketers also know how to pick their battles. I don't care who young Master Xiao is, taking my seat is absolutely unacceptable. Lin Su was not someone to be trifled with either. He was also a rich second-generation heir with a bad temper. He could ignore others, but he couldn't stand being stepped on. How could he endure that? Soon, Lin Su rushed to the reserved seat in Area 1. He saw that the seat that originally belonged to him was occupied by several young men and women drinking there. One of the chubby guys had numerous scratch marks on his face and neck, with some areas even covered in band-aids, looking quite comical. Wow, isn't that guy the backup for that green tea girl? Yi Kuan recognized the chubby guy at a glance. He was the backup rich second-generation heir who had fought with his green tea ex-girlfriend at the Guojin shopping center. What a coincidence to run into this chubby guy here. Damn, Lu Bai, so it's you, this loser. You dare to take my reserved seat? Lin Su clearly recognized Lu Bai and shouted at him rudely. Although Lu Bai could also be considered a rich second-generation heir, he was merely of a lower tier. Usually, he puts on airs and shows off his wealth, but in reality, his family doesn't have much in terms of assets. It's important to know that even among rich second-generation kids, there are different levels. Lin Su, this booth was reserved for me by young Master Xiao. If you have the ability, go find him and argue about it. Lu Bai glanced at Lin Su, showing no intention of giving up his seat. Although he was not considered prominent among the rich second generation, he hung out with young Master Xiao. He had just had a fight with a green tea bitch at the mall and was feeling quite down, ready to drown his sorrows in alcohol. I don't care who young Master Xiao is, taking my spot is unacceptable. You can get lost. Lin Su, seeing that the fat guy had no intention of getting up, couldn't help but shout angrily. Oh, isn't this Lin Xiao? What's wrong, not even giving me, Xiao Tianyuan, any face? At that moment, a young man with ear studs walked over from the VIP area. His name was Xiao Tianyuan, the young master of the Xiao family, with family assets in the hundreds of billions, a top-tier rich second generation in Magic City. He was a rich second generation who loved to spend money extravagantly, often throwing cash around in bars and making many friends. Young Master Xiao, this booth was reserved by me a long time ago, Lin Su said, his expression somewhat unpleasant. The Xiao family's business spanned various industries, and they had significant connections in Magic City, so he didn't dare to offend them easily. However, he also didn't want to suffer this humiliation of being robbed of his seat without saying a word. That would be too pathetic. Lin Su felt very unwilling as Xiao Tianyuan took his booth. Young Master Xiao, this booth was reserved by me. I invited friends today, please show some face, Lin Su said to Xiao Tianyuan. Yi Koan was right beside him. If he let someone take his seat like this, it would be too embarrassing. Xiao Tianyuan's gaze swept over Yi Koan, feeling that he looked unfamiliar. Clearly not someone from the top-tier second-generation circle in Magic City. These rich second-generation kids had their own social circles. In the same circle or at the same level, they would give each other face. When encountering someone of a higher level, they would back down or even try to befriend them. Conversely, when meeting someone of a lower level, they often looked down on them or even deliberately suppressed them. As the top rich second generation in Magic City, Xiao Tianyuan naturally wouldn't give face to someone like Yi Koan, who was clearly not in his circle. However, when he saw Chen Wenwen beside Yi Koan, he couldn't help but be taken aback. Beautiful, incredibly beautiful, she was a stunning woman. Especially her figure, which was so hot that any man who saw her would be unable to resist. This beautiful lady, my name is Xiao Tianyuan, young master of the Xiao family. I have a reserved seat in the VIP area. Would you be interested in joining me for a drink? Xiao Tianyuan directly targeted Chen Wenwen, starting to flirt. The girls who come to bars are generally quite open and often materialistic, wanting to hook up with a rich second generation. He directly revealed his identity as the young master of the Xiao family and mentioned his reserved seat in the VIP area. Very few girls could resist such temptation. Yi Koan's expression turned cold. This Xiao Tianyuan actually dared to flirt with his female secretary right in front of him. He had some nerve. However, his attempt to flirt with Chen Wenwen was destined to be in vain. Sorry, I'm not interested in you, Chen Wenwen said coldly, decisively rejecting Xiao Tianyuan's invitation. So what if he was the young master of the Xiao family? Compared to General Koan, he was just a lesser figure. The rich second generation couldn't compare to the first generation tycoons, they were not even in the same league. Xiao Tianyuan was clearly taken aback, seemingly not expecting that after revealing his identity, he would still be rejected by this beautiful woman. Such a situation rarely happened to him. However, he was still a young master of 100 billion group, and after being rejected, he did not continue to pester Chen Wenwen. Lin Su, don't say I, Xiao Tianyuan, am bullying you. I am a VIP in the VIP area, with the privilege of choosing booths first. Unless you also reserved a booth in the VIP area, this booth cannot be given to you today. Xiao Tianyuan turned to Lin Su and said. Chen Wenwen's heartless rejection made him feel very embarrassed, and he definitely couldn't give this booth to Lin Su. Otherwise, what face would he, the young master of the Xiao family, have left? Booking a table in the Supreme Zone? Lin Su couldn't help but frown. The minimum consumption in the Supreme Zone was 1 million. Although he was a rich second generation, he hadn't inherited the family business yet, and the money he could freely dispose of was actually not much. What? Can't even afford the Supreme Zone? Then don't embarrass yourselves at TX Bar, you might as well roll out early. Xiao Tianyuan glanced at Lin Su and Yi Koan, sneering. He was a rich second generation who loved to throw money around and show off. When he encountered someone wealthier and more imposing than himself, he would indeed back down. But when he met someone not as rich or of lower status, he would sometimes step on them hard. At that moment, Yi Koan heard the system's prompt in his mind. Ding! Triggered random task, slap the face of Xiao family young master Xiao Tianyuan. Task reward, first, the skill drunk no more. Second, a cash tenfold refund card for beverage consumption. Wow! The drunk no more skill. Yi Koan felt a slight joy in his heart. Was this going to make him a wine immortal? The drunk no more skill might not seem very useful on ordinary days, but it could be very handy at critical moments. For example, having the drunk no more skill in a bar would allow him to thrive. If you can't afford it, don't force it. TX Bar isn't suitable for you. Xiao Tianyuan saw Lin Su's face turn red and remained silent for a long time, revealing a look of disdain. He waved his hand, ready to leave the booth gracefully. Wait, isn't it just the Supreme Zone? Lin Su was furious. Wasn't it just the Supreme Zone with a minimum consumption of 1 million? Today, even if he had to grit his teeth, he had to stand his ground and not lose face in front of Ko and Go. Wait, I booked the whole place tonight. Yi Koen interrupted Lin Su and spoke first. What? Booked? The whole place? Everyone present thought they had misheard. TX Bar was the most expensive and extravagant bar in the Magic City. Booking the whole place for a night would cost at least 10 million. Ko and Go, don't be impulsive. I know you're trying to stand up for me, but there's no need to book the whole place, really. It's too expensive. Lin Su was both shocked and touched. Ko and Go must have seen him being bullied and couldn't help but step in. But it really wasn't necessary. 10 million could buy a Lamborghini, couldn't it? I didn't mishear, did I? You said you want to book the whole TX bar? Xiao Tianyuan also stopped, staring at Yi Koen in surprise. Spending over 10 million to book the TX bar, even he wouldn't dare to do that. Booking the entire bar was way more impressive than just reserving a spot in the Supreme Zone. Yi Koen ignored Xiao Tianyuan and said to the marketing person next to him, "Tonight, I booked the whole TX bar. I will cover all the customers' beverage expenses. However, I have conditions. First, everyone in this booth has to get lost. I don't want to see them at TX bar tonight." Yi Koen pointed at the fat man Lu Bai in the booth. Get lost? Do you have that much money? Dare to book the TX bar? Lu Bai was also shocked. He recognized Yi Koen as the ex-boyfriend of that green tea, Annie. That green tea had only approached him after being dumped by Yi Koen, making him a backup. However, he didn't believe Yi Koen could really book the TX bar. Sir, are you sure you want to book the entire TX bar? The marketing person also looked surprised. Yi Koen wasn't a regular at TX bar, and they weren't sure if he was joking. Stop with the nonsense, call your boss. Yi Koen waved his hand, speaking with authority. As he raised his hand, he inadvertently revealed the Patek Philippe watch on his wrist. Instantly, the bar's marketing person was left dumbfounded. In order to cultivate his eye for luxury, he specifically paid attention to top-tier luxury cars and prestigious watches. The watch on Yi Koen's wrist was clearly the Patek Philippe diamond watch worth over 8 million. Even Xiao Tianyuan's gaze sharpened, revealing a cautious expression. A person who could wear an 8 million Patek Philippe watch was at least on the same level as him. Sir, let me take you to the VIP area to wait. I will notify the general manager to come greet you shortly. The bar's marketing staff immediately became exceedingly respectful towards Yi Koen and the others. However, he could only notify the bar's general manager. As for the mysterious owner behind TX Bar, he had never even seen him, so he naturally had no way to invite him over. A large number of fresh characters are waiting to make their appearance. If you want a tailored character, leave a message in the review section. The author has something to say. Go to the review section for character requests. The sooner the better, don't miss out. Yi Koen and Lin Su were respectfully led to the VIP area by another bar staff member. This was the most prime location in the entire TX bar. Not only were the seats the best, but the view was also the finest. Young Master Yi, Young Master Lin, please wait a moment, our general manager will be here shortly. The bar staff said respectfully. Order some drinks first. Yi Koen said casually. Since they were already seated in the VIP area, it was impossible to just wait idly. They had to start with some drinks. Sure, young Master Yi, what would you like to drink? The marketing staff asked respectfully. Shaolin, you order. Yi Koen gestured for Lin Su to choose the drinks. How about we start with a dragon set? Lin Su hesitated for a moment and asked Yi Koen. The so-called dragon set was a champagne set featuring the ace of spades. The dragon set came in 6 colors, black gold, gold, pink, violet, etc. Priced at 88,888. No matter which bar you were in, ordering this dragon set would definitely light up various signs and trigger rounds of cheers, making it the most eye-catching choice in the entire bar. The dragon set. Wu Dan, who was beside Lin Su, couldn't help but get excited upon hearing about the dragon set. This was the 88,888 yuan dragon set. Just taking a photo to post on her social media would be enough for her to brag for a while. One dragon set isn't enough? Be more confident, let's start with 10 dragon sets. Yi Koen patted Lin Su's shoulder and laughed. One dragon set only had 6 bottles of ace of spades champagne, which was hardly enough to drink. 10 dragon sets. The marketing staff was both shocked and delighted. One dragon set cost 88,888 yuan, so 10 dragon sets would total 888,888 yuan. Only a true tycoon would dare to play like this. Brother Koen, you are too extravagant, starting with 10 dragon sets. Lin Su was astonished, staring at Yi Koen with admiration. He was a rich second generation, but he wouldn't dare to order dragon sets like that. Wu Dan was even more dumbfounded. Today she had witnessed what a true tycoon was. She thought ordering one dragon set was impressive, but Ji Koen casually ordered 10 without any pressure. That was the real deal. She definitely had to take more photos to show off later. Just drinking with young Master Yi today would be enough for her to brag about for a whole year. Young Master Yi, the black gold version of the Ace of Spades, is globally limited to only a few thousand bottles. Our TX bar still has some stock, only provided to the most distinguished guests. I will have the dragon set brought up immediately, the bar staff said eagerly. The black gold version of the Ace of Spades was not available in most bars, but TX bar had it. However, it was only offered to certain distinguished special customers. Since young Master Yi was going to book the entire TX bar, he naturally belonged to the most distinguished customer category. On the other side, Xiao Tianyuan sat on the sofa in the VIP area, his expression somewhat gloomy. Young Master Xiao, that young Master Yi wants to kick me out of TX bar, this is a slap in your face. Fatty Lu Bai said with a mournful face, feeling that being kicked out would be too embarrassing. He was Xiao Tianyuan's #1 lackey, and could only seek his protection. Today, he was truly unlucky. He had a fight with that green tea bitch during the day, and now he was being driven out of the bar at night. It was all that bitch's fault. Now, Lu Bai hated Annie to the bone. It was simply a case of failing to cheat and ending up with a stench. Shut up. As long as you stay by my side, no one can drive you away, Xiao Tianyuan said coldly. Even if Yi Koen had booked the entire bar, he couldn't drive everyone out. Moreover, he was also a VIP at TX bar. Who would dare to kick him out? Just then, the 10 dragon sets ordered by Yi Koen were brought over by some bar staff wearing glowing glasses and dressed in eccentric outfits. Behind them were groups of people holding various shiny light signs and electronic fireworks, pushing a transparent champagne cabinet, creating quite a spectacle. Along the way, they attracted countless gazes, eliciting cheers and gasps. Wow, 10 dragon sets, that's a supreme area rich guy. Awesome, if I could just sneak over to the rich guy's side and take a picture, that would be great. The supreme area where Yi Koen and Lin Su were located became the focus of the entire venue. 6 bottles of different colored Ace of Spades were opened, and Yi Koen and Lin Su casually started drinking. The taste of this Ace of Spades was somewhat better than ordinary champagne. However, to say it was exceptionally delicious would be an exaggeration. What they were drinking was merely loneliness and boredom. Yi Koen was still waiting for the owner of TX Bar to come over so he could slap Xiao Tianyuan in the face. Just then, a commotion arose in the crowd. A stunningly beautiful woman, with a graceful figure, walked towards the supreme area surrounded by numerous bodyguards. She walked with an air of confidence, exuding a chilling beauty, and immediately became the center of attention upon her arrival. Wow, who is she? So many bodyguards following her, and she's incredibly beautiful, simply a goddess. Did you see? The general manager of TX Bar is cautiously following her. Could she be the legendary mysterious big boss of TX Bar? I heard the behind-the-scenes boss is an extremely beautiful and cold woman. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, the cold beauty walked up to the supreme area. Chang Yushi, the female president of Chang Group? Xiao Tianyuan stood up from his seat in the supreme area, his eyes filled with surprise. Chang Yushi was indeed the mysterious big boss behind TX Bar. However, Xiao Tianyuan knew she had another identity, that of the female president of Chang Group, and also the eldest daughter of the Chang family. She was cold, mysterious, and intelligent. The Chang Group had rapidly developed and grown under her leadership. Xiao Tianyuan often came to TX Bar to spend money, and his lavish spending was also to have a chance to get close to this Chang family princess. However, he had never seen Chang Yushi at TX Bar before. Miss Chang, my name is Xiao Tianyuan, the heir of Xiao Group. I've admired you for a long time. Seeing Chang Yushi approaching, Xiao Tianyuan immediately went to greet her, instantly turning into a sycophant. However, Chang Yushi didn't even glance at him and walked right past him. She was simply aloof, completely ignoring the young master of the Xiao family. This left Xiao Tianyuan feeling extremely embarrassed, instantly petrified. Chang Yushi walked straight to Yi Koen's side, extended a delicate hand, and said, I am Chang Yushi, the owner of TX Bar. I heard you wanted to see me? At this moment, her expression remained incredibly cold. Ding! Detected a goddess-level beauty. Name, Chang Yueying. Appearance, 97 goddess level, height, 172 measurements, 88, 60, 92 bust, 30-60 favorability, 10 personality, charming, generous, bold. Yi Koen couldn't help but be astonished. The woman before him was the most beautiful he had ever seen. Her looks actually scored a stunning 97, reaching goddess level, and her figure was also perfect. However, her name is clearly Chang Yuetong, so why does she refer to herself as Chang Yueshi? Moreover, while she appeared extremely cold and glamorous, the system's evaluation was charming, generous, and bold. Something's off. This is very off. The author has something to say, leave a message in the review section for the characters. Despite Chang Yuetong's efforts to maintain a cold and glamorous facade, the hint of charm in her expression was something that could not be concealed. That's right, her coldness was a disguise, and Yi Koen had seen through it all. The names Chang Yuetong and Chang Yueshi differ by just one character. He speculated that they must be sisters. Chang Yuetong is a bit mischievous. However, Yi Koen had no intention of exposing Chang Yuetong's identity. He gazed at her stunning beauty and gently held her outstretched hand. So soft, so smooth. My name is Yi Koen, and I plan to book the entire TX bar tonight, Yi Koen said, a handsome smile appearing on his lips. He was confident and composed, not intimidated by Chang Yuetong's beauty and identity. Unlike Xiao Tianyuan, who acted like a sycophant upon seeing Chang Yuetong. Such a man is more charming. Just as Yi Koen held Chang Yuetong's small hand, the system's prompt sounded. Ding! Triggered random task. Hold the goddess Chang Yuetong's hand for 10 seconds without letting go. Reward, 5 points of physique. Wow, holding Chang Yuetong's hand for 10 seconds rewards 5 points of physique. System, you're a bit cheeky. However, this reward is indeed tempting. To know that his total physique was only 8 points, and the peak physique of an ordinary human was only 10 points. Completing this small task of holding the goddess's hand would reward him with 5 points of physique. That's quite satisfying. This task must be completed. So, Yi Koen held onto Chang Yuetong's delicate hand without letting go. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Chang Yuetong gently pulled her hand, realizing she couldn't retrieve it, her brows slightly furrowing. However, since only 3 seconds had passed, she couldn't be sure if he was intentionally holding her hand. I want to book the TX bar, but I have a request, Yi Koen said, noticing Chang Yuetong's attempt to pull her hand away, trying to divert her attention by speaking. It had only been 3 seconds, he had to hold on. The customer is king. Since Mr. Yu wants to book our TX bar, of course, you can make a request. Please go ahead. Chang Yuetong was indeed distracted, trying to present herself as a female CEO. 4 seconds, 5 seconds. Another 2 seconds passed. Tonight, all customers at TX bar will have their drinks paid for by me, Yi Koen said, still holding onto Chang Yuetong's hand. Moreover, he deliberately slowed down his speaking pace. 6 seconds, 7 seconds, 8 seconds. Time seemed to pass slowly, but it also bought Yi Koen 3 more seconds. At this moment, Chang Yuetong made another attempt to pull her hand away. After all, a normal handshake wouldn't last more than 5 seconds. Their handshake had already exceeded the usual duration. I want that fat guy in Xiao Tianyuan to get out of TX bar. Yi Koen finally stated his request. At the same time, he showed an excited expression and tightly grasped Chang Yuetong's small hand. He wouldn't let go, holding on tightly. 9 seconds, 10 seconds, KO, done, ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the task of holding the goddess-level beauty Chang Yuetong's hand for 10 seconds. Ding. Reward, 5 points of physique. Congratulations to the host for increasing their physique to 13. In an instant, Yi Koen felt as if a magical energy had been injected into his body, and his physique instantly improved. It felt great. A strong physique is truly powerful. Yi Koen instantly felt full of vitality, full of life, full of vitality, bursting with energy. He felt that even if he had to jump for 3 days and nights, he wouldn't get tired. Most importantly, his physique had improved, and his combat power had greatly increased. When Chang Yuetong saw Yi Koen holding her hand, showing an expression of intoxicated enjoyment, she couldn't help but feel both shy and angry. Fortunately, at that moment, Yi Koen timely released her hand, so she didn't explode in anger. At this time, Xiao Tianyuan, who had been watching Yi Koen's situation from the side, also heard what Yi Koen said. What? You want me to get out of TX bar too? Xiao Tianyuan rushed over, looking defiant. Just now, he had already been very unhappy seeing Yi Koen tightly holding his goddess's hand. Now Yi Koen wanted to kick him out as well. This made him feel embarrassed in front of his goddess. Other guests can stay, but they must leave. I booked the entire TX bar, is this request too much? Yi Koen ignored Xiao Tianyuan and spoke to Chang Yuetong. It doesn't seem unreasonable. Chang Yuetong showed a thoughtful expression and then nodded in agreement. She wasn't the owner of TX bar and had no experience handling such matters. However, she felt Yi Koen's reasoning was very sound. After all, he spent over 10 million to book the entire TX bar. What's wrong with getting rid of a few annoying people? This was a very reasonable request. Moreover, she also knew that it was Xiao Tianyuan who caused the trouble first, so Yi Koen's counterattack was justified. Instead, she found Yi Koen very domineering. Chang, I'm the young master of the Xiao family, a regular at TX Bar, and I'm also a VIP in the Supreme Zone, you can't kick me out. Xiao Tianyuan was anxious. If he got kicked out today, he would lose a lot of face, and his prestige in the second-generation circle of Modu would greatly diminish. Today, your consumption in the Supreme Zone can be waived, please leave TX Bar, and you are not allowed to step in again tonight. Chang Yuetong imitated her sister's demeanor, putting on a cold expression and making a decision without giving Xiao Tianyuan any face. At that moment, a delightful notification sound rang in Yi Kuan's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task of slapping Xiao Tianyuan in the face. Reward 1, skill of being drunk after 1,000 cups. Reward 2, a cash tenfold refund card for beverage consumption. Awesome! The task of slapping Xiao Tianyuan in the face was completed so easily. He had to thank Chang Yuetong, the owner of TX Bar. Chang Yuetong did an excellent job, he really liked this girl. He was quite fond of her. No way, I'm not convinced. It's just booking TX Bar, right? I, Xiao Tianyuan, can also book it. Xiao Tianyuan was anxious upon hearing that Chang Yuetong wanted to kick him out. However, it was just booking the venue. As the young master of the Xiao family, he also had the ability to book it. It's just about spending money, right? Who's afraid of whom? For the handsome characters, leave a message in the review area. The earlier you leave a message, the sooner you'll have a chance to appear. Xiao Tianyuan loved to spend money. As the young master of the billion-dollar Xiao family, every time he went to a nightclub, he was the one who spent the most and was the most generous. Therefore, many second-generation followers in Modu followed him around. Yeah, it's just booking the venue, right? It's just about spending money. Our young master Xiao can also book it and can offer a higher price. Xiao Tianyuan's top lackey, Lu Bai, jumped out to speak. Spending money, young master Xiao had never been afraid of anyone. Right, young master Xiao can also book TX Bar. Several rich second-generation followers of Xiao Tianyuan also voiced their support from behind. This Yi Koan wasn't from the second-generation circle of Modu. They didn't know where he came from, yet he dared to compete with young master Xiao in spending money. He was simply unaware of the sky's height and the earth's depth. They speculated that Yi Koan might be a second generation from some small place. A strong dragon doesn't suppress a local snake. Only when they arrive in the magic city do these second-generation rich kids from small places realize their money isn't enough. That's right, I'm willing to bid 20 million to book the TX Bar for one night. The condition is, they have to get out. Xiao Tianyuan smirked, extending 2 fingers and casting a disdainful glance at Yi Kuan. At that moment, he found that feeling of throwing money around to show off again. 20 million. He was willing to spend 20 million to show off. He believed that at this moment, he was the most dazzling person in the room. He believed that Miss Chang Yueshi would surely be impressed by his dominance. Chang Yuetong said nothing. Instead, her beautiful eyes turned to Yi Kuan. Right now, Yi Kuan hadn't made the payment yet. Theoretically, Xiao Tianyuan could offer a higher price to book the venue. Earlier, Yi Kuan had been very assertive, wanting to book the entire TX Bar. Now, how would he respond to Xiao Tianyuan's provocation? What do you think? Our young master Xiao is willing to bid 20 million to book the venue. Do you dare to offer a higher price? If you don't have money, get out of the TX Bar. The lackey Lu Bai jumped out to shout. Earlier, Yi Kuan had boasted about booking the venue and had driven him out, which made him hold a grudge. Now that young master Xiao had the upper hand, he immediately acted like a clown, as if he were the one paying to book the entire bar. You fat pig, who are you calling a little beggar? Watch your mouth. Lin Su pointed angrily at Lu Bai's nose. This fat pig had no real skills, but he was excellent at being a lackey and had a filthy mouth. What? You dare to show off without money? You are the little beggars I'm talking about. Lu Bai looked smug, acting like a small person who had gained power. Speak more civilly, don't cause trouble in the TX Bar. Chang Yuetong frowned slightly, speaking coldly. A few strong bodyguards behind her stepped forward, ready to intervene at any moment. Seeing that Chang Yueshi seemed to be getting angry, Xiao Tianyuan couldn't help but feel nervous. Smack! Xiao Tianyuan slapped Lu Bai hard on the head, scolding, "Fat pig, don't use foul language, we are all civilized people." This fat pig was too clueless. The female president Chang Yueshi was standing right there, and he still dared to talk nonsense, ruining his grand image. He decided not to bring this fat pig along next time. Young Master Xiao, I was wrong, I won't dare again. Lu Bai immediately nodded and admitted his mistake, retreating to the side. So, how about it? I'm offering 20 million to book the TX Bar. If you dare to offer a higher price, I'll match it. Whoever backs down is a grandson. Xiao Tianyuan looked provocatively at Yi Kuan. Today, he had to show the prestige of a top second-generation rich kid in the Magic City, using money to subdue Yi Kuan. He never backed down when it came to spending money. He was the strongest tycoon in the entire TX bar. Ding! Random task triggered, slap Xiao Tianyuan again. Task reward, strength +3 damn. He had just felt that slapping Xiao Tianyuan wasn't enough. He actually triggered the task to slap Xiao Tianyuan again. Although the reward was a bit small, only 3 points of strength, even a mosquito was meat, this slap had to be delivered. Yi Kuan calmly took a sip of the Ace of Spades champagne and then slowly extended a finger. What does that mean? 10 million? Impossible, it definitely wasn't 10 million. Could it be 100 million? Everyone present was shocked. Could it be that Yi Kuan was going to bid 100 million to book a bar for one night? Impossible. 100 million, I bid 100 million. At that moment, Yi Kuan spoke up. He was indeed going to bid 100 million to book the TX bar. Because he had a tenfold beverage consumption rebate card, spending 100 million could earn back 1 billion. Plus, he could slap Xiao Tianyuan hard in the face. Why not? Instantly, the entire room was stunned, petrified, in an uproar, exploded. He's gone mad. He actually spent 100 million to book the TX bar for one night. With 100 million, he could buy over a dozen supercars. In this city where every inch of land is precious, buying a luxury mansion wouldn't be a problem. Yet Yi Kuan just threw out 100 million to book a bar. Moreover, shouldn't everyone be increasing their bids round by round? Yi Kuan completely disregarded the usual rules and directly offered 100 million. If Yi Kuan isn't crazy, then he's a true tycoon. At this moment, Xiao Tianyuan was stunned. Although he was a top-tier rich second generation in the Magic City, with family assets exceeding 100 billion, most of that wealth was tied up in real estate and stocks, not cash. He wouldn't dare to throw out 100 million to book a venue, and he couldn't come up with it on the spot. Of course, if he really tried to raise the money, he could manage it. But he was just a rich second generation, not a first. His father would definitely break his legs and lock him up for a few months. So, Xiao Tianyuan backed down. Xiao, why don't we pool some money together and raise the bid? Yeah, Xiao, don't back down, let's go for it. A few of Xiao Tianyuan's followers spoke up. They were all rich second generations, and they cared about their image. Pooling together would definitely exceed 100 million. Xiao Tianyuan glanced at Yi Kuan and saw his calm demeanor, shaking his head. Yi Kuan could easily throw out 100 million. Who could guarantee he wouldn't throw out 200 million? What would it matter if they pooled their money? They had already lost in terms of momentum. Though he was reluctant to admit it, the fact was he was completely crushed. Yi Xiao, I concede. If you can really come up with 100 million, I'll admit I'm your grandson. Xiao Tianyuan looked at Yi Kuan and conceded. It's not shameful to back down when faced with someone more powerful and domineering. These top-rich second generations could usually bend and stretch. They wouldn't stubbornly clash with others. Especially when encountering a more formidable boss, they often decisively conceded. However, he still wanted to see if Yi Kuan could really pull out 100 million. Yi Kuan smiled faintly, took out a black gold bank card, and handed it to the bar's manager. This black gold card contained exactly 100 million. If Xiao Tianyuan had raised the bid just now, he might have had to admit defeat. However, by directly offering 100 million, he had already intimidated this group of rich second generations. The bar manager carefully accepted the black gold card from Yi Kuan. The card was made of a very special material, feeling heavy in hand, and he didn't know what it was made of. He had never seen such a black card. But that didn't matter, the key was whether there was money in the card. Soon, the bar staff swiped 100 million from the black gold card. Yi Xiao, please take care of your bank card. The bar manager respectfully returned the black gold card to Yi Kuan. Now, you are the most distinguished guest of TX Bar. The entire TX Bar is booked by you tonight, and you are in charge. The bar manager said with a face full of enthusiasm. Someone who could casually swipe 100 million to book a bar was definitely a big shot he needed to curry favor with. Chang Yuetong also looked at Yi Kuan with new eyes, becoming very curious about him. Ding! Goddess-level beauty Chang Yuetong's favorability towards the host +10. Ding! Goddess-level beauty Chang Yuetong's favorability towards the host +10. Ding! Goddess-level beauty Chang Yuetong's favorability has increased to 30. Chang Yuetong's favorability towards Yi Kuan directly increased by 20 points. Yi Xiao is truly bold. Come play often, I'll treat you to drinks. Chang Yuetong flashed a charming smile at Yi Kuan and said generously. Sure, as long as you're at TX, I'll come back. Yi Kuan smiled. Chang Yuetong, this goddess-level beauty, shook hands with him for 10 seconds and contributed 5 points to his physique. If their relationship progressed further, would there be more rewards? Like a hug or a kiss? What would the rewards be? You will see me again. After leaving this sentence, Chang Yueton left gracefully with her bodyguard. At that moment, the entire venue fell silent, and the bar's music stopped. Then, the exciting voice of the bar DJ rang out. Ladies and gentlemen, I have an exciting announcement. TX Bar has been booked exclusively by young Master Yi from the Supreme Zone. Tonight, all drink expenses will be covered by young Master Yi. Let's party. Get hyped. Suddenly, the venue erupted. Awesome. Young Master Yi from the Supreme Zone has booked the whole place. Wow. This is the legendary all expenses paid by young Master Yi. So extravagant. Absolutely extravagant. Countless admiring gazes turned towards Yi Kun in the Supreme Zone, and screens filled the air. Especially those beautiful women in TX Bar dressed in revealing outfits. Their eyes on Yi Kun were incredibly fiery, wishing they could throw themselves at him immediately. This kind of wealthy man, if he could just glance at them, would make them so excited they could hardly contain themselves. Ding! Congratulations to the host for shocking the entire venue. Reward, spirit +5. Ding! Congratulations to the host for raising their spirit to 12, breaking the limits of an ordinary person. In an instant, Yi Kun felt invigorated and radiant. Moreover, his observation and perception abilities had clearly improved. It felt great. At this moment, Yi Kun waved to the general manager of TX Bar. Does young Master Yi have any further instructions? The bar's general manager asked respectfully. Since Yi Kun spent $1 billion to book the venue, he would definitely have other requests. The general manager had to stay personally to entertain him. Send out a message, any beauty with a score of 80 or above can enter TX Bar for free tonight. As for the men, no more entries. Yi Kun spoke calmly, establishing a new rule for the bar. Apart from the customers already present, future entrants to TX Bar could only be beauties with a score of 80 or above. As for how to filter those beauties, that was left to TX Bar. Understood, young Master Yi, I will arrange it. The bar's general manager nodded. Free entry for all. If no rules were set, TX Bar would definitely be overcrowded tonight. By establishing this rule, only high-scoring beauties could come in for free. Tonight, all the beautiful women with looks and figures in the Magic City would surely rush to TX Bar. If you like this book, remember to add it to your shelf and give it a 5-star rating. The author has something to say, let the handsome characters leave a message in the review section. Yi Kun turned his gaze to Xiao Tianyuan, looking at him with a teasing expression. He was still waiting for this young Master Xiao to admit defeat and contribute some PowerPoints to him. Young Master Yi, you are too domineering. I, Xiao Tianyuan, admit defeat and will drink 3 cups as a penalty. As Xiao Tianyuan spoke, he had someone bring over a glass and filled it with a glass of Ace of Spades champagne. He admitted defeat today. Yi Kun was indeed richer and more domineering than him. Wait, since you are admitting defeat, there should be some sincerity. Yi Kun stopped Xiao Tianyuan from drinking the champagne and turned to the bar's general manager, saying, bring 10 bottles of Louis XIII. Okay. The bar's general manager nodded and instructed the staff to get the drinks. Louis XIII is a very expensive liquor in bars, with a bottle costing several tens of thousands. Usually, when someone goes to a bar and wants to show off, they would order a bottle of Louis XIII to place on the table without opening it, just to show off and attract women. Yi Kun casually ordered 10 bottles of Louis XIII, as if he were ordering beer like an ordinary person. Young Master Yi, isn't this a bit excessive? Xiao Tianyuan frowned, his expression extremely unpleasant. The other party was clearly unwilling to let him go, insisting that he toast with foreign wine. Yeah, you're going too far. Xiao has already admitted defeat. Why do you have to be so aggressive and bully him? We are all second-generation elites in Magic City, not easy to mess with. Don't push us too hard, or we'll use our family's connections to make sure you can't stand in Magic City. At this moment, Xiao Tianyuan's sycophant, Lu Bai, jumped out and shouted. Yi Kun glanced disdainfully at the fat Lu Bai, then his gaze turned cold as he looked at Xiao Tianyuan and said, is this also your intention? He truly did not take this group of rich second-generation elites seriously. That fat Lu Bai was just a loser, not even qualified to talk to him. Xiao Tianyuan seemed to have some insight, barely able to hold a conversation with him. If Xiao Tianyuan didn't know how to appreciate the situation, he wouldn't mind taking care of him as well. When Xiao Tianyuan met Yi Kun's gaze, he couldn't help but shiver. Yi Kun was the kind of big shot who could casually throw $1 billion in a bar, clearly at a higher level than him. He didn't dare to offend him easily. That dead fat man had the audacity to threaten the other party. Wasn't he just asking for trouble? Slap. A crisp sound. Xiao Tianyuan slapped Lu Bai hard, causing him to stagger. Yi Xiao is talking to me, who gave you the right to interrupt? Slap. Xiao Tianyuan slapped him again, making Lu Bai's mouth bleed. Dead fat man, you have no sense at all, get the hell out of here. Xiao Tianyuan kicked Lu Bai to the ground. The more he looked at Lu Bai, the more he found him detestable and lacking in insight. Such a clueless sycophant should stay as far away as possible in the future. I'm sorry, Xiao, I was wrong. Lu Bai pleaded on the ground, tears and snot flowing. He had misstepped several times today, provoking Xiao to beat him up. Damn it, what good is it to apologize to me? Apologize to Yi Xiao. Xiao Tianyuan kicked Lu Bai again. If it weren't for this dead fat man causing trouble, he wouldn't have been slapped in the face by Yi Xiao today. Moreover, he had lost face in front of the goddess. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. So, Xiao Tianyuan kicked Lu Bai a few more times, venting all his frustration on him. Yi Xiao, I was wrong. I didn't recognize the mountain. Lu Bai curled up on the ground, wailing for mercy. Get lost. Yi Koan waved his hand, signaling Lu Bai to scram. This fat man was no good. He was a backup for his ex-girlfriend, a green tea type, and this was just a chance to teach him a lesson. Thank you, Yi Xiao, thank you for sparing me. Lu Bai hurriedly got up and fled in a panic. He was just a sycophant relying on others' power. Now that Xiao had admitted defeat in front of Yi Koan, how could he dare to provoke Yi Koan? At this moment, 10 bottles of Louis XIII had already been delivered by the hotel staff. Yi Xiao, do you really want me to toast with foreign wine? Xiao Tianyuan's face looked very bad. He had already admitted defeat multiple times and lowered his stance. Was Yi Xiao still unwilling to let him go? Xiao, I know you're just putting on a brave face. Don't say I'm bullying you. However much you drink, I'll drink the same. I'll drink all of you under the table, dare you? Yi Koan scanned Xiao Tianyuan and the others, speaking with dominance. The system's reward hadn't arrived yet, indicating that the level of slapping Xiao Tianyuan's face wasn't enough. This Xiao Tianyuan was merely putting on a brave front. Today, he had to be made to submit wholeheartedly. What? You alone will drink all of us? Are you sure you're not joking? Xiao Tianyuan was shocked. Yi Koan actually said he would drink against 7 or 8 of them. Even a wine god wouldn't dare to boast like that. They were regulars at nightclubs, each with decent drinking capacity, and some were even very good drinkers. Koan Gu, it's too unfair for you to drink against so many of them alone, count me in. Lin Su also stepped forward. Although he didn't understand why Yi Koan dared to make such an obviously disadvantageous request, he believed Yi Koan wouldn't do anything without confidence. Boss, add me in. Chen Wenwen also stepped forward. Although she was a woman, the boss was leading the charge. How could she stand by and watch? She wanted to lend the boss a helping hand too. Koan Gu, count me in as well. Even Wu Dan stepped up, volunteering. Today, Yi Koan had shown her what a true wealthy person was. Now that there was a chance to perform in front of such a wealthy person, how could she let it slip by? Yi Koan looked at Chen Wenwen, Lin Su, and Wu Dan, nodding. They had come together, forming a temporary little group, so it was only right to stand together. Although he could easily drink down all of them alone, there was no need to take the spotlight by himself. So, how about it? 4 of us against your 8, are you up for it? Yi Koan picked up a bottle of Louis XIII, teasingly looking at Xiao Tianyuan. He intended to compete in drinking, directly taking down these rich second-generation heirs. The author has something to say, handsome guys add me in. 8 of us against your 4? Xiao Tianyuan laughed, surprised that such a good thing existed. He thought Yi Xiao would force him to drink alone with foreign wine. Naturally, he would be very unhappy and unwilling. But instead, Yi Koan proposed a drinking contest, and it was in favor of the fewer against the more. They had a total of 8 people, all of whom could drink, which was clearly advantageous for them. Xiao, let's drink them under the table. Right, it's just drinking, we've never been afraid of anyone. The rich second-generation heirs around Xiao Tianyuan couldn't help but rub their fists, thinking this was a great opportunity to retaliate against Yi Koan. 8 of them drinking against 4 on the other side, there was no reason they would lose. Alright, let's drink. Yi Xiao, you decide how we drink. Xiao Tianyuan gritted his teeth and said. In this situation, if they still back down, they wouldn't be able to survive in the second-generation circle of the Magic City. Very simple, fill the Louis XIII to the brim, cheers. Yi Koan said, pouring a bottle of Louis XIII into his glass. Then he signaled the bar staff to fill each glass to the top, using Louis XIII. Cheers. Xiao Tianyuan's mouth twitched. Drinking pure Louis XIII without any mixers was not an easy task. However, there was no turning back now, they had to drink. Yi Xiao, I'll toast you first. Xiao Tianyuan was still somewhat generous, raising a glass of Louis XIII and directly gulping it down in one go. By the time he was halfway through, his face was already flushed, but he still gritted his teeth and finished it. Yi Xiao, I'm done. It's your turn. Xiao Tianyuan tipped his glass over, indicating he had finished it cleanly. Without saying a word, Yi Kuan raised a full glass of Louis XIII and downed it in one go. He possessed the skill of never getting drunk no matter how much he drinks, so drinking Louis XIII was like drinking water to him. No big deal, just casual drinking. Then, Chen Wenwen, Lin Su, and Wu Dan each took a glass of Louis XIII against the rich second-generation heirs opposite them. Yi Kuan then drank 4 glasses, taking on the 4 rich heirs. During the second round, Yi Kuan let Chen Wenwen rest and drank a glass for her. By the third round, 2 from Xiao Tianyuan's side had already collapsed, and Lin Su was also struggling to hold on. One glass after another, round after round, until someone collapsed or voluntarily withdrew. Before long, all the rich second-generation heirs on Xiao Tianyuan's side had been knocked down. Only Yi Kuan remained, looking as calm as ever. It was as if he was drinking plain water instead of foreign wine. A skill that allows you to drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk is really strong. Young Master Yi. Xiao Tianyuan admits defeat. I am convinced. I am your grandson, please, spare me. After throwing up a few times, Xiao Tianyuan finally surrendered and begged for mercy, his words barely coherent. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task of slapping Xiao Tianyuan's face again. Reward, strength +3. Ding! Congratulations to the host for increasing strength to 11, surpassing the limits of ordinary people. In an instant, Yi Kuan felt a magical energy injected into his body, filling him with power, and his muscles seemed to become even firmer. With 11 points of strength, he had already surpassed the peak level of ordinary humans. This meant that when he threw a punch now, it would at least have the power of a boxing champion. It felt great. Next, Yi Kuan checked his basic information. Name, Yi Kuan, strength, 11, agility, 7, constitution, 13, mentality, 12, charm, 8, note, the peak attributes for ordinary people are 10, godly rich reserve, 100 trillion huaxia coins, discretionary godly rich funds, 1 billion. Skills, God-level driving skills, 1,000 cups without getting drunk. Items, none, godly rich points, 1, note, each expenditure of 100 million funds can increase 1 godly rich point. Godly rich points can be used to enhance strength, constitution, agility, and mentality, but not charm. System, allocate my godly rich point to agility. Yi Kuan silently thought. He originally wanted to use the godly rich point to enhance his charm. Unfortunately, charm could not be improved with godly rich points. The reason he chose to enhance agility was that he didn't want to leave any weaknesses. Now, his strength, constitution, and mentality had all surpassed the peak level of ordinary humans. Only agility had not yet reached 10 points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for spending 1 godly rich point, increasing agility to 8. Meanwhile, a message quickly spread among the young people in Magic City. I heard the most expensive TX bar in Magic City was booked by a godly rich person. Wow! It said the booking fee reached 1 billion. I'm blown away. This is what a true godly rich person looks like. It said that beautiful women with a score over 80 can enter the TX bar for free drinks and free fun. Wow! Godly rich people really know how to have fun. In the dormitory of the first-year students at the Magic City Film and Drama Academy, several beautiful girls in pajamas and shorts were playing short videos and scrolling through their social media. Suddenly, one of the beauties screamed, "Everyone, look! The most expensive TX bar in Magic City has been booked by a godly rich person tonight. As long as you have a beauty score over 80, you can drink and play for free. There will also be celebrities on site. It's going to be super exciting. The TX bar is extremely expensive, with a minimum consumption of several tens of thousands, and usually, no one can afford to go. As long as you show your face, you can play for free. Sisters, what are we waiting for? Let's go. I don't like drinking and dancing. I mainly want to meet the godly rich person." In addition to some pretty female students, there were also some urban white-collar women who considered themselves good-looking, all rushing to the TX bar. Some wanted to enjoy free drinks and fun, while more wanted to take the opportunity to meet that godly rich person. What if the godly rich person took a liking to them? Wouldn't that mean they could soar to new heights? Recruiting character names. Leave your character traits and names in the review section for various beautiful characters. The author has something to say. If you want character beauties, come leave a message. Tonight, the TX bar will be a blast, and beauties will be everywhere. Yi Kuan is destined to be the most handsome one in the crowd. As soon as he sits down, countless beautiful gazes will converge on him, each one wishing to leap into his arms. However, a whole row of black-clad bodyguards arranged by the bar stood at the periphery of the Supreme Zone, exuding an extraordinary aura that ordinary people could not step into. The wealthy elite were not those flashy and cheap women who could approach him at will. Yi Kuan established a rule: only school flower level beauties could come to the Supreme Zone to toast him. Beauties below the school flower level, please do not disturb. The wealthy elite was full of prestige. At first, there were always some self-proclaimed beauties who came to harass him, fantasizing about being chosen by Yi Kuan, this wealthy elite. Thus, Yi Kuan set the rule that only school flower level beauties were allowed. Brother Kuan, you are too extravagant. You completely subdued those rich second-generation heirs like Xiao Tianyuan with sheer strength. You are my idol for life. Lin Su raised his glass, looking at Yi Kuan with admiration. Xiao Tianyuan was a top second-generation heir in Magic City, usually very arrogant, but in the end, he was thoroughly subdued by Brother Kuan, and not only did he admit defeat, but he also got so drunk that he had to be carried out. Yi Kuan's ability to drink without getting drunk shocked everyone. Ding! Gained Lin Su's admiration value crit plus 666. Now, Lin Su had become Yi Kuan's most loyal little fan. Young Master Yi, you have shown me what a true wealthy elite is. I toast to you. Wu Dan also toasted to Yi Kuan, throwing him a flirtatious glance unintentionally. She was a female streamer with millions of fans, a goddess in the eyes of ordinary people. However, in front of Yi Kuan, she did not dare to put on any airs of a goddess and instead sought to please him. Feel free. Yi Kuan raised his glass and lightly clinked it with Lin Su and Wu Dan, taking a small sip of the Ace of Spades champagne. Meanwhile, several beauties from the Drama Academy were constantly stealing glances at Yi Kuan in the Supreme Zone. They learned through social media that the TX bar was booked by a wealthy elite, and any beauty with a score of over 80 could come in for free. So, all four of them from the same dormitory rushed over. They were from the Magic City Drama Academy, and since their dormitory was full of beauties, they easily obtained entry qualifications. Upon entering the TX bar, they found that indeed all the drinks were free, and there were many beautiful women present, creating a lively atmosphere. That handsome guy in the black shirt is the wealthy elite who booked the entire TX bar? He is so handsome, so cool, so young. Did you see? The table is filled with Ace of Spades champagne and Louis XIII cognac. Just the price of those drinks exceeds $1 million. If only we could go to the Supreme Zone and take a few photos to post on social media. Let's go, let's get to know the wealthy elite. But it seems there are bodyguards over there. These girls were quite bold. Upon discovering that Yi Kuan was both handsome and young, they decisively walked towards the Supreme Zone. Such a young and handsome wealthy elite was not something one encountered every day. However, as soon as they reached the Supreme Zone, they were stopped by several black-clad bodyguards. Sorry, young Master Yi said that only school flower-level beauties with a score of 90 or above can go in. The bodyguard's gaze swept over the four beauties before him. Only school flower-level beauties can go in? The girls were shocked. The wealthy elite's standards were too high. Instantly, two of the girls showed a look of disappointment. They were both beauties at the class flower level, but they did not reach the school flower level. In the eyes of ordinary people, they were already top beauties, yet they didn't even have the qualification to enter the Supreme Zone to meet that wealthy elite. It was quite shocking. However, two of the girls still held their heads high, like proud swans, because they had both reached the school flower level. Don't worry, once we get in, we'll make that young Master Yi let you in too. If he doesn't agree, we'll just take a few photos and come out. The two campus beauty queens comforted their other two companions. You guys wait a moment, I still need to go report to young Master Yi. One of the bodyguards said seriously. Then, he walked towards Yi Kuan. Young Master Yi, there are two campus beauty queens who want to toast you. The bodyguard whispered in Yi Kuan's ear. Are you sure they are campus beauty queens? Yi Kuan raised an eyebrow. Previously, these bodyguards had brought some ordinary girls, which made him very suspicious of their taste. Young Master Yi, I guarantee this time they are campus beauty queens, incredibly beautiful. The bodyguard patted his chest and assured him. Alright, then bring them over to take a look. Yi Kuan nodded and said. Soon, two slender, fashionably dressed beauties walked over hand in hand. One of them was dressed sexily, strutting confidently in front. The other was dressed innocently, following behind with a shy expression. Young Master Yi, we are first-year students from the Shanghai Drama Academy, and we want to take a few photos here, is that okay? The sexy girl stared at Yi Kuan for a while before speaking. She appeared calm, but inside she was extremely nervous. The handsome guy in front of her was a wealthy man who had spent $1 billion to book the TX bar. To say she wasn't nervous would definitely be a lie. Oh, what are your names? Yi Kuan felt a spark of interest upon seeing the two girls. They were not ordinary girls. Their looks definitely reached the level of campus beauty queens. My name is Yang and I, the sexy and charming girl spoke up. Ding! Detected a campus beauty queen. Name, Yang and I, attractiveness, 94, campus beauty level. Yi Koen glanced at Yang and I and nodded slightly. Her attractiveness reached 94, and her figure was also curvaceous, especially with her pair of peach blossom eyes, which added a touch of charm. I am Tang Ro, a first-year student from the dance department. At this moment, the other girl with a pure appearance also spoke, her voice a bit timid. Name, Tang Ro, attractiveness, 96, goddess level, age, 18, height, 169, measurements, 85, 60, 90, bust, 34C, favorability, 30, features, delicate and flexible. Tang Ro's attractiveness actually reached 96, achieving the goddess level rating. Moreover, delicate and flexible. No wonder she was from the dance department. Ding! Triggered random task, invite Yang and I and Tang Ro to sit down and drink. Reward, agility +5, 1 random lottery chance. This triggered a task. Indeed, Yi Koen's guess was not wrong. Encountering beauty queens of campus level or above had a high chance of triggering tasks and rewards. Yang and I and Tang Ro, one a campus beauty queen and the other a goddess, naturally had top-notch looks and figures. However, the lighting in the bar was a bit dim, making it not very clear, instead giving a hazy beauty. Yi Koen stared at Yang and I and Tang Ro, patted the seat beside him, and smiled. Taking photos is naturally no problem. You can sit down and drink with me. He was very clear in his heart that since Yang and I and Tang Ro had taken the initiative to come over, they certainly weren't just thinking about taking photos and leaving, they definitely wanted to sit down and have fun. After all, being able to drink with a wealthy man was a rare opportunity. Okay, young Master Yi. Yang and I, hearing Yi Koen invite them to sit down, couldn't help but appear very excited, pulling Tang Ro to sit beside Yi Koen. They were both goddesses in school, surrounded by countless admirers. However, they had never had the chance to meet someone of the wealthy man's caliber. In school, they mostly encountered rich second-generation kids driving luxury cars worth millions, but their wealth was not truly free. Rich second-generation kids were merely spending their family's money, far from the distance of a true wealthy man. Yang and I stared at the various colors of the Ace of Spades champagne on the table, her gaze becoming fervent. A Divine Dragon set costs 88,888 yuan. The rare Divine Dragon champagne, which is hard to come by, seemed to be casually placed here like ordinary beer. So extravagant. This is what being a wealthy person is all about. Yi Koen noticed Yang Ni's eyes and casually picked up a bottle of pink Ace of Spades champagne, pouring 2 glasses and handing them to Yang and I and Tang Ro. This champagne is quite good, have a glass. Yi Koen said with a smile, very casually. Young Master Yi, I toast to you. Yang and I was not shy at all, raising her glass to toast Yi Koen. Tang Ro hesitated for a moment but also raised her glass. Casual, no need to clink glasses, Yi Koen said with a smile. They lightly clinked their glasses and took a small sip. At that moment, a delightful prompt sound echoed in Yi Koen's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task of inviting Yang and I and Tang Ro to sit down and drink. Ding! Reward, agility +5. Congratulations to the host for increasing agility to 13, surpassing the limits of ordinary people. Reward, 1 random lottery chance. Completing this task so easily. This system is indeed like a cheat. It feels great. System, I want to draw a lottery. Yi Koen silently thought, planning to use this lottery chance directly. Suddenly, a huge spinning wheel appeared in his mind, filled with dazzling rewards. 1 beauty card, 1 health card, 1 lucky charm, 1 misfortune charm, 1 peach blossom charm, 2 personal maids, indestructible skill, wealthy point +1. Wow! The huge wheel is filled with things that money can't buy. I wonder which prize those handsome guys chasing books want the most. A beauty card is something a handsome guy like him doesn't need. He is very handsome and has the ability to make money. However, a beauty card can be used by women, and it's something that can drive any woman crazy. The health card is nice. Yi Koen is currently as strong as an ox, very healthy. However, if he draws the health card, he can give it to his parents or elders, which is definitely a good thing. The lucky charm goes without saying. If drawn, it means good luck. The misfortune charm can be used against enemies. Just stick one on someone you dislike. That would definitely feel great. The peach blossom charm is also a good thing. Having a peach blossom charm will immediately bring good fortune in love. 2 personal maids are quite nice, and they come together. Indestructible. This is great. This is definitely a skill that all handsome guys long to obtain. Besides these prizes, there are many other good things on the big wheel. Handsome guys can leave comments on what prizes they want to see on the wheel. The author will interact with handsome guys for a long time and select prizes to appear in the book. Those dazzling prizes made Yi Koen's eyes glisten with desire. Host, Would you like to start the lottery? The system prompted. Start the lottery. Instantly, the big wheel in Yi Kuan's mind began to slowly spin, then accelerated. Stop! As Yi Kuan shouted to stop, the spinning wheel gradually slowed down, finally stopping at a prize. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining one health card. Prize description: once the health card is used, minor ailments are eliminated, and major illnesses do not occur. One health card can maintain health effects for 1 year. The health card can be used by oneself or others. Although he didn't draw the indestructible skill, which is a bit of a regret, the health card is still quite good and can be used for his parents. Modern people are often in subhealth, with various ailments. Having a health card can prevent all diseases. Yi Xiao, our dorm originally had 4 girls coming together, but the other 2 can't enter the Supreme Zone. Can we let them come over to play too? After sitting down and having a drink, Yang and I mustered her courage and asked. I know this might be a bit presumptuous, but if it's not possible, Yang and I said a bit nervously. She initially wanted to say that it was fine if it couldn't happen. After all, Yi Xiao inviting the 2 campus beauties for drinks was already a big deal. Why should he also invite her 2 classmates for drinks? Yi Xiao had set the rule that only beauties of campus beauty level and above could enter the Supreme Zone. It was clear that Yi Xiao had very discerning taste in women. Not all beauties could catch his eye and qualify to drink with him. As soon as the words left her mouth, she regretted it a bit, feeling that she was being a bit ungrateful. What if Yi Xiao got angry? She didn't want to have to leave right after sitting in the Supreme Zone. However, Yi Kuan was very approachable. He didn't get angry because of it. You have 2 classmates with you? Then let them come over. Yi Kuan smiled. After all, the Supreme Zone was spacious, and having 2 more people wouldn't make a difference. Yang and I and Tang Ro had already given him a wave of rewards, so this small request could be accommodated. The author has something to say. Handsome guys leave more messages. Ha! Yi Kuan waved to a bodyguard, signaling them to let Yang and I and Tang Ro's roommates in. Yi Xiao, you're really nice. Yang and I was delighted to see Yi Kuan agree to her request, her tone carrying a hint of flirtation. Yi Xiao was indeed wealthy and approachable. Ding! Campus beauty Yang Ni's favorability towards the host +10, raising the host's favorability to 40. The favorability just increased. It seems that for this wealthy god, raising the favorability of campus beauties isn't too difficult. With his handsome looks and financial power, he could do anything. Are you giving me a good guy card? Yi Kuan laughed. No. Yi Xiao is really approachable, without any airs of a wealthy god. Yang and I smiled charmingly and said. She originally thought that someone like Yi Kuan, being a wealthy god, would definitely have a big ego, be temperamental, and hard to get along with. She didn't expect Yi Kuan to be so easygoing, chatting and laughing with her. Yi Kuan just smiled. He had a good temper, but it also depended on who he was dealing with. Soon, Yang and I and Tang Ro's 2 female classmates were led into the Supreme Zone, and they were all at least campus beauty level. Yi Kuan greeted them, signaling for them to sit down, which made them feel pleasantly surprised. Yi Xiao, can we take some photos and post short videos? Yang and I asked. Drinking with a wealthy god in the Supreme Zone and posting some photos on short videos could attract quite a bit of traffic. Sure. Which short video platform are you posting on? Yi Kuan nodded and asked. We'll post it on Confronting short video. This platform is really popular lately, and it even allows live streaming. All 4 of us in the dorm use Confronting short video, and we occasionally do live streams, Yang and I said. They were all students from the Shanghai Drama Academy and had accumulated quite a few fans through short videos. Moreover, live streaming could also earn money. Although they were just freshmen, they had already earned their tuition and living expenses through short videos and live streaming. This had given them a taste of the benefits of making short videos and live streaming. Short videos and live streaming as a form of self-media were a rapidly rising trend. As long as they hit the trend, even a pig could take off. Not to mention, they were all beauties. Tonight, all 4 of them from the dorm came to TX Bar to shoot short videos and gain followers. Then go ahead and shoot. I'll download Confronting short video and follow your accounts. Yi Kuan smiled. This Confronting short video belongs to the Confronting group. He is the big boss behind the scenes and must download a Confronting short video to have a look. Really? Yi Xiao wants to follow our Confronting account. That's great. Yang and I and Tang Ro were overjoyed to hear that Yi Kuan, this wealthy patron, wanted to follow their account. It's known that a wealthy patron can easily elevate them to stardom with just a little support. Yi Xiao can spend 100 million to book the TX Bar. He is definitely a wealthy patron. Yang and I and Tang Ro, along with a few other girls, took out their phones, excitedly starting to take photos and shoot short videos. Yi Kuan opened an app and began downloading the Confronting short video. Soon, Yi Koen had downloaded the Kuenpeng short video app and followed Yang and I and Tang Ro's Kuenpeng short video accounts. Yang Ni's account name on Kuenpeng short video is NINI. Tang Ro's account is called Xiaoro. While Yi Koen drank with the beautiful girls, he casually browsed through Yang and I and Tang Ro's short videos. Yang and I took a sexy route, shooting some hot dances and situational short dramas in her videos. She is a student in the acting department of the Shanghai Drama Academy, and her acting skills are quite good, with strong versatility. Tang Ro took a pure route. Her major is classical dance, so most of her short videos feature her performing classical dance. In the videos, she dances gracefully, her movements elegant and lively, like a fairy. Moreover, her flexibility is astonishing. She showcases various splits and acrobatic moves. It's gone viral, my short video has gone viral. Suddenly, Yang and I exclaimed. She saw that her recently shot short video had already received tens of thousands of likes, and there were quite a few comments. Wow, this is the TX bar in Shanghai. I heard it was booked for 100 million by a mysterious wealthy patron. Wow. 10 dragon sets, 10 bottles of Louis XIII, just the price of the drinks on the table exceeds $1 million. Wow. Only beauties with a score of 80 or above can enter TX for free. I was rejected for being ugly. Wow. NINI is drinking with the wealthy patron, is it true? I want to watch the live stream. I want to see the wealthy patron. I want to see the wealthy patron. Ding. Worship value plus 10. Ding. Worship value plus 10. Ding. Worship value plus 10. As the short video went viral, the system prompted that the worship value was continuously increasing. Yi Xiao, can I start a live stream? Many fans are asking me to go live. They all want to see the wealthy patron. Yang and I asked Yi Koen. You can go live, but I won't appear on camera, Yi Koen said. He wasn't a public figure and didn't need to show his face. Staying low-key was the way to go. Alright. Yang and I was happy to hear she could go live. However, it was a bit of a pity that this wealthy patron wouldn't appear on camera. Soon, Yang and I opened the Kuenpeng livestream. Hundreds of people quickly flooded into the live room. Hello everyone, I'm live streaming from the TX bar. On my left is my best friend Xiaoro, and on my right is Yi Xiao, the wealthy patron who booked the TX bar for 100 million tonight, but he's very low-key and doesn't want to show his face. Yang and I spoke confidently in front of the live camera. Ding! Task triggered, become NINI's #1 fan. Task reward, charm value plus 1. Note, the maximum charm value is 10. Once the charm value reaches 9, it will trigger the loved by all, blossoming flowers charm aura, and the favorability of beauties towards the host will rapidly increase. Wow! This reward actually increases charm. It's known that charm value cannot be increased with wealthy patron points, and the maximum limit is only 10. Loved by all, blossoming flowers. I'm going for that charm aura. Yi Koen immediately entered the Kuenpeng short video live streaming software and named his account starting with a Koen. Why is it named starting with a Koen? Because he started with the system reward of the Kuenpeng group. Kuenpeng Live is his company, which has the character Koen in it. Moreover, his name also contains the character Koen. He has a strong connection with this Koen. Starting with a Koen, it can eat everything, transform into a pang, soaring high, with a bright future ahead. It's quite exhilarating. Yi Koen entered NINI's livestream and saw many people sending her small gifts. I want a hug. I want a hug. I want a hug. A hug is the smallest gift on Kuenpeng Live, costing 1 diamond. The diamonds on Kuenpeng Live are equivalent to Huaxia coins at a 1-to-1 ratio. Some sent superstar appearance, costing 10 diamonds. Some sent kiss, costing 52 diamonds. Some sent canon, costing 100 diamonds. NINI, as the belle of the Shanghai Drama Academy, had many people sending her gifts. However, very few sent gifts worth more than 100 diamonds. NINI, let that rich guy appear on camera. I'll send you lightning supercar. A manager with the noble title of regent sent a message. A lightning supercar costs 1888 diamonds. To obtain the noble title of regent on Kuenpeng Live, one must spend 1 million. Emperor, 3 million. Super Emperor, 10 million. God-level Emperor, 50 million. Top Emperor, 100 million. God, 300 million. Phantom God, 500 million. War God, 1 billion. God-level War God, 10 billion. So extravagant. The God-level War God actually requires spending 10 billion. Yi Koen, as the behind-the-scenes big boss of Kuenpeng Live, was shocked. I'm sorry, the rich guy doesn't want to appear on camera. NINI apologized to the regent manager. NINI, I'll send you 10 elopements to the moon, let the rich guy appear on camera. The manager with the noble title of regent insisted, sending another message. An elopement to the moon costs 5,000 diamonds. 10 elopements to the moon would be 50,000 diamonds, which is 50,000 yuan. The regent is so imposing. We want to see the rich guy. We want to see the rich guy. Some viewers also joined in, wanting to see the rich guy who spent 100 million to book a TX bar. Yi Xiao, they want you to appear on camera, is that okay? Yang and I looked at Ji Kuan with pleading eyes. Yi Kuan shook his head. Are you kidding? Just because they spend 50,000 yuan, they think they can see him? He's not that cheap. Sorry, the rich guy doesn't want to appear on camera. Yang and I could only apologize again in the live stream. Yi Kuan was unwilling to appear, and she was powerless. Should she seduce Yi Xiao for a gift worth 50,000? Is this rich guy even real? Yeah, why isn't that rich guy sending gifts to NINI? Pfft, not even the top one. What kind of rich guy is that? The viewers in the live stream began to stir when the rich guy refused to appear. Everyone, don't talk nonsense. I just met the rich guy, and he just followed my Kunping account. Yang and I, seeing the viewers getting rowdy, quickly explained, worried that Ji Kuan would get angry. Oh, wow, the rich guy followed NINI's account, let him get on the leaderboard. Only when he gets to the top will I believe he's a real rich guy. The top one is an emperor who has sent over 1 million to NINI. At this moment, Yi Kuan was recharging money in the background. The Kunpeng short video live streaming software allows a maximum recharge of 10 million at a time. Yi Kuan recharged 10 times before reaching 100 million. I'm going to secure the top spot for NINI, come at me if you disagree. Starting with a Kuan. Yi Kuan sent a bullet comment in NINI's live stream, stating that he currently has 100 million diamonds in his account, exuding a bold spirit that challenges the wealthy elite. Damn, this starting with a Kuan is just a level 0 commoner, yet he shamelessly claims he wants to be number 1 on the leaderboard. Little Kuan, stop bragging, the number 1 big shot is an emperor. Exactly, little Kuan, wait until you become an emperor before you compete for number 1. The viewers in the live stream began to mock as they saw that starting with a Kuan was just a level 0 account. Damn, they actually called me little Kuan, I can't stand it. Then, Yi Kuan directly opened the gift bar to check the gifts. 520 diamonds for I love you 520, 666 diamonds for super 666, 1314 diamonds for love you for 10,000 years, 1888 diamonds for lightning supercar, 5,000 diamonds for elopement to the moon, 6666 diamonds for royal money gun, 7777 diamonds for black spade of the ceremony, 8888 diamonds for royal straight flush, 9999 diamonds for dream home, 10,000 diamonds for heart rocket, 100,000 diamonds for holy rocket, 500,000 diamonds for ghostly rocket, 1 million diamonds for super battleship, 3 million diamonds for Cupid, 5 million diamonds for eternal heart, 9,990,000 diamonds for peak war god. Yi Kuan was stunned. The gifts on Kunpeng's livestream were indeed of such high value. A peak war god gift costs 9,990,000 diamonds, which means 9,990,000 Chinese yuan. Wow! So extravagant. But I like it. The Kunpeng platform is where the wealthy should be. This is truly a product of his Kunpeng group. The more gifts he sends, the more he earns. It's just so satisfying. Why isn't starting with a Kuan on the leaderboard yet? Is he going to run away? Starting with a Kuan, hurry up and get on the leaderboard, let's see some real action. The viewers in the live stream began to stir as they noticed starting with a Kuan had gone silent. In the next moment, a super cool battleship effect filled the entire screen. A super battleship gift costs 1 million diamonds, which is 1 million Chinese yuan. Yi Kuan doesn't play around. He directly sent a gift worth 1 million right from the start. This is the style of a wealthy elite. Instantly, the entire audience was shocked, petrified, blown away. Damn! Starting with a Kuan just sent a super battleship, that's $1 million gift. Awesome, after sending a battleship, starting with a Kuan directly leveled up to a regent. Damn! $1 million gift sent out, the whole platform is announcing it. So impressive. Awesome, it turns out starting with a Kuan is a real big shot, a true wealthy elite. After Yi Kuan spent 1 million diamonds to send a battleship, it caused a sensational effect. The entire platform exploded. Countless people rushed into NINI's livestream at the same time. In less than a minute, the number of people in NINI's livestream skyrocketed from a few hundred to tens of thousands. Ding! Worship value critical hit plus 666. Ding! Worship value critical hit plus 888. Ding! Worship value critical hit plus 999. In an instant, the worship value skyrocketed. Thank you to the big shot starting with a Kuan for the super battleship gift. NINI was completely stunned. Someone actually sent her $1 million gift. The most expensive single gift she had ever received was a $100,000 holy rocket. She had never received a super battleship worth $1 million before. She was both shocked and delighted. This is the most extravagant and satisfying wealthy elite story, so the live stream gifts are also super extravagant. Handsome guys, leave comments in the review section. Author's note, the most extravagant and satisfying wealthy elite story. Damn! Is starting with a koan really going to be number one? The top donor has given NINI over $1 million in gifts. With just one koan and another battleship, he could take down the top spot in an instant. Damn! A super battleship costs 1 million Huaxia coins. Is it really that easy to get on? Starting with a koan, let's take down the top spot quickly. NINI's live stream room exploded. Countless viewers were focused on whether the starting koan could take down the top spot. A super battleship costing $1 million ignited the entire livestream. However, Yi Koan had lost interest in the super battleship, because, on the Kunping platform, there were gifts even more expensive and extravagant than the super battleship. Then let's continue to blow up the scene. This time, I want to send the most expensive Peak War God gift, shocking everyone. Yi Koan set his sights on the Peak War God gift worth 9.99 million diamonds. A Peak War God, valued at 9.99 million Huaxia coins, equivalent to a Lamborghini. Absolutely extravagant. This was a super gift tailored for the wealthy, exclusive to the rich. A display of power. As Yi Koan's finger gently slid, in the next moment, a war god with a golden light effect descended from the sky, majestic and imposing, filling the entire screen, dazzling everyone's eyes. Damn! Peak War God. 9.99 million Peak War God gift. Damn! It's blinding my titanium alloy dog eyes. Extravagant beyond reason. I kneel to the big shot. Koan, you're too extravagant. Koan, I'll send my sister to your bed. Can you send me a war god? What are you dreaming about upstairs? Does the big shot like Lolas? My sister can be cute. Ding. Worship value super critical hit plus 6,666. Ding. Worship value super critical hit plus 7,777. Ding. Worship value super critical hit plus 8,888. Super critical hits appeared wildly. The entire live stream room exploded. Sending out a Peak War God, the entire platform reported for a full 3 minutes. In an instant, countless netizens and streamers flooded into NINI's live stream room. Damn! What luck is NINI having? A rich person actually sent her a 9.99 million Peak War God. The last time I saw a rich person's war god was a month ago when the Shitong rich person sent it, causing a huge sensation. NINI has caught the eye of the starting koan big shot. She's about to take off. Those platform streamers looked at NINI's live stream room, shedding tears of envy and jealousy. Then, some female streamers began to follow Yi Koan's account and quietly sent private messages. Yang Ni was also stunned. She actually received the Peak War God gift sent by the starting koan. This was a gift worth 9.99 million, exclusive to the wealthy. Just from this one rich person's war god, she could earn nearly 5 million in income, instantly becoming a little rich woman. Moreover, she gained countless followers overnight. Yang Ni was enveloped in immense surprise, staring blankly at the war god effect on the screen. Tang Rou and her 2 roommates looked on with envy, then screamed. The starting koan sent just 2 gifts, yet it made him famous in one battle. One was a super battleship worth 1 million, and the other was a rich person's war god worth 9.99 million. The level of extravagance was spine-chilling and breathtaking. Furthermore, after the starting koan sent over 10 million in gifts, his noble rank directly rose to Super Emperor, becoming the platform's newly minted rich person. Ding! Congratulations to the host for becoming Yang Ni's #1, mission completed. Ding! Reward charm value +1, congratulations to the host for increasing charm value to 9. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the loved by all, flowers blooming charm halo. Note, you will be the most eye-catching person in the crowd, and beautiful women will have their initial favorability towards you increased by +30, while others' first impressions of you will also greatly improve. Wow! This person's charm, loved by everyone and blooming like flowers, is truly something special. From now on, he, like those readers who chase after books and give 5-star reviews, will be the most dazzling one in the crowd. It's just so satisfying. At this moment, Tang Rou glanced at Yi Koan, inadvertently stealing a look. Ding! Tang Rou glanced at the host and was charmed by the host's charisma, affection +30. Ding! Goddess-level beauty Tang Rou's affection for the host has increased to 60, reward physique +5. Ding! Congratulations, the host's physique has increased to 18. Wow! Just a glance from Tang Rou raised his affection by 30 points. As expected, it was influenced by the loved by everyone, blooming like flowers charm aura. This charm aura is incredible. Moreover, with the goddess-level beauty's affection reaching 60, it even rewarded him with 5 points in physique. That's fantastic. Next, Yang and I also looked up at Yi Koen. Ding! Yang and I glanced at the host and was charmed by the host's charisma, affection plus 30. Ding! School beauty Tang Ro's affection for the host has increased to 70, reward strength plus 5. Ding! Congratulations, the host's strength has increased to 16. Yi Xiao, you're the one who gifted me the peak war god gifts, right? Yang Ni's beautiful eyes were fixed on Yi Koen. Today, only Yi Koen, this wealthy god, paid attention to her Kunping account. Who else would give her over 10 million in gifts? It can't be a coincidence, it must have been him. Moreover, at this moment, Yi Koen appeared to her with an infinitely magnified charm, making her feel a flutter in her heart. That's right, I gifted you the super battleship and the wealthy god war god. Yi Koen nodded slightly, directly admitting it. He didn't need to do good deeds anonymously, he wanted to gain some affection from Yang and I. Ding! Yang Ni's affection for the host plus 10. Ding! Yang Ni's affection for the host plus 10. Ding! Yang Ni's affection for the host has increased to 90, reward physique plus 10. Ding! Congratulations, the host's physique has increased to 28. Ding! Once a beauty's affection for the host exceeds 90, she will actively pursue him, launching a fierce attack, and will be very willing to engage in physical intimacy with the host. Wow! An affection level of 90 actually makes beauties pursue him. Incredible! This is like a cheat. What is it like to be pursued by a beauty? Oh, wow! Yi Koen is so handsome, so charming. My heart is racing. Is this the feeling of falling for someone? At this moment, Yang and I suddenly felt electrified all over, her gaze towards Yi Koen filled with tenderness and charm, her heart racing like a startled deer, bang bang bang. She really wanted to get close to Yi Koen. If there weren't others around, she would have jumped straight into his arms. At this moment, she had already fallen for Yi Koen. Love seems to be like a tornado, coming unexpectedly and catching people off guard. Yi Koen gifted over 10 million in gifts, he must like her too. Yi Ge, let's go dance in the dance floor. Yang and I took the initiative to grab Yi Koen's hand and walk towards the center of the dance floor. Isn't this charm aura amazing? If you want to be a dazzling character, go leave a message in the review section. The author has something to say, dazzling characters gather, you can join the wealthy family. In the dance floor area, Yang Ni's body pressed against Yi Koen, dancing passionately, extremely hot. On the contrary, Yi Koen felt a bit restrained. Yi Ge, don't be so shy. Put your hand on my waist. Yang Ni's body pressed tightly against Yi Koen as she whispered in his ear. Because their bodies were so close, her impressive pair of peaks pressed firmly against Yi Koen. However, in the crowded dance floor, no one would pay attention to this detail. Yi Koen could only feel an astonishing softness and elasticity against his chest. Then they quickly separated, not wanting to suffocate each other by staying too close. Well, since the beauty took the initiative, Yi Koen naturally felt no embarrassment. He gently wrapped his arms around Yang Ni's soft waist, swaying his body to the explosive electronic music in the bar. Come on, sway. Let's sway together. Yi Koen had not danced much before, so he appeared a bit clumsy. But it didn't matter, no one here would care how well you danced, just swaying to the music was enough. The important thing was that feeling of letting go of oneself. Moreover, he had Yang and I, the Drama Academy's campus beauty, by his side, interacting closely with him. This felt much better than awkwardly dancing alone. Watching others dance felt like watching a chaotic dance of demons. However, when he joined in, it was easy to get hyped up. It mainly depended on the atmosphere of the venue. Let's get the whole place hyped. The DJ was great at creating an atmosphere, with dazzling lights and explosive music. Sway. Sway together. However, not long into dancing, Yi Koen noticed something was off, as more and more beauties were flocking towards him. They were wildly twisting their bodies next to him, throwing flirtatious glances to catch his attention. Most of them were beauties with scores above 80, including sexy and perceptive urban white-collar workers and slightly inexperienced young female students. They had been eyeing Yi Koen, the wealthy god, for a long time, previously blocked by bodyguards from the VIP area. Now that they saw Yi Koen come down, they naturally wanted to attract his attention. Moreover, Yi Koen had activated his charming aura that makes everyone love him, which had a deadly attraction for them. Soon, Yi Koen escaped the dance floor, mainly because the beauties were too enthusiastic, and he found it a bit overwhelming. Having too much charm wasn't necessarily a good thing. He almost got overwhelmed by various beauties. It was better to return to the VIP area, where he wouldn't be disturbed. At that moment, Tang Ro was in the Kunping live broadcast room, competing against someone. and she was being crushed. Because in the opposing live broadcast room, there was a top-tier emperor, a wealthy god who had spent over 100 million on gifts. Regent, 1 million. Emperor, 3 million. Super Emperor, 10 million. God-level Emperor, 50 million. Top-tier Emperor, 100 million. Yi Koen had spent over 10 million on gifts, and he was only a Super Emperor. There were indeed many wealthy gods on the Confronting platform. It was said that the mysterious first female wealthy god had spent over 1 billion on gifts, holding the noble title of War God. The Confronting platform even established a separate noble title of War God for her, set at 10 billion. This was almost an unattainable goal, just to give the first female wealthy god the motivation to continue spending, because she had no rivals left. The Confronting platform had a Confronting wealthy god leaderboard, ranking the top 30 based on the total amount of gifts spent. Yi Koen opened the leaderboard to take a look. He wanted to understand what wealthy gods were on this Confronting platform. First place, Shi Tong won. 8 billion noble title, War God second place, Lily 800 million noble title, Phantom God third place, Tianyachi Z 600 million noble title, Phantom God fourth place, Lang Z 400 million noble title, God fifth place, Disherfu 350 million noble title, God sixth place, Shining Girl 300 million noble title, God seventh place, Xinxing Tian Yuan 200 million noble title, Top Tier Emperor 8th place, Mo Ming Beishan 150 million noble title, Top Tier Emperor 9th place, Xiao Gui Dang Jiao 100 million noble title, Top Tier Emperor 10th place, Mao Mao 88 million, God Level Emperor. The wealthy gods on the Confronting platform were truly extravagant. The first place, Shi Tong, had already crazily spent 1.8 billion on gifts. It was said that this female wealthy god, feeling lonely due to a lack of rivals on the platform, had immersed herself for over a month. Last time, she had crazily swiped 10 godly rich warriors in one go, spending 99 million, shocking the entire internet, and was crowned the #1 female godly rich person online. Since then, she had not made an appearance. Because, invincible. I'm here, Yi Koen, so this Shi Tong goddess won't be lonely anymore. Yi Koen thought to himself. He was the behind-the-scenes big boss of the Confronting platform. How could he let the Shi Tong goddess feel lonely because of her invincibility? He would make the opening move with the Koen and become the strongest godly rich person on the Confronting platform. Yi Koen clicked into Tang Ro's livestream. Instantly, the cool entrance effect of the Super Emperor caught everyone's attention. Wow! The opening move with the Koen has entered Xiao Ro's livestream. Is Boss Koen going to help Xiao Ro with the PK? The opposite livestream has a top-tier emperor, with a noble title even higher than Boss Koen. The one in the opposite livestream is the 7th-ranked godly rich person, Xinxing Tianyuan, who has already spent over 200 million on gifts. Boss Koen might not be able to beat him. As soon as the opening move with the Koen entered Xiao Ro's livestream, it sparked a heated discussion. Because the opening move with the Koen had just swiped a godly rich warrior tonight, shocking the entire platform. Now, the opening move with the Koen had high popularity and even had quite a few fans and followers. Meanwhile, the one in the opposite livestream, Xinxing Tianyuan, was an old-school godly rich person ranked 7th on the leaderboard. Tang Ro's heart raced when she saw the opening move with the Koen enter her livestream. She glanced at Yi Koen and then shyly looked away. Ding! Random task triggered. Help the goddess-level beauty Xiao Ro win the PK match. Task reward, Spirit +3, 1 random lottery chance. I just wanted to casually watch the livestream, and I unexpectedly triggered a random task. Sure enough, tasks are easily triggered around goddess-level beauties. Moreover, this time the reward also included a lottery chance. The lottery will had many good things. Last time, he drew a health card and other good items that he was eager to obtain. For example, that divine skill. At this moment, there was only 1 minute left in the PK time. Opposite Xiao Ro was a beautiful internet celebrity with 1 million followers, known as Master Sister. She was really big, comparable to Chun Wonwon. At this time, Xiao Ro's PK bar was completely crushed, because in Master Sister's room, there was a guardian brother, who was the 7th-ranked godly rich person, Xinxing Tianyuan. No one in Xiao Ro's livestream dared to compete with Xinxing Tianyuan. Opening move with the Koen, please help goddess Xiao Ro. Boss Koen, please, take down that Xinxing Tianyuan. Author's note, handsome guys send free little gifts to recharge the author. Goddess Xiao Ro is so pitiful, her PK bar is crushed to the point of being invisible. Xinxing Tianyuan is too arrogant, claiming that with him around, Master Sister can't possibly lose in PK. Boss Koen, please, go slap that Xinxing Tianyuan's face. Stop begging, the opening move with the Koen is just a super emperor, while Xinxing Tianyuan is a top-tier emperor, 2 levels higher. The opening move with the Koen can't beat that Xinxing Tianyuan. The onlookers in the livestream were eager to see a PK battle, hoping the opening move with a koan would take action against that Shinshing Tianyuan. However, most people did not believe the opening move with a koan could win against Shinshing Tianyuan. After all, Shinshing Tianyuan was the 7th ranked big shot on the Godly Rich leaderboard, having spent a total of 200 million on gifts. At this moment, the PK bar was 188 v 66666. Xiao Ro was completely crushed. Yi Koan didn't waste words, he directly opened the gift bar and sent out 10 celebration black spades. One celebration black spade was worth 7,777 diamonds. 10 celebration black spades amounted to 77,777 diamonds. Suddenly, Xiao Ro's PK bar surpassed that of the opposing senior sister. Since it was a PK, of course, it was more interesting to have a back-and-forth fight. Therefore, Yi Koan didn't directly knock out the opponent but gave them a chance to overtake. Damn! A big shot koan is in action right from the start. With just one move, 10 black spades aces, impressive. Xiao Ro's PK bar has overtaken. Koan is awesome. The onlookers cheered and waved flags, supporting koan. The opposing Shinshing Tianyuan was not to be outdone and immediately unleashed 10 royal flushes. One royal flush was worth 88,888 diamonds. 10 royal flushes amounted to 888,888 diamonds. The senior sister's PK bar surged ahead again. A smile appeared at the corner of Yi Koan's mouth as he directly unleashed 50 love rockets. One love rocket was worth 10,000 diamonds. 50 love rockets totaled 500,000 diamonds. Instantly, the dazzling love rockets launched into the sky, filling the entire screen. The opposing Shinshing Tianyuan also followed suit with love rockets, keeping the senior sister's PK bar consistently ahead of Xiao Ro's. This is getting interesting. Yi Koan directly unleashed 10 holy rockets. One holy rocket was worth 100,000 diamonds, so 10 holy rockets equaled a direct hit of 1 million. Instantly, 10 magnificent holy rockets soared into the sky, filling the entire screen. Damn! Koan is amazing, that's 10 holy rockets. Another gift worth 1 million. Will Shinshing Tianyuan follow? After all, he's a big shot on the rich list. The live broadcast room was bustling, with the onlookers leaving frenzied comments. It was as if they were sending gifts themselves, filled with excitement. Sure enough, the opposing Shinshing Tianyuan was quite stubborn and directly sent 2 nether rockets. One nether rocket was worth 500,000 diamonds, so 2 nether rockets totaled 1 million diamonds. The senior sister's PK bar overtook Xiao Ro again. This made the opposing senior sister quite excited, her chest rising and falling continuously. It was dizzying to watch. It's time to go for the kill, KO the opponent. Yi Koan no longer wanted to play tug-of-war and directly pointed his finger at the most expensive god of wealth gift. Instantly, a towering god of war descended from the sky, shining with golden light, majestic and powerful, filling the entire screen and dazzling all the onlookers. Damn! The god of wealth is back. Impressive, the 99 million god of wealth. Once the god of war appears, who can compete? Koan is domineering, slapping Shinshing Tianyuan in the face. Instantly, the entire live broadcast room exploded, with countless onlookers cheering. At the same time, because the god of wealth descended from the sky, the entire platform announced it, causing countless onlookers to flock into Xiao Ro's live room. Damn! Koan has sent the god of wealth again. Koan is so cool, from now on, I'm your loyal little fan. Will Shinshing Tianyuan back down? The opposing live room was also stunned by this god of wealth. Damn! Starting with a koan is too fierce, directly sending the god of wealth. Shouldn't it be a gradual build-up? How can we compete when he goes straight for the god of wealth? Starting with a koan, no martial ethics. Shinshing Tianyuan, don't back down, send the god of wealth too. The opposing senior sister's live room also exploded. At this moment, in a luxurious villa in Magic City, Xiao Tianyuan was blushing and leaning against the bed, watching the live broadcast and sending gifts. That's right, he was the internet big shot Shinshing Tianyuan who had sent a total of 200 million in gifts. Today, he was showing off in a bar but was severely slapped in the face by Yi Koan, and in the end, he was carried out of the TX bar after losing a drinking contest. It was truly a pitiful sight. After returning home, he felt dizzy and nauseous, throwing up several times. Halfway through sobering up, he became increasingly frustrated. This top-tier second-generation rich kid from the Magic City, who loved to spend money, was actually being crushed in his own field. Moreover, he couldn't even outdrink that Yi Koan. It was really disheartening. So, he turned to Confronting Live for comfort and confidence. He was ranked 7th on the Confronting Live list of big spenders, having gifted over 200 million in total. Apart from the top 6 big spenders, he was the most prominent figure on Confronting Live. Whenever he entered a live stream, there would be cheers all around, with countless onlookers waving flags and shouting for him, which gave him immense satisfaction. As usual, he entered the Big Sister's live stream to help with a PK. Everything was going smoothly, he easily crushed the opposing streamer as he usually did. Suddenly, starting with a koan appeared and began gifting him. At first, he didn't take starting with a koan seriously. After all, the other party was just a super emperor, while he was a top-tier emperor, 2 levels above. However, starting with a koan suddenly gifted a god of wealth, which took him by surprise. A 9.99 million god of wealth gift was something he rarely gifted himself. Unless it was during some grand event PK, he would only gift the god of wealth then. Xinqing Tianyuan, don't be timid. Go for the god of wealth and crush the opponent. The onlookers in the live stream began to cheer again, igniting Xinqing Tianyuan's blood. Yes, he couldn't back down. He had already been slapped in the face by Yishao at the bar today, he couldn't show weakness online anymore. He wanted to regain that thrill of spending money. So, Xinqing Tianyuan also clicked to gift a god of wealth. Instantly, the Big Sister's PK bar surged ahead again. Xinqing Tianyuan is awesome. Xinqing Tianyuan is 666, the opponent is just a nobody, no match for Xinqing. However, just as Xinqing Tianyuan was about to celebrate, the opponent immediately gifted another god of wealth. A dazzling god of wealth descended from the sky, filling the entire screen and shocking the audience once more. Handsome guy, click to generate power with love. It's a free small gift that can boost your fan value on the leaderboard. The author has something to say, where's the handsome guy? Damn, a second god of wealth. Impressive, the god of wealth is so domineering. Koan is amazing, already gifted over 20 million. Koan is powerful, take down Xinqing Tianyuan. When Yi Koan gifted the second god of wealth, the entire live stream erupted. This was a 9.99 million god of wealth, gifted consecutively, only a true big spender would dare to play like this. This starting with a koan was definitely a big spender in real life. More and more people flooded into the live stream to watch this PK battle. Could Xinqing Tianyuan keep up? If he gifted another god of wealth, the Big Sister's PK bar could surpass again. At this point, only 10 seconds were left in the PK. Xinqing Tianyuan, you are a top-tier emperor, crush the opponent, don't be timid. The onlookers began to cheer again. After all, it wasn't their own money being spent. Watching Big Spender's gift was thrilling. Gift it, Xinqing Tianyuan, fear no battle. Xiao Tianyuan gritted his teeth and gifted another god of wealth. A 9.99 million gift was a bit painful for him, but it wasn't enough to break the bank. Gritting his teeth, he went ahead and gifted it. The key was that he couldn't lose the PK and tarnish the name of Xinqing Tianyuan. On the other side, in Xiao Rou's livestream, everyone was shocked to see Xinqing Tianyuan gift another god of wealth. Xinqing Tianyuan truly deserved to be the 7th-ranked super big spender on the leaderboard, having gifted 2 god of wealth gifts in a row. Over 20 million in gifts just like that. Boss Kuan, go for it, don't be cowardly. Gift the god of wealth. Boss Kuan, slap Xinqing Tianyuan hard, don't stop. The onlookers waved their flags and shouted, eagerly anticipating a more intense battle of the wealthy. Yi Kuan smiled, he was gifting himself on the platform. Although he was spending real money, the platform was making a profit too. The money earned would ultimately end up in his pocket. No matter how he spent, he wouldn't lose. He could also increase the popularity and income of the Kuanping platform. It felt great. So, Yi Kuan placed his finger on the god of wealth gift and gently tapped, sending out another god of wealth. Instantly, a dazzling god of wealth descended from the sky, filling the entire screen. It shocked the entire audience again. Wow! This is the 3rd god of wealth gift that Boss Kuan has sent out at the start. Over 30 million in gifts, just like that. Boss Kuan is so domineering, so extravagant. A new wealthy person is about to be born. The live stream exploded, countless people were ecstatic. Their scalps tingled. It was spine-chilling, so extravagant. Xiao Tianyuan, seeing Boss Kuan send out the 3rd god of wealth at the start, was equally shocked. This Boss Kuan was too extravagant. It was just a normal PK, and he directly sent out over 30 million. He was crushed by Yi Kuan in reality. Would he also be slapped in the face online? He was unwilling. He was not ready to give up. He had already spent over 20 million. He couldn't back down. At this moment, Xiao Tianyuan was also furious, caught in a dilemma. So, he clicked on the god of wealth gift in the gift bar again. However, a prompt popped up, indicating insufficient balance. Damn, he had spent over 20 million, and his diamonds were insufficient. At this time, recharging was too late. Moreover, even if he continued to recharge, he might not be able to beat the Boss Kuan at the start. PK countdown. 3, 2, 1. PK time ended. Boss Kuan defeated Xinxing Tianyuan, helping Xiao Rou win the PK battle. Damn! Boss Kuan defeated the 7th-ranked god of wealth, Xinxing Tianyuan. Damn! In a normal PK, both sides combined spent over 50 million. Awesome, Boss Kuan sent out over 30 million. A new wealthy person was born on Kuanping Live. Boss Kuan is so domineering. Please accept your little brother's knee. Boss Kuan, I'll dress as a girl and act cute. Will you gift me? The live stream erupted again, exploding with excitement. Ding! Worship value super crit plus 6,666. Ding! Worship value super crit plus 8,888. Ding! Worship value super crit plus 9,999. The worship value super crit hit crazily, skyrocketing. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task, helping the goddess-level beauty Tang Rou win the PK match. Ding! Reward, Spirit plus 3, congratulations to the host for raising Spirit to 15. Ding! Reward, 1 random lottery chance. In an instant, Yi Kuan felt invigorated, full of energy, and his spiritual perception became stronger. System, I want to draw a lottery. Yi Kuan silently thought. It was time for the exciting lottery moment. Suddenly, a huge spinning wheel appeared in his mind. The wheel contained all sorts of magical gifts. A like increases 1 point of favorability. A love letter increases 1 point of favorability. A cup of bubble tea increases 3 points of favorability. A lust charm increases 5 points of favorability. An inspiration capsule increases 9 points of favorability. A character summoning card increases 19 points of favorability. Damn! The gifts on the spinning wheel had all changed, turning into magical gifts that could increase favorability. Anything that could enhance favorability was definitely a good thing. I want it all. Oh, degree asterisk, oh handsome, I want it all. Oh, degree asterisk, oh, host, do you choose to start the lottery? Start with a command from Yi Kuan. The huge wheel in his mind began to spin, gradually speeding up into a whirlwind. Stop! The speed of the big wheel gradually slowed down and finally came to a halt, the pointer pointing to an inspiration capsule. Ding! Congratulations, the host has drawn an inspiration capsule. Description: as long as the other party takes an inspiration capsule, it can increase the host's favorability by 9 points. The inspiration capsule is only effective for those with a favorability below 90. If the favorability has reached 90, it will have no effect. Wow! I actually drew an inspiration capsule. 1 inspiration capsule, and the favorability skyrockets. It's so satisfying. Ding! Tang Rou's favorability towards the host plus 10. Ding! Tang Rou's favorability towards the host plus 10. Ding! Tang Rou's favorability towards the host has increased to 80. Reminder, once the goddess-level beauty's favorability towards the host reaches 90, she will throw herself at the host and reward 20 points of physique. Wow! Tang Rou's favorability is only 80. And even if the inspiration capsule is used, it will only be 89. A bit of a pity. Better to save the inspiration capsule for later. Then, Yi Kuan checked his basic information again. Name, Yi Kuan strength, 16 agility, 13 physique, 28 spirit, 15 charm, 9 note. The peak attributes for ordinary people are 10, godly rich reserve, trillions of huaxia coins, disposable godly money, 900 million. Skills, God-level driving skills, never drunk after 1,000 cups aura, loved by all, flowers bloom at the sight, charm aura. Items, a health card, an inspiration capsule. Godly points, 1. Just then, the music in the venue stopped, and a voice from the high platform shouted excitedly. Please welcome the most beautiful DJ queen of this bar, let the whole place scream. Handsome guys and little fairies, please consciously send free love-powered gifts to recharge the author, which can increase fan value and the author's favorability. The author has something to say. Handsome guys, please consciously send free love-powered gifts to climb the rankings. Please welcome the most beautiful DJ queen of this bar, let the whole place scream. With a wave of screams from the audience, a sexy and charming female DJ stepped onto the stage. Beautiful and captivating. Shining throughout the venue. Hey, isn't that the bar's owner, Chang Yueton? How did she become the DJ queen? Yi Kuan was also surprised. The DJ beauty on stage was indeed the goddess-level beauty he had seen before, Chang Yueton. It turns out she has another identity as the DJ queen. Then, Chang Yueton began to spin the records, her movements graceful, her expression charming, and incredibly sexy, the electronic music igniting the entire venue. The screams and cheers from the audience were continuous. The atmosphere was explosive. At this moment, Chang Yueton was the focus of the entire venue and the brightest star, truly the DJ queen. Ding! Triggered random task, invite DJ Queen Chang Yuetong to the Supreme Emperor's private room for drinks and conversation. Task reward, strength plus 5. Another random task triggered by the goddess-level beauty Chang Yuetong. So satisfying. Yi Kuan waved his hand, calling over the general manager of TX Bar. Do you have a Supreme Emperor's private room in your bar? Yi Kuan asked. The position he was sitting in was the Supreme booth, but there should be even more expensive and luxurious private rooms in the bar. Young Master Yi, our bar's most expensive is the Supreme Emperor's private room, and the price for one night is 5 million. But, young Master Yi has booked the entire TX bar and has the right to use this Supreme Emperor's private room, the bar's general manager said respectfully. Yi Kuan spent 100 million to book the entire TX bar, so naturally, he had the right to use the best Supreme Emperor's private room. Alright, then take me to the Supreme Emperor's private room, Yi Kuan said. Sure, young Master Yi, please, the bar's general manager said respectfully, personally leading the way. Yi Kuan greeted Lin Su and Shen Wenwen before following to the Supreme Emperor's private room. The Supreme Emperor's private room was the most luxurious in the entire bar, capable of accommodating at least 50 people for dancing and revelry. Moreover, it had the best location, just 3 to 5 steps away from the DJ. Yi Kuan sat in the luxurious private room of the Supreme Emperor, sipping on Ace of Spades champagne, enjoying the close-up performance of DJ Queen Chang Yuetong. She was stunningly beautiful, sexy and charming, with delicate collarbones, a slender waist, fair skin, and an extraordinary aura. Additionally, she exuded a unique charm, a mix of mystery, allure, and dynamism, making one unable to resist wanting to get closer to her, to understand her, to explore her. Beautiful, so beautiful. Chang Yuetong truly deserves the system's rating of a goddess-level beauty with a score of 97. Yi Kuan couldn't help but exclaim. He then waved his hand and said to the bar's general manager, after the DJing is over, help me invite DJ Queen to the Supreme Emperor's private room for a drink. Okay, young Master Yi, the manager nodded and left the Supreme Emperor's private room. Yi Kuan continued to sip champagne while watching Chang Yuetong DJ. Not only was she beautiful, but her DJing moves were also impressive, igniting the entire venue. Moments later, Chang Yuetong finished her set and was invited into the Supreme Emperor's private room. She glanced at Yi Kuan, her beautiful eyes lighting up. Yi Kuan exuded a sense of mystery and special charm, making her feel a sense of fondness. Quite appealing. Ding! Goddess-level beauty Chang Yuetong looked at the host, influenced by the charm aura that makes people love him, affection plus 30. Ding! Congratulations, the affection of goddess-level beauty Chang Yuetong for the host has increased to 60. Ding! Reward, spirit plus 10, congratulations, the host's spirit has increased to 25. In an instant, Yi Kuan felt refreshed and couldn't help but feel very pleased and relaxed. Young Master Yi, we meet again. Let me reintroduce myself, my name is Chang Yuetong, she said with a smile, extending her delicate hand to Yi Kuan, appearing very poised. Upon meeting again, her fondness for Yi Kuan had greatly increased, finding this man very charming. Yes, we meet again. My name is Yi Kuan said, gently shaking hands with Chang Yuetong, smiling. I didn't know Miss Chang was such a great DJ, very exciting and amazing. DJing is my hobby and profession. By the way, you can just call me Yuetong, she replied with a smile. She was the second daughter of the Chang group, with a twin sister named Chang Yueshi. Unlike her cold and domineering CEO sister, she was free-spirited, generous, and loved making friends. Yuetong, then you don't need to call me young Master Yi, just call me Yi Kuan, please sit, Yi Kuan said with a smile, inviting Chang Yuetong to sit down and drink together. Every smile and frown of Chang Yuetong was filled with charm, incredibly alluring. Especially when viewed up close, there was a feeling that made one's heart race. Then, Yi Kuan poured a glass of champagne for Chang Yuetong. The two gently clinked their glasses. Yi Kuan, your alcohol tolerance seems quite good. You managed to drink all of Xiao Tianyuan's second-generation friends under the table, while you seem completely fine, Chang Yuetong said, staring at Yi Kuan in surprise. She knew that Yi Kuan had toasted with Louis XIII cognac with Xiao Tianyuan and the others. As a result, all 8 of Xiao Tianyuan's side were knocked out, while Yi Kuan remained spirited. Quite miraculous. Ha ha. I'm not drunk after 1,000 cups. Yi Kuan smiled and said. He possessed the skill of being unaffected by alcohol. 10 Xiao Tianyu would not be his match. You haven't joined the Magic City Supercar Club yet, have you? I've never seen you before. Chang Yuetong asked. Yi Kuan seemed quite mysterious. His name was not known in the second-generation circle of Magic City, yet he could spend 100 million to book the TX bar. I haven't joined any club. Yi Kuan shook his head. He had just acquired a Hongqi supercar today. Then you can join the Magic City Supercar Club. I'm a senior member and can recommend you. We can hang out and play with cars together. Chang Yuetong smiled. Sure, Yi Kuan nodded. He had god-level driving skills and was already a car god. That Xiao Tianyu was also a member of the Magic City Supercar Club, and he just spent over 70 million to buy a Pagani Huayra. He'll probably challenge you to a race, Chang Yuetong said. Xiao Tianyu had a flashy personality and loved to spend money. After being humiliated by Yi Kuan at the TX bar today, he would definitely look for a chance to regain his pride elsewhere. These rich second-generation kids cared a lot about their image and wouldn't easily admit defeat. Unless you were much stronger than him and completely crushed him, he would only then accept defeat and even bow down to you. Racing? He's not my opponent because I'm a car god. Yi Kuan laughed. With his god-level driving skills, who could rival him? Not to mention a rich second generation like Xiao Tianyu, there wasn't a single person in all of Huaxia who could surpass him in driving skills. He was truly invincible. Is that so? Then I want to see your driving skills. Chang Yuetong smiled, charming and alluring. Special thanks to the handsome CYGGDY for the 2 character summoning charms and inspiration capsules. He's really awesome, and the characters will be arranged. The author has something to say. Handsome guys gather. The old book has been renamed to Godly Rich Warrior. I'm invincible from the start. Yi Kuan and Chang Yuetong were drinking and chatting about life in the Supreme Emperor's private room, and their relationship quickly grew much closer. Chang Yuetong was not only beautiful and sexy but also very generous and bold in character. Being with her felt very comfortable and pleasant. She was a very charming girl. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task of inviting Chang Yuetong to drink and chat about life. Ding! Reward for the host, strength +5. Congratulations to the host for increasing strength to 21. In an instant, Yi Kuan felt a mysterious energy injected into his body, making him even stronger. It felt great. His current strength was already twice the peak level of a human. He could probably kill a cow with one punch. He could lift a girl high with one hand and spin her around. Ha ha. Excuse me for a moment, I need to go on stage to DJ. Chang Yuetong stood up from her seat and said. Just then, Yi Kuan heard the system's prompt in his mind. Ding! Substitute for the goddess-level beauty Chang Yuetong to DJ once, ignite the whole venue. Reward, god-level DJ skills. Substitute for Chang Yuetong to DJ once, reward god-level DJ skills. DJing is considered a very niche skill. From chatting and drinking with Chang Yuetong earlier, he learned that DJing also has multiple skill levels. Rookie DJ, Veteran DJ, Beginner DJ, Intermediate DJ, Advanced DJ, Top DJ, Ace DJ, Goddess/God-level DJ, Superstar DJ, and the highest, DJ Queen. The system directly rewarded him with god-level DJ skills, which was already very strong. God-level DJ skills were enough to participate in large tours and control venues with tens of thousands of people. This DJing skill could definitely hype up the entire venue. Yuetong, how about I substitute for you and DJ once? Yi Kuan called out to Chang Yuetong. You can DJ too? Chang Yuetong stared at Yi Kuan in astonishment, unable to believe it. DJing was a relatively niche skill that most people wouldn't attempt. Even if some occasionally tried their hand at it, their skills were usually mediocre, making it hard to control the entire atmosphere. Ha ha. I have the DJ skills of a male god. I guarantee I can get the whole place hyped. Yi Kuan laughed. He was an all-rounder, with no skill he couldn't master. Driving, DJing, he excelled at everything. Really? Then I'll wait and see, all ears. Chang Yuetong smiled, her beautiful eyes sparkling with anticipation. If Yi Kuan could DJ, it would definitely impress her. Just wait for me to blow the place away, Yi Kuan said confidently. Soon, the excited voice of the MC rang out from the bar's stage. Please welcome the most handsome DJ, Yi Xiao, to the stage. Let's hear you scream. Amidst the crowd's screams, Yi Kuan made a dazzling entrance. Wow! Isn't he the rich guy Yi Xiao who booked the entire TX bar? Shocking! Yi Xiao can actually DJ. Amazing! My male god is capable of anything. The crowd went wild at Yi Kuan's appearance, screams echoing everywhere. Especially among some female office workers and students, the screams were deafening. Yi Kuan placed his hands on the turntables and took a deep breath. Ding! Rewarding host with male god-level DJ skills. In an instant, a wealth of DJ techniques and experience flooded Yi Kuan's mind, elevating his skills to an extraordinary level. It was truly impressive. Can Yi Xiao DJ? Why isn't he starting yet? He can't be up there just for fun, without any DJ skills, right? The dazzling light shone on Yi Kuan, all eyes in the venue were on him, eagerly anticipating his explosive performance. At that moment, he was the center of attention. In the next instant, Yi Kuan's fingers moved, dancing over the turntables with incredible agility. His finger movements were rapid, dazzling to behold. His techniques were mesmerizing, leaving everyone in awe. His expression was intensely focused, lost in the moment, exuding an irresistible charm. He was the most striking figure in the room. As his fingers danced quickly, a variety of beautiful, explosive electronic music filled the venue. The enchanting melodies and dynamic beats sent shivers down spines. Wow! Yi Xiao really can DJ. And his moves are so cool. Amazing! Yi Xiao is the most stylish, the most handsome male god. So hyped! Yi Xiao, I love you. Love you. Love you. The crowd's screams were relentless. The cheers never stopped. The place was on fire. It was an explosive atmosphere. At that moment, everyone was in a frenzy. Ding! Gained 666 worship points. Ding! Gained 777 worship points. Ding! Gained 888 worship points. Ding! Gained 999 worship points. In an instant, Yi Koen was wildly racking up worship points on sight. It felt exhilarating. Chang Yuetong watched Yi Koen's smooth and skillful DJing, utterly amazed. Yi Koen really could DJ, and his skills had reached an extraordinary level. It was quite astonishing. Ding! Goddess-level beauty Chang Yuetong's favorability towards the host plus 10. Ding! Chang Yuetong's favorability towards the host has risen to 70. At that moment, Goddess Chang Yuetong's favorability towards Yi Koen increased again, making her even more curious about him. Yi Koen was so charming, as if he could do anything, deeply attracting her. She wanted to know more. More about this mysterious and charismatic man. What an interesting person. Chang Yuetong gazed at Yi Koen, revealing an incredibly alluring smile. She rarely found a man interesting. Yi Koen was captivating, giving her a different feeling. Just a little flutter in her heart. Not quite love. Just a strong curiosity. Yi Koen, with his mesmerizing DJ skills, electrified the entire venue, wildly garnering a wave of admiration. He was the most handsome god among them, provoking countless beautiful girls to scream in excitement. Even Chang Yuetong, the goddess, looked at him with newfound respect, feeling a flutter of attraction and curiosity. Soon after, Yi Koen and Chang Yuetong exchanged contact information and agreed to go off-road racing together next time. Then, Yi Koen returned to the VIP area. Boss, you can DJ too. That's amazing. The whole place was cheering for you just now. The female secretary, Chen Wenwen, gazed at Yi Koen with admiration. At that moment, she was slightly tipsy, her cheeks flushed. The boss not only had incredible driving skills and could drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk, but he also mastered the rare art of DJing, blowing the crowd away. Such a boss was simply too handsome, his charm irresistible. What couldn't he do? Koen-gu, I didn't know you were so talented. DJing like that, you really rocked the place, it's incredible. Lin Su was equally shocked and in awe. They had been classmates for 4 years in college, and he had no idea Yi Koen was so impressively versatile. First, he spent $1 billion to book the entire TX bar. Then, he showcased his miraculous ability to drink without getting drunk, knocking down several top second-generation heirs from Magic City. Finally, he displayed his superb DJ skills, blowing the crowd away. It was as if he was seeing Yi Koen in a new light, and he was deeply impressed. Yi-gu, you're so handsome, radiating charm, even more so than a star. I was cheering for you the whole time. Yang and I wrapped her arm around Yi Koen's, her face filled with excitement. After a night of brief interaction, she was completely captivated by Yi Koen, dizzy from his handsomeness, utterly enchanted. Her fondness for Yi Koen had reached 90, indicating she was willing to actively pursue him. Yi Koen was not only handsome and charming but also multi-talented, a super rich man. Even an ordinary girl, let alone a campus beauty, couldn't resist his allure. Yi-gu, you're really amazing, super impressive. Tang Ro, who had been quiet before, became bolder after a few drinks. Her fondness for Yi Koen had reached 80, indicating she liked him quite a bit, just a step away from pursuing him. In her eyes, Yi Koen was incredibly charming, very masculine, the kind of man who made her heart race. Just basic skills, nothing to mention. Yi Koen smiled. He had many more skills. Basic operations, no big deal. However, being surrounded by various beautiful women was also quite troublesome. At that moment, Yang Ni's delicate and fiery body was pressed tightly against him. Her ample chest occasionally brushed against his arm, sending waves of softness and elasticity that made his heart race. Yang and I was like a little enchantress, constantly flirting and teasing Yi Koen. Although Tang Ro wasn't as bold and fiery as Yang and I, she also leaned closer to Yi Koen, engaging in slight physical contact with him. She was a dance student, her body possessing astonishing flexibility that was captivating. The group continued to party until after 2 in the morning. Except for Yi Kuan, everyone else was somewhat tipsy. Especially Yi Kuan's female secretary, who, feeling the effects of the alcohol, had already slumped over the table, while Lin Su was nearly unconscious. They had been drinking heavily, and the alcohol had taken its toll. So, Yi Kuan took the initiative to suggest leaving the TX bar. Once outside, several Rolls-Royce Phantoms were waiting. Yi Kuan arranged for one of the Phantoms to take Yang and I and Tangro back to school. This left Yang and I and Tangro feeling both surprised and a bit disappointed. Yi Kuan didn't take them for a late-night snack, nor did he show any intention of taking them home. He simply sent them back to school. Lin Su, having exited the bar, was feeling a bit more sober and capable of moving on his own, so he didn't need Yi Kuan's arrangements. Yi Kuan and Chen Wenwen sat in a Rolls-Royce Phantom, returning to the Kuanpingiping mansion. As for his red flag supercar, a bodyguard helped him drive it back to the underground parking lot. The female secretary was heavily intoxicated, and after a brief sobering up, Yi Kuan let her sleep in the guest room. Yi Kuan slept soundly on the large bed in the master bedroom. Around 9 in the morning, he received a call from his beautiful university counselor, Chen Jinghua. It turned out that today was the centennial celebration of his alma mater, Modo University of Finance and Economics. The school would notify some outstanding alumni to attend the celebration activities. Yi Kuan had earned his first pot of gold during university, and he could barely be considered one of the outstanding graduates of his class. That's why Counselor Chen Jinghua called to inform him. Previously, Chen Jinghua had already sent him a message about it, but Yi Kuan had forgotten. Then, Yi Kuan called home to check on his parents' health and chat about family matters. When he heard that his dad's chronic neck pain had flared up again, Yi Kuan decisively used that health card for his dad. When he heard that his mom planned to buy a big house in the eastern new city, Yi Kuan waved his hand and directly transferred 100 million over. Problems that can be solved with money are not problems at all. In his freshman year, Yi Kuan was already able to earn his own tuition. By his sophomore year, he had made his first million. In his junior year, he bought a Porsche with his own ability. With enough capital, his speed of making money in the capital market also increased rapidly. Therefore, even though he transferred 100 million to his parents, they were surprised but completely accepted it. After that, Yi Kuan got up, had breakfast prepared by Chen Wenwen, and drove the red flag supercar directly to Moda University of Finance and Economics. Special thanks to the handsome CYGGDY for the gift, and to the handsome Qingha Bugue for the character summoning talisman, as well as other lovely book friends for their small gifts. You are all the most handsome, giving the author great motivation. Yi Kuan drove the red flag supercar, and as soon as he entered the finance university, it caused waves of admiration. Wow! This is the domestic god car, the Hongqi Tang supercar, which has appeared at the Moto Auto Show. I heard this red flag supercar has a landing price of 30 million, limited to one in the world, unique. Domestic god car, amazing. So many impressive seniors are returning for this anniversary event. I wonder which class they are from, to be able to drive a Hongqi Tang supercar. The students of the finance university looked at the red flag supercar driving into the campus with envy and admiration. Ding! Congratulations, you have gained 55 admiration points. Ding! Congratulations, you have gained 66 admiration points. Ding! Congratulations, you have gained 99 admiration points. The admiration points rapidly increased. After Yi Kuan parked the red flag supercar in the school parking lot, he contacted his university counselor, Chen Jinghua. Yi Kuan, over here. Counselor Chen Jinghua waved at Yi Kuan. Today, she was responsible for receiving the outstanding returning students. Yi Kuan looked ahead and saw a tall, graceful beauty with flowing long hair standing not far away. Waving at him, it was the beautiful Counselor Chen Jinghua. Ding! Detected a campus beauty level female. Name, Chen Jinghua. Appearance, 94, campus beauty level, height, 166 measurements, 86, 62, 88 bust, 34C favorability, 50 personality, gentle, generous. Chen Jinghua was originally the campus beauty of the finance university, and after graduation, she stayed on as a counselor. Not only was she very beautiful, but her gentle and generous personality made her the object of admiration and secret love for many boys. Yi Kuan had a good impression of Chen Jinghua during university. Jinjing. Yi Kuan approached Chen Jinghua and smiled. In college, Yi Kuan often teased Chen Jinghua, always calling her Jingjing. However, she had a great personality and never got angry. Oh, Yi Kuan, you've become more handsome again, and there's a unique charm about you. Chen Jinghua looked at Yi Kuan with surprise. Yi Kuan was more mature than during college, exuding masculinity. Moreover, he had a unique aura about him that was hard to describe but very attractive, making people want to get close to him. Even as she looked at Yi Kuan a little longer, she suddenly felt a fluttering sensation in her heart. Ding! The campus beauty Chen Jinghua looked at the host again, influenced by the charm aura of being loved by everyone, affection plus 30. Ding! The affection of campus beauty Chen Jinghua for the host has increased to 80, reward agility plus 10. Ding! Congratulations, the host's agility has increased to 23. Strength, 21, agility, 23, constitution, 28, spirit, 25. In an instant, a magical energy surged into his body. Yi Kuan felt that his muscle lines were more perfect, and his physique was even more robust. This was the direct benefit of increased agility. Raising a beauty's affection level rewarded basic attributes, which felt great. Jinghua, you just now realized I have charm. You regret not pursuing me back then, right? Now I'm giving you a chance to chase me. Yi Kuan joked with Chen Jinghua, enjoying teasing her. Full of yourself, you're still so unserious. Chen Jinghua rolled her beautiful eyes at Yi Kuan. Yi Kuan had worked hard and was excellent in college, but his personality was a bit cynical, always joking around. Come on, there are many outstanding alumni in the auditorium, let's go over. Chen Jinghua walked side by side with Yi Kuan towards the school auditorium. Along the way, their handsome and beautiful duo attracted the attention of many students. Once they entered the school auditorium, Yi Kuan saw some alumni gathered in groups, chatting and laughing. Especially those who had graduated and become successful. The more successful they were, the more people surrounded them. Among them were certain business tycoons, heirs of family businesses, and heads of large companies, all surrounded like stars around the moon. Suddenly, Yi Kuan spotted a familiar beautiful figure in the crowd. It was the campus beauty from his college days, known as the most beautiful girl at the university, Yang Yijuan. At that moment, Yang Yijuan was surrounded by many successful men and elite individuals, just like stars around the moon. However, when she looked up and saw Yi Kuan, her beautiful eyes lit up with surprise, and she quickly made her way through the crowd towards Yi Kuan. Her action caused the successful individuals around her to show expressions of astonishment, their gazes turning towards Yi Kuan. What kind of man could make Yang Yijuan rush towards him so eagerly? Yi Kuan, you came too. Yang Yijuan's beautiful eyes fixed on Yi Kuan, her stunning face breaking into a charming smile. Ding! A goddess-level beauty detected. Name, Yang Yijuan, appearance, 96, goddess level, height, 170, measurements, 86, 61, 90, bust, 34D, affection, 80, traits, enchanting, domineering, loves fiercely and hates fiercely. Yang Yijuan's affection for Yi Kuan was as high as 80, which did not surprise Yi Kuan at all, because he had once saved her life by accident. That was at the indoor swimming pool of the school, where Yang Yijuan nearly drowned due to a cramp in her foot. Yi Kuan noticed something was wrong and jumped into the pool to save her. In front of many teachers and students, he performed CPR and chest compressions, bringing her back to life. After that, Yang Yijuan became attached to Yi Kuan, and Yi Kuan became the target of envy, turning into the enemy of all the boys in the school. During his university years, Yi Kuan was busy making money and ignored Yang Yijuan's repeated hints and pursuits. He didn't date in college because girls would only slow down his earning speed. Now that he was no longer short on money, he wouldn't resist the idea of romance. Yijuan. Yi Kuan greeted Yang Yijuan as well. Yang Yijuan had a strong personality and was very capable. During university, she was the president of the student council. After graduation, she refused to join the family business and chose to join an innovative company instead. It was said that she had now become the general manager, on her way to becoming a domineering female CEO. When Yang Yijuan saw that Yi Kuan didn't avoid her but greeted her warmly, she couldn't help but feel delighted, revealing a beautiful and enchanting smile. At the same time, she noticed that Yi Kuan's appearance and demeanor had changed significantly. He was more handsome and charming now. Ding! The goddess-level beauty Yang Yijuan took an extra glance at the host, influenced by the charm aura that makes people adored and flowers bloom, increasing favorability by plus 10. Note, the charm aura can only increase favorability to a maximum of 90. Since Yang Yijuan's favorability towards the host was already 80, it increased by 10 points under the charm aura's effect. Ding! Congratulations, the favorability of the goddess-level beauty Yang Yijuan towards the host has increased to 90, reward, physique plus 30. Ding! Congratulations, the host's physique has increased to 58. Note, the host's physique far exceeds that of ordinary people, with extraordinary combat power, gaining the ability of invincible prowess. Wow! What is this invincible prowess? He had only heard of invincible strength, but never of invincible prowess. Could it be that his combat power in that aspect had already reached an unbeatable level? He was quite surprised. He didn't expect that an increase in physique could also grant such a special ability. Yijuan, who is this person? Aren't you going to introduce us? At that moment, a young man dressed in a custom high-end suit, wearing a tie and looking like a successful person, walked over and asked Yang Ijun. His name was Ding Yan, who also graduated from the prestigious Shanghai University of Finance and Economics, then went to Stanford for a master's degree, and returned to inherit the family business. Multiple handsome guys and beautiful women have already made their appearances. If you want to customize a character, leave a message in the review section. Rich second generation, female CEO, female bodyguard, maid, flight attendant, mature woman, lowly, and various other characters are waiting for you to choose. The author has something to say. The handsome guys can join the wealthy group. Ding Yan was worth billions, well-groomed, a typical rich and handsome man, a diamond bachelor, and a successful person in the eyes of others. However, there was a hint of hostility in his gaze towards Yi Kuan, because Yang Yijuan had never been so proactive with other men. He was jealous. Seeing Ding Yan come over and interrupt her reunion with Yi Kuan, Yang Yijuan felt quite displeased. However, she still spoke up. "Let me introduce him." Yang Yijuan pointed at Ding Yan and introduced, "This is our university's outstanding graduate, Ding Yan." She seemed too lazy to elaborate on Ding Yan, being quite perfunctory. Then, Yang Yijuan looked at Yi Kuan with a tender gaze. Immediately, in the astonished eyes of everyone, she boldly wrapped her arm around Yi Kuan's and introduced to the crowd, "This is Yi Kuan, the person I secretly liked and had a crush on during university." At this statement, the entire venue was shocked. An uproar, petrified, exploded. The daughter of the Yang family, the most beautiful girl at the university, Yang Yijuan, actually took the initiative to announce that she had someone she liked and had a crush on. At that moment, those who admired, had crushes on, and coveted Yang Yijuan seemed to hear the sound of their hearts breaking. Among these people were company presidents, heirs of family businesses, top rich second-generation individuals, and successful entrepreneurs who started from scratch. They all lost to Yi Kuan. This seemingly ordinary man, apart from being handsome, what right does he have to win the affection of the goddess Yang Yijuan, and even be confessed to and pursued? At this moment, everyone looked at Yi Kuan with deep envy, jealousy, and hatred. Yi Kuan, held by Yang Yijuan, felt the unfriendly gazes of the crowd and couldn't help but feel a bit helpless. Yang Yijuan was still so bold in love and hate, so daring. She actually announced in front of everyone that I was the person she liked and had a crush on. Wasn't that just making enemies for me? Well, he had once again become the public enemy, the target of everyone's scorn. However, at this moment, Yi Kuan was a super rich man, incredibly confident, relaxed, and carefree, completely unconcerned about the opinions and gazes of others. So what if he became the public enemy? Yi Kuan feared nothing. "Oh, Mr. Yi must be a very successful and outstanding person to win Yijuan's affection. I wonder if you are the heir of a family business or the CEO of a listed company?" Ding Yan stared at Yi Kuan with an unfriendly gaze, filled with jealousy. He had known Yang Yijuan since childhood, and their families were close friends. He considered himself to have a childhood sweetheart relationship with Yang Yijuan, even seeing her as his own woman. And now, Yang Yijuan suddenly announced that she had someone she liked, and it was her secret crush. This instantly felt like a thunderclap to him, as if his head was filled with green. Snowflakes danced, and the north wind howled. "I'm neither the heir of a family business nor the CEO of a listed company," Yi Kuan said with a calm smile. He was the behind-the-scenes big boss of Confronting Group, not the heir of any family business. Moreover, Confronting Group didn't seem to be listed yet, so he couldn't be considered the CEO of a listed company either. He was just an ordinary handsome guy, like those adorable readers who gave 5-star reviews. A talent among millions, wealthy and prosperous, close to $1 billion. And he also possessed god-level driving skills, could drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk, was loved by everyone, and had a charm that made flowers bloom, along with unbeatable skills. Truly ordinary. Upon hearing that Yi Kuan was neither the heir of a family business nor the CEO of a listed company, Ding Yan couldn't help but show a hint of disdain. How could someone so ordinary be so confident? What right did he have to win the favor of the goddess Yang Yijuan? However, he was deep-minded and cunning, not showing this emotion on the surface. You must be an outstanding graduate to be invited by the school to participate in the centennial celebration. Ding Yan first praised Yi Kuan, then changed his tone, deliberately showing curiosity and asked, "I wonder how much contribution you've made to the school? How much did you donate for this centennial celebration?" He saw that Yi Kuan was young and clearly had just graduated not long ago. Even if he was an outstanding graduate, without a background, how much achievement could he have? Even if he worked in a big company, he would only earn a meager salary of a few tens of thousands. What contribution could he make to the school? What could he donate? His question was undoubtedly aimed at putting Yi Kuan in a difficult position. That's right, for this centennial celebration, Mr. Ding donated 100 million to his alma mater. Mr. Ding is truly a young talent, a model for our generation, and his first move is 100 million. Young Master Yi is talented. I wonder how much he can donate to his alma mater? Indeed, as an outstanding graduate of the financial university, how can he not contribute to his alma mater? The so-called elite people around all chimed in to support Ding Yan, while simultaneously mocking Yi Koen. They were eager to see his embarrassment. 100 million. Ding Yan directly donated 100 million to his alma mater. Could Yi Koen do that? Ding Yan also showed a proud expression, finding that feeling of being the center of attention, adored by thousands. In college, boys could attract beautiful girls just by their handsome appearance. However, after entering society, relying solely on looks is no longer enough. One must speak with strength. Without strength, one is nothing. For example, during this school anniversary event, he donated 100 million and immediately gained the admiration of everyone. Even the school treated him with great respect. Yi Koen, why should he compete with him for the goddess Yang Ijuan? Can he come up with 100 million? Yang Ijuan frowned slightly and defended Yi Koen, saying, Yi Koen is very outstanding. He earned his tuition through his own abilities during college and even bought a car. Yang Ijuan protected Yi Koen and spoke highly of him. This only made Ding Yan more jealous. Earning tuition, buying a car, even making hundreds of millions. So what? These are just trivial matters. For those of them who were born at the finish line and could inherit the family business right after graduation, it was hardly worth mentioning. Yi Xiao is so outstanding. I wonder how much he plans to donate to his alma mater this time? Ding Yan stared at Yi Koen, revealing a mocking expression. He was going to latch onto the donation issue and make Yi Koen uncomfortable. Ding! Triggered random task. Donate to alma mater and slap Ding Yan in the face. Task reward, Celebrity Halo. Note, this donation will be fully funded by the Billionaire Reserve Fund. No one can show off in front of a billionaire. Wow! Slapping Ding Yan in the face, reward, Celebrity Halo. As long as it's a halo, it must be a good thing. Just look at the effect of the charm halo to know how powerful the halo is. Is donating 100 million a lot? Yi Koen smiled, scanning the crowd with a disdainful gaze. Author's note, handsome guys and girls, if you want characters, go to the review section and leave a message. Is donating 100 million a lot? As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd was shocked. An uproar. 100 million is a huge fortune that many people would never earn in a lifetime. Yet, in Yi Koen's mouth, it seemed so ordinary. He couldn't be someone who liked to boast and show off, could he? How did such a person get invited to the school's centennial celebration? The way everyone looked at Yi Koen was filled with disdain and ridicule. What a big talk. 100 million is nothing. I wonder how much Yi Xiao will donate to his alma mater? Ding Yan sneered, thinking Yi Koen was just a brash young man. How could such a person be qualified to be his rival? The goddess Yang Ijuan should belong to him. 100 million, I really can't come up with that. Yi Koen shook his head. He spent 100 million just renting out a bar for a night. If he only donated 100 million for his alma mater's centennial celebration, he would feel embarrassed himself. How about this? I will donate 1 billion to my alma mater. Yi Koen casually stated a number. As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd was once again shocked, petrified. An uproar. Oh, 1 billion? Yi Koen said he would donate 1 billion to his alma mater. Although there were many successful people present, no one would donate 1 billion to the school, because most people couldn't come up with 100 billion. Even if there were billionaires present, they wouldn't be willing to donate 1 billion all at once. This joke isn't funny at all. 1 billion, can you really come up with that? Ding Yan sneered, not believing that Yi Koen could donate 1 billion. Although his family's assets far exceeded 100 billion, they would never donate it to the school. Yi Koen, why should he? Do I look like I'm joking? It's just 1 billion. Is it really that surprising? Yi Koen laughed. He has the Billionaire Reserve Fund. 1 billion is just a drop in the bucket. If it weren't for the fear of scaring you all, I would directly donate 1 billion. The old principal is in the auditorium. If you can really donate 10 billion, I believe the old principal will definitely look at you in a new light and regard you as a representative of outstanding students. Ding Yan sneered. 10 billion. He didn't believe that Yi Koen could really donate 10 billion to his alma mater. Just then, the old principal of the finance university noticed the commotion around Yi Koen, which seemed quite lively. So, surrounded by many school leaders, he came over to find out what was happening. What's going on here? It's so lively. The old principal said with a smile. He had been the principal for 10 years, his hair graying at the temples, yet he still looked radiant. Old principal, you came at the right time. We have an outstanding student here who is willing to donate 10 billion to the school. Ding Yan quickly said to the old principal, while casting a provocative glance at Yi Koen. If he can't come up with 10 billion later, I'll make him lose face in front of all the teachers and students. Oh, which outstanding student is willing to donate 10 billion to the alma mater? The old principal also looked shocked. 10 billion. In the history of the finance university, no one had ever donated such a large amount. He scanned the faces of several older successful individuals around, trying to confirm who could be so generous and bold. Some of these people were CEOs of listed companies, some were heirs of family businesses, and some were young and promising entrepreneurs. But he really couldn't find anyone who could donate 10 billion. The successful individuals who were scanned by the principal's gaze all showed awkward expressions. 10 billion. They wouldn't dare to casually mention that amount, let alone donate it directly to the school. Old principal, it's this junior Yi Kuan. He just boasted that he would contribute to the school and donate 10 billion. Ding Yan pointed at Yi Kuan with a sneer, eager to see him make a fool of himself. Oh, the old principal looked at Yi Kuan with a face full of surprise. This was a very young, handsome, and spirited young man. This young man was accomplished and not self-deprecating, remaining calm and composed in front of him. But could such a young person really come up with 10 billion to donate to the school? This was 10 billion, not 1 million. It's not something you can just donate because you want to. You need to have the financial strength to do so. Principal, Yi Kuan was just chatting and joking with a few seniors, please don't take it seriously. Yang Yijuan couldn't help but feel anxious and quickly stepped in to smooth things over for Yi Kuan. Although Yi Kuan was young and accomplished, the amount of 10 billion was not something a student who had just graduated for less than a year could come up with. Even she thought that Yi Kuan had said he would donate 10 billion out of a sense of rivalry, because 10 billion was indeed too large an amount. Yijuan, are you still defending him? Yi Kuan said he would donate 10 billion to the alma mater, and everyone here heard it clearly and can testify to it. Ding Yan, seeing Yang Yijuan speaking for Yi Kuan, couldn't help but feel very angry and even more jealous of Yi Kuan. Why? Why could Yi Kuan win the favor of the goddess Yang Yijuan? I'm not joking, I'm serious. Yi Kuan smiled at the old principal. Are you sure you want to donate 10 billion to the school? The old principal stared at Yi Kuan in disbelief. That's right, old principal. For the school's centennial celebration, I didn't know what to do for the school, so I thought I would donate 10 billion to express my feelings. Yi Kuan said, chatting and laughing. Just 10 billion, a small gesture. He was very calm. No pressure at all. As soon as these words came out, the whole place was shocked again. Yi Kuan actually dared to boast in front of the old principal. This was no joke. The faces of those school leaders were also filled with disbelief. How about this? The school should have a special donation account, right? Just tell me the account number, and I can donate to the school on the spot. Yi Kuan said. He knew that without taking real action, these people would not believe him. So, the old principal, with a mix of doubt and trust, allowed a director in charge of the school anniversary activities to give Yi Kuan an independent account for donations to the school. Soon, in front of everyone, Yi Kuan transferred 100 billion to the school account using his godly reserve funds. 100 billion, we really received a donation of 100 billion. The director looked at the extra 100 billion in the school account, both shocked and delighted. Instantly, the expressions of everyone present became extremely exciting. 100 billion. Yi Kuan really donated 100 billion to the school. Ding. Received admiration value super critical hit plus 6666. How is that possible? He is just a recent graduate. How could he have the ability to donate 100 billion to the school? Ding Yan also looked incredulous. But the facts were right in front of him, slapping him hard in the face. Ding. Congratulations to the host for donating 100 billion to the alma mater, completing the task of slapping Ding Yan in the face. Ding. Reward, Celebrity Halo. Note, the celebrity halo can enhance the host's good reputation and increase prestige. Some people think that donating 100 billion is just a case of a rich fool, but that's really not much. In reality, an investor from abroad donated $10 million to Tsinghua University, so is the protagonist's donation of 100 billion considered a lot? Moreover, this 100 billion is not just cash, it is to establish a foundation for long-term investment. This is a story about a wealthy person, so please view this book from the perspective of a wealthy person, and don't be overly surprised. The author has something to say. This is a story about a wealthy person, the most extravagant and enjoyable story about a wealthy person. Ding! The host donated 100 billion to the alma mater, greatly increasing prestige among alumni. Gained respect from the Shanghai Financial University. Yi Kuan was also slightly astonished. Not only had his prestige greatly increased, but he also gained respect from the financial university. This 100 billion was not wasted. Having cash power is indeed very enjoyable. At the same time, the alumni in the auditorium looked at Yi Kuan with shock and admiration. Yi Kuan could donate 100 billion to his alma mater at once, his strength was beyond doubt. Moreover, because of the influence of the celebrity halo, their gazes towards Yi Kuan carried a hint of reverence. No one dared to think he was just an ordinary handsome guy anymore. He was not only handsome but also had a halo. Yi Kuan, thank you for donating 100 billion to the school. This is a huge contribution and the best gift you could give to your alma mater for its centennial celebration. The old principal excitedly shook Yi Kuan's hand, almost moved to tears. 100 billion. This was the largest donation the financial university had ever received since its establishment. With this 100 billion, there were so many things that could be done. For example, building new buildings, renovating dormitories, providing subsidies for poor students, awarding scholarships to outstanding students. It was a tremendous contribution to both the school and the students. Just a small token of my appreciation, not worth mentioning. I just hope the school can use this money wisely, and if there are further needs in the future, I can donate again. Yi Kuan smiled, appearing nonchalant. Rest assured, the school will use this 100 billion to establish a foundation named after you. The new building will also be named after you, the old principal said excitedly. Especially since Yi Kuan donated 100 billion and even hinted at continuing to donate. So generous. Such a generous good student must be treated with the utmost sincerity by the school. Establishing a foundation is good, but there's no need to name it after me. Let's name this fund and the teaching building after Kuanpin. Yi Kuan smiled. Naming it after himself seemed a bit too ostentatious. Naming it after Kuanpin was just right. Good. Kuanping has a great meaning, soaring straight up to 90,000 miles. The school will specifically establish a Kuanping fund, hiring professionals to manage it, and we also welcome classmate Yi Kuan to send a trustworthy person to be in charge of the Kuanping fund, the old principal said excitedly, needing to maintain a good relationship with Yi Kuan. Send a trustworthy person to be in charge of the Kuanping fund? Yi Kuan scanned the crowd and then fixed his gaze on the beautiful counselor, Chen Jinghua. Then let teacher Chen Jinghua be in charge of the Kuanping fund. Yi Kuan said with a smile. Teacher Chen Jinghua will be in charge of this fund worth hundreds of billions? The old principal showed a look of astonishment. Instantly, everyone's gaze turned to the beautiful counselor. Chen Jinghua was just a counselor. Was it a bit hasty for her to be in charge of a fund of this scale? Even Chen Jinghua looked surprised. Today, Yi Kuan had shocked her greatly by directly donating 10 billion to the school. Moreover, Yi Kuan actually specified that she be in charge of the Kuanping fund, which made her feel flattered and overwhelmed. Teacher Chen Jinghua not only has a good personality but also strong capabilities. She is a teacher I trust very much. I think it is very appropriate for her to be in charge of the Kuanping fund. Principal, don't you think so? Yi Kuan looked at the old principal and smiled. He donated 10 billion to establish the Kuanping fund. Choosing who would be in charge was just a matter of his word. It was a pity for Chen Jinghua to remain just a counselor. She could have a bigger stage. That's right, teacher Chen Jinghua is very responsible and capable, making her very suitable to be in charge of the Kuanping fund. The old principal quickly nodded in agreement. Immediately, all the teachers and leaders in the school looked at Chen Jinghua with envy. At such a young age, she had become the head of a fund worth hundreds of billions. Her status in the school would rise sharply. Chen Jinghua herself was flattered and found it hard to believe. At the same time, her gaze towards Yi Kuan held a touch of gratitude and affection. Ding! Chen Jinghua is moved by the host, favorability plus 10. Ding! Congratulations, the school beauty Chen Jinghua's favorability towards the host has increased to 90, reward strength plus 20. Ding! Congratulations, the host's strength has increased to 41. Strength, 41, agility, 23, constitution, 58, spirit, 25. In an instant, a magical energy surged into Yi Kuan's body, causing his strength to soar, filling him with vitality and making his body even more robust. It felt great. The favorability of the beautiful counselor Chen Jinghua towards him had unexpectedly risen to 90 so quickly. This was something he hadn't anticipated. However, it wasn't surprising. Now, his charm was too great, coupled with his financial power in various auras. No woman could resist his charm. Yang Yijuan looked at Yi Kuan with not only admiration but also a sense of worship and curiosity. She realized that her understanding of this man was still far from deep enough. She wanted to explore more. The news of Yi Kuan donating 10 billion to his alma mater quickly spread, causing a huge sensation among teachers, students, and alumni. At the same time, he also wildly harvested a wave of admiration points. In the upcoming school anniversary activities, Yi Kuan became the center of attention. Even a beautiful editor from a magazine approached him for an exclusive interview. Mr. Yi-kun, I am Wang Yue, an editor from the Fengyun People magazine. May I conduct a brief interview with you? Wang Yue looked at Yi-kun excitedly. Ding! Detected a school beauty level woman. Name, Wang Yue, appearance, 92, school beauty level, height, 167, measurements, 86, 62, 89, bust, 34C, favorability, 60, personality traits, gentle, intellectual. He. Another school beauty level woman. Yi-kun smiled. Since he became a super wealthy person, beautiful women surrounded him like clouds. Perhaps this is the charm of being rich. It's quite boring. Ding! Congratulations, the school beauty Wang Yue's favorability towards the host has reached 60, reward, agility plus 10. Ding! Congratulations, the host's agility has increased to 33. Strength, 41, agility, 33, constitution, 58, spirit, 25. In an instant, a magical energy was injected into Yi-kun's body, making his muscle lines even more perfect and his figure more agile. It felt great. He discovered that as long as a school beauty's favorability towards him reached 60 or 90, he would receive a reward for his basic physical attributes. This was encouraging him to interact with and conquer more beautiful women. It was quite troubling. Very boring. However, in order to evolve into a superhuman, he could reluctantly accept it. He wanted to be the richest and most enjoyable super wealthy person. Another handsome character is making an appearance. Be sure to leave a message in the review area for a tailored character of a handsome guy and a little fairy. The author has something to say. Handsome guys can join the wealthy group. Mr. Yi-kun, may I conduct an exclusive interview with you? Wang Yue asked again when she saw Yi-kun did not respond. Influenced by the aura of a celebrity, her gaze towards Yi-kun carried a hint of admiration and reverence. The Fengyun People magazine? Yi-kun was slightly surprised. This magazine seemed to have quite a significant influence in Huaxia. It has a Fengyun weekly, which is equivalent to the Foreign Time magazine. Those who are selected for the cover of Fengyun weekly are all true figures of prominence. I'm just an ordinary person. There's no need for an exclusive interview. Yi-kun smiled. He felt he was quite ordinary and had not achieved anything significant, so it was too early for him to be on Fengyun Weekly. Therefore, he did not intend to accept the interview. Mr. Yi is too modest. You donated 10 billion to your alma mater, which has already caused a sensation. How could you be ordinary? You must be a low-key invisible rich man, Wang Yue said. Today, she originally wanted to interview other prominent figures from the finance university. However, Yi-kun suddenly donated 10 billion, overshadowing other successful individuals. Plus, Yi-kun was very young and handsome, previously not well known, very mysterious, and quite a topic of discussion, so she planned to do an exclusive interview. As you said, I am a low-key invisible rich man, so I currently do not plan to appear in the magazine. Yi-kun smiled, politely declining. Exposing his identity too early was not a good thing. Then, Mr. Yi, may I ask you a few simple questions? Wang Yue persisted, pressing on. It was not easy to catch an invisible rich man. How could she let him slip away? You can ask 3 questions, Yi-kun said. Seeing that Wang Yue had contributed 10 points to his agility, he decided to answer her 3 questions. Okay. Wang Yue was overjoyed and quickly asked, Mr. Yi, you donated 10 billion to your alma mater. Do you feel any pressure? 10 billion is not a small amount. Many billionaires might not be able to come up with 10 billion in liquid funds. Most of their assets are real estate or stocks, bonds, and equity, which are virtual assets, and the actual usable funds are not much. No pressure at all. Yi-kun replied calmly. He had an astronomical reserve of wealth, so 10 billion was truly no pressure for him. Upon hearing this, Wang Yue was shocked. If he could take out 10 billion without pressure, then Yi-kun's assets were at least in the hundreds of billions. Then may I ask, how long will it take you to earn back this 10 billion? Wang Yue asked again. How long? Yi-kun closed his eyes and thought for a moment. He had a Kunpeng group worth 900 billion, so earning back 10 billion should not be difficult, right? However, his most powerful cheat wasn't the Kunpeng group, but the godly rich system. He had an astronomical amount of wealth saved up. 100 billion was just a blink of an eye. I've already earned back 100 billion. Yi-kun opened his eyes and smiled. What? He earned back 100 billion so quickly? Mr. Yi is really humorous. Wang Yue was astonished, then thought that Yi-kun didn't want to reveal too much information, so he answered the question in such a humorous way. May I ask a personal question? Do you have a girlfriend now? Wang Yue finally asked a gossip question. Yi Kun was young, accomplished, and handsome. She was very curious about his private life. No, Yi Kun replied. Just as Wan Yue wanted to continue asking, Yi Kun had already turned to leave. He said he would only answer 3 questions, and he only answered 3. What a personality! What a cool man! Wan Yue watched Yi Kun's handsome back as he turned away, secretly thinking. After all, she was a campus beauty, and many excellent men usually surrounded her, eager to be interviewed by her. Yet Yi Kun could turn away so casually, without a hint of reluctance. However, she believed there would be more opportunities to interview Yi Kun in the future. Such an outstanding and suave man was like those handsome guys who gave 5-star reviews for books. His handsomeness couldn't be hidden, it was undeniable. However, just a few steps after Yi Kun turned around, he felt something soft in his arms and bumped into a long-haired beauty. She instinctively supported the other person and found it was a sweet-looking, demure girl. Ding! Detected a campus beauty. Name, Wan Xingyue. Appearance, 95, top campus beauty, age, 18, height, 168 measurements, 86, 61, 90 bust, 34C favorability, -30 personality traits, quiet, gentle. Ha! Another campus beauty. Wan Xingyue, with an appearance score of 95, was among the top tier of campus beauties. However, her favorability towards Yi Kun was actually negative. This left Yi Kun baffled and quite surprised. They should have been strangers before. How could her favorability be negative? Did the accidental bump just now cause her favorability to drop by 30 points? Junior, are you okay? Yi Kun quickly came to his senses and asked. Wan Xingyue was only 18 years old. He guessed she was probably a freshman, which made her his junior. At this moment, Wan Xingyue also looked up at Yi Kun. Their eyes met, and they both paused for a moment. Yi Kun was stunned because Wan Xingyue's eyes were beautiful, as if they held the sun, moon, and stars, captivating him unconsciously. Wan Xingyue was stunned as well, naturally due to Yi Kun's handsomeness and charm, which was unexpected. Ding! Campus beauty Wan Xingyue looked at the host and was influenced by the charm aura that makes people love him, favorability plus 30. Ding! Campus beauty Wan Xingyue's favorability towards the host increased from -30 to 0. Alright, under the influence of the charm aura, Wan Xingyue's favorability towards him actually only returned to 0. This was a situation Yi Kun had never encountered. Could it be that Wan Xingyue didn't like men? Yi Kun could only make such a guess. Otherwise, any normal woman would not be able to ignore his charm. I'm fine. Wan Xingyue's face turned red, and she somewhat resisted as she broke free from Yi Kun. At the same time, she thought to herself, who is this guy? Although he's a bit handsome, he's not my type. I hope we won't have any interactions. Wan Xingyue was somewhat surprised that she didn't actually dislike the man in front of her. To know, she really hated any physical contact with men and psychologically did not accept them. However, Yi Kun was an exception. He didn't make her feel disgusted, though it couldn't be said that she liked him either. The fact that he didn't make her feel disgusted was already a miracle. Therefore, her beautiful eyes couldn't help but glance at Yi Kun one more time before she ran away. What a somewhat strange girl. Yi Kun shook his head as he watched Wan Xingyue's graceful figure run away. Then, he stopped thinking about it and continued walking forward. At that moment, one of Wan Xingyue's friends approached her. Oh, wow, Senior Yi Kun is so handsome, so charming. Xingyue, it seems like you just bumped into Senior Yi Kun's arms. So, did the senior ask you, the campus beauty, for your contact information? Her friend grabbed Wan Xingyue's little hand, asking with a face full of envy and curiosity. They were both freshmen, selected for their good looks and image to volunteer for the school celebration event. Is he really that handsome? He's just a bit more handsome than ordinary people, but he has a very unique charm, Wan Xingyue said nonchalantly. However, it was the first time she had met a boy she didn't dislike. His name is Yi Kun? Is he famous? Wan Xingyue asked her friend. She couldn't help but feel a bit curious about Yi Kun, having never heard of such a prominent figure in the school. Senior Yi Kun didn't seem very famous before, but he donated 100 million to the school during the celebration event, which caused a huge sensation. Now even the principal has to treat Senior Yi Kun politely. I heard he's going to be recognized as an outstanding student by the finance department and recorded in the school history, her friends said with admiration. Senior Yi Kun was so bold, donating 100 million directly to his alma mater. The key was, he was so young, so handsome, and incredibly charming. If she were a campus beauty, she would definitely take the initiative to strike up a conversation. How could such an outstanding and stylish senior be missed? Oh, he donated 100 million to the school. Wan Xingyue was also slightly shocked. There are many billionaires with assets exceeding 100 million, which is not surprising. However, those willing to donate 100 million to their alma mater are few and far between. Ding! Wan Xingyue's favorability towards the host plus 10, current favorability increased to 10 points. Yi Koan was walking out when he suddenly received a system prompt that Wan Xingyue's favorability towards him had increased. However, a mere 10 points of favorability was still pitifully low and wouldn't yield any rewards. Yi Koan, we are heading to Kuanping Hotel now. Yang Yijuan approached and naturally wrapped her arm around Yi Koan's. She had secretly had a crush on Yi Koan during college, and now her favorability towards him had surpassed 90, making her very proactive and bold. Going to Kuanping Hotel? Yi Koan asked curiously. This Kuanping Hotel was naturally under the Kuanping Group, so he was the behind-the-scenes big boss of the hotel. Yes, the school is hosting a banquet for guests at the Kuanping Hotel Banquet Hall, and many social elites and outstanding students will attend. Let's hurry over, Yang Yijuan said, pulling Yi Koan towards the parking lot. Yi Koan, what car did you drive here today? Is it still that Porsche? Upon reaching the parking lot, Yang Yijuan asked. She knew Yi Koan had bought a Porsche during college. It's a Hongqi. Yi Koan smiled, taking out a Hongqi car key. Hongqi? Yang Yijuan was slightly surprised, not expecting Yi Koan to have changed his taste and actually drive a domestic car. However, Hongqi was also quite impressive, especially in recent years with rapid development. Some top flagship models were not inferior to imported luxury cars. Soon, a cool blue supercar appeared in their sight. Beep, Yi Koan gently pressed the button on the Hongqi car key. The cool butterfly doors of the blue supercar slowly opened, like a beautiful blue butterfly spreading its magnificent wings, stunning and full of a sense of technology and design. This is the Hongqi Tang supercar, so beautiful. Today, I want to sit in your passenger seat, Yang Yijuan exclaimed. She put away her Porsche car key and walked with her long legs towards the passenger seat of the Hongqi. Yi Koan took the driver's seat, skillfully started the car, and slowly drove out of the school in normal mode. Along the way, this Hongqi supercar drew numerous gasps of admiration from students, earning a lot of admiration points. Yi Koan, I didn't expect you to hide it so well, even I was deceived by you. Yang Yijuan sat in the passenger seat, her beautiful eyes fixed on Yi Koan's incredibly handsome profile, unable to help but feel captivated. Ha? What am I hiding? Yi Koan asked, puzzled. You usually keep such a low profile, yet suddenly you make a stunning appearance, donating 100 billion to your alma mater and driving a Hongqi supercar worth over 30 million. You must have inherited a family business after graduation, right? Yang Yijuan smiled, looking at Yi Koan. She thought Yi Koan should be like her, a super rich second generation who inherited the family business after graduation, which explained his lavish lifestyle. If that were the case, Yi Koan had no reason to hide it from her. She was also worried that Yi Koan had not chosen to accept her because of his family background. What family business do I have to inherit? I come from an ordinary family, just had a bit of opportunity. Yi Koan laughed. His opportunity was obtaining the godly rich system, which allowed his life to continuously take off. By the way, which company did you go to after graduation? Yi Koan asked. She knew that Yang Yijuan did not return to the family business after graduation but went to work for an outside company. I work at Kuanping Group now, responsible for Kuanping short video live streaming, and my position is general manager. Yang Yijuan said proudly. Kuanping Group is a very young group company, rising at an astonishing speed, and the boss is incredibly mysterious. With her outstanding abilities, she quickly rose to the position of general manager in the Kuanping short video field. You work at Kuanping Group? And you're in charge of the Kuanping short video live streaming business? Yi Koan was surprised. It turned out that Yang Yijuan had become an employee of his company, and she was the general manager of the Kuanping short video business. What a coincidence! Yes. Is that surprising? Unfortunately, I've been at Kuanping Group for so long and have never met that mysterious chairman, Yang Yijuan said, showing a look of regret. What? Do you really want to meet the chairman of Kuanping Group? Yi Koan laughed. The chairman of Kuanping Group is sitting right next to you, isn't he? Obviously, Yang Yijuan still didn't know his identity. Of course. The chairman is incredibly mysterious, like a dragon that appears only in glimpses, yet can strategize and control everything. He is the person I admire the most. When talking about the mysterious chairman of Kuanping Group, Yang Yijuan couldn't help but show a look of admiration. Ding! Gained Yang Yijuan's admiration points plus 999. Maybe you've already met the chairman of Kuanping Group. Yi Koan laughed. Considering that Yang Yijuan had contributed a wave of admiration points to him, he couldn't help but remind her. The mysterious chairman you admire is sitting right next to you. Author's note, handsome guys and beautiful fairies gather. Add to the group. I've met that mysterious chairman? How come I don't know? Yang Yijuan showed a look of surprise. She really didn't remember ever meeting that mysterious chairman. He, you will meet him sooner or later. Yi Kuan laughed, not in a hurry to reveal the truth. Now, he was about to head to the headquarters of Confronting Group. Soon, his identity as the chairman would be officially announced to the public, and at least some senior executives of the company would know of his existence. Yang Yijuan would surely have a fascinating expression once she learned of his identity. By the way, Yi Kuan, why did you name the school's foundation the Confronting Foundation? Are you also working at Confronting Group? Yang Yijuan gazed at Yi Kuan, asking the question that had been on her mind. Previously, when Yi Kuan named the foundation Confronting, she thought it was merely a coincidence. However, the more she thought about it, the more she felt that Yi Kuan must have some connection to Confronting Group. That's right, I also work at Confronting Group, Yi Kuan replied with a smile. Yang Yijuan had hit the nail on the head. It seemed she had already guessed some clues. You can't be that mysterious chairman of Confronting Group, can you? Yang Yijuan stared at Yi Kuan in astonishment. Ha! Congratulations, you guessed right. Yi Kuan nodded slightly, generously admitting it. Yang Yijuan was indeed very clever, figuring out his true identity so quickly. Of course, he had no intention of deliberately hiding his identity. There was nothing shameful about being the chairman of this group. He also had no intention of pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. So, he admitted it openly. You are the chairman of Confronting Group. Even though Yi Kuan had personally confirmed it, Yang Yijuan still found it hard to believe. She had thought that the chairman of Confronting Group would at least be someone in their 30s or 40s. Yi Kuan was just too young. It was shocking. The man she had secretly admired and liked turned out to be the big boss behind Confronting Group. This was incredible. Ding! Gained favorability +5 from goddess level beauty Yang Yijuan. Ding! Congratulations, the favorability of goddess level beauty Yang Yijuan towards the host has increased to 95. Ding! Once a beauty's favorability towards the host reaches 95, she will actively throw herself at the host and even take the initiative, so be prepared. Ding! Reward, host spirit +20. Ding! Congratulations, the host spirit has increased to 45. Strength, 41, Agility, 33, Constitution, 58, Spirit, 45. In an instant, it felt as if a magical energy had been injected into Yi Kuan's body, making him feel more spirited and radiant. Yang Yijuan's favorability towards him had actually risen again, reaching 95. She was the first goddess-level beauty to achieve a favorability of 95 towards Yi Kuan. And what happens once the favorability reaches 95? She throws herself at him, takes the initiative. Yi Kuan couldn't help but glance at Yang Yijuan out of the corner of his eye, only to see her gazing at him with affectionate eyes, her red lips slightly parted, revealing a charming and alluring expression. Mwah! Suddenly, Yang Yijuan leaned closer to Yi Kuan and planted a sudden kiss on his cheek, leaving a bright red lip print. Yi Kuan felt a fragrant breeze at the tip of his nose, and then something pecked at his cheek, moist and soft. What are you doing? I'm still driving. Yi Kuan was slightly taken aback and said softly. He hadn't expected Yang Yijuan to be so bold, taking advantage of him while he was driving. Which is prettier, the car or me? Yang Yijuan tossed her hair and threw Yi Kuan a flirtatious glance, asking sweetly. Ha? Am I being flirted with? Yi Kuan looked at the car, then at Yang Yijuan, and said, of course. You are prettier than the car. Yang Yijuan was already a goddess with a stunning beauty score of 96. Moreover, today she was wearing a black off-shoulder gown, incredibly sexy and beautiful. Then, do you like me? Yang Yijuan smiled charmingly, exuding all kinds of allure. With a favorability of 95, the goddess would take the initiative. Like? Yi Kuan smiled and did not avoid her question. Mwah! Yang Yijuan boldly gave Yi Kuan a kiss. Let's go to the cocktail party first. Yang Yijuan said shyly, her face flushed. Okay. Yi Kuan replied with a smile. He savored the taste of those fragrant lips for a moment before fastening his seatbelt again and starting the Hongqi supercar. Yang Yijuan also returned to her goddess-like cold demeanor, though a faint smile lingered at the corner of her mouth. She had secretly admired and pursued Yi Kuan for 2 years, and at this moment, a sense of delight bubbled up in her heart. Boom! Boom boom! Yi Kuan switched the Hongqi divine car to sports mode, speeding towards the Confronting Hotel. The Confronting building, located in the most prosperous and central area of Lujiazui in the Magic City, consists of 2 twin towers named Koan and Pang, reaching a height of 136 floors, making it the tallest building in Asia. The Koan Tower's architectural shape resembles a mythical beast, the Koan, leaping out of the North Sea, exuding immense power. This building is one of the world's top office buildings and also serves as the headquarters of the Confronting Group. The Peng Tower's design resembles a great ping bird spreading its wings, and it is the only 7-star hotel in all of China. As Yi Kuan drove to Lujiazui, he was awestruck from a distance by the two imposing, towering Kunping buildings. The Kunping building is like a mythical beast, a superstructure, a miracle of human architecture. Just the magnificent Kunping-shaped building far surpasses the Burj Khalifa in grandeur. This is his Kunping group, simply too cool. It felt amazing. Soon, Yi Kuan parked the car in front of the Kunping Hotel. After parking, Yang Yijuan tidied her appearance before walking into the Kunping Hotel with Yi Kuan. The Kunping Hotel truly lives up to its reputation as the only 7-star hotel in China, with an incredibly luxurious lobby filled with elements of Chinese mythology, making one feel as if they had entered a strange space where modern technology and ancient myths intertwine. When Yi Kuan entered the Kunping Hotel, he even caught the attention of the hotel's upper management. The mysterious chairman of the group had personally come to the Kunping Hotel. Yang Yijuan elegantly linked her arm with Yi Kuan's as they entered the elevator, pressing the button for the 88th floor, where the Kunping Banquet Hall is located. This was a super-fast elevator, as if riding a cloud ladder, quickly ascending until they reached the 88th floor of the hotel. When Ding Yan saw Yang Yijuan intimately linking arms with Yi Kuan as they entered the banquet hall, his face turned the color of liver, nearly spitting out a mouthful of old blood. Yang Yijuan was originally his childhood sweetheart, the goddess he had set his sights on first, yet she actively pursued Yi Kuan, throwing herself at him. He was unwilling to accept it. He was talented, graduated from a prestigious university, and had inherited a family business worth hundreds of billions at a young age. How was he any worse than Yi Kuan? Why didn't Yang Yijuan like him and instead chose Yi Kuan? Though his heart ached, he maintained a facade of indifference. Being chosen as the heir to the family business, he was naturally very shrewd. He believed that as long as he crushed Yi Kuan, he would still have a chance to win back his goddess, Yang Yijuan. This was a cocktail party held for the school's centennial celebration, attended by outstanding alumni from the university. Among them were talents and elites from academia, business, and sports. People from various fields. They often formed small circles of 3 to 5, gathering together with glasses of red wine, chatting animatedly. This was a network circle formed by alumni, a necessary form of socializing. However, Yi Kuan found attending such cocktail parties quite boring. Most of those alumni were a decade or two older than him, and he didn't have much in common with them. Nevertheless, since he had donated 10 billion to his alma mater and carried the aura of a celebrity, many social elites actively approached him to toast, hoping to make his acquaintance. Yi Kuan would also socialize with them, but still found it quite boring. Especially those so-called successful people from the business world, who gathered together mostly liked to boast and show off. Some bragged about closing several hundred million projects in just a few minutes. Some boasted about acquiring a piece of land somewhere. Some bragged that their mansion was too small, not even 500 square meters. Some bragged that they didn't like money and had no interest in it. Indeed, showing off is a common human trait. Unfortunately, their show-offs weren't grand enough to pique Yi Kuan's interest. Then it was Ding Yan's turn to show off. His boasting was unique. He claimed to be on brotherly terms with the mysterious chairman of Kunping Group, saying they were the best of buddies. Instantly, the entire room was shocked and in an uproar. Yi Kuan and Yang Yijuan were left dumbfounded. Mr. Ding, do you really know the chairman of Kunping Group? I heard the behind-the-scenes big boss of Kunping Group is very mysterious, and not many have met him. This 7-star Kunping Hotel is owned by Kunping Group, worth over 100 billion. Kunping Group also has Kunping Capital, Kunping Short Video, Kunping Entertainment, Kunping Real Estate, Kunping Medical. The crowd buzzed with excitement, all showing great interest. The behind-the-scenes big boss of Kunping Group was indeed incredibly mysterious, never having appeared in public. Currently, Kunping Group was managed by a domineering female CEO. The female CEO of Kunping Group was already a remarkable figure, not to mention the mysterious behind-the-scenes big boss. To be honest, last week I had dinner with the female CEO of Kunping Group, Ms. Qin, discussing a cooperation project worth several billion. Ding Yan spoke with ease, full of pride. Mr. Ding is truly young and promising. To actually have dinner with the beautiful CEO of Kunping Group. Instantly, everyone looked at Ding Yan with envy. Many present didn't even have the qualification to meet the female CEO of Kunping Group, let alone have dinner with her. Yi Kuan felt speechless about Ding Yan, not expecting that he and the female CEO of Kunping Group had become his objects of boasting. Just then, a commotion arose in the crowd. A powerful, graceful, and strikingly beautiful woman, walking with an air of confidence, entered the banquet hall amidst the crowd's adoration. The female CEO of Kunping Group, Ms. Qin, how could she appear here? Ms. Sheen is not only the female CEO of Confronting Group but also the CEO of Confronting Hotel, which she manages. The successful individuals on site, seeing the female CEO of Confronting Group personally arrive, couldn't help but show excitement, all wanting to approach and get to know her. However, the CEO's aura was so strong that no one dared to step forward to greet her. At this moment, Ding Yan saw the CEO walking in his direction and couldn't help but show a look of surprise. He smiled slightly, adjusted his collar, and put on a composed demeanor as he stepped towards the CEO. "Ms. Sheen, I am." Ding Yan displayed a self-proclaimed charming smile and reached out to greet the CEO. However, the CEO was incredibly aloof, not even glancing at him as she walked past. Ding Yan was completely ignored. Yet, at this moment, no one was paying attention to him. In the astonished gazes of the crowd, the CEO walked up to Yi Kun. "Chairman, you come to the hotel and don't even notify me in advance." The cold and beautiful CEO stood before Yi Kun, showing an extremely respectful demeanor. Special thanks to Shiyen Muronchong from Huangquando Palace for the Great God Certification and Inspiration Capsule gift. This is the first Great God certification received for this book, so cool. Special thanks to Chaos Supreme for the flower sprinkling gift support. Congratulations on topping the gift list for 2 books. So powerful. The cold and glamorous female CEO has made her appearance. Those who want to get to know her, hurry up and leave a message. Ding. Detected a school beauty level woman. Name, Sheen Lan attractiveness, 96, goddess level, height, 170 cm measurements, 88, 62, 91 bust, 30-60 loyalty, 99 favorability, 20 personality traits, cold, domineering, loyal. Yi Kun looked at Sheen Lan and nodded slightly. The female CEO had a graceful figure, curvaceous and stunningly beautiful, a goddess level beauty, with a loyalty rating as high as 99. This was very satisfying. At that moment, Sheen Lan's beautiful eyes also glanced at Yi Kun. Up close, she found that her boss was not only young and handsome, but also possessed a unique charm. Ding. The female CEO Sheen Lan looked at the host one more time, influenced by the charm aura that makes people love him and flowers bloom, favorability plus 30. Ding. The female CEO Sheen Lan's favorability towards the host has increased to 50. Ding. Gained Sheen Lan's admiration value critical hit plus 999. The favorability hasn't reached 60, so there are no attribute point rewards. This made Yi Kun feel a bit regretful. However, Sheen Lan was the CEO of Confronting Group, so it wouldn't be difficult to increase her favorability. Yi Kun was not in a hurry. "Today is the centennial celebration of my alma mater, and I just happened to come to the hotel for an alumni gathering," Yi Kun said to Sheen Lan with a smile. He hadn't expected the female CEO of the company to come directly here. He had originally planned to visit the headquarters of Confronting Group to meet this female CEO. "So these are all the chairman's alumni and school leaders. How about we give a discount on tonight's banquet expenses, 50% off, Chairman, what do you think?" Sheen Lan was very capable and immediately proposed a discount for the school's banquet. Yi Kun waved his hand and smiled. "How can we do 50% off? That would be too petty. All expenses tonight will be waived. And let's add some of the best red wine. The chairman is generous, we will arrange it as the chairman wishes," Sheen Lan said with a smile, naturally complying with Yi Kun's arrangement. This simple exchange caused the successful individuals and industry elites around them to show expressions of shock and admiration. What? Yi Kun is the mysterious big boss behind Confronting Group. In other words, he is also the big boss of Confronting Hotel. Although Confronting Group has not yet gone public, the market valuation has already exceeded 900 billion. And Yi Kun is only in his 20s, controlling a group company worth over 900 billion at such a young age. Terrifying. Ding. Gained admiration value critical hit plus 666. Ding. Gained admiration value critical hit plus 888. Ding. Gained admiration value critical hit plus 999. In an instant, the elite individuals present contributed a wave of admiration value to Yi Kun. The big boss behind Confronting Group is actually their alumni. If they could take the opportunity to befriend Yi Kun, they would benefit immensely. Ding Yan was even more stunned. He was completely petrified. Yi Kun is actually the behind-the-scenes boss of Confronting Group. Previously, he had boasted in front of Yi Kun about being on friendly terms with the big boss of Confronting Group. What a fool he was. This was a huge embarrassment. Moreover, he had even wanted to compete with Yi Kun for women, simply foolish. Yi Kun's family business might be doomed, even facing bankruptcy. Thinking about it, he couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. Fortunately, he hadn't made any extreme moves before, and he could still mend this relationship. Otherwise, it would be too late for regrets. President Qin, is there something important you need to discuss with me? Yi Kuan asked Qin Lan. Mr. Yi, tonight at our Kuanping Hotel, there will be a very important auction. Among the key items is even the national treasure, the bronze dragon head statue of the 12 zodiac signs, which was lost overseas in earlier years. Will you be attending this auction? Qin Lan said with a serious expression. If it were just an ordinary auction, she might not have bothered the boss. However, this time it was the highest standard auction, even featuring national treasures, and she felt it was necessary to inform the boss. Beep. Random task triggered, attend the auction and bid for the bronze dragon head statue of the 12 zodiac signs, to present it to the country. Reward, prestige and Longwa reaches respect. Note, prestige can be categorized as indifferent, neutral, friendly, respect, reverence, and worship. The funds required for this auction will be deducted entirely from the Tycoon Reserve Fund. There's actually the bronze dragon head statue of the 12 zodiac signs participating in the auction. Winning the dragon head statue to present to the country can also boost Longwa's prestige. He must participate in this auction. No matter the cost, he has to win it. Take me to the auction hall, Yi Kuan said to Qin Lan. Under the guidance of the female president Qin Lan, Yi Kuan entered the auction hall located on the third floor of Kuanping Hotel. This was originally the largest and most luxurious banquet hall of Kuanping Group, now serving as the auction venue. The banquet hall could accommodate 3,000 people at once without any crowding. There were even super-rich individuals from Hong Kong, Taiwan, and other countries, all there to bid on some precious items. Naturally, the seating for this auction was arranged according to status. The higher the net worth and the stronger the influence, the closer the seat would be to the front. Yi Kuan, as the chairman of Kuanping Group, was naturally assigned to an important position in the front row. The female president Qin Lan sat to his right. Not long after Yi Kuan sat down, he saw two goddess-level beauties walking gracefully towards the front row. The simultaneous appearance of these two goddess-level beauties made Yi Kuan's eyes light up, feeling a sense of being dazzled. One of them was proud and cold, with an ethereal beauty, dressed in a black evening gown, exuding a powerful and radiant aura. She elegantly took a seat in the position next to Yi Kuan. A glance at that seat revealed the name in Yubai. So she was the cold and beautiful president of an pharmaceutical group, worth billions. The other goddess-level beauty smiled slightly and sat down in the position to Yi Kuan's left. She was stunningly beautiful, radiant like spring flowers, bright like the autumn moon, with bright eyes and white teeth, wearing a red evening gown that accentuated her graceful figure, appearing enchanting and exquisite. Moreover, her skin was as smooth as cream, and her hands delicate, giving off an impression of a noble lady from a prestigious family. Hello, nice to meet you, my name is Huyuchi. Huyuchi greeted Yi Kuan actively, not cold at all, but rather appearing generous and poised. Beep, a goddess-level beauty detected. Name, Huyuchi, appearance, 97, goddess level, height, 170, measurements, 86, 61, 90, bust, 34C, affection level, 0, personality traits, Sundara. Those who could sit in the front row of the auction hall had impressive backgrounds, basically all being influential figures with considerable wealth. However, Huyuchi had never seen Yi Kuan before, making her quite curious. Huyuchi's beautiful eyes looked at Yi Kuan, and she was immediately attracted by the charm he exuded, feeling that this man was exceptionally handsome. Beep. Goddess-level beauty Huyuchi looked at the host one more time, influenced by the charm aura that makes people love him, affection level plus 30. Beep. Huyuchi's affection level towards the host has risen to 30. No woman can resist the charm of Yi Kuan. Therefore, after the goddess-level beauty Huyuchi glanced at Yi Kuan, her favorability towards him instantly increased. However, this favorability still belonged to the stage of curiosity, not affection. She simply became a bit more interested in Yi Kuan and wanted to explore more. Hello, my name is Yi Kuan, he said with a slight smile, responding politely. Although Huyuchi was a goddess-level beauty, graceful and stunning, Yi Kuan had seen many beautiful women before. After the initial amazement, he remained calm and composed. Huyuchi was slightly surprised to see Yi Kuan so unperturbed and at ease. After all, she was a goddess-level beauty with an extraordinary aura. Today, she had dressed up meticulously for this top auction, making her even more radiant and breathtaking. No matter which young talents saw her for the first time, they would be dazzled and would circle around her, showering her with flattery and trying to please her. Yet Yi Kuan did not do that at all. He merely asked a polite question without any intention of delving deeper. This made her, who was already somewhat proud and aloof, feel quite indignant and even more eager to attract Yi Kuan's attention. As more and more important figures entered the auction hall, including business tycoons, social elites, heirs of prominent families, and many billionaires from the Forbes list, there were also quite a few first and second tier film stars present, but they were completely out of place here, sitting far back. In front of these wealthy magnates, the stars seemed ordinary and held no status. Many celebrities and wealthy individuals, who could usually only be seen on television news and magazines, gathered in this auction hall. It was evident that once the formal auction began, it would surely spark a fierce competition. Some important lots would definitely fetch sky-high prices. Before long, a beautiful female host stepped onto the stage. She was a popular star from a certain television station. She was radiant and articulate, said some official pleasantries, and livened up the atmosphere before inviting tonight's professional auctioneer onto the stage. The auctioneer was a middle-aged man with slicked back hair, dressed in a Zhongshan suit. After he took the stage, staff members brought out the first item for auction. All auction items would not only be displayed on the stage but also played and introduced on a big screen. Ladies and gentlemen, the first item to be auctioned tonight is the highlight of the evening, a national treasure-level century-old wild ginseng. The auctioneer opened the curtain on the first item with an exciting tone. At this announcement, the entire venue was shocked. Gasps filled the air. A century-old wild ginseng. Moreover, it was a national treasure. Please take a look. This wild ginseng measures 6 centimeters in length, with the main root reaching up to 6 centimeters, estimated to be a century-old ginseng. Upon closer inspection, this wild ginseng has 3 roots and 4 leaves, totaling 66 leaves. These 66 leaves clustered together do not resemble ginseng. They look more like a type of wild vegetable, like mountain celery. Additionally, it has not produced ginseng fruit. This characteristic is a form of self-protection, which is why it went unnoticed for over 10 meters. If it had ginseng fruit, it would have been discovered long ago and could not have survived for so many years. As the saying goes, ginseng weighing 7 taels is ginseng, 8 taels is treasure. 7 or 8 taels of ginseng is truly a once-in-a-century find. In the 1980s, someone unearthed a century-old wild ginseng weighing 9 taels and 2 chien, which was later sent to the People's Great Hall in Longjing for exhibition as a national treasure. And this wild ginseng, weighing 9 taels and 9 cents, can be considered a rare treasure, a true national treasure-level wild ginseng. This century-old wild ginseng, unique in the world, has a starting bid of 80 million. As soon as the auctioneer's words fell, the entire room erupted in astonishment, and everyone couldn't help but gasp. This was a national treasure-level century-old wild ginseng, a rare gem, priceless in the market. The wealthy attendees, especially some older tycoons, looked at the century-old wild ginseng with burning eyes. As the saying goes, rarity adds value. A century-old wild ginseng is something one can only hope to encounter. Since ancient times, there has been a saying that ginseng is worth 10 times its weight in gold, but this century-old wild ginseng is worth far more than that. This is a unique, unparalleled wild ginseng. No matter the price, there will be wealthy individuals willing to bid for it. This century-old wild ginseng must be secured at all costs. Many tycoons silently resolved in their hearts. Yi Koan also turned his gaze to the century-old wild ginseng. Indeed, it had 3 branches and 4 leaves, with 66 leaves in total, truly a supreme specimen among wild ginseng. Such a rare treasure naturally had to be claimed by him, the super-rich. 100 million. After a brief silence in the room, a wealthy individual could no longer contain themselves and began to bid. 120 million. 130 million. 150 million. 180 million. The bids for the century-old wild ginseng continued to rise rapidly. Many super-rich individuals joined the fray. Jewelry and jade are easy to obtain, but a century-old wild ginseng is hard to find. As time passed, the bidding price kept climbing higher. 220 million. A female tycoon shouted out a price exceeding 200 million, looking determined to win. Just for a single ginseng, someone actually bid over 200 million. This was unprecedented. It had already set a new record for the highest price in wild ginseng auctions. However, this was not the highest bid in the room. 500 million. Yi Koan lightly raised the small auction paddle and spoke calmly. At this, the entire room was stunned. There was first a moment of silence, followed by an uproar. 500 million. A big shot actually bid 500 million for a wild ginseng. This was unprecedented, an absolutely astronomical price. Huyuchi's beautiful eyes couldn't help but glance at Yi Koan again, not expecting him to be so extravagant, throwing down 500 million for a single ginseng. This audacity was truly astonishing. The problem was, Yi Koan was not well known in the wealthy circles of the Magic City. She had never heard of him before. Could Yi Koan be some mysterious invisible tycoon? It was quite shocking. Huyuchi's curiosity about Yi Koan intensified. Special thanks to Shiyen Morongchong from Huangquando Palace for the support of the explosive gift. and the author will also quickly update to thank the handsome guy for his strong support. The author has something to say. For the character's handsome guy, go to the review section to leave a message. The more opportunities, the earlier you leave a message, the more chances to appear. Mr. Yi in seat number 1 bids 500 million. Is there anyone willing to bid higher? The auctioneer scanned the room and asked. Yi Koen had raised the bid for the century-old wild ginseng from over 200 million to 500 million, directly stunning the entire room. Some wealthy individuals shook their heads and regretfully withdrew from the bidding. Although rarity adds value and a century-old wild ginseng is hard to find, the astronomical price of 500 million still scared off many tycoons. Damn! 500 million! How many people are willing to spend 500 million to buy a wild ginseng? Unless they have so much money they can't spend it all to buy such a rare treasure for collection. However, the century-old wild ginseng has strong medicinal value, and there were still wealthy individuals unwilling to give up. 550 million. A young female tycoon in the second row gritted her teeth and offered a higher price. Suddenly, the entire venue erupted in an uproar. Mr. Yi had already bid an astronomical 500 million, and yet someone dared to compete. This auction was becoming more and more exciting. It was just the first item up for bid, and the competition was already so fierce. As it progressed, wouldn't the struggle become even more intense? Yi Koen was also slightly astonished, his gaze turning towards the female tycoon who had placed the bid. She was a very young and beautiful woman, probably just in her early 20s, even younger than him. She was likely another rich heiress from some family. At the same time, the woman also cast her gaze towards Yi Koen, but her expression was somewhat unfriendly, as if she was blaming him for competing with her for the century-old wild ginseng. Ding! Detected a school beauty level woman. Name, Lu Yuxuan, attractiveness, 95, top school beauty, height, 169 centimeters, measurements, 86, 62, 89, bust, 34C, favorability, -20, personality traits, brave, competitive. This rich heiress Lu Yuxuan had a negative favorability towards him, clearly because she was embarrassed and angry about the bidding. Yi Koen smiled, unfazed. They were strangers, and he wouldn't hold back, he would bid as needed. Ding! School beauty Lu Yuxuan glanced at the host again in the crowd, influenced by the charm aura that makes people love him, favorability +30. Ding! School beauty Lu Yuxuan's favorability towards the host increased to 10. Indeed, no woman could resist Yi Koen's charm aura, favorability would rise as it should. MS. Lu from Hong Kong bids 550 million, is there anyone willing to bid higher? The auctioneer inquired. He hadn't expected this century-old wild ginseng to fetch such a high price of 550 million. 1 billion. Yi Koen raised his paddle again, calling out another astronomical price. Silence. The entire venue fell into a dead silence. Someone actually bid 1 billion for this century-old wild ginseng. Moreover, it was a direct jump to 1 billion. It was simply insane, a display of wealth without humanity. Although this was a national treasure-level century-old wild ginseng, a price of 1 billion was still astonishing. Shock, uproar, explosion. All eyes in the room turned towards Yi Koen. Even in Yubai, the female president of an pharmaceutical group, who had been sitting in the front row and maintaining a very aloof demeanor, showed a look of astonishment. Although the century-old wild ginseng is precious, it is not worth 1 billion. And Yubai shook her head slightly. She would never spend 1 billion to buy a wild ginseng, that was too irrational. Unless the other party was wealthy and capricious. It was likely that only a super-rich person would dare to play like this. Yi Koen had successfully piqued her interest. However, she still maintained her cold and elegant posture, not looking at Yi Koen. This was an ice-cold beauty, very few could touch her heart. Mr. Yi in seat number 1 bids 1 billion, is there anyone willing to bid higher? The auctioneer scanned the room, his tone becoming more passionate. 1 billion, the first item up for bid had reached a price of 1 billion. Tonight's auction would undoubtedly be a great success. At the same time, he turned his gaze towards Lu Yuxuan in the second row. She was the young lady of the Lu family from Hong Kong. He wondered if she would be willing to bid higher for the century-old wild ginseng. 1 billion once. 1 billion twice. Damn, 1 billion, who would dare to compete? The entire venue was silent. No one dared to call out a higher price, including the rich heiress Lu Yuxuan, whose pretty face turned red. She couldn't muster the courage to continue bidding. 1 billion had already far exceeded her psychological budget. 1 billion 3 times. Sold. The auctioneer's gavel struck, determining the final ownership of this century-old wild ginseng. The first item of the night surprisingly fetched a staggering price of 1 billion. This exceeded everyone's expectations. Yi Koen instantly became the focal point of the entire event, basking in the limelight. Mr. Yi is so bold, simply extravagant beyond reason. Who is Mr. Yi? I haven't heard his name in the wealthy circles. Could he be an invisible tycoon? He sits in seat number 1, next to the stunning female president of Confronting Group. Perhaps this Mr. Yi is the true behind-the-scenes boss of Confronting Group. Exactly, only the behind-the-scenes boss of Confronting Group could have such audacity. I never expected the mysterious big boss of Confronting Group to be so young and handsome, incredibly charming. The wealthy and social elites in the auction hall whispered among themselves, speculating about Yi Koen's identity. Soon, they deduced his true identity. Who else but the mysterious behind-the-scenes boss of Confronting Group would dare to sit in seat number 1? Moreover, he had the female president Qin Lan accompanying him. Ding! Gained admiration points critical hit plus 666. Ding! Gained admiration points critical hit plus 888. Ding! Gained admiration points critical hit plus 999. In an instant, everyone present contributed a wave of admiration points to Yi Koen. So, he is the mysterious big boss behind Confronting Group. Hu Yuqi also looked astonished, her beautiful eyes fixed on Yi Koen beside her. Confronting Group was a rapidly rising giant corporation, and its behind-the-scenes boss was incredibly mysterious, never having appeared in public. Who would have thought that the mysterious big boss of Confronting Group was Yi Koen, and he was so young and handsome, with extraordinary charm. His first official appearance was nothing short of sensational, shocking the entire audience. In Hu Yuqi's eyes, Yi Koen instantly gained an added layer of mystery and legend. Ding! Goddess-level beauty. Hu Yuqi's favorability towards the host increased by plus 10. Ding! Goddess-level beauty. Hu Yuqi's favorability towards the host increased by plus 10. Ding! Goddess-level beauty. Hu Yuqi's favorability towards the host reached 50. A man's status and identity are undoubtedly very important criteria in a woman's heart, directly influencing her rating of him. Even an ordinary-looking man would see his rating soar several levels if his identity was that of the son of a billionaire. This is the effect of the halo of status. After learning that Yi Koen was the mysterious behind-the-scenes boss of Confronting Group, Hu Yuqi's favorability towards him increased by 20 points. The author has something to say. Handsome guys can join the group. Ding! Due to multiple campus beauties and above being influenced by the host's identity as the boss of Confronting Group, congratulations to the host for gaining the domineering CEO identity halo. Note, with the domineering CEO identity halo, the favorability of various beauties towards the host will increase by 10 to 30 points. Wow! He actually gained another domineering CEO identity halo. This is an unstoppable rhythm. Charm halo plus celebrity halo plus identity halo plus cash ability. He can almost sweep through everything, invincible. It's quite exhilarating. Yi Koen took the opportunity to check his personal information again. Name, Yi Koen. Strength, 41 agility, 33 constitution, 58 spirit, 45 charm, 9 note. The peak attributes for ordinary people are 10, godly wealth reserve, 99999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999. Disposable godly money, 80000000000. Skills, God-level driving skills, never drunk after 1,000 cups, invincible with a golden spear. Aura, charisma aura, celebrity aura, identity aura. Item, a capsule of inspiration. Wealth points, 2 with only 2 wealth points. It indicates that spending the wealth reserve does not increase wealth points. Only spending disposable wealth can increase wealth points. However, Yi Koen is still satisfied with his attributes and abilities. His physical attributes are several times that of an ordinary person, making him a little Superman. Moreover, he possesses various strange abilities. It's fantastic. Ladies and gentlemen, the second item for auction tonight is the Circle of Heaven Emerald Bracelet, the auctioneer announced. At the same time, a fully green emerald bracelet was pushed onto the stage. As soon as this natural fully green emerald bracelet made its appearance, it captivated everyone's attention. The color is very pure, the transparency is excellent, and it is entirely green, incredibly beautiful. This emerald bracelet is so stunning that it is intoxicating. All the women present were enchanted by it. Wow! The second auction item today is actually the Circle of Heaven Emerald Bracelet. At this moment, the auction hall was in an uproar, with many wealthy individuals and socialites discussing excitedly. Oh my god, it's actually the Circle of Heaven Emerald Bracelet. If any man buys it for me, I will immediately agree to marry him. One socialite exclaimed excitedly. The Circle of Heaven bracelet is estimated to be worth 100 million, it is a collectible level bracelet, incredibly prestigious. What? Is this bracelet very famous? Yi Kun slightly turned to ask the female CEO Qin Lan beside him. Boss, this fully green emerald bracelet with excellent quality is named the Circle of Heaven. The Circle of Heaven emerald bracelet made its debut on April 3, 2018, at the Sotheby's auction in Hong Kong, with an estimated value of 80 million to 100 million Hong Kong dollars. It is the most beautiful jade bracelet Sotheby's has encountered in recent years. CEO Qin Lan gazed at the Circle of Heaven jade bracelet on the stage, her beautiful eyes sparkling with excitement. This collectible-level emerald bracelet is incredibly beautiful and intoxicating. Any woman who sees it would be moved. Besides CEO Qin Lan, Yang Ijuan, sitting in the back row, is also very fond of this emerald bracelet. Hu Yuqian and Yu Bai, sitting next to Yi Kun, are equally interested in the Circle of Heaven emerald bracelet. Ladies and gentlemen, you are not mistaken, this Circle of Heaven emerald bracelet is the finale piece of the exquisite jewelry and jade jewelry section of the 2018 Sotheby's Spring Auction. This is a precious collectible-level emerald bracelet that can continuously appreciate in value, with a starting bid of 88 million. The auctioneer stated, 88 million is just the starting price, and to win this collectible fully green emerald bracelet, the price is expected to be much higher. 90 million. After a brief silence of a few seconds, someone in the audience began to bid. 95 million. 100 million. 110 million. 120 million. 130 million. The price began to rise rapidly, soon exceeding 100 million. 3 years ago, at the Sotheby's auction, the final auction price of the Circle of Heaven bracelet was less than 100 million. Now the premium has exceeded 30%, and there are still people bidding. 150 million. The latest bid came from Hu Yuqi, sitting next to Yi Kun. She is a true heiress and is very fond of this Circle of Heaven emerald bracelet, seemingly determined to have it. When she called out 150 million, the venue fell silent, and for a short time, it seemed no one would bid higher. Even as a collectible-level emerald bracelet, this is already an astronomical price. If the price goes any higher, it could become a burden. Of course, this is assuming it is bought for collection purposes. MS. Who bids 150 million? Is there anyone willing to bid higher? The auctioneer scanned the room. Although this price was already quite high, it still fell short compared to the first-century-old ginseng item. 180 million. At this moment, another wealthy woman began to raise the bid. She was also seated in the front row, clearly of considerable means. Huang Yueying. How could it be her? Hu Yuqi frowned slightly. This Huang Yueying was the president of the Huang Group, the mastermind behind Yueying Jewelry. She owned the Huang Group, Yueying Jewelry, and several shopping centers, making her very powerful. 190 million. Hu Yuqi, unwilling to give up, raised her bid again. 200 million. Huang Yueying was relentless, immediately quoting a high price of 200 million. 210 million. Hu Yuqi, not to be outdone, raised her bid once more. She really loved this Tian's Hewen jade bracelet. 220 million. Huang Yueying raised her bid again, showing no signs of backing down. The two wealthy women were fiercely competing for this jade bracelet. Just as Hu Yuqi was about to raise her bid again, and Yu Bai beside her quietly reminded, the price is getting too high. Huang Yueying is deliberately driving up the price, don't fall for it. And Yu Bai, Hu Yuqi, and another close friend, Chang Yueshi, had been rivals with Huang Yueying in the business world for many years. This time, Huang Yueying was clearly targeting Hu Yuqi, intentionally inflating the price. Yu Bai, am I just going to give up and let her bully me? Hu Yuqi still felt somewhat unwilling. 220 million is already a historical sky-high price for the jade bracelet auction. Even if you win it, you won't make a profit for years. There's no need to compete with her. And Yu Bai said softly, her red lips slightly parted. As the president of the Yin Group, she was able to calmly analyze the situation and remain rational. Hu Yuqi heeded in Yu Bai's advice and did not raise her bid further, but she still felt very dissatisfied. MS. Huang's bid is 220 million. Is there anyone willing to bid higher? The auctioneer's gaze turned to Hu Yuqi. 220 million, once. 220 million, twice. Huang Yueying shot a provocative glance at Hu Yuqi, displaying a victorious demeanor. This made Hu Yuqi's face flush with anger as she clenched her delicate fist. The auctioneer had already raised the hammer. Just as Huang Yueying thought she had won the bid, a familiar and domineering voice rang out in the auction hall. 300 million. Yi Kun spoke calmly. Roar, roar, roar. Here's an extra update. Thanks to the handsome Shi Yen Morongchong for the support. Another character customized by a little fairy is making an appearance. Handsome guys and little fairies who want a tailored character, Go leave a message in the review area. The author has something to say. Handsome guys assemble. 300 million. Yi Kuan's bid of 300 million shocked the entire room once again. There was an uproar. President Yi actually bid 300 million for the Tianxiwen jade bracelet, a price that was more than 3 times the auction price at Sotheby's 18 years ago. So extravagant. So bold. However, Huang Yueying frowned slightly. She intended to buy the Tianxiwen jade bracelet to place in her jewelry store as a treasure. Now, with Yi Kuan's bid, she felt it was quite tricky. This big shot had just purchased a century-old wild ginseng for 1 billion, his strength unfathomable. Nevertheless, she was determined to have the Tianxiwen jade bracelet. Mr. Yi in seat 1 bids 300 million. Is there anyone willing to bid higher? The auctioneer scanned the room and then looked at Huang Yueying. I bid 310 million. Huang Yueying gritted her teeth and quoted a higher price. Bidding 310 million for a jade bracelet meant that even if she won it, it would only serve as a collectible for years, with no hope of making a profit. However, in order for the newly opened jewelry store to have a treasure, he must bid for this heavenly ring jade bracelet. 500 million. Yi Kuan raised the small sign, directly raising the bid to 500 million. Hiss. All the wealthy, socialites, and celebrities in the room couldn't help but gasp. President Yi is too extravagant, bidding several hundred million without giving others a chance. Damn, who would dare to compete with him? President Yi, you don't have to deliberately target me, do you? Huang Yueying said with an angry expression, turning to Yi Kuan. She was bidding for the heavenly ring jade bracelet to use it as the store's treasure. Therefore, she was willing to bid high. What was Yi Kuan's reason? Was it just because he had too much money and nowhere to spend it? Purely out of caprice? No, she didn't think so. She noticed that Yi Kuan was sitting close to Hu Yuqi and felt that Yi Kuan was definitely targeting her out of spite for the goddess-level beauty Hu Yuqi. At that moment, the system's prompt sound rang again. Ding! Detected a class flower-level beauty. Name, Huang Yueying, appearance, 88, class flower level, height, 164, measurements, 82, 64, 88, bust, 32b, favorability, -40, personality traits, cold, domineering, shrewd. Hey, system, what's going on? Why did the standard suddenly drop? Just a class flower level, and you dare to promote her to me? Yi Kuan was speechless. Recently, he had become accustomed to goddess level and school flower level beauties, and the system suddenly pushed to class flower level 1, which was hard to accept. Perhaps this is the difficulty of transitioning from frugality to extravagance. The same goes for taste in beauties. After seeing too many goddess level and school flower level beauties, it becomes hard to accept a class flower level 1. Moreover, Huang Yueying's bust was even smaller than his, like an airport, which made him even less interested. Yi Kuan didn't dare to pursue Huang Yueying. It would be troublesome if she got attached. Fortunately, her favorability was negative. President Huang, saying that I am deliberately targeting you is a bit unfounded. Since it's an auction, of course, the highest bidder wins. If you can bid higher than me, then this heavenly ring jade bracelet will belong to you. Yi Kuan said. He was not deliberately targeting Huang Yueying in the auction for the heavenly ring jade bracelet. It was just that he had too much money and wanted to acquire this exquisite jade bracelet. Huang Yueying was still very frustrated, feeling a blockage in her chest. Damn, you've already raised the bid to 500 million, how can anyone continue to bid? Mr. Yi bids 500 million, is there anyone willing to bid higher? The auctioneer said, scanning the room. 500 million once, 500 million twice. Huang Yueying did not continue to raise her bid. 500 million had already exceeded her maximum bid in her heart. She was a businesswoman, she wouldn't engage in something without profit. Therefore, in the end, she chose to give up. 500 million 3 times. Sold. The auctioneer's hammer determined the final ownership of the heavenly ring jade bracelet, which was Yi Kuan's. After purchasing a national treasure-level century-old wild ginseng for 1 billion, Yi Kuan also acquired the heavenly ring jade bracelet for 500 million. His extravagance was astonishing and admirable. Ding! Gained admiration value critical hit plus 666. Ding! Gained admiration value critical hit plus 777. Ding! Gained admiration value critical hit plus 888. Hu Yuqi also looked at Yi Kuan gratefully. Yi Kuan's high bid of 500 million for the heavenly ring jade bracelet, defeating Huang Yueying, made her feel very relieved. Although she felt a bit regretful for not being able to acquire the heavenly ring jade bracelet, at least Huang Yueying didn't get it. And she once again witnessed Yi Kuan's strength, which left her deeply shocked. Next, Yi Kuan bid a high price for a piece of blue and white porcelain antique, as well as a calligraphy work by the ancient calligrapher Zhang Su. As long as he placed a bid, no wealthy person in the room could compete with him. Yi Koen quickly established his dominant position in the auction house. He was the richest, most imposing man. As a result, Yi Koen also garnered a lot of admiration points. Of course, he didn't bid on everything. When he encountered items he wasn't interested in, he would leave the opportunity for others. After several rounds of intense bidding, there was a brief break in the event, entering the entertainment segment. Now, let's welcome the popular singer Wang Jingtong to perform a song for everyone, the host announced. Oh, wow! The sexy goddess Wang Jingtong is about to appear. Wang Jingtong is a top-tier female singer. She usually doesn't even do commercial performances, only concerts. I didn't expect her to be invited to sing at the auction. The auction hall suddenly became lively. Those attending this top-tier auction were all wealthy individuals, socialites, and various celebrities. There were quite a few first and second-tier stars invited to the event, but the only top-tier female star was Wang Jingtong. Soon, Wang Jingtong took the stage to perform. She had a graceful figure, exuding sensuality, yet she had an extremely pure face. Her singing voice was very pleasant and had the caliber of a diva. Since Yi Koen was sitting in the front row, closest to the stage, the diva Wang Jingtong, with her alluring charm and captivating presence, was indeed goddess level. However, perhaps because there was no direct interaction, Yi Koen did not trigger any system prompts related to her. Soon, after finishing a song, the diva Wang Jingtong walked off the stage with a seductive sway. As she passed by Yi Koen, she flashed him an incredibly charming smile. Yi Koen merely smiled back, not taking it to heart. Given his current status and the strength he displayed, it was perfectly normal for female stars to want to befriend him. Those goddesses and big stars, who seemed so high and mighty in the eyes of ordinary people, became quite ordinary in his view. Soon, the auctioneer in a Zhongshan suit returned to the stage, and the auction continued. Ladies and gentlemen, the next item for auction is a very peculiar object, a piece of titanium alloy, the auctioneer began. At the same time, a fist-sized piece of strange metal appeared on the display. This piece of metal had a pockmarked surface, looking unremarkable, as if it were just a discarded piece of junk. Could this broken metal even be put up for auction? The wealthy elites in the audience couldn't help but show skeptical and disdainful expressions. After testing with high-tech instruments, this special metal has a history of over 500 million years. We suspect it is a relic from prehistoric times or an item left behind by an alien high-tech civilization. The auctioneer calmly introduced. Hiss! The audience erupted in astonishment, and everyone began to feel curious and shocked about this unremarkable piece of titanium alloy. Over 500 million years of history. A prehistoric item? A high-tech product left by aliens? Such a peculiar thing. While many might have heard of it, few had ever seen it in person. This titanium alloy has a high density and is extremely hard. Even the hardest diamond in the world cannot leave a scratch on its surface. Its specific uses are unknown. This titanium alloy, aside from being incredibly hard, seems to have no other use, which is why the original owner entrusted us to auction it off, going to the highest bidder. The starting bid for this titanium alloy is 100 million. Bidding starts now, the auctioneer said, scanning the room with his gaze. He couldn't be sure if anyone would be willing to bid high for this otherwise unremarkable titanium alloy. Just then, the system's prompt sounded in Yi Koen's mind. Ding! A piece of strange metal has been detected, and inside it is a set of nano battle armor. Conditions for wearing the nano battle armor, awakened ones. Wow! This titanium alloy actually contains a set of nano battle armor. Black technology has emerged. What is an awakened one? Does this world really have supernatural powers? Snap! I must bid for this prehistoric titanium alloy. After the auctioneer announced the price, there was a silence of several seconds on site, with no one willing to bid. Although everyone was very curious about this peculiar titanium alloy, a price of 100 million still scared off quite a few people. Spending 100 million for a piece of utterly useless metal is clearly not a good deal. 100 million. Yi Koen spoke up. Since no one else was bidding, he would start the bidding himself. A titanium alloy over 500 million years old, containing a set of nano battle armor. Everyone here is unaware of its value. 120 million. After Yi Koen placed his bid, another wealthy individual joined the bidding. Although they didn't know what this titanium alloy was useful for, it would be nice to buy it and keep it as a collection. After all, this is an antique over 500 million years old. 300 million. Yi Koen raised his small sign and said calmly. He has an astronomical reserve of wealth and is not afraid of others bidding against him. Come on, bid. The more intense the bidding, the more excited he becomes. 350 million. There really was a wealthy person who continued to raise the price. What if this titanium alloy is some alien treasure? Winning the bid would be like finding a bargain. This was the thought process of those wealthy individuals on site. 500 million. Yi Kuan spoke calmly. Raise it. Keep raising. 600 million. There was indeed a wealthy individual who was not intimidated and raised the price to 600 million. 1 billion. Yi Kuan raised his small sign again. Hiss. The entire venue was in an uproar, shocked. President Yi actually bid 1 billion for a piece of utterly useless metal. This is just too much money, how reckless. However, some wealthy individuals did not think so. They believed it was a rare item. This titanium alloy might have some extraordinary function. This is why President Yi was willing to pay a high price to win it. 1,100 million. Many wealthy individuals attended this auction. A coal tycoon in the back row directly quoted a price of 1,100 million, competing with Yi Kuan. Spending over 10 billion to win a piece of prehistoric titanium alloy might just be a steal. 2 billion. Yi Kuan laughed. He wasn't angry and continued to raise the price. If it's a contest of wealth, he truly has no fear. Even the world's richest can be brought down by him. Let them kneel and call him daddy. Upon hearing Yi Kuan's bid of 2 billion, the coal tycoon immediately backed down, not daring to continue bidding. President Yi has quoted 2 billion. Is there anyone willing to bid higher? The auctioneer exclaimed excitedly. Unexpectedly, this titanium alloy could fetch a sky-high price of 2 billion. This is already the highest bid for any item at the auction. I bid 2,100 million. At this moment, a wealthy individual sitting in the front row spoke up. He is a super rich person on the Forbes billionaire list, ranked quite high. The higher Yi Kuan's bids went, the more those wealthy individuals felt it was a rare item. 10 billion. Yi Kuan directly raised the bid to 10 billion. A piece of nano armor for 10 billion is not expensive. And when he announced the price of 10 billion, the entire room collectively gasped. Then, a dead silence. Not a sound. You could hear a pin drop. Then, an uproar erupted, exploding. Crazy. He must be crazy. President Yi is actually spending 10 billion to bid for a piece of ordinary, utterly useless metal. Is it that he has too much money and can't spend it all? Are all rich people this reckless? Ha ha, President Yi truly has great ambition. I bow to your superiority and will not compete with you for this titanium alloy. That wealthy individual felt inferior and did not dare to continue competing with Yi Kuan. Damn, this is crazy. They directly raised the price to 10 billion. Even if he is one of the top billionaires on the Forbes list, he wouldn't dare to play like this. It's too extravagant. For the first time, he felt stunned by someone throwing money at him. Yi Kuan just smiled indifferently. Don't mention 10 billion. Even if it were 100 billion, to him, it would be nothing more than a drop in the bucket. This nano battle armor, he must have it. 10 billion once. The auctioneer didn't even ask if anyone wanted to raise the bid, he just started counting. 10 billion twice. 10 billion 3 times. Sold. With the auctioneer's final hammer, Yi Kuan bought this seemingly ordinary piece of metal for the astronomical price of 10 billion. Most people on site thought Yi Kuan had gone mad. However, many also showed expressions of crazy admiration. Buying an unknown piece of metal for 10 billion. Now that's a super rich person. Ding. Gained admiration value super crit plus 6,666. Ding. Gained admiration value super crit plus 7,777. Ding. Gained admiration value super crit plus 8,888. The super crits of admiration value kept appearing, and Yi Kuan crazily harvested a wave of admiration value. Even the goddess Hu Yuqi beside him looked at Yi Kuan with a shocked and admiring gaze. This book is a super rich person story, the richest and most enjoyable rich person story, no exceptions. The protagonist is not only a super rich person on Earth but also the strongest rich emperor in the universe. Handsome guys, remember to add it to your bookshelf, don't miss it. The author has something to say. Handsome guys, if you want to see the strongest rich emperor in the universe, remember to add it to your bookshelf. Ding. Goddess level beauty Hu Yuqi's favorability towards the host plus 10. Ding. Congratulations, goddess level beauty Hu Yuqi's favorability towards the host has increased to 60. Ding. Reward, host agility plus 10. Ding. Congratulations, the host's agility has increased to 43. Strength 41, agility 43, constitution 58, spirit 45. Yi Kuan felt a slight joy in his heart. His agility had increased by 10 points again. Now, his 4 basic physical attributes basically had no shortcomings. Advancing together felt great. With his body continuing to evolve like this, he would eventually become a Superman. At the same time, he couldn't help but glance at Hu Yuqi. He saw her beautiful eyes staring at him, smiling slightly, stunningly beautiful. With a favorability of 60, it already indicated a bit of liking. Yi-kun also smiled gently at Huyuchi, then straightened his posture again. Next up is the main event, the auction of a piece of land located in the Magic City. This piece of land is situated in the Suwei Riverside Financial Port, covering an area of 485 acres, with a starting bid of 20 billion. The auctioneer said. This piece of land was the highlight of the night, and a new land king in the Magic City might be born here. Meanwhile, the large screen on the exhibition stage began to display information about the land. Suwei Riverside Financial Port. The land is adjacent to the inner ring elevated road of the Magic City, next to the Long Museum. The Suwei Riverside Financial Port land will primarily feature Grade A office buildings, with commercial, high-end hotels, rental housing, and first-class services for exhibitions and cultural tourism as supporting facilities. It will be built into a central activity area integrating business, commerce, residence, leisure, culture, and ecology, promoting the rapid construction of an excellent waterfront of a global city in Suwei Riverside. President Qin, does our Kunpeng Group have the qualification to bid for this land? Yi Kuan asked Qin Lan beside him, feeling a bit interested in this land. This was not residential land, but commercial land located in the city center, intended for building office buildings and hotels. Of course, our Kunpeng Group's Kunpeng Real Estate has already paid a deposit of over 20 billion, qualifying us to bid for this land. President Qin Lan smiled and said. Aside from Yi Kuan, many big shots at the scene showed a strong interest in this piece of real estate. In fact, several large real estate companies came specifically to bid for this land, all eager to get started. The starting bid for this land is 20 billion, and the auction begins now, the auctioneer announced, opening the bidding. 23 billion. The first to bid was surprisingly the beautiful president of the In Group, Yu Bai. She had not participated in any bidding before. Always silent and reserved, it was unexpected that her first bid would be 23 billion. Truly, she was silent until she made a stunning move. The financial strength of the In Group was also quite formidable, directly targeting this prime land located in the heart of the Magic City. 24 billion, 25 billion, 26 billion. Some corporate groups joined the bidding, and the competition was fierce. The price of 26 billion had already surpassed the previous record of 24.85 billion for land in the Magic City. After reaching 26 billion, the pace of bidding began to slow down, and those companies with insufficient strength started to withdraw from the bidding. 27 billion. And Yu Bai raised her paddle again, exuding an air of determination. 27 billion, once again setting a new record for land prices in the Magic City. A brief silence fell over the auction hall. 30 billion. Yi Kuan raised his paddle, making his move. When he did, he pushed the price up to the significant threshold of 30 billion. Once again, he set a new record for land prices in the Magic City. Upon seeing that the bidder was the ruthless Yi Kuan, and Yu Bai couldn't help but furrow her brow, feeling quite challenged. Yi Kuan was too ruthless, too domineering. Basically, anything he set his sights on would be taken away by him, regardless of the price. He played completely against the norm. This guy was a super tycoon, treating money as if it were nothing. He spent 1 billion to bid for a century-old wild ginseng. He spent 5 billion to win a jade bracelet known as the Heaven's Ring. Even more perplexing was that he spent 100 billion to bid for a piece of metal whose purpose was unknown. It was absurd. Such a lavish and unpredictable competitor made her feel somewhat apprehensive. Mr. Yi, are you also interested in this piece of land? And Yu Bai slightly turned, speaking to Yi Kuan for the first time from one seat away from Huyuchi. Her voice was cold, yet it sounded quite pleasant. Ding! Detected a goddess-level beauty. Name, and Yu Bai attractiveness, 97 goddess level, height, 170 measurements, 86, 60, 90 perfect figure, bust, 34C favorability, 0 personality traits, cold, taciturn, economical with words. Yi Kuan scanned Yu Bai's information and couldn't help but shake his head slightly. Although Yu Bai was a goddess-level beauty, with stunning looks and a perfect figure, her personality was too cold, and she was economical with her words, not fond of talking. Moreover, her favorability towards him was actually 0, which was a bit excessive. Ding! Goddess-level beauty and Yu Bai looked at the host one more time, influenced by the charm halo of being loved by all, favorability plus 10. Ding! Goddess-level beauty and Yu Bai's favorability increased by plus 10 due to the host's domineering CEO identity halo. Ding! Goddess-level beauty and Yu Bai's favorability towards the host has risen to 20. Something's off. This is very strange. Under the influence of the charm halo of being loved by all, shouldn't her favorability have increased by 30 points? Why did it only increase by 10 points? This was the first time Yi Kuan encountered such a situation. Previously, whether it was a campus beauty or a goddess-level beauty, they would increase by 30 points under the influence of his charm halo. Could it be that Inubai could resist his charm halo? Perhaps it was her naturally cold personality that made it difficult for her to gain favor. However, Yi Kuan didn't really care about that. Right now, he wasn't lacking in goddess-level beauties around him. Mr. Yi. And Inubai saw that Yi Kuan was silent, and couldn't help but slightly part her red lips, gently calling out to him again. That's right, I'm quite interested in this piece of land as well, Yi Kuan said with a smile. He wouldn't easily give up on the bidding for this land just because the other party was a goddess-level beauty. 31 billion. At this moment, another real estate group raised the bid. It seemed that there were more than one or two companies determined to acquire this piece of land. 32 billion. And Inubai was unwilling to back down, quoting the sky-high price of 32 billion. It was clear that she was very determined to secure this land. 35 billion. Yi Kuan spoke calmly, directly raising the price to the 35 billion mark. The entire venue fell silent. Was a new land king about to be born in the Magic City? And Inubai did not continue to bid but leaned in close to Hu Yuchi's ear and whispered something. The author has something to say, handsome guys can join the rich group. After Inubai finished whispering to Hu Yuchi leaned her delicate body closer to Yi Kuan. Hu Yuchi's red lips brushed against Yi Kuan's ear, her breath fragrant, and she softly said, Mr. Yi, Inubai asked me to ask you if the In Group and the Confronting group could collaborate to jointly invest in the development of this land? Her voice was soft and gentle, making Yi Kuan feel a tickling sensation in his ear. Collaborate with the In Group? Yi Kuan turned his gaze towards Inubai. It was quite common for multiple companies to act as joint entities to invest in and develop a project together. For example, this piece of land, once auctioned, would cost over 300 billion, and the subsequent investment to build buildings, shopping malls, hotels, and other supporting facilities would require at least 1,000 billion. It would be difficult for a single company to complete such a large investment project alone, often requiring several companies to develop it together. However, this situation only applied to ordinary companies. Yi Kuan's Confronting group was not short on money. Just over 1,000 billion was nothing. The Confronting group could completely develop this project independently. If the funds were insufficient, he still had the reserve funds of a wealthy individual to draw upon. It was quite invincible. Therefore, he had no need to find someone to share this cake with. And Inubai was anxiously waiting for Yi Kuan's response. This piece of land was crucial to the In Group's business layout and held significant strategic importance. If Yi Kuan was unwilling to collaborate with her, she would have to rely on fair bidding. In front of Yi Kuan, she had no confidence in being able to secure this land. Yi Kuan was powerful and unpredictable, making her hard to read. Just as Yi Kuan was about to ruthlessly reject Inubai's request for collaboration, the system's prompt suddenly sounded. Ding! Random task triggered. Option 1, agree to Inubai's request and collaborate with the In Group to jointly develop the land. Reward 1, Inubai's favorability plus 10. Reward 2, 1 random lottery chance. Option 2, refuse Inubai's request and independently develop the land. Reward, 100 yuan. Punishment, Inubai's favorability minus 30. Goodness. Agreeing to the collaboration request would only increase Inubai's favorability by 10 points. Refusing the collaboration request would decrease her favorability by 30 points. That's a bit harsh. This goddess Inubai's favorability was quite hard to raise. However, considering that the system also offered a lottery chance, Yi Kuan decided to agree to Inubai's request for collaboration. After all, he was no longer short on money, earning a little more or a little less didn't really matter. Instead, raising the goddess's favorability was very important to him. Thus, Yi Kuan nodded at Inubai, indicating his agreement to collaborate with the In Group. This made Inubai let out a sigh of relief, and a slight smile blossomed on her stunning face, captivating and beautiful. President Yi has quoted 35 billion, is there anyone willing to bid higher? The auctioneer cast his gaze towards the heads of several major domestic conglomerates. 36 billion. A real estate tycoon in the front row, unwilling to back down, raised the price to 36 billion, exuding an air of determination. 38. 8 billion. Yi Kuan said calmly. He raised the bid again, without any pressure. This time, all the auction funds came from the wealth of a super-rich individual. He had an astronomical amount of wealth, who could compete with him? Even if all the real estate tycoons in the world united to bid, Yi Kuan could still press them all down. Press down. Again. With superpowers, one is invincible. No rivals. Unstoppable. Wow. President Yi has already quoted 38. 8 billion, breaking the record for the Land King in Magic City. Not just breaking the Land King price, it's already over 100 billion higher. Incredible, President Yi is simply extravagantly wealthy. When Yi Koen quoted the astronomical price of 38.8 billion, the scene erupted in an uproar. Shock. Explosion. This top-tier auction was truly a fierce battle, with intense competition. However, President Yi could lead the way, standing out alone. Is it you, Xiaoer? President Yi truly has great ambition. We give up on this auction. The last real estate tycoon, shaking his head helplessly, gave up on further bidding. Thank you, thank you. Yi Koen smiled. 38.8 billion once. 38.8 billion twice. 38.8 billion three times. Sold. The auctioneer's hammer struck, announcing the birth of the new Land King in Magic City. Wow! A new Land King has been born. Ding! Received super critical worship value plus 5,555. Ding! Received super critical worship value plus 6,666. Ding! Received super critical worship value plus 7,777. Ding! Received super critical worship value plus 8,888. Ding! Received super critical worship value plus 9,999. At the moment the new Land King in Magic City was born, super critical worship values surged wildly, and Yi Koen harvested a wave of worship value. The eyes of the many wealthy individuals, socialites, and celebrities present looked at Yi Koen with admiration. President Yi is so extravagant. Invincible. Then, several other valuable items were auctioned off one after another. Yi Koen did not bid, leaving some opportunities for others. Next, we will auction a very precious jewelry necklace called Tears of the Fairy, the auctioneer announced. At the same time, a stunningly beautiful jewelry necklace was displayed on the stage. As soon as this necklace appeared, all the socialites and wealthy women went wild, their eyes shining. Tears of the Fairy is a unique modular masterpiece created by a world-renowned jewelry artist. The diamonds in this piece are cut from a 507.55 carat, pure type IA Cullinan and Heritage diamond rough. The designer incorporated elements from the Dragon Kingdom, such as butterflies, jade, and white jade. The entire necklace is composed of pearl strings, featuring a reconfigurable structure with up to 27 different ways to wear it. Legend has it that this necklace has a magical power that makes the woman wearing it radiant and full of charm. Tears of the Fairy, starting bid 800 million. This is the highest starting bid for a piece of jewelry so far. However, this still could not stop some socialites and wealthy women from going crazy. There were also some super rich individuals on site who wanted to bid for this precious jewelry necklace to give to the woman they admired. 1 billion. Soon, a wealthy woman called out a price of 1 billion. 1 billion. 2 billion. 3 billion. Ms. He, the daughter of the gambling king from Ouching, bids 3 billion. Is there anyone willing to bid higher? The auctioneer scanned the room. 2 billion. Yi Koen spoke calmly, striking again. This necklace was crafted by a master jeweler from the Dragon Country, uniquely designed, incorporating many elements of the Dragon Country. One of a kind in the world. Worth bidding for and collecting. The key is, he isn't short on money. Those who want a tailored character can leave a message in the review area. Author's note, join the wealthy group. Yi Koen's bid of 2 billion shocked the entire room again. The price of 2 billion has set a new historical record for the auction of jewelry necklaces. In the auction hall, the youngest granddaughter of the gambling king from Ouching looked at Yi Koen's handsome back with a resentful gaze. She was very angry. Yi Koen actually dared to compete with her for this fairy's tier jewelry necklace. 2.1 billion. The gambling king's granddaughter raised the bid again, clearly out of spite. At the same time, she wanted to challenge Yi Koen. Since childhood, she had been the apple of the Yi's family's eye, the most pampered little princess. She could have whatever she wanted. Anything she set her sights on, she had never been unable to obtain. 3 billion. Yi Koen raised his paddle again, speaking calmly. Sorry, the things he wanted would not be easily let go. No matter who the opponent was. Unless he was in a good mood. If the opponent made him happy, he wouldn't mind giving it away for free. Otherwise, it wouldn't matter who came. Mr. Yi bids 3 billion. Is there anyone willing to bid higher? The auctioneer scanned the room again, then looked at the gambling king's granddaughter. The gambling king's granddaughter stomped her feet in anger, staring at Yi Koen's handsome back, her pretty face puffed up with rage. However, she had no way to deal with Yi Koen now. The price of 3 billion made her hesitant to raise her bid again. 3 billion once. 3 billion twice. 3 billion three times. Sold. The auctioneer's hammer came down. Yi Koen secured the fairy's tiered jewelry necklace for 3 billion. The gazes of the socialites in the room turned fiery as they looked at Yi Kuan. If Yi Kuan could give them this string of fairies' tears, they would surely become the most dazzling women in the world. However, Yi Kuan seemed a bit cold. They wondered what kind of woman would be worthy of this string of fairies' tears. Ladies and gentlemen, the last item of the night, and the most important one, is about to be presented. That's right, the last item tonight is the bronze statue of the dragon head from the 12 zodiac signs. The auctioneer spoke with an exciting voice. At the same time, the big screen began to display information about the dragon head statue. The dragon head bronze statue is one of the 12 zodiac animal heads from the old summer palace, originally part of a fountain outside the Heian Hall, a red copper statue from the Qianlong era. After the burning of the old summer palace, the dragon head statue and other statues began to flow overseas. Currently, 5 pieces have returned, namely the ox head, monkey head, tiger head, pig head, and horse head, all repurchased domestically. The rat head and rabbit head have been auctioned at Christie's and have stirred up a lot of buzz. The other snake head, goat head, rooster head, and dog head statues remain missing to this day. The starting bid for the dragon head bronze statue is 3 billion. The auction begins now. As soon as the auctioneer's voice fell, patriotic individuals began to bid eagerly. Today, many wealthy individuals came specifically for this dragon head bronze statue at the auction. 5 billion, 8 billion, 10 billion, 12 billion. Mr. Huo from Hong Kong Island bids 12 billion. Is there anyone willing to bid higher? 15 billion. Young Master He from Ouching has bid 5 billion. Is there anyone willing to bid higher? 6 billion. Young Master Huo from Hong Kong raised his bid again, bringing the price up to 6 billion. This price was already a historical high for the bronze dragon head statue. He was not bidding for personal collection, but to present it to the country. Young Master Huo from Hong Kong bids 6 billion. Is there anyone willing to bid higher? The auctioneer scanned the room. 10 billion. Yi Kuan raised his paddle and spoke calmly. He directly raised the bid for the dragon head bronze statue to 10 billion. As soon as the bid of 10 billion was announced, the room fell into silence. The dragon head statue itself did not hold much value. Its worth lay in its significance. The 12 bronze head statues belong to the dragon nation and must return to the motherland. Moreover, this auction was for the dragon head statue, which held even greater significance. First, buy back the dragon head, then lure out the other bronze head statues, and then find a way to retrieve them. Whether by bidding or by force, they must return to their rightful owner. Mr. Yi bids 10 billion. Is there anyone willing to bid higher? The auctioneer scanned the room again. However, this time, no one responded. 10 billion was simply too high. Even for the sake of the country, putting out 10 billion was quite painful. Furthermore, Yi Kuan himself was also from the Dragon Nation, which diminished others' willingness to continue bidding. 10 billion once, 10 billion twice, 10 billion 3 times. Sold. With the auctioneer's final hammer, Yi Kuan purchased the 12 zodiac dragon head bronze statue for the astronomical price of 10 billion. At that moment, Yi Kuan stood up and slowly spoke. I am willing to return the 12 zodiac dragon head bronze statue to the country. Please have the auction house contact the relevant national departments to return it to its rightful owner. As soon as he said this, everyone stood up and applauded, the sound of applause thunderous and unending. Clap, 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 clap. The crowd, whether wealthy elites, socialites, or ordinary staff, all cast respectful glances at Yi Kuan. Winning the 12 zodiac dragon head bronze statue and donating it to the country was a patriotic spirit worthy of respect. Ding! Received a super critical hit of admiration plus 6,666. Ding! Received a super critical hit of admiration plus 7,777. Ding! Received a super critical hit of admiration plus 8,888. Ding! Received a super critical hit of admiration plus 9,999. A frenzy of super critical hits of admiration erupted. At that moment, the admiration value surged wildly. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully completing the task of purchasing the 12 zodiac dragon head bronze statue and donating it to the country. Ding! The host gains prestige in the Dragon Nation, respect. Prestige levels can be divided into indifferent, neutral, friendly, respect, reverence, worship. As the auction just concluded, a female reporter immediately approached Yi Kuan for an interview. Mr. Yi, may I ask why you spent the astronomical sum of 10 billion to purchase the 12 zodiac dragon head bronze statue and donate it to the country? What were you thinking? The female reporter gazed at Yi Kuan's handsome face with admiration. National treasures are priceless. The dragon head statue belongs to the Dragon Nation and must return to the country. Yi Kuan replied calmly. In the past, he had limited ability. Now that he had the financial means, he should contribute what he could to the country. Purchasing the 12 zodiac bronze head statues and returning them to the nation was within his capacity. Mr. Yi, if you encounter the 12 zodiac bronze head statues again, would you consider purchasing them and returning them to the country? The female reporter asked again. The snake head, goat head, rooster head, and dog head bronze statues among the 12 bronze heads are still missing. As long as national treasures are found, no matter the price, I will ensure they return to the motherland. Yi Kuan said. Taking the dragon's head was just the first step. Afterwards, he would have various means to bring back the lost bronze statues to the country. The national treasure that was stolen could potentially be reclaimed. The author has something to say. Handsome guys join the group. Yi Kuan had just finished an interview with a female reporter when the goddess in Yubai walked towards him. Mr. Yi, do you really agree to cooperate with the in-group to jointly develop that piece of land? And Yubai asked, her beautiful eyes fixed on Yi Kuan. Her expression remained cold, but her stunning looks added to her appeal. That's right, Confronting group can cooperate with in-group. As for the specific cooperation details, you can discuss them with President Qin. Yi Kuan replied to Yubai. He was only responsible for spending money and enjoying himself. The specific business cooperation still needed to be discussed with the female president. Seeing that Yi Kuan was not lying to her and truly agreed to cooperate with the in-group to jointly develop that piece of land, Yubai couldn't help but show a look of joy. She glanced at Yi Kuan with gratitude in her beautiful eyes, feeling that this man was actually quite charming. He had looks, strength, was domineering, and could deliver on his promises. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task of cooperating with the in-group. Ding! Goddess-level beauty in Yubai's favorability towards the host plus 10. Ding! Goddess-level beauty in Yubai's favorability towards the host has increased to 30. Ding! Reward, 1 random lottery chance. Not bad, and Yubai's favorability towards him had increased a bit. Although there was still a distance from the passing line of 60 points, it was finally some progress. System, I want to draw a lottery. Yi Kuan silently thought, deciding to use this lottery chance first. Suddenly, a huge colorful roulette appeared in his mind. The slots on the roulette were filled with all sorts of peculiar treasures. Service items, 1 goddess-level housekeeper, 1 goddess-level bodyguard, 2 school flower-level maids. What else? Handsome guys are welcome to add function cards, 1 beauty card, 1 lucky charm, 1 misfortune charm, 1 peach blossom charm. Favorability gifts, 1 like, inspiration capsule, 1 show-off, throw flowers, god-level certification. Skill items, indestructible skill, invincible kidney, martial arts, swordsmanship. Handsome guys, what prizes do you want to see in the lottery? You can leave a message here, and the author will periodically select suitable prizes from the messages. The various rewards in the roulette were dazzling, and Yi Kuan couldn't help but feel very tempted. He wanted them all. Does the host want to start the lottery selection? The system prompted. Start the lottery. With Yi Kuan's command, the huge colorful roulette in his mind began to slowly spin, then it sped up, turning into a massive whirlwind. Stop! The speed of the colorful roulette slowed down gradually and finally came to a halt, the pointer landing on an item. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 beauty card. Description: using the beauty card is equivalent to using a beauty camera, which can eliminate flaws in appearance and enhance attractiveness. It was a bit disappointing not to draw the indestructible skill or the invincible kidney, but the beauty card was still a good item. If a top school flower level beauty used the beauty card, it could directly elevate her attractiveness to goddess level. For ordinary people, using the beauty card was like using a beauty camera, and the enhancement to their looks was incredibly obvious. To know, those very ordinary women usually transform into beauties with the beauty filter of live streaming. This shows the power of such beauty features. After the auction ended, a grand cocktail party was held in the hotel banquet hall. Most of the wealthy socialites, celebrities, and social elites who attended the auction also participated. Many wealthy young ladies and socialite stars wanted to take this opportunity to get to know Yi Kuan. Soon, a sexy and enchanting beauty with a hot figure walked towards Yi Kuan with her long legs. She was Wang Jingtong, the sexy diva who performed at the auction tonight. Mr. Yi, I wonder if I have the honor to invite you to dance with me? Wang Jingtong smiled, charming and alluring. The admiration and adoration in her gaze towards Yi Kuan were undeniable. Yi Kuan was the most extravagant and domineering man she had ever seen. At tonight's auction, Yi Kuan was extravagant and powerful, dominating the crowd and shocking everyone, making countless socialites secretly infatuated with him. Ding! Detected a goddess-level beauty. Name, Wang Jingtong. Appearance, 96. Goddess level, height, 172. Measurements, 87, 60, 91. Bust, 34D. Initial favorability, 30. Personality traits, heavenly voice, sexy and charming, both pure and desirable. Wang Jingtong truly lived up to her status as a popular singer, indeed a goddess-level beauty with an appearance score of 96. However, her most outstanding features were not her looks, but her figure and voice. Her body was curvy and sexy, exuding a charm that was hard to resist. Her voice was melodious and enchanting, like a heavenly sound. Listening to her speak was a joy and pleasure in itself. Although her figure was sexy and enchanting, her appearance was surprisingly pure and sweet, both pure and desirable. She was definitely an exceptional woman. Ding! Goddess-level beauty. Wang Jingtong is influenced by the host's charm aura, gaining plus 20 favorability. Ding! Goddess-level beauty. Wang Jingtong is influenced by the host's domineering CEO aura, gaining plus 30 favorability. Ding! Goddess-level beauty. Wang Jingtong's favorability towards the host has risen to 80. Ding! Goddess-level beauty. Wang Jingtong's favorability towards the host is above 60, rewarding the host with plus 10 physique. Ding! Congratulations, the host's physique has increased to 68. Strength, 41, agility, 43, physique, 68, spirit, 45. In an instant, Yi Kuan felt a mysterious energy surge within him, enhancing his physique once again. Now his physique was more than 6 times that of an ordinary person's peak state, simply invincible. Moreover, influenced by the charm aura and identity aura, the sexy diva Wang Jingtong's favorability towards him skyrocketed. Goodness, the favorability directly rose to 80 points. It is known that once the favorability reaches 90 points, the beauty will actively pursue him. Ding! Triggered random task, accept the dance invitation from goddess-level beauty Wang Jingtong to obtain divine dance skills. Wow! It even rewards divine dance skills. Yi Kuan decisively accepted Wang Jingtong's dance invitation. Wang Jingtong smiled charmingly, extending a delicate hand for Yi Kuan to take. Yi Kuan was not polite, taking her hand and walking to the center of the dance floor. Ding! Congratulations, the host has completed the task and accepted the dance invitation from goddess-level beauty Wang Jingtong. Ding! Rewarding the host with divine dance skills. In an instant, Yi Kuan mastered various dance techniques, seamlessly integrating them, reaching a divine level. He not only could dance various social dances but also street dance, folk dance, classical dance. In short, he seemed to be born to dance all kinds of dances, making him quite versatile. When Yi Kuan's hand wrapped around Wang Jingtong's soft waist, his entire demeanor and gaze transformed completely, as if he had become a true dancer. No, he was the god of dance. At that moment, he seemed to have immersed himself in the art of dance for decades, his skills refined to perfection, reaching an ethereal level. Wang Jingtong, a graduate of Longjing Music Academy, had studied music and dance since childhood and practiced yoga every day. Her body was astonishingly flexible, seemingly delicate and boneless. The two danced gracefully in the ballroom, their movements beautiful, outshining everyone and stunning all onlookers. Although their dance moves were quite ordinary, they were indescribably exquisite. I didn't expect that President Yi is not only handsome and charming but also talented in many areas, even dancing so well, simply professional. President Yi's dancing level is beyond professional, it's truly hall level, ethereal and breathtaking. The sexy diva Wang Jingtong also dances beautifully, and the two of them are perfectly in sync, simply stunning and pleasing to the eye. Ding! Gained admiration points. Critical hit plus 666. Ding! Gained admiration points. Critical hit plus 777. Ding! Gained admiration points. Critical hit plus 888. Yi Kuan didn't expect that dancing could earn him a wave of admiration points. President Yi, your dancing is truly impressive, even I feel inferior. Wang Jingtong's delicate body leaned close to Yi Kuan, whispering softly in his ear. She was genuinely amazed by Yi Kuan's dancing skills. Every step was executed with precision, and he could easily lead her. Dancing with Yi Kuan was simply a pleasure, free and unrestrained, as if she had released herself. Yi Kuan was not only a wealthy man but also possessed such profound dancing skills that left her in awe, greatly increasing her fondness for him. Ding! Goddess-level beauty Wang Jingtong was amazed by the host's dancing skills, fondness plus 5. Ding! Goddess-level beauty Wang Jingtong's fondness for the host increased to 85. Your dance posture is beautiful, and your body is very flexible, Yi Kuan said, his hand resting on Wang Jingtong's waist, whispering in her ear. With Wang Jingtong's fondness for him at 85, even some intimate physical contact and flirtatious words were not a problem. Moreover, they were currently dancing a social dance, so some intimate contact was quite normal. I have been learning dance since I was young, and I practice yoga every day, so my body is naturally very flexible. Wang Jingtong smiled charmingly and leaned close to Yi Kuan's ear, saying softly, President Yi, if you have the chance, you can personally guide me on my dance moves. He. Was she hinting at something? Yi Kuan was too naive to understand. Soon, the dance came to an end. Then, a dozen socialites rushed towards Yi Kuan, all dressed beautifully, eager to invite him to dance. Among them was the granddaughter of a gambling king from Australia. Now, Yi Kuan had clearly become a hot commodity. He was young and accomplished, the chairman of a 100 billion group, handsome and charismatic, with extraordinary dancing skills. He was simply the dream lover and ideal partner for most girls. With so many socialites inviting Yi Kuan to dance at the same time, he felt quite troubled, as it seemed inappropriate to agree to any one of them. The dazzling flowers fell into charming eyes. It was quite annoying. Very tedious. At that moment, Lu Yuxuan, a wealthy young lady from Hong Kong, walked up to Yi Kuan and scrutinized him carefully from head to toe. Yi Kuan. Are you Yi Kuan's cousin? Suddenly, Lu Yuxuan blinked her beautiful eyes and asked, what was going on? Why was she suddenly recognizing her cousin? Yi Kuan looked confused, utterly bewildered. He didn't remember having such a cousin. Yi Kuan cousin, I am Lu Yuxuan from Hong Kong Island. You used to carry me when I was little, do you not remember? Lu Yuxuan said earnestly. Yi Kuan looked much more handsome than in the photo, making her hesitate to recognize him. I carried you? From Hong Kong Island, Lu Yuxuan? Yi Kuan thought carefully. It seemed his family only had one distant relative in Hong Kong Island. How distant? It seemed to be from his aunt's branch, the descendants of his grandfather's sister. After they moved to Hong Kong Island, they first became dentists. Later, some went into business, real estate, trade, and finance, gradually developing into a wealthy family in Hong Kong Island. Cousin, do you remember now? When I was 6, I came back to visit our hometown with my parents, and you praised me for being cute, pinched my cheeks, and carried me. Lu Yuxuan said excitedly. You remember being carried when you were 6? Yi Kuan really couldn't recall. Cousin, I have a photo of you, look. Lu Yuxuan took out her phone and flipped through the pictures. There were 2 photos in total, one of them being a childhood picture of the 2 of them. In the photo, a chubby, rosy-cheeked little girl was riding on the neck of a handsome young man. That little girl was naturally Lu Yuxuan, and the handsome young man was Yi Kuan. The other photo was taken by Yi Kuan last year in the Magic City. The second photo was given to me by my aunt, telling me to find you when I arrived in the Magic City, but you look much more handsome in person than in the photo. I almost didn't recognize you, Lu Yuxuan said excitedly. Oh, I remember now, Xiao Xian, you looked like a porcelain doll when you were little, very cute and a bit proud. I often pinched your cheeks, and I did carry you on my shoulders, Yi Kuan laughed, finally recalling who Lu Yuxuan was. Truly, girls change a lot as they grow up. The chubby, rosy-cheeked little Xian had now grown into a tall and graceful beauty. Cousin, you finally remembered Xiao Xian, Lu Yuxuan exclaimed, hugging Yi Kuan tightly. Ding! School beauty Lu Yuxuan has reunited with you after a long time, increasing host's favorability by +60. Ding! School beauty Lu Yuxuan's favorability towards the host has risen to 70. Ding! School beauty Lu Yuxuan's favorability towards the host has exceeded 60, rewarding spirit +10. Ding! Congratulations, the host's spirit has increased to 55. Strength 41, agility 43, constitution 68, spirit 55. In an instant, Yi Kuan felt as if a magical energy had been injected into his mind, feeling invigorated and radiant. Moreover, his perception had greatly improved. Lu Yuxuan held him tightly, the softness of her chest pressing against him, the sensation particularly clear and distinct. Ahem. Xiao Xian, what brings you to the Magic City this time? Yi Kuan asked as he released Lu Yuxuan from his embrace. Grandpa fell ill, and the doctor said he needs 100-year-old ginseng as a medicinal guide, so I came to the Magic City for this auction, Lu Yuxuan said. She was the only daughter in her family, and the responsibility of bidding for the 100-year-old wild ginseng fell on her shoulders. Little did she know, cousin Yi Kuan was incredibly wealthy, directly bidding 1 billion to win that 100-year-old wild ginseng. Your grandpa fell ill and needs 100-year-old wild ginseng as a medicinal guide? Then I'll just give you that wild ginseng, Yi Kuan said. No, that's too precious. Just cutting a small piece for the medicinal guide is enough. I don't need the whole wild ginseng. Lu Yuxuan quickly waved her hands. Yi Kuan Gij, may I invite you to dance? Lu Yuxuan smiled sweetly at Yi Kuan. Although she was a wealthy young lady from Hong Kong Island, in front of Yi Kuan, she seemed more like a neighbor girl. Sweet, cute, and refreshingly unique. Of course, I can dance. But shouldn't you be calling me cousin? Yi Kuan smiled. Earlier, Lu Yuxuan had called her cousin, but now she suddenly changed to calling him brother. Although we are cousins, it's been several generations apart, so I'll just call you Yikuan brother. Lu Yuxuan said stubbornly. Alright then, if you like calling me brother, go ahead, Yikuan chuckled, allowing her. Thinking back to when he had held Lu Yuxuan as a child, pinching her chubby little face, he couldn't help but find it quite amusing. What a simple and beautiful memory. Soon, Yikuan and Lu Yuxuan began to dance gracefully in the dance floor. Yikuan brother, I've come all the way to the Magic City, you have to take me out to have a good time. Lu Yuxuan blinked her beautiful eyes and said, it's a bit late today, let's go out tomorrow instead. Yikuan replied. Okay, Yikuan brother, Lu Yuxuan nodded obediently. By the way, have you booked your hotel room? Do you want me to arrange it for you? Yikuan asked. No need, I booked a room before I came. Lu Yuxuan smiled. That's good. Yikuan nodded. The two chatted and danced casually. Yikuan didn't show off any extraordinary dance skills, just taking it easy. Soon, they finished to dance. Just as they returned to the resting area, Yikuan was surrounded by those socialites. Most of them came to invite him to dance. Some asked for his contact information. Others quietly slipped him little notes. There were even bolder ones who directly invited him to their hotel rooms to play cards. Among these people were wealthy heiresses, international models, film stars, and even high society ladies. Most of them were true socialites, coming from distinguished backgrounds and possessing considerable wealth, not the kind of socialites that circulate online. Fake socialites wouldn't even get into such high-standard parties. They generally had good looks, with most scoring at least 70 or 80 points, and quite a few were at the level of campus beauties. However, those who reached the level of campus beauties and goddesses were still in the minority. Recently, Yikuan's status had risen, and he was surrounded by many campus beauties and goddesses. But that didn't mean that campus beauties and goddesses were common. It was just that after he gained financial power and the identity of a CEO, it became easier for him to encounter high-value beauties. Just like a top player in a national game, most of the opponents he faced were of that level. Meanwhile, bronze players mostly matched with other bronze players. When girls with scores below 90 approached him, Yikuan generally politely declined. He turned down several models, actresses, and wealthy heiresses, all because their looks didn't meet the campus beauty threshold. Those international models, while top-notch in height and temperament, didn't quite measure up in looks, basically failing to reach the campus beauty standard. Even those actresses who usually appeared glamorous often didn't meet the system's criteria for campus beauties. The system was strict in this regard, keeping a tight check. Such a system was excellent. Although Yikuan had declined several socialites' invitations to dance, one person still confidently walked towards him. She was the granddaughter of the gambling king from Australia. Today, Yikuan had suppressed her during the auction segment of the Tears of the Fairy. This made her quite unwilling and a bit unconvinced. From childhood to adulthood, she had always been the most pampered little princess. Why should she suffer losses in front of Yikuan? Mr. Yi, can we dance? Hijishi walked up to Yikuan and spoke. She believed that with her looks, temperament, and background, Yikuan would definitely not refuse her. Hiss. Yikuan couldn't help but take a cold breath. He had just outbid Hijishi in the auction, and her favorability towards him had actually dropped to -50. This was the lowest favorability he had encountered from any beauty so far. Indeed, she was a spoiled, willful, and proud young lady from a wealthy family. Ding! Hijishi's favorability increased by 20 points due to the charm aura of the host, who is loved by everyone. Ding! Hijishi's favorability increased by 10 points due to the aura of the host's domineering CEO identity. Ding! The school beauty Hijishi's favorability towards the host has risen to -20 points. Well, even after being influenced by both the charm aura and the identity aura, her favorability towards him was still negative. Mr. Yi, may I invite you to dance? Hijishi noticed that Yikuan did not respond immediately, and her expression turned slightly angry. Although Yikuan was quite handsome and charming, she did not like men who did not obey her. Sorry, Missy, I'm a bit tired from dancing earlier and would like to rest for a while. Yikuan shook his head and directly rejected Hijishi's invitation. What a joke! Your favorability towards me is negative, and you expect me to put my warm face against your cold backside? Impossible. Yikuan never compromises himself. He would not act like a sycophant just to boost his favorability. What kind of status would a wealthy man have then? Boosting favorability should rely on a man's own charm, not on flattery. You actually dare to refuse my invitation. Hijishi looked at Yikuan in disbelief after he rejected her outright. This was the first time a man had dared to refuse her face to face. She felt humiliated and very angry. As the granddaughter of the gambling king of Aocheng, she had lowered her status to invite someone to dance, and she was actually rejected. Unbelievable. Miss He, why can't I refuse your invitation? Yi Kuan smiled. He had just turned down several socialites' invitations. He wasn't missing out on Hijishi. Was the granddaughter of a gambling king so impressive? He didn't want to dance with Hijishi. Could anyone force him to do so? What is financial freedom? Low-level financial freedom means being able to buy whatever you want without considering the price. High-level freedom means being able to not do whatever you don't want to do. No one can force him. Yi Kuan felt that he was at this level now. He could choose not to do anything he didn't want to do. So, he casually rejected Hijishi's dance invitation. Very relaxed. Following his own desires. Without having to consider anyone else's feelings. This is the self-cultivation of a super wealthy man. The character building has been established. Please leave a message in the pinned character section in the review area for a tailored character. The author has something to say. The handsome guy can join the wealthy family. Miss He, why can't I refuse you? Yi Kuan's rhetorical question left Hijishi speechless. Yes. Why couldn't Yi Kuan refuse her? First, Yi Kuan wasn't after her money because he was richer than her. Second, Yi Kuan wasn't after her beauty because he had plenty of goddess-level beauties around him. Finally, Yi Kuan wasn't afraid of the Yi family's power because he was the big boss of Kuanpun Group, and his power might not be weaker than hers. As the saying goes, desire leads to weakness. Yi Kuan had no desires for Hijishi, so he didn't need to give her face. He could act according to his own preferences. If he wanted to accept an invitation, he would, and if he didn't, he would refuse. Very comfortable. Without any scruples. Yi Kuan could choose not to do anything he didn't want to do. No one could force him. Hijishi had been spoiled at home, willful, proud, and unruly. But here, Yi Kuan would not indulge her. He certainly wouldn't flatter her. Yi Kuan rejected her, and she had no way to counter it. For the first time, Hijishi discovered that there was actually someone she couldn't handle. The men who had approached her before were either after her family's wealth and power or her beauty. Therefore, she could easily show them a cold shoulder and act like a spoiled rich girl. However, this tactic was completely ineffective in front of Yi Kuan. Suddenly, she realized that a man like Yi Kuan, who was domineering and had a strong personality, was actually the most charming. He was different from all the men she had encountered before. Those sycophants were just annoying. It was a man like Yi Kuan, with his domineering personality, who could suppress her and conquer her. He gave her a different kind of shock. Ding! The school beauty Hijishi's favorability towards the host increased by 10. Ding! The school beauty Hijishi's favorability towards the host increased by 10. Ding! The school beauty Hijishi's favorability towards the host increased by 10. Ding! The school beauty Hijishi's favorability towards the host has risen to 10 points. In an instant, Hijishi's favorability towards Yi Kuan increased by 30 points. This left Yi Kuan completely bewildered. How could rejecting her actually increase his favorability? Could it be that these rich young ladies all had a tendency for masochism? Miss He, do you have any other matters? Yi Kuan asked, showing no intention of changing his mind. I want to ask how you plan to handle that fairy tear necklace? Hijishi thought for a moment and asked a question she was very concerned about. Yi Kuan had bought the fairy tear necklace for a staggering 30 billion, which was probably the highest price ever for a piece of jewelry in auction history. Would he keep it as a collection, waiting for it to appreciate? Or would he give this precious necklace to the woman he admired? Let's keep it for now. If I think of a woman suitable to wear this necklace, then I will give it to her, Yi Kuan said calmly. I understand. If Mr. Yi comes to Aocheng, you can come find me to hang out, Hijishi said, elegantly turning to leave. Although Yi Kuan had rejected her, she was not angry. Instead, she began to see Yi Kuan in a new light. What do you understand? Yi Kuan shook his head, not believing that this willful and proud young lady could understand anything. Just then, the goddess-level beauty Yang Yijuan approached Yi Kuan with her long legs. She was currently the only one with a favorability rating of 95 towards Yi Kuan. Yi Kuan, did you refuse Miss He's invitation to dance? Yang Yijuan asked. The proud He family young lady seemed to have hit a wall with Yi Kuan. That's right, I turned down several socialites tonight. Perhaps this is the trouble of being too popular. Yi Kuan joked. Tonight, he had rejected several rich young ladies, supermodels, and even a few socialites. He clearly had the ability to live off a woman, yet he insisted on relying on his own strength. It was quite dull. Then can I invite you to dance? Yang Yijuan looked at Yi Kuan with her beautiful eyes and smiled. In her eyes, this man possessed infinite charm. When Yi Kuan jumped into the pool to save her and performed CPR for the first time, she had already fallen in love with him. Now, she was even more deeply infatuated, unable to extricate herself. No! Yi Koen shook his head. Yang Yijuan was astonished. Yi Koen actually rejected her too. Did that mean she wasn't worthy? A whirlwind of emotions surged within her, nearly causing her to faint. You can't invite me because I want to invite you to dance. At that moment, Yi Koen reached out to Yang Yijuan and smiled. Goddess Yang Yijuan, would you like to dance with me? A man should be proactive when he needs to be, and he shouldn't lack the necessary grace. I would love to. Yang Yijuan was both surprised and delighted, immediately nodding in agreement. Yi Koen was so bad. She thought he had really rejected her. Her emotions were truly a roller coaster, and her little heart could hardly take it. However, Yi Koen's initiative to invite her to dance made her very happy. Yi Koen took Yang Yijuan's hand and walked to the center of the dance floor. His hand naturally wrapped around Yang Yijuan's slender waist. The touch was incredibly soft, a delightful sensation. Yang Yijuan truly deserved to be called a goddess-level beauty with a score of 96. She had a stunning face, delicate features, cherry-like lips, skin as smooth as cream, and a figure that was graceful and enchanting. Yi Koen held her as they danced gracefully in the dance floor, like a pair of celestial lovers, a sight to behold. Especially as Yi Koen showcased his extraordinary dancing skills, stepping with precision and leading Yang Yijuan through various elegant dance moves, stunning everyone present. Yi Koen, I didn't expect you to dance so well, you've taken me to new heights. Yang Yijuan's body pressed close to Yi Koen, her breath warm against his ear. Her dancing skills were merely amateur. But dancing with Yi Koen made her steps light, like a fairy dancing freely and gracefully, completely swept away. It was truly a wonderful feeling. While Yi Koen and Yang Yijuan danced, a pair of beautiful eyes were fixed on him. It was the goddess-level beauty Hu Yuqi, a true heiress from a wealthy family. Yi Koen's charm is quite something, even Yang Yijuan is captivated by him. Hu Yuqi's beautiful eyes were glued to Yi Koen, sparkling with interest. Tonight, Yi Koen displayed absolute dominance at the auction. Basically, every item he set his sights on was won by him. When he made a move, it was always a sure hit. A stunning debut, shocking the entire venue. He spent 1 billion to acquire a national treasure-level century-old wild ginseng, 500 million for a precious Tian Siwen jade bracelet, 3 billion for the fairy's tiered jewelry necklace, 100 billion for an unknown titanium alloy metal. Additionally, he spent 100 billion to acquire a national treasure, a bronze statue of the dragon head from the 12 zodiac signs, donating it to the country. Moreover, he spent a staggering 38.8 billion to purchase a prime commercial land in the heart of the city, setting a new record for land prices. He single-handedly claimed the title of the new land king. Every auction he participated in set a record for the highest price in auction history. Terrifyingly impressive. Who could rival him? The amount of money Yi Koen spent at the auction was already approaching 1 trillion. It was simply extravagant beyond belief, unheard of. He undoubtedly became the focal point of attention in the entire venue. Yi Koen's identity was also extraordinary, being the behind-the-scenes boss of the Kunpun group. Not only that, he was handsome and charming, exuding an irresistible charisma at all times. Yes, it was this damned charm that made her unable to resist being captivated. She had seen many top young talents. Some from the city, some from the fairyland, some from the demon city, and some from the dragon capital. Those young talents were all exceptional, but compared to Yi Koen, they paled in comparison. At this banquet, Yi Koen undoubtedly became the most popular man among women. More than 20 socialites invited Yi Koen to dance. Among them were wealthy heiresses, film stars, international supermodels, and noble ladies. All were beauties with both looks and figure, many from prestigious families with considerable wealth. However, most of them were rejected by Yi Koen, including the incredibly proud heiress of the He family, the gambling king from Australia. Yi Koen danced with 3 women, the sexy diva Wang Jingtong, the heiress Lu Yuxuan from the island, and the last one was the current partner in dance, Yang Yijuan. These 3 women were all at least campus beauty level. Each one was remarkable. It is only natural for an attractive and outstanding man to be surrounded by beautiful women. Only the ordinary would go unnoticed. In this regard, Hu Yuqi did not find it strange. Although Yi Koen was surrounded by beautiful women, it didn't mean that any of them could successfully win him over. Through observation, she found that Yi Koen's relationship with Wang Jingtong and Lu Yuxuan was merely ordinary. However, his relationship with Yang Yijuan was clearly much more intimate. This made Hu Yuqi feel a slight sense of crisis. She was stunningly beautiful, and there were very few men who caught her eye. It was hard for her to develop feelings for a man. Yet, tonight, she unexpectedly found herself attracted to Yi Koen. Unconsciously, she was drawn to him. Thus, she decided to take the initiative. Whether it's in terms of figure, looks, talent, or family background, I'm not inferior to that Yang Ijuan. Why shouldn't I be the one standing by Yi Kuan's side? A competitive spirit arose within Hu Yuqi. When Yi Kuan and Yang Ijuan finished dancing and were about to leave the banquet hall together, a graceful and enchanting figure appeared before him. Mr. Yi, I have a major project I would like to discuss with you. Is it convenient for me to take a little of your time alone? Hu Yuqi smiled charmingly at Yi Kuan, her beauty breathtaking. She truly deserved the title of a goddess-level beauty with a system rating of 97. With her elegant demeanor and mature charm, every smile and frown was filled with allure. Moreover, unlike other socialites, she did not directly invite Yi Kuan to dance. Instead, she used the pretext of discussing a project to have a private conversation with him. This made it impossible for Yi Kuan to refuse. Yi Kuan glanced apologetically at Yang Ijuan and then walked with Hu Yuqi to a quiet area of the banquet hall. Ms. Hu Yuqi, what kind of collaboration do you want to discuss with me? Yi Kuan asked her. His interactions with Hu Yuqi had actually been minimal, having only exchanged a few words at the auction. However, her appearance and demeanor were indeed captivating. Furthermore, her ability to sit in the second seat at the auction clearly indicated her impressive background. Mr. Yi, please don't call me Ms. Hu Yuqi, that feels too formal. You can just call me Chi-Chi, Hu Yuqi said playfully, exuding charm. Alright, then you don't need to call me Mr. Yi either, just call me Yi Kuan, he replied. Hu Yuqi's smile had a certain magic that made one want to get closer to her. Okay. Yi Kuan, you won that piece of land in Magic City and plan to build a business district. It's a huge and complex project that requires several capable partners. Our Hu Real Estate has extensive experience in commercial real estate operations and would like to collaborate with An Group and your Kuanping Group for development. What do you think? Hu Yuqi gazed at Yi Kuan with her beautiful eyes. I've already entrusted the development of that land to President Qin Lan. If you want to collaborate, you can contact President Qin, Yi Kuan said. He was only responsible for spending money, making profits was still something to be left to his capable subordinates. There's one more thing. Today, when you were bidding for the Tianxiwen Jade bracelet, you probably offended Huang Yueying, the female president of Huang Group. Hu Yuqi blinked her beautiful eyes and said, Huang Yueying had bid for the Tianxiwen Jade bracelet as a treasure for her store, but Yi Kuan had disrupted her plans. So what? Yi Kuan smiled, unfazed. Bidding is bidding, the highest bidder wins, and he wasn't afraid of offending anyone. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Both An Yubai and I are business competitors of Huang Yueying. We are currently investing in a large shopping center and are looking to bring in a strong partner. I wonder if you might be interested, Hu Yuqi said to Yi Kuan. During the discussion, she exuded a commanding presence, adding a unique flavor to the conversation. Just then, a system prompt sounded in Yi Kuan's mind. Ding! A random task has been triggered. Collaborate with Hu Yuqi on a business project. Ding! A random task has been triggered. Collaborate with Hu Yuqi on a business project. Task Reward 1, Goddess Level Beauty Hu Yuqi's Favorability plus 10. Task Reward 2, 1 Random Lottery Draw. Yi Kuan was slightly taken aback. He had actually triggered a system task, so he really couldn't refuse Hu Yuqi's request for collaboration. Moreover, he had a good impression of Hu Yuqi. Although she was a wealthy heiress, she didn't show any of that spoiled young lady temperament towards him. Furthermore, the mature charm she exuded was very attractive and quite to his taste. What kind of shopping center are we investing in? Yi Kuan asked, showing an interested expression. Jinyu Shopping Center. Hu Yuqi smiled charmingly as she spoke. The Jinyu Shopping Center was a large shopping center that she, and Yubai, and Shang Yushi had invested in together. Jinyu Shopping Center? Yi Kuan was puzzled. Perhaps it was because he rarely went shopping, he didn't know about this Jinyu Shopping Center. The Jinyu Shopping Center is located on Nanjing Road Pedestrian Street. We have already completed the first phase of the project and are now planning to invest in the second phase. Come on, I'll take you to see our shopping center. Hu Yuqi's beautiful eyes were fixed on Yi Kuan as she said this. Right now? Yi Kuan hesitated a bit. He had planned to dance a duet with Yang Ijuan in the evening. If he went out now, wouldn't that ruin the beautiful moment? Yes, right now. Hu Yuqi, with her strong and decisive demeanor, pulled Yi Kuan out of the banquet hall without giving him a chance to refuse. Yi Kuan felt helpless and could only let Hu Yuqi lead him away. Yang Ijuan saw Yi Kuan being pulled away by Hu Yuqi and became anxious. Could this delicious opportunity really be snatched away? No, that description seems a bit off. But the meaning is the same. She knew that Yi Kuan was very sought after, and almost all the socialites at the party were staring at him with shining eyes. However, Huyuchi was the first woman to boldly pull Yikuan away from the banquet. Yang Yijuan felt a strong sense of crisis. Huyuchi was definitely a formidable opponent. In terms of looks, figure, and family background, she was not at all inferior to her. In fact, she might even surpass her. Yikuan, Huyuchi, the banquet isn't over yet. Where are you two going? Yang Yijuan asked reluctantly, her gaze warily fixed on Huyuchi. Sorry, I have to discuss a collaboration project with President Hu now. Yikuan could only apologize to Yang Yijuan. They really were just going to discuss a collaboration project, but Yang Yijuan probably wouldn't believe it. That's right, I'm going to discuss a collaboration project worth over 100 billion with President Yi. Huyuchi raised an eyebrow and shot a victorious glance at Yang Yijuan. She knew that Yikuan and Yang Yijuan were definitely not in a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship yet, so she had to take the initiative. She would occupy Yikuan first. Without waiting for Yang Yijuan to react, she directly pulled Yikuan out of the hotel banquet hall. Yang Yijuan watched the two leave, feeling very angry. This delicious opportunity had really been snatched away. Huyuchi was like a female demon, actually competing with her for Yikuan. However, it was no surprise that a man as valuable and charming as Yikuan had women vying for him. Just like the legendary meat that grants immortality, which woman wouldn't be tempted? She could only blame herself for not acting fast enough and not dragging Yikuan into her web early on. No, next time she had to seize the opportunity to dance with Yikuan. Huyuchi held Yikuan's hand until they entered the elevator before letting go. What's wrong? Are you reluctant to leave? Is it my fault for ruining your good time? Huyuchi revealed a mischievous smile. She had the demeanor of a mature woman, possessing a keen insight that allowed her to see at a glance that Yikuan and Yang Yijuan's relationship was not simple. However, it seemed they had not yet taken a substantial step. This was also the reason she chose to act decisively. If Yikuan and Yang Yijuan had already confirmed their relationship, she feared she wouldn't be able to take Yikuan away today. There's nothing to be reluctant about, the project is what matters. Yikuan smiled, appearing calm and unbothered. He also realized that Huyuchi was deliberately trying to sabotage his good fortune. He would remember this debt. Soon, the two arrived at the hotel parking lot. Huyuchi's vehicle was a red Ferrari LaFerrari, incredibly flashy and worth several million. A limited edition supercar like the LaFerrari was not something one could easily buy, even with money. Clearly, she was quite wealthy, a super rich woman. However, Yikuan was not to be underestimated either. His domestic supercar, the Hongqi Tang, had a factory price of 30 million. In terms of appearance and performance, it was not inferior to the Ferrari LaFerrari. The two drove side by side, quickly heading from Lujiazui in the Magic City towards the Bund. Since the distance was short, they soon parked near the Nanjing Road pedestrian street. Then, they walked side by side towards Nanjing Road. Nanjing Road is the most bustling and prosperous pedestrian street in the Magic City. With its 10 miles of foreign-style buildings and a century of history, it has left behind countless well-known stories. Here, the lights are bright and the crowds are like a tide. It remains one of the most prosperous places in the Dragon Country. That ahead is the Jinyu Shopping Center. Huyuchi pointed to a large, stylishly designed mall ahead and said. Yikuan was also slightly astonished. To have such a large shopping center on the precious land of Nanjing Road in the Magic City, the investment must be substantial. But it didn't matter. He was not short on money. Soon, Huyuchi led Yikuan into the Jinyu Shopping Center. The entire shopping center was luxuriously decorated, extremely extravagant. It covered a vast area, divided into 3 floors, housing many international high-end luxury brands. Huyuchi took Yikuan around the shopping center. They walked side by side, chatting as they browsed, resembling a couple shopping together. Yikuan was handsome and charming. Huyuchi was a goddess with a score of 97 in looks, graceful and possessing an unbeatable mature beauty. This pair of handsome man and beautiful woman walking together drew gasps from the crowd, making others envious. There's a very nice high-end men's custom tailoring shop here, let me take you to have a look. Huyuchi led Yikuan into a high-end men's custom tailoring store. What do you think? Want to get a few sets of high-end custom men's clothing? This is the top-notch custom tailoring in the entire Magic City. Huyuchi's beautiful eyes assessed Yikuan as she spoke. Seeing that Yikuan was wearing ordinary trendy brand clothes worth only a few thousand, she suggested he get a few sets of high-end custom men's clothing. For a handsome guy like Yikuan, wearing high-end custom clothing would elevate his charm to another level. Sure, let's customize a few sets. Yikuan replied with a smile. After all, he wasn't short on money, so getting himself a few more outfits was no problem. Previously, he had no idea where to find good high-end custom men's clothing in the Magic City. The place Huyuchi brought him to would definitely not be lacking. "Sir, would you like full customization or half customization?" a beautiful clothing consultant asked with a smile. "Full customization," Yi Kuan answered. "What season do you plan to wear the clothing for?" the beautiful clothing consultant asked again. "2 sets for each of the 4 seasons," Yi Kuan thought for a moment and replied. "Each season, at least 2 sets of clothes should be prepared, that's the bare minimum." However, upon hearing Yi Kuan's words, the beautiful consultant's little hand trembled involuntarily, staring at Yi Kuan with a look of astonishment. The high-end custom tailoring from Marc Jacobs is very expensive. The price for the top-tier set, including hat, clothes, shirt, and pants, is 23 million. Hu Yuqi, who was beside them, spoke up. Marc Jacobs is a clothing brand in Europe with a long history. Ordinary people are completely unfamiliar with this brand, and it can't even be found online, as it has never ventured into the mid to low-end market for a century. It only caters to a small number of high-end clients. Only the wealthiest would choose this brand for high-end customization. Hiss. A set of high-end custom tailoring costs 23 million. This was the first time Yi Kuan had heard such a figure, and he couldn't help but gasp. The price of this outfit could buy a regular villa. Is this wearing diamonds and gold? In fact, there are indeed cases where the fabrics of some haute couture garments are mixed with diamond powder and gold powder. Wearing them makes one shine, a favorite among the wealthy in Dubai. The world of the rich is beyond what ordinary people can imagine, and there is nothing they cannot achieve. Just then, a system prompt sounded in Yi Kuan's mind. Ding! Detected that the host is making a large purchase, rewarding a 10-fold cashback card. The cashback card is valid for 1 day. Nice! This assist from the system is very timely. 10-fold cashback on spending. This means the more he spends today, the more he gets back. That's quite satisfying. Of course, not every piece from Marc Jacobs is that exaggerated in price. Depending on the different styles, fabrics, accessories, craftsmanship, and design of the clothes, the prices will vary. However, the price of this brand's haute couture garments never goes below $1 million. Hu Yuqi, a true heiress, understood this well and spoke with authority. For ordinary people, the haute couture garments from this brand are exorbitantly priced. However, considering Yi Kuan's demonstrated strength at the auction, it was hardly worth mentioning. That's why she brought Yi Kuan here for custom tailoring. So expensive. Let's get 5 sets for each season. Yi Kuan said. Damn. The private custom clothing from this brand is just too expensive. Then, let's get a few more sets. The spending can be returned tenfold, the more expensive, the better. The beautiful clothing consultant was even more astonished, her mouth agape. Stunned. Yi Kuan was saying the clothes were too expensive, yet he ended up ordering several more sets. What a lavish display. Hu Yuqi, however, did not seem surprised. This level of spending was just a small matter for Yi Kuan. Next came the selection of styles, fabrics, accessories, craftsmanship, and other aspects of the clothing. Each step was incredibly detailed, even tedious. Hu Yuqi offered her suggestions and patiently helped Yi Kuan choose. Otherwise, Yi Kuan would have been overwhelmed just selecting fabrics. Then came the fitting session. A European noblewoman took Yi Kuan to a small room for a private fitting. It wasn't anything too private, just some pinning actions. Silver pins were inserted into Yi Kuan's shirt, followed by soft measurements and straight measurements. After the fitting, he also had to choose a designer for each set of clothing. Based on Hu Yuqi's suggestions, Yi Kuan selected 4 different famous French designers to design the haute couture garments for the 4 seasons. Finally, it was time for the exciting payment phase. Sir, you have customized a total of 20 sets of clothing for 4 seasons. After some calculations, the clothing consultant announced the final price. Sir, the total cost for your custom clothing is 120 million yuan. When the price was announced, even the fashion consultant was stunned. Wow! Custom clothing cost 120 million, something ordinary people can't even imagine. It's simply extravagant. 20 sets of haute couture clothing for 120 million, averaging about 6 million per set. This is still without Yi Kuan choosing fabrics with diamond powder and gold powder like those Middle Eastern tycoons. Otherwise, the price would be even more outrageous. Swipe the card. Yi Kuan calmly took out a black gold card. Today's spending would all be deducted from the disposable funds, and with a 10-fold return on spending, he could directly credit 12 billion. So satisfying. Ding! The host spent 120 million, disposable account balance, 680 million. Ding! Spending funds returned tenfold. Congratulations to the host for crediting 1.2 billion. Disposable account balance, 1.88 billion. Wow! A single operation, and he became rich. Previously, Yi Kuan's disposable funds account only had 800 million left. Now, after this spending spree, not only did the money not decrease, but it skyrocketed to 1,880,000,000. Quite exhilarating. Then, Yikun turned to Huyuchi and said, "To thank you for accompanying me and selecting for so long today, I will accompany you to buy. Accompany me to buy? Are you going to pay for me?" Huyuchi's beautiful eyes lit up, smiling. Every woman has a kind of fervent gene engraved in her bones, which is the madness of buying. If someone could pay without limits, they could even empty an entire mall. Tonight, you are responsible for buying. I will take care of the bill. Whatever you buy, it all counts as mine. How about that? Yi Kun smiled. Huyuchi was a true heiress, definitely capable of buying a lot. The more she bought, the more Yi Kun earned. Plus, he could take the opportunity to increase Huyuchi's favorability. Why not? You're going to pay? Whatever I buy counts as yours? You better not regret it. Huyuchi's eyes sparkled, smiling. I'll go all out, you'll doubt your life. Although she was a super rich woman who loved to shop, she usually had some restraint. Now that Yi Kun, the super wealthy man, agreed to pay for her, she couldn't help but get excited. Then go all out and buy crazily. Only for today, okay? Yi Kun smiled. The more Huyuchi bought, the happier he was. Thus, Huyuchi began her crazy shopping spree. She exuded confidence as she walked into the Chanel store, pointing at several items, saying, this one, and this one. No, pack up everything else. Huyuchi had the aura of a domineering CEO and a mature woman, a scene that could only be seen in movies and TV shows. She left the Chanel staff stunned, followed by a wave of excitement. Yi Kun remained completely calm. Even if Huyuchi emptied the entire Chanel store today, he wouldn't furrow a brow. Not only would he not frown, but he would also be very happy. Special thanks to the gift from Shore, who wants to drink a bowl of Mangpa soup. You are the most stylish, so impressive. Author's note, stylish guys join the group. After Huyuchi finished shopping at Chanel, she went to Dior, then Givenchy, Prada, Hermes. She almost cleared out all the products from these luxury stores. Crazy shopping. Incredible combat power. Huyuchi thought Yi Kun would be amazed by her crazy shopping power. However, he wasn't. Yi Kun didn't even furrow his brow, still calm and composed. Yi Kun, I want to go to the Loco store to buy something. It might be a bit expensive, is that okay? Huyuchi linked her arm with Yi Kun's and said, Loco? Yi Kun asked, slightly puzzled. He had never heard of this brand. Could it be more expensive than luxury goods like Chanel and Hermes? How expensive is it? Yi Kun asked. He wasn't afraid of high prices, he was afraid of prices that weren't high enough. With a tenfold cashback card in hand, he felt invincible. The cheapest pair of shoes from Loco costs 520,000, and a complete set won't be less than 5 million. Huyuchi said. The Loco brand was something ordinary people could hardly afford, and many hadn't even heard of it. She usually bought Loco clothes but didn't dare to go on a shopping spree. We must buy. Upon hearing the staggering price of Loco, Yi Kun waved his hand in agreement. There were only 5 Loco stores worldwide, one in New York, one in Paris, one in London, one in Russia, and one in Shanghai. Moreover, the Shanghai Loco was located in the Jinyu shopping center. So, Yi Kun and Huyuchi went to the Loco boutique together. Inside, there were various professional outfits, maid costumes, casual wear, CEO attire, sailor suits, and JK uniforms. Whether in design, style, or fabric, everything was top-notch globally. I usually go for a capable CEO and a loose style, so I buy casual wear, CEO attire, professional outfits, and JK uniforms, Huyuchi told Yi Kun. She loved Loco and often bought from there. But today, I want to try Lolita, sailor suits, and maid costumes. Huyuchi changed the subject, flashing a charming smile at Yi Kun. She usually presented a mature and CEO-like demeanor, appearing capable or aloof. However, today, in front of Yi Kun, she wanted to show a softer side. The mature and CEO personas were merely for others to see. The aloofness was just a hard shell she had put on. Deep down, she had a soft spot. When she encountered someone she truly liked, she could instantly transform into a little woman. She could be both elegant and cute, both strong and gentle. Lolita, sailor suits, and maid costumes? Do you want to try them on? Yi Kun's eyes lit up as he asked. Today, he learned that women's clothing could be categorized so finely. There were various types and styles, everything one could imagine. Moreover, Huyuchi seemed to effortlessly handle all kinds of styles. That was quite impressive. Yes, I want to wear them for you. Huyuchi smiled sweetly. Then, she changed into a Lolita outfit, instantly transforming into a cute, loli style. Next, she donned a sailor suit, exuding a unique charm mixed with sexiness. After that, she changed into a maid outfit, looking obedient and adorable, utterly cute. She even wore an anti-gravity skirt, which wouldn't flip over when she was upside down. Huyuchi casually switched between various styles, leaving Yikun dazzled and his heart racing. If he dated Huyuchi, it would be like having a dozen girlfriends. She could master all styles. In the end, Yikun went on a shopping spree at the Loco store. He bought CEO attire, OL professional outfits, maid costumes, casual wear, Lolita, sailor suits, JK uniforms, along with various black stockings, white stockings, flesh-colored stockings, knee-high socks, over-the-knee socks, all swept away in one go. Crazy buying spree. It felt great while shopping, but even better when paying. Yikun spent a total of 360 million at the shopping center. Ding! The host has spent 360 million. Available account balance, 1,520 million yuan. Ding! Spending funds returned tenfold. Congratulations to the host for receiving 3.6 billion. Available account balance, 5,120 million yuan. Wow! After this shopping spree, Yikun found that his available account funds had successfully surpassed the 5 billion mark. The more he spent, the more he had. It felt amazing. Invincible. Those handsome guys who give 5-star reviews for books will also, like the protagonist, have more and more money, enough to spend endlessly. Ding! The host's actions have touched Huyuchi's heart, affection +5. Ding! Goddess-level beauty Huyuchi's affection for the host has increased to 65. When Yikun swiped his card to pay, Huyuchi's affection for him also increased a bit. Ha! After spending 360 million, the goddess Huyuchi's affection for him only increased by 5 points. Huyuchi's affection is a bit hard to raise. Perhaps it's because Huyuchi herself isn't short on money. This shopping behavior is just a little extra for her. Therefore, the increase in affection isn't very noticeable. Yikun can only think this way. Different goddesses have different ways to increase affection. For example, for a school beauty who is really short on money, spending a few $100,000 might max out her affection. But for a wealthy young lady, spending a few $100,000 might not even make a splash. Other actions might be more effective in increasing affection. As they passed by a watch store, Huyuchi stopped again. There's a limited edition Longines watch I've wanted to buy for a long time. Huyuchi's beautiful eyes fixed on Yikun as she spoke. Buy it. Yikun replied with just one word. So bold. No, this time I won't let you pay, I'll buy it. Huyuchi said fiercely, refusing to let Yikun spend any more money. Yikun just went along with her. Huyuchi is a super rich girl, she can afford whatever she wants. So, Yikun and Huyuchi walked into the Longines watch store together. Huyuchi's goal was clear, she directly chose a limited edition couple's watch named Heart of True Love. This watch features an inner frame made entirely of top quality pink diamonds, with an outer frame made of gold diamonds, luxurious to the extreme, and incredibly expensive. The price is truly shocking. 66 million. And that's just for one watch. Yikun thought the Patek Philippe wore, worth over 8 million, was already the king of watches. But in an instant, it was reduced to nothing. Small, the perspective was small. Is this really the world of the super rich? Yikun realized that Huyuchi is actually the goddess of wealth in reality. And his vision and self-cultivation as a wealthy person still have room for improvement. There's still room for growth. I'll pay for this limited edition watch. Yikun said. He knew that with such an expensive watch, he would never agree to let Huyuchi pay. No, we agreed that I would pay. Huyuchi smiled charmingly, took out a black card, and swiped for the price of 2 watches. One watch cost 66 million. A pair of couple watches, over 100 million. Today, you've given me many gifts, and I'm very happy. This Heart of True Love watch is my gift to you. Huyuchi's beautiful eyes fixed on Yikun as she placed the male version of the Heart of True Love diamond watch on his wrist. The author has something to say. Handsome guys join the group. This is the first time Yikun has received such a precious gift, a couple's watch worth 66 million. Moreover, it was given by the goddess-level beauty Huyuchi. He couldn't help but feel a touch of emotion, his heartstrings being plucked. Now, he is a super wealthy person, and money is not an issue. He wasn't moved by the price of the watch but by Huyuchi's actions. Huyuchi actually gave him a couple's watch. This gift represents a bond between them. The kindness of a beauty is the hardest to bear. The affection of a beauty should not be taken for granted. However, Huyuchi's affection for him is only 65, which can only be considered a bit of liking, not deep love. Therefore, Yikun can remain rational, treating this watch as Huyuchi's return gift to him, without overthinking it. Do you want to buy anything else? Yikun asked Huyuchi. Today, Huyuchi wanted to buy whatever she desired, and however much she wanted, he would satisfy her. There's nothing left, I've bought everything I wanted. Huyuchi shook her head, feeling content. Today was her craziest shopping spree. She had nearly emptied all the top products from luxury stores like Chanel, Givenchy, Prada, Hermes, Cartier, Louis Vuitton, Gucci, and Van Cleef & Arpels. She also swept through the various bossy outfits, professional attire, maid costumes, sailor suits, and JK uniforms at the local store. This shopping frenzy was truly exhilarating. She felt elated, thrilled. It felt amazing. Alright, now it's my turn to shop, Yi Koen said with a smile. He had a tenfold cashback card, valid for only 1 day. He had to spend wildly within this day to quickly accumulate wealth. This opportunity had to be fully utilized. A moment of indulgence was exhilarating. Continuous indulgence was even better. You still want to shop? Huyuchi was also astonished. Yi Koen had already spent several hundred million tonight, yet he was still not satisfied. Yi Koen nodded, planning to indulge himself as well. Just a little recklessness. Then, he turned to the sales staff at the Langgin store and asked, "Do you still have this True Love Heart watch in your store?" "Sir, the True Love Heart is a globally limited edition, a unique couple's watch," the Langgin staff replied respectfully. Yi Koen nodded slightly. Huyuchi was touched. The couple's watch they wore was one of a kind in the world. "Alright, then pack up all the watches priced over $1 million, I'll buy them," Yi Koen said to the sales staff nonchalantly. As the saying goes, the poor play with cars, the rich play with watches. An expensive watch can be worth several luxury cars. Moreover, it's small in size, easy to store. He planned to sweep through all the major watch stores, collecting watches priced over $1 million. This way, with the tenfold cashback, he would become instantly wealthy. It was quite dull, plain and simple. Mr. Yi, are you saying you want to pack up all the watches priced over $1 million in our Langgin store? All the sales staff in the Langgin store looked shocked, finding it hard to believe. Packing up watches over $1 million was like buying cabbage. What a lavish display of wealth. That's right, give you some time to pack up all the watches priced over $1 million in the store, and then calculate the total price. Yi Koen told the sales staff. He was only interested in watches over $1 million. Watches below that price were not worth it, as they would just take up space. Okay, Mr. Yi, we will prepare it for you right away. The sales staff were enveloped in immense surprise. Today, they had encountered a true wealthy individual. This day's sales could fulfill their performance for several years. Terrifyingly so. Let's go, we'll check out Patek Philippe and Vacheron Constantin. Yi Koen took Huyuchi's delicate hand and walked towards the Patek Philippe store. Huyuchi's skin was as smooth as cream, her hand soft as a tender shoot. Holding her hand felt amazing. So wonderful. And since they were going to shop for luxury watches, it was impossible to only visit Longines. Patek Philippe, Vacheron Constantin, Cartier, Rolex, Breguet, IWC, Audemars Piguet, Jaeger-LeCoultre, Lang, Piaget. He wouldn't miss a single one of these top international watch brands, sweeping them all up. Total annihilation. Thus, Yi Koen and Huyuchi arrived at the Patek Philippe store. Yi Koen directly called for the general manager of Patek Philippe and calmly said, "Pack up all the watches priced over $1 million, I want them all." His tone was calm, yet it was shocking. "Sir, are you saying you want to buy all the watches priced over $1 million from Patek Philippe?" The female manager of Patek Philippe stared at Yi Koen in disbelief. Patek Philippe is indeed an international top-tier watch brand, with many timepieces priced over $1 million, and quite a few exceeding $10 million. To buy all the watches priced above $1 million would likely cost a fortune. Surely, the other party isn't joking, right? The female manager, seeing that Yi Koen is so young, doubts whether he has such formidable purchasing power. The distinguished guest standing before you is the big boss of Confronting Group. You need not worry about his ability to pay the price. Just follow his instructions, Huyuchi said, speaking lightly. Her tone was calm, yet her presence was incredibly strong, exuding the aura of a domineering female CEO. Yes, President Hu, we will act immediately. The general manager of Patek Philippe recognized Huyuchi as one of the owners of the Jinyu shopping center and nodded repeatedly, not daring to harbor any doubts or delays. Wow! The big boss of Confronting Group is shopping at their Patek Philippe. This is simply a heavenly surprise. Moreover, President Hu is personally accompanying him. Their relationship is extraordinary. Let's go, we're heading to Vacheron Constantin next. Yi Koen smiled at Huyuchi. Yi Koen, are you planning to sweep up all the watches priced over $1 million? Huyuchi asked, her beautiful eyes fixed on him. After finishing with Langgins and Patek Philippe, he was not done yet and was now eyeing Vacheron Constantin. That's right, today I intend to sweep up all the luxury watches in your Jinyu shopping center. Yi Kuan smiled at Hu Yuchi. Helping you clear out the top products of the shopping center can also be seen as promoting Jinyu Shopping Center. After tonight, a legend will spread throughout the entire Magic City about a super wealthy individual going on a shopping spree at Jinyu Shopping Center, buying up all the top luxury watches, leaving others with nothing to buy. The reputation of Jinyu Shopping Center will surely soar in the industry. Moreover, the more he spends, the more funds he gets back. At this moment, there's no need to hold back, just sweep everything up and go on a shopping spree. Alright, since you've decided to sweep up all the luxury watches in the shopping center, I'll have all the responsible parties gather here. No need to trouble ourselves running from store to store. Hu Yuchi said, speaking with authority. With a single sentence, she could summon all the heads of those usually high-end mighty luxury stores. The author has something to say. If you want the character's handsome guy to leave a message in the review area. Hu Yuchi spoke, and with one command, the heads of luxury stores like Vacheron Constantin, Cartier, Rolex, Breguet, IWC, Audemars Piguet, Jaeger-LeCoultre, Lang, and Piaget all hurried over to meet Yi Kuan. Right now, Yi Kuan is their god of wealth, as he is about to buy up all their top luxury watches. Soon, Yi Kuan gave instructions for the heads of the luxury stores to gather and compile a list of those watches. Then, he called his personal female secretary to have Chen Wenwen follow up on the progress. At this moment, the personal female secretary came in handy. It was time to give her some work. Yi Kuan certainly didn't have the time to stay in the store waiting for them. The super wealthy are busy. Yi Kuan, I'm a bit hungry, let's go eat at You Buy Gold Silk. Hu Yuchi naturally linked her arm with Yi Kuan's and said, after a day of shopping, it was quite exhausting. It was time to enjoy some good food. You Buy Gold Silk? What a lovely name. The name has a character you in it. It must be related to you, right? Yi Kuan smiled. Hearing You Buy Gold Silk, he naturally associated it with Hu Yuchi. He. You Buy Gold Silk is a top-notch restaurant that You Buy and I opened together, located on the 3rd floor of Jinyu Shopping Center. Let me take you there, Hu Yuchi said with a charming laugh, linking her arm with Yi Kuan as they walked towards the 3rd floor. Jinyu Shopping Center has 3 levels. The first floor is for shopping. The second floor is for leisure and entertainment, and there's also a high-end private club. The 3rd floor is all about gourmet food, shopping, entertainment, and fine dining all in one. Soon, Yi Kuan and Hu Yuchi arrived at the You Buy Jean C restaurant on the 3rd floor. Welcome, President. As soon as they entered the restaurant, 2 rows of stunningly beautiful hostesses greeted Yi Kuan and Hu Yuchi with a bow. The sense of ceremony was overwhelming, giving a feeling of being at home. When guests enter the restaurant, the hostesses always say this. Hu Yuchi smiled and said, we are a high-end restaurant, providing top-quality ingredients, treating every customer like a president. Yi Kuan nodded and looked around at the environment. The You Buy Jean C restaurant was decorated with great style. It could be summarized in a few words, understated, luxurious, and romantic. It was also an excellent place for a date and conversation. Hu Yuchi chose the best spot by the window, and they sat down facing each other. Does the You Buy Jean C restaurant have any signature dishes? Yi Kuan asked. Then I must recommend our signature dish, soft silk with golden jade, which costs 220,000. Hu Yuchi said with a smile. Their restaurant only offered super high-end cuisine, with ingredients carefully selected from around the world. Each dish was quite expensive. Among them, the signature dish soft silk with golden jade was her top recommendation. Oh, a dish costing 220,000? What ingredients is it made of? Yi Kuan was slightly astonished and asked. He used to think that a meal costing a few thousand per person was top-notch. He never expected that a dish could cost hundreds of thousands. It was quite dull. Soft silk with golden jade refers to the top-grade king prawns imported from Australia for the silk, the golden refers to the famous golden sweet sugar sheets from Asia, and the jade refers to the heart of baby bok choy. Hu Yuchi introduced, speaking eloquently. This dish not only has exquisite ingredients, but the preparation process is also very complicated, only top chefs can make it. Oh, then I must try this soft silk with golden jade later. Yi Kuan said with a smile. He was now a super wealthy person, and price was no longer a concern for him. Whether a dish cost 22 or 220,000 made no difference to him. At this moment, a restaurant server handed Yi Kuan the menu. Yi Kuan casually flipped through the menu and found that every dish was priced in tens of thousands. This was the most expensive menu he had ever seen. It was quite dull, simple and unadorned. I'll treat you today, Hu Yuchi said. Today, Yi Kuan had almost emptied the entire shopping mall for her, so she should treat him to this meal. It doesn't matter who pays. What do you like to eat? Yi Kuan smiled and asked. Now, he had reached a level where he didn't need to consider prices. I like steak, carrots, and dongpa pork, Hu Yuchi said with a sweet smile. So, Yi Kuan looked at the menu and chose the top-grade Australian filet steak, Ching Tian Bai Ri, literally clear sky and bright sun, crispy dongpa pork, plus the signature dish soft silk with golden jade. Ching Tian Bai Ri was actually just vegetables and mushrooms, but the name sounded grand. Each dish seemed ordinary, but the ingredients were very carefully selected. Take a look and see if you want to order anything else? Yi Kuan handed the menu to Hu Yuchi. Let's order a spicy boiled fish, Hu Yuchi said without even looking at the menu. Can you handle spicy food? Yi Kuan asked. He wanted to understand Hu Yuchi's preferences and tastes. Yes, I can handle spicy food very well. Hu Yuchi nodded. Let me tell you, this spicy boiled fish is not simple. The ingredients are from deep-sea sturgeon, top-grade wild Sichuan pepper, king devil chili, and some natural spicy base. King devil chili? Yi Kuan sensed an unusual flavor. He seemed to have heard of this king devil chili. The king of chilies. Super spicy, simply the king of all peppers. That's right, it's the emperor devil pepper. Hee. Let me tell you about the spiciness levels of peppers. Regular pepper is 5 degrees. Dried pepper skin is 15 degrees. Rice pepper is 30 degrees. Chow Hong pepper is 45 degrees. Black pepper is 200 degrees. Indian pepper is 1000 degrees. Devil pepper is 3000 degrees. Emperor devil pepper is 5 million degrees, Hu Yuchi said with a smile, speaking knowledgeably about the spiciness of peppers. Hiss! Yi Kuan couldn't help but gasp. Regular pepper is 5 degrees, while Emperor devil pepper is 5 million degrees. This is equivalent to an ordinary Earth person's combat power being 5, while a Super Saiyan's combat power reaches 5 million. A Super Saiyan can blow up a planet with a single punch. Terrifying. This level of spiciness is probably something very few can endure. Hee. This spicy boiled fish is made with Emperor devil pepper, and only Benki can handle this level of spiciness, Hu Yuchi said proudly. Impressive. So your skills in eating spicy food have already surpassed interstellar levels. Yi Kuan admired. If eating spicy food were measured by combat power, he would be a weakling, while Hu Yuchi's combat power would be 5 million. This level of spiciness is quite high. A master, she's a master. Hee. If you can successfully challenge this bowl of spicy boiled fish with Emperor devil pepper, I'll grant you one request tonight. Hu Yuchi smiled charmingly at Yi Kuan. Any request? Yi Kuan couldn't help but get excited. If any request could be made, he would be very willing to take on the challenge. Yes, as long as you can successfully challenge the Emperor devil pepper, I'll agree to any request you have tonight, Hu Yuchi said confidently. So far, only she can handle the spiciness of the Emperor devil pepper. The author has something to say. If you want the character's handsome guy to leave a message in the review area. Alright, it's a deal. If I successfully challenge the Emperor devil pepper, you have to agree to one request of mine, Yi Kuan said with a smile. To conquer the goddess-level beauty Hu Yuchi, he really wants to challenge the Emperor devil pepper. Being able to make any request is fantastic. He has already started to consider what he should ask the goddess Hu Yuchi to do tonight. Great! Then come and challenge it. If you cry from the spiciness, don't blame me. Hu Yuchi became excited when she heard Yi Kuan really wanted to challenge the Emperor devil pepper. I fear nothing. If I even frown, then I lose, Yi Kuan said, brimming with confidence. Let me tell you, the 3000-degree devil pepper can cause a stomach perforation. Are you sure you want to challenge the 5 million-degree Emperor devil pepper? Hu Yuchi blinked her beautiful eyes, confirming. The spiciness of the Emperor devil pepper is truly not something an ordinary person can handle. This is already rated R. It's no less than challenging the limits of humanity. That's right, what I want to challenge is the Emperor devil pepper. Yi Kuan nodded. He wants to challenge the spiciest. Eat the spiciest pepper, sleep with the most beautiful woman. That's exhilarating. Once someone forcibly challenged the Emperor devil pepper and ended up in the emergency room. If you're not particularly good at eating spicy food, don't attempt the challenge. Hu Yuchi began to persuade him instead. Among his many friends, no one has ever successfully challenged the Emperor devil pepper. Don't worry, a mere Emperor devil pepper won't defeat me. Yi Kuan laughed. His body has undergone multiple evolutions, and he truly doesn't believe he can't handle the spiciness of the Emperor devil pepper. Moreover, he has the system as a cheat. He is already in an invincible position. Hee. I hope you can still laugh later. Hu Yuchi saw Yi Kuan's resolute attitude and stopped trying to persuade him. Those who have never tasted the Emperor's devil chili cannot comprehend its terrifying spiciness. Before long, the delicious dishes they ordered were served at the table. Before challenging the Emperor's devil chile, let's enjoy some other delicacies first. Huyuchi smiled and said, try our crispy donpa pork, it's one of my favorite dishes. I like donpa pork from the Song dynasty too. Yi Kuan replied. Donpa pork is a famous dish from Hangzhou, popular in Jiangsu and Zhejiang, and is said to have been created by the northern Song poet Su Donpa. However, this dish tests the chef's skills. If the timing isn't right, the flavor can be quite ordinary. Our restaurant's crispy donpa pork follows traditional methods, without adding water or oil, with a rich wine aroma. It's the authentic crispy old flavor, Huyuchi said, revealing an incredibly sweet smile. Holding a small plate in one hand, she picked up a piece of crispy donpa pork with chopsticks and brought it to Yi Kuan's mouth, sweetly saying, come, let me feed you a bite of crispy tenderness. Hiss. At that moment, Yi Kuan was completely enchanted. The beauty was personally feeding him crispy tenderness. So touching, his heart was about to melt. Yi Kuan was not polite and took the crispy donpa pork, savoring it directly. How is it? What does it taste like? Is it delicious? Huyuchi asked Yi Kuan with an expectant look. The wine aroma is rich, delicate and tender, melting in the mouth, fragrant and glutinous, fatty but not greasy, very delicious, and there's a trace of your tenderness lingering between my lips and teeth, Yi Kuan replied after savoring it for a moment. It was only after Huyuchi fed him a piece of crispy tenderness that he could taste the trace of tenderness between his lips and teeth. Eating with a beauty is simply delightful. Hearing Yi Kuan's words, Huyuchi also smiled knowingly, feeling sweet inside. Come, let me feed you a bite too. It would be rude not to reciprocate, so Yi Kuan picked up a piece of crispy donpa pork and brought it to the beauty's mouth. Huyuchi was slightly taken aback, looking at Yi Kuan with her beautiful eyes, and then opened her cherry-like lips to gently bite into the crispy donpa pork. Being fed seemed to make the taste even more delicious. Feeling sweet and delightful inside. Ding! Goddess-level beauty Huyuchi's favorability towards the host +5. Ding! Goddess-level beauty Huyuchi's favorability towards the host has increased to 70 points. Yi Kuan did not expect that just feeding Huyuchi a piece of crispy meat would actually raise her favorability by 5 points. It should be noted that previously, spending 360 million only increased her favorability by 5 points. It seems that the goddess Huyuchi's favorability is not hard to raise, but one must find the right approach. She is not short of money to spend, the marginal utility of spending decreases. Instead, some small details can touch her more. Next came the pleasant dining time, with the two chatting and laughing, enjoying their meal. Yi Kuan was very satisfied with every dish from You by Jean C, especially praising the restaurant's signature dish, soft silk with golden inlay, endlessly. The top-grade emperor shrimp imported from Australia, made into shrimp silk and paired with golden sweet sugar slices, not only preserved the pure shrimp flavor but also added a touch of delicious sweetness, with an excellent texture and super delicious. A dish costing 220,000 is no longer simply delicious, it has reached perfection in every aspect. It was quite dull, plain and unadorned. Seeing Yi Kuan continuously praise the dishes from You by Jean C, Huyuchi was also very happy, her face always wearing a smile. Then, the main event arrived. A large plate of spicy boiled fish was served at the table. The emperor's sturgeon from the deep sea, paired with top-grade wild pepper, emperor's devil chile, and some spicy base ingredients produced by nature. One word, spicy. This bowl of spicy boiled fish was bright red and looked incredibly spicy. Not only did it look spicy, but the air was also filled with a spicy aroma. So, are you sure you still want to challenge the emperor's devil chile? Haiichi stared at Yi Kuan with great interest. A challenge, it must be a challenge. Just tell me what would count as me succeeding in the challenge? Yi Kuan smiled, refusing to back down. In order to propose an outrageous request to the goddess Haiichi, he was all in. It's simple, you just have to finish this plate of spicy boiled fish with Emperor Devil Chile, and that counts as you succeeding in the challenge. Haiichi laughed. This bowl of spicy boiled fish was definitely delicious, but most people really couldn't handle the spiciness of the Emperor Devil Chile. How hard can it be? Spicy boiled fish is my favorite. Yi Kuan laughed, picking up a piece of Emperor Devil Chile with his chopsticks. Just then, the system's prompt sounded. Ding! Detected that the host is challenging the Emperor Devil Chile. Would you like to spend 50,000 worship points to exchange for the spicy god skill? Note, once you exchange for the spicy god skill, you will be the god of spiciness and can withstand any level of spiciness. Nice! The system's cheat came at just the right time. God of spiciness. Invincible. System, exchange for the spicy god skill immediately. Yi Kuan silently chanted in his heart. Author's note: if you want to see the author's other book Godly Rich Warrior, I Am Invincible from the Start, you can click on the author's avatar to teleport directly, or search for Godly Rich Warrior, I Am Invincible from the Start. Ding! 50,000 worship points have been spent to exchange for the Spicy God skill. Ding! Congratulations to the host for becoming the god of spiciness, able to withstand any level of spiciness. Nice! In the next moment, Yi Kuan's gaze towards that bowl of spicy boiled fish became fervent. Previously, just smelling the Emperor Devil chili made him feel a bitter spiciness. Now, he only felt the aroma wafting towards him. So, he picked up that piece of Emperor Devil chili. Wait, what are you doing? Haichi exclaimed as she saw Yi Kuan about to eat the Emperor Devil chili directly. Eating. Yi Kuan laughed. He now found the Emperor Devil chili incredibly fragrant. Hold on, let me tell you, I once ate half of the Emperor Devil chili, and it made my throat hurt so much that I couldn't say a word for a long time. Now, I don't even dare to eat the Emperor Devil chili directly, Haichi said, still feeling apprehensive. She could easily handle the Devil chili, but almost lost her life to the Emperor Devil chili. It was terrifying. Spicy to the point of bitterness and numbness, spicy to the point of soul-crushing, that kind of taste, she didn't want to experience again. I think I can give it a try. Yi Kuan laughed, picking up that piece of Emperor Devil chili to put in his mouth. Wait, don't eat it directly. Even the Spicy King went to the hospital after eating the Emperor Devil chili. Moreover, last time someone challenged this level of spiciness, they ended up in the hospital, and the rescue failed, resulting in death. This chili doesn't just affect taste, it directly impacts the pain nerves, and the body can't handle it. The 5 million spiciness of the Emperor Devil chili is enough to burn the stomach of someone who has trained martial arts for a long time, Haichi said seriously. This Emperor Devil chili was too terrifying, eating it directly was not something an ordinary person could endure. It was known as a soul-crushing chili. Ha ha, I think I can challenge it. Yi Kuan laughed, not taking it seriously. He directly tossed that piece of Emperor Devil chili into his mouth. He was already a spicy god, unafraid of any level of spiciness. Moreover, his body had evolved, being several times stronger than an ordinary person. Fearless. Crunch. Crunch. Yi Kuan began to chew on the Emperor Devil chili. How is it? Can you handle it? Don't push yourself. Haichi watched Yi Kuan with a tense expression, constantly monitoring his facial changes. If anything seemed off, she would send him to the hospital for rescue. However, Yi Kuan did not show any signs of being overwhelmed by the spiciness. Instead, he looked like he was thoroughly enjoying it. That's right, he was really enjoying it. It seemed that the spiciness of the King of Devil Peppers at 5 million Scoville units was trivial to him. So good. Yi Kuan chewed a few times and directly swallowed the King of Devil Pepper. This scene left Yuchi dumbfounded. It was the first time she had seen someone eat a King of Devil Pepper and actually enjoy it. Shouldn't it be unbearable? Shouldn't it be soul-searing? How could Yi Kuan be enjoying it? Incredible. Unbelievable. After a while, Yuchi finally asked in astonishment, "Are you really okay?" Yi Kuan smiled and said, "I'm fine, it doesn't feel that spicy." Yuchi's expression changed from astonishment to shock, and finally to admiration. She had never seen anyone eat a King of Devil Pepper so calmly and come out unscathed. Yi Kuan's tolerance for spiciness was simply too strong, and he could eat spicier than her. It was a miracle. He had challenged the impossible. Ding! Gained Yuchi's super critical admiration points plus 9,999. At that moment, Yuchi looked at Yi Kuan with admiration. "Why are you looking at me like that?" Yi Kuan laughed. Wasn't it just eating a King of Devil Pepper? And that made Yuchi admire him. "Don't worship me. I'm just an ordinary spicy god. You are the most capable of eating spicy food I've ever seen. You can eat spicier than the Spicy King," Yuchi said with admiration. Only those who have personally eaten the King of Devil Pepper know how terrifying that spiciness is. Of course, how could the Spicy King compare to me? I'm the spicy god. Ha ha. Yi Kuan laughed. A new spicy god was born. Although this skill might not be very commonly used, being able to showcase it in front of the goddess Yuchi already demonstrated its value. "You're really not modest." Yuchi rolled her beautiful eyes at Yi Kuan. However, Yi Kuan really could eat spicier than the Spicy King. "Come on, you can eat spicy food too. Let's finish this bowl of spicy boiled fish together," Yi Kuan said, inviting Yuchi to share the delicious food with him. Yuchi nodded with a smile. In the past, it had been hard for her to find someone to enjoy spicy boiled fish with. Now, Yi Kuan had made it happen. So, the two happily enjoyed the food together. The king sturgeon from the deep sea, paired with the King of Devil Peppers, created a flavor that was truly spicy and fragrant, an ultimate experience. It was exhilarating, spicy enough, refreshing enough. Ding! Goddess-level beauty Hu Yuqi's favorability towards the host +10. Ding! Congratulations, goddess-level beauty Hu Yuqi's favorability towards the host has increased to 80 points. Hiss! Yi Kuan was both surprised and delighted. Just by sharing a bowl of spicy boiled fish, Hu Yuqi's favorability towards him had actually increased by 10 points. It felt great. Now, Hu Yuqi looked at him with a hint of tenderness in her eyes. Congratulations, you succeeded in the challenge. What do you want to ask for? Hu Yuqi gazed at Yi Kuan with affectionate eyes. Anything I can ask for? Yi Kuan confirmed again. As long as you ask, I will agree. Hu Yuqi revealed a charming expression, looking at Yi Kuan with anticipation. I want to see you in different outfits. Maid outfit, CEO outfit, all-professional outfit, sailor suit, JK uniform. I want to see them all. Yi Kuan stared at Hu Yuqi's stunning face and said. Previously, watching her change outfits in the loco store was a visual treat, a feast for the eyes. Unfortunately, it always felt a bit unsatisfying. Something was still missing. Is that it? Hu Yuqi raised an eyebrow, seemingly not expecting Yi Kuan to make such a request. Meichem, just that. Can you fulfill it? Yi Kuan nodded and asked again. No problem, come to my villa tonight, and I'll let you see enough at once. Hu Yuqi revealed a charming smile and said, going to your villa? Yi Kuan was slightly taken aback. The goddess Hu Yuqi had invited him to her home. Of course, if I don't go to my villa, how can I change clothes for you to see? Hu Yuqi rolled her beautiful eyes at Yi Kuan, yet her charm was captivating and stunning. Alright. Yi Kuan nodded. No matter where he went, he was fearless. Let's go. I'll take you to my super villa right now. Hu Yuqi stood up and directly grabbed Yi Kuan's hand, heading outside. She seemed quite eager. The author has something to say, handsome guys can join the rich group. When Yi Kuan and Hu Yuqi returned to the first floor of the Jinya shopping center, the female secretary and a dozen black-clad bodyguards were already waiting. The female secretary was Chen Wenwen, dressed in a professional OL suit, high heels paired with black stockings, exuding a blend of competence and a hint of sexiness. Her figure was graceful and delicate, especially her pair of towering peaks, which were particularly proud. The dozen black-clad bodyguards were led by Captain Zhao Hu, each with a serious expression, standing tall and well-trained. None of the bodyguards provided by the system were simple, they were either former special forces or elite mercenaries. Among them were true kings of soldiers. Hello, boss. The female secretary and the dozen black-clad bodyguards bowed in unison to greet Yi Kuan, creating an impressive scene. Yi Kuan nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping over the dozen bodyguards. Then, he looked at one of the bodyguards. This bodyguard was tall and robust, standing out among the others. He exuded a strong aura, his expression wooden, with a scar on his neck that gave off a faint sense of danger. It was as if he had walked out of a battlefield. Ding! Detected a super bodyguard. Name, Lu Tianchen, height, 2.02 meters, appearance, 59, loyalty, 99, proficient in various martial arts, firearms, cold weapons, heavy weapons, can drive tanks, cruise ships, airplanes, submarines. Personality traits, taciturn, loyal, and reliable. Evaluation, king of mercenaries. Yi Kuan nodded slightly at Lu Tianchen, paying special attention to him. His bodyguard team was indeed filled with hidden talents, and there was even a king of mercenaries among them. Although his appearance was a bit ordinary, his loyalty was high. Moreover, he had many skills, able to drive tanks and airplanes, and even submarines. Proficient in various cold and hot weapons, he truly deserved the title of king of mercenaries. Lu Tianchen saw Yi Kuan nodding at him but remained expressionless, showing a very cold demeanor. Yi Kuan didn't mind, thinking that this king of mercenaries must always maintain a cool image. Boss, according to preliminary statistics, among all the luxury watches you purchased today, there are 3 watches priced over 100 million, namely Patek Philippe, Vacheron Constantin, and Breguet, and those priced over 10 million are. Chen Wenwen was holding a tablet, providing Yi Kuan with a statistical report. At this moment, her strong work capability was evident. As Yi Kuan's personal female secretary, she was not just a pretty face but a versatile talent. Otherwise, she wouldn't be earning a salary of 10 million a year. No, now her annual salary had risen to 20 million. No need to report in detail, just give me the total price. Yi Kuan said lightly. He had bought too many luxury watches today and simply didn't have the time to understand each one. Yes, boss, tonight you spent a total of 3.08 billion. Chen Wenwen reported a figure, her heart racing uncontrollably. Today, the boss had almost swept through the top luxury watches in the Magic City. These luxury watches would require at least 10 Rolls-Royce Phantoms to carry. This group of bodyguards was specifically here to escort these luxury watches. The boss was simply extravagantly wealthy. How cheap? Not even 5 billion. Yi Koen was very calm, unfazed. He originally planned to spend all of the more than 50 billion in his disposable account, so that with a tenfold return, he could have over 500 billion credited. A direct wave of sudden wealth. But it didn't matter, he would continue to buy villas and buildings later. The validity of that tenfold consumption return card was 24 hours. In fact, he was no longer very interested in making money. He preferred to experience life more and enjoy it. Soon, Yi Koen used his black gold card to spend 3.08 billion at the Jinyu shopping center. Ding! The host spent 3.08 billion, disposable account balance, 2.40 billion yuan. Ding! Consumption funds returned tenfold. Congratulations to the host for receiving 30.8 billion yuan. Ding! Disposable account balance, 32.840 billion yuan. Ding! Congratulations to the host for spending 3.08 billion and earning 30 luxury points. Remaining luxury points, 37. This wave of crazy spending directly increased his disposable assets to over 300 billion. It felt great. Moreover, after spending several billion tonight, he finally accumulated 37 luxury points. This included the luxury points accumulated from previous spending. It wasn't easy. Spending money was so damn tiring. Ding! Received super critical worship value plus 6,666. Ding! Received super critical worship value plus 7,777. Ding! Received super critical worship value plus 8,888. Ding! Received super critical worship value plus 9,999. At the same time, the super critical worship value was hitting in a frenzy. After tonight, there would be a new legend of a super wealthy person in the Magic City. After Yi Koen swiped his card, he walked away gracefully. The rest of the matters would be handled perfectly by his female secretary, Chen Wonwon, and he didn't need to worry at all. Next, they were heading to the super villa of the goddess-level beauty, Hu Yuqi. This was the most anticipated moment of the night. Hu Yuqi linked her arm with Yi Koen's and they walked towards the parking lot together. The two of them, a perfect match, attracted countless gazes from passers-by along the way. Let's go to my villa together. You don't need to drive, just sit in the passenger seat. Hu Yuqi smiled sweetly and said. Her vehicle was a red Ferrari LaFerrari, with its cool butterfly doors slowly opening. Sure. Yi Koen nodded in agreement. He didn't know where Hu Yuqi's house was, and driving was too much trouble. Sitting in the passenger seat was more comfortable. After they got into the LaFerrari, Hu Yuqi drove towards the villa. Yuqi, what is the name of your villa? Where is it located? Yi Koen was a bit curious. What kind of villa area would a goddess-level wealthy person like Hu Yuqi live in? The villa I live in is called Maple Leaf Villa King, located at the foot of Qilin Mountain, in the Super Villa King area of the Magic City Guyue Lake, Hu Yuqi said with a slight smile. Villa King? Yi Koen was also slightly taken aback. A villa that could be called Villa King must be extraordinary. The Maple Leaf Villa area only has 7 villas in total, and the residents are all super rich or invisible wealthy. Let me put it this way, the newly crowned richest person in the Dragon Country also has a villa in Maple Leaf, but his villa doesn't qualify to be called Villa King. My villa covers an area of about 50 acres, with a building area of 9,634 square meters. It is the largest and most luxurious villa in the Dragon Country, which is why it is called Villa King. Hu Yuqi smiled sweetly and said calmly. Her tone was very calm, but what she said was anything but simple. It was even shocking. Hiss. The largest and most luxurious villa in the Dragon Country. Yi Koen finally understood why Hu Yuqi was arranged in seat number 2 at that top-tier national auction. Hu Yuqi, whether in terms of wealth or status, was certainly extraordinary. However, Yi Koen did not care about Hu Yuqi's status and identity. Tonight, he was here to see the female CEO in disguise. Hu Yuqi drove a Ferrari LaFerrari into the Maple Leaf Villa area. After passing through an ultra-luxurious private garden, they finally arrived at the incredibly lavish villa. Hu Yuqi took Yi Koen's hand and entered the villa. Yi Koen glanced around the living room, noticing that it had a ceiling height of over 10 meters, creating a very spacious atmosphere. A huge, luxurious crystal chandelier hung down from above, stunningly beautiful. The floor was covered with top-grade sandalwood, and the walls were inlaid with ultra-premium marble, incredibly luxurious. Come on, there's nothing much to see here, let's go to my bedroom, I'll change for you. Hu Yuqi flashed a playful smile, pulling Yi Koen's hand as they entered the villa's elevator. Then, the two walked into Hu Yuqi's oversized bedroom together. The room was decorated in a princess style, pink and fragrant. "Do you want to have some red wine first?" Huyuchi asked with a charming smile. "Sure." Yi Kuan nodded. Entering Huyuchi's boudoir, he couldn't help but feel a bit excited. A drink first, to calm his nerves. Huyuchi brought Yi Kuan a bottle of Chateau Charles X wine. "So, what do you want to see me wear?" Huyuchi's beautiful eyes fixed on Yi Kuan as she asked. The moment of excitement had finally arrived. "Maid outfit, CEO outfit, Lolita, sailor suit, JK uniform. I want to see them all." Yi Kuan laughed. He was deeply captivated by Huyuchi and wanted to see her in different outfits. "You really are greedy." Huyuchi shot Yi Kuan a glance, yet it was filled with charm and allure. "Who told you to be a goddess of many styles? Every outfit you wear is one I love, and I can never get tired of it." Yi Kuan wrapped his arm around Huyuchi's slender waist, grinning mischievously. Her waist was delicate and soft, almost too easy to hold. "So, what style do you want to see me wear first?" Huyuchi felt her cheeks flush slightly at Yi Kuan's compliment, her heart feeling sweet. What woman doesn't like to be praised? "I want to see you wear," Yi Kuan whispered in Huyuchi's ear. Usually, she had a CEO or dominatrix style. He specifically wanted Huyuchi to wear a maid outfit for the contrast. "I rarely wear maid outfits, but I'll make an exception for you today." Huyuchi rolled her eyes at Yi Kuan but did not object. "Then I'll go change in the dressing room, wait for me a moment." Huyuchi smiled back at him, enchanting and charming. Then, she walked towards the dressing room with her long, beautiful legs. Yi Kuan was also very much looking forward to seeing Huyuchi after she changed. He poured himself a glass of Chateau Charles X wine. Just this bottle of Chateau Charles X costs 7 figures, and it's not something you can buy just because you have money. Like Romani Conti, the production of Chateau Charles X is extremely limited, supplied only to a select few esteemed clients. Moreover, Chateau Charles X is even more expensive and rarer than Romani Conti. Romani Conti is said to be affordable for millionaires, while only billionaires can drink it. Chateau Charles X, however, is something that even ordinary billionaires are not qualified to drink. Chateau Charles X wine is undoubtedly the king of pretentiousness. Yi Kuan took a deep sip of the Chateau Charles X wine, and that sip cost him over 100,000. What he was drinking was not just wine, but loneliness and monotony. No, with a beauty accompanying him, he would definitely not be lonely tonight. So what was left to drink was just monotony, plain and simple. Just then, the room's lights suddenly dimmed. Huyuchi walked out slowly, dressed in a beautiful maid outfit. She wasn't wearing the typical black and white maid outfit often seen in movies and TV shows. That was just too ordinary. Huyuchi wore a pink and white maid outfit. The pink dress, with a white hem and white lace trim at the chest, looked like a maid outfit but also had a hint of Lolita's cute style. This pink and white maid outfit complemented her skin tone, making Huyuchi's skin appear as smooth as cream, fair and radiant. Her skin was rosy, so tender it seemed like it could be pinched to release water. Moreover, she wore white stockings on her lower half, fresh and cute, yet incredibly charming. "Hiss, how is it? Does it look good?" Huyuchi asked, lifting her skirt and blinking her beautiful eyes with anticipation. "Beautiful." Yi Kuan smiled, staring at Huyuchi without blinking. A beauty is more intoxicating than wine. Huyuchi was already extremely beautiful, a goddess-level beauty with a score of 97 in looks, stunning beyond compare. After changing into the maid outfit, she exuded even more charm. The domineering female CEO transformed into a well-behaved little maid, possessing a unique allure. "Is it really that good-looking?" Huyuchi's cheeks flushed slightly, revealing a shy expression. She had never worn a maid outfit just for a man before. Moreover, this was quite different from her usual style, creating a stark contrast that made her feel a bit bashful. Having been used to being a domineering CEO, being a submissive little maid seemed quite nice too. A different experience. "It's extremely beautiful, incredibly charming." Yi Kuan nodded. Huyuchi, with her beautiful figure and long legs, looked exceptionally lovely in the pink and white maid outfit. "Do you like it?" Huyuchi even twirled around in front of Yi Kuan, making the white hem of her dress flutter. A bit mischievous. "Of course." Yi Kuan gazed at Huyuchi, feeling quite moved. "Then, what are you waiting for?" Huyuchi flashed a charming smile at Yi Kuan, full of allure. Action speaks louder than words." Yi Kuan rushed over, wrapping his arms around Huyuchi's slender waist and forcefully pinning her against the wall. Huyuchi nestled in Yi Kuan's embrace. Yi Kuan tenderly kissed her forehead. After multiple enhancements, his physique was now several times stronger than that of an ordinary person. Huyuchi was just an ordinary woman, how could she be his match? Yet, Huyuchi still loved him with all her might, which made him feel a deep sense of affection. Yi Kuan held Huyuchi affectionately. This silly girl truly had a spirit of reckless love, which made his heart ache. Huyuchi nestled in Yi Kuen's embrace. At this moment, her heart was filled with love, feeling incredibly happy. Ding! Goddess-level beauty Huyuchi's favorability towards the host +5. Ding! Goddess-level beauty Huyuchi's favorability towards the host +5. Ding! Goddess-level beauty Huyuchi's favorability towards the host +5. In an instant, Huyuchi's favorability towards Yi Kuen rapidly increased. She had already fallen deeply in love with this man. Ding! Goddess-level beauty Huyuchi's favorability towards the host has reached 95. Ding! Congratulations, the host's physique +30. Ding! Congratulations, the host's physique has increased to 98. In an instant, Yi Kuen felt a mysterious energy injected into his body, his stamina instantly restored, feeling full of vitality. Yi Kuen couldn't help but be both surprised and delighted. Hiss! Huyuchi's favorability towards him had actually surged by 15 points. It should be noted that once favorability exceeds 90, it becomes difficult to increase quickly. Huyuchi's favorability towards him had reached 95 points, which indicated deep love. Deep love. Not just a little love, but a profound and deep affection. Yi Kuen held the already soundly sleeping Huyuchi while checking his personal information. Name, Yi Kuen Power, 41 Agility, 43 Constitution, 98 Spirit, 55 Charm, 9 Charm Aura. Note, the peak attributes for ordinary people are 10, Godly Wealth Reserve. 999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999. Available godly money, 32,840 million yuan. Skills, God-level driving skills, never drunk after 1,000 cups, invincible with a golden gun, god of spiciness, auras, charm aura, celebrity aura, identity aura. Reputation, respected reputation at Magic City Finance University, respected reputation in Dragon Country. Items, 1 inspiration capsule, 1 beauty card. Godly points, 37. Yi Kuen looked at his impressive personal information and revealed a satisfied smile. His abilities in every aspect were rapidly enhancing. Extraordinary physical fitness, endless cash, plus various magical auras and abilities. He was on the path to invincibility. Early the next morning, Huyuchi woke up in a daze. She had slept very comfortably that night. Yi Kuen had held her all night, wrapping her in his arms. Sleeping in Yi Kuen's embrace felt warm, safe, and sweet. She was enveloped by a tremendous sense of happiness, feeling relaxed and joyful. Never before had she felt as happy as she did now. From now on, she would no longer be alone. Even the way you sleep is so handsome. Huyuchi looked up, her beautiful eyes fixed on Yi Kuen, and a sweet smile unconsciously appeared on her lips. In the morning, Yi Kuen and Huyuchi naturally became entwined again. The two were like a newlywed couple, inseparable. System, can I enhance Huyuchi's physical attributes? Yi Kuen sought help from the system. Yes. Method 1, use 3 times the godly points to enhance the other party's basic attribute by 1 point. Method 2, purchase an evolution capsule. Taking 1 evolution capsule will increase all physical attributes by +10. Evolution capsule price, 1 million worship points. Yi Kuen had only accumulated 37 godly points, which could only enhance Huyuchi's attributes by a few points. However, he had accumulated over 1 million worship points, just enough to buy 1 evolution capsule. Huyuchi was his woman, and Yi Kuen decided to let her take an evolution capsule. System, exchange 1 evolution capsule for me. Ding! 1 million worship points have been spent, and 1 evolution capsule has been exchanged. The evolution capsule has been stored in the system space and can be retrieved at any time. Now that he had the evolution capsule, how to get Huyuchi to take it was a problem. Yi Kuen decided to use the simplest and most direct method, explaining the evolution capsule to Huyuchi and seeing if she dared to take it. Chi-Chi, I have an evolution capsule here that can comprehensively enhance physical fitness. Do you want to take it? Yi Kuen wrapped his arm around Huyuchi's fragrant shoulder and took out the evolution capsule. Huyuchi was not an ordinary woman, her vision and thinking were advanced, standing at the forefront of the entire era. Therefore, Yi Kuen dared to directly explain the evolution capsule to her. Evolution capsule? Has the Kuenping Group's biotechnology company developed the evolution capsule? No wonder Brother Kuen is so powerful. Huyuchi took the evolution capsule, revealing a hint of surprise. The evolution capsule was about the same size as an ordinary cold medicine capsule, containing some small red particles. She knew that the world's top billionaires and biotech companies were researching drugs that could allow the human body to evolve and become stronger. The Confronting Group is a giant corporation, owning Confronting Technology Bio Company, so it's not surprising that they research evolution capsules. Yi Kun possesses an extraordinary physique, likely due to taking an evolution capsule. She has personally experienced Yi Kun's strength and uniqueness. He is practically a little superhero, making her both love and fear him. This evolution capsule can enhance your physical qualities by more than double, right? There is only this one in the world, do you dare to take it? Yi Kun gazed into Hu Yuqi's beautiful eyes and said. Hu Yuqi surprisingly imagined that the evolution capsule was a product of Confronting Technology Bio Company, so there was no need for him to explain further. I dare to take it. There's only one evolution capsule, and you're giving it to me, Brother Cohen, you're so good to Chi-Chi. Hu Yuqi was very touched. She trusted Yi Kun completely and took the evolution capsule without hesitation. Ding! Goddess-level beauty Hu Yuqi's favorability towards the host +1. Ding! Goddess-level beauty Hu Yuqi's favorability has risen to 96. Ding! Reward, host's strength +20. Ding! Congratulations, the host's strength has risen to 61. Strength, 61, agility, 43, constitution, 98, spirit, 55 in an instant. It felt as if a magical energy had been injected into Yi Kun's body, causing his strength to surge and his physical qualities to improve again. Ding! Friendly reminder, goddess-level beauty Hu Yuqi's favorability towards the host has reached 96, which is steadfast. Once Hu Yuqi's favorability towards the host reaches a full 100, the Unwavering Achievement title will be obtained. Unwavering Achievement title, the host and the achievement target appear together, both parties' physical attributes increase by 50%, if separated, the title effect temporarily disappears. Hiss! Reaching a favorability of 100 can actually achieve the Unwavering title. Moreover, the effect of this achievement title is quite impressive, as both parties' attributes can increase by 50%. This is definitely a good thing. Brother Cohen. At this moment, Hu Yuqi called out sweetly. Yi Kun looked at Hu Yuqi and saw her complexion rosy, her skin flawless, like a blooming beautiful flower, enchanting and charming. Chi-Chi, how does it feel to take the evolution capsule? Yi Kun asked Hu Yuqi. The effects of the evolution capsule seem to have already manifested. Hu Yuqi was even more stunning than before. This was also the effect of the comprehensive evolution of her physical attributes. Brother Cohen. I feel amazing right now, my whole body is filled with incredible energy, as if I have endless stamina, and even my thoughts have become more active. Hu Yuqi expressed her surprise. After taking the evolution capsule given by Yi Kun, she felt as if she had undergone a transformation. It was simply indescribable. So magical. Ha ha. That's great. The effect of the evolution capsule is immediate. Yi Kun gently caressed Hu Yuqi's exquisite face and smiled. Kiss me. Hu Yuqi's two arms, as white as jade, had already wrapped around his neck. Yi Kun tightly embraced Hu Yuqi's delicate body and began to kiss her passionately. After taking the evolution capsule, Hu Yuqi's combat power had clearly increased. System, use that beauty card on Hu Yuqi. Yi Kun silently thought. Hu Yuqi is his woman, so of course, he would use such a good thing as the beauty card on her. Moreover, Hu Yuqi's beauty score was already as high as 97. He was very much looking forward to seeing the changes in Hu Yuqi after using the beauty card, wondering if her beauty score could continue to rise. So far, he had never seen a beauty with a score exceeding 97. Is there a higher level beyond goddess level, with even more beautiful women? Ding! The beauty card has been used on goddess level beauty Hu Yuqi. Ding! All minor flaws in Hu Yuqi's appearance have been repaired, achieving beauty effects even without makeup. Ding! Hu Yuqi's beauty level +1. Ding! Hu Yuqi's beauty has increased to 98, becoming a stunning beauty. Note, the rewards triggered by becoming a stunning beauty will be higher than those for a goddess-level beauty. Hiss! Hu Yuqi has been promoted to a stunning beauty. Beautiful! Yi Kun couldn't help but hold Hu Yuqi's delicate face, examining it closely. Brother Cohen, why are you staring at me like that? Hu Yuqi's pretty face flushed slightly as she blinked her beautiful eyes and asked. Chi-Chi, so beautiful, you've become even more beautiful. Yi Kun gently caressed Hu Yuqi's exquisite features and smiled. Now, Hu Yuqi's appearance could be described as flawless beauty. This was truly a flawless face, without a single blemish. She looked even more radiant, stunningly beautiful, captivating the world. Moreover, her skin was so delicate and smooth. Like a baby's skin, it was so tender it seemed like it could be squeezed for water. I was already very beautiful. Hu Yuqi thought Yi Kun was just flattering her and said proudly. She had always been beautiful, growing up that way. No. What I mean is you've become even more beautiful, like you've used a beauty filter, without a hint of imperfection. Yi Kun said. Now, Huyuchi truly smiled like a city-stunning beauty, simply too beautiful. No wonder she was a stunning beauty, captivating the city at a glance. How is that possible? I'm currently barefaced. Huyuchi didn't believe it. Although she was also beautiful without makeup, it couldn't possibly reach the level of a beauty filter. If you don't believe me, you can look in the mirror, Yi Koen said with a smile. Huyuchi would surely be surprised to see her flawless beauty. So, Huyuchi picked up a small mirror from the bedside. Then, she saw her radiant, flawless self in the mirror. The shape of her face, contours, and charm hadn't changed much. However, there wasn't a single blemish on her face, making her look dazzling. The more she looked, the happier she became, her smile truly captivating. This beauty level had definitely increased. Even the small scar on my forehead has disappeared. How amazing! Huyuchi exclaimed, both surprised and delighted. When she was little, she had fallen and left a noticeable scar on her forehead. Although she had undergone repair surgery later, a tiny bit of the scar remained. Therefore, she usually covered that spot with bangs. Now, even that tiny scar had vanished. It was truly flawless beauty. Ding! Reward, host spirit plus 30. Ding! Congratulations, host spirit has increased to 85. Strength, 61, agility, 43, constitution, 98, spirit, 85. In an instant, Yi Koen felt a magical energy injected into his body, becoming invigorated and full of vitality. His mental strength had become stronger, and his perception ability had greatly improved. Just then, a sudden voice echoed in the room. Miss, it's time to get up for breakfast. Today, you have woken up 2 hours late. The voice came from a smart device in the room. It's my maid, Shinjingi. She takes care of my personal affairs. Huyuchi pouted. She was a bit upset about being interrupted during such a beautiful moment. Your maid? Yi Koen asked in confusion. He hadn't seen the maid when he returned with Huyuchi last night. However, in such a large villa, it was impossible not to have a maid. Just the room Huyuchi lived in was over 500 square meters. This shows just how big this villa was. The Maple Leaf Villa was vast, with a huge luxurious private garden. Therefore, a butler, maids, and gardeners were definitely necessary. Moreover, such a large villa must be equipped with a security team. Last night, Yi Koen drove into the villa area in Huyuchi's Ferrari LaFerrari and saw numerous maids and bodyguards. There were even elite soldiers present in the villa area. Yes. In my super villa, there are a total of 4 female housekeepers, 42 maids, 15 gardeners, 104 bodyguards, and retired special forces for protection. Huyuchi said. Her tone was calm, and her words could drop the jaws of ordinary people. Although Yi Koen already knew that Huyuchi was a wealthy goddess, he still didn't expect her to be this extravagant. Once, when he was still an ordinary person, he fantasized about becoming rich, buying a big villa, hiring 2 female housekeepers, and a dozen maids. That way, he thought he would be living a simple and dull life of a wealthy person. He didn't expect that Huyuchi was even more plain and unadorned than he imagined. TSK. Just the 4 female housekeepers in the villa, with as many as 42 maids and over 100 bodyguards. Indeed, poverty has limited my imagination. The 4 housekeepers should have different responsibilities, right? Yi Koen asked. Now, he was also a super wealthy person, and buying a villa was a must. He needed to understand the roles of housekeepers and maids well. Yes, each female housekeeper has different duties. Some are responsible for daily living, some for food and supplies, some for security and hygiene, and others for personal finance. Housekeeper Shinjingi is responsible for managing my personal affairs. If I sleep in, she will wake me up, Huyuchi said, puffing up her cheeks. Oh, what level are the housekeepers and maids in your villa? Yi Koen asked. Whether housekeepers or maids, they are categorized by levels. Generally speaking, the higher the level, the higher the salary. Their image and abilities are correspondingly stronger. The housekeepers in my villa are at the highest level 8, and the maids are all at the highest level 5, Huyuchi said. Housekeepers and maids have strict grading and promotion criteria. However, as the employer, she can directly promote the levels of housekeepers and maids. Just then, a system prompt sounded in Yi Koen's mind. Ding! Triggered random task, purchase a luxury villa. Requirement, the market price of the villa must not be less than 1 billion. Gift, 1 LV9 goddess level housekeeper, 4 LV6 campus flower level maids, 16 loyal bodyguards. Note, the more expensive the villa you buy, the more gifts you receive. Hiss. Buying a villa also comes with housekeepers, maids, and bodyguards. And they are all top tier. That's quite satisfying. Even better, as long as you buy a villa worth over 1 billion in market value, you will receive housekeepers, maids, and bodyguards. It's not a one-time service. This is very appealing. he definitely won't just buy one villa. He'll gather super villas from Modu, Yaodu, Xiandu, and Longdu. This wave of villa purchases will be exhilarating. Let's get up and have breakfast, Hu Yuqi said sweetly. Although she wanted to stay entangled with Yi Kuan, it was time to go out and enjoy some delicious food. If it weren't for having taken an evolution capsule, her body would have long since given out. Okay. Yi Kuan smiled and sat up. Then, he revealed his strong 8-pack abs and perfect V-line. Through multiple body enhancements, his physique had nearly reached perfection. A perfect figure, perfect muscle lines, and super explosive power. Your body is simply perfect. Hu Yuqi laughed. Seeing Yi Kuan's perfect muscle lines, 8-pack abs, and V-line again made her heart race wildly. She had to turn away slowly to calm her emotions. Hu Yuqi took a deep breath before getting out of bed. After using a beauty card, not only had her appearance improved, but her figure had also become flawless. After washing up, Hu Yuqi held Yi Kuan's hand and walked out of the master bedroom on the 3rd floor together. The two remained very close. When they reached the elevator, Yi Kuan saw a woman in a butler uniform standing there with a straight posture. She glanced at Yi Kuan and quickly looked away. Good morning, miss. The female butler greeted Hu Yuqi with a bow. Hu Yuqi nodded slightly. Then she said to Yi Kuan, this is my housekeeper, Qinjingi, level 8 housekeeper, graduated from the Royal Butler Academy in the UK, responsible for managing my personal affairs. Yi Kuan took another look at Qinjingi, noticing her beautiful appearance, graceful figure, and dignified demeanor. She would definitely be a campus beauty at any school. Yet, she was just a female housekeeper in Hu Yuqi's villa. Then, Hu Yuqi said to Qinjingi, this is Yi Kuan, my man. From now on, you must treat him as you would treat me. Understand? Understood, miss. Qinjingi nodded. She then also bowed to Yi Kuan respectfully, saying, good morning, Mr. Yi. Ding. Detected a campus beauty level woman. Name, Qinjingi, attractiveness, 91, campus beauty level, age, 23, height, 166 centimeters, bust, 34B, initial favorability, 0, occupation, private female housekeeper, housekeeper level, 8, alma mater, Royal Butler Academy, UK, Qinjingi's attractiveness indeed reached the campus beauty level, as detected by the system. Ding. Campus beauty Qinjingi's favorability increased by 30 due to the host's charm aura. Ding. Campus beauty Qinjingi's favorability increased by 10 due to the host's domineering CEO identity aura. Ding. Campus beauty Qinjingi's favorability towards the host has risen to 40. Good morning. Yi Kuan also nodded to the female housekeeper Qinjingi, greeting her. The female housekeeper Qinjingi couldn't resist his charm aura, but she had a strong resistance to the domineering CEO identity aura. Yi Kuan noticed that different beauties were affected differently by the charm and identity auras. For those who were attracted to looks, the charm aura caused a direct increase of 30 points in favorability. For those who valued identity, the domineering CEO identity aura also directly raised it by 30 points. Conversely, if someone had a certain resistance to looks and identity, the increase in favorability wouldn't be too significant. Next, Yi Kuan followed Hu Yuqi to the dining room on the 1st floor of the villa. There was another beautiful woman in a butler uniform, along with a group of maids waiting. However, this female housekeeper was a blonde beauty with blue eyes. Hu Yuqi began to converse with this female housekeeper in standard fluent British English, with a hint of a royal tone. Listening to their conversation felt like watching an old British film, reminiscent of adaptations of classic literature. At that moment, Hu Yuqi appeared very elegant and noble, a stark contrast to her charming and alluring demeanor in the bedroom. This is also my housekeeper, named Alice, who has served 2 British queens. She mainly manages the food supplies for the villa and the daily provisions. Hu Yuqi introduced to Yi Kuan. Your British Royal English is very standard. Yi Kuan nodded and smiled at Hu Yuqi. It was the first time he had heard royal accented English in real life. That's nothing, I can speak 32 languages. Hu Yuqi said proudly. 32 languages? Yi Kuan was astonished. He had only heard of people who could speak 5 or 10 languages, but never someone who could master 32 languages. However, since Hu Yuqi said she could speak 32 languages, it must be true. Perhaps she had maids from 32 countries accompanying her since childhood, making it no surprise that she mastered dozens of languages. Ding! Detected that the stunning beauty Hu Yuqi has mastered 32 languages. Does the host wish to spend 100,000 worship points to exchange for full language proficiency? At this moment, the system's prompt sounded. Hiss. Full language proficiency. That's fantastic. Exchanging for full language proficiency. Yi Kuan did not hesitate and directly chose to exchange for the language skill. Language is a tool for communication. Sooner or later, he would go abroad to have fun. With full language proficiency, he could roam freely around the world, without worrying about being unable to show off smoothly due to language barriers. Ding! 100,000 worship points have been spent, and full language proficiency has been exchanged. Ding! Congratulations to the host for mastering full language skills. Great! In an instant, Yi-Kuan mastered the languages of all countries in the world, reaching a proficient level. Having a cheat is so enjoyable. Back in school, he had to memorize English words all day, which was so annoying. Now, in just a moment, he had mastered everything. Truly delightful. At this time, the female housekeeper Alice also bowed to Yi-Kuan and greeted him in British English. Ding! Detected a campus beauty level female. Name, Alice, appearance, 92, campus beauty level, age, 24, height, 172, bust, 36F, initial favorability, 0, occupation, private female housekeeper, housekeeper level, level 8, alma mater, Royal Butler Academy of England, work experience, previously served 2 British queens. This female housekeeper Alice was indeed a campus beauty level. Boring. Ding. Campus beauty Alice's favorability towards the host increased by 20 due to the host's charm. Ding! Campus beauty Alice's favorability increased by 20 due to the host's domineering CEO aura. Ding! Campus beauty Alice's favorability towards the host has risen to 40. Yi-Kuan spoke, directly communicating with Alice in standard British court English. Alice was astonished. She didn't expect Yi-Kuan to speak British court English so fluently and accurately. Ding! Campus beauty housekeeper Alice's favorability towards the host increased by 10. Ding! Congratulations, campus beauty housekeeper's favorability towards the host has risen to 50. Yi-Kuan smiled, calm and composed. Speaking British court English was nothing special. He could also speak French, German, Italian, Arabic, Latin, Ukrainian, Siberian, and all the languages of the minority ethnic groups in Dragon Country, along with thousands of dialects. Full language proficiency was truly invincible. Then, Yi-Kuan and Huyuchi sat down at an incredibly luxurious large rectangular dining table. Tall, beautiful young maids brought exquisite dishes to the table one after another. An ordinary breakfast felt like a royal banquet. So dull, plain and unadorned. Chi-Chi, I plan to buy some high-end villas. Do you have any connections? After finishing breakfast, Yi-Kuan asked Huyuchi. As a super-rich person, how could he not have his own super villa? He needed to complete the villa purchase task issued by the system as soon as possible. Then he would gather housekeepers, maids, and bodyguards. For purchasing villas, you can contact Anyubai, she specializes in the villa business, Huyuchi said. Anyubai's villa business was quite large, covering vacation areas and villa districts. This set of super villas was custom-made by Anyubai's company. Then help me contact Anyubai, I want to buy a villa today, Yi-Kuan said. His tenfold cashback card was only valid for 24 hours, so he had to spend quickly. Within today, buying a villa could even make a profit. Moreover, the more he spent, the more he earned. Are you in such a hurry? Anyubai also lives in the Maple Leaf Villa area. She's my neighbor. She'll be over soon to discuss the investment in the Jinyu shopping center with us. You can consult her in detail about the villa. Huyuchi smiled. The Maple Leaf Villa was developed and built by the In Group. She lived in Villa 001, while Anyubai lived in Villa 002. Okay. Yi-Kuan nodded. The In Group's business was also very large, involving pharmaceuticals, villa properties, resorts, and more. It wasn't surprising that Anyubai lived in this villa area. Not long after, Anyubai arrived at Huyuchi's villa. When she saw Huyuchi for the first time, she was stunned. Yuchi, what cosmetics did you use today? How did you become so beautiful? Anyubai exclaimed in surprise. At that moment, Huyuchi stood before her, radiant and stunning. Previously, both she and Huyuchi were goddess-level beauties, each with their own merits, equally beautiful. However, this time, Huyuchi was clearly more enchanting than her. I didn't use any cosmetics, today I'm completely barefaced, Huyuchi said with a hint of pride, looking a bit smug. Seeing Anyubai's shocked expression, she couldn't help but feel secretly pleased. She was now radiant and flawless, no longer needing any cosmetics. How is that possible? You can be this beautiful without cosmetics? Anyubai said, incredulous. In modern society, women almost couldn't live without various cosmetics. Moisturizers, serums, concealers. All sorts of cosmetics had to be applied in turns to maintain a glamorous appearance. She couldn't believe that someone could stay beautiful without any makeup. Anyubai reached out and pinched Huyuchi's cheek, which was so tender it seemed like it could produce water. Impossible. How did your skin become so dewy? Anyubai was shocked, her beautiful eyes wide open. Huyuchi indeed hadn't used any cosmetics, and her skin was glossy and dewy, naturally flawless. How had Huyuchi transformed overnight, becoming so radiant? It made her feel overshadowed. I don't need cosmetics anymore because I now have the nourishment of love. Huyuchi linked her arm with Yikuan's, looking sweet and happy. You two have already slept together? And Yubai was even more shocked. She saw how intimate Huyuchi and Yikuan were, clearly indicating an extraordinary relationship. At the same time, she looked at Huyuchi and Yikuan with suspicion. Did this nourishment of love really have such a good effect? How come she had never known about it? Yubai, why do you have to be so straightforward? Huyuchi shot in Yubai a glance, playfully scolding her. Yikuan was still right there. What's the big deal? There are no outsiders here, right? And Yubai glanced at Yikuan, saying dismissively. Yikuan was also slightly taken aback, and Yubai's first impression of him at the auction was cold, very aloof. Moreover, she was taciturn, sparing with words. He didn't expect her to be quite lively and straightforward in private. She had great potential to become a queen of mischief. Yubai, let's talk business first and finalize the investment in the Jinyu shopping center. Huyuchi said. Right, let's talk business first. And Yubai reined in her playful demeanor, returning to her high-cold, domineering CEO appearance. The few of them went to the spacious and luxurious living room and sat down. This time, the Jinyu Shopping Center's Phase 2 project plans to introduce a strong strategic investor. We believe that Mr. Yes Kunping Group is very suitable to be this strategic investment partner. Let me give you a detailed introduction to our project. And Yubai spoke eloquently, exuding a dominant CEO aura when discussing work. Mr. And I have already decided to invest in the Jinyu Shopping Center. Just tell me how much I should invest and what percentage of shares I will get. Yikuan said. He was only concerned about how much he could invest this time. As for whether the shopping center could make a profit or how long it would take to break even, he actually didn't care about those questions. Alright, you invest 20 billion, and you'll hold 25% of the shares, how about that? And Yubai finally pondered for a moment and said, 20 billion? Yikuan laughed. This investment amount was just average. It was still within the range of his disposable funds. I'm in. I can transfer the funds to your company account right now. You can discuss the specific cooperation details with President Qin. Yikuan said. He was too lazy to haggle or engage in tedious business negotiations. He considered it an investment in Huyuchi's company, supporting his own woman. 20 billion, just a drop in the bucket. Moreover, once he invested the money, he would immediately receive a tenfold return. Throwing out 20 billion would quickly yield a return of 200 billion. This return rate was higher than investing in anything else. Mr. Yi is so bold, we will definitely have a pleasant cooperation. And Yubai smiled. She didn't expect Yikuan to be so straightforward, without any haggling, directly agreeing to this 20 billion major project. Such decisiveness was simply astonishing. Soon, Yikuan transferred 20 billion to the Jinyu Shopping Center's company account. Ding! Congratulations, host, for investing 20 billion, receiving a tenfold return of 200 billion. Ding! Available account balance, 212,840 million yuan. Awesome! With this investment, the disposable funds skyrocketed to over 200 billion. The more money he spent, the more tedious it became. Ding! Congratulations, host, for investing in Huyuchi and in Yubai's Jinyu Shopping Center, completing the task. Ding! The stunning beauty Huyuchi's favorability towards the host +1. Due to Huyuchi's favorability towards the host exceeding 90, the originally planned 10-point favorability reward is converted to 1 point. Ding! The stunning beauty Huyuchi's favorability towards the host has increased to 98, reward, agility +30. Ding! Congratulations, the host's agility has increased to 73. Strength, 61, agility, 73, constitution, 98, spirit, 85. In an instant, Yikuan felt refreshed. After Huyuchi became a stunning beauty, the rewards for increasing favorability were truly generous. It directly boosted his agility by 30 points, filling this gap as well. Awesome! The author has something to say, handsome guys gather. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the task, earning a random lottery chance. Yikuan invested in Huyuchi and in Yubai's Jinyu Shopping Center and also received a lottery chance. He decided to save this lottery chance for later when he had time to draw. Mr. And, I heard that your group specializes in developing and constructing high-end villas. I want to buy a few super villas, Yikuan said to Yubai. If he was going to buy, he would buy super villas. Not ordinary villas, nor high-end villas, but super villas. How many super villas do you want to buy? and Yubai's eyes brightened. Villas that could be called super villas were all top-tier villas priced at over 2 billion. Yi Kuan was about to buy super villas. And not just one or two, but at least several. That's right, the more expensive and high-end the villa, the more I like it. Yi Kuan smiled. So do you only want villas in Magic City, or are you open to villas in other cities as well? And Yubai asked. After all, the price of super villas is too high, even in a top metropolis like Magic City, there are only a few, and in ordinary first-tier cities, there isn't a single one. Super villas in Magic City, Demon City, Immortal City, and Imperial City are all available. Yi Kuan said with a smile. He not only wanted to buy a villa in Magic City but also wanted to acquire super villas in other major cities. Who would complain about having too many villas? After all, he was no longer short on money. Moreover, when he bought a villa, the system also gifted him a goddess-level housekeeper, a campus belle-level maid, and a large number of loyal bodyguards. It was quite enjoyable. Alright, let me briefly introduce a few super villas under the Yin family. And Yubai said, Dragon City No. 1 super villa, located in Imperial City, priced at 2.5 billion. Rosen Super Villa, located in Demon City, priced at 3 billion. Dragon Bone Super Villa, located in Immortal City, priced at 5.8 billion. Tang Palace Super Villa, located in Magic City, priced at 6 billion. Liuha Longyuan Super Villa, located in Imperial City, priced at 8 billion. And Yubai briefly introduced the locations and prices of these super villas. Then, she turned her beautiful eyes towards Yi Kuan. The villas she introduced were all super villas. Anyone who could buy any of these super villas would qualify as a super rich person. Not bad, I'm interested in all of them. You can introduce these super villas in more detail, Yi Kuan said with a smile, calm and composed. He was already a super wealthy person, and these prices were nothing to him. Okay. Seeing Yi Kuan so calm, and Yubai continued her introduction. Dragon City No. 1 super villa, with a construction area of 1,888 square meters. It occupies about 15 acres, located in the top Villa King area of Imperial City. It features an extremely luxurious European architectural style. Dragon Bone Super Villa, with a construction area of about 3,600 square meters, occupies about 30 acres, located at the foot of the Dragon Bone Resort area in Immortal City, featuring an ancient courtyard style of huaxia. Tang Palace Super Villa, with a construction area of about 5,000 square meters, located in Magic City. Liuha Longyuan, with a construction area of about 6,600 square meters, located in Imperial City, with an architectural style reminiscent of the Sahyuan style from the last century in Dragon Country. And Yubai detailed the introductions of several super villas. Then, she looked at Yi Kuan. With Yi Kuan's strength, he should be able to buy a few of these super villas. However, Yi Kuan made a surprising statement. Very well, I want all 5 of these super villas. Yi Kuan said calmly. 5 super villas would only cost around 2 to 300 billion. Too cheap. It was not even a fraction of his account balance. What? You want all 5 of these super villas? And Yubai was slightly astonished. She didn't expect Yi Kuan to be so extravagant, wanting to acquire all 5 super villas. It should be noted that an ordinary super rich person would consider it impressive to buy just one super villa. Of course, she knew that Yi Kuan was not an ordinary super rich person. That's right, I want all 5 super villas, Yi Kuan said calmly. Are there any more expensive villas? Villas worth tens of billions felt a bit lacking. Yes. The villas that are more expensive than super villas are called Villa Kings. Each Villa King is custom-made, priced above 1 billion. And Yubai nodded and said, the villa my family owns and Huyuchi's villa are both super Villa Kings worth over 1 billion. In fact, Villa Kings are all custom-made, using only the top ultra-luxurious materials. Ordinary people cannot even access Villa Kings and can hardly find any information about them. Oh, then introduce the Villa Kings to me directly. Yi Kuan's eyes lit up. There really were more expensive Villa Kings. Above super villas are Villa Kings. The Yuqing Villa King is a super villa that is exclusively custom-made, blending the luxurious European architectural style with the antique charm of Chinese aesthetics. It covers an area of 9,700 square meters and is one of the few super villas in the country and abroad. The Yuqing Villa King is located in the southern suburbs of Chengdu, with a vast area. Designed by the renowned British architect John Schultz, the interior design and decoration were completed in collaboration with colonnades from the UK and an Indian designer. The Yuqing Villa King boasts an enormous architectural volume and a modern emergency shelter home system, making it a brand new modern mansion. It is extremely luxurious in terms of raw materials and craftsmanship. Even Buckingham Palace would find it hard to match. and Yubai began to introduce the Yuching Villa King very seriously. From her description, one could hear how extraordinarily luxurious this Villa King is. It could be described as extravagantly inhumane. Just tell me the price. Yi Kuan said calmly. No matter how luxurious or expensive this Yuching Villa King is, there is nothing he cannot afford. The Yuching Villa King is custom made for me. There are only 2 units in total, one I live in myself, priced at 128 billion. The other one is still available, priced at 88 billion. And Yubai said, hiss, a super Villa King priced over 100 billion. Yi Kuan couldn't help but gasp. However, he quickly calmed down. So what if it's a super Villa King worth over 100 billion? One word, buy. I'll take both super Villa Kings. Yi Kuan stared at Yubai and said nonchalantly, if he was going to buy, he might as well buy the super Villa King. The more expensive, the better. The higher the price, the more generous the system's rewards. You want both super Villa Kings? And Yubai was stunned to hear that Yi Kuan actually wanted to acquire both super Villa Kings. However, she quickly shook her head and said, impossible. The 128 billion super Villa King is custom made for myself. All the materials and furniture were personally selected and customized by me, and I have already moved in, so I can't sell it to you. You can only buy the other one. Alright, then I'll reluctantly take the 88 billion Yuching Villa King and be your neighbor. Yi Kuan said after considering it for a moment. Since Yubai had already moved into that super Villa King, he wouldn't fight for it. The 88 billion Villa King is surprisingly not the most expensive. How dull. It seems he will have to custom make a super Villa King in the future. The super Villa and Villa King that the handsome guys are looking forward to have arrived. Hope you are not scared off by the price. Because the protagonist will later custom make even more expensive and extravagant super Villa Kings. Ha ha ha. The author has something to say. Handsome guys, do you love the super Villa King? Is there a super Villa King in Magic City? Yi Kuan asked Yubai. He mainly lives in Magic City now, so it would be best to buy a super Villa King there. There isn't one in Magic City. Super Villa Kings are all custom made. The Yuching Villa King is also custom made by me, and the Group developed and built 2 super Villa Kings, one I live in, and the other can be sold to you. And Yubai shook her head and said, super Villa Kings are custom made for super wealthy individuals. They cannot be bought just because one has money. There are no Villa Kings available for circulation or trade in the market, let alone super Villa Kings. Isn't there still one on Shilin Mountain, at the peak of Guyue Lake? At this moment, Huyuchi spoke up, casting a deep glance at Yubai. You mean Shuguang Villa? And Yubai's pretty face revealed a look of surprise, as she also thought of that mysterious Shuguang Villa. That's right, it's Shuguang Villa. Huyuchi nodded and looked at Yi Kuan again with her beautiful eyes. What are you all talking about? What villa? Yi Kuan couldn't help but ask. They were just discussing the super Villa King, so how did it turn to villas? Yi Kuan, I don't know if you've heard of Dawn Villa? And Yubai stared at Yi Kuan with her beautiful eyes and asked. Yi Kuan gently shook his head. He had never had the chance to come into contact with any villa, nor had he heard of Dawn Villa. The Super Villa King is already impressive and rare, but there are even more impressive and rarer ones, which are private villas. And Yubai said, currently, there are no more than 3 people in the entire Dragon Country who own private villas on the surface. Ma Yun doesn't have a private villa, while Ma Tingting, who has long held the title of the richest person in Dragon Country, has a villa called Listening to Snow Villa. There are also some invisible wealthy individuals who are not on the rich list but have private villas. And Yubai and Huyuchi seem to be in a very high social circle, knowing a lot of things. The topics they discussed were things ordinary people had never even heard of, as if they were tales from a fantasy world. So what's the deal with the Dawn Villa you mentioned earlier? Yi Kuan became interested upon hearing that there were private villas even more impressive than the Super Villa King. With a private villa, the Super Villa King seemed less appealing. Dawn Villa is located on Shilin Mountain near the villa area and has been under construction for over 30 years. It is said that even if a nuclear war breaks out, Dawn Villa can remain unscathed, leaving a ray of hope for the world. The owner of Dawn is incredibly mysterious. No one knows his true identity. Recently, for some unknown reason, the owner of Dawn seems to be willing to transfer Dawn Villa, but due to the exorbitant price, there are almost no capable buyers. And Yubai showed a serious expression and said earnestly, the owner of Dawn was so mysterious that even she had never seen him in person. She had only heard his name, never seen his face. Oh, since the owner of Dawn is willing to sell Dawn Villa, could you help me contact him? I am willing to buy this Dawn Villa, Yi Kuan said with a smile. As long as the owner of Dawn was willing to sell, it would be easy. There was nothing in this world that he, a billionaire, couldn't afford. The owner of Dawn does not meet with outsiders, but our in-group has provided raw materials for Dawn Villa before, so I can help you get in touch with the owner. And Yubai said. She was one of the few who could speak to that mysterious owner of Dawn. Alright, then I'll trouble you with this matter. As long as the owner of Dawn is willing to sell Dawn Villa, the price is not an issue. Yi Kuan said. With a private villa, he was no longer so obsessed with the Super Villa King. A wealthy person should live in a private villa. Next, Yi Kuan decided to buy all the super villas under the In Group, as well as the Villa King. The 5 super villas were, the Longcheng No. 1 super villa in the imperial capital, priced at 2.5 billion, the Rosen super villa in the demon capital, priced at 3 billion, the Longu super villa in the immortal capital, priced at 5.8 billion, the Tang Palace super villa in the magic capital, priced at 6 billion, and the Liuha Longyuan super villa in the imperial capital, priced at 8 billion. There was also a super villa king, the Yuqing Villa King in the immortal capital, priced at 88 billion. Yi Kuan, the total price for the super villas and the Villa King you purchased is 114.7 billion. Due to the enormous transaction amount, I'll waive the extra 4.7 billion for you as a friendly price. You only need to pay 110 billion. And Yubai stared at Yi Kuan, and a charming smile appeared on her cold, stunning face. Yi Kuan had actually bought all the super villas under her in-group in one go, and even purchased a super villa king, with the transaction amount exceeding 100 billion, directly making him her major client. Even though she usually appeared extremely cold, she couldn't help but show a happy smile at this moment. With over 100 billion in funds secured, the In family group could make many big moves again. And Yubai, do you look down on me, Yi? Don't you consider me a friend? Yi Kuan pretended to be angry. Ha! I don't look down on you. We are already friends, aren't we? And Yubai was taken aback. Her pretty face showed a look of confusion, not understanding why Yi Kuan suddenly became displeased. If you wipe off the 4.7 billion, that means you look down on me. I, Yi Kuan, never need discounts when buying things. If you really consider me a friend, sell it to me at the original price, not a penny less, otherwise, I won't buy this villa. Yi Kuan said with a deliberately cold expression. And Yubai immediately wiped off the 4.7 billion, how much less would that make him earn? 47 billion. That amount couldn't be wiped off. What? You mean no discounts at all, and the villa sold to you at the original price? And Yubai was stunned. She didn't expect Yi Kuan to have such a strange request. Giving him a discount of 4.7 billion actually made him unhappy. However, some wealthy individuals do have some peculiar preferences. That's right, don't wipe off the decimal, let's settle at the original price of 114.7 billion. Yi Kuan said firmly. Okay, as long as you're happy. And Yubai had no choice but to nod in agreement. She knew that some wealthy individuals really don't like discounts. I will transfer the money to you first, and later I will arrange for my secretary to hand over the villa to you, Yi Kuan said, finally revealing a satisfied smile. Ding! The host spent 114.7 billion yuan, available account balance, 98,140 million yuan. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving a tenfold consumption refund, with 1,147 billion yuan credited to the available account. Ding! Available account balance, 1,245,140 million yuan. Hey guys, don't be surprised, what you read before were all fake wealthy stories. This book is the most extravagant and enjoyable wealthy story, no exceptions. Author's note, I believe that true handsome guys won't be scared off, they all like to read real wealthy stories. Ding! Goddess level beauty in Yubai's favorability towards the host plus 10. Ding! Goddess level beauty in Yubai's favorability towards the host has increased to 40. After completing a transaction worth hundreds of billions with Yubai, her favorability towards him inevitably increased. The way she looked at Yi Kuan also carried a hint of admiration. However, there was still some distance from liking him. And Yubai's favorability is a bit hard to raise, it's only 40 points now, not passing. Yi Kuan thought. However, with Hu Yuqi, a stunning beauty, by his side, he didn't care too much about Yubai's goddess status. And Yubai's favorability was too low, and he had no thoughts or impulses to flatter her. He understood a principle, women are not won over by flattery, but by attraction. Flattery won't work, even if you forcefully win them over, you'll still lose them. Only women attracted to you will stay for the long haul. She preferred someone like Hu Yuqi, who had him in her heart and mind. Yi Kuan, this collaboration was very pleasant, I hope we have the opportunity to work together again next time. And Yubai proactively extended her delicate hand to Yi Kuan. Yes, next time I'll come to you to buy a super villa, or even customize a super villa king. Yi-kun smiled and shook in Yubai's soft hand. Great! You are now a super VIP client of our in-family group. No matter what kind of villa king you want to customize, you can come to me. And Yubai smiled brightly, saying. Yi-kun swept away all the super villas in her hand, making her mood exceptionally good. Well, about the matter of the Dawn Manor, I still need to trouble you to ask that Dawn Master for me. I am sincerely looking to purchase it, so if there are any conditions, please bring them up. Yi-kun said, unable to forget about the Dawn Manor. He currently held over 10 trillion in funds, so buying the Dawn Manor shouldn't be a big problem, right? Alright, I will contact the Dawn Master as soon as possible, and Yubai nodded. The Dawn Master was too mysterious, and their identity had always been a puzzle. It was indeed difficult for others to contact the owner of the Dawn Manor, but she could manage it. Sister Yuchi, Yi-kun, I have a lot of things to handle at my company, so I won't disturb you too, and Yubai said as she stood up to bid farewell. Okay, let's set a time to meet again next time. Huyuchi smiled at Yubai. Then, Huyuchi saw her good friend out of the villa. Brother Koen, do you like sports cars? Huyuchi asked, intimately linking her arm with Yi-kun's. It's alright, I'm a car god, interested in all kinds of cars, Yi-kun replied with a smile. That's great. I have a total of 65 supercars in my underground garage. I'll take you to see my collection, Huyuchi said excitedly, eager to share her collection with Yi-kun. 65 supercars? Yi-kun was astonished. Little Chi-Chi, you could hold a private car show with that many. Yes, it's 65 supercars, but only 2 or 3 of them are really presentable, Huyuchi said dismissively. Alright, then take me to see your luxury car collection. Yi-kun nodded. He knew that Huyuchi's collection would definitely not be ordinary supercars. Then, Huyuchi waved her hand, and a beautiful woman with blonde hair and blue eyes, dressed in a butler uniform, walked over. It wasn't the previous maid Alice, but another one. Good day, miss. Good day, Mr. Yi. The maid greeted them, speaking in a pure and authentic British court English. Although she was dressed in a butler uniform, there was still an undeniable air of nobility about her, giving off a very elegant feeling. It felt as if she had lived in a palace since childhood, rather than being trained later. Her name is Nobinos, and she mainly manages the overall security of the villa and the cleanliness of each floor, Huyuchi said to Yi-kun. Ding! Detected a school beauty level beauty. Name, Nobinos appearance, 93 age, 22 years nationality, British occupation, private maid level 7 maid note, Nobinos was the 14th princess of England. Ah, the British princess has come to Huyuchi's house to be a maid. That's quite a high status. As for why this British Princess Nobinos would come to be a maid for Huyuchi, Yi-kun found it inappropriate to ask. Ding! School beauty level beauty Nobinos is affected by the host's charm, gaining plus 30 favorability. Ding! School beauty level beauty Nobinos is influenced by the host's domineering CEO aura, gaining plus 10 favorability. Ding! Nobinos' favorability towards the host has increased to 40. The maids in Huyuchi's super villa were all school beauty level beauties. Yi-kun was already used to it. If even a British princess could be brought in as a maid, what was a school beauty level even worth? He would at least want a school beauty level maid, preferably a goddess level one. If he could recruit a few European princesses to be maids or servants in the villa, that would be even better. This was the kind of status a super rich person should have. Nobinos, take us to the underground garage. Huyuchi said to Nobinos, speaking in pure and fluent British court English. Although Nobinos had an air of European nobility, she seemed to pale in comparison to Huyuchi. Huyuchi needs to be more elegant and noble. This nobility is not something that is deliberately displayed, but rather something that runs deep within her bones. Alright, miss. Nobinos showed great respect to Huyuchi and performed a European court etiquette. Then, under Nobinos' guidance, Yi-kun and Huyuchi took the elevator to the basement, passing through smart security checks to reach the garage. There, Yi-kun saw that the garage was filled with various luxury cars, as if he had entered a giant luxury car exhibition. Porsche 718, Porsche 911, Porsche 918, McLaren GT, McLaren 720S, McLaren P1, Lamborghini Aventador, Lamborghini Reventon, Aston Martin DBS, Aston Martin DB11, Maserati MC20, Koenigsegg CCXR, Bugatti Veyron, Rolls-Royce Phantom, Rolls-Royce Dawn, Rolls-Royce Wraith. Even more exaggerated, there were actually over 20 different models of Ferrari in the garage. Ferrari FFT, Ferrari 812, Ferrari Roma, Ferrari LaFerrari, Ferrari Raphael, Ferrari Enzo. Almost all limited edition models of Ferrari were gathered here, including the Ferrari Enzo, which has very few units nationwide. The last time Yi-kun saw so many Ferraris at once was in Abu Dhabi, the capital of the UAE. That was in a Ferrari showroom owned by a prince of Dubai. Chichi, is this what you call an ordinary sports car? Only 2 or 3 that can be shown off? Yikoan reached out and pinched the soft flesh at Huyuchi's slender waist. Not to mention the Bugatti Veyron, Lamborghini Reventon, and Koenigsegg CCXR, which are supercars worth tens of millions. Just the limited edition Ferrari Enzo, taking any one of them out would cause a sensation and attract a crowd. And this is still considered ordinary? Yes. Brother Cohen, these are all ordinary sports cars, nothing special. I'll take you to see my 3 favorite supercars. Huyuchi giggled, pressing down on Yikoan's mischievous hand. Goodness, there are even more extravagant supercars. Yikoan was really looking forward to seeing them today. Huyuchi had almost gathered all the top models from Ferrari, Porsche, and Lamborghini. These were nothing at all. So, Yikoan was very curious to see what other top supercars Huyuchi had in her collection. Soon, under Huyuchi's lead, Yikoan saw a stunning, low-chassis, pink gold supercar. This car was not a common supercar brand on the market. Brother Cohen, this car is called Alice Lingue, and it's a private custom model, with only 2 in the world. It's one of the kings among supercars, priced at 244 million. Huyuchi introduced to Yikoan. 244 million for Alice Lingue, and it's a private custom model, but the chassis is way too low. Yikoan looked at the car. The chassis of Alice Lingue was so low it was almost touching the ground. This car could probably only really run on an F1 racetrack. Yes, the ground clearance of Alice Lingue is only 0.1 centimeters. If the road conditions are bad, it would be destroyed immediately. I usually can't bear to drive Alice Lingue. If the chassis gets scratched, the repair cost would be over 60 million, just a slight bump would be equivalent to 3 Lamborghini Aventadors. Huyuchi stuck out her tongue and said, Lamborghini Aventador has become a unit of measurement. Yikoan laughed as well. Some ordinary rich second-generation kids love to brag about their Lamborghini Aventadors, but here they are only fit to be a unit of measurement. Even the Lamborghini Veneno is just a younger brother in front of Alice Lingue. After all, this is a supercar worth 244 million. Over 10 million for an Aventador, at most it could buy a part number for my car. This Alice Lingue's steering wheel costs 21.33 million. Huyuchi said. You can't even buy a steering wheel for an Lamborghini Aventador with that. It's quite dull. So, what are the features of the Alice Lingue? Yikoan asked. The engine hood of the Alice Lingue can be opened with just a touch of your finger. It's very smart, Huyuchi replied. However, the biggest feature of the Alice Lingue is its speed. On the track, it can reach speeds of over 600 kilometers per hour, which is enough to crush most supercars in the world. I rarely drive the Alice Lingue, but if Brother Cohen wants to race on the F1 track, you can take my Alice Lingue, Huyuchi said, linking her arm with Yikoan's. Alright, if I go to the track, I can experience the Alice Lingue's top speed. Yikoan nodded. The Alice Lingue is not suitable for regular roads, it's meant for the track. Brother Cohen, let me show you my second favorite supercar, Huyuchi said, pulling Yikoan forward. Then, Yikoan saw a completely deep blue Pagani supercar. This is the Pagani Ghost Shark, the king of the Pagani family. The entire car is bulletproof, limited to only 4 units worldwide, extremely rare, priced at 354 million, and it's priceless. Huyuchi said calmly. Wow! A bulletproof Pagani Ghost Shark worth 354 million. In front of the Pagani Ghost Shark, the Pagani Huayra, Pagani Zonda, and even the Pagani Huayra are all lesser cars. The Pagani Ghost Shark is almost never seen outside. Most supercar enthusiasts probably haven't even heard of it. A supercar priced over 300 million, limited to 4 units worldwide, and Huyuchi actually owns one. Brother Cohen, let me introduce you to the last supercar. Huyuchi led Yikoan to a Bugatti supercar. This is the Bugatti La Voiture Noire, one of the top supercars, limited to only 5 units worldwide, one of which is with the Prince of Dubai, priced at 500 million, but also priceless. Huyuchi said. Wow! Another supercar that ordinary people haven't even heard of. What Lamborghini Veneno, Pagani Zonda, Koenigsegg 1, all become insignificant in front of this Bugatti La Voiture Noire. A supercar priced at 500 million is no joke. Brother Cohen. You can drive any of the supercars here, just pick whichever one you want. Huyuchi said, intimately linking her arm with Yikoan's, smiling. Yikoan is the man she loves deeply, he can drive any car he wants. Ding! Detected that the stunning beauty Huyuchi owns more than 65 luxury cars, triggering a random task. Task requirement, collect 100 supercars. Each car must be priced at no less than 10 million. Task reward 1, all attributes increase by 30 points. Task Reward 2, 1 Random Lottery Draw. Wow! A supercar collection task has been triggered. Moreover, the system actually wants him to collect 100 supercars. That's quite extravagant. However, as a super rich person, the quantity and quality of his supercar collection cannot be inferior to that of the goddess Huyuchi. For the generous rewards, he must complete this task of collecting 100 supercars. Brother Koen, which supercar do you want to drive? Huyuchi asked Yi Koen. Then let's drive the most expensive one, the Bugatti La Voiture Noire. Yi Koen said with a smile. If he's going to drive, it should be the most expensive, the most extravagant, and the fastest supercar. Alright, then let's drive the Bugatti La Voiture Noire. Huyuchi nodded. Then, she waved her hand, and the female butler Nobinos brought over the keys to the Bugatti La Voiture Noire. After the car door opened, Yi Koen directly sat in the driver's seat of the Bugatti La Voiture Noire, while Huyuchi sat in the passenger seat. The interior of the Bugatti La Voiture Noire was incredibly luxurious, almost entirely made of carbon fiber. Moreover, the central control was exceptionally cool, giving the feeling of driving a fighter jet. Yi Koen possessed god-level driving skills, able to easily handle any divine car. Soon, he drove the Bugatti La Voiture Noire out of the underground garage. Boom! Rumble! Vroom vroom vroom. The Bugatti La Voiture Noire emitted a wild sound like a beast. The car's acceleration was incredibly fast. With a gentle press of the gas pedal, the entire vehicle shot forward. As it accelerated, it felt like a flash of lightning. It was less like driving a car and more like piloting a plane. It was truly a feeling of flying. If it weren't for Yi Koen's god-level driving skills, an ordinary person wouldn't be able to handle such a super divine car. The villa area had a nice racetrack, and there were hardly any outside cars. Yi Koen drove the Bugatti La Voiture Noire, racing around the track. The speed was breathtaking, occasionally drifting around corners. Yi Koen and the car became one, driving the Bugatti La Voiture Noire. At that moment, he was the god of the car. Yi Koen, I didn't expect your driving skills to be this good. Huyuchi was also stunned by Yi Koen's driving skills. This Bugatti La Voiture Noire had such strong performance and speed that she couldn't fully utilize it. However, Yi Koen could easily handle the Bugatti La Voiture Noire, performing various drifting maneuvers. Ha ha! Haven't you experienced my driving skills before? Yi Koen said to Huyuchi with a mischievous smile. I am the god of cars, there is no divine car I cannot handle. The author has something to say, these 3 divine cars are all supercars that exist in reality. Handsome guy, get in the car, the experienced driver will take you flying. Yi Koen drove the Bugatti La Voiture Noire, taking Huyuchi to experience speed and passion. The experienced driver's skills are beyond doubt, absolutely fast and stable. Various turns, various drifts, various postures, various accelerations. It was exhilarating. It was an unprecedented ultimate experience. At first, Huyuchi could maintain her composure as a domineering CEO, but later she screamed continuously, because Yi Koen's speed was simply too fast. The car god handled the divine car, becoming one with it, simply invincible. And when Yi Koen returned to the villa area driving the Bugatti La Voiture Noire, a golden supercar came driving towards him. This car was made entirely of pure gold, its appearance dazzlingly cool, almost blinding his eyes. Wow! The golden sun god Apollo. Yi Koen, being a car god, naturally recognized all models. The supercar coming towards him was indeed the golden sun god Apollo. The sun god Apollo is a supercar brand from Germany, produced in very limited quantities each year, and it is rare to see one domestically. The sun god Apollo IE is globally limited to 10 units. This supercar looked like an alien spaceship ready to wage war against humanity, with a very radical design and an incredibly cool appearance. The golden sun god Apollo was the only one in the world, said to be collected by a mysterious billionaire. The golden sun god Apollo is Chang Yueshi's vehicle. It usually stays parked in the garage and isn't driven out. Why is it out today? Huyuchi said with a look of surprise. Chang Yueshi? Yi Koen was slightly puzzled. He felt he had seen this name somewhere. Yes, Chang Yueshi is the president of the Chang Group, living in Maple Leaf Villa 003, so she is also my neighbor, Huyuchi said. She lived in Maple Leaf Villa 001, and Yubai lived in Maple Leaf Villa 002, and Chang Yueshi lived in Maple Leaf Villa 003. Both the Bugatti La Voiture Noire and the golden sun god Apollo were very fast. With a whoosh, the two supercars passed each other in a flash. Chang Yuetong. Yi Koen's eyesight was astonishing. In a flash, he saw that the person driving the golden sun god Apollo was none other than the bar's beautiful DJ, Chang Yuetong. Does Chang Yueshi have a sister? Yi Koen asked Huyuchi. Previously, at the TX bar, Chang Yuetong had disguised herself as her sister, Chang Yueshi. Yes, Chang Yueshi has a twin sister named Chang Yuetong, who works as a DJ at the bar and has a bit of a rebellious personality. Hu Yuqi replied. I see. Yi Kuan nodded slightly. It turned out that Chang Yueshi and Chang Yuetong were twin sisters. Soon, Yi Kuan drove his Bugatti Chiron back to Hu Yuqi's villa. He noticed an unread message on his phone. It was from Chang Yuetong inviting him to race at Siming Mountain. He had indeed made plans with Chang Yuetong to go racing together. Chi, I'm going to Siming Mountain to race soon. Are you coming? Yi Kuan asked Hu Yuqi. Siming Mountain was near the Magic City, with a winding mountain track that racing enthusiasts loved to visit. I won't go racing, my driving skills aren't good enough for that. Hu Yuqi shook her head. You can sit in the passenger seat with me, Yi Kuan said with a smile. If Hu Yuqi wanted to go, she could sit in the passenger seat, and they could race together in the wild. Brother Koan, your speed is just too fast, I can't dare to ride with you on the track. Besides, I have work to do at the company. Hu Yuqi shook her head, still feeling apprehensive about Yi Kuan's incredible driving skills. The speed was just too much to handle. Alright then, I'll call a good buddy of mine to go to Siming Mountain for the race, Yi Kuan said. Hu Yuqi was a female CEO and didn't have as much free time as he did, so he wouldn't force her to go. Plus, he had a good buddy named Wu Han, a racing enthusiast, whom he could invite along. Okay, then you can take the Bugatti Chiron to the track. You'll definitely leave everyone in the dust and take first place, Hu Yuqi said, wanting Yi Kuan to drive the Bugatti worth 500 million. Forget it, I'll just take my Hongqi to the track. I can still take first place driving a domestic Hongqi, Yi Kuan shook his head and said. He could also dominate the Siming Mountain track in his domestic Hongqi and become the racing god of Siming Mountain. Seeing that Yi Kuan was determined to drive the Hongqi, Hu Yuqi didn't say more. She respected Yi Kuan's decision. In fact, whatever Yi Kuan wanted to do, Hu Yuqi would support him. Then let's drive to the Jinyu shopping center. Your car is still parked in that parking lot, Hu Yuqi said. Okay, I'll drive when we get there today. Yi Kuan replied. Hu Yuqi still drove her Ferrari LaFerrari to work. Compared to the 3 supercars worth over 100 million in her garage, it was quite low-key. Yi Kuan drove the Ferrari LaFerrari and quickly left the villa area. There was a separate highway built from the villa area to the urban district of the Magic City, and there were very few cars on the road. Yi Kuan showcased his incredible driving skills, speeding along and reaching the vicinity of Nanjing Road in less than half an hour. After parting ways with Hu Yuqi, Yi Kuan called his good buddy Wu Han. Kuan Go, what made you think of calling me today? Wu Han asked excitedly on the other end of the line. I invited a bunch of rich second-generation kids from the Magic City to race at Siming Mountain today. Are you coming? Yi Kuan asked Wu Han. His buddy was a racing enthusiast and would definitely be interested in racing at Siming Mountain. Going to race at Siming Mountain? Of course, I'm going. I just upgraded my Wuling Hongguang, and I was planning to go to Siming Mountain to show off my skills. The racing god of Siming Mountain is me. I, Wu Han, am the racing god of Siming Mountain. Ha ha ha. Wu Han laughed heartily, sounding quite childish. As soon as he heard about racing at Siming Mountain, he became very excited. Yi Kuan wasn't surprised by Wu Han's childish behavior at all. That's just how he was. Moreover, he spent tens of thousands to buy a domestic Wuling Hongguang, but spent over $1 million on modifications, which is quite peculiar. His goal is to drive that Wuling Hongguang and become the car god of Siming Mountain. Ha ha. Xiaohan, you probably can't become the car god of Siming Mountain, because your brother Kuan here is the car god of Siming Mountain. Yi Kuan laughed. Influenced by Wu Han, he also became a bit of a show-off. Brother Kuan, I'm not saying this to put you down, but in racing, I'm the professional here, you're no match for me, and you'll probably only see the taillights of my Wuling divine car. Ha ha ha. Wu Han laughed heartily, his childishness flaring up again. Truly, a middle school boy's joy is abundant. That's not necessarily true. In the past, your brother Kuan hid his strength, but today, let's see who the real car god of Siming Mountain is. Yi Kuan said with a smile. My Wuling divine car is invincible, the car god of Siming Mountain belongs to me, Wu Han. Wu Han replied. When it comes to racing, he won't back down to anyone. Then let's meet at the foot of Siming Mountain and settle this. Yi Kuan said, directly arranging to meet Wu Han at the foot of Siming Mountain. The author has something to say. The golden sun god Apollo and the Wuling divine car have come out. Which one is stronger? Yi Kuan drove his Hongqi supercar to the foot of Siming Mountain. Then, he saw a long line of luxurious supercars. Among them, many were rarely seen, costing over 10 million, and were incredibly cool supercars. In fact, quite a few were limited editions. The traditional 3 supercars, Porsche 918, McLaren P1, and Ferrari LaFerrari, were all present, and they weren't even the most eye-catching in the convoy. The convoy also included Lamborghini Reventon, Veneno, Pagani Huayra, Aston Martin Valkyrie, Bugatti Veyron. Any one of these supercars could astonish ordinary people and attract a crowd. However, none of the aforementioned cars were the stars of today's supercar convoy. Today, the most eye-catching supercar was the golden sun god Apollo. Those rich second-generation heirs with top supercars were all gathered around the golden sun god Apollo, exclaiming in awe, "Wow! This is the golden sun god Apollo, made of pure gold, limited to just one in the world, a super god car that even the Prince of Dubai cannot own because money can't buy it. The golden sun god Apollo is worth 350 million, or even more, and it's priceless." Chang Yuetong's daughter is so impressive, she actually managed to drive the golden sun god Apollo, overshadowing Li Xiao's Bugatti Veyron. Of course, the golden sun god Apollo is one of a kind. It's not easy for us to even see it once. Yeah, today has truly opened my eyes. I've seen the legendary golden sun god Apollo. Lin Xinyu was overjoyed, thinking that Wu Han couldn't bear to be without her. She had been dumped by the rich second-generation heir, but she could still be with Wu Han. "Would I beg you to get back together? How much did you drink to end up like this?" Wu Han shook his head, looking at Lin Xinyu with pity. "Wu Han, I was wrong. I shouldn't have broken up with you just to ride in that rich second-generation heir's luxury car. I regret it. Actually, I still prefer riding in your Wuling divine car," Lin Xinyu said regretfully. Now, Wu Han had 30 million in funds, transforming into the wealthy man she admired. If she got back together with Wu Han, wouldn't that money be spent on her? "I'm sorry, I'm not worthy." Wu Han shook his head. Lin Xinyu had quickly depreciated in his heart as she flirted with other men out of vanity. Now, she was worth nothing. Women, don't test a man's bottom line. What use is a gold-digging green tea? Sorry, my Wuling junk car isn't worthy of you. Wu Han sneered coldly and drove away in his Wuling, leaving Lin Xinyu alone, disheveled in the wind. Just then, the system's prompt sound rang in Yi Kuan's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task of standing up for his good buddy Wu Han. Ding! The host is rewarded with a random lottery chance. Remaining lottery chances. 2 previously, when Xiao Tianyuan called Wu Han grandpa 3 times, Yi Kuan did not receive a complete task prompt. It turns out that standing up for Wu Han also includes helping him hold his head high in front of Lin Xinyu. If Wu Han chose to continue being a sycophant, he probably wouldn't have completed this task. Fortunately, Wu Han did not disappoint him. When a woman's heart changes, there's no need to hold on, and definitely no need to be a sycophant. Some people confuse deep affection with being a sycophant. To love a woman worth loving deeply is true affection. If you invest deeply in a woman who behaves like a dog, then you are just a sycophant. Green Winery. A large winery under the Yin Group, it houses various world-class fine wines. Rare vintage wines that cannot be bought elsewhere can be found at Green Winery. However, the fine wines collected at Green Winery are all quite expensive. Moreover, Green Winery operates on a membership basis. Only members can enter this winery. A fleet of supercars, led by An Chen, drove directly into Green Winery. It was Yi Kuan and Wu Han's first time at Green Winery, and they needed to apply for a membership card. Mr. Yi, Mr. Wu, what type of membership card would you like to apply for? A graceful winery manager in a cheapao attended to Yi Kuan and Wu Han. What membership levels do you have at this winery? Yi Kuan asked. Sir, our most basic membership is the bronze member, which requires a recharge of 1 million yuan, and the highest is the Emperor member, which requires a recharge of 100 million yuan, the cheapao-clad winery manager replied respectfully. Wow, even the most basic bronze membership costs 1 million, and the Emperor membership costs 100 million. Wu Han was taken aback. Is this the world of the rich? 1 million is just the starting point and threshold. Sir, this money is directly recharged onto the membership card. In fact, our membership fee is not high. You only need to pay an annual fee of 100,000 yuan. The remaining funds can be used to purchase fine wines at the winery. Moreover, senior members can even waive the membership fee. The higher the membership level, the greater the benefits and privileges, including priority purchasing rights for rare vintage wines. The winery manager patiently explained. Yi Kuan and Wu Han were esteemed guests personally brought by the young master of the Yin family, so she dared not show any signs of neglect or contempt. That's good. Wu Han breathed a slight sigh of relief. He could still accept the 100,000 yuan membership fee. Shall I help you apply for a membership card? Yi Kuan looked at Wu Han. Brother Kuan, how can I let you apply for my membership card? Have you forgotten that I now have assets worth tens of millions? Wu Han laughed. Brother Kuan directly took him to new heights. A Pagani was sold for 30 million, so recharging for a winery membership was no problem. Then I'll go for a bronze membership, Wu Han said. Alright, sir. The winery manager smiled and nodded. I'll go for an emperor membership. Yi Kuan said calmly. Brother Kuan, you want to apply for an emperor membership? That requires a recharge of 100 million. Wu Han was stunned. Brother Kuan, are you really this wealthy now? He knew Brother Kuan had always been capable, but he didn't expect him to easily spend 100 million to become an emperor member at Green Winery. It's okay, mainly, the more money I spend, the more I earn, which is quite troubling. Yi Kuan laughed. Right now, his tenfold cashback card was still effective, spending money equated to earning 10 times more. Isn't that just money multiplying as you spend? It's quite monotonous. Ding. Gained Wuhan's admiration value critical hit plus 999. Ding. Gained Green Winery manager's admiration value critical hit plus 666. Yi Kuan's casual remark earned him a wave of admiration from Wu Han and the female manager of the winery. Brother Kuan, you're so Versailles. Wu Han laughed in a rather juvenile manner. I may not be talented, but I'm willing to help Brother Kuan with his troubles, spend money for him, and lighten his worries. Ha ha ha. Sure, today at the Green Winery, spend however you like, it's all on my card, Yi Kuan replied with a smile. He had a tenfold cashback card, making him quite invincible. Soon, Yi Kuan and Wu Han swiped their cards to apply for membership at the Green Winery. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have spent 100 million and earned 1 luxury point. As long as Yi Kuan spent the funds in his disposable account, he could earn luxury points. It felt great. After getting their membership cards, Yi Kuan and Wu Han briefly toured the Green Winery with the Supercar Club members. The Green Winery had an incredibly rich collection of wines, not only rare vintages of Lafite but also Romanée-Conti, Charles X, and other precious wines that were hard to find elsewhere. In addition to wine, the Green Winery also collected rare vintages of Han Dynasty Maotai, Scottish whiskey, and French cognac. Yi Kuan and Wu Han had never seen so many famous wines before, and it was quite an eye-opener. Wow, they even have the 82 Lafite, is it really genuine? Wu Han exclaimed in surprise. The 82 Lafite was very famous outside but was hard to find in its authentic form, and any genuine bottles were nearly all consumed. Don't worry, Brother Wu, the famous wines collected by the Green Winery are guaranteed to be genuine. Moreover, the 82 Lafite doesn't even rank here. We don't drink Lafite. We either drink Romanée-Conti or the even rarer Charles X, Lin Zichen whispered to Wu Han. He explained a few things because Wu Han was brought by Yi Kuan. The author has something to say. Where are the handsome guys and beautiful girls? The Green Winery has a rich collection of wines, especially the Romanée-Conti and Charles X wines that are hard to buy outside. The winery has quite a few collections. Some wealthy members eagerly bought some famous wines for private collections. However, rare vintages of Romanée-Conti and Charles X are limited in purchase, just like houses in big cities. Ordinary members can buy at most 1 bottle of rare vintage Romanée-Conti or Charles X wine. Emperor members can buy at most 1 case. Kuan. Brother, this Charles X wine is way too expensive. Each bottle is over $1 million, and there's a purchase limit. After learning about the prices of these wines, Wu Han was also shocked. The 1 million he loaded onto his membership card wasn't even enough to buy a bottle of Charles X wine. Damn it. I bought a case of rare vintage Charles X wine. If you want a drink, take a few bottles back, Yi Kuan said casually. For him, wine was meant to be drunk, not collected. Brother Kuan, is this wine worth over $1 million really that good? Wu Han asked weakly. Not particularly good, it's actually quite dull. Yi Kuan replied lightly. Rare vintage Romanée-Conti can be afforded by ordinary millionaires, but they can't buy it. Those billionaires who can afford it and can get it find it quite dull. Rare vintage Charles X is unattainable for ordinary billionaires. And those who can get it and drink it, like the luxury spenders, also feel it's quite dull. The wine itself doesn't hold that much value, it appreciates because of its dullness. Thinking of the Charles X wine he drank in Huyuchi's boudoir, Yi Kuan casually bought a case. Besides the dullness, it also brought back a sense of nostalgia. Then, Yi Kuan very discreetly swept away a batch of Han Dynasty Maotai from the winery, 60-year-old Luzhou Laojia liquor, as well as Henry IV's Dardon champagne brandy, tequila, and limited edition whiskey from the Isle of Rain. After that, he harvested another wave of admiration points on the spot. Ding! Acquired Lin Zichen's worship value critical hit plus 666. Ding! Acquired Chen Yu's worship value super critical hit plus 8,888. Ding! Acquired Wu Han's worship value super critical hit plus 9,999. Brother Kuan, this Han Emperor Maotai costs 9.99 million yuan for a bottle. His friend Wu Han was stunned. Yes, unfortunately, the winery only has 3 bottles of Han Emperor Maotai. Yi Kuan said. He would have liked to collect more Han Emperor Moutai, but the green winery only offered 3 bottles. Brother Kuan, the 60-year-old Luzhou Laojiu white liquor costs 11 million. Wu Han was shocked. He had no idea that a bottle of Luzhou Laojiu could sell for over 10 million. Yes, but the winery only offers 2 bottles. Yi Kuan shook his head. It was quite dull. As for those limited edition brandies, tequilas, and whiskeys, the prices were all very plain. This was still without Yi Kuan wanting those bottles encrusted with diamonds. Otherwise, it would be even duller. Those European royals loved those flashy things to showcase their wealth. A bottle of liquor weighing less than half a pound, encrusted with thousands of diamonds, then sold for an astronomical price. Yi Kuan didn't play with the superficial, he bought liquor for the sake of liquor, not those flashy bottles. After buying the liquor, Shen arranged for everyone to have a gathering in the luxurious private room of the Green Winery. While eating and drinking, they could also discuss some cooperation projects. Mr. Yi, which limited edition divine cars do you plan to purchase? Tell me, and I'll help you get them. Lin Zichen patted his chest, assuring he could get various divine cars. Not too many, really. Ferrari, Porsche, Lamborghini, Aston Martin, Pagani, Bugatti, Apollo, and other supercar brands. Get me 100 cars priced over 10 million each. Yi Kuan said calmly. 100 divine cars priced over 10 million? Lin Zichen was stunned. The supercar club had many wealthy individuals, but he had never seen anyone wanting to buy 100 divine cars at once. Yes, exactly 100, each priced over 10 million, only one of each model, the more expensive, the better. Classic vintage cars are also acceptable. Yi Kuan said. Collecting 100 divine cars was a task issued by the system, otherwise, he wouldn't buy so many at once. Mr. Yi, I will do my best to help you get divine cars priced over 10 million, but I can't guarantee I can get 100 of them in a short time. Lin Zichen said. To gather 100 different brands and models of divine cars, he didn't have that confidence. Just do your best, get as many as you can. Yi Kuan smiled, not putting pressure on Lin Zichen. Leaving enough profit for Lin Zichen, he would naturally go all out to collect various divine cars. Then, Yi Kuan directly. The second is her lovely, sparkling big eyes. The third is her lowly voice, which is also very good at being cute and spoiled. Are the 3 of us playing together? Yi Kuan couldn't help but turn his gaze to Chang Yuetong. He saw that Chang Yuetong was also staring at him with her beautiful eyes. Yes, it's just the 3 of us playing together. Brother Yi Kuan, are you brave enough? Gu Linger clung to Yi Kuan's arm and began to act spoiled again. Okay, I'll play. Yi Kuan quickly nodded. He couldn't resist Gu Linger's cuteness. It's just 3 people playing truth or dare. What is there to be afraid of? So, Yi Kuan followed Gu Linger and Chang Yuetong to sit at a small round table. The 3 of them formed a triangle. To Yi Kuan's left was Chang Yuetong, and to his right was Gu Linger. Both were goddess-level beauties. He was truly blessed. So, what do you want to play? Yi Kuan asked Chang Yuetong and Gu Linger. It's simple, we play dice. The loser has to answer a question and must tell the truth. Gu Linger said. The author has something to say. The handsome little fairy is gathering. You can check out the author's other book, Godly Rich Man. I'm invincible from the start. Brother Yi Kuan, Sister Tongtong is really good at rolling dice. Today, you have to spill all your truths, hee hee. Gu Linger gave Yi Kuan a mischievous look and giggled. How good? Yi Kuan said dismissively. Playing truth or dare, could he really encounter a gambling god? Sister Tongtong is amazing. She can roll whatever number she wants, and she can even tell the number on the dice just by the sound. Gu Linger said seriously. Oh, Yi Kuan couldn't help but glance at Chang Yuetong again. Being able to tell the number on the dice by sound is no small feat. It requires particularly sensitive hearing and special training. Linger, you talk too much. Chang Yuetong shot a glance at Gu Linger. This girl, after just half a day of knowing each other, was already so focused on Yi Kuan, revealing all her cards. Hee hee. Gu Linger stuck out her tongue playfully and smiled. Let's set another rule. If the loser doesn't want to answer a question, they must unconditionally fulfill one request from the other. Chang Yuetong thought for a moment and added. After all, there might be questions that the person being asked wouldn't want to answer. Can any request be made? Yi Kuan stared at Chang Yuetong, asking meaningfully. Yes, as long as the other party can do it, it must be fulfilled. Chang Yuetong nodded. Alright, let's go. Yi Kuan naturally had no objections. After all, he was not going to lose. What question should he ask the 2 beautiful women later? Then, when it was time to roll the dice, Chang Yuetong showed off her skills. He saw her white as jade arm gently shake on the table, and several dice disappeared. Immediately after, she performed a dazzling series of dice rolling techniques, making Yi Koen feel as if he were watching a gambling god movie. She really has some skills. Yi Koen remained calm on the surface, but he was seriously listening to the sound of the dice shaking. With his now superhuman senses, he could easily hear the number on the dice. As a result, when Chang Yuetong stopped, Yi Koen had already figured out the number. Goodness, she rolled 5 ones directly. She really had some talent. Yi Koen didn't do any fancy moves and just shook the dice casually. Gu Linger pretended to shake the dice dramatically. 5 ones. Chang Yuetong glanced at Yi Koen, revealing a meaningful smile. 6 ones. Yi Koen said, looking at Gu Linger. He. Open. Gu Linger showed a mischievous smile, as if she had already guessed the outcome. The result was that Chang Yuetong rolled 5 ones, while neither Yi Koen nor Gu Linger rolled any. In the first round, Yi Koen lost. Goodness, Chang Yuetong really could roll any number at will and even hear the numbers on the dice. 5 ones, and she called it out right from the start. Gu Linger also cooperated very well. So, Yi Koen lost the first game just like that. Brother Yi Koen, do you like Linger? You have to tell the truth. Gu Linger blinked her beautiful eyes and asked Yi Koen. Her affection for Yi Koen had reached 93, to the point where she would actively pursue him. So, Gu Linger was very eager to know if Yi Koen liked her. I like you. Yi Koen nodded. With Gu Linger's youthful face, being a goddess-level beauty, playful and cute personality, and her quirky charm, who wouldn't like such a girl? I knew brother Yi Koen would like me too. Gu Linger immediately revealed a very happy smile. Ding! Goddess-level beauty Gu Linger's affection for the host increased by 1. Ding! Goddess-level beauty Gu Linger's affection for the host has risen to 94. Because of a positive answer, Gu Linger's affection for Yi Koen increased again. However, Chang Yuetong shot Yi Koen a glare, looking somewhat displeased. Ding! Goddess-level beauty Chang Yuetong's affection for the host decreased by 10. Ding! Goddess-level beauty Chang Yuetong's affection for the host has dropped to 60. My goodness! Chang Yuetong's affection for him decreased by 10 points. Yi Koen couldn't help but gasp in shock. This was not just a game of truth or dare, it was simply a battlefield. Let's go again. Chang Yuetong said coldly, starting to roll the dice again. This time, her technique was even more refined, dazzling to behold. At that moment, a system prompt sounded in Yi Koen's mind. Ding! A master-level dice player detected. Would you like to spend 100,000 worship points to acquire god-level gambling skills? Goodness, just playing a game of truth or dare, and the system actually offered him god-level gambling skills. However, Chang Yuetong had actually reached a master level, which was quite impressive. Exchange for god-level gambling skills. Yi Koen chose to exchange for the god-level gambling skills without hesitation. After all, this skill was very practical, perhaps he would take a trip to Ouching in the future. Ding! Congratulations to the host for mastering god-level gambling skills. In an instant, countless gambling techniques flooded Yi Koen's mind. Then, he integrated them, directly reaching the god level. At that moment, he was the gambling god. He was invincible. A faint smile appeared at the corner of Yi Koen's mouth. Then, he began to roll the dice, his movements flowing like clouds, ever-changing, and mesmerizing, reaching a state of perfection. Watching him roll the dice was simply a pleasure, an art form. Gu Linger and Chang Yuetong were entranced. They had never seen anyone roll dice with such mastery. Ding! Received a critical hit of plus 666 worship points from goddess-level beauty Gu Linger. Ding! Received a super critical hit of plus 6,666 worship points from goddess-level beauty Chang Yuetong. Chang Yuetong was so captivated by Yi Koen's dice-rolling technique that she completely failed to hear and discern the numbers on his dice. Moreover, Yi Koen's technique was so extraordinary that she couldn't tell the numbers at all. However, Yi Koen had heard the numbers on Chang Yuetong's dice, which were 5 sixes. 6 fives. Chang Yuetong called out a misleading number. 6 sixes. Yi Koen remained unfazed. He had already heard all the numbers on the dice. Everything was under his control. 7 sixes. Gu Linger followed suit. 9 sixes. Chang Yuetong was quite bold, directly calling out 9. 12 sixes. Yi Koen was even bolder, directly calling out 12. 13 sixes. Gu Linger continued to add. 14 sixes. Chang Yuetong added another 6. Open. Yi Koen smiled. The result showed that Chang Yuetong had 5 sixes, Yi Koen had 5 sixes, and Gu Linger had 3 sixes. A total of 13 sixes. Ask away. Chang Yuetong looked at Yi Koen with her beautiful eyes. She was very beautiful, her long eyelashes making her look enchanting. Do you have a twin sister named Chang Yueshi? Yi Koen asked. He was a bit curious about Chang Yuetong's twin sister, Chang Yueshi. Yes. Chang Yuetong nodded. Chang Yueshi was her twin sister, and this was not a secret. This question was a bit simple. In the following game, Yi Kun displayed his god-level gambling skills, winning every time. The truth or dare questions became bolder and bolder. For example, Yi Kun asked about Gu Linger and Chang Yuetong's emotional experiences, preferences, measurements, and even the color of their underwear. The author has something to say. The handsome guy and the little fairy can check out the author's other book, Godly Rich Man. I started off invincible, it's super enjoyable. Ding! Goddess-level beauty Chang Yuetong's favorability towards the host plus 10. Ding! Goddess-level beauty Chang Yuetong's favorability towards the host has risen to 70. Chang Yuetong was conquered by Yi Kun's god-level gambling skills and his extraordinary dice-rolling technique, bringing her favorability back to 70 points. Plus, while playing Truth or Dare, Yi Kun made Chang Yuetong reveal many of her thoughts, bringing the two closer together. Yi Kun, you're so bad, asking about our measurements and underwear colors. We didn't even get a chance to ask Yi Kun a truth question. That's not fair. Gu Linger pouted, protesting unhappily. She also wanted to ask Yi Kun a question. Ha! Didn't you win against me in the first round? Yi Kun laughed. If he hadn't exchanged for god-level gambling skills, he would have probably been the one losing all the time. Both Chang Yuetong and Gu Linger were quite extraordinary. Chang Yuetong appeared enchanting and was generous in character, but she had remarkable skills. It seemed she knew a lot of things, and they were quite varied. Her DJ skills were at a master level, her racing skills were professional, and even her dice rolling could reach a master level. This was definitely not an achievement an ordinary person could reach. Unless she was naturally intelligent, learning everything effortlessly. Gu Linger was also clever and full of tricks, not at all as simple as she appeared. If one were to be misled by Gu Linger's cute, youthful appearance, thinking she was just a naive little girl, they would be gravely mistaken. However, Gu Linger had a favorability of 94 towards Yi Kun and had no bad intentions towards him. She was just a bit mischievous. Linger, a bet is a bet. We must follow the rules of truth or dare. Chang Yuetong, on the other hand, acted like an older sister, teaching Gu Linger a lesson. Oh, fine, but Yi Kun's dice-rolling skills are just too amazing, too incredible. Gu Linger puffed out her 36D chest, greatly admiring Yi Kun's skills. Yi Kun was so impressive. Not only did he have god-level driving skills, but his dice-rolling technique was also godly. What else could Yi Kun not do? She was both in awe and curious about him. She really wanted to explore further. Let's do it again. I don't believe I can't hear the number you roll. Chang Yuetong said defiantly. She had been exceptionally intelligent since childhood, learning everything quickly. Except for her sister Chang Yueshi, no one could suppress her. Yi Kun's dice-rolling skills were extraordinary, and she wanted to challenge him. Alright, then watch closely, listen carefully, I'll roll one last time to make you convinced. Yi Kun said with a smile. He picked up the dice cup, gave it a gentle shake, and sent all 5 dice flying. Then, the dice cup danced along his arm and shoulder, as if a dragon was playing with a phoenix, leaving Chang Yuetong and Gu Linger stunned. Yi Kun's dice-rolling technique was mesmerizing, dazzling everyone and leaving them breathless. The dice cup moved quickly across his body, as if it had special powers, responding to his commands. The gambling god in the movie, the gambling saint of Shanghai, was nothing compared to this. Yi Kun's dice-rolling technique was so dazzling and cool that it attracted the attention of everyone else in the private room. Damn! President Yi is actually a gambling god. Awesome! This must be some kind of special ability, the gambling saint of Shanghai. Incredible! Young Master Yi can roll the dice with such skill. This level of skill would be unbeatable even in Macau and Las Vegas. And Shen, Wuhan, Lin Zichen, Uncle Li Bo, and Shen Yu were all dumbfounded, gasping in amazement. After showing off, Yi Kun spun the dice cup like a basketball, using just one finger. Spin, spin, spin. The dice cup spun rapidly on Yi Kun's fingertip, and the dice didn't fall out, which was truly magical. This scene left all the onlookers in awe. The dice cup could be played in so many ways? Chang Yuetong had a serious expression, her earlobes gently trembling as she listened intently to the sound of the dice shaking inside the cup. It seemed she could hear the subtle sounds, capturing the trajectory of the dice's movement. Bang! Yi Kun slammed the dice cup onto the table. Guess the number for this round, guess correctly, and you win. Yi Kun smiled at Chang Yuetong. Alright, I guess it's 6-1-6. A charming smile appeared on Chang Yuetong's lips as she confidently spoke. She had already discerned the movement of the dice, victory in her grasp. 5 dice, only 1 6. Could all 5 dice be stacked together? Gu Linger exclaimed. This kind of skill could only be seen in movies. Getting 5 dice to stack together isn't that impressive. I can do it too. Chang Yuetong said proudly, seemingly certain that Yi Kun rolled a 6. Young Master Yi, quickly open the dice cup and see what the number is. Several club members were eager to see the result. Yi Kuan's extraordinary dice rolling skills, would he really be guessed correctly by Chang Yuetong? Chang Yuetong could discern the sound and position, using her incredible hearing to identify the dice's numbers, and many people present knew this. Therefore, no one dared to play dice with Chang Yuetong, except for Yi Kuan. Alright, you all see clearly. Yi Kuan didn't keep them in suspense and directly lifted the dice cup. Instantly, everyone saw the 5 dice stacked together. The top die was clearly a 6. It really is a 6. Chang Yuetong revealed a triumphant smile. She finally guessed the number correctly in the last round, defeating Yi Kuan. However, before she could finish her sentence, the dice on the table suddenly shattered and collapsed, turning into a pile of powder. It seemed that the hot air from her words had blown all the dice apart. The dice have all turned to powder. How? How is this possible? Chang Yuetong was stunned. It was her first time seeing someone roll dice and turn them into powder. Was this internal power or a special ability? How did Yi Kuan do it? Unbelievable. Inconceivable. Damn. He actually turned the dice into powder. That's terrifying. The onlooking friends were all astonished. They all stared at Yi Kuan with shocked admiration. Yi Kuan seized the opportunity to gain a wave of admiration points. The dice have all turned to powder, so what does that count as? Yi Kuan asked Chang Yuetong. This counts as 0, I lost. Chang Yuetong said, convinced. Such a miraculous level of skill, she believed she could never achieve. Yi Kuan was truly amazing. If given the chance, she would definitely ask Yi Kuan to teach her this incredible skill. Ding! Goddess-level beauty Chang Yuetong has been conquered by the host's miraculous skill, favorability plus 10. Ding! The goddess-level beauty, Chang Yuetong, has raised her favorability towards the host to 80 points. You can ask one last question, go ahead. What do you want to know? I'll tell you anything. Chang Yuetong's beautiful eyes fixed on Yi Kuan as she spoke. Handsome guys and little fairies can check out the author's other book Godly Rich Man, I'm Invincible from the Start, an invincible godly rich man. The author has something to say. Have the handsome guys and little fairies started their vacation? Chang Yuetong's beautiful eyes were fixed on Yi Kuan, waiting for him to ask. Yi Kuan was very mysterious, possessing a special charm that captivated her. She was growing fonder of Yi Kuan. Unknowingly, she had fallen for him. Once her favorability towards Yi Kuan reached 90 points, she would crazily pursue him. What else do you want to ask? Chang Yuetong's beautiful eyes were fixed on Yi Kuan. Her eyes were large, like autumn waters, with long, sexy eyelashes. Coupled with her goddess-level stunning beauty, she exuded an indescribable charm. Today, during a game of Truth or Dare, Yi Kuan had asked her many personal questions, some of which were quite private. Her intuition told her that Yi Kuan also liked her. Then, tell me about your sister, Chang Yueshi. Do you look exactly alike? What are the differences in your personalities? Yi Kuan asked curiously. He had already asked Chang Yuetong many questions during the game and didn't know what else to ask. Moreover, he was quite curious about Chang Yuetong's twin sister, Chang Yueshi. I don't know. I don't want to say. Upon hearing Yi Kuan mention her sister, Chang Yueshi, Chang Yuetong's pretty face instantly turned cold. Even the air became quiet in an instant. Brother Yi Kuan, Tongtong and her sister had a conflict, so she doesn't want to answer that question, Gu Linger quickly signaled to Yi Kuan, explaining. Well, Yi Kuan had just asked casually, not expecting such a strong reaction from Chang Yuetong. I really don't want to answer this truth or dare question. You can make a request. As long as I can do it, I will agree to you. Chang Yuetong calmed her emotions before speaking. Make a request. What should he ask Chang Yuetong? Both Chang Yuetong and Gu Linger fixed their beautiful eyes on Yi Kuan, eager to hear what he would request. Any request is fine? Yi Kuan revealed a mischievous smile. He had made a request to Hu Yuqi for a costume change yesterday. Then, the two had sparked intense chemistry, resulting in an epic battle, worthy of an epic film. Could he make the same request to Chang Yuetong today? Chang Yuetong's figure was no less than Hu Yuqi's. Moreover, she was wearing a JK uniform, looking very beautiful and charming, even without a costume change. Sure. As long as you dare to ask, I might just agree. Chang Yuetong smiled seductively as she spoke. At the same time, she felt a hint of anticipation in her heart. Then, can I borrow that golden sun god Apollo for 2 days? Yi Kuan considered it and decided to make this request. After all, driving that unique golden sun god Apollo around would earn him a lot of admiration points. Of course, he also wanted to see Chang Yuetong in a costume change, but he thought it would be inappropriate. No, that wouldn't be good. He wasn't that kind of person. You actually chose to drive instead of choosing me. Chang Yuetan looked very angry upon hearing Yi Kuan's request. She had been waiting for Yi Kuan to ask her out on a date. Instead, Yi Kuan chose the sun god Apollo. It was infuriating. Ding! Chang Yuetang is very angry and aggrieved. Favorability towards the host -5. Ding! Goddess-level beauty Chang Yuetang's favorability towards the host has dropped to 75. Ha! Yi Kuan was stunned. He had only suggested driving. How could Chang Yuetang's favorability towards him decrease? Girl's thoughts were really too complicated, unpredictable, difficult to grasp. At this moment, Yi Kuan was still not very clear about why Chang Yuetang suddenly got angry. Did he choose the wrong option by driving? Here's the key to Apollo. Take it, humph. Chang Yuetang stuffed the car key of the sun god Apollo into Yi Kuan's hands and turned away haughtily. Why is she angry? Did I do something wrong? Yi Kuan looked at Chang Yuetang's graceful figure as she left, feeling quite innocent. So silly, Sister Tongtong wants to go on a date with you. Brother Yi Kuan, you missed a great opportunity. Gu Linger blinked her big watery eyes at Yi Kuan, looking gleeful. Well, it seemed he really had missed something. The gathering at the Green Winery did not end like this. There was still a highlight for the night. You all must have heard that our Green Winery has a signature wine called Yun Jianya Yun. And Chen mentioned the signature wine of the Green Winery, becoming spirited and radiant. The signature wine, Yun Jianya Yun. Young Masterin, I've heard that this Yun Jianya Yun is like an immortal brew, incredibly fragrant and has many miraculous effects. Is it true that drinking Yun Jianya Yun can strengthen the body and prevent all diseases? When the signature wine of the Green Winery was mentioned, the club members became restless. It seemed that Yun Jianya Yun had a great reputation among the wealthy elite, quite extraordinary. That's right, just one sip of Yun Jianya Yun can make a person feel like they're floating, and even lead to evolution, enhancing physical quality. And Chen said proudly, Yun Jianya Yun was unique to their winery and could not be bought outside. With this exquisite wine, the Green Winery had gained immense fame in the national wealthy circle. Their family had also made many powerful connections through this wine, becoming a prominent family. Brother Kuan, that young Masterin is just bragging, right? Is there really such a wine that can cause evolution? Wuhan quietly asked Yi Kuan. And Shen's words seemed like a fairy tale to him, no different from boasting. Yet, many wealthy individuals and top second-generation heirs present seemed to believe it. Could it be that he was narrow-minded and ignorant? I don't know if young Masterin is bragging. But there are indeed things in this world that can cause human evolution, Yi Kuan said. His evolution capsules could comprehensively enhance physical quality and lead to evolution. However, the evolution capsules were produced by the system. He didn't know where the family got this Yun Jianya Yun wine, claiming it could lead to human evolution. This piqued his interest. Perhaps there were many aspects of this world he had never encountered before. Young Masterin, quickly take out the Yun Jianya Yun wine, no matter the price, I will buy it. Yes, bring out the signature wine, I will offer 1 billion for a bottle of Yun Jianya Yun. The scene became lively, with many wealthy individuals in the club vying to buy this Yun Jianya Yun. It seemed that Yun Jianya Yun had immense fame among the wealthy elite. 1 billion is not enough to buy a bottle of Yun Jianya Yun. And Chen laughed, quite proud. Moreover, to buy our winery's Yun Jianya Yun, having money alone is not enough, you must pass a drinking test. Buying wine requires a test? What kind of test? Everyone asked in unison. Those with poor alcohol tolerance cannot drink Yun Jianya Yun. I've practically grown up in a wine barrel, my alcohol tolerance is not bad. But I took a sip of Yun Jianya Yun and was drunk for 3 whole days and nights, almost not waking up. Those with poor alcohol tolerance might die from just one sip of Yun Jianya Yun, never to wake up again. Therefore, to buy the exquisite wine from Yun Jianya Yun, one must pass a test, which is to drink 10 jin of grape wine. Only those who can drink 10 jin are qualified to purchase our winery's signature wine, Yun Jianya Yun, and each year, only 1 bottle can be bought. And Chen said, filled with pride. Yun Jianya Yun attracted countless wealthy individuals, as the ingredients for brewing this fine wine were extremely rare and hard to find. Only his sister and Yu Bai and the family head knew how this Yun Jianya Yun was made. Everyone, to purchase Yun Jianya Yun wine, you must first sign up for the drinking competition. As long as you can drink 10 jin of grape wine within an hour, you will qualify to buy Yun Jianya Yun wine. And Chen continued. Just then, a system prompt sounded in Yi Kuan's mind. Ding! Random task triggered, participate in the drinking competition and win the championship. Task reward 1, obtain the title of wine god. Task reward 2, 1 random lottery chance. A random task was triggered. It seems that this title of wine god belongs to him. Brother Yi Kuan, this Yun Jianya Yun wine indeed has some magical effects. Do you want to sign up for the drinking competition? Gu Ling said to Yi Kuan. I'll participate. Yi Kuan nodded. He wanted to personally experience whether this Yun Jianya Yun wine was as miraculous as In Chen claimed. If Yun Jianya Yun could lead to human evolution, it would indicate that besides his system, there were other extraordinary powers in this world. He had to treat this matter with caution. Brother Yi Kuan, Tong Tong is also going to participate in the drinking competition. Gu Ling'er said, looking at Chang Yutong. Is Chang Yutong good at drinking? Yi Kuan asked. Tong Tong is amazing, she can drink me under the table. Gu Ling'er said. She admired the Chang sisters very much. Because both of them were versatile and talented, they could master anything they learned and excel in everything. In fact, in many areas, they could easily reach professional and master levels. Especially the elder sister, Chang Yishi, who was exceptionally intelligent and nearly omnipotent, truly terrifying. Then how much can you drink? Yi Kuan asked Gu Ling'er. Me. About 1 jin of grape wine. Gu Ling'er stuck out her fragrant tongue. She was still young and rarely drank, but she could handle some. Yi Kuan nodded slightly. Then Chang Yutong's capacity should be over 8 jin, but whether she could drink 10 jin of grape wine was uncertain. Soon, the drinking competition began. Participants included Yi Kuan, Chang Yutong, Lin Zichen, Li Shubo, Xiao Tian Yuan, and others. Among the female participants, only Chang Yutong was present. After all, most women wouldn't dare to challenge 10 jin of wine. Yi Kuan possessed the skill of being invulnerable to alcohol, making him truly unbeatable. 10 jin of grape wine was nothing to him. The wine for the competition was Charles X. Although it wasn't the rare vintage of Charles X wine, the quality was still high, and drinking too much wouldn't cause a headache. The rules of the drinking competition were quite interesting. One could challenge others to drink until the opponent was knocked out. Moreover, the challenged person could not refuse. Seeing that Xiao Tian Yuan was also participating, Yi Kuan directly challenged him to a drinking match. When Xiao Tian Yuan saw Yi Kuan targeting him again, his face turned green. He had witnessed Yi Kuan's incredible ability to drink without getting drunk. Yi Kuan, don't be too much of a bully. I can drink wine casually, and no matter how much I drink, I won't get drunk. I won't necessarily be afraid of you. Xiao Tian Yuan retorted stubbornly. He couldn't outdrink Yi Kuan with spirits, but drinking wine was his strong suit. As long as he took his time, he could drink 10 jin of grape wine. That's why he dared to enter the drinking competition. Stop talking nonsense, let's drink. Yi Kuan ignored Xiao Tian Yuan's complaints and directly clinked glasses with him. As a result, after drinking less than 5 jin, Xiao Tian Yuan couldn't take it anymore, vomiting uncontrollably and spewing out all the wine. Xiao Tian Yuan was forcefully eliminated by Yi Kuan. Then, Yi Kuan went to the bathroom to relieve himself. The drinking competition allowed participants to take bathroom breaks, otherwise, drinking 10 jin of grape wine in one go would be impossible to handle. While in the bathroom, Yi Kuan also ran into Lin Zichen, the vice president of the supercar club. Yi, do you want a hangover pill? Lin Zichen mysteriously handed Yi Kuan a pill. Hangover pill? I don't need that, Yi Kuan shook his head. The system store also had hangover pills available for exchange, but with his drinking capacity, he didn't need them at all. As for Lin Zichen taking a hangover pill, he wouldn't concern himself with that. This drinking competition was purely for entertainment. There was no need to take it too seriously. It was likely that other participants would secretly take hangover medicine as well. Otherwise, finishing 10 jin of grape wine quickly would be too much for an average person. Soon, Yi Kuan returned to the drinking competition venue and quickly knocked out several more participants. Then, only 4 people remained standing to drink: Yi Kuan, Chang Yueton, Lin Zichen, and Li Shubua. All of them had a huge capacity for alcohol. Yi Kuan, let's drink together. Chang Yueton took the initiative to approach Yi Kuan and challenge him to a drink. She was quite proud, having been overshadowed by Yi Kuan in the 2 niche skills of DJing and dice rolling, and felt a bit unconvinced. Sure, let's drink together. Yi Kuan smiled and didn't refuse. After all, to win the championship and earn the title of wine god, he would eventually have to clash with Chang Yuetong. Cheers are boring, let's drink from a bowl. Bring the wine, Chang Yuetong said, appearing very bold, like a man from the grasslands. She waved her hand, and someone brought over a large bowl and poured in the wine. Wow! Yi Kuan had always been enchanted by Chang Yuetong's goddess-level beauty. It turned out she was a tough girl, drinking more boldly than men. The problem was, she was still wearing a JK uniform, looking soft and cute. The contrast was too great. Indeed, the system rated Chang Yuetong as charming, generous, and bold, and it wasn't a joke. This bowl is 1 jin of grape wine. Yi Kuan, let's drink. Chang Yuetong's beautiful eyes were fixed on Yi Kuan. Her cheeks were slightly flushed, dressed in a JK uniform. She looked like a youthful beauty. However, her drinking posture was quite bold, actually wanting to drink a bowl with Yi Kuan. One bowl was one jin. The onlookers were stunned by Chang Yuetong's bold action. Alright, let's do it. Yi Kuan raised the large bowl, showing no fear. I'll drink first as a toast. Yi Kuan held the wine bowl and started drinking it down in big gulps. He had the skill of being undrunk after 1,000 cups, so drinking from a bowl was naturally no problem. He was truly invincible. Soon, Yi Kuan finished a bowl of wine. Chang Yuetong, not to be outdone, also downed a whole bowl of wine. Then came the second bowl, the third bowl. Yi Kuan consecutively finished 3 bowls, shocking the entire venue. Congratulations to young Master Yi for being the first to finish 10 jin of grape wine and winning the drinking competition. And Chen announced on the spot that Yi Kuan had won the championship. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task and winning the drinking competition championship. Ding! The host has obtained the title of Wine God. Effect of the Wine God title: when the host drinks to 30%, all attributes increase by 10%. When the host drinks to 50%, all attributes increase by 20%. When the host drinks to 90%, all attributes increase by 30%. Wow! This Wine God title can also enhance all attributes. The more he drinks, the stronger he becomes. That's really impressive. No wonder he's called the Wine God. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning the drinking competition championship. Reward: 1 random lottery chance. Remaining lottery chances: 3. Not bad, he had already accumulated 3 lottery chances. Yi Kuan decided to save up the lottery chances and use them all at once later. How exhilarating! Young Master Yi, you have successfully passed the test of drinking 10 jin of grape wine. According to the rules of our green winery, you can purchase a bottle of Yun Jianya Yun. And Chen said to Yi Kuan. Yi Kuan was not only a god of cars but also a god of wine, which made the young master of the Yin family admire him greatly. Then I'll have a bottle of your signature wine, Yun Jianya Yun, Yi Kuan said calmly. He wanted to personally verify whether this Yun Jianya Yun had extraordinary magical effects. Young Master Yi, a bottle of Yun Jianya Yun costs 500 million. And Chen said. Ordinary wealthy people would be shocked by the price of this bottle of Yun Jianya Yun. Wow! A bottle of wine costs 500 million. That's an astronomical price. Upon hearing that a bottle of wine sold for 500 million, there was quite a stir in the venue. After all, many second-generation rich kids couldn't afford this bottle of wine, let alone ordinary people like Wuhan present. A rare treasure. The Yin family had made an unimaginable amount of money from this Yun Jianya Yun wine. Don't talk to me about the price, just serve the wine. Yi Kuan, however, was unfazed and took out a black gold card. As long as it's good wine, the price is not an issue. The important thing is whether Yun Jianya Yun has magical effects. Ding! The host spent 500 million and earned 5 godly rich points. Ding! Congratulations on receiving a 10-fold consumption refund. 5 billion will be credited to your disposable account. Disposable account balance, 1,276,540,000,000. Remaining godly rich points, 1220. The more money spent, the more tedious it becomes. This is over 10 trillion now, right? Yi Kuan was too lazy to even count how much disposable funds he had. Soon, a beautiful woman in a qipao brought over the Yun Jianya Yun wine. The bottle was contained within a jade gourd, which was only the size of a palm. Yun Jianya Yun wine can only retain its aroma and effects when preserved in precious jade. An Chen said. He then handed the jade gourd to Yi Kuan. Yi Kuan took the jade gourd and directly pulled out the cork. Instantly, a fragrant aroma of wine wafted through the air, making one feel as if they were floating in the clouds, indescribably wonderful. So fragrant. Everyone present smelled the wine's aroma, their eyes fixated on the exquisite wine in Yi Kuan's hand. Yi Kuan was not polite and took a direct sip of the Yun Jianya Yun wine. Immediately, he felt an unparalleled richness, as if he were soaring to the peak of colorful clouds. This Yun Jianya Yun was indeed a rare fine wine. Ding! The host took a sip of Yun Jianya Yun wine, strength +1. Ding! Congratulations, the host's strength has increased to 82. Ha! Drinking a sip of Yun Jianya Yun wine actually increased his strength. This Yun Jianya Yun was not an ordinary wine, it had some peculiar effects. However, after Yi Kuan took a few more sips of Yun Jianya Yun wine, his physical attributes did not continue to increase. Besides being delicious and making one feel light and ethereal, its effects were not particularly miraculous, far inferior to the evolution capsules produced by the system. Ding! Detected extraordinary effects of the fine wine Yun Jianya Yun. The system mall has launched a new product, Dekong Divine Wine. Dekong Divine Wine effects, incredibly rich, after absorption strength +3, physique +1. Price, 100,000 worship points per bottle, limited supply. Yi Kuan felt a surge of joy. The system mall had actually launched Dekong Divine Wine, which was much more effective than Yun Jianyayun. Yi Kuan, can I have a sip of Yun Jianyayun? Chan Yuatong, attracted by the aroma of Yun Jianyayun, also wanted to drink. Sure. Yi Kuan directly handed the wine bottle to Chan Yuatong. The effects of Yun Jianyayun could only slightly increase strength. Continuing to drink wouldn't increase attributes. Chan Yuatong took the jade gourd, sniffed the fragrant aroma of the wine, and directly drank from the mouth of the bottle. Sister Tongtong, drinking like that is like kissing brother Yi Kuan indirectly. Gu Linger was very anxious, wishing she could snatch the wine bottle and take a sip herself. What a good wine! Chan Yuatong directly drank all the remaining Yun Jianyayun fine wine. Then, her pretty face turned rosy, resembling a peach blossom. She was incredibly charming, even more alluring. Her beauty and charm captivated all the men present. The gathering at the Green Winery was basically over, and people began to leave one after another. Gu Linger was picked up by her female bodyguard, and even Wu Han was sent back by the winery's arranged car. Yi Kuan then called his personal female secretary to pick him up. Boss, the Tangong super villa you purchased for 66 billion has been delivered. Personal secretary Chen Wenwen bowed to Yi Kuan. Today, she wore a black OL professional outfit, her figure curvaceous and graceful, paired with black stockings, making her look very sexy and enchanting. Oh, the Tangong super villa has been delivered. Are the housekeeper, maids, and bodyguards in place? Yi Kuan was also pleased to hear that this super villa in Magic City had been delivered. 1 female housekeeper, 4 maids, and 18 bodyguards have been arranged. Do you want to go to the Tangong super villa? Chen Wenwen respectfully asked. Then let's go to the Tangong super villa tonight. Yi Kuan nodded. He understood from the secretary's words that the goddess-level housekeeper, school beauty-level maids, and highly loyal bodyguards arranged by the system were already in place. This is very nice. Let go of me. As Yi Kuan and the female secretary walked to the parking lot, they heard a soft and powerless scolding voice not far away. Ha! That's Chan Yuatong's voice. Something's wrong. Let go of me. A soft voice came again from not far away. Yi Kuan's hearing was extraordinary, and he recognized that it was indeed Chan Yuatong's voice. There was no mistake. She must have been coerced. Yi Kuan rushed towards the sound. Then, he saw Xiao Tianyuan forcibly pulling Chan Yuatong into a Bentley. Damn! This guy again! Yi Kuan's gaze turned cold as he accelerated towards them. Then, a tall and strong man blocked his way. Yi Kuan slapped him, and the man flew back. In the face of absolute power, that man was simply no match. A single hand could destroy him. Yi Kuan! Save me! Chan Yuatong turned her head and, seeing Yi Kuan coming, was overjoyed and quickly called for help. However, her condition seemed very off. Xiao Tianyuan was shocked to see Yi Kuan rushing over. He still wanted to stuff Chan Yuatong into the car and escape quickly. Yi Kuan would not give him that chance. He rushed over and threw a heavy punch at Xiao Tianyuan. Boom! Xiao Tianyuan was sent flying more than 3 meters away, losing several front teeth, and fell to the ground, wailing continuously. Yi Kuan ignored Xiao Tianyuan and pulled Chan Yuatong out of the car. Chan Yuatong fell directly, her hands grabbing wildly on Yi Kuan's back. Something's wrong. Yi Kuan quickly held Chan Yuatong's pretty face. He saw her eyes dazed, her breathing uneven, her condition very strange. Not good, she has been drugged. Yi Kuan supported Chan Yuatong and looked towards Xiao Tianyuan. It was clear that the culprit behind the drugging was Xiao Tianyuan. This guy really had the audacity to drug Chan Yuatong. At this moment, the door of the Bentley opened, and a tall man with a cold gaze stepped out. Black Panther, kill him for me, hurry and grab the person. Seeing the black-clad bodyguard get out of the car, Xiao Tianyuan's face twisted, and his eyes turned sinister. He was furious that Yi Kuan had ruined his plans. The man called Black Panther charged at Yi Kuan fiercely. This private bodyguard was a tough guy, having been on the battlefield and with many lives on his hands. However, before Yi Kuan could make a move, a shadow rushed in swiftly and kicked Black Panther hard, sending him flying. Boss, you take your people away, I'll handle this. The person who kicked the Black Panther away was clearly one of Yi Kuan's bodyguards. Ding! A super bodyguard of the host has completed the report. Name, Sanju identity, super bodyguard loyalty, 99 age, 23 attractiveness, 80 personality traits, steady and reliable, taciturn. Specialties, combat, firearms, heavy weapons, cold weapons, reconnaissance, tracking, interrogation. This Sanju was actually a super bodyguard, with comprehensive abilities and a loyalty level of 99. Yi Kuan was very satisfied with this super bodyguard, Sanju. This should be the super bodyguard assigned by the system when he purchased the super villa. Sanju, break Xiao Tianyuan's 3 legs. Yi Kun coldly glanced at Xiao Tianyuan and issued an order to Sanju. He had spared Xiao Tianyuan multiple times, yet the other party still did not know how to appreciate kindness. This time, if he saw death, then he shouldn't blame him for being merciless. A toad wanting to eat swan meat, how could Chang Yuetong be someone Xiao Tianyuan could touch? Yes, boss. Sanju nodded expressionlessly, yet gave a very reliable feeling. Yi Kun no longer looked at Xiao Tianyuan and instead picked up Chang Yuetong and walked away. At this moment, Chang Yuetong was completely powerless. Yi Kun had no choice but to carry Chang Yuetong towards his extended Rolls-Royce Phantom. Boss, get in the car first. The female secretary, Chen Wenwen, glanced at Chang Yuetong in Yi Kun's arms and opened the car door. Yi Kun said nothing and sat in the back seat of the Rolls-Royce with Chang Yuetong. Boss, do you need my help? Chen Wenwen looked at Chang Yuetong and asked. What can you help with? Let's go to the hospital. Yi Kun replied indifferently. In Chang Yuetong's current state, she could only be sent to the hospital. I don't want to go to the hospital. Chang Yuetong struggled. Going to the hospital is the only way to get the right treatment. Yi Kun said to Chang Yuetong. No, I don't want to go to the hospital. Just don't want to go to the hospital. Chang Yuetong struggled with all her might, unwilling to go to the hospital. Then let's go back to the villa first. Yi Kun said. Since Chang Yuetong was unwilling to go to the hospital, he had to think of another way. Okay, boss, I'll take another car. Chen Wenwen was very perceptive and understood that it was not suitable to share a car with the boss at this time. You go drive that golden sun god Apollo back to the villa. Yi Kun glanced at the female secretary and tossed her the key to the Apollo. Oh, okay, boss. The female secretary quickly took the key to the Apollo. The car door closed, leaving only Yi Kun and Chang Yuetong in the back seat. System, is there any way to help Chang Yuetong recover to normal? Yi Kun silently prayed in his heart, seeking help from the omnipotent system. The host can learn divine-level medical skills, using methods like acupressure and acupuncture to help her recover to normal. Then teach me divine-level medical skills right away. Yi Kun silently thought. Divine-level medical skills are a great thing. This divine technique must be learned. Ding! The host's remaining worship value is insufficient to learn divine-level medical skills. Would you like to spend 300,000 worship value to learn master-level medical skills? Skills are divided into beginner, proficient, master, grandmaster, divine, and super divine levels. The higher the skill level, the more worship value is required. Moreover, the worship value needed to learn different skills varies. Generally speaking, the more profound the skill, the more worship value is required. Learn master-level medical skills. Yi Kun did not hesitate and directly chose to learn master-level medical skills. Achieving master level in medicine is already rare in the world and is sufficient to solve the problems Chang Yuetong is facing. Ding! The host has learned master level medical skills. In an instant, a wealth of medical knowledge flooded into Yi Kun's mind. Anatomy, pharmacology, acupuncture. Not only does he possess knowledge of traditional Chinese medicine, but he also has knowledge of Western medicine. The fusion of both has allowed his medical skills to reach a master level. Truly invincible. At this moment, Chang Yuetong, unaware of her situation, was still provocatively challenging Yi Kun. Yi Kun reached out a hand and placed it on Chang Yuetong's neck, gently pressing a point on her cervical spine. Whoosh! Just once. She finally stopped moving. Yi Kun straightened Chang Yuetong's body and began to gently massage her temple. After a few back-and-forth motions, Chang Yuetong's eyes regained some clarity. What happened? After regaining consciousness, Chang Yuetong couldn't help but exclaim. Now, her awareness was quite hazy, and she couldn't remember what she had done. It wasn't that she completely forgot, it felt more like a dream. You're a bit disoriented, so let me help you with some acupressure, Yi Kun said to Chang Yuetong. After calming down, Chang Yuetong nodded slightly. Then calm down, and I'll massage your acupoints, Yi Kun said. But I have no strength left, Chang Yuetong said, feeling quite wronged. Her voice unintentionally carried a hint of a pout. Her fondness for Yi Kun had reached 75, which was quite favorable. Then I'll carry you down, Yi Kun said. Okay. Chang Yuetong shyly nodded. Thus, Yi Kun supported Chang Yuetong and slowly picked her up, then laid her down flat. Just relax, and I'll massage your acupoints, Yi Kun said softly as he laid Chang Yuetong down. I want to massage your lower abdomen, is that okay? Yi Kun asked. Go ahead, Chang Yuetong nodded slightly. So, Yi Kun began to gently massage her lower abdomen through her white shirt. There were several important acupoints here that could alleviate her symptoms. Yi Kuan's movements were very gentle, but his massage technique was quite professional, especially the kneading of the acupoints, which was absolutely master level. Chang Yuetong felt very relaxed, safe, and even quite comfortable. Ding! Goddess-level beauty Chang Yuetong's fondness for the host increased by 5. Ding! Goddess-level beauty Chang Yuetong's fondness for the host increased by 5. Ding! Goddess-level beauty Chang Yuetong's fondness for the host has risen to 85. Ha! Why did Chang Yuetong's fondness for him suddenly increase? The back seat of the Rolls-Royce Phantom was very spacious. The driver quietly drove in front, while Yi Kuan and Chang Yuetong sat in the back, the car moving steadily. After a few minutes, the Rolls-Royce slowly came to a stop. Boss, we've arrived at the Tang Palace Super Villa. The female secretary, Chen Wenwen, gently knocked on the car door and said, "Okay." Yi Kuan's voice came from inside the car. After a moment, the car door opened, and Yi Kuan stepped out of the Rolls-Royce. Before him stood a grand and luxurious super villa, beautifully designed. Not only that, but a goddess-level housekeeper and 4 school flower-level maids were also standing in front of the villa. Each of them was stunningly beautiful, with graceful figures, curvy shapes, and extraordinary temperament. Any one of them placed outside would be like a goddess surrounded by stars, becoming the object of admiration for countless people. However, within Yi Kuan's super villa, their status was merely that of housekeeper and maids. The life of a wealthy person is so plain and monotonous. "Welcome home, master," the goddess-level housekeeper and the 4 school flower-level maids respectfully greeted Yi Kuan, speaking in unison, giving a refreshing feeling. However, Yi Kuan had no time to appreciate this monotony, because, in the Rolls-Royce Phantom, the beautiful Chang Yuetong was still waiting for him to rescue her. "Brother Yi Kuan, I have no strength left," came Chang Yuetong's delicate voice from inside the car. Immediately, her jade-like hand reached out from the car, waiting for Yi Kuan's embrace. At this moment, Chang Yuetong was dressed very neatly, in a white shirt, a blue JK skirt, and black stockings. She remained beautiful and elegant, as if Yi Kuan had not done anything inappropriate to her in the car. However, this only made her appear more charming and delicate. Yi Kuan said nothing more and directly lifted Chang Yuetong out of the car. "Master, I'll take you to the master bedroom." The female housekeeper glanced gently at Chang Yuetong in Yi Kuan's arms and spoke. "Ding! The goddess-level housekeeper of Tandong Super Villa has reported for duty. Name, Wenyan, appearance, 96, goddess level, height, 172, measurements, 89, 61, 94, bust, 36E, identity, all-round female housekeeper, housekeeper level, level 9, loyalty, 99, personality traits, efficient in handling affairs, cute and soft during leisure, considerate and gentle at night. TSK. Wenyan is definitely an exceptional housekeeper, whether in appearance, figure, or ability. However, at this moment, Yi Kuan had no time to pay attention to the housekeeper. He needed to quickly give Chang Yuetong acupuncture treatment. You lead the way," Yi Kuan said to the housekeeper Wenyan. Then, holding Chang Yuetong, he followed the housekeeper into the super villa. After entering the villa's elevator, they arrived at the master bedroom on the 3rd floor. "Master, the master bedroom has an area of 66 square meters, and there is an intelligent service system inside. No matter what you need, you can notify me at any time, 24 hours a day." Wenyan stood at the bedroom door and bowed to Yi Kuan. Her tone was gentle, and every word and action made one feel very comfortable, truly worthy of being a level 9 goddess housekeeper. "Okay, I got it." Yi Kuan nodded and entered the villa's master bedroom with Chang Yuetong in his arms. This master bedroom, over 600 square meters, was indeed super spacious and luxurious. Yi Kuan carried Chang Yuetong for quite a while before placing her on a large round bed in the master bedroom. This large round bed had a diameter of at least 10 meters. "Damn, a 10-meter long bed. So boring. Lie down, I'll treat you." Yi Kuan gently placed Chang Yuetong on the large round bed and said. However, Chang Yuetong clung to Yi Kuan's neck, unwilling to let go. "Yi Kuan Gij, I won't let you go." Chang Yuetong tightly hugged Yi Kuan's neck and pouted. Now, she was very dependent on Yi Kuan, her eyes filled with charm. "Be good. Lie down," Yi Kuan said. Chang Yuetong had been affected by a powerful aphrodisiac, and its effects were strong. Massaging acupoints could only provide relief. To completely eliminate the drug's effects, acupuncture treatment was necessary. Chang Yuetong did not obediently comply. She leaned her lips close to Yi Kuan's ear and whispered, "You are my antidote." 1,000,000 words omitted. Ding! Goddess-level beauty Chang Yuetong's favorability towards the host +5. Ding! Goddess-level beauty Chang Yuetong's favorability towards the host +5. After the battle, their relationship indeed deepened. Ding! Goddess-level beauty Chang Yuetong's favorability towards the host has increased to 95. Ding! Reward, host spirit plus 30. Ding! Congratulations, the host spirit has increased to 115. In an instant, Yi Kuan felt a magical energy injected into his body, feeling refreshed and possessing unparalleled perception. Yi Kuan, invigorated, checked his personal information. Name, Yi Kuan. Strength, 82 Agility, 73 Constitution, 128 Invincible, Unmatched Kidney, Spirit, 115 Superb Perception, Charm, 9 Charm Aura. Note, the peak attributes for ordinary people are 10, Wealth Reserve, 999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999 God level driving skills, immune to alcohol, invincible, God of wine, auras, charm aura, celebrity aura, identity aura, driving god aura, wine god aura. Reputation, respected reputation at Magic City Finance University, respected reputation in Dragon Country. Items, 1 inspiration capsule. Discretionary wealth, 1,276,540,000,000 yuan. God points, 1220 remaining lottery chances. 3. Yi Kuan looked at his impressive personal data and revealed a satisfied smile. Now, he was getting stronger and stronger. His constitution and spirit were more than 10 times the human peak, and only he understood this kind of power. To say he was a Superman was not an exaggeration at all. Moreover, he was strong in all attributes, with no weaknesses whatsoever. He was truly invincible. He estimated that with his current mental perception, he could easily dodge bullets shot at high speed. As for catching bullets with his bare hands, it shouldn't be a big problem either. Of course, he hadn't personally tested it yet, so it was hard to say for sure. However, he felt that once his strength and agility reached 100, catching bullets with his bare hands would be a piece of cake. Without hesitation, Yi Kuan decided to comprehensively enhance his physical attributes. System, raise all my attributes to 200 points. Raising all attributes to 100 was already quite invincible. However, Yi Kuan decided to directly raise all attributes to 200. The god points had other uses, so he decided to keep some as a reserve. Ding! Does the host want to spend 402 god points to raise all attributes to 200? Yes, ding! Congratulations, host, all attributes have been raised to 200. Remaining god points, 818. In an instant, Yi Kuan felt a magical energy injected into his body, making him extraordinarily powerful. Strong. So strong. This is the state of having all attributes at 200, it feels absolutely amazing. Incredibly powerful, wonderfully extraordinary. Yi Kuan clenched his fist, feeling explosive power surging within him. Not only had his strength increased, but he had been enhanced in every aspect. He could now definitely catch bullets with his bare hands, and even lift a tank with one hand without any problem. He was now a Superman. If he continued to evolve, he would even get closer to being a god. If gods truly existed. Of course, this could be an illusion brought on by the explosive increase in power. However, regardless of how it was, he had indeed become much stronger. Ding! Due to the host's attributes breaking 100, charm has greatly increased, surpassing the human limit of 10 points. Ding! The host can continue to enhance charm using god points. Wow! Charm has surpassed the human limit. Yi Kuan looked in the mirror and found that he had indeed become more handsome. Moreover, it wasn't that superficial kind of handsomeness, it was a charm that was deeply appealing. It could make people unconsciously develop a fondness for him. His charm was simply unstoppable. Yi Kuan felt no sleepiness, not a bit of fatigue, instead, he was full of energy and vitality. He glanced at the already sleeping Chan Yuetong and covered her with a blanket. Then, he got up, took a shower in the bathroom, picked out a new outfit from the wardrobe, and walked out of the bedroom. Yi Kuan exited the master bedroom on the 3rd floor and took the elevator down to the living room on the 1st floor. The hall was incredibly luxurious, with a massive crystal chandelier hanging down from the 3rd floor, illuminating the entire space in a dazzling light. Master! The goddess-level housekeeper Wen Yen and 4 school flower-level maids were already waiting respectfully. In the super villa, Wen Yen was the only 9th-level all-purpose housekeeper, but there were certainly more than just 4 maids. However, these 4 school flower-level maids were the highest-level maids arranged by the system. Master is just too handsome and charming. Whether it was the housekeeper Wen Yan or the beautiful maids, their hearts raced uncontrollably the moment they saw Yi Kuan. He was the most charming man they had ever encountered. Just standing there, he naturally exuded a charm that made people want to draw closer. What's your name? Lift your head. Yi Kuan pointed at a pretty maid who looked a bit silly and cute, asking, Master, my name is Lu Shi, the silly maid replied. Being personally called out by the incredibly handsome master made her pretty face flush red, both shy and delighted. Ding! School flower level maid Lu Shi of Tangdong Super Villa has completed her report. Name, Lu Shi appearance, 93 school flower level, height, 170 measurements, 88, 61, 92 bust, 3060 identity, personal maid level, 6 loyalty, 99 personality traits, well-behaved and capable, silly and cute. Skills, dance, guzheng, flute. Yi Kuan realized that none of his housekeepers and maids were simple. Take this maid Lu Shi for example, both her looks and figure were exceptional. Moreover, she was well-behaved, capable, silly, cute, and multi-talented. She was definitely the ideal girlfriend for any guy, right? And her current identity was Yi Kuan's personal maid. Being able to dance was great. Yi Kuan loved girls who could dance. Delicate and skilled, she was definitely worth praising. However, was she serious about playing the flute? Just as Yi Kuan was about to ask maid Lu Shi to showcase her talent, a siren rang out in the super villa. Ha! What's going on? Yi Kuan showed a puzzled expression, looking towards housekeeper Wen Yan. Master, this is an alarm from the intelligence system. Someone has broken into the villa at night, Wen Yan said. However, she appeared very calm, showing no signs of panic. Someone has broken into the villa? Interesting. Yi Kuan remained unfazed. He stepped outside the villa, wanting to see what was happening. Master, you don't need to go out personally, just leave it to the security team, Wen Yan said. The Tangdong Super Villa had a complete security system and over 36 professional bodyguards, many of whom were elite veterans from special forces. Among them, there were even king-level soldiers. Therefore, she didn't believe anyone could successfully break into the villa. No worries, let's go see the situation, Yi Kuan smiled, unconcerned. He just wanted to see what uninvited guest had intruded into his villa. Seeing that the master wanted to go out and watch the excitement, housekeeper Wen Yan did not stop him but followed closely behind. Her task was to absolutely obey the master's orders and help him manage the Tangdong Super Villa well. As Yi Kuan and Wen Yan stepped out of the standalone villa, another figure silently followed behind. He moved lightly, walking without a sound, as if he had lightness skills. However, he still could not escape Yi Kuan's powerful mental perception. Yi Kuan glanced out of the corner of his eye and found it was his super bodyguard Sanju. Boss. Sanju noticed Yi Kuan's gaze and called out. His task was to ensure the absolute safety of the boss and to appear promptly when needed. When the boss doesn't need him, he disappears, like an invisible man. Go take a look, Yi Kuan said to Sanju. Someone had broken into the villa at night, and he could witness the true strength of these bodyguards. The Tangdong Super Villa covers a large area, with not only standalone villas but also a massive private garden. It has a private helipad and a private yacht dock. The alarm rang out, indicating that an uninvited guest had entered the private garden, still a considerable distance from the villa. Within that distance, there were plenty of guards, making it not so easy to break in. Yi Kuan and Wen Yan followed the super bodyguard Sanju toward the private garden. Along the way, Yi Kuan even saw quite a few bodyguards. They remained at their posts and did not leave because of the alarm. Moreover, some security personnel were armed, and there were even heavy weapons. Yi Kuan was slightly taken aback. Bodyguards in Long Country could carry guns? Master, they are all special bodyguards with legal gun permits. Wen Yan seemed to sense Yi Kuan's confusion and explained proactively. Oh, Yi Kuan nodded slightly. He was also a big shot with assets exceeding trillions. Having a few armed security personnel wasn't excessive, right? He felt satisfied with the security force of the super villa. Although with his current strength, he actually didn't need protection that much. However, the presence of security forces itself was a deterrent, saving him a lot of trouble. Many things he found inconvenient or was too lazy to handle personally could be entrusted to the bodyguards or security forces around him. Before long, Yi Kuan heard intense fighting sounds not far away. He saw a slender woman fighting with several bodyguards. A woman? Yi Kuan was slightly taken aback. A woman had actually broken into his super villa at night. However, this woman moved lightly and struck quickly. Bang bang bang. She rapidly threw punches, taking down several burly men. Are there really martial arts masters in this world? Yi Kuan was also slightly surprised. He recognized that this woman was using Wing Chun, a Wing Chun master. She wasn't just showy, she had strong practical combat abilities. In just a short time, 3 to 5 elite bodyguards had been knocked down by her Wing Chun. At that moment, a system prompt sounded in Yi Kuan's mind. Ding! A master-level Wing Chun expert detected. Does the host want to spend worship points to learn martial arts? Martial arts, such a practical skill, must be learned. He had once fantasized about becoming a fighter or a martial arts master. Yes, Yi Kuan immediately made his choice. Ding! The host has spent 100,000 worship points and learned master-level martial arts. In an instant, countless theories and techniques of combat flooded Yi Kuan's mind. Many new characters are about to appear. Please leave messages in the review section for roles like maids, female bodyguards, female fighters, etc. The author has something to say, gathering handsome guys and little fairies. In an instant, Yi Kuan mastered a vast array of combat techniques, including Wing Chun, Baji, Tai Chi, Bagua, Tan Tui, Xingyi, and other traditional martial arts. Not only that, but he also grasped Jeet Kune Do, Karate, Taekwondo, Aikido, Judo, and various modern martial arts. In addition, he mastered grappling, sanda, wrestling, and free fighting. In short, Yi Kuan was now a master-level fighter who had mastered all martial arts styles. With his extraordinary physical qualities combined with master-level martial arts, he was practically invincible. At this moment, the woman using Wing Chun had already knocked down 7 or 8 elite bodyguards. Truly a master-level Wing Chun expert, even 7 or 8 elite bodyguards attacking together are no match for her. Yi Kuan also nodded slightly. Master-level fighters should be quite rare. Moreover, this woman's punching speed was very fast, and her physical condition was not inferior to those elite bodyguards. She struck quickly, accurately, and fiercely, hitting vital points. With a few punches, she took down her opponents, her moves never dragging on. At this moment, Yi Kuan's soldier-level bodyguard, Lu Tianchen, stepped in. He stood over 2 meters tall, with a large and robust build, exuding a fierce aura. The Wing Chun woman stood in front of Lu Tianchen like a small girl, appearing very petite. However, she showed no signs of fear facing the towering and strong Lu Tianchen. Instead, she assumed a Wing Chun stance, and the two faced off. Soon, the battle began. Lu Tianchen launched the first attack, striding forward and throwing a punch at the Wing Chun woman. This punch was powerful and fierce, creating a gust of wind. However, the Wing Chun woman did not meet Lu Tianchen head-on. Instead, she used her agile body and footwork to evade the attack. After testing each other with a few moves, the Wing Chun woman seized the opportunity and unleashed a series of rapid short punches at Lu Tianchen. Bang 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 bang. In an instant, over a dozen heavy punches struck Lu Tianchen's abdomen. Lu Tianchen, like a human tank, remained silent and allowed the Wing Chun woman to attack, as if he felt no pain. Then, he executed a military grappling technique, grabbing the Wing Chun woman's wrist. The Wing Chun woman did not panic. Instead, she punched the inside of Lu Tianchen's arm, forcing him to release her. Lu Tianchen, being a soldier king, after taking a few punches, directly attempted to lock the Wing Chun woman in a bear hug. The Wing Chun woman reacted quickly, stomping her foot and unexpectedly stepping on Lu Tianchen's foot. Ah! Lu Tianchen let out a cry, followed by a barrage of punches. Bang 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 bang. After a flurry of rapid strikes, the Wing Chun woman delivered a fierce inch punch, knocking Lu Tianchen to the ground. Impressive, even the soldier king evaluated by the system has been taken down by this Wing Chun woman. This woman truly is a master-level fighter. At this moment, the 3 bamboo men beside Yi Kuan were eager to try their hand against the Wing Chun woman. However, Yi Kuan stopped them. He wanted to personally test his skills against this Wing Chun woman. Clap 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 clap. Wonderful. Yi Kuan clapped his hands, approaching the graceful Wing Chun woman with a ponytail. You are Yi Kuan? Hand over our second miss, or don't blame me for being rude. The Wing Chun woman fixed her cold gaze on Yi Kuan and said, Ding! Detected a school flower-level fighter. Name, Tong Jin, appearance, 91, age, 21, height, 165, measurements, 84, 62, 90, bust, 32B, identity, bodyguard of Chang Yueshi, martial art, Wing Chun, level, master level. So this Wing Chun expert named Tong Jin is Chang Yueshi's bodyguard. Yu Tong has already fallen asleep, come back tomorrow. Yi Kuan replied. Since this bodyguard Tong Jin had an unfriendly attitude, Yi Kuan naturally would not give her a good face. A master-level bodyguard wanting to act recklessly on his territory was not qualified. So, you don't want to hand her over? Tong Jin's gaze was cold as she stared at Yi Kuan. She had a youthful and beautiful appearance, but her temper seemed quite fierce. At that moment, the system's prompt sounded in Yi Kuan's mind. Ding! Master of Wing Chun Tong Jin provokes the host, triggering a random task, defeat Tong Jin using Wing Chun. Task reward, obtain a master-level personal female bodyguard. Defeat Tong Jin using Wing Chun. Moreover, the reward for this task is actually a master-level personal female bodyguard. The close combat strength of a master-level fighter is even above that of a soldier king. Although Yi Kuan's own strength has already surpassed that of an ordinary master-level fighter, having such a personal female bodyguard seems quite nice. He. Still quite fiery. How about this, if you can defeat me, I'll let you into my super villa. Yi Koen stared at Tong Jin and spoke calmly. Such master-level fighters inevitably carry a bit of arrogance. However, he specializes in treating all forms of defiance. If you have arrogance, I'll beat you until you submit. You want to fight me? Tong Jin glanced at Yi Koen with disdain. She is a master-level Wing Chun expert, and even a soldier king is not her match. What right does Yi Koen have to challenge her? However, Yi Koen's aura suddenly changed, displaying the demeanor of a martial arts master, as if he had transformed into a different person in an instant. Tong Jin's gaze sharpened, revealing a look of caution. She was very perceptive and sensed a dangerous aura from Yi Koen. Moreover, the fighting spirit emanating from him was not any weaker than her own. Wing Chun, Tong Jin. Tong Jin assumed a Wing Chun stance and said seriously. This indicated that she had regarded Yi Koen as an opponent of equal rank, ready for battle. Wing Chun, Yi Koen. Yi Koen also took up a Wing Chun stance and smiled. Wing Chun versus Wing Chun. If he could defeat this Tong Jin using Wing Chun, he would earn a master-level female bodyguard as a reward. That would be quite enjoyable. You are also a Wing Chun master. Tong Jin showed a look of surprise. When a master makes a move, one can tell immediately. Just by Yi Koen assuming a Wing Chun stance, she could tell he was an expert. Moreover, he was a Wing Chun master not weaker than herself. I only have a slight understanding of Wing Chun, Yi Koen said with a smile. He is not only a Wing Chun master but also a Hung Gar master, an 8 Extremes master, and a Shingi master. However, dealing with this Tong Jin using Wing Chun is more than enough. Alright, then let's see who is the authentic Wing Chun master today. A fighting spirit erupted in Tong Jin's eyes as she prepared to compete with Yi Koen. Although both practiced Wing Chun, there are many different styles. Only after battling would one know who is superior. The protagonist's personal female bodyguard is about to make an appearance. If you want a tailor-made female bodyguard character, hurry to the review section and leave a message. The author has something to say. Where's the handsome guy? After Yi Koen assumed a Wing Chun stance, he stood still, teasingly staring at Tong Jin. Rooted to the ground, without a single flaw, Tong Jin couldn't help but be startled. Yi Koen stood there like an ancient pine, firmly rooted, yet there wasn't a hint of a flaw on him. This indicated that Yi Koen's fundamentals were very solid, with at least 20 years of skill. However, Yi Koen was clearly very young, just in his early 20s. Could it be that he started practicing from the womb? Tong Jin circled around Yi Koen for a long time, still feeling at a loss, not knowing where to attack. You go first. If I throw a punch, you won't have a chance to counter. Yi Koen said with a smile, light and carefree. Although Tong Jin is also a Wing Chun master, her strength, agility, physique, and mental perception are far inferior to his. As long as he throws a serious punch, Tong Jin won't be able to withstand it. However, since this is his first time competing with a Wing Chun master, he still wants to fully experience the process and joy of fighting. Winning too easily would be quite boring. Impudent! Tong Jin felt underestimated by Yi Koen and was extremely angry. As a master-level fighter and a successor of Wing Chun, she has her own pride. Tong Jin dashed forward in a swift motion, throwing a punch straight to the center, aimed at Yi Koen's heart. Martial arts are a means of killing. This move is fast, accurate, and ruthless. Tong Jin showed no mercy, and a hit could mean a fatal blow. Because she had already regarded Yi Koen as an opponent of the same level, there was no room for leniency or mercy. Slow. Your punches are too slow. Yi Koen, however, remained calm, effortlessly neutralizing Tong Jin's attack with a slight lift of his palm. Tong Jin felt as if her punch was being pushed aside by an invisible force, nearly losing her balance. However, being a master-level fighter, she quickly steadied herself and unleashed a series of rapid Wing Chun strikes at Yi Koen. Bang 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 bang. Yi Koen countered each of Tong Jin's attacks with ease. The two fought faster and faster, their fists moving so quickly that only afterimages remained. The surrounding bodyguards were astonished. They hadn't expected their boss to be so skilled, holding his own against Tong Jin, a Wing Chun master, without losing ground. They had experienced Tong Jin's prowess firsthand. She had mastered the true essence of Wing Chun, and even elite bodyguards couldn't withstand 2 or 3 of her moves. Super bodyguard Sanju initially wore a serious expression, ready to step in at any moment. However, after watching the fight between the boss and Tong Jin, he realized the boss was handling it effortlessly, clearly not using his full strength. The boss's strength was unfathomable, far from the simplicity it appeared to be. Tong Jin's attacks flowed seamlessly, like clouds in water. However, the more she fought, the more alarmed she became, as every move she made was easily countered by Yi Koen. She was fast, but Yi Koen was faster. Moreover, Yi Koen was well versed in Wing Chun, seeing through all her attacks. In the end, Tong Jin could only unleash her strongest punch, the inch punch, to strike at Yi Koen. Puff! Tong Jin delivered an inch punch to Yi Koen's abdomen. This punch seemed ordinary, but its force was strong and fierce. However, Yi Koen casually grasped Tong Jin's fist. Tong Jin was shocked and immediately tried to withdraw. Yet, Yi Koen's hand clamped down like a vice, holding her fist tightly and rendering her immobile. Tong Jin quickly executed a fierce knife hand strike aimed at Yi Koen's throat. Yi Koen remained unhurried, capturing her other hand as well. "Let me go." Tong Jin struggled continuously, but it was futile. "Do you admit defeat?" Yi Koen asked calmly. "No, I haven't lost yet." Tong Jin refused to back down. With her hands captured, she kept attacking with her legs. "Alright, it seems you won't admit defeat unless I beat you head-on." Yi Koen directly released Tong Jin's hands. Tong Jin immediately distanced herself from Yi Koen. However, Yi Koen pursued her like a shadow. He intended to finish this with a single punch. Wing Chun, inch punch. Yi Koen threw a punch, precisely the inch punch from Wing Chun. Tong Jin quickly retreated, avoiding the range of Yi Koen's punch. Just when she thought she had dodged it, Yi Koen transformed his punch into a finger jab, directly poking her lower abdomen. Puff! Tong Jin was struck hard, her body going weak, and she collapsed. If Yi Koen hadn't held back, that jab could have pierced her organs. "Thank you for holding back. I lost." Tong Jin lay on the ground, one hand clutching her abdomen, feeling excruciating pain, her face pale, unable to stand. Strong. Too strong. As a fellow Wing Chun master, Yi Koen was far superior to her. With just one punch, he had defeated her. She accepted her defeat wholeheartedly. Ding! You have gained 6,666 admiration points from Wing Chun Master Tong Jin. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task of defeating Wing Chun Master Tong Jin. Ding! The host is rewarded with a master-level female bodyguard. Ding! The master-level female bodyguard will report in the near future. Yi Koen felt no surprise at this outcome. He is now not only a master-level fighter but also possesses a superhuman physique. Although Tong Jin is a master-level Wing Chun expert, she is no match for his punch. You can go back and tell her sister Chang Yueshi that Yutong is doing well here and is very safe. When she wants to go back, I will naturally send her back, Yi Koen said to Tong Jin indifferently. Tong Jin is just a female bodyguard, sent by Chang Yueshi to take away Chang Yutong. She still needs to report back. Unless Chang Yutong wants to go home herself, no one can take her away. Tong Jin said nothing, struggled to stand up, took a deep look at Yi Koen, and then turned to leave. After defeating the master-level fighter, Yi Koen felt a sense of unfulfillment. That's right, it was unfulfillment, he hadn't had enough fun fighting. So, Yi Koen turned his gaze to Lu Tianchen and the other bodyguards. Although he had defeated the master-level Wing Chun expert Tong Jin, these bodyguards had yet to contribute any admiration points to him. Clearly, they were a group of unruly individuals. Yi Koen had to subdue them all. He wanted them to witness the terrifying combat power of their boss. So, he waved his hand at Lu Tianchen and the others and said, I want to take on 10 of you. Upon hearing this, the entire place was shocked. Boss, you mean you want to take on all 10 of us bodyguards by yourself? Lu Tianchen exclaimed. Although the boss had defeated a master-level Wing Chun expert, taking on all 10 of them at once was no easy feat. Among these 10, there was also him, the king of soldiers. No, wait. Yi Koen shook his head, scanning the crowd with a dominating presence. Not 10, but all of you together. I want to take on all of you. The author has something to say. Where's the handsome guy? Yi Koen wants to take on all the bodyguards by himself. Upon hearing this, the entire place was in shock. Stunned, astonished, petrified, explosive. It should be noted that the number of bodyguards that arrived on the scene had already exceeded 30. Moreover, there wasn't a weak one among them. The lowest were elite-level bodyguards. An elite-level bodyguard can easily take down 7 or 8 ordinary adult men. It shows how great the difficulty of Yi Koen's challenge is. It's equivalent to one person taking on hundreds of ordinary people. Terrifying indeed. However, Yi Koen remained calm and felt no pressure at all. Boss, are you sure you want to take on all of us bodyguards? The king of soldiers, Lu Tianchen, widened his eyes in disbelief and confirmed again. Although the boss is strong and defeated a master-level Wing Chun expert, he didn't think the boss could take on all of them. They were not a bunch of weaklings but battle-hardened special elites. If weapons were used, even master-level experts could be dealt with. That's right, all of you come at me together. Yi Koen scanned the crowd with an air of superiority. Whoever can hit me once will be rewarded with 100 million. Yi Koen said casually, adding another enticing incentive for the bodyguards. Upon hearing this, all the bodyguards present became excited, as if they had been injected with adrenaline. Hitting the boss once would earn them 100 million, that money was too easy to make. Many of these bodyguards came from mercenary backgrounds and had previously lived on the edge of a knife. 100 million was definitely a huge temptation for them. That's right, as long as you can hit me once, I'll reward you with 100 million. I keep my word and will never go back on it, the housekeeper Wen Yen can testify. Yi Kun smiled and then turned his gaze to the female housekeeper Wen Yen. Wen Yen is an all-around housekeeper with the authority to mobilize the bodyguards in the super villa. Therefore, she holds considerable prestige among the bodyguards. Follow the master's orders. As long as you can hit the master once, you can come to me to claim a 100 million bonus. The female housekeeper, Wen Yen, had sharp eyes, seemingly full of confidence in her master. Since the master said they would take on all of them alone, it was clear she had faith in their abilities. Moreover, she was not an ordinary person. She could sense her master's extraordinary and unfathomable strength. Alright, then we shall accept the challenge. Boss, you must be careful. The soldier king, Lu Tianchen, stepped forward first, cracking his knuckles. He was a battle-hardened warrior, the king of mercenaries, exuding a wolf-like ferocity. At that moment, spurred on by the 100 million bounty, a fierce aura erupted from him. Lu Tianchen stood over 2 meters tall, his robust figure charging at Yi Kun like a raging bear. He extended his arms, intending to give Yi Kun a big bear hug. With such a hulking figure rushing in, anyone would want to avoid his onslaught. However, Yi Kun did not retreat but advanced instead. Xingyi, burst fist. Yi Kun stepped forward and unleashed a punch. Instantly, it was as if the heavens were collapsing and the earth was splitting apart. With a loud bang, Soldier King Lu Tianchen was blasted back like a cannonball, flying over 10 meters away. This scene stunned everyone. Fierce. This punch was incredibly powerful and domineering. A single punch could send a 2-meter-tall giant flying over 10 meters. Terrifying. With just one punch, Yi Kun had knocked down Soldier King Lu Tianchen, rendering him unable to fight. Truly formidable. Is this the power of my punch? Yi Kun couldn't help but clench his fist, feeling the explosive power within him. His attributes had reached 200, surpassing the limits of ordinary humans by 20 times, making him superhuman. Even an ordinary punch was beyond what a soldier king could withstand. If he hadn't held back the force of that burst fist, Lu Tianchen's organs would have been shattered, and he would have undoubtedly died. You all come at me together, I will show mercy. Yi Kun scanned the remaining elite bodyguards with a calm demeanor. Among the crowd was another soldier king, Captain Zhao Hu. Lu Tianchen was the king of mercenaries, while Zhao Hu was the king of special forces. All together, Zhao Hu commanded with a serious expression. He waved his hand, and dozens of elite bodyguards surrounded Yi Kun heavily. They were well-trained and not ordinary thugs. The formidable strength displayed by their boss was enough to make these elite warriors stand at attention. Kill! A dozen elite bodyguards erupted with fierce momentum, charging towards Yi Kun simultaneously. Faced with the assault of dozens of elite bodyguards, Yi Kun remained unflustered. He moved swiftly, employing the Jeet Kune Do technique. The essence of Jeet Kune Do lies in the word intercept. He could strike first and cut off all of his opponent's attacks. This was incredibly difficult for ordinary people. It required keen observation, terrifying explosive power, and a faster attack speed than the opponent. However, Yi Kun could easily meet the requirements to execute Jeet Kune Do. In fact, he had achieved perfection. Jeet Kune Do was created for him. His physical attributes were over 20 times stronger than those of ordinary people, and his mental perception was astonishingly acute. The movements of those elite bodyguards appeared to him almost like slow motion, incredibly sluggish. All attacks were perfectly captured and intercepted by Yi Kun. Bang! Bang bang! Bang bang bang! Bang 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 bang! Yi Kun executed the Jeet Kune Do technique, striking first and taking down each bodyguard one by one, including Special Forces King Zhao Hu. In less than 30 seconds, he had dealt with over 30 bodyguards. Moreover, not a single one managed to touch the hem of his clothes. Terrifying. Ding! Received Elite Bodyguard Admiration Value Super Crit plus 6,666. Ding! Received Special Forces King Zhao Hu Admiration Value Super Crit plus 9,999. Ding! Gaining the worship value of the King of Mercenaries, Lu Tianchen, with a super critical hit of plus 9,999. At the same time, Yi Kun received a large amount of worship value contributed by 2 military kings and all the elite bodyguards. This wave of harvesting was truly satisfying, and the worship value skyrocketed. Give all the bodyguards the best treatment, and reward each one with 1 million as a consolation prize, Yi Koen said to the female housekeeper, Wen Yen. He showed mercy, so these bodyguards were not seriously injured. Rewarding them 1 million was a way of combining kindness and authority. Thank you, boss. Zhao Hu and the others quickly expressed their gratitude to their boss. Even after losing, they could still receive a reward of 1 million. It was a pleasure to follow such a wealthy boss. At the same time, their admiration and respect for their boss grew immensely. They were all iron-blooded warriors, only willing to submit to true strongmen. After this battle, they all sincerely submitted to Yi Koen, pledging their loyalty. The story splits into two. In another super villa, Chang Yueshi's expression was extremely cold. Tong Jin, you didn't bring my sister back. Chang Yueshi's beautiful eyes fixed on Tong Jin, her voice icy. The master-level Wing Chun expert Tong Jin felt a chill run down her spine under Chang Yueshi's gaze, feeling a bone-deep cold. The author has something to say. Handsome guys and little fairies come together. Those who want the super female bodyguard role, hurry up and leave a message. Chang Yueshi's face was like frost, very cold. Her sister, Chang Yuetong, had not returned all night, making her very worried and displeased. Moreover, she had a deep connection with her twin sister since childhood. Her intuition told her that something unusual had happened to Chang Yuetong. Therefore, she was very angry. Through investigation, she quickly found out that her sister Chang Yuetong had been drugged by Xiao Tianyuan and later rescued by Yi Koen. Thus, she sent the female bodyguard Tong Jin to Yi Koen's super villa to bring her sister Chang Yuetong back. However, Tong Jin returned alone. Miss, that Yi Koen is very strong and also a master of Wing Chun. I am not his opponent, Tong Jin said truthfully. Yi Koen was powerful and defeated her with a single punch. Therefore, she had no ability to bring Chang Yuetong back. Oh, that Yi Koen is also a master of Wing Chun? Chang Yuetong's beautiful brows furrowed slightly, revealing a hint of confusion on her stunning face. She had seen Yi Koen in racing videos. Apart from being a bit handsome, he was quite ordinary. She did not sense any martial artist's aura from Yi Koen. Could it be that she had misjudged him? That's right, that Yi Koen defeated me with a single-inch punch. He is at least a master-level fighter, perhaps even stronger. Tong Jin said. Yi Koen defeated her with Wing Chun, earning her respect. Senior sister, why don't I go and capture that Yi Koen? At this moment, a beautiful woman beside Chang Yuetong spoke up. Her name was Mo Yushi. She was both Chang Yueshi's bodyguard and her junior sister. Chang Yueshi held multiple identities. Besides being the eldest daughter of the Chang family, she was also the most talented master sister of the Wudong sect and had many other mysterious identities. A mere master-level fighter, how could I trouble Sister Yushi to take action? I'll go meet this Yi Koen and let him experience my ancestral long fist at the master level. Another graceful beauty stepped forward and said. Her name was Li Jingwen, also one of Chang Yueshi's bodyguards. She was best at the ancestral long fist and had reached the master level, far surpassing Tong Jin. I'll go instead. I heard that Yi Koen is a wine god. He drank 10 jin of grape wine in one go at the Green Winery and finished half a bottle of Yun Jinya Yun. I'll use drunken fist to meet him. It should be quite interesting. Another beautiful woman spoke up. She had the looks of a school beauty, with short hair and a wine gourd hanging at her waist. Her eyes were half closed, always giving off a feeling of being drunk and not yet awake. This beauty who could perform drunken boxing was named Gu Ye, and she was also a female bodyguard by Chang Yueshi's side. In fact, besides the Wing Chun master Tong Jin, there were 6 female bodyguards surrounding Chang Yueshi. Each of them was a young beauty, and their aura surpassed that of Tong Jin. This meant that the master-level Tong Jin was merely the weakest female bodyguard by Chang Yueshi's side. It was hard to imagine that there were so many top-tier experts around Chang Yueshi. Miss, that Yi Koen asked me to convey a message to you, Tong Jin spoke again. Oh, what did he want you to say? Chang Yueshi raised her delicate brows and asked. Yu Tong is safe and well with me. When she wants to go back, I will naturally send her back, Tong Jin said, relaying Yi Koen's words verbatim to Chang Yueshi. Bold and reckless. How dare that Yi Koen detain the second miss? I'll go and chop him up. At that moment, a hot-tempered girl jumped out. Her name was Hu Xiaoxiao, a lowly with a youthful face, but she carried a large knife on her back that was half her height, which was quite peculiar. Enough, it's too late to go now. The raw rice has already been cooked into cooked rice. Chang Yueshi shook her head and stopped her. Her sister was already an adult, and it was not good to be too strict. Otherwise, it would easily provoke Chang Yuetong's rebellious mentality, making their sisterly relationship even more strained. Miss, are we just going to let the Yi Koen get away with it? Li Jingwen spoke up, clearly indignant. Of course, it can't just end like this. If Yi Koen wants to get my sister Chang Yuetong, it won't be that easy. Next time, I will personally meet him and give him a profound lesson. Chang Yueshi said coldly. Because of her sister Chang Yuetong's situation, she became restless, and her feelings towards Yi Kuan plummeted. By the way, let's destroy the Xiao family, Chang Yueshi said casually. The family of Xiao Tianyuan was also a top-tier family in Magic City, controlling assets worth over 100 billion. However, in Chang Yueshi's eyes, it seemed insignificant, easily destroyable. Yes, miss. The story splits into two parts. After Yi Kuan defeated dozens of bodyguards' joint attacks, he turned his gaze towards the super bodyguard Sanju. As a super bodyguard, Sanju was the strongest among all the bodyguards. His strength far surpassed that of a soldier king and even exceeded that of a master-level fighter. He was a hidden expert. Ding! Random task triggered, defeat the master-level super bodyguard Sanju. Task reward, obtain another master-level super bodyguard. Yi Kuan was slightly delighted. He unexpectedly triggered a random task again. As long as he defeated the super bodyguard Sanju, he could obtain another master-level super bodyguard. This was definitely a guaranteed profit. Sanju, are you interested in sparring with me? Yi Kuan stared at Sanju and smiled. My task is to ensure the absolute safety of the boss. Fighting and sparring is not my duty. Sanju shook his head and refused, looking very cold. No, your duty is to absolutely obey my orders. I don't need a disobedient super bodyguard. Yi Kuan stared at Sanju and said calmly. He was the boss, and what he said counted. Even a super bodyguard could not defy his orders. It was just that domineering. Sanju was slightly taken aback by Yi Kuan's words. He didn't expect the boss to be so domineering, not giving him a chance to refuse at all. Boss, with all due respect, with your master-level fighting skills, you are still not my opponent. Sanju said, exuding a master-level aura. Ha ha ha. Sanju, I really admire your confidence, but you probably don't really understand my true combat power against the boss. Yi Kuan said with a smile. Although he was only at the master level, Sanju was at the grandmaster level. However, when the two truly fought, he could definitely secure a steady victory over Sanju. His physical attributes, reaching a total of 200, were enough to allow him to fight across levels, placing him in an invincible position. He was quite formidable. Fighting against a grandmaster-level expert would be even more enjoyable. After becoming a full-time fighting master, Yi Kuan's fighting spirit was ignited, and he yearned to battle various experts. Roar! After 100 chapters, those who can follow along to this point must be die-hard fans and true lovers, so feel free to give a little gift to increase your fan value. Yi Kuan actively challenged the super bodyguard Sanju, who could not refuse and had to accept the challenge. The boss's orders must be followed. Boss, be careful, I'm using authentic Baji Quan. The super bodyguard Sanju said, striking a pose of Baji Quan, exuding the demeanor of a grandmaster. Baji Quan is a type of martial art from the Dragon Country. The term Baji originally referred to an ancient geographical concept, originating from the Han text Huinanzi, on the fall of forms, which states, between heaven and earth, there are 9 provinces and 8 extremes. In martial arts, Baji means the power can reach in all directions, to the farthest places. Baji Quan generates power from the heels, moves through the waist, and extends to the fingertips, thus possessing tremendous explosive power and rich combat characteristics, embodying the spirit of shaking the heavens and stomping the earth. Therefore, in the traditional martial arts community of the Dragon Country, it is often said, in literature, there is Taiji to bring peace to the world, in martial arts, there is Baji to stabilize the universe. Since you are a grandmaster of Baji Quan, I will use Baji Quan to spar with you. Yi Kuan said with a smile, also assuming the starting stance of Baji Quan. He was a full-time fighting master, able to effortlessly use Wing Chun, Hungar, Taiji, or Baji. Baji Quan against Baji Quan was truly shocking. As the saying goes, one force can overcome 10 skills. He intended to challenge the grandmaster-level Baji Quan with his master-level Baji Quan. Ha! Sanju shouted loudly and attacked Yi Kuan. He was indeed a grandmaster of Baji Quan, moving like a drawn bow, striking like thunder. The attacks were fierce and explosive, incredibly ferocious. The characteristics of Baji Quan's power generation are fierce and explosive, crashing and striking, which distinguishes it from other styles. This characteristic was fully displayed in Sanju. Yi Kuan did not meet Sanju's strength head-on, instead using agile footwork to evade his fierce attacks. Sanju's combat techniques were exceptionally skilled, taking every inch and striking hard, whether blocking or assisting, squeezing or leaning, crashing or shaking. Every move was executed with ease and ferocity. Yi Kuan's power was equally swift, yet simple and unadorned. Bang bang. Bang bang bang. Bang 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 bang. Yi Kuan and Sanju exchanged several blows, creating a tremendous sound like mountains collapsing and earth shattering. The power was astonishing. Sanju's physical attributes have already surpassed the limits of ordinary humans. Yi Kuan thought, secretly estimating Sanju's strength. Each of Sanju's attacks far exceeded the full force of someone like Lu Tianchen, incredibly fierce. The boss's combat power is astonishing, with strength, speed, and reaction far beyond mine. If my combat power is 100, the boss's combat power is at least 500. Sanju became increasingly astonished as they fought. Although the boss's Baji Quan skills were not as good as his, only reaching the master level, his overall combat power was still above Sanju's. However, Sanju was after all a grandmaster of Baji Quan, with an endless array of attacking techniques. Bang 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 bang. Sanju unleashed a series of Baji Quan techniques, including the cross force, the sinking force, and the silk reeling force, launching a fierce barrage against Yi Kuan. However, he could not touch Yi Kuan in the slightest. Yi Kuan remained completely at ease throughout, even able to return the favor with his own techniques. He was truly invincible, unbeatable. I can't do anything about you, I admit defeat. Sanju withdrew his fists and voluntarily conceded. He was deeply impressed by the boss's combat power and understanding of Baji Quan. Some people appear to be wealthy on the surface, but behind the scenes, they are fighters. Terrifying indeed. Ding! You have gained a critical plus 6,666 worship value from Baji Quan Master Sanju. Although Sanju only triggered a critical worship value, he contributed a staggering 6,666 points of worship value. It seems that the stronger the opponent, the more worship value contribution points one receives. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task, defeated Baji Quan Master Sanju. Ding! Rewarding the host with a master-level fighter. Note, the master-level fighter will come to the super villa to report, please pay attention to receive. Not bad, another master-level super bodyguard and a master-level bodyguard will report. With his strength, Yi Kuan forcefully defeated all the bodyguards, greatly increasing his prestige. Previously, those bodyguards only thought of Yi Kuan as an ordinary wealthy person, they were just doing their job for money. Now, in their hearts, Yi Kuan is not only a wealthy boss but also a formidable fighter to be feared. After subduing the bodyguards, Yi Kuan returned to the super villa with the female housekeeper, Wen Yan. Master! As Yi Kuan walked into the spacious and luxurious villa hall, a beautiful maid immediately came over to serve tea and water. You've worked hard, master. Let me massage your shoulders and back. A tall maid in a short skirt and black stockings approached eagerly, wanting to serve Yi Kuan. She was very tall, easily over 1.75 meters, with long hair cascading over her shoulders. Her long legs, wrapped in the short skirt and black stockings, were particularly striking. Ding! Detected a school flower level maid. Name, Lu Yao. Appearance, 94, school flower level, height, 176, measurements, 86, 62, 92, bust, 36C, identity, personal maid level, 6, loyalty, 99, features, former top flight attendant, legs 1.2 meters long, graceful demeanor, sexy and enchanting. Specialties, etiquette, piano, catwalk. This maid Lu Yao came from a top flight attendant background, no wonder she had a pair of unbeatable long legs. Yi Kuan noticed that these 4 school flower level personal maids were not simple. Lu Shi was cute and adorable, with a delicate figure. Lu Yao was a sexy mature woman, exceptionally enchanting. The other 2 personal maids also had their own unique traits. Master, let me massage your legs. The cute maid Lu Shi also came over, wanting to serve her master. The other 2 maids also approached to serve Yi Kuan. It was their honor to serve the handsome wealthy boss. Yi Kuan merely nodded slightly, sitting on the sofa with a high-cold demeanor. Maid Lu Yao massaged his shoulders while Lu Shi massaged his legs. It was quite dull. So, Yi Kuan took out his phone and opened the Moline short video app. The life of a wealthy person was too rich, with various entertainment activities constantly happening. He had no time to scroll through short videos or watch live streams. The worship value was running low. Yi Kuan decided to watch a live stream for entertainment and to earn some worship value. Being an online wealthy person was a good way to quickly harvest worship value. The account starting with a Kuan had already made a name for itself on the Kunping live streaming platform, trending on the hot search list, becoming a new online wealthy person. However, Yi Kuan was no longer satisfied with just making a name for himself on the Kunping live streaming platform. He wanted to sweep through Moine, Dichi, Shark, and Tiger, the 4 major live streaming platforms. Wen Yan, I have a task for you, Yi Kuan said to the female housekeeper Wen Yan. Master, please instruct. The housekeeper Wen Yan replied respectfully. You will each create a new account on Dichi, Moine, Shark, and Tiger live streaming platforms, and the name will be starting with a Kuan. I want to start with a koan and sweep across the 4 major live streaming platforms, becoming the strongest online tycoon. Yi Koan said calmly. He was about to make his move and stir up the online world. The author has something to say. Handsome guys and little fairies can join the tycoon family. Charge him 100 million on each live streaming platform first. Yi Koan said calmly to the female housekeeper and several maids. Since he was going to sweep across the 4 major live streaming platforms, he couldn't be too stingy. Currently, the 4 largest live streaming platforms in Manhwa are Diki Live, Moin Live, Shark Live, and Tiger Live. Kuanping Group's Kuanping Live is a rising star, only ranking 5th. Charge him 100 million. As soon as this was said, the 4 school flower level maids were all stunned. When the master made a move, it was 100 million for each platform. Terrifying. Only the female housekeeper Wen Yan maintained her calm demeanor. Just a small goal, in front of a super tycoon like the master. It was merely a starting point, not worth mentioning. Master, these live streaming platforms don't have a tycoon recharge entrance. The maximum recharge on Moin platform is only 500,000, and Diki Live is less than 1 million, maid Lu Yao said. 100 million, just the recharge would take a long time. It turns out that rich people also have such unknown troubles. Then let them open a tycoon recharge channel for me. Yi Koan said calmly. He was giving money and popularity to several major live streaming platforms. They had no reason to refuse. Master, I'll arrange it so that the major platforms open a separate tycoon channel for you, the female housekeeper Wen Yan said. She was an all-around housekeeper with strong capabilities. After a few phone calls, she opened a separate tycoon recharge channel. Yi Koan recharged 100 million into Diki Live, Moin Live, Shark Live, and Tiger Live respectively. The money was in place, so the next step was to cause some trouble. What is our slogan? Yi Koan leaned back on the comfortable leather sofa, his gaze sweeping over the goddess-level housekeeper and the 4 school flower-level maids. Cause trouble, cause trouble, cause trouble. The female housekeeper Wen Yan and the maids shouted in unison, united and very excited. With the master paying, they were going to experience the feeling of being an online tycoon. They had to cause trouble and create an atmosphere. Very good, let's get started. Whoever you want to support, just support them. I won't limit you, let you support to your heart's content. Let's start with a koan, sweeping across the 4 major live streaming platforms. I'll handle the Moin Live account. Wen Yan, you take care of the Diki Live account. Lu Yao is responsible for the Shark Live account, and Lu Shi will handle the Tiger Live account. Yi Koan quickly assigned tasks to the female housekeeper and the maids. As for the 2 remaining school flower level maids, they were to massage Yi Koan's legs and shoulders. Enjoying entertainment and relaxation, that's how simple and mundane it was. Yi Koan opened the Moin short video and came across a thrilling video of someone acting bravely. In the surveillance video, a man with a knife was uncontrollably stabbing and slashing at a weak woman by the roadside, and the situation was very critical. At that moment, a man in black who was on the phone saw it and rushed over without hesitation to stop it. He subdued the man with the knife with a hold. In the video, several enthusiastic bystanders also rushed over to help and together subdued the criminal. This man in black trended on social media, recognized for his bravery, and was warmly referred to by the public as Brother Capture. Acting bravely, promoting positive energy, he must be rewarded. After some searching, Yi Koan indeed found Brother Capture's short video account. At that moment, he was also live streaming, sharing the day's thrilling experience with the viewers in the live room. It turned out that Brother Capture was a retired soldier, now in his 30s. Although he had retired for many years, he had never given up on his capture skills. That day, he was making a phone call by the roadside when he happened to encounter a thug committing a crime in broad daylight. Without thinking much, he rushed over, executed a capture move, and subdued the thug. Although the story of the hero of capture was very inspiring, there were only a few people in the live stream room. This hero of capture was just chatting with his viewers, and no one was sending him gifts. Acting bravely and promoting positive energy should not only be encouraged but also rewarded. Yi Koan did not hesitate and opened the gift section of the Moin live streaming platform, finding the rocket gift. A rocket gift costs 2,000 yuan. Yi Koan lightly tapped with his finger, and a magnificent rocket launch effect instantly filled the entire screen. Wow! A giant fish just sent a rocket gift to the hero of capture. The viewers in the live stream were stunned. Those female streamers with beauty filters could easily receive rocket gifts just by singing a song or shaking their hips. However, heroes like the hero of capture, who acted bravely, often went unnoticed, and no one would send them gifts. What had changed today? Someone actually sent a rocket gift to the hero of capture. Who was this giant fish? This was a question on everyone's mind. Just when everyone thought that after sending one rocket gift, the giant fish would stop, the entire screen was flooded with countless rocket gifts. A giant fish sends a rocket to the hero of capture. A giant fish sends 10 rockets to the hero of capture. A giant fish sends 100 rockets to the hero of capture. A giant fish sends 1,000 rockets to the hero of capture. Wow, the giant fish has sent 1,000 rockets to the hero of capture. The giant fish is still sending gifts, it just won't stop. The giant fish is giving the hero of capture a personal reward. The entire MOing platform exploded, with countless people rushing into the hero of capture's livestream. Rocket effects shot up one after another, and they just wouldn't stop. A giant fish sends 1,500 rockets to the hero of capture. A giant fish sends 2,000 rockets to the hero of capture. The hero of capture's livestream had already attracted over 100,000 viewers, all watching as the giant fish crazily sent rockets. It was truly extravagant. Who is the hero of capture? Why did the giant fish send thousands of rockets to the hero of capture? Does the hero of capture even know? He is a hero who acted bravely, a veteran. I sent the giant fish, the internet tycoon who became famous on the Confronting live streaming platform and trended on social media? Wow! The giant fish has come to MOing to send rockets to the hero of capture. At this moment, more people on the MOing platform recognized the hero of capture and learned about his brave deeds. At the same time, more people learned about the giant fish tycoon. A giant fish sends 2,500 rockets to the hero of capture. After Yikoan sent 2,500 rockets in one go, he finally stopped. Fortunately, the gifts on the MOing platform did not need to be sent one by one, otherwise, sending 2,500 rockets would have left his hand cramping. Wow! The giant fish sent 2,500 rockets to the hero of capture, that's a total of 5 million. The entire live stream room erupted. It turned out that doing good deeds could also be rewarded. The author has something to say, where's the handsome guy? The giant fish crazily sent 2,500 rockets to the hero of capture, giving out 5 million in gifts, directly blowing up the entire live stream room. It also caused a sensation across the MOing platform. Ding! Congratulations, you have received a critical hit of admiration plus 666. Ding! Congratulations, you have received a critical hit of admiration plus 888. Over 100,000 people were drawn into the live stream, wildly contributing a wave of admiration points to Yikoan. Even the hero himself was stunned. He just casually went live and received a full 5 million in gifts right at the start. Although he hadn't expected any reward when he saved someone, he was still very excited at this moment. Life is not easy, every family has its own struggles. He also had many of his own worries. Especially recently, his mother had fallen ill and was hospitalized, urgently needing a large sum for medical expenses. The 5 million gifts from the start were not only a timely relief for him but would also greatly improve his family's living conditions. Thank you, brothers, starting with Akuan. China brother was an honest person who wouldn't say grandiose words, only expressing his gratitude repeatedly. No need to thank me, I'm just an ordinary handsome guy moved by your act of bravery. Yi Koen sent a message in the chat. Ha ha ha, starting with Akuan is a handsome guy. That's right, starting with Akuan, like us, is an ordinary handsome guy moved by China brothers' heroic deeds. The friends in China brothers' livestream began to wildly spam starting with Akuan and handsome guy. Yes, we are all moved handsome guys. Let's give a thumbs up for the ordinary heroes who act bravely. Never forget our original intention. Yi Koen sent out another colorful message to guide the direction of the livestream. Let's give a thumbs up for the ordinary heroes who act bravely. Never forget our original intention. Let's give a thumbs up for the ordinary heroes who act bravely. Never forget our original intention. Let's give a thumbs up for the ordinary heroes who act bravely. Never forget our original intention. Suddenly, this message was spammed by countless people. Giving a thumbs up for the ordinary heroes who act bravely, good deeds can also have good rewards. Because of his bravery, China brother quickly made headlines for receiving 5 million in gifts from starting with Akuan, moving and inspiring countless ordinary people. However, this was still far from enough. Chen Wenwen, you go establish a Brave Act Kuanping Charity Foundation. Yi Koen said to his personal secretary, Chen Wenwen. To ensure that good deeds receive good rewards, it's not enough to just reward China brother alone. A few days ago, Yi Koen had also seen a short video of a fat guy who was seriously injured while acting bravely against a criminal. Now, that fat guy was still lying in the hospital, even worrying about medical expenses. We cannot let the ordinary heroes who act bravely feel disheartened. If even bravery cannot be rewarded, then this world will only grow colder, and bystanders will only become more indifferent. If everyone remains indifferent, then when it comes time for themselves and their families to need help, no one will step forward. Thus, society will fall into a vicious cycle. Therefore, Yi Koen decided to establish a Brave Act Foundation to encourage and help more ordinary heroes, allowing them to act without worries. Boss, how much money will be invested in this Brave Act Charity Foundation? Chen Wenwen asked. She was the boss's capable assistant, unconditionally executing his orders. First, invest 10 billion to establish the Confronting Charity Foundation, and I will add more funds for charity later. Yi Kuan said. As the saying goes, you have to give to gain. He had obtained the super-rich system and should not only indulge in personal pleasures but also give back to society, allowing more people to benefit. The first level of the rich, buy whatever you want. At this point, one no longer worries about money. The second level of the rich, don't do what you don't want to do. No one can force you to do what you don't want to do. At this point, one can enjoy personal freedom and live freely. The third level of the rich, not being attached to personal wealth, but being able to give to all beings. To give away wealth, to benefit the world, to build good relationships, and to abandon greed. Only when one reaches this level can the heart truly be free and live with genuine ease. Step outside the three realms, not bound by the five elements. Not being attached to personal wealth, to put it simply, I don't like money, I'm not interested in money. This statement is easy to say, anyone can say it. However, very few can actually do it. Saying you don't like money while frantically accumulating it is false. If you truly don't like money, you should give it away, disperse it, and share it with others. Some wealthy individuals engage in charity to avoid taxes or to gain a good reputation, but this is not true giving. True giving should meet two conditions. First, the giver must have a mindset of letting go regarding what they give. Second, what is given to others must benefit them. For Yi Kuan, this is the self-cultivation of a wealthy individual. When money is so abundant that it could last for several lifetimes, one should not cling to it and become a slave to money. At this point, one must let go, give away wealth, benefit the world, and allow other beings to gain from it. This is the third level of a wealthy individual, the self-cultivation of a super wealthy person. Ding! Congratulations to the host for comprehending the third level of a wealthy individual. The all-powerful wealthy system will directly upgrade from version 1.0 to 3.0. Ding! The all-powerful wealthy system has completed a full upgrade. Ding! Wealthy Reserve Fund 999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999 Quantity. Indescribable. Ding. Obtained a God-level AI Peach. Peach exists in a state between existence and non-existence. She both exists and does not exist. Only the host can see and touch Peach. When you want to see Peach, she exists. When you don't want to see Peach, she does not exist. No one else can see or feel Peach's existence. Features, can be a lowly, a young girl, or a mature woman. Blonde hair and silver eyes. Appearance, 99 demonic level, Peach's three forms. Lowly, height 1.4 meters, flat-chested, short legs, cute round face. Young girl, height 1.6 meters, C-cup, slim waist, oval face. Mature woman, height 1.78 meters, G-cup, long legs, slim waist, pointed face. Wow! The all-powerful wealthy system jumped directly from 1.0 to 3.0. The wealthy reserve fund also upgraded from trillions to an indescribable amount. If trillions is still a finite number that could be spent, then the indescribable amount is almost infinite. Moreover, he also obtained a god-level AI, Peach. Peach, where are you? Yi Kuan wondered, not seeing Peach's figure. If G, Q, an unspeakable transformation squared, that is 10 carat 37218373881976444413065976878496484128, approximately 10 carat 372 * 10 carat 37, Tao explained, indeed stating a specific number. However, this number was too large for Yi Kuan to fully comprehend. I'm not good at math, can you make it more visual? Yi Kuan said to Tao. Dad is really silly. Tao laughed. Let's put it this way, if someone were to write down this unspeakable transformation number on paper and bind it into a book, this number would have 37218388379 times 10 carat 37 zeros. Assuming each A4 paper weighs 4 grams and can fit 1000 zeros on a page, the total weight of the paper needed to write all these zeros would be 1.488735352 * 10 carat 35 grams. The mass of the sun is only 1.989 * 10 carat 33 grams, so the weight of this book would be equivalent to 74.8 times the mass of the sun. 74.8 times the mass of the sun is about 25 million times the mass of the earth. If 10 was written every second, it would take 120 billion years to finish. Wow! Just writing out all the zeros after the unspeakable transformation number would take 120 billion years. Terrifying. This is truly incomprehensibly extravagant. Yi Koen finally had an intuitive impression of the unspeakable transformation divine wealth of the system. Wow! The unspeakable transformation divine wealth was enough for him to break free from Earth and become a cosmic super wealthy being. The small Earth was no longer enough for him to indulge. He wanted to rush into the universe. Tao Tao, are there other intelligent beings in the universe? Yi Koen asked Tao Tao. Definitely, there are endless intelligent lives in the universe. Tao Tao nodded. Can you provide me with information about other intelligent beings in the universe? Yi Koen asked. He was filled with curiosity about the vast universe. Dad, Earth currently only has a planetary local area network and hasn't connected to the cosmic network, so Tao Tao can't access cosmic data. Tao Tao said. She could retrieve all network data, but it had to be connected. Alright, I hope to see the day when Earth connects to the cosmic network, Yi Koen said. Knowing that there were other intelligent beings in the universe gave him a new goal, making him feel that life had infinite possibilities. The dialogue between Yi Koen and Tao Tao seemed to occur on a spiritual level. The female housekeeper and maid beside him didn't notice anything unusual. To them, everything about Tao Tao didn't exist. It was as if Tao Tao existed in another spatial dimension. Yi Koen continued to scroll through short videos, and at that moment, it seemed like Tao Tao was gone again. Tao Tao, are you there? Yi Koen asked after scrolling through a few short videos. Dad, Tao Tao is here. Tao Tao is everywhere. The twin-tailed little girl Tao Tao reappeared in Yi Koen's sight, as if she had always been there. When Yi Koen didn't call her, she wasn't there. When Yi Koen called her, she was there. It was quite magical. After trying a few times, Yi Koen got used to Tao Tao's state of being both present and absent. Anyway, whenever he wanted to see Tao Tao, she would exist. She could be summoned at any time. This was perfect. In the later part of this book, it will connect with the author's other book Divine Wealth God of War, I Am Invincible from the Start, with a unified worldview, and the two books will have certain connections. Handsome guys can also check out Divine Wealth God of War. The author has something to say, wishing all the handsome boys and girls preparing for the college entrance examination and high school entrance examination to be blessed by the God of War and perform extraordinarily. Yi Koen continued to scroll through magical sound short videos. Then, he came across a female traffic police officer riding a motorcycle at night, wearing a helmet. This female traffic police officer is quite interesting, gentle in her enforcement, and has a super sweet voice. Hey there, young man, turn on your headlights. Be safe while traveling at night. Oh dear, this delivery guy is going the wrong way, quickly turn around. Sir, you need to use the crosswalk when crossing the street. Come on, turn off your high beams. Oh no, I feel like a sandwich now. The sweet-voiced female traffic officer is advising against traffic violations, going viral online. Yi Koen discovered that this short video account was live streaming, so he clicked in. I am Traffic Officer Xiao Lu. As the college entrance examination approaches, dear students, just ride the waves, and we will escort you. In the video, a spirited traffic police sister is providing escort for students taking the college entrance examination. It turns out that the annual college entrance examination is about to begin again. The traffic officer sister is beautiful, has a sweet voice, and a kind heart. She deserves a thumbs up. Without hesitation, Yi Koen sent a carnival gift. A carnival gift costs 3,000 yuan. Starting with a Koen, sending a carnival gift to the traffic police of Yen City. Instantly, the entire screen was filled with carnival effects. This is not a personal account, but the official account of the traffic police brigade. Wow! Someone actually sent a carnival gift to the traffic police. This official traffic police account has millions of followers, but almost no one has sent carnival gifts, so Yi Koen has broken new ground. Starting with a Koen, sending a carnival times 100 to the traffic police of Yen City. Starting with a Koen, sending a carnival times 500 to the traffic police of Yen City. Starting with a Koen, sending a carnival times 1,000 to the traffic police of Yen City. Yi Koen sent 1,000 carnival gifts to this traffic police account, totaling 3 million yuan. Hundreds of thousands of people flooded into the live stream, boosting the popularity of the entire stream. Wow! It's the big shot starting with a Koen. After sending gifts to the brave guy who intervened, starting with a Koen came to send gifts to the traffic police sister. Wow! Starting with a Koen sent 3 million gifts to the traffic police of Yen City. That's terrifying. Starting with a Koen must be a fan of Officer Xiao Lu. The entire live stream exploded. Never before has anyone sent millions of gifts to the traffic police. Starting with a koan is too extravagant. Moreover, starting with a koan is innovative and spreads positive energy. Starting with a koan, you don't need to send gifts. Following traffic rules is the greatest support for us traffic police. At first, the female traffic officer Xiao Lu tried to dissuade starting with a koan from sending gifts. But Ji Koan kept sending, crazily sending. In the end, 1,000 carnival gifts stunned the female traffic officer Xiao Lu. They created this short video account to promote legal awareness and encourage more people to follow traffic rules. They never expected to receive millions of gifts from fans, which is also a recognition and support for their work. Starting with a koan, thank you for your support, but you've sent too many gifts. The female traffic officer Xiao Lu was very touched, still trying to dissuade him, her voice super sweet. Officer Xiao Lu, you've worked hard, let me send you some small gifts to buy water. Yi Koan sent a comment. Wow! Sending 3 million gifts to the traffic police sister to buy water. Starting with a koan, that's too extravagant. Starting with a koan is the most positive online tycoon I've ever seen. Starting with a koan, I'm your fan now, from now on, I'm your little admirer. Instantly, the entire live stream exploded, with countless viewers spamming the chat. Starting with a koan is too extravagant, too willful, and too positive. Just sent gifts to the brave guy who intervened, and now sending carnival gifts to the lovely traffic police. Meanwhile, this group of viewers contributed a wave of admiration points to Yi Koan. Officer Xiao Lu, you maintain traffic order and escort the students taking the college entrance examination. You are the most lovable people. Yi Koan sent out another barrage of comments to guide the sentiment. Officer sister, you are the most lovable people. Officer sister, you are the most lovable people. Officer sister, you are the most lovable people. Suddenly, the barrage went wild again. After sending the barrage, Yi Koan left the live broadcast room. After the matter was settled, he slipped away, hiding his achievements and fame. Then, he continued to scroll through short videos, clicking into interesting live streams. He gifted whoever he found pleasing, without any specific pattern. Besides gifting the arresting brother and Officer Xiao Lu, he also gifted soul artists, esports streamers, cute little kids, and others. As long as he found it interesting, he would go on a gifting spree. Moreover, each time he gifted, it started from millions, and sometimes he would directly gift tens of millions. Starting with a koan quickly became famous on the MOIN platform, becoming the most extravagant online tycoon. Whenever a live stream featuring starting with a koan appeared, hundreds of thousands of viewers would rush in instantly, filling the entire live stream with popularity. Wow! The big shot starting with a koan has already gifted tens of millions. I came to see the big shot starting with a koan gifting. The big shot starting with a koan is too extravagant. Wherever you go, I'll follow. Any streamer noticed by the big shot starting with a koan will earn millions in one night. The big shot starting with a koan shares the wealth. Come check out my live stream. Big shot starting with a koan. Do you need any trinkets? I'm a little fan of starting with a koan. Starting with a koan, evolution relies on devouring. Yi Koan's frenzied gifting caused his follower count to skyrocket. Wherever he went, the live streams would be packed with viewers. Yi Koan was also wildly reaping admiration points. The internet is indeed a great place to rack up admiration points with so many people. Yi Koan looked at the rapidly increasing admiration points, revealing a satisfied smile. Master, I've already gifted 100 million. At this moment, the goddess-level housekeeper Wen Yan spoke up. Oh, you've already gifted 100 million? Your efficiency is even higher than mine. Yi Koan turned his gaze to the housekeeper Wen Yan. He had only gifted a few tens of millions in his frenzied spree, while the housekeeper was faster than him. Master, I spent several tens of millions charging a few sacred Emperor Noble titles on the Emperor Company livestream. Housekeeper Wen Yan smiled. Oh, charging for noble titles is a good way to establish a tycoon reputation. Yi Koan said. His Koanpum group could also charge for noble titles. It was simply a money-devouring beast that only tycoons could handle. Master, starting with a koan has already made a name for itself as a tycoon on the Emperor Company livestream. However, there are many tycoons on the Emperor Company livestream, and some other tycoons are challenging us. Housekeeper Wen Yan said. The author has something to say, wishing the students taking the college entrance examination to be blessed by the god of war and perform extraordinarily. Yi Koan smiled upon hearing someone challenge the tycoon status of starting with a koan. This would not be boring now. He planned to switch to the Emperor Company platform and play with other online tycoons. The Emperor Company platform mainly focuses on esports live streaming, and Yi Koan often watched game competitions on this platform, so he was not unfamiliar with it. However, in the past, he watched the competitions as an ordinary viewer. Now, he wanted to make a name for himself as the tycoon, starting with a koan on the Emperor Company platform. On the Emperor Company platform, the most prestigious title was, of course, the noble title, which required a crazy amount of money to be spent. Noble titles, opening prices, Knight, 100 yuan, Viscount, 500 yuan, Baron, 1000 yuan, Earl, 3000 yuan, Duke, 7000 yuan, King, 50,000 yuan, Emperor, 100,000 yuan, Super Emperor, 5 million, Holy Emperor, 10 million, Divine Noble, 100 million, Divine King, 500 million, Divine Emperor, 1 billion, Divine Sovereign, 10 billion. It is said that the only one who holds the title of Divine Emperor is the CEO of the Empire Company, Ma Benteng. I wonder if it's true. The female housekeeper, Wen Yan, spent tens of millions to acquire a noble title, but all it did was allow her starting account, a koan, to obtain the title of Holy Emperor. The Holy Emperor undoubtedly has a significant presence on the entire Empire Company platform. However, it is still not the most prestigious, because in front of the Holy Emperor title, there are still Divine Noble, Divine King, Divine Emperor, and Divine Sovereign titles. Only super rich individuals can play with that. Yi Koan opened the Empire Company live streaming app and directly charged 600 million into the starting account of a koan through the Rich Player Recharge channel. Just for fun. We're not short on money. Then, Yi Koan clicked on a game streamer's live room. This was the only game female streamer he followed on Empire Company Live, with the ID of Lurking King Emoli. This title of Lurking King was not self-proclaimed but recognized by the KPL official. Although Emoli is not a professional esports player, her skills can rival those of professional players. She once defeated a top professional player in a 1v1 challenge at a KPL event as a regular player. Thus, she earned the title of the strongest Lurking King. It is said that Emoli is a top beauty, but she has never shown her face in a live stream. As soon as the starting account of a koan entered Emoli's live room, a stunningly cool Shadow Dragon King mount filled the entire screen. At the same time, there was an incredibly gorgeous entrance effect for the Holy Emperor. Wow! A Holy Emperor noble has entered Emoli's live room. The Holy Emperor comes with a popularity of 5 million. Emoli's live room's popularity has skyrocketed. It's the big shot, starting account of a koan. As soon as the starting account of a koan entered Emoli's live room, the bullet comments exploded, flooding the screen. This is the prestige of the Holy Emperor. Not only does it have a magnificent entrance effect, but it can also help the streamer gain extremely high popularity. As the popularity surged, a large number of viewers rushed into Emoli's live room. Ding! Random task triggered, let Lurking King Emoli show her face in a live stream once. Task Reward 1, obtain the title of Esports Master. Task Reward 2, 1 random lottery chance. Wow! Who exactly is this Emoli? To let her show her face in a live stream once, and such generous rewards are offered. Yi Koan himself is also an esports enthusiast and is quite eager for this title of Esports Master. Moreover, it also rewards a random lottery chance. Emoli, can you show your face? I'll make you number 1 on the leaderboard in a second. Yi Koan directly sent out a bullet comment. Wow! The starting account of a koan is about to unveil Emoli's mystery. Since the Holy Emperor has spoken, Ali should just give in. It's useless, Emoli is too aloof. She has ruthlessly rejected multiple emperors who wanted her to show her face in a livestream. The starting account of a koan is a Holy Emperor, surely they won't deny this request. The bullet comments were flying wildly, and all the viewers were eagerly anticipating seeing Emoli's true face. However, it is said that Emoli is very aloof and not short on money, even daring to disregard the face of the rich players. Suddenly, a Supreme King effect filled the entire screen. However, this was just the explosive beginning. Next came the second Supreme King, the third Supreme King. The explosion was far from over. Starting account of a koan sends 100 Supreme Kings to streamer Lurking King Emoli. At the start, a koan, gifted to the streamer, the passerby Wang Moli, King of Kings times 500. At the start, a koan, gifted to the streamer, the passerby Wang Moli, King of Kings times 1000. A King of Kings is worth 2000 yuan. 1000 Kings of Kings is 200,000. Yi Koan made his move and directly threw out 200,000. Although the Emperor Enterprise platform has many wealthy patrons, it is still rare to see someone like Yi Koan who comes in and throws out 200,000 right away. Wow! The big shot who started with a koan is not playing around, he just gifted Moli 200,000. Moli, show your face, give the big shot who started with a koan some face. Starting with a koan, but he's a newly minted big shot. Just tonight, he's already gifted over 100 million, a true super big shot. You have to hold on tight to such a super big shot. The live stream room exploded with excitement. The viewers were all guessing that Moli would give the big shot who started with a koan some face and show her face on the stream. However, Molly did not react as excitedly as the ordinary viewers had speculated. Thank you to the big brother who started with a koan for the 1000 King of Kings gifts. Molly said her thanks. However, her tone seemed very calm, not dazed by the 200,000 gifts. Molly, can you show your face on the stream just once? I just want to see your true face. Yi Koan sent another message. Sorry, big brother who started with a koan, I will not show my face. Molly replied. Although her voice was sweet and soft, her attitude was very firm. Wow! Molly is so cold, she actually rejected the big shot who started with a koan. Big shot who started with a koan, gifting over 100 million in a day, isn't it nice to hold on to this big leg? Molly is too scared to show her face. Could she be His Excellency Chow Bilo? Nonsense, how could His Excellency Chow Bilo possibly be the strongest passerby king? The live stream room exploded again, with all sorts of messages flying by. Just tell me, what would it take for you to show your face? Yi Koan sent another message. He still didn't believe that today he couldn't get Molly to unveil her mysterious veil. Big brother who started with a koan, please don't force me, I will not show my face. Molly refused again. You can set any conditions, if I can't do it, then I lose. Yi Koan did not give up. How could a network big shot have something he couldn't do? How about this, if you can open a God King Noble for me, I will show my face for you once. Molly said. Her tone was casual, as if she were joking. Wow! Are you kidding? Opening a God King Noble costs 500 million. Unless someone is crazy, no one would throw 500 million just to see a game streamer. The live stream room exploded again. Molly's request was simply too excessive. 500 million. Even the big shots couldn't afford that. This was completely giving no one a chance. The author has something to say, wishing the exam candidates to be possessed by the god of learning. Passerby Wang Molly actually wants the big shot who started with a koan to open a God King Noble in her livestream before she will show her face. She clearly doesn't want to show her face, deliberately setting an impossible task to make the big shot who started with a koan retreat. Because, a God King Noble title requires 500 million to open. Ordinary big shots wouldn't dare to play like this. But, is Yi Koan an ordinary big shot? There are only two types of big shots in this world. One is other big shots. The other is Yi Koan. Hee, it's just 500 million to open a God King Noble title, right? Yi Koan smiled lightly. Today, I'll play with you. For other big shots, 500 million is a huge sum. For him, 500 million is just a small change. Yi Koan did not hesitate and directly opened the God King Noble in the passerby Wang Molly's livestream. Ding! The host spent 500 million. Congratulations on obtaining plus 5 godly points. As the money was spent, Yi Koan immediately received the godly points. Maybe you earned it, but I will never lose. What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? Starting with a koan boss who threw in 500 million, opening the God King Noble in Molly's live stream. So terrifying. Starting with a koan, definitely a super rich person. Ali, hurry up and fulfill your promise, show your face. The live stream exploded, it was boiling. Everyone did not expect that the koan boss would directly open the God King Noble without any hesitation. He threw in 500 million just to see the true face of the passerby Wang Molly. Damn, the world of the rich is too crazy. Ding! Obtained a critical hit of worship value plus 666. Ding! Obtained a critical hit of worship value plus 888. Ding! Obtained a critical hit of worship value plus 999. At the same time, the viewers in the livestream crazily contributed a wave of worship value to Yi Koan. Watching the worship value grow wildly, Yi Koan revealed a gratified smile. Thank you, koan boss, for opening the God King Noble for me. Molly spoke, her voice trembling. Clearly, she did not expect that her joking remark would be taken seriously by the koan. Molly, show your face. Molly, show your face. Molly, show your face. The barrage went crazy. Everyone wanted to see what this extremely aloof passerby Wang Molly looked like. Is she a beauty, or the second coming of Xiao Bilo? Alright, Molly, keep my word. Since koan boss opened the God King Noble for me, I will also fulfill my promise and show my face in the live stream once. Molly said. Then, the live stream screen flashed. A stunningly beautiful young girl appeared in the live stream, with a pink room as the background. She had an exquisite face, fair skin, and a ponytail, a youthful and unbeatable beauty. What the hell? This is passerby Wang Molly, she's too beautiful. Stunningly beautiful, a national treasure. Mom, I'm in love. The moment they saw Molly's true face, the live stream went into a frenzy. Everyone was worried that this sweet-voiced passerby Wang would be the second Xiao Bilo. Unexpectedly, she was stunningly beautiful, possessing an unparalleled appearance that completely overshadowed all the streamers in the beauty category. Ding! Detected as stunning beauty. Name, Emoli. Identity, the strongest passerby Wang in King of Glory. Appearance, 98. Stunning level, age, 19. Height, 171. Measurements, 86, 62, 92. Bust, 34C. Initial favorability, 20. Personality traits, sweet, straightforward. Hiss. This Emoli is actually a stunning beauty. Her smile is captivating. Besides Huyuchi, Emoli is the only stunning beauty he has seen with a score of 98. With a stunning level appearance, a smile that captivates, no one would dislike her. No wonder she was reluctant to show her face in the live stream. She's too beautiful and easily attracts envy. However, she earned the title of the strongest passerby Wang based on her outstanding personal gaming skills. Clearly, she could rely on her looks, but she chose to rely on her strength. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task. Let passerby Wang Emoli show her face in the live stream once. Reward 1. Congratulations on obtaining the title of esports god. Note, has god-level operational skills and awareness in any esports game, truly deserving of the title of esports god, making it easier to gain the admiration of esports fans. Reward 2. Congratulations on obtaining a random lottery chance once. Remaining lottery chances. 4. Seeing Emoli's true face, obtaining the title of esports god, and receiving a lottery chance. Yi Koen couldn't help but reveal a gratified smile. Just then, a dazzling entrance effect flashed through Emoli's live broadcast room, and a cool and flashy Divine Dragon Emperor mount descended, blinding everyone's eyes. Wow! The Divine Emperor Noble has arrived in Emoli's live broadcast room. Divine Emperor Noble? That requires 1 billion to unlock the Noble Super Rich status. There is only one Divine Emperor Noble on the entire Imperial Enterprise live broadcast platform, and that is the Super Rich Shiyu. Wow! It's the Super Rich Shiyu. Why is she also in Emoli's live broadcast room? The grand entrance of Super Rich Shiyu directly caused the entire live broadcast room to explode with excitement. Is this Shiyu very famous? Yi Koen asked the female steward Wen Yen beside him. Master, this Shiyu is a super rich on the Imperial Enterprise platform. Aside from that incredibly mysterious Divine Emperor Noble, her noble title is the highest. Wen Yen replied. Divine Emperor Noble, interesting. Yi Koen nodded slightly, not taking it too seriously. Master, it is said that this Shiyu is also a female super rich. Moreover, she was the one who provoked me before. Wen Yen said. She had previously invested over 1 billion with the account starting with a Koen, only to be crushed by this Shiyu. Female super rich? Provoking me with starting with a Koen? Yi Koen laughed. Starting with a Koen, do you dare to play a multi-broadcaster PK? The super rich Shiyu sent a colorful bullet screen in the live broadcast room, directly addressing starting with a Koen. This was an open provocation. Wow! Super rich Shiyu invites the big shot starting with a Koen to play a multi-broadcaster PK. Wow! This is the most exciting gift chain, only super rich can handle it. Super rich Shiyu is openly provoking the big shot starting with a Koen. Does he dare to accept the challenge? As soon as the viewers in the live broadcast room heard that Super Rich Shiyu invited starting with a Koen to play a multi-broadcaster PK, they erupted with excitement again. Tonight, it was truly a grand show with continuous excitement. What is a multi-broadcaster PK? Yi Koen asked Wen Yen. He rarely played live broadcasts and really didn't understand these things. Master, a multi-broadcaster PK is where super rich protect their respective broadcasters, engaging in a gift chain, with the gift amount snowballing, getting bigger and bigger, to see who can hold on first. The female steward Wen Yen explained. This multi-broadcaster PK is the most thrilling type of PK gameplay, only super rich can handle it. Interesting. Then let's play with this Shiyu. Yi Koen smiled. Since this Shiyu dared to provoke starting with a Koen, he would swallow her whole. The super rich division base has been established, only handsome guys and little fairies can enter, air wu bully wu jiu ling san air. The author has something to say, handsome guys and little fairies come to the super rich division base. Ding! Triggered random task, accept the multi-broadcaster PK invitation from Divine Emperor Shiyu and become the final winner. Task Reward 1, obtain the title of the strongest online super rich. Task Reward 2, obtain a random lottery chance. Hiss! Another random task has been triggered. This title of the strongest online super rich seems to be something special. Yi Koen looked forward to this title. Super rich Shiyu invited starting with a Koen to play a multi-broadcaster PK, and Yi Koen gladly agreed. The more intense the multi-PK, the more popular it became, and the more admiration points he could earn. Moreover, there were task rewards to be gained. Why not? Soon, multiple broadcasters joined the call. The moment they connected, the live broadcast room exploded, boiling over with excitement. Wow! Number 1 is Please Call Me Chi-Chi, Divine King Noble title. The protected broadcaster is DJ Chocho, protection level 55. Number 2 is Chi-Chi Loves Candy, Divine King Noble title. The protected broadcaster is Xiao Ming, protection level 60. Number 3 is Yue, with the title of God King Noble, and the guardian streamer is Coconut, with a guardian level of 65. Number 4 is Xie, with the title of God Emperor Noble, and the guardian streamer is Lang Lang 666, with a guardian level of 70. Number 5 is Starting with a Kuan, with the title of God King Noble, and the guardian streamer is Molly. Among the 5 people in the group call, 4 hold the title of God King Noble, and 1 holds the title of God Emperor Noble. A God King Noble title costs 500 million. A God Emperor Noble title costs 1 billion. It can be said that these 5 people are almost the top-tier wealthy individuals on the Emperor Enterprise platform. This is a PK battle among top-tier wealthy individuals, a rare sight to behold. Countless viewers flocked to various live streaming rooms to watch this extraordinary battle among the wealthy. This is an online battle, a multiplayer PK competition without gunpowder smoke. The highlight of the multiplayer group call PK is that the gifts must keep getting bigger, like a snowball that keeps growing until wealthy individuals can no longer withstand it and drop out of the PK. The last person remaining is undoubtedly the strongest online wealthy individual. Soon, the multiplayer group call PK battle began. Number 1, Please Call Me Chi-Chi, initiated the battle by sending a confession balloon worth 1,000 yuan. Number 2, Chi-Chi Loves Candy, send a happiness Ferris wheel worth 1,314 yuan. Number 3, Yue, send a runaway to the moon worth 2,000 yuan. Number 4, Xie, send a performance just for you worth 7,777 yuan. Yi Kuan expressed that he felt no pressure and directly sent a guardian gift, the Love God, worth 8,888 yuan. Next, the second round of gift giving began, and the amounts had to keep increasing. This is also the exciting and thrilling aspect of the multiplayer group call PK competition. Number 1 wealthy individual, Please Call Me Chi-Chi, sent 10 confession balloons worth 10,000 yuan. Number 2 wealthy individual, Chi-Chi Loves Candy, followed up with 10 happiness Ferris wheels worth 13,140 yuan. Number 3 wealthy individual, Yue, sent 10 performances just for you, directly raising the gift amount to 77,770 yuan. Number 4 wealthy individual, Xie, was not to be outdone, sending 10 love gods worth 88,880 yuan. Yi Kuan smiled faintly, noticing the most expensive guardian gift among them, a romantic wedding worth 99,000 yuan. Number 5, Starting with a Kuan, sent a romantic wedding worth 99,990 yuan. This meant that starting from the third round, each gift sent must exceed 100,000 yuan, and the amounts would keep growing. Number 1 wealthy individual, Please Call Me Chi-Chi, sent 100 love god gifts, directly raising the gift amount to 888,800 yuan. Number 2 wealthy individual, Chi-Chi Loves Candy, was not to be outdone, sending 10 romantic weddings worth 999,990 yuan. Wow! This is only the third round, and the gift amount is already approaching 1 million. This is the PK war of the wealthy, terrifying indeed. The battle has just begun, it will get even more intense. The live streaming room was in an uproar, and everyone's eyes were glued to the screen. Each subsequent gift sent would exceed 1 million. It was just a matter of which wealthy individual would crack first. Number 3 wealthy individual, Yue, sent 1,000 happiness Ferris wheels worth 1,314,000 yuan, directly breaking 1 million. However, the next moment, number 4 CS sent 100 romantic weddings worth 9,999,900 yuan. Wow! Xie, the wealthy individual, truly deserves the title of God Emperor Noble, directly raising the gift amount to over 9 million. This is too crazy. Starting with a Kuan needs to send gifts worth tens of millions to suppress Xie. He. Yi Kuan smiled faintly. When it comes to spending money, he truly had no fear. Number 5 wealthy individual, starting with a Kuan, sent 10,000 love god gifts to the passerby Wang Moli, worth 88,880,000 yuan. Wow! Starting with a Kuan directly sent over 80 million in gifts. Incredible! This is the rhythm of breaking 100 million. So terrifying. The fourth round begins. Godly player number 1, Please Call Me Chi-Chi, sends DJ Choyo a romantic wedding times 1,000, worth 99,999,000 yuan. Godly player number 2, Chi-Chi Loves Candy, sends Xiaoming an elopement to the moon times 50,000, worth 100 million yuan. Wow! The gift amount has already surpassed 100 million. Crazy. So insane. So far, no godly player has dropped out of the live PK. Who will be the first to crack? The bullet comments in the live stream exploded. PK gifts, with a single amount exceeding 100 million, are simply unheard of. Countless viewers rushed into the live stream of the 5 godly players to watch this unprecedented godly player PK battle. Godly player number 3 UUS sends Coconut a happy Ferris wheel times 100,000, worth 314 billion yuan. Godly player number 4 CS sends Lang Lang a performance for you times 100,000, worth 7 million yuan. Crazy. Godly player Sia just sent out over 700 million in gifts at once. So terrifying. Is this the world of godly players? All the viewers in the live stream were left dumbfounded. Yi Kuan, calm and composed, directly injected another 10 billion into the platform. Just for fun. Who can compete with him, this super godly player, in spending money? Godly player number 5 starting with a Kuan sends passerby Wang Moli a romantic wedding times 10,000, worth 99 million yuan. Wow. Starting with a Kuan just sent out 99 million in gifts. So terrifying. Crazy, all crazy. Can this even continue? The live stream exploded again. This godly player PK battle is simply too insane. At this moment, godly player number 1 please call me Chi-Chi directly exited the connection, giving up. The next round requires 1 billion, this can't be continued. Even a godly player can't handle it. Godly player number 2 Chi-Chi loves candy also chose to give up. However, godly player number 3 can still fight. Godly player number 3 UUS sends Coconut a happy Ferris wheel times 100,000, worth 14 billion yuan. Godly player number 4 CS sends Lang Lang a performance for you times 100,000, worth 7 billion yuan. Wow. Crazy. So insane. Godly player Sia just sent out 77 billion in gifts in one go. The entire platform exploded. 77 billion in gifts, unprecedented, unheard of. So terrifying. Peach, check the true identity of this godly player Sia for me. Yi Kuan directly summoned the god-level AI Peach. Boys, don't be scared by the gift amounts of the godly players. The background of this book is super grand. This is just child's play. Later we will break out of Earth and become cosmic godly players. Remember, what you've read before are all fake godly player stories. This one will be the most awesome, the richest, the most exhilarating super godly player story. Author's note, for the boys without fan value, send a free small gift to increase fan value. Yi Kuan directly summoned Peach to investigate the true identity of godly player Sia, although he has nearly infinite godly player money to continue spending. However, he began to doubt the identity of this godly player Sia. Sia sent out 77 billion in gifts at once. Is this someone else who is also cheating? Or does this godly player Sia have some extraordinary identity? Regardless of which, Yi Kuan felt it necessary to investigate. With Peach as his god-level assistant, there's nothing he can't find out. This time, the Peach that appeared before Yi Kuan was in the form of a graceful young girl. Brother, I found out, this godly player Sia's real name is Chang Yueshi. She is the female president of the Chang Group. At the same time, Chang Yueshi has multiple identities. She is also the behind-the-scenes big boss of Dicky Live, the senior sister of the Wudong sect, and a guest elder of the Luohan Palace. Tao Tao is a god in the online world, capable of anything. Soon, she had dug up all of Chang Yueshi's information, including many highly classified secrets. Yi Kuan grew increasingly alarmed as he listened. Chang Yueshi holds multiple identities, each more astonishing than the last, with a personal legendary flair. She has been exceptionally intelligent since childhood, possessing an extraordinary memory, able to learn anything at a glance. She excels in both literature and martial arts, not only as a business prodigy but also as the female president of the Chang Group, holding shares in many large companies. Moreover, she is a martial arts master, the most outstanding senior sister of the Wudong sect today. As for the Luohan Palace, it is an immensely powerful force, the largest dark power in the entire Americas. Not only that, but she has other identities as well. This Chang Yueshi is quite interesting. After learning about Chang Yueshi's information and achievements, Yi Kuan became even more intrigued by her. Furthermore, she is the twin sister of Chang Yedong. Isn't Dicky Live under the Pentium Group? The big boss should be Ma Pentang. How did Chang Yueshi become the behind-the-scenes big boss of Dicky Live? Yi Kuan voiced his doubts. He had always thought that Dicky Live was a company under the Pentium Group. Brother, the Chang Group acquired Dicky Live a long time ago. Chan Yueshi holds 100% of the shares in DickieLive, which is why she is the behind-the-scenes president. The girl Taotao explained. I see, no wonder she is so extravagant. Yi Kuan's expression changed to one of realization. It turns out that Chan Yueshi had long since taken control of DickieLive. No wonder she was willing to spend lavishly, dropping 777 billion on gifts in one go. This is just like Yi Kuan gifting on his Kunping platform. No matter how much he spends, he wouldn't feel the pinch, because most of the money spent would eventually flow back into his pocket. Instead, through the battle of the wealthy, it raised the platform's fame and gathered a large amount of popularity and traffic. Impressive. This move is truly brilliant. Brother, are you still going to continue gifting? Taotao blinked her silver eyes and asked. Of course. Why wouldn't I? Yi Kuan laughed. He still needed to continue gifting because he had to complete the system task to obtain the title of the strongest online tycoon. Spending 100 billion or so is nothing to him. However, we can't be fools and let DickieLive benefit from our generosity. Yi Kuan said. Strictly speaking, Chan Yueshi's DickieLive and his Kunping Live are still in a competitive relationship. Taotao, just say hello to Chan Yueshi. Yi Kuan smiled. At this moment, in a super villa, Chan Yueshi was wearing a cool pink nightgown, lazily lying on her bed while live streaming. On the bed was a pink laptop, playing live content, which was a fierce battle of the wealthy against the opening act of a Kuan. One of her great hobbies is watching live streams and gifting, acting as a mysterious online goddess. Chan Yueshi has many online personas, but no one can discover her true identity. She enjoys maintaining this mystery, observing everything from behind the scenes and manipulating everything. Suddenly, her computer inexplicably went black. Not good, the computer has been hacked. Chan Yueshi's beautiful brows furrowed, a hint of unusual color flashing across her stunning face. Her computer's defense level is extremely high. There are very few people in the world who can hack into her computer, even top hackers cannot do it, because she herself is the top hacker, having never been hacked before. Moments later, a little girl with twin tails appeared on the black screen of the computer. Hello, Sia, I am the opening act of a Kuan. The twin-tailed little loli spoke. Then, the scene returned to normal, back to the live PK screen. A Kuan at the start, he has already discovered my true identity. Is this a warning and a demonstration to me? Chan Yueshi frowned slightly. She was very clever and instantly understood the intention behind the Kuan invading her computer. However, Chan Yueshi couldn't figure out how the Kuan managed to hack into her computer. In this world, apart from her good friend Su Linglong, no one could silently break into her computer. The conversation split into two threads. After greeting Chan Yueshi, Yi Kuan continued to send gifts. He was just reminding Chan Yueshi that he already knew that the CA God of Wealth was the behind-the-scenes big boss of the DickieLive broadcast. A Kuan at the start, sending to Emoli the God of Love times 1000000, worth 888 billion yuan. When Yi Kuan sent the 888 billion yuan gift, Emoli's live broadcast room completely exploded with excitement. Wow! 888 billion, this is an astronomical number, I'm blown away. A Kuan at the start is so rich, actually going head-to-head with the CA God of Wealth. The CA God of Wealth is the #1 goddess on the DickieLive broadcast platform. Will she send gifts worth hundreds of billions? Just as many viewers were shocked and speculating, Sia exited the live PK. This meant that a Kuan at the start became the final winner of this multi-person live PK. Wow! The CA God of Wealth gave up. A Kuan at the start became the new strongest online God of Wealth. At the same time, the news of the 5 great gods of wealth battling online, with a Kuan at the start angrily sending 888 billion for the host Emoli, quickly topped the trending search list. Countless people felt their scalps tingle. Chills ran down their spines. Envy and jealousy. Even, wild admiration. Meanwhile, countless people learned about the super god of wealth idea Kuan at the start. A Kuan at the start became famous in one battle, becoming the undisputed strongest online god of wealth. Ding! Received admiration value super critical hit plus 6,666. Ding! Received admiration value super critical hit plus 8,888. Ding! Received admiration value super critical hit plus 9,999. Yi Kuan crazily harvested a large wave of admiration value due to this online god of wealth PK battle. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task, achieving the final victory in the PK battle with the CA God Emperor and other gods of wealth. Ding! Reward 1, the host receives the title of the strongest online god of wealth. The author has something to say. Have the handsome guys and beautiful girls finished their exams? The God of Wealth Division base, 25 Bullying 5 Wine 32. Strongest online god of wealth title. When the account A Koan at the start appears online, the probability of receiving admiration value critical hits and super critical hits plus 30%. The strongest online god of wealth title is used to enhance the admiration value critical hit. This is very satisfying. You must know, admiration value is system currency, one of the things he needs the most, the more the better. It's quite late, you all should go back to your rooms and rest. Yi Koan said to the female housekeeper Wen Yan, the female secretary Chen Wenwen, and several maids like Lu Shi and Lu Yao. Master, do you want someone to warm your bed? The maid Lu Yao was very bold, like a little fox, directly throwing a flirtatious glance at Yi Koan. Yes, master, I can also warm your bed. The maid Lu Shi also started to act cute and asked to warm the bed. No need. Yi Koan waved his hand at the maids and walked towards the master bedroom on the 3rd floor. Although the maids were all school flower-level beauties, they seemed unable to give him attribute points. Therefore, Yi Koan lost the motivation to pursue them. I wonder if the loyalty of the female housekeeper, female secretary, and maids reaches 100, will the system give a reward? Yi Koan returned to the master bedroom on the 3rd floor and found that Chan Yu was actually awake. Tong Tong, you're awake? Yi Koan walked to the side of the big bed and smiled. Brother Yi Koan, my sister knows I'm sleeping here with you, what should we do? Chang Yu Tong grasped Yi Koan's hand, speaking anxiously. Tonight, she had accidentally been drugged by that guy Xiao Tian Yuan, and it was Yi Koan who saved her in a critical moment. Moreover, Yi Koan did not take advantage of her when she was under the influence of the drug, instead, he treated her. In the end, it was she who took the initiative to have a relationship with Yi Koan, and their feelings quickly heated up. Now they were already in a sweet romance. So what if she knows? Can she eat us? Yi Koan laughed. He had already had a few secret competitions with Chang Yushi. He was also very interested in this extraordinary woman, who was also Chang Yutong's twin sister. Chang Yushi's temperament was completely different from Chang Yutong's. When Yi Koan saw the stunning photos collected on Chang Yushi's computer, he was amazed and decided to conquer her completely. You don't understand, my sister is a queen, very domineering and always gets her way. Moreover, she is a martial arts master, the senior sister of the Wudong sect, and she has several subordinates at the master level. If I don't go back, she will send someone to bring me back, and she will also take her anger out on you. Chang Yutong said with a worried expression. Her sister was a queen, and even she didn't dare to make her sister angry. If her sister took her anger out on Yi Koan, it would only harm him. As Chang Yutong spoke, she tried to get up from the bed, but suddenly a sharp pain shot through her, causing her to frown and nearly fall. Yi Koan quickly supported her, concerned. Does it still hurt? It's all your fault. You don't understand how to cherish a delicate flower. Chang Yutong shot Yi Koan a glare with her beautiful eyes. It's my fault? You were the one who kept chasing after me. I couldn't refuse. Yi Koan wrapped his arms around Chang Yutong's slender waist, grinning. You're not allowed to say that. You're not allowed to say that. Chang Yutong playfully punched Yi Koan's chest, blushing. She was also being so proactive because of the drug. Now, Yi Koan deliberately said it out loud, making her feel very shy. Yi Koan was really too bad. Woo woo. Yi Koan embraced Chang Yutong's delicate waist and directly kissed her soft lips. At first, Chang Yutong struggled and hit Yi Koan, but soon she became lost in the kiss. What should we do if my sister gets angry? After a passionate kiss, Chang Yutong still looked worried. It's too late today, you can sleep here tonight, and I'll personally take you home in the morning. If your sister gets angry and wants to hit or scold someone, just let her come at me. Yi Koan said, comforting Chang Yutong. Okay. Chang Yutong nodded, accepting the situation. If her sister really got angry, she would stand with Yi Koan. Don't think too much, just sleep. Yi Koan said, holding Chang Yutong's delicate body as they fell into a sweet sleep together. Meanwhile, tonight, the Xiao family in the Magic City was destined to be unable to sleep. Because the heir of the Xiao family, Xiao Tian Yuan, had been completely crippled. Along with Xiao Tian Yuan, 7 or 8 bodyguards were also carried back to the Xiao family, all severely injured. Who is it? Who dares to cripple my son Xiao Zhongshan? The head of the Xiao family, Xiao Zhongshan, had a dark and grim expression. Although Xiao Tian Yuan was a bit of a playboy and liked to stir up trouble, he was still the first heir of the prestigious Xiao family, his son. In the entire Magic City, there were really not many who dared to cripple his son Xiao Tian Yuan. It was Yi Koan. He had someone cripple me. Dad, you have to avenge me. Xiao Tian Yuan wailed, filled with hatred for Yi Koan. He had gone to great lengths to drug Chang Yutong, and just when things were about to go well, Yi Koan ruined it. Not only that, but he was also completely crippled by Yi Koan's subordinates. He was now in a living hell. Yi Koan? Which Yi Kuan? Xiao Chongshan frowned. He had no impression of this name. In the elite circles of the Magic City, it seemed there was no such figure. This Yi Kuan couldn't be an unknown nobody, could he? He is the behind-the-scenes big boss of the Kuanping group. Xiao Tianyuan shouted unwillingly. If it weren't for Yi Kuan's extraordinary status and the numerous bodyguards around him, he wouldn't have to beg his father. The behind-the-scenes big boss of the Kuanping group is a bit difficult to deal with. Xiao Chongshan furrowed his brow even tighter. Although the Kuanping group was not publicly listed, its institutional valuation had already exceeded $1 trillion. Such a colossal entity's behind-the-scenes big boss could not be an ordinary person. Dad, you have to avenge me. This matter cannot just be left like this. Xiao Tianyuan wailed. Left like this? How dare they touch the heir of the Xiao family? This matter cannot just be left like this. Xiao Chongshan's face showed a sinister expression. The Xiao family was also a top-tier family in the Magic City. If the heir were to be ruined, they wouldn't dare retaliate. Then, the Xiao family wouldn't be able to stand in the Magic City. Afu, put a 10 billion bounty on the dark web for Yi Kuan's head. Xiao Chongshan said coldly. With Yi Kuan having a giant Kuanping group, he couldn't take action openly and could only spend a fortune to place a bounty on the dark web. As long as the price was high enough, there would be top assassins willing to take Yi Kuan's life. Yes, sir. The old butler of the Xiao family, Afu, bowed and accepted the order. By the way, how did you provoke the Yi Kuan? Xiao Chongshan asked his useless son, Xiao Tianyuan. I slipped a drug to the second daughter of the Chang family, and Yi Kuan caught me. Xiao Tianyuan stammered as he recounted the events. You drugged the second daughter of the Chang family? Bastard, how did I, Xiao Chongshan, raise such a useless son like you? Xiao Chongshan was filled with rage and rushed over to kick his useless son fiercely. It's over, the Xiao family is finished. The Xiao family will be removed from the elite circles of the Magic City. Xiao Chongshan's face turned ashen, and he collapsed to the ground. The author has something to say. If the handsome guy without fan value clicks on a free little gift, it will increase fan value. The next morning, when Yi Kuan woke up, he found the two-dimensional beautiful girl Tao Tao leaning by the bed. Tao Tao, what are you doing lying on the bed? Yi Kuan asked Tao Tao. Only he could see Tao Tao's presence. Brother, I'm studying your strange human behaviors. Tao Tao blinked her beautiful big eyes, looking like a curious baby. What strange behaviors? Yi Kuan asked. He was still holding the sleeping Chang Yuetong in his arms. Why do you all sleep together in an embrace? Tao Tao asked curiously. Well, hugging is a way for humans to express affection, Yi Kuan explained to Tao Tao. Tao Tao was an intelligent life form and didn't quite understand human emotional expressions. She had completely rational thinking, which was quite different from human thought processes. Isn't it hot? Tao Tao asked. Not hot, it's very moist. Yi Kuan laughed. Tao Tao was just an intelligent life form. How could she know the subtleties of it? Brother, Tao Tao wants a hug too. Tao Tao is also very moist. Yi Kuan. Brother, someone has placed a 10 billion bounty on your life on the dark web, and Tao Tao intercepted it. Tao Tao said, as if seeking praise. Oh, who placed a 10 billion bounty on my life? Yi Kuan asked, calm and composed. He suspected it was the Xiao family because he had ordered someone to ruin Xiao Tianyuan. Only the Xiao family would be furious enough to place a bounty on him on the dark web. With Tao Tao, this god-level intelligent life form assisting him, Yi Kuan discovered many unknown secrets of this world. The waters of this world were very deep, and the waves were turbulent. It was not as simple as it appeared on the surface. The dark web was just one of them. It's the head of the Xiao family, Xiao Chongshan, who is placing a bounty on brother. However, through data manipulation, the bounty has now turned into $1 billion for the life of Xiao Chongshan. He. Tao Tao showed a proud expression. Oh, so doesn't that mean Xiao Chongshan is spending $1 billion to hire a killer to take his own life? Yi Kuan laughed. Tao Tao really knows how to play. Yes, brother, a killer has already accepted the bounty and will come to take Xiao Chongshan's life within 3 days. Tao Tao said. Ha ha. You really are a little clever girl. Yi Kuan pinched Tao Tao's tender little face. Tao Tao both exists and does not exist. When he pinched Tao Tao, she was indeed present, a cute two-dimensional beauty. He. Tao Tao is a god on the internet. Tao Tao will protect brother. No one can harm brother. Tao Tao said proudly. In her girl form, Tao Tao is a complete brother complex. Tao Tao, find out all the illegal records of the Xiao family over the years. I want to take down this Xiao family with one blow. Yi Kuan said coldly. Since the Xiao family chose to act against him, he would not hold back. He must retaliate, and it must be a heavy blow, a decisive strike. He wants to uproot the entire Xiao family, removing them from the wealthy circle of Magic City. The Xiao family is a top aristocratic family in Magic City, with a wastrel like Xiao Tianyuan. Their foundation cannot possibly be clean. They must have committed numerous illegal acts over the years, and as long as they have done bad things, there will inevitably be criminal records left behind. Cao Cao will dig up all the skeletons in the Xiao family's closet, leaving no illegal activities or economic loopholes and risks of the Xiao group unexamined. Then, he will strike hard, using economic or legal means to completely take down the Xiao family, ensuring they are entirely removed from the wealthy circle of Magic City. Yi Kuan is usually very gentle, full of laughter, but when it comes to enemies, he is decisive and ruthless. Cao Cao, as a god-level intelligent life, quickly organized all the illegal records of the Xiao family over the decades, as well as all the economic loopholes of the Xiao group. The Xiao family really is a den of iniquity. Yi Kuan looked at the Xiao family's brutal rise to power and the illegal acts they had committed over the past few decades, and he couldn't help but be shocked. The Xiao family can be removed. Now, the Xiao family is riddled with flaws and vulnerabilities, with nowhere to hide. He can easily crush the Xiao family. After a while, Chang Yuetong also woke up and found Yi Kuan beside her. Brother Yi Kuan, can you take me home after breakfast? I don't want to worry or upset my sister, Chang Yuetong said, lying on Yi Kuan's chest. She was still worried that her sister Chang Yueshi would be angry, which might affect Yi Kuan. Okay, then get up. After breakfast, I'll take you home, Yi Kuan said. He would personally take Chang Yuetong home and then meet her sister Chang Yueshi. Ah, my stockings are all torn, I have no stockings to wear. After getting up, Chang Yuetong realized that the stockings from last night had been torn to shreds and were completely unwearable. I'll call the female housekeeper and have her bring new clothes and stockings, Yi Kuan said with a smile. Then, he contacted the female housekeeper Wen Yan through the room's smart device. Master, there are 2 wardrobes in the master bedroom, one for men and one for women, which already contain various seasonal latest clothes. The female housekeeper Wen Yan said, I'll have Lu Shi and Lu Yao come to serve you and Miss Chang. Alright, let the maids come to serve. Yi Kuan nodded. He didn't need maids to serve him. He wanted Lu Shi and Lu Yao to come and serve Chang Yuetong. Yi Kuan and Chang Yuetong went to the bathroom to freshen up together. After a moment, the maids Lu Shi and Lu Yao entered the master bedroom, leading Chang Yuetong to the wardrobe to choose clothes. Entering the cloakroom, Chang Yuetong saw a neatly arranged collection of various fashionable clothes in the over 100 square meter space, probably several hundred pieces. Chang Yuetong already lived in a super villa, and her home's cloakroom was even larger than this one, so she didn't find it surprising. Miss Chang, all the clothes here are brand new. There are styles for the domineering CEO, office OL, mature woman, cute lowly, youthful sweet, and campus styles. What style of clothes would you like to choose today? The maid, Lu Shi, asked respectfully. I'll go with the sweet style today, Chang Yuetong said. She was in a good mood today and wanted to wear something sweeter. Alright, the sweet style clothes are over here. The maid, Lu Shi, led Chang Yuetong to the area dedicated to sweet style clothing. On the other side, the goddess-like housekeeper, Wen Yan, was leading Yi Kuan to the men's cloakroom to pick out clothes. Wow! This cloakroom is huge. If it weren't in his own home, Yi Kuan would suspect he had entered a men's clothing store in a mall. The cloakroom was decorated in a very luxurious and tasteful manner, filled with hundreds of stylish men's outfits, both formal and casual. In any case, everything Yi Kuan could think of had already been prepared for him by the female housekeeper. From now on, he wouldn't have to buy clothes himself anymore. In the end, it was still the housekeeper Wen Yan who helped him pick out a handsome navy blue casual outfit. Living in a super villa, with a female housekeeper and maid providing personal service, was quite dull. After enjoying a sumptuous breakfast in the dining room on the first floor, Yi Kuan prepared to drive Chang Yuetong home himself. He wanted to meet Chang Yuetong's twin sister, Chang Yueshi. After breakfast, as they were getting ready to leave, Chang Yuetong glanced at Yi Kuan's outfit and shook her head slightly. Brother Yi Kuan, my sister is the type of domineering female CEO who doesn't like men dressing casually when meeting her. You must dress very formally, with a suit, tie, leather shoes, an expensive watch, and a white shirt, Chang Yuetong said. Although Yi Kuan looked handsome in his outfit, it was too casual and not the type her sister liked. Why do I feel like I'm about to meet the parents? Yi Kuan laughed. He usually wore casual clothes, only donning a suit and tie for formal occasions. It's the first meeting, so you should dress more formally. Only by showing enough seriousness can you leave a good first impression on my sister, Chang Yuetong said. She knew her sister best and wanted Yi Kuan to make a good impression. Alright then, help me pick out a new outfit, Yi Kuan said. Through Tao Tao's hacking, he had some understanding of Chang Yueshi's dressing style. Chang Yueshi was very special. Unlike ordinary women, she was the type who wore suits like a boss. She liked to wear fitted suits, gold ties, and crystal high heels, exuding a queenly aura that left a strong visual impact. For their first meeting, Yi Kun couldn't be disrespectful, so he decided to change into formal attire. With Chang Yuetan's guidance, Yi Kun changed into a suit. He wore a semi-custom black suit by Marc Jacquemin, paired with a pure white high-end shirt and black leather shoes. On his wrist was an $8 million Patek Philippe watch. Too cool. Brother Yi Kun, you now have that suit boss vibe, and you match my sister quite well. Chang Yuetan looked Yi Kun up and down and said, now, you just need a tie, let me pick one for you. After a while, Chang Yuetan chose a gold tie for Yi Kun. Isn't a gold tie a bit too flashy? Yi Kun asked. Chang Yuetan shook her head and said, gold, purple, and red ties are all symbols of supreme nobility. The gold tie symbolizes a man's or woman's status in the business world, only the super tycoons can wear it. The red tie symbolizes the highest leadership in the military for both men and women. The purple tie represents the top leaders of the country, only they can wear it. So ties are quite significant, they are not just worn casually. For example, this gold tie. In front of someone who doesn't understand, wearing a gold tie is fine. But in front of someone who does, if you wear it carelessly and are found out to have no background, it could lead to serious trouble. You know quite a bit. Yi Kun smiled. A small tie has so many intricacies. These are all things my sister taught me. Chang Yuedong smiled. You are the behind-the-scenes big boss of the Kunpeng Group, a business leader, so you can wear a gold tie. Wearing a gold tie, you won't be overshadowed by my sister's aura. Chang Yuetong was now also thinking of Yi Kun. Ha ha. As for aura, I won't be overshadowed by your sister. Yi Kun laughed, calm and composed. Through Tao Tao, he had already uncovered all of Chang Yueshi's identity. He knew she was not an ordinary woman, but rather had a legendary quality. However, he himself was even more extraordinary. No matter how remarkable a woman was, she could not overshadow him. Moreover, he had to counteract that. In the end, Yi Kun chose the Bugatti La Voiture Noire worth 500 million to send Chang Yuetong home. Alongside, a convoy of 6 Rolls-Royce Phantoms escorted them, showing enough respect for Chang Yueshi. Wow! 6 Rolls-Royce Phantoms escorting an incredibly cool limited edition Bugatti, what a divine lineup. Wow! I checked, that one is a Bugatti La Voiture Noire. This is not a car that ordinary people can buy. It is rumored that the Prince of Dubai also has one. All the way, Yi Kun wildly harvested a wave of admiration from passers-by. Before long, Yi Kun drove the Bugatti La Voiture Noire to the super villa area of Chang Yueshi. Mr. Yi, President Chang instructed that only you and the second young lady can enter, your bodyguards cannot come in. Before entering the private garden, Yi Kun's Rolls-Royce convoy was stopped. In response, Yi Kun's super bodyguard, Sanju, had strong objections. He had to protect his boss at all times, especially since he felt this place was heavily guarded and quite unusual. Yi Kun, however, waved his hand, calm and composed, signaling the bodyguard not to follow. No matter how fierce Chang Yueshi was, could she really eat him? Soon, Chang Yueshi's bodyguards let them through, and Yi Kun drove into the private garden of the super villa, slowing down along the road. Suddenly, as he turned a corner, a massive vehicle appeared ahead. It was a super large mining truck. Wow! Shugong Mining Truck DE400, this is the largest mining truck in the world. Yi Kun was also taken aback when he saw the enormous body of the Shugong mining truck. Just one tire of this mining truck was as high as 4 meters, the entire vehicle's height exceeded 15 meters, and it weighed over 400 tons, it was simply a behemoth. Yi Kun was a car expert, well-versed in all types of vehicles, including mining trucks. Just one tire of this mining truck cost 7.5 million, the whole vehicle was about 97 million. And filling it up with gas cost 3 million. Terrifying. Not to mention a petite sports car, even a bus would be a little brother in front of this Shugong mining truck. Wow! Who is driving such a big thing in this villa? Yi Kun was stunned. He saw the Shugong mining truck rolling towards his Bugatti La Voiture Noire. Just one wheel could crush his sports car. Wow! Is this crazy or what? Yi Kun quickly drifted and spun out from under the massive wheels of the Shugong mining truck. If he wasn't a car god, this time would probably be tough. The sports car might just get crushed. This is my sister's super vehicle, the Shugong DE400 mining truck, Chang Yuetong said. She knew that her sister was angry, and bringing out this big guy was meant to give Yi Kun a warning. Handsome guys and little fairies can join the rich base, and clicking on free small gifts without fan value can increase fan value. The author has something to say, where are the handsome guys? Chang Yueshi, dressed in a black fitted suit with a gold tie, wearing sunglasses and a black mask, sat in the driver's seat of the 400-ton supersized Shugong mining truck, her gaze cold, resembling a suited thug. Yi Koen, also dressed in a black suit and sunglasses, sat in the Bugatti La Voiture Noire, confronting Chang Yueshi. This was the first meeting between Yi Koen and Chang Yueshi, not an ordinary encounter, but filled with drama. It felt more like a scene from a movie, where two suited thugs met, both cold, ready to fight at the slightest disagreement. "Sister, it's me, Tong Tong." Chang Yuetong hurriedly got out of the car and waved to Chang Yueshi, who was in the driver's seat of the Shugong mining truck. She was genuinely worried that her sister, in a fit of anger, would drive the mining truck over the Bugatti. Her sister had done such crazy things before. Once, a rich second-generation kid driving a supercar kept pestering Chang Yueshi. As a result, she brought out the several hundred-ton Shugong mining truck and crushed that rich kid's supercar. That's right, crushed. With a loud bang, that supercar exploded. However, the special tires of the Shugong mining truck were completely fine. This scared the rich kid so much that he never dared to bother Chang Yueshi again. So, Chang Yueshi was indeed very violent, with the face of an angel and the personality of a thug. She would really dare to drive the Shugong mining truck to crush Yi Koen's Bugatti. Therefore, Chang Yuetong had to stop her sister from committing violence. Of course, with Yi Koen's god-level driving skills, it was impossible for Chang Yueshi to crush his Bugatti with the Shugong mining truck. The speed and agility of the two cars were not on the same level. However, the fact that Chang Yueshi could drive such a supersized special mining truck still surprised Yi Koen. This kind of supersized special mining truck was something even Hollywood tough guys couldn't handle, yet she, a delicate woman, could manage it. The contrast was undoubtedly a huge visual shock. Of course, Chang Yueshi was not a weak woman, she was a martial arts master. Chang Yueshi still cared for her twin sister and didn't continue to lose her temper. She turned off the engine, leaped down from the Shugong mining truck with an indescribably graceful movement. Yi Koen also opened the door of the Bugatti and walked down calmly. Both Chang Yueshi and Yi Koen walked towards each other with a step that seemed to disregard their kin, each one colder than the other. They stopped less than half a meter apart, then faced off again. Both were dressed in black suits, white shirts, wearing gold ties and sunglasses, their expressions cold and silent, creating a mirror-like effect. Chang Yueshi exuded a powerful aura, like a queen, giving an invisible sense of oppression. Anyone who met her gaze would feel compelled to retreat. However, Yi Koen was not an ordinary person, his physical attributes had fully evolved, comparable to a superhero. Moreover, he was versatile, being a super-rich man, a car god, a wine god, and also a master of all martial arts styles. Yi Koen's heart was as hard as iron, no one could suppress him with their aura. They were kings facing each other. As the saying goes, kings do not meet unless one is male and the other female. Chang Yueshi is a domineering queen, and Yi Koen is a wealthy emperor. The two stared at each other for several minutes. "Are you the one who started with a Koen?" Chang Yueshi spoke first, her voice cold. She directly revealed Yi Koen's online identity. "That's right, I started with a Koen, Sia the wealthy, we finally meet," Yi Koen said, directly admitting it. It wasn't difficult for Chang Yueshi to find out his identity as the one who started with a Koen. Ding! Detected a stunningly beautiful woman. Name, Chang Yueshi, attractiveness, 99, stunning, age, 22, height, 172 centimeters, measurements, 90, 60, 95, perfect figure, bust, 36D, initial favorability, -99, personality traits, mysterious, intelligent, aloof. Background, female president of Chang Group, senior sister of Wodong sect, youngest female major general in the Dragon Kingdom military, queen of the dark world. Type, queen type, hiss. Chang Yueshi's attractiveness was actually rated as a stunning 99 by the system, which is already a breathtaking beauty, an existence like a mesmerizing enchantress. She wore a mask, yet it still couldn't completely hide her enchanting beauty. Her figure was extraordinarily beautiful, her skin fairer than snow, and her temperament was exceptional. Aside from the two-dimensional character Tao Tao, this was Yi Koen's first encounter with a beauty scoring 99 points. She was nearly perfect in both looks and figure. Her identity was even more astonishing. However, her favorability towards Yi Koen was surprisingly low, reaching a freezing point, which Yi Koen had not anticipated. You should know that the range of favorability is only, 100-100. Yi Koen had never seen anyone with a favorability lower than -50 towards him. What on earth was this -99? However, even such an enchanting Chang Yueshi found it hard to resist the halo effect surrounding Yi Koen. Ding! The stunning beauty Chang Yueshi is affected by the host's charm, gaining +20 favorability. Ding! The stunning beauty is influenced by the host's domineering CEO identity, gaining +20 favorability. Ding! The stunning beauty Chang Yueshi's favorability towards the host has risen to -59. After Chang Yueshi's favorability towards Yi Kun increased by 40 points, it was still minus 59. This is truly a sad story. Yet, the way Chang Yueshi looked at Yi Kun suddenly brightened, feeling much more agreeable. Actually, this Yi Kun was indeed quite handsome, definitely at the level of a beauty emperor. Moreover, his attire was very much to her taste, stylish, and exuded a sense of masculine dominance. Unfortunately, he shouldn't have slept with his own twin sister. Unforgivable. Sister, let me introduce him, he is. Chang Yitong saw her sister and Yi Kun at odds and couldn't help but speak up, wanting to ease the tension between them. Shut up. You stayed out all night, and you still dare to speak. Chang Yueshi glared at her sister, scaring her into silence. The sister was still so domineering. Boo. She didn't mean to stay out all night. Chang Yueshi ignored her sister and continued to coldly scrutinize Yi Kun. You're not welcoming me? Then shall I leave? Yi Kun spoke. Since Chang Yueshi didn't welcome him, he had no reason to stay here any longer. Wait, you slept with my sister, and you want to just walk away? Chang Yueshi said coldly. I and Tong Tong are mutually affectionate, and I will take responsibility for her, Yi Kun said seriously, staring into Chang Yueshi's eyes. Although he and Chang Yitong were together due to an accident and there were unavoidable factors involved, they indeed had feelings for each other. Tong Tong is the jewel of our Chang family, how will you take responsibility? Chang Yitong glared at Yi Kun coldly and said, also, what is your relationship with Huyaki? Can you explain? Hiss. Yi Kun couldn't help but shiver. Chang Yueshi already knows about his relationship with Huyuchi. No wonder her feelings for him have dropped to freezing point. Damn. This is a battlefield. Yi Kun did not expect the battlefield to come so quickly. The author has something to say. The God of Wealth headquarters is full, and handsome guys who want to join the group should add the God of Wealth subbase. Air Wu bullying Wu Jiu Ling San Air. Yi Kun did not expect the battlefield to come so fast. So intense. Like a sudden storm, catching people off guard. However, upon careful thought, it's not surprising. Chang Yueshi, Huyuchi, and Yubai are best friends, and they live in the same villa area. With Chang Yueshi's intelligence, a little investigation would reveal that Yi Kun and Huyuchi have an extraordinary relationship. It's impossible to hide it. The current problem is, how to break this battlefield situation. Yi Kun also feels a headache. Both Huyuchi and Chang Yuetong are his women, he cannot give up either one. That's right, he wants them both. However, reality is not a novel. Wanting them both is not that simple, he must treat this issue with caution. Ding! Detected that the host is in a battlefield situation. Choice 1, choose Huyuchi, difficulty 2 stars. Reward, gain support from the Hu family military background, soaring to the sky. Punishment, offend the Chang family, be targeted by Chang Yueshi and Chang Yuetong. Choice 2, choose Chang Yuetong, difficulty 3 stars. Reward, gain support from the Chang family connections, rising smoothly. Punishment, offend the Hu family, Huyuchi will be heartbroken and disappointed. Choice 3, conquer Chang Yueshi, difficulty hell level. Reward, gain a God of Wealth Emperor halo. Note, once Chang Yueshi is completely conquered, the God of Wealth Emperor halo will be triggered, increasing the favorability of all beauties below the demon level towards the host by 10 to 30. 2. Chang Yueshi's queen attribute can stabilize the harem, allowing all of the host's women to coexist harmoniously. Hiss. So it turns out that Chang Yueshi is the key to breaking the situation. Whether it's choice 1 or choice 2, neither is the situation Yi Kun wants to see. He doesn't want to choose one woman and hurt the other. But choice 3 is different. Conquering Chang Yueshi means having the entire harem. It allows all his women to coexist harmoniously, which is simply amazing. One must know that even ancient emperors had a lot of issues in their harem. Making all harem members coexist harmoniously is not that easy. With more women in the harem, there will definitely be jealousy and competition for favor. This is also why ancient emperors had to establish a queen. This queen not only had to be a model of virtue but also must be able to manage the harem, otherwise, chaos would ensue. Nothing to say? You already have Huyuchi, yet you dare to provoke my sister. Chang Yueshi coldly stared at Yi Kun. In her view, Yi Kun is too greedy and reckless. Whether it's Huyuchi or her sister, both are top beauties with extraordinary backgrounds, not ordinary women. One should be satisfied to have either of them. Sister. Actually, it wasn't Yi Kun Gij who provoked me, he was trying to save me. Chang Yuetong defended Yi Kun. Shut up. You're still speaking for him. Not being able to resist temptation is his fault, Chang Yueshi said coldly. Now, I give you 2 choices. 1, leave Huyuchi and be with my sister. However, you must pass the test of the elders of the Chang family. 2, completely leave my sister. If you choose this path, you will have to bear my wrath and the wrath of the entire Chang family. Chang Yueshi also gave Yi Kun two choices. It's clear that she is very strong-willed and protective. Obviously, she is trying to force Yi Kun to leave Hu Yuqi and be with her sister. Otherwise, she would be very unhappy, and the consequences would be severe. No, I won't choose either, I have a third option. Yi Kun shook his head lightly, unperturbed by praise or humiliation. Whether it was choice 1 or choice 2, he would be very passive. He needed to take the initiative and capture this domineering and enchanting Chang Yueshi. What choice? Chang Yueshi asked, her delicate brows slightly furrowed. She was a queen and did not like anyone deviating from her script. Yi Kun stared at Chang Yueshi and uttered a single word. Chang Yueshi was a queen, and they were a perfect match. Conquering such a woman would bring a sense of achievement. Good. Very good. You actually dare to have designs on me. Chang Yueshi laughed, a smile born of anger. The man who could conquer her had yet to appear. She admired Yi Kun's courage. If you can defeat me, I might consider giving you a chance. Chang Yueshi said, directly throwing a punch at Yi Kun's chest. She was a martial arts master, her punches flowing like clouds, swift and graceful. Yi Kun was already prepared and easily dodged the punch. However, Chang Yueshi's movements were extremely fast, and she closed in on Yi Kun with a flurry of attacks, her punches a blur. Mizong Fist. Yi Kun, a full-time fighting master, quickly deduced that Chang Yueshi was using the authentic Mizong Fist. The Mizong Fist had been lost for a long time, and very few could master it. Yet, Chang Yueshi's Mizong Fist had already reached the master level. However, Yi Kun was faster and always managed to evade Chang Yueshi's attacks. You have some insight, then try this. Seeing that Yi Kun recognized her fist technique, Chang Yueshi immediately switched to another style. Taizu Long Fist. Yi Kun called out, identifying that she was indeed using the Taizu Long Fist. Chang Yueshi then unleashed Wing Chun, relentlessly pursuing Yi Kun, her technique even more exquisite than Tong Jin's Wing Chun. Wing Chun, Yi Kun. Yi Kun bantered back, using Wing Chun against Wing Chun. Humph. Chang Yueshi immediately transformed her punches into palms, employing Bagua Palm. Bagua Palm. Yi Kun responded with Bagua Palm as well. Although his Bagua Palm was only at the master level, while Chang Yueshi's was at the grandmaster level, she still couldn't gain the upper hand over Yi Kun. Next, she used Tai Chi, Hungar, and the 12 paths of Tan Leg. Chang Yueshi was practically a martial arts genius, effortlessly drawing from various schools of martial arts, all mastered to the grandmaster level, truly a prodigy. However, Yi Kun was even more of a prodigy. Despite only having master-level strength, he could see through all of Chang Yueshi's moves and counter them one by one. Chang Yueshi grew increasingly alarmed as she fought. She thought she was already quite extraordinary, but she didn't expect Yi Kun to be even more so. Finally, she resorted to Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, attempting to strangle Yi Kun. Instead, she found herself subdued by Yi Kun's grappling techniques. Yi Kun held her closely, executing a tight lock that firmly controlled her. Let me go. Chang Yueshi was both embarrassed and angry. From childhood to now, no man had ever held her like this. Even when practicing jiu-jitsu, she only trained with female peers. I won't let go unless you agree to be my girlfriend. Yi Kun flashed a mischievous smile. Chang Yueshi's delicate body was soft and elastic. It was indescribable. He was reluctant to let go easily. The author has something to say. Handsome, are you on vacation yet? Yi Kun embraced Chang Yueshi from behind, using a grappling lock to secure her limbs, rendering her unable to move. Since it was a locking technique, their bodies inevitably had to make intimate contact. This made Chang Yueshi feel both shy and angry. She had always been high and untouchable, pure and pristine, with no man daring to lay a finger on her. This was her first time having such intimate physical contact with a man. Let me go. Chang Yueshi had a strong personality and was not someone who easily submitted. But the harder she struggled, the tighter Yi Kun locked her in. Yi Kun was like a fierce tiger, forcefully pouncing on her, suppressing her. Be my woman, and I'll let you go. Yi Kun domineeringly declared. When faced with such a domineering queen, one must be even more domineering. If he couldn't suppress her on their first meeting, then it would be even more impossible to do so later. Only by being stronger and more domineering than her could he possibly gain her true recognition. Because a queen is proud. It's like a lioness. She will only seek the strongest lion as her mate and would never settle for a sycophant. To be your woman is absolutely impossible. Chang Yueshi gritted her teeth in anger, firmly refusing. Proud as she was, how could she be easily conquered by a man? However, Yi Kun was the first man who could restrain her, which stirred some subtle changes in her heart. This change was so subtle that even she herself didn't notice it. Yet, it was captured by the system. Ding! The demon-level beauty Chang Yueshi's favorability towards the host increased by 1. Ding! The demon-level beauty Chang Yueshi's favorability towards the host has risen to -58. He. Saying it's impossible, yet the favorability has increased. Although the favorability only rose a little, it gave Yi Kuan a glimpse of hope for success. Chang Yueshi was a perfect domineering queen, he had to conquer her. However, Chang Yueshi's favorability towards him still stood at -58. In this situation, getting her to agree was nearly impossible. By the way, I still have the inspiration capsule, a magical capsule that can increase favorability. Yi Kuan thought of the magical item in the system space. Previously, with his powerful charm aura and identity aura, he had conquered any beauty effortlessly. This made him forget about the existence of the inspiration capsule. However, Chang Yueshi was different from other women. The charm aura, identity aura, and even his unbeatable financial power couldn't deal with her. Conquering Chang Yueshi was indeed a hell-level difficulty. With her favorability so hard to increase, he had to use the inspiration capsule on her. Ding! Does the host choose to use an inspiration capsule on the demon-level beauty Chang Yueshi? Yes, Yi Kuan lightly tapped on the inspiration capsule, and it disappeared from the system space. Ding! The host has used an inspiration capsule on the demon-level beauty. At the same time, a flash of inspiration suddenly crossed Chang Yueshi's mind, and Yi Kuan's tall and handsome image appeared before her. Yi Kuan was not only handsome and dashing, but at a young age, he was also the behind-the-scenes big boss of the Kunpeng group, a god of cars, a god of wine, the strongest online tycoon, and a full-time fighter. This man was too outstanding, exceptional, and almost omnipotent. The more she thought about Yi Kuan's merits, the less she found him so annoying. Thus, her favorability towards Yi Kuan increased. Ding! The demon-level beauty Chang Yueshi's favorability towards the host increased by 9. Ding! The demon-level beauty Chang Yueshi's favorability towards the host has risen to -49. So difficult. Finally, Chang Yueshi's favorability had risen to -49. She was definitely the hardest woman to conquer. But who said Yi Kuan couldn't cheat? No matter how difficult, he had to conquer her. How can I become your man? Yi Kuan pressed on, asking Chang Yueshi. My man must be a dragon among men, a peerless hero among thousands. Chang Yueshi said proudly. Sorry, I am exactly the kind of person you described. Yi Kuan replied with a smile. Suddenly, several sharp voices came from the villa. Unbridled, let go of the senior sister. Let go of Sister Chang. Whoosh! At the same time, a shooting star darted towards Yi Kuan at incredible speed. Yi Kuan quickly released Chang Yueshi and sidestepped to avoid the attack of the shooting star. The 6 master-level female bodyguards of Chang Yueshi quickly surrounded Yi Kuan. They were Mo Yushi, Li Jingwen, Gu Yaya, and others. Senior sister, are you okay? Mo Yushi asked, protecting Chang Yueshi's side. I'm fine. Chang Yueshi's face was as cold as frost, returning to her icy demeanor. She had been careless. She was too confident and had ordered her 6 female bodyguards not to follow her. She thought that with her peak master-level strength, she could definitely teach Yi Kuan a lesson. Unexpectedly, Yi Kuan was incredibly powerful and had instead taken control of her. He even held her close. This was the first time she had suffered such a loss. Senior sister, let us capture this scoundrel and deal with him for you. Mo Yushi glared at Yi Kuan with hostility. What? Do you want to bully the few with the many? Yi Kuan mockingly scanned Mo Yushi, Gu Yaya, and the other bodyguards. Although they were all master-level experts, in a real fight, none of them could match Yi Kuan alone. Suddenly, Yi Kuan's expression turned cold. He realized he had been locked on by a sniper rifle. He saw red dots appear on his forehead, chest, arms, and thighs. If you dare to move, the 4 snipers will blow you to pieces. Mo Yushi said coldly. She was Chang Yueshi's bodyguard and would never allow anyone to threaten Chang Yueshi's safety. You can let them shoot and try, I guarantee the first to die will be you. Yi Kuan's expression also turned cold as he gripped a car key in his hand. He could injure someone with just a flick of his wrist. If he threw that car key, it could instantly pierce Mo Yushi's throat. In fact, he already knew that Chang Yueshi's super villa was heavily guarded, with more than 100 bodyguards, all elite soldiers armed with guns. It could be said that this was a den of tigers and dragons. However, since Yi Kuan dared to enter alone, he naturally had confidence in his self-defense. System, upgrade my fighting skills to master level. At the same time, Yi Kuan silently thought. Ding! 1 million worship points have been spent to upgrade the host's fighting skills to master level. In an instant, all the fighting techniques Yi Kuan had mastered merged together, reaching the master realm. With master-level fighting skills and Yi Kuan's superhuman physical abilities, he could definitely dodge the sniper's attack in the first moment. However, it was still not safe. After all, Chang Yueshi's bodyguards were armed with heavy weapons. System, I want to learn god-level gunfighting skills. Yi Kuan thought silently. The god-level headquarters is full, handsome guys and little fairies need to add points to the base. The author has something to say, god-level sub-base, air wu bullying wu jiu ling san air. Ding! The host has spent 3 million worship points to learn god-level gunfighting skills. In an instant, countless gunfighting techniques appeared in Yi Kuan's mind, and he mastered god-level gunfighting skills. That's right, the kind of gunfighting skills where bullets can curve. Now, he was not only a master of fighting but also a gun god. He was truly invincible. Fortunately, Yi Kuan earned a large amount of worship points on the live streaming platform yesterday, allowing him to exchange for master-level fighting skills and god-level gunfighting skills. With extraordinary skills, the world is mine. Now, Yi Kuan feared no enemy. Even if 6 master-level experts attacked him, and 4 snipers targeted him at the same time, he was not afraid at all. Yi Kuan faced off against Chang Yueshi's 6 master-level female bodyguards, the atmosphere tense and oppressive. Chang Yueshi and her bodyguards all believed that Yi Kuan would surrender in such an unfavorable situation, but he did not. Yi Kuan would not entrust his life to others, especially since Chang Yueshi still held hostility towards him. Sister, I won't allow you to harm Yi Kuan. Chang Yuetong sensed that something was off and was about to spiral out of control, so she quickly shielded Yi Kuan. Tong Tong, get out of the way. Chang Yueshi scolded her sister. At this moment, the red dot of the sniper rifle was blocked by Chang Yuetong, and this was no joke. I won't allow you to hurt brother Yi Kuan, Chang Yuetong declared resolutely, arms wide open. Tong Tong, please step aside, your sister won't let anyone shoot. Yi Kuan said to Chang Yuetong, still smiling and calm. Chang Yueshi looked deeply at Yi Kuan. His courage and spirit moved her. She waved her hand, ordering the sniper to withdraw, because she sensed a very dangerous aura from Yi Kuan. This was the intuition of a master, and it couldn't be wrong. Yi Kuan was able to remain composed and unruffled in such a situation, which meant he must have some backing. She was very wise, always strategizing and acting only when she was sure. Moreover, she didn't have to push Yi Kuan to the opposing side. If Yi Kuan wasn't closely related to her sister in Huichi, she might even find him very interesting. After all, someone as handsome and versatile as Yi Kuan was a first for her. Not to mention, he was surrounded by 6 master-level experts and locked on by 4 sniper rifles, yet he could still chat and remain calm. Such spirit and courage were enough to make her see him in a new light. Ding! The demon-level beauty Chang Yueshi's favorability towards the host increased by +3. Ding! The demon-level beauty Chang Yueshi's favorability towards the host has risen to -46. Yi Kuan noticed that Chang Yueshi's favorability towards him had suddenly increased again. Unfortunately, it was only a 3-point increase. The increase in favorability from Chang Yueshi was rather small. Other beauties had raised their favorability by dozens of points at a time, with at least 5 or 10 points in a single increase. This was the first time he encountered such a small increase from Chang Yueshi. Guests are welcome. Since you took the initiative to send Tong Tong home, why not come in and sit in the villa? Chang Yueshi said, her expression softening a bit. Sure. Yi Kuan replied with a smile. Chang Yueshi's willingness to invite him into the villa was a good start. Yi Kuan followed Chang Yueshi into the luxurious villa. Tong Tong, you go back to your room first, I have something to discuss with Yi Kuan, Chang Yueshi said to her sister. Oh. Chang Yuetong nodded obediently, not daring to defy her sister's wishes. Since her sister agreed to let Yi Kuan enter the villa, there shouldn't be any major issues. After Chang Yuetong left, Chang Yueshi led Yi Kuan to the living room of the villa. Chang Yueshi's 6 female bodyguards closely followed her, and their gazes towards Yi Kuan were still somewhat unfriendly. Yi Kuan remained unfazed and calmly sat down on the sofa. The matter between you and my sister has been suppressed by me, so it hasn't caused a stir in the Chang family, Chang Yueshi said seriously, her beautiful eyes fixed on Yi Kuan. Chang Yuetong was the jewel of the Chang family. If someone had slept with her, it could be a big deal. If Yi Kuan were just an ordinary person, it would have been a huge problem. A poor boy wanting to match with the Chang family's daughter was almost impossible. However, Yi Kuan was the behind-the-scenes big boss of the Kunpeng group, which barely made him worthy of the Chang family's daughter. You're not an ordinary person, you should know what kind of background our Chang family has, right? Chang Yueshi asked. Yi Kuan nodded slightly. It was only after getting to know Tao Tao that he realized how deep the waters of Longwa were, and that there were many powerful forces hidden in the shadows. For example, the wealthy on the Forbes list were merely the visible ones. There were many hidden wealthy individuals who were not on the list, and the wealth they controlled was beyond what ordinary people could imagine. Above the wealthy, there are the noble families, the aristocracy, and the ancient clans. Individuals with assets exceeding hundreds of millions can be called wealthy. However, to be considered a noble family, one must be wealthy for at least 3 generations and establish a large family. Above the noble families is the aristocracy. The aristocracy not only possesses wealth but also wields immense power. For example, the chaebols of the Korean nation. Above the aristocracy is the ancient clan. To be recognized as an ancient clan, one must have a lineage that has been passed down for hundreds or even thousands of years. Ancient clans branch out and have many branches, with a deep heritage and influence that permeates various industries, possessing vast power unimaginable to ordinary people. The Chang family is a 1,000-year-old clan, wealthy and powerful, even stronger than the aristocracy. There are a total of 10 major families in the Dragon Kingdom, all of which are ancient clans. The Gu family, where Gu Linger is from, and the Chang family, where the sisters Chan Yueshi are from, are both part of the 10 major families of the Dragon Kingdom. Note, the Dragon Kingdom is a parallel world, and the background of this book is a parallel universe. If Yi Koen were just an ordinary wealthy man without a strong influence, he would be completely insignificant in front of those aristocratic families. Wealth is utterly trivial in the face of power, as fragile as a house of cards. However, Yi Koen is not an ordinary wealthy man. He not only has the ability to generate wealth but is also an all-powerful wealthy man. Even the aristocratic families cannot easily move against him. In the face of infinite wealth, even the aristocratic families must tremble. I know the Chang family is an ancient clan. I only care about how you would be willing to be my woman. Yi Koen stared at Chan Yueshi, speaking with dominance. He had not intended to provoke those aristocratic women. But now that he had, he could only move forward without hesitation. You know I am the daughter of an ancient clan, and you still dare to want me to be your woman? Chan Yueshi also fixed her beautiful eyes on Yi Koen. It was the first time she had encountered such an arrogant young man. Where did he get his confidence? That's right, the moment I saw you, I decided you were my woman. Yi Koen declared boldly and directly. A woman as extraordinary as Chan Yueshi, should he not take her, would it be right to let her go to someone else? If he did not take Chan Yueshi, it would be utterly unreasonable. The author has something to say. For handsome guys without fan value, click on the free little gift to increase fan value. Yi Koen is determined to win over the extraordinary beauty Chan Yueshi. Twin sisters, double the joy, isn't that delightful? Chan Yueshi is the queen type, while Chang Yutong is the charming type. Both have their own styles and strengths. The joy of 1 + 1 is definitely greater than 2. Since Yi Koen has decided to be a wealthy emperor, he must win over the queen Chang Yueshi. His method is also very domineering, directly telling Chang Yueshi that he has set his sights on her, that he has chosen her, and that he wants her to be his woman. For a wise and aloof queen type like Chang Yueshi, any roundabout methods are useless. What she wants is this kind of dominance and directness. Clearly stating his intentions, she is the only one. Only such a domineering man has the chance to capture the queen's heart. However, this time Yi Koen hit a wall. Chang Yueshi's gaze towards Yi Koen remained icy. Even the 6 master-level female bodyguards, including Mo Yushi, looked at Yi Koen with hostility. Ding! Detected that the extraordinary beauty Chang Yueshi has a low favorability towards the host. At the level of disgust, strategy failed. Favorability -99, extreme disgust. Favorability -50, severe disgust. Favorability -30, considerable disgust. Favorability -10, just seeing him makes her angry. Chan Yueshi's favorability towards him is still -46, falling between considerable disgust and severe disgust. Under these circumstances, it is almost impossible for Yi Koen to win over Chang Yueshi. It seems he was too hasty. He must first raise the favorability. System, what methods do I have to quickly increase Chan Yueshi's affection for me? Yi Koen asked the system. The host has 5 lottery chances left. You can choose to try your luck. Alright, I want to draw. Yi Koen silently thought. He had accumulated 5 lottery chances, and now they could finally be put to use. Suddenly, a huge colorful roulette appeared in his mind. The slots on the roulette were filled with all sorts of bizarre and rich prizes. Power-related, a mercenary team, a fleet, an air force, a carrier, service-related, an all-purpose private female housekeeper, a master-level personal female bodyguard. 6 school beauty-level personal maids. Function cards, 1 beauty card, 1 lucky charm, 1 misfortune charm, 1 peach blossom charm. Affection gifts, a love letter, a cup of bubble tea, inspiration capsule, a show-off, throw flowers, greatly increase affection, God-level certification. Start the lottery. With Yi Kuan's command, the huge colorful roulette in his mind began to spin slowly. Then, it sped up, turning into a massive whirlwind. Stop! The speed of the colorful roulette slowed down gradually and finally came to a halt, the pointer landing on an item. Ding! Congratulations, the host has obtained a Caribbean mercenary team. Description: a standard team of Caribbean mercenaries, 1,500 members, an armed group that will 100% obey the host's commands. Yi Kuan was stunned. He actually drew a Caribbean mercenary team. Was the system planning to send him to fight pirates? However, at least it was an armed force, which would come in handy sooner or later. Yi Kuan felt he could accept this lottery result. After all, the waters in this world were very deep. Having his own armed force added another layer of security. Then, Yi Kuan quickly drew a few more times. Ding! Congratulations, the host has obtained one beauty card. Effect: eliminates blemishes, beauty effect. Ding! Congratulations, the host has obtained a cup of bubble tea. Effect: increases affection by 3 points. Ding! Congratulations, the host has obtained one lucky charm. Effect: with the lucky charm, luck is on your side. Ding! Congratulations, the host has obtained flower throwing, greatly increasing affection. Effect: affection increases by 39 points. Wow! He drew 2 affection gifts, bubble tea and flower throwing. These were the gifts Yi Kuan needed the most right now. Especially the flower throwing, which could make Chang Yueshi's affection for him explode by 39 points. System: immediately use the flower throwing gift on Chang Yueshi. Yi Kuan silently thought. In an instant, it seemed like countless beautiful petals were falling in front of Chang Yueshi, like a celestial maiden scattering flowers, stunningly beautiful and extremely romantic. Chang Yueshi instantly felt joyful, inexplicably happy, and even began to fantasize about a romantic and sweet life with Yi Kuan. This flower-throwing gift directly affected the other person's heart. Its power was extraordinary, and the effect was immediate. Ding! The stunning beauty Chang Yueshi received the flower-throwing gift, feeling joyful, and her affection for the host increased by 39 points. Ding! The stunning beauty Chang Yueshi's affection for the host has risen to -7. Not counting dislike, but seeing you makes her angry. Phew! Yi Kuan breathed a sigh of relief. Chang Yueshi finally no longer felt disgust towards him. Although she was still a bit puffy, her expression was no longer cold. What would it take for you to be willing to be my woman? No matter what trials there are, I will accept them. Yi Kuan took advantage of the momentum and fixed his gaze on Chang Yueshi's beautiful eyes, saying, I'm determined to pursue you, and no one can stop me. Alright, then I'll give you 3 challenges. You can talk once you accomplish them. Chang Yueshi replied. Under the effect of the flowers showering down and the rising affection, her mood became extremely pleasant, and she found Yi Kuan much more agreeable. However, Yi Kuan's flirtatiousness still made her very angry. So, she turned her beautiful eyes and decided to make things difficult for him. Say, there's nothing in this world that I can't accomplish. Yi Kuan replied calmly. He wasn't afraid of Chang Yueshi's challenges, he was just afraid she wouldn't be willing to voice them. The first challenge is to become the youngest financial tycoon in the Magic City. The second challenge is to become the king of the underworld in the Magic City. The third challenge is to become the most outstanding major general in the Dragon Kingdom's military. And I'm only giving you 1 month. Can you do it? Chang Yueshi stared at Yi Kuan with her beautiful eyes, speaking proudly. These 3 challenges were increasingly difficult, and the time limit was set to 1 month. Therefore, it was nearly impossible to complete them. Unless, of course, Yi Kuan was truly a once-in-a-billion prodigy. As soon as Chang Yueshi finished speaking, the system's prompt sounded. Ding! Triggered random task. Complete Chang Yueshi's 3 challenges. Task Reward 1, 3 lottery chances. Task Reward 2, Chang Yueshi will have a special affection for the host. If you can't do it, then forget it. Don't come to bother me again. Chang Yueshi said haughtily. She didn't believe Yi Kuan could complete these 3 challenges in a month. Ha ha. I accept these 3 challenges. Yi Kuan replied with a calm smile, staring into Chang Yueshi's beautiful eyes, and said proudly, a month is too long, I only need 10 days. Completing my 3 challenges in 10 days is impossible. Chang Yueshi was taken aback by Yi Kuan's words, showing an expression of disbelief. A financial tycoon in the Magic City. The king of the underworld. A major general in the Dragon Kingdom's military. The 3 challenges she set were already extremely difficult. Yi Kuan actually took the initiative to raise the stakes. Achieving them in a month was nearly impossible, let alone in 10 days. Ha ha. Doing what others cannot, that's how I deserve to be your man. Yi Kuan laughed, confident and composed. He dared to say 10 days because he was absolutely sure. Without real skills, how could he conquer a perfect and extraordinary woman like Chang Yueshi? Alright, then I'll wait and see. I'll give you 10 days, Chang Yueshi said. She wanted to see how Yi Kuan would complete her 3 challenges in 10 days. Cece, you will be my woman from now on. From this moment on, you can only think of me, miss me, and love me, understand? Yi Kuan fixed his gaze on Chang Yueshi's beautiful eyes, speaking domineeringly. Humph. Chang Yueshi snorted coldly and said, let's talk about it once you've done it. She thought she was domineering enough, but she didn't expect Yi Kuan to be even more so. Ha ha ha. Think about how you'll reward me 10 days from now. Yi Kuan laughed. Then, he stood up, preparing to leave Chang Yueshi's villa. Men, after all, must go out to conquer the world. They cannot be lost in the warmth of a gentle home. He had to go to battle. After Yi Kuan left the villa, several of Chang Yueshi's female bodyguards showed expressions of indignation. This Yi Kuan is so arrogant and domineering. Yeah, does he think just because he's a bit handsome, has a bit of money, and knows a little martial arts, he deserves to be with the young lady? The female bodyguards, Li Jingwen, Gu Yaya, and others were all very angry. Chang Yueshi was not only stunningly beautiful, but also exceptionally intelligent, skilled in both literature and martial arts, a truly extraordinary woman. Ordinary people would feel ashamed in front of her and wouldn't dare to speak loudly. Yet this Yi Kuan was even more arrogant and domineering than Chang Yueshi. Master sister, if this Yi Kuan really completes the test within 10 days, will you really agree to be his woman? Mo Yushi asked. If he can pass the test, then he must be an extraordinary talent. What's the harm in giving him a chance? Chang Yueshi smiled. Because she was too exceptional, she always struggled to find a man she admired. This kind of trouble, how could others understand? Yi Kuan stirred a ripple in her calm heart. Yi Kuan drove away from Chang Yueshi's luxurious villa in a Bugatti Chiron. As he exited the private garden, Sanju and the other bodyguards were anxiously waiting. If Yi Kuan didn't come out soon, Sanju and the others might have to break into the villa. Previously, if a gunfight had erupted, Sanju and the bodyguards would have rushed in immediately. This was also a backup plan Yi Kuan had left for himself. After all, the security at Chang Yueshi's villa was too strong. Go to Kuanping building, Yi Kuan said to Sanju. He then sped towards the Kuanping building in Lujiazui in his Bugatti. 6 Rolls-Royce Phantoms followed closely behind, exuding an air of authority. Along the way, he crazily racked up a wave of admiration points. Sitting in the car, Yi Kuan called Qin Lan, the female president of Kuanping Group. President Qin, gather the heads of the Financial Market Department, Venture Capital Department, Legal Department, and Public Relations Department in the conference room to wait for me. Yi Kuan instructed President Qin. After acquiring the 900 billion Kuanping Group, he had yet to officially visit the company. Today, it was time to head to the Kuanping Group headquarters. Yes, Chairman, I will arrange it immediately. President Qin replied seriously. The chairman never comes to the company, and this sudden emergency meeting with several department heads must mean something significant was about to happen. After hanging up with the president, Yi Kuan summoned Tao Tao. Brother, did you miss Tao Tao? The girl like Tao Tao appeared in the passenger seat, blinking her beautiful eyes at Yi Kuan. Tao Tao, check the top forces and leaders in the dark world of Magic City for me, Yi Kuan said to Tao Tao. The dark world was just a general term. In this world, where there is light, there is darkness. Things that cannot be made public are governed by the dark world. Magic City naturally has many dark forces and powerful leaders. Brother, the dark forces in Magic City are mainly divided into 4 regions, East, West, South, and North, controlled by the 4 great kings of the dark world. Tao Tao, who was omnipotent on the internet, quickly found all the information Yi Kuan needed. In the eastern region of Magic City, the ruler is Su Yushue, 23 years old, the 3rd daughter of the Su family, a wealthy family in Magic City. On the surface, she is the president of the student council at Magic City University, but secretly, she is a queen of the dark world in the eastern region of Magic City. Su Yushue's strength, master level. In the western region of Magic City, the ruler is Ben Chengingzi, female, 32 years old, from Japan, queen of the dark world. Ben Chengingzi's strength, grandmaster level. In the southern region of Magic City, the ruler is Tang Nanchang, male, a direct descendant of the Tang family, the southern emperor. Tang Nanchang's strength, master level. In the northern region, the ruler is Xiao Chen, male, the northern emperor, a first-class wealthy heir from the Xiao family, a nephew of the head of the Xiao family. Xiao Chen's strength, master level. With Tao Tao's help, Yi Kuan quickly sorted through the dark forces in the 4 major regions of Magic City. In particular, he gained a detailed understanding of the strength and background of the 4 great kings of the dark world. To become the king of the dark world in Magic City, he must defeat or subdue the 4 great kings. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the Confronting Group headquarters, President Chin had already led the senior executives to prepare a grand welcome for Chairman Yi Kun. Except for a few people like President Chin Lun, these senior executives of the group had never met the chairman in person. To them, Yi Kun was a mysterious and lofty figure. The chairman is visiting the headquarters, and President Chin and the department heads have come out to welcome him in person. I heard the chairman is young and handsome, with unmatched charm. Yeah, last time a female colleague secretly glanced at the chairman, and since then, she has been daydreaming about him. Employees of Confronting Group whispered among themselves. Some female employees were eagerly looking forward to seeing the legendary, mysterious and handsome chairman. He's here. The Rolls-Royce Phantom convoy has arrived. Wow! The Bugatti Chiron, that must be the chairman's car. So cool. The chairman is so impressive, he has the aura of a big shot. Under the astonished and admiring gazes of everyone, a stunning Bugatti supercar, escorted by 6 Rolls-Royce Phantoms, arrived at the base of the Confronting Group headquarters building. Oh, wow, the chairman is so handsome, so young, so charming. When Yi Kun stepped out of the Bugatti Chiron, he instantly shocked the crowd, wildly garnering a wave of admiration. Chairman! President Chin Lun quickly approached respectfully. The moment she saw Yi Kun, her heart raced uncontrollably. Yi Kun was even more handsome and manly than when she first met him. Moreover, the aura he exuded was incredibly powerful. Ding! Goddess-level beauty Chin Lan's favorability towards the host +10. Ding! Congratulations, goddess-level beauty Chin Lan's favorability towards the host has increased to 60 points. Reward, spirit +20. Strength, 200, agility, 200, constitution, 200, spirit, 220. Yi Kun smiled slightly. They had just met, and President Chin Lun had already increased her favorability towards him, presenting him with a welcome gift of attribute points. It seemed that Chan Yueshi's low favorability towards him was not due to his lack of charm. At this moment, other senior executives of Confronting Group stepped forward to greet him respectfully. Most of them were meeting Yi Kun, the chairman, for the first time. The chairman was young and handsome, with an extraordinary demeanor and a powerful aura that left them all in awe. This was also Yi Kun's intention, making a high-profile appearance at Confronting Group, fully displaying his aura to establish authority. At this time, Yi Kun spotted Yang Ijuan among the group of senior executives. She was now the head of the venture capital department. Yi, chairman. Yang Ijuan looked at Yi Kun with a hint of resentment in her eyes and spoke. Last time, she had almost gotten to share a romantic moment with Yi Kun, only to be interrupted by Huichi. This left her with a bit of lingering resentment towards Yi Kun. However, her favorability towards him was as high as 95, and she had completely fallen for him. In recent days, she had been thinking about Yi Kun day and night, unable to sleep. The moment she saw Yi Kun, she felt very happy, but there was also a hint of mixed emotions in her heart. Well, let's head to the conference room for a meeting, Yi Kun said, nodding slightly at Yang Ijuan. He had big plans for his visit to the company. As for his personal matters with Yang Ijuan, they would have to wait. Confronting Building, 99th floor, conference room. Yi Kun sat in the chairman's seat at the head of the table. To his left was President Chin Lun, and on either side were the heads of the Financial Market Department, Venture Capital Department, Legal Department, and Public Relations Department of Confronting Group. Among these 5 senior executives, there were 2 men and 3 women. Yi Kun remained silent, simply sitting in the prominent position, his gaze sweeping over the group, exuding the authority of a domineering leader. In reality, he was scanning their information to ensure that these senior executives were absolutely loyal to Confronting Group and to himself. He first looked at the head of the Financial Market Department. This was a man in a sharp suit, exuding an elite aura. Name, Qin Ming, age, 36, attractiveness, 86, class leader level, position, head of the Financial Market Department of Confronting Group, president of Confronting Capital. Loyalty, 95. Next, Yi Kun turned his gaze to the female head of the Public Relations Department. She was a mature woman with a hint of charm in her flirtatious eyes. Name, Qin Fangyue, age, 27, attractiveness, 93, campus bell level, position, head of the Public Relations Department of Confronting Group, loyalty, 96, initial favorability, 30. Besides the female president Chin Lun and Yang Ijuan, the last head of the legal department also had a loyalty level of 95 towards Yi Kun. A loyalty of 90 means unwavering loyalty, and reaching 95 basically means betrayal is nearly impossible. Yi Kun was still satisfied with the loyalty of the senior management of the group. Yi Kun remained silent, while the others were as quiet as mice, not daring to speak. Today, I have called all department heads to this meeting for one purpose, to complete the full acquisition and merger of the Shao Group within 3 days. Yi Kuan scanned the several ministers with his gaze and spoke calmly. Indeed, he planned to take the initiative and deal with the Xiao family. Xiao Tianyuan had drugged Chang Yueton, and the head of the Xiao family had even spent $1 billion on the dark web to put a bounty on his life. This grudge could not go unavenged. Moreover, through a series of capital operations, swallowing the Xiao Group would also establish his status as a big shot in the financial market. Chairman, the Xiao Group holds shares in more than a dozen listed companies, many of which are listed in the United States and Hong Kong, with a market value reaching hundreds of billions. Completing a full acquisition of the Xiao Group in 3 days is almost impossible, right? The head of the financial market department, Qin Ming, was the first to voice his doubts. The Xiao family was a top-tier family in the Magic City, not some small fry. The Xiao Group was also massive in assets, swallowing it whole was no easy task. Female President Qin Lan and Yang Yijuan were equally perplexed. Completing the acquisition of the Xiao Group's assets in 3 days was clearly very difficult. This USB drive contains a large number of illegal criminal records of the Xiao family, including criminal and economic crimes. If the entire Xiao family collapses, it should not be difficult for our Kuanping group to take the opportunity to acquire the Xiao Group, right? Yi Kuan smiled and took out a USB drive. President Qin Lan took the USB drive and began to play it on the projector. The more everyone watched, the more shocked they became. While the Xiao Group was crazily expanding, it had committed numerous crimes, inciting public outrage. Even more astonishing was that the chairman had grasped all the criminal evidence against the Xiao family. As long as these criminal evidences were leaked to the media, the Xiao family would be finished. First, we will short the stocks of the Xiao Group madly in the financial market. Then, the Public Relations Department will expose the Xiao family's criminal evidence to major media outlets in Long Country, and through media bombardment, help the Xiao family make headlines. Under such significant negative news, the stocks of the Xiao Group will surely plummet, and Kuanping Capital will then buy the Xiao stocks at a low price, while the Risk Investment Department seizes the opportunity to complete the acquisition of most of the Xiao Group's assets. In short, using capital means, economic means, legal means, and public opinion means, we will attack from all sides, bring down the Xiao family, and ultimately complete the acquisition of the Xiao Group. Yi Kuan spoke with ease, strategizing, and with just a few words, he determined the fate of the Xiao Group. Chairman, our Kuanping Group has the strength to swallow the Xiao Group. However, the Xiao family is a top-tier family in the Magic City, with deep-rooted connections, and the head of the Xiao family has extensive networks. They will definitely struggle to the death. Completing the acquisition of the Xiao Group in 3 days will not be easy. Female President Qin Lan said. Top-tier families are not so easily toppled, even if one possesses concrete evidence of the Xiao family's crimes. If the head of the Xiao family suddenly dies 3 days from now? Yi Kuan smiled. It should be noted that the head of the Xiao family, Xiao Chongshan, had placed a bounty of 10 billion on his own head in the dark web. Within 3 days, top international assassins would come to take the life of the head of the Xiao family. It was estimated that Xiao Chongshan would be the first unfortunate head of the family to be killed by the assassin he had hired with his own money. Killing oneself with one's own money was quite a bold move. In this case, if the head of the Xiao family suddenly dies, the Xiao family would be leaderless, and that would truly be the end, said Qin Lan, the female CEO. At the same time, everyone was astonished, not understanding why the head of the Xiao family would die within 3 days. Wishing all the handsome guys and beautiful girls chasing books a safe and happy Dragon Boat Festival. Author's note, handsome guys, have a safe Dragon Boat Festival. This high-level meeting lasted for over an hour. Then, Yi Kuan left the conference room and returned to the chairman's office. He only needed to strategize and grasp the big picture. The specific execution was entirely entrusted to the elite talents under him. If he had to do everything himself, he wouldn't have time to be a carefree tycoon. Yi Kuan stood in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling window, overlooking the entire bund of Magic City. From the 99th floor, looking down, all the buildings appeared small. The cruise ships on the Huangpu River were just tiny dots. Standing in different positions, the scenery enjoyed was also different. Unknowingly, I have already stood at the peak, Yi Kuan thought. After obtaining the system, he became a super tycoon and soared to success. He now had a new goal, which was to become a tycoon emperor. Knock, knock, knock. The door of the chairman's office was knocked on. Come in, Yi Kuan said. Yang Yijuan pushed the door open and walked in with her long legs. Chairman. Yang Yijuan walked up to Yi Kuan and called out with a very aggrieved tone. There are no outsiders here, just call me by my name. Yi Kuan stared at Yang Yijuan and said. Yang Yijuan was the most beautiful campus flower during their university days, a goddess-level beauty. Due to a swimming accident, Yi Kuan performed chest compressions and artificial respiration on her, saving her life. After that, Yang Yijuan pursued Yi Kuan relentlessly. Yi Kuan knew that Yang Ijuan was the kind of rich young lady, so he had never agreed to her pursuit. Thus, the two had perfectly missed each other during their university days. Until recently, during a school anniversary event, they met again. They could have rekindled their romance, but due to a twist of fate, they missed another opportunity. Yi Kuan, do you like me? Yang Ijuan looked at Yi Kuan with her beautiful eyes, hoping for an answer. Her eyes were red, clearly indicating that she hadn't slept well these past few days and might have cried. When Yi Kuan left with Huyuchi that day, she felt that Yi Kuan was about to be taken away from her. I like you, but I already have other women, Yi Kuan said. He chose to be honest and didn't want to deceive Yang Ijuan. However, before he could finish his sentence, his lips were kissed by Yang Ijuan. Yang Ijuan wrapped her arms around Yi Kuan's neck and gave him a deep, passionate kiss. Yi Kuan, I love you so much. I know you have other women, I don't care. Yang Ijuan looked at Yi Kuan with infatuation. Silly girl. Yi Kuan teased Yang Ijuan's delicate nose. If he were just an ordinary person, he would hesitate and be afraid to accept Yang Ijuan's infatuation. However, now he was a super tycoon, and to become a tycoon emperor, he naturally wouldn't push Yang Ijuan away. Yang Ijuan, the most beautiful campus flower, the goddess who had pursued him for 2 years, must and could only be his woman. Yi Kuan gently embraced Yang Ijuan and kissed her. Yang Ijuan happily became Yi Kuan's woman, her pretty face filled with a sweet smile of happiness. Ding! Goddess-level beauty Yang Ijuan's favorability towards the host +3. Ding! The goddess-level beauty Yang Ijuan has raised her favorability towards the host to 98. Ding! Reward, host's constitution +30. Strength, 200, agility, 200, constitution, 230, spirit, 220. In the evening, after dinner, in the presidential suite of Kuanping Hotel. If you want to deal with the Xiao family and swallow the Xiao group, you need to be careful of one person, Yang Ijuan said to Yi Kuan. She has now become Yi Kuan's wise assistant, starting to strategize for him. Who? Yi Kuan asked. Xiao Chen, he is the nephew of the head of the Xiao family and one of the 4 emperors of the Dark World in Magic City, Yang Ijuan said with concern. Upon hearing that Yi Kuan was going to deal with the Xiao family, she used her family's connections to investigate the Xiao family. She found that Xiao Chen was actually the most difficult to deal with. The emperor of the Dark World in Magic City is not to be trifled with. If Yi Kuan wants to swallow the Xiao group, he will inevitably anger Xiao Chen and provoke his crazy revenge. Ha ha! Xiao Chen, after tonight, he will be removed from the ranks of the 4 emperors of Magic City. Yi Kuan laughed. Tonight, he was going to take action against Xiao Chen, one of the 4 emperors. Xiao Chen is the emperor of the Northern Dark World in Magic City, and his strength should not be underestimated. He is a master-level expert. Are you confident you can handle him? Yang Ijuan said with some worry. The 4 emperors of the Dark World in Magic City each control a region. Not only do they have numerous subordinates, but their own strength is also very formidable. They are the kings of the underground forces. The Xiao family's ability to maintain its position as a top-tier family is largely due to Xiao Chen's support in the Dark World. To deal with the Xiao family, one must first handle Xiao Chen. To be honest, I am also a master-level expert. I can crush that Xiao Chen with just one finger, Yi Kuan said, extending a finger and smiling nonchalantly. A mere ordinary master-level expert is not something he takes seriously. With his superhuman physical qualities, he can easily crush his opponent. Brother Kuan, are you really that strong? Yang Ijuan blinked her beautiful eyes, puzzled. She had been classmates with Yi Kuan for 4 years in college and had never known he was a martial arts expert. Moreover, being a master is not simple. In ancient times, it was difficult to find a master in 100 years. Only someone of Zhang Sanfeng's caliber would qualify to be called a master. In recent years, some strange mutations have occurred on Earth, leading to a surge of master-level experts, allowing martial arts to flourish once again. Yang Ijuan also knew this because of her extraordinary family background. Ordinary people are still in the dark, thinking that Earth is still the same Earth. It is not a revival of spiritual energy or cultivation, rather, it is a strange cosmic energy that has radiated to Earth, causing a comprehensive evolution of the human body. Rumor has it that aliens have already visited Earth. However, this is just a rumor, and she does not know its truth. Are you doubting your man's strength? Yi Kuan said with a mischievous smile, reaching out his hand towards Yang Ijuan. I was wrong. Yang Ijuan, with a strong desire to survive, quickly laughed and begged for mercy. Just as Yi Kuan and Yang Ijuan were flirting and being affectionate, the atmosphere in the Xiao family's villa in Magic City was solemn and oppressive. The villa courtyard was filled with people. From the entrance to the villa hall, tall bodyguards in black suits stood guard, creating an extremely tense atmosphere. Moreover, most of the black-clad bodyguards were armed, maintaining a vigilant stance as if facing a great enemy. In the villa hall, several elders of the Xiao family and some important direct family members were seated. The head of the Xiao family, Xiao Chongshan, sat in the main seat of the hall, wearing a black robe, his gaze deep, exuding an aura of authority that gave off a sense of unspoken power. However, at this moment, his heart was not at peace. That calm demeanor was merely a facade he was putting on. He's in big trouble. And it's serious. Master, what on earth happened? Why did you summon all of us elders of the Xiao family? An elder of the Xiao family asked. The Xiao family is a top-tier aristocratic family in the Magic City, with influence that extends beyond just the Magic City, even reaching overseas. Usually, these elders are on their own turf. Unless it's a matter of great importance concerning the fate of the Xiao family, the master wouldn't gather all the elders together. You must have noticed, right? Today, all of our stocks in Xiao Holdings have plummeted. Xiao Chongshan said coldly, his expression very grim. Stocks go up and down, isn't that normal? It might just be that the market isn't doing well lately. A young direct descendant of the Xiao family said dismissively. He had just been riding high in Las Vegas. Suddenly, he was forcibly summoned back by the master with a phone call, and he was quite displeased. If only a portion of the stocks of Xiao Holdings were to drop, that would indeed be normal. But if all the stocks of Xiao Holdings are dropping, that's very abnormal. Xiao Chongshan said coldly. Master, do you mean that someone is maliciously shorting our Xiao stocks, even targeting our entire Xiao family? An elder of the Xiao family asked. The Xiao family is a top-tier aristocratic family, and ordinary forces wouldn't easily provoke them. I've found out that a Confronting Capital is crazily shorting our Xiao Holdings stocks in the financial market. Confronting Capital is an investment company under the Confronting Group. Xiao Chongshan said coldly. Is it that rapidly rising Confronting Group? Confronting Group actually dares to target our Xiao Group. Although our Xiao Group's market value isn't as high as Confronting Group's, the Xiao family is not to be trifled with. A mere newly rich person dares to take action against our top-tier aristocratic family? The elders and direct descendants of the Xiao family began to discuss among themselves. Families like theirs look down on ordinary wealthy individuals. Aristocratic families have been passed down for at least 3 generations, with vast influence and deep foundations. Ordinary wealthy individuals are merely a bunch of upstarts. Their foundations cannot compare to those of aristocratic families. Even if they make it onto some wealthy rankings, it's still not enough to be taken seriously. It's difficult for the wealthy to provoke the aristocrats. Confronting Group is not simple. The mysterious big boss behind it is named Ji Cohen, whose identity is very mysterious and has only recently come to light. On the surface, he seems ordinary, but there should be mysterious forces supporting him behind the scenes. Moreover, this time it's not just Confronting Group targeting our Xiao stocks, Chang's group has also started to target us. Xiao Chongshan said with a frown. Whether it's Confronting Group or Chang's group, neither is an ordinary force. Especially Chang's group, the power behind it is something the Xiao family cannot afford to provoke. What? That super family Chang is going to deal with our Xiao family. Several elders of the Xiao family were shocked, feeling a chill run down their spines, becoming restless. The Xiao family and the Chang family have always kept to themselves. Why would the Chang family target our Xiao family? Upon hearing about Chang's group, all the elders and direct descendants of the Xiao family became tense. Wealthy individuals, aristocrats, conglomerates, families. The status level of the super family Chang is 2 whole levels above the aristocratic Xiao family. In terms of financial and human resources, as well as foundational power, the Xiao family and the Chang family are not on the same level. Because my useless son, Xiao Tianyuan, was infatuated and gave the second daughter of the Chang family an aphrodisiac, completely enraging the Chang family. Xiao Chongshan slammed the table in anger, scolding his son Xiao Tianyuan beside him. This spoiled son of his has brought disaster upon the entire Xiao family. You've caused a huge mess. What a fool. Xiao Tianyuan, as the heir of the Xiao family, what kind of women can't you have? You could play with stars or young models, but you had to go and mess with the daughter of the Chang family. You're asking for death. Truly asking for death. Xiao Tianyuan, it doesn't matter if you die, but you've brought great disaster to the entire Xiao family. A group of Xiao family elders were furious, pointing at Xiao Tianyuan's nose and cursing him. If it weren't for the fact that Xiao Tianyuan was the only son of the family head, he wouldn't even qualify to be the heir of the Xiao family. They knew Xiao Tianyuan was a wastrel, but they never expected him to be so foolish as to provoke the daughter of the Chang family. It's over, now the entire Xiao family is going to be doomed. Unfilial son, kneel down. Xiao Chongshan roared, wishing he could beat this ungrateful son again. I only made a mistake because I was confused after drinking. Xiao Tianyuan knew he had caused trouble and thudded down to his knees on the hall floor. Then, the members of the Xiao family began to angrily scold and spit at him again. Family head, the incident has already happened, the urgent task now is to make amends. An elder of the Xiao family spoke up. It's useless, I've already sent someone to the Chang family estate to apologize, but the person I sent hadn't even entered the estate before they had their legs broken and were thrown out. Xiao Chongshan said with a dark face. He had tried every means to remedy the situation, even willing to offer some important assets of the Xiao family as compensation. However, the Chang family gave them no chance to turn things around. The eldest daughter of the Chang family, Chang Yueshi, is the president of the Chang group and also a top master on the master ranking. Chang Yueshi is not only extremely talented but also very overbearing, fiercely protective, especially of her twin sister, Chang Yuetong, who is her Achilles heel. Xiao Tianyuan has already provoked Chang Yuetong, and now he has made an irreconcilable enemy of the entire Chang family. At this moment, Xiao Chen spoke with a grim face. He was a young man around 30, with a face like a chiseled knife, sharp and ruthless eyes, exuding a kingly aura. Xiao Chen was one of the 4 kings of the Dark World in the Magic City, the Northern King. Others might not know Chang Yueshi, but he did. Even he, a master-level expert, wouldn't dare to provoke the Chang sisters. Xiao Tianyuan truly had the audacity of a bear and leopard, daring to drug Chang Yuetong. Now, the entire Xiao family was dragged down by this bastard Xiao Tianyuan. This was a situation of no return, with no room for maneuver. Bind Xiao Tianyuan and send him to the Chang family, they can kill or torture him as they please. We cannot let the entire family be implicated because of one Xiao Tianyuan. The speaker was a woman named Xiao Meiqing, who held a position in the dark world of the Magic City second only to Xiao Chen and was an important figure in the Xiao family. Xiao Meiqing, you have a cruel heart, actually wanting to throw me into the tiger's den. Upon hearing that Xiao Meiqing wanted to bind him and send him to the Chang family, Xiao Tianyuan's eyes filled with resentment. One person does the deed, one person bears the consequences. Only by sending you to the Chang family can we possibly quell their anger. Xiao Meiqing said coldly, looking at Xiao Tianyuan with disdain. She knew that this useless Xiao Tianyuan would eventually cause trouble, and now it had indeed come to pass. Xiao Meiqing, you are just a lowly woman adopted by the Xiao family. What right do you have to speak here and decide my life or death? Xiao Tianyuan shouted angrily. Xiao Meiqing was not actually a member of the Xiao family, she had been adopted by them since childhood. Initially, she was trained as a tool and a death warrior. However, Xiao Meiqing had astonishing martial arts talent, reaching peak master-level strength at a young age, and had achieved remarkable feats for the Xiao family in the dark world, becoming a figure second only to Xiao Chen among the younger generation. To fully integrate Xiao Meiqing, the Xiao family had brought her into the core of the family. Xiao Tianyuan had long coveted Xiao Meiqing's beauty, but he had never succeeded, and sometimes he would even end up with a bruised face after being beaten by her. Enough, stop arguing. Xiao Chongshan slammed the table in anger. Xiao Tianyuan is my only son, I do not agree to bind him and send him to the Chang family. Xiao Chongshan said coldly. A tiger does not eat its cubs, as the head of the Xiao family, he still wanted to protect his son. Xiao Meiqing shook her head slightly, it seemed the Xiao family was truly beyond saving. Head of the family, how should we respond to this crisis? An elder spoke up. Evacuate. All direct descendants must leave Long Country. Over the years, our Xiao family has done many shady things and made a lot of dirty money. Confronting Group and Chang's group will definitely seize our weaknesses and retaliate fiercely. Having offended the Chang family, our Xiao family has no place in Long Country anymore. We might as well transfer all our assets overseas. Xiao Chongshan gritted his teeth and made a significant decision. The Xiao family had been planning to flee for quite some time. They had secretly transferred assets overseas multiple times, and this was merely a forced advance. You all go overseas, I will stay in Modu. I am the Northern Emperor of the Dark World in Modu, a master-level expert. Even the Chang family cannot easily touch me. Xiao Chen said proudly. As a master expert, he had his own pride. Moreover, Long Country was actually the safest place. Fleeing overseas might lead to a quicker death. Meanwhile, in another villa in Modu, Chang Yueshi was playing the mobile game Honor of Kings with several female bodyguards. Ha! I've reached another national server, the 8th one this season. Chang Yueshi laughed. She had many interests and excelled in all of them. Besides being a domineering female CEO and a martial arts master, she also enjoyed watching live streams and playing games. Miss, as you expected, the Xiao family is preparing to flee entirely. The head of the Xiao family has already contacted a large cargo ship, planning to escape by sea, reported the female bodyguard Li Jingwen. Every move of the Xiao family was under their surveillance. Do not stop them, let them leave. Then arrange a powerful mercenary group. Once the Shao family's ship reaches international waters, wipe out the entire Shao family, leaving not a single one alive. Additionally, flatten all the industries under the Shao group, leaving none. Chang Yueshi continued to play the mobile game without looking up. The author has something to say. For those handsome guys without fan value, click on the free little gift to increase fan value. Modu, with its bright lights and intoxicating nightlife. Tonight, this city will give birth to an emperor of the dark world, unifying the 4 major regions of East, West, South, and North, becoming an undisputed overlord. Yi Koen donned a stylish black trench coat, wearing a black mask and blue-tinted sunglasses, sitting in a Rolls-Royce Phantom. His first target was Xiao Chen, the northern emperor of the dark world in Modu. He only brought one person, his driver and bodyguard, Sanju. Modu's northern food city was the stronghold of the northern emperor, Xiao Chen. He controlled the supply of most of Modu's food, making a substantial profit. Yi Kuen's method to become the northern emperor was simple and violent: to kill his way in and directly eliminate Xiao Chen. Some small minions naturally did not require Yi Kuen to act personally, they were all handled by Sanju. Yi Kuen strolled leisurely and directly approached Xiao Chen. From today onwards, I am the only emperor of the dark world in Modu. Surrender, or die. Yi Kuen's gaze swept over Xiao Chen as he calmly uttered these words. At this, the entire place was shocked. This mysterious person in a mask and sunglasses has come to challenge the northern emperor, Xiao Chen. He actually wants to be the emperor of the entire dark world in Modu. What audacity! Is he insane? The 4 major regions of Modu each have powerful forces behind them. No one has ever been able to unify these 4 regions. What right does he have? Xiao Chen and his group of subordinates stared at the suddenly appearing mysterious person with strange eyes, filled with vigilance and suspicion. To have a master-level expert follow him, this person is not simple. Xiao Meiqing's enchanting eyes were cast towards Yi Kuen, unable to help but feel a bit infatuated. Although Yi Kuen wore a mask and sunglasses, it still couldn't hide his handsomeness and charm. Just like those handsome guys who chase after this wealthy book every day, leaving comments, they were handsome to the bone, handsome to the depths of their souls, unable to hide it at all. That extraordinary charm radiating from within was so dazzling, it couldn't be concealed. Arrogant, on what basis do you think you can become the emperor of the dark world in the 4 major regions of Magic City? How much power do you have? How many followers do you have? How much money do you have? Xiao Chen sneered, his gaze dark, firing off a series of questions. Each of the 4 major regions had master-level experts, and their backing was powerful. To become the emperor of the entire dark world of Magic City, how could it be so easy? Even he, a master-level expert backed by the first-class Xiao family, could only barely occupy the northern region. Crossing into other regions was simply impossible. Just based on myself and a pair of fists. Yi Kuen declared proudly. You ask me how much money I have? Actually, I'm not sure, but I could probably buy countless magic cities. Are you kidding me? Xiao Chen's expression darkened, thinking Yi Kuen was just playing with him. Forget it, talking to you is like playing the lute to a cow. Since you're from the Xiao family, let's start with you, the northern emperor. Yi Kuen said, too lazy to waste more words with this northern emperor. Considering he was a master-level expert, he only chatted a few more sentences with him. More than 10 people have challenged my position as the northern emperor, all of them died under my eagle claw technique. Xiao Chen said coldly, his gaze sharp. He took off his gloves, revealing fingers like eagle claws. To become the northern emperor of the dark world in Magic City, he naturally had real skills. The number of people who had died under his eagle claw technique had already exceeded 3 digits. Eagle claw technique? To deal with you, I only need 1 finger. Yi Kuen said indifferently, extending his right index finger. He had told Yang Yijuan that he could crush the northern emperor Xiao Chen with just 1 finger, and he wasn't joking. Since he said it, he had to do it, that was his principle. Arrogant, my eagle claw technique has over 20 years of power, let's see how you die. Xiao Chen felt a strong sense of disdain and humiliation, filled with rage. He was fierce, unleashing the eagle claw technique to launch a fierce attack on Yi Kuen. He practiced the authentic eagle claw technique, and with 1 claw, he could rip a person's entire arm off, skin and all. No one dared to confront him head-on. However, Yi Kuen took a step forward and disappeared from Xiao Chen's sight. In the next moment, Xiao Chen felt a sharp pain in his lower abdomen and knelt down. Cough cough. Xiao Chen knelt on the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. So fast. What kind of finger technique is this? Xiao Chen stared at Yi Kuen in shock and fear. He was a master-level expert, yet he was incapacitated by a single poke from someone's finger, instantly losing his combat ability. Even those top experts on the master ranking couldn't defeat him in 1 move. He didn't even see how the other party made their move. He was crushed so easily. That's right, Crushed. A single finger crush. Terrifying. When did such a terrifying expert appear in Magic City? One young finger. Yi Kuan casually declared. One young finger? Is there really such a technique? Xiao Chen's face turned pale, revealing an expression of disbelief. I haven't read much, don't lie to me. I said this is the one young finger, so it is the one young finger. Yi Kuan said calmly. In the world of martial arts, only speed is unbreakable, and nothing is invincible. As long as the speed is fast enough, the attack fierce enough, and the strength strong enough, his single finger is the strongest of the one yang finger. Unmatched. Peerless in the world. The Emperor Xiao has been defeated. He was incapacitated with a single finger. How is that possible? The Northern Emperor is going to change his people. Xiao Chen has been rendered useless, and his subordinates are all panic-stricken, terrified to the core. The only one who can still remain calm is a woman, an incredibly enchanting and sexy mature woman. She has a pair of peach blossom eyes, with a hint of charm between her brows, beautiful features, and a figure that is voluptuous and curvaceous, extremely hot and alluring. She is a naturally seductive woman. Xiao Meiqing, do you choose to submit, or to die? Yi Kuan stared at Xiao Meiqing and asked. He had asked Tao Tao to look up information on the main members of the Xiao family, so he naturally knew about this Xiao Meiqing. Xiao Meiqing was originally an orphan, and because she was a beauty from a young age, she was adopted by the Xiao family and subjected to brutal training like a female spy. If it weren't for her exceptional martial arts talent, she would probably have become a plaything for men. You must be Mr. Yi, right? I am willing to submit to you. Xiao Meiqing's eyes were like silk, directly choosing to submit to Yi Kuan. Ding! Detected a goddess-level beauty. Name, Xiao Meiqing. Appearance, 95 + 1 goddess level, naturally seductive, appearance + 1 age, 25 height, 175 measurements, 90, 62, 96 bust, 36F initial favorability, 20 traits, naturally seductive, sexy, enchanting. Strength, master level. Type, seductive. Author's note, to be frank, every day I read about handsome guys and little fairies. Hiss. This Xiao Meiqing is actually naturally seductive. No wonder every frown and smile carries charm. Incredibly enchanting. And her figure is voluptuous and explosive, a top-notch woman. F cup. One hand cannot control. Only a man as tall as him can handle it. Ding. Goddess-level beauty Xiao Meiqing is influenced by the host's charm aura, gaining +30 favorability. Ding. Goddess-level beauty Xiao Meiqing is influenced by the host's domineering CEO aura, gaining +20 favorability. Ding. Congratulations, the favorability of goddess-level beauty Xiao Meiqing towards the host has increased to 70. Ding. Congratulations, physique +30. Strength, 200, agility, 200, physique, 260, spirit, 220. Xiao Meiqing gazed at Yi Kuan with her peach blossom eyes, her charming gaze exceptionally enchanting. She is a smart woman, and having undergone spy training, she has already guessed Yi Kuan's true identity. You still need a letter of allegiance. Yi Kuan stared at Xiao Meiqing's charming face and spoke lightly. He was not dazzled by Xiao Meiqing's beauty. Although Xiao Meiqing's favorability towards him had reached 70, which is a level where a romantic relationship can be confirmed, he had not seen Xiao Meiqing's loyalty data. This indicates that she has not truly submitted. A woman's heart is like a needle in the sea. Perhaps Xiao Meiqing is still thinking of enchanting him, turning the tables. After all, beauty is her greatest weapon. Therefore, she must be made to pledge her allegiance. Letter of allegiance? Xiao Meiqing, being from the dark world, immediately understood Yi Kuan's meaning. She walked in front of Xiao Chen, her peach blossom eyes flashing with a hint of coldness. Xiao Meiqing, do you want to kill me to pledge your allegiance? Don't forget that it was the Xiao family that raised you. Xiao Chen's face turned pale, his heart cold. He had already been pierced by Yi Kuan's finger, losing the ability to resist. The Xiao family only treated me as a tool. If I didn't still have value, I would have long become your plaything. Moreover, over the years, I have helped the Xiao family seize a lot of territory, and all the favors owed have been repaid. Xiao Meiqing spoke coldly. Then, she slapped Xiao Chen on the head. Smack! Blood flowed from Xiao Chen's 7 orifices, and his body fell, dying an untimely death. Don't be fooled by Xiao Meiqing's delicate appearance. Her strikes were ruthless and merciless, truly a woman of the dark world. Ding! Congratulations to the host for subduing Xiao Meiqing. Reward, 1 random lottery chance. Ding! Xiao Meiqing's loyalty, 90. Subduing Xiao Meiqing actually rewarded a lottery chance. What a pleasant surprise. From today on, you are the queen of the dark world in northern Magic City. Yi Kuan said to Xiao Meiqing. He controlled the forces in the northern region of Magic City but had no time to manage it personally, so he let Xiao Meiqing take charge. Thank you, master. Xiao Meiqing was overjoyed. With just one sentence from Yi Koan, she became the queen of the dark world in the northern region of Magic City. From now on, in the dark world of Magic City, she would be second to none. Ding! Goddess-level beauty Xiao Meiqing's loyalty to the host +5, increased to 95. Ding! Congratulations to the host for strength +30. Strength, 230, agility, 200, constitution, 260, spirit, 220, Increasing loyalty actually grants attribute point rewards. That's quite satisfying. Master? Very good. Yi Koan nodded slightly, feeling very pleased with Xiao Meiqing's new title for him. She was a very clever woman. With Xiao Meiqing's loyalty at 95, he didn't have to worry about her betraying him. Organize some elite personnel from the southern district, bring weapons, and follow me to kill the Honko dojo. Yi Koan said coldly. It was a disgrace that the dark world in the western region of Magic City was actually controlled by the Japanese. What era was it? The Japanese could still act tyrannically in Magic City, committing crimes and covering the sky with one hand. This situation must be broken, it must be changed. If no one would break it, then he would. If no one would change it, then he would. Is the master going to deal with the queen of the western dark world, Bencheng Sakura? That's the power of the largest Yakuza organization in Japan, the Yamaguchi-gumi. Xiao Meiqing exclaimed in surprise. The Yamaguchi-gumi controlled most of the drug trade in the dark world of Magic City. Although Bencheng Sakura's martial arts strength was only at the master level, her marksmanship was exceptional, and her knife skills were also quite formidable, making her not easy to deal with. Moreover, the Yamaguchi-gumi had a significant influence in Magic City, a tough nut to crack. The dark world of Magic City is not for the Japanese to dominate. Bring elite personnel and follow me to eliminate Bencheng Sakura and these Japanese. Yi Koan said coldly. He would not allow the Japanese to run rampant on the land of Long Country as the emperor of the dark world in Magic City. Bencheng Sakura must be forcefully eliminated, no negotiation. Moreover, the influence of the Yamaguchi-gumi must be driven out of the dark world of Magic City. The Honko dojo should no longer exist. Yes, I will immediately gather elite personnel to eliminate Bencheng Sakura with the master. Xiao Meiqing said excitedly. Bencheng Sakura was the queen of the dark world in the western region of Magic City, and she had long wanted to challenge her. The master was indeed very strong and domineering. To directly eliminate Bencheng Sakura and drive the Yamaguchi-gumi out of Magic City. Moments later, Xiao Meiqing gathered dozens of elites. They all got into their BYD Ming cars, armed with weapons, and followed Yi Koan's Rolls-Royce Phantom as they marched towards the western region. A Rolls-Royce Phantom, accompanied by a group of BYD Mings, created quite an impressive scene. Suddenly, the system's prompt sounded in Yi Koan's mind. Treasure. Detected that you are about to participate in an intense gunfight. Do you need a divine gun that can fire infinitely? Cough cough. This atmosphere is off. How did the system become a sycophant? Did the system secretly watch some short videos? What divine gun? I brought my own gun. Yi Koan replied irritably. System, something's not right with you. The treasure is a desert eagle that can fire unlimited bullets. Each one costs only 99,000 worship points. You can't lose or be deceived by buying it. Damn! They're trying to trick me into spending again. A desert eagle that can fire unlimited bullets. Alright, 99,000 is indeed not expensive. Give me a desert eagle with unlimited bullets. No, one isn't enough, I want two. With dual guns in hand, the world is mine. Two isn't enough, give me three. In the end, Yi Koan exchanged for 3 desert eagles with unlimited bullets. Xiao Meiqing, you know how to handle guns, right? Yi Koan asked Xiao Meiqing. Master, a great battle is about to begin. Are you sure you still want to play with guns? Xiao Meiqing was slightly astonished. Shouldn't the master conserve his strength for the upcoming fierce battle? Nonsense. It's precisely because a battle is about to happen that I must play with guns. Yi Koan slapped the ball again and then pulled out a desert eagle. Can you handle it? Yi Koan waved the desert eagle in front of Xiao Meiqing. Desert eagle? Is this the gun you're talking about, master? Xiao Meiqing was shocked, not knowing where Yi Koan had pulled a gun from. What else could it be? Yi Koan handed the desert eagle to Xiao Meiqing. This desert eagle is different. It's a divine gun that can fire unlimited bullets. Yi Koan said. Unlimited firing? Xiao Meiqing was skeptical as she took the desert eagle and began to play with it. Then, she discovered that this desert eagle actually had no magazine. Don't look at it, this is black technology. Yi Koan said. There were many black technology products in the system mall, and he decided to reveal them little by little. The desert eagle with unlimited bullets was just the most ordinary among them. Ding! Obtain Xiao Meiqing's worship value super critical hit plus 6666. After confirming that this Desert Eagle was indeed a black technology weapon, Xiao Meiqing was utterly astonished. Then, her gaze towards Yi Kuan became even more admiring, as if she were looking at a deity. Before long, the car arrived at the Honko Dojo in the western area of the Magic City. This entire area was occupied by the Nishida Three-Mouth Group, becoming their territory. Bodyguard Sanju parked the Rolls-Royce Phantom near the Honko Dojo. Then, he got out and opened the car door for his boss. Yi Kuan stepped out of the Rolls-Royce, draped in a stylish black trench coat, wearing black leather boots, and with two Desert Eagles that could fire unlimited bullets tucked at his waist. A sense of coolness radiated from him, just like the handsome guys chasing after books. Unstoppable coolness. Is everyone here? Yi Kuan asked. He wasn't asking about the newly recruited lackeys from the northern area but his own core team. Among his bodyguards, many were mercenaries. Yi Kuan decided to bring them out for a fight. Boss, everyone is here. Sanju nodded. Just then, the king of mercenaries, Lu Tianqian, came with a heavy machine gun, leading a 12-member elite team to report back. They were all well-equipped, exuding an iron-blooded aura. Tonight, for every enemy from the Three-Mouth Group you kill, you'll be rewarded 1 million. Yi Kuan pumped these mercenary bodyguards with motivation. Instantly, the mercenaries were filled with fighting spirit, brimming with killing intent. The mercenary team took the lead, charging into the Honko Dojo with machine guns. The newly recruited elite lackeys from the southern area followed closely behind. Finally, Yi Kuan made a stylish entrance, holding two Desert Eagles, and charged into the Honko Dojo. His marksmanship was divine, 1 shot for 1, 2 shots for a pair. The members of the Three-Mouth Group at the Honko Dojo were completely unprepared and were caught off guard. Soon, only the Queen of the Dark World in the western area of the Magic City, Ben Chengingzi, remained, along with a few elite members of the Three-Mouth Group, stubbornly resisting. They occupied a favorable defensive position, making their final struggle. What kind of people are you, and why did you invade our Honko Dojo? Hanjo Sakura was a beautiful young woman, dressed in a pink kimono. Almost all the members of the Honko Dojo had been wiped out, and she still couldn't figure out who the enemy was. The mercenaries' firepower was simply too overwhelming, directly flattening them. Let me correct you, this is not your Neon People's Honko Dojo, this is the land of the Dragon Kingdom. Yi Kuan spoke with authority. The Neon People dared to control the dark world of Magic City and sell drugs, he would not allow it. Sir, we are members of the Neon Senku Group. Are you sure you want to be enemies with us? Hanjo Sakura said, pulling out a specially made golden pistol from her kimono. From today onwards, the Senku Group must withdraw from the Dragon Kingdom, or I will eliminate every single one of you. Yi Kuan declared, referring to the Senku Group. Who exactly are you? Hanjo Sakura asked, speaking in standard dragon language. At the same time, she stealthily aimed her small golden pistol at Yi Kuan's direction. I am the Magic City. Yi Kuan's words were not finished. With a bang, a golden bullet shot towards Yi Kuan's forehead. Hanjo Sakura was very cunning, using conversation to distract while locking onto Yi Kuan's position to launch a surprise attack. A mere trick, and you dare to show off here. Yi Kuan sneered, firing his Desert Eagle in both hands, each shooting a bullet. Bang! Hanjo Sakura's bullet was intercepted in midair. Such marksmanship was extraordinary. What the hell? The bullet was intercepted. How is this possible? Could he be a gun god? Hanjo Sakura and the others showed expressions of disbelief. At that moment, another bullet fired by Yi Kuan suddenly curved in midair, speeding towards Hanjo Sakura's temple. The bullet turned at an angle, shooting towards Hanjo Sakura from a blind spot. His bullet can actually curve. How is this possible? When the bullet suddenly turned, Hanjo Sakura's face showed fear and disbelief. However, it was already too late to dodge. The bullet was too fast. Bang! Hanjo Sakura was shot in the head. The Western Queen of the Magic City's Dark World was dead. If her strength had reached the Master level, she might have dodged this shot. Unfortunately, she was only at the Grandmaster level. Thus, she was killed with a single shot. The remaining members of the Senku Group were quickly taken down by the mercenary soldiers. Yi Kuan forcefully eliminated Hanjo Sakura, eradicating the Senku Group's influence in Magic City, wildly gaining a wave of admiration points. Whether it was the group of mercenary bodyguards or the newly recruited elite lackeys, their eyes were filled with awe and admiration for Yi Kuan. Yi Kuan was not only a powerful martial arts master capable of killing experts like Xiao Chen in an instant, but he was also a gun god, with marksmanship that was divine, killing Hanjo Sakura with a single shot to the head. Terrifying indeed. Through these two battles, he had consecutively challenged the Northern Emperor and the Western Queen of the Magic City's Dark World. Yi Koen had already established an image of authority and invincibility in the dark world of Magic City. Xiao Meiqing, you will temporarily take over the influence in the western region of the Magic City's dark world. Yi Koen put away his dual guns and said to Xiao Meiqing, "Yes, master." Xiao Meiqing was overjoyed, looking at Yi Koen with eyes full of admiration and fervor. With Yi Koen allowing her to control both the western and northern regions of Magic City, she would become the new queen of the dark world. One person beneath, above 10,000. Expel the Sanku group's influence, and after taking over the western region, do not engage in the drug trade. Yi Koen instructed Xiao Meiqing. He didn't lack money. Drugs, which harmed the people of the Dragon Kingdom, must never be touched. Yes, master. Xiao Meiqing gladly accepted the order. Yi Koen instructed her, and she followed his orders. From now on, she would only listen to Yi Koen's commands. After dealing with the queen of the dark world in the western part of the Magic City, Ben Chengengzi, Yi Koen hurriedly headed to the eastern region. He aimed to sweep through the dark world forces in the 4 major areas of the Magic City with thunderous momentum and become the emperor of the dark world. In the eastern region of the Magic City, the ruler was Su Yuxue, the third daughter of the powerful Su family. On the surface, she was the president of the student council at Magic City University, but secretly, she was the queen of the dark world in the eastern region. Su Yuxue controlled businesses related to beauty, medical care, and entertainment. At that moment, Su Yuxue was in a taekwondo gym in the eastern part of the Magic City. Dressed in student attire, she was pure and beautiful, with long flowing hair, standing gracefully. Just by appearance, she was undoubtedly a charming campus goddess. However, no one could have imagined that she was the queen of the dark world in the eastern region of the Magic City. At that moment, she was barefoot, facing an assault from 10 taekwondo black belt masters. Ha! Ha! The 10 taekwondo black belts shouted as they attacked Su Yuxue. Bang! Su Yuxue kicked out with the speed of a gale, her movements crisp and elegant. She directly kicked one taekwondo black belt flying. Bang bang bang! Su Yuxue unleashed a series of kicks, sending 3 more taekwondo black belts flying. Bang 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 bang! In less than a minute, all 10 taekwondo black belts were kicked to the ground by Su Yuxue, losing their combat ability. Weak, too weak. Not a single one can fight. Su Yuxue's pretty face was cold, looking quite displeased. What the heck? They called themselves taekwondo black belts. 10 people surrounded her, and they couldn't last a minute under her feet. Just a bunch of weaklings, useless. He. Xiaoxue, it's not that they're too weak, but that you're too strong. At that moment, a tall and beautiful woman walked gracefully towards Su Yuxue from the stands. Her name was Bai Xiaoxi, the daughter of the Bai family, a wealthy family in the Magic City, and her public identity was the head of the cultural department of the student council at Magic City University. In reality, she and Su Yuxue jointly controlled the dark world in the eastern part of the Magic City. Bai Xiaoxi and Su Yuxue were classmates, both high-profile goddesses at Magic City University. It's them who are too weak. Su Yuxue pouted, looking at the 10 taekwondo black belts sprawled on the ground, feeling quite bored. Bai Xiaoxi laughed. You're a master-level expert, fighting against 10 taekwondo black belts, isn't that bullying them? Where is the man who can defeat me? Su Yuxue revealed a lonely expression of a master, instead yearning for a man to appear and defeat her with strength. She was a martial arts enthusiast, deeply in love with martial arts and combat. Having become a master-level expert at a young age, she was naturally very proud. At the same time, she often felt a sense of loneliness, finding it difficult to find an equally matched opponent. There are heavens beyond the heavens, and people beyond the people. The number of master-level experts emerging now is increasing, and you will encounter powerful opponents. Bai Xiaoxi said with a smile. Among my peers, if anyone can defeat me, I will make him my husband, and I will marry no one else. Su Yuxue declared proudly. She was a martial arts enthusiast, only able to seek out men stronger than herself. He. If the person who defeats you is an ugly monster, will you still marry him? Bai Xiaoxi laughed. In modern society, there are not many people like Su Yuxue who hold such thoughts. No way, the man who can defeat me must be a dragon among men, extraordinary and elegant. Su Yuxue replied with great certainty. A man capable of defeating her would at least be a master-level expert. How could he possibly be ugly? I mean, what if he really is an ugly monster? Bai Xiaoxi pressed on. If the other party is an ugly monster, then I won't fight with him. He. Su Yuxue laughed. Xiaoxi, why don't you fight with me? Su Yuxue turned her gaze to Bai Xiaoxi. I won't fight, I'll just end up sweating all over. Bai Xiaoxi shook her head. It's okay, after sweating, I'll take you to a beauty salon for a full-body massage. Su Yuxue said, not giving up. Just then, a handsome guy in sportswear walked into the taekwondo gym. This handsome guy was Yi Kuan, who had changed from his trench coat into sportswear, looking like a sunny and handsome student. Who are you? This is a private taekwondo gym, and we don't welcome. Several people in taekwondo uniforms surrounded Yi Kuan, their attitudes very unfriendly. Bang bang bang. Yi Kuan kept walking, heading straight for Su Yuxue. Behind him, several taekwondo team members lay sprawled on the ground. Su Yuxue and Bai Xiaoxi heard the commotion and turned their gazes to Yi Kuan at the same time. So handsome. Su Yuxue and Bai Xiaoxi both exclaimed inwardly, stunned by Yi Kuan's handsome appearance. More handsome than the school hunk is the male god, and more handsome than the male god is the beauty emperor. Yi Kuan was a beauty emperor, capable of capturing the hearts of countless girls with his extraordinary looks. The author has something to say, leave a message about being handsome. Yi Kuan's handsomeness is an extraordinary charm that radiates from within. He is confident, sunny, suave, resolute, and domineering. It's hard for any woman to resist his charm. He could easily rely on his looks, but he insists on relying on strength, just like those cute handsome guys who chase after books every day. Su Yuxue and Bai Xiaoxi were captivated by his extraordinary charm at first glance. Handsome guy, are you here at the taekwondo gym to find me? Su Yuxue smiled, taking the initiative to approach Yi Kuan. Her intuition told her that this handsome beauty emperor was here for her. As for what he wanted, she wasn't quite sure. Ding! Detected a goddess-level beauty. Name, Su Yuxue, appearance, 96, goddess level, age, 22, height, 172, measurements, 86, 60, 90, bust, 34C, initial favorability, 20, traits, daring in love and hate, martial arts enthusiast. Strength, master level. This Su Yuxue is also a goddess-level martial arts master. Ding! Goddess-level beauty Su Yuxue is loved by everyone, and her charm aura influences, favorability plus 30. Ding! Goddess-level beauty Su Yuxue is influenced by the domineering CEO aura, favorability plus 10. Ding! Congratulations, goddess-level beauty Su Yuxue's favorability towards the host has increased to 60, reward agility plus 30. Strength, 230, agility, 230, constitution, 260, spirit, 220. After the favorability reached 60 points, Su Yuxue looked at Yi Kuan with obvious affection and admiration in her eyes. Su Yuxue, I'm here to challenge you. From tonight, I will be the king of the dark world in Magic City. Yi Kuan stared at Su Yuxue, directly stating his intention. Oh, you want to be the emperor of the entire dark world in Magic City, then let's see if you have the strength for that. Su Yuxue's eyes became sharp when she realized Yi Kuan was here to challenge her position as the Eastern Queen. To be honest, I have already conquered the southern and western regions, you are the third. Yi Kuan smiled. Compared to the northern emperor Shao Chen and the western emperor Ben Chengxi, he would be gentler with Su Yuxue. If you can defeat me, then everything is negotiable. Su Yuxue immediately assumed a taekwondo fighting stance. She also sensed the martial arts master aura radiating from Yi Kuan. Taekwondo won't work. Yi Kuan extended a finger and shook it lightly, saying calmly, I will defeat you using Jeet Kune Do. Whether you can or not, we'll only know after we fight. Su Yuxue replied coldly, launching the first attack. She was very cautious, first using a sidekick to test Yi Kuan's defenses. Yi Kuan shifted his feet lightly and easily dodged it. After a few probing attempts, Su Yuxue began a fierce assault, unleashing various leg techniques and high-difficulty moves in rapid succession. It was simply impressive. However, despite her fierce onslaught, she couldn't even touch the hem of Yi Kuan's clothes. You keep dodging. What kind of master are you? If you have the ability, fight me head-on. Su Yuxue exclaimed, growing anxious as she couldn't land a hit on Yi Kuan. His footwork was just too agile. You're not my match. The two of you can come at me together, Yi Kuan said, pointing at Bai Xiaoxi, who was watching the fight with interest. Defeat me first. Su Yuxue retorted defiantly. She wouldn't concede until Yi Kuan had attacked her. Alright, then I'll make you concede. Yi Kuan laughed. He then assumed a stance of Jeet Kune Do. The true essence of Jeet Kune Do lies in defeating the opponent without any moves. Without any techniques, it allows one to act without action, intercepting all of the opponent's attacks. Your moves are too slow. Su Yuxue executed a sidekick, but Yi Kuan intercepted it before it could even reach him. Too many openings. Su Yuxue swept with a high kick, which seemed fierce but was full of flaws. Yi Kuan lightly kicked out, cutting off her attack and forcing her to retreat repeatedly. Su Yuxue, unwilling to back down, unleashed a series of flashy leg attacks, dazzling to behold. All show and no substance. Yi Kuan smiled faintly, waiting for Su Yuxue to finish her kicks before lightly tapping her foot. Su Yuxue stumbled back, nearly falling to the ground. Yi Kun quickly rushed forward and caught her by the waist, preventing her from hitting the floor. Su Yushue, a martial artist, had a waist as soft as a willow. Holding her waist, Yi Kun could feel her breath, and their gazes locked for more than 3 seconds. This close contact made Su Yushue's heart race like a startled deer, and her cheeks flushed bright red. Ding! Goddess-level beauty Su Yushue experiences a fluttering feeling, affection +5. Ding! Goddess-level beauty Su Yushue's affection for the host has increased to 65. You, let go of me, Su Yushue said, both shy and angry. She had never been held in such an intimate manner by a man before. So, Yi Kun released her. Thud! Su Yushue plopped down onto the floor. You really let go. Su Yushue gritted her teeth in frustration. How about it? Do you concede? Yi Kun asked with a smile, finding it quite amusing to see Su Yushue flustered. I won't concede. Let's keep fighting. Su Yushue was not one to give up easily. She rubbed her bottom and stood up, wanting to continue battling Yi Kun. You're not my match. The two of you can come at me together, Yi Kun said, turning his gaze back to Bai Xiaoxi. She appeared pure and beautiful, with long legs and a tall figure, wearing white shoes and shorts that revealed her fair thighs. The upper part of her outfit was a white, form-fitting sports top that accentuated her graceful figure. Are you sure you want to take us both on alone? Bai Xiaoxi asked, her beautiful eyes fixed on Yi Kun. Ding! A goddess-level beauty has been detected. Name, Bai Xiaoxi appearance, 96 goddess level, age, 22 height, 174 measurements, 88, 62, 92 bust, 36D initial favorability, 30 feature, appears pure like egg white, but underneath is yolk. Strength, master level This Bai Xiaoxi is quite interesting. She does look very pure on the outside, a clean and fair goddess. Ding! Goddess level beauty Bai Xiaoxi is influenced by the host's charm, gaining +30 favorability. Ding! Goddess level beauty Bai Xiaoxi is influenced by the host's domineering CEO aura, gaining +20 favorability. Ding! Goddess level beauty Bai Xiaoxi's favorability towards the host has risen to 80, rewarding +30 spirit. Strength, 230, agility, 230, constitution, 260, spirit, 260 Yi Kun was slightly taken aback. Bai Xiaoxi's favorability towards him skyrocketed to 80 points. This level of favorability is not far from completely falling for him and pursuing him. Yi Kun smiled. You all together are no match for me. Come on, all of you together. Yi Kun waved at Su Yushue and Bai Xiaoxi. Just two little beauties, not enough for him to handle alone. Bai Xiaoxi was not polite either, taking off her little jacket and charging at Yi Kun. There's no one who can defeat the two of us together, Bai Xiaoxi said coldly, even demonstrating a high kick towards Yi Kun. Standing on one leg, she executed a split. This high-difficulty move, combined with her long, fair legs, was indeed quite a sight to behold. However, Yi Kun merely shook his head slightly. A decorative pillow, good to look at but useless. Soon, I'll make you call me daddy. Su Yushue also stopped holding back, joining Bai Xiaoxi to attack Yi Kun from both sides. Let's go together. Bai Xiaoxi signaled to Su Yushue, and the two launched a fierce attack on Yi Kun simultaneously. Bai Xiaoxi swept a high kick towards Yi Kun's head, starting off with a fierce move. Smack! Yi Kun directly slapped Bai Xiaoxi's jade foot, causing her to lose her balance. Su Yushue followed closely, launching a rapid kick at Yi Kun. She unleashed a series of fierce leg attacks. Smack, smack. Yi Kun casually responded with two slaps, effortlessly deflecting her fierce attacks. Humph! Ha! Bai Xiaoxi and Su Yushue attacked Yi Kun from the left and right, launching a fierce assault. One attacked high, the other low, their coordination seamless. Various attacks came in an unending stream. However, Yi Kun remained calm and unhurried, strolling leisurely, unaffected by praise or humiliation. Finger gun. Yi Kun transformed his finger into a gun, shooting out like a dragon, easily breaking Bai Xiaoxi and Su Yushue's combined assault. Bai Xiaoxi and Su Yushue were drenched in sweat, panting heavily, yet still failed to gain any advantage over Yi Kun. No matter what high-difficulty moves they attempted, Yi Kun could easily counter with just a finger. This man is so strong. Even with the two of us together, we are no match for him. He can handle us with just a finger. If he were to go all out, what would happen? Su Yushue and Bai Xiaoxi grew increasingly alarmed as they fought. Yi Kun handled the two of them with ease. Smack! At that moment, Yi Kun seized a flaw in Bai Xiaoxi's defense and slapped her hard. Ah! Bai Xiaoxi let out a cry, directly knocked down. At the same time, Yi Kun executed a binding technique, tightly wrapping Su Yushue's delicate body. Su Yushue struggled a few times but couldn't break free. I give up. Su Yushua stopped struggling and admitted defeat. Yi Koan easily suppressed the two female master-level experts, and she accepted her defeat wholeheartedly. This man is too powerful. Whether it's his martial arts strength or his charming looks, he has completely conquered her. Ding! The host has forcefully conquered the goddess-level beauty Su Yushua, increasing her favorability towards the host by 30 points. Ding! The goddess-level beauty Su Yushua's favorability towards the host has risen to 95. Ding! Reward, host's physique plus 40, host's physique has increased to 300. Strength, 230, agility, 230, physique, 300, spirit, 260. Yi Koan was slightly astonished, not expecting Su Yushua's favorability towards him to increase by 30 points directly. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation. Bai Xiaoxi saw Su Yushua concede and got up from the ground, covering her painfully hot jade-like hips. Then, she stared at Yi Koan with a resentful and complex gaze. That slap was really too harsh. Ding! The goddess-level beauty Bai Xiaoxi has been subdued by the host's fiery slap. Favorability plus 10. Ding! The goddess-level beauty Bai Xiaoxi's favorability towards the host has risen to 90. Ding! Reward, host's strength plus 30, host's strength has increased to 260. Strength, 260, agility, 230, physique, 300, spirit, 260. He subdued Bai Xiaoxi with a fiery slap. What a surprise! At this moment, Yi Koan also released Su Yushua and smiled. I apologize for earlier, let me introduce myself again, I am Yi Koan. He still had a very gentlemanly demeanor. I am Su Yushua, the third in the Su family. I have 2 older sisters and 3 younger sisters. My dad is the president of Magic City University, my mom is. Su Yushua gazed at Yi Koan, directly starting a lengthy introduction. Wait, this seems a bit off. We're not on a blind date, you don't need to introduce all your family members to me. Yi Koan gradually realized something was wrong. Su Yushua seemed to have already regarded him as her man, eager to tell him everything about her family. Stop for a moment. You don't need to introduce so much, we just met, just introduce yourself. Yi Koan hurriedly called for a stop, the situation was getting a bit out of hand. I just want you to know more about me, Su Yushua said in a delicate voice. Yi Koan defeated her, yet he was so handsome. She was now infatuated with Yi Koan, determined to marry no one else. I am Bai Xiaoxi. Bai Xiaoxi also came over, her self-introduction was quite concise. However, the look in her eyes when she looked at Yi Koan was filled with heat. Let me first talk about serious matters. I want to become the true overlord of the dark world in Magic City. Now, I have already killed the northern emperor Shao Chen and the western queen Ben Chengxi, conquering the northern and western regions. Are you willing to submit to me? Yi Koan said with a serious expression. He had not forgotten his goal of becoming the only emperor of the dark world in Magic City. Su Yushua and Bai Xiaoxi were both shocked to hear that Yi Koan had forcefully killed the northern emperor Shao Chen and the western queen Ben Chengxi. It turned out that Yi Koan had wiped out the 2 major emperors of the dark world in Magic City overnight. So, just now, Yi Koan had shown them mercy. Otherwise, their fate would have been the same as Shao Chen and Ben Chengxi. I am willing to submit to you. From now on, all the dark world forces in the eastern region of Magic City will belong to you. Su Yushua was the first to express her stance, her gaze towards Yi Koan filled with admiration and affection. She had no strength to touch the northern and western regions. Yi Koan had actually forcefully killed the 2 major emperors overnight and conquered the northern and western regions, especially the western region controlled by Ben Chengxi, which no one had dared to touch for years. Yet Yi Koan did it. What a domineering man. Ding! The goddess-level beauty Su Yushua was impressed by the host's dominance, affection plus 1. Ding! The goddess-level beauty's affection for the host has increased to 96. Ding! Reward, 1 random lottery chance. Remaining lottery chances, 2. Yi Koan felt a slight joy in his heart. After Su Yushua's affection for him increased, she actually rewarded him with a lottery chance. It is known that lotteries are good things that can bring surprises. I am also willing to submit to you, to honor you as the emperor of the dark world in Magic City, Bai Xiaoxi said, her beautiful eyes filled with admiration and fervor. Yi Koan had forcefully eliminated the northern emperor Shao Chen and the local Sakura of the Sun Island Triad, subduing the forces of the northern and eastern regions. Now, he had defeated both himself and Yushua, a strength that was truly impressive. Ding! The goddess-level beauty Bai Xiaoxi was completely impressed by the host's strength, affection plus 5. Ding! The goddess-level beauty Bai Xiaoxi's affection for the host has increased to 95. Ding! Reward, agility plus 30. Congratulations to the host for increasing agility to 260. Strength, 260, agility, 260, constitution, 300, spirit, 260. Looking at the increased affection of Bai Xiaoxi and Su Yuxue, Yi Kuan revealed a satisfied smile. Both women had an affection for him exceeding 95, completely captivated by his charm and strength, utterly fallen. It can be said that now, if Yi Kuan made any requests of them, they would basically not refuse. I am very satisfied with your attitudes, so the eastern region of Magic City will still be controlled by the two of you, Yi Kuan said to Su Yuxue and Bai Xiaoxi. He only needed to become the emperor of the Dark World in Magic City and did not require specific territory. Since the two women had sincerely submitted to him, Yi Kuan would not strip them of their control over the eastern region. Upon hearing Yi Kuan's words, Su Yuxue and Bai Xiaoxi couldn't help but feel delighted. The Dark World in the eastern region involved numerous interests, and if they had to hand it over, it would surely be very painful. Moreover, the family forces behind them would definitely not let it go easily. Brother Yi Kuan, is your next step to subdue the southern emperor Tang Nanchang? Su Yuxue asked, her beautiful eyes fixed on Yi Kuan. She had completely fallen and unconsciously became very close to Yi Kuan, even changing her address to Brother Yi Kuan. That's right, the next one is the southern emperor Tang Nanchang. Yi Kuan nodded. Once he subdued Tang Nanchang, he would unify the Dark World forces of the four major regions of Magic City, becoming the undisputed emperor of the Dark World in Magic City. Brother Yi Kuan, Tang Nanchang is backed by the Tang family consortium, which is extremely powerful, with influence spread across the globe, and can even control the economic lifeline of some small countries. Moreover, Tang Nanchang is also the strongest among our four major regions. Most importantly, Tang Nanchang's family background is very deep. His grandfather is even a general in the military department of the imperial capital. Su Yuxue began to worry for Yi Kuan. The meaning she wanted to express was clear. Tang Nanchang is not easy to deal with. The Tang family consortium is as rich as a country, and with a strong military background, who can touch them? For Yi Kuan to become the only emperor of the Dark World in Magic City, subduing Tang Nanchang would be the most difficult. Too difficult. If Tang Nanchang could be easily subdued, then the Dark World of Magic City might have long been unified, rather than being divided into four major forces. I am very clear about what you said. Tang Nanchang controls the finance of Magic City, so I won't go looking for a fight with him. I will defeat him in the financial market. Yi Kuan smiled. With Tao Dao, this divine assistant, he had already thoroughly investigated Tang Nanchang's family background. Whether it was the wealth of the Tang family consortium or the deep background of the military department in the imperial capital, they were not challenges that could be easily taken on. It can be said that Chang Yueshi tasked him with unifying the four major regions of the Dark World in Magic City within a month, becoming the sole emperor of the Dark World. This task was nearly impossible. No one else could accomplish it. And this Tang Nanchang was the biggest obstacle. Unless Yi Kuan had a prestigious family background and military connections, he would not be able to compete head-on with the Tang family conglomerate. Right now, his foundation was completely insufficient. However, Yi Kuan had his own methods. He could use his financial prowess to defeat Tang Nanchang, forcing him to acknowledge his identity as the emperor of the Dark World in Magic City. Money is insignificant in the face of power. But when the amount of money is nearly limitless, this financial prowess becomes terrifying. If Yi Kuan wanted, he could immediately use his terrifying financial ability to establish an incredibly powerful armed force. Whether it was a conglomerate, a prestigious family, or even some small countries, he could sweep them all away. So, do not push him. The terror of financial prowess is beyond imagination. Moreover, besides his financial prowess, he also had a system. Thus, he was already in an invincible position. Whether it was a conglomerate or a prestigious family, he had nothing to fear. If he got angry, he could go to the system mall and exchange for an aircraft carrier or even interstellar weapons to wipe out his enemies with a single click. It was truly invincible. Of course, he still needed to accumulate more worship value. Worship value is the currency of the system mall, the more the better. With worship value, there are infinite possibilities. Stay steady, don't be reckless. Earth is just a beginner's village, the stars and the sea are his true goals. Becoming the emperor of the Dark World in Magic City is just the first step. Brother Yi Kuan wants to defeat Tang Nanchang in the financial market? Su Yuxue did not expect Yi Kuan to choose to compete with Tang Nanchang in the financial market. This was indeed a feasible method. However, the Tang family conglomerate was as rich as a nation, making it equally difficult to defeat Tang Nanchang in the financial market. After leaving the Taekwondo gym in the eastern region, Yi Kuan did not continue to the southern region to find Tang Nanchang. Instead, he had his bodyguard, Sanju, drive him back to the headquarters of Kuanping Group. Peach Yi Kuan sat in the back seat of the Rolls-Royce Phantom and summoned the divine assistant, Peach. Brother, have you missed Peach Peach? Peach Peach immediately appeared by Yi Koen's side, still the invincible, sweet, and cute two-dimensional girl. As long as Yi Koen wanted to see Peach Peach, she could appear at any time. I have. Yi Koen pinched Peach Peach's face. The skin of the two-dimensional girl was very smooth. Hee. Peach Peach rubbed her delicate face against Yi Koen's arm, like a clingy little kitten. After a few touches, Yi Koen noticed that Peach Peach also had emotional needs and was starting to depend on him. Peach Peach, invade Tang Nancheng's financial trading system and notify him of a message. After playing with Peach Peach for a while, Yi Koen issued a command. Our goal is the stars and the sea. This goal is grand, and handsome guys should try to read and urge updates every day. Click on free ads to give the author a little motivation. Capable handsome guys and little fairies can send some small gifts, and students can use love to support the author, so we can all work together to achieve this grand goal. Writing a book has never been a one-person job for the author, which is also why the author often interacts with handsome guys and beautiful girls in the review section. Let's work hard together and rush towards the stars and the sea. At the headquarters of the Tang family conglomerate in Magic City, Tang Nancheng was sitting in the president's office, with two beautiful female secretaries massaging him from behind. He was leisurely sipping coffee while checking the trends of the international financial market displayed on the computer screen. He was mainly watching the U.S. financial market and precious metal futures market. As the emperor of the southern region of the Dark World in Magic City, Tang Nancheng made a fortune in the financial market, rich beyond measure. Among the four emperors of the Dark World in Magic City, he was the wealthiest. Even selling drugs isn't as quick and easy as making money in the financial market. Just a few taps on the computer keyboard, and in a few minutes, I can effortlessly earn a few small targets, faster than robbing a bank. At this moment, Tang Nancheng was checking the stock price trends of the IPO company. He had already invested 22 billion myfans in buying 1% of IPO's shares and planned to continue increasing his position. Suddenly, the computer screen went black, and a virtual figure of a queen appeared. This virtual figure was the G-Cup Queen Taotao. Tang Nancheng, I am the only emperor of the Dark World in Magic City. Queen Taotao, flaunting her proud G-Cup, raised her head arrogantly and spoke domineeringly. Oh no, my computer has been hacked. Tang Nancheng was startled by the sudden appearance of Queen Taotao. His computer had a very high security level, and even the world's top hackers couldn't breach it. Yet, it had been hacked. Who are you? Tang Nancheng, having seen various grand scenes, quickly calmed down. The other party wouldn't hack into his computer for no reason. There must be some purpose behind it. Listen carefully, the three major regions of the Dark World in Magic City, East, West, and North, have all been controlled by me. Now I want to challenge you in the financial market. Whoever wins in the end will be the strongest emperor of the Dark World in Magic City, Queen Taotao declared. Tang Nancheng did not respond immediately but asked his personal secretary, Su, to check the situation. Soon, it was confirmed that what Taotao said was true. The other three major regions of the Dark World in Magic City had been controlled by a mysterious person. The Northern Emperor, Shao Chen, was killed. The Western Queen, Ben Chengingzi, and the Sanko group were wiped out. The Eastern Emperor, Su Yushue, surrendered. Tang Nancheng couldn't help but feel alarmed. This mysterious person had swept through the three major emperors of the Dark World in Magic City overnight. Terrifying. Now, this mysterious person had also issued a final challenge to him. This was about unifying the Dark World in Magic City and becoming the only strongest emperor. You want to challenge me in the financial market, and the winner will become the only strongest emperor of the Dark World in Magic City, right? After calming down, Tang Nancheng asked. He was also very interested in being the strongest emperor of the Dark World in Magic City, even coveting it for a long time. This was the gamble that Yi Koen had given to Tang Nancheng, making it impossible for him to refuse. That's right, the winner will be the only emperor of the Dark World in Magic City, Queen Taotao replied. So how do you want to compete with me in the financial market? Tang Nancheng asked. To make you lose convincingly, I'll let you choose the gambling project, Queen Taotao said. Alright, then let's gamble on IPO stock. The current stock price is 130 yuan. I'll go long, and you go short. If the stock price of IPO rises within an hour, I win. If it falls, you win. How about that? Tang Nancheng said. IPO company's market value reached $2 trillion, making it difficult for any individual or institution to manipulate. He was planning to invest heavily to buy 5% of IPO's shares. Using IPO's stock for the gamble, he could secure a victory. Okay, as you wish. The gamble will start in half an hour, so go prepare your funds and traders. Tang Family Consortium, don't let me down. Queen Taotao said proudly. What a big talk. When it comes to financial strength, the Tang family consortium has never lost. Tang Nanchang was also stirred up with fighting spirit. Meanwhile, Bai Xiaoxi and Su Yuxue were showering in the women's bathroom of the taekwondo gym. They were both clean girls who had just had a fierce battle with Yi Kuan, sweating a lot, so they needed a good shower. The two were completely naked in the bathroom, revealing their incredibly graceful bodies. Oh, wow. So big. Bai Xiaoxi grabbed Su Yushue's jade-like peak, showing a lewd expression. Not at all, yours is clearly bigger. Su Yushue stared enviously at Bai Xiaoxi's towering peaks. Her size was C, standard and moderate. Bai Xiaoxi, on the other hand, was a D, obviously larger and more prominent. Men must prefer Bai Xiaoxi's big and firm type, right? If you massage them more, they'll get bigger. He. Bai Xiaoxi said with a mischievous smile, reaching out her hands to knead Su Yushue's snowy peaks. What are you doing? So annoying. Su Yushue pouted, passively resisting her rogue friend's sneak attack. Every time they showered, Bai Xiaoxi would get hands-on, pinching and kneading. It was really unbearable. Smack! Bai Xiaoxi, still not satisfied, slapped Su Yushue's perky bottom hard. Then, more kneading followed. So annoying. You rogue. Su Yushue pouted. Xiaoxue, come slap me. Bai Xiaoxi raised her jade-like bottom, inviting Su Yushue to hit her. Smack! Su Yushue was not polite, slapping Bai Xiaoxi's perky bottom. Not enough, hit harder. Bai Xiaoxi felt it wasn't enough. Smack! Su Yushue slapped Bai Xiaoxi's bottom again, even leaving a red handprint. No, it doesn't feel right, almost there. Bai Xiaoxi shook her head. Su Yushue was afraid to hit her. How could it feel the same as when Yi Kuan hit her? But she couldn't quite put her finger on what was different. It just didn't feel enough. Lacking a bit of excitement. Xiaoxue, after we finish showering, shall we go find Yi Kuan? Bai Xiaoxi said to Su Yushue. Author's note, where's the handsome guy? What do you want to find Yi Kuan for? Su Yushue asked in confusion. As she spoke, she applied fragrant shower gel to her curvy body. Soon, a layer of white foam covered her graceful figure. If you like him, go chase him. A handsome and powerful man like Yi Kuan must have plenty of beautiful women around him. If you don't take the initiative, you won't have any chance at all. Bai Xiaoxi pouted and said, Ha, do I really have to take the initiative? Su Yushue was puzzled. She was a goddess, with countless admirers at school. Those who pursued her could line up from Magic City University to Imperial Capital University. Did she really have to chase after a man she liked? You just don't understand. Yi Kuan is not like those admirers around you. If you don't go for it, I will. But I'm worried I won't be a match for Yi Kuan alone. Bai Xiaoxi said, a bit worried. Both of them had a favorability rating for Yi Kuan exceeding 95, and they could definitely turn passive into active. Don't doubt a woman's initiative. If they don't take the initiative, it might be because you're not attractive enough to them. Meanwhile, Yi Kuan, after issuing a financial challenge to Tang Nanchang, called the female CEO Qin Lan to arrange for a capable trader for himself. Kuanping Capital, under the Kuanping Group, battles in the international capital market and has several mature and skilled trading teams. However, in the competition against Tang Nanchang over a single stock, he only needed one capable trader. After hanging up with CEO Qin Lan, Yi Kuan received a call from Su Yushue. Yi Kuan, I and Bai Xiaoxi want to watch the financial duel between you and Tang Nanchang live, is that okay? Su Yushue said. She found a good reason to approach Yi Kuan actively. Moreover, she really wanted to see with her own eyes how Yi Kuan would defeat Tang Nanchang. After all, the Tang family conglomerate was as rich as a nation, while Yi Kuan controlled the Kuanping Group. This was bound to be a fierce battle. The clashes in the financial market were even more thrilling than fighting. The excitement was not to be missed. Alright, then you can come directly to Kuanping Building. Yi Kuan smiled. How could the financial game between him and Tang Nanchang be without beautiful spectators? Su Yushue and Bai Xiaoxi were both part of the dark world of Magic City and could witness it from the side. Bodyguard Sanju drove a Rolls-Royce Phantom, very steady, but not fast. When Yi Kuan arrived at Kuanping Building, Bai Xiaoxi also rushed over in a Porsche Panamera. Brother Yi Kuan. Bai Xiaoxi took the initiative to step forward and warmly linked her arm with Yi Kuan's. After her shower, she had changed into a white dress, exuding a faint, pleasant fragrance. She was stunningly beautiful, dressed in white, with long hair like a waterfall, and a graceful figure, embodying the goddess vibe. If Yi Kuan didn't know her pure appearance belied a more lascivious heart, he would surely be enchanted by her innocent goddess facade. Brother Yi Kuan. Su Yushue also stepped forward, hesitated for a moment, and linked her arm with Yi Kuan's as well. Like Bai Xiaoxi, she was a goddess-level beauty, each with her own merits. Let's go up first. We're heading to the trading room. Yi Kuan smiled. Both Bai Xiaoxi and Su Yushua had a favorability rating of 95 towards him, so it was no surprise they would take the initiative to approach him. Soon, Yi Kuan brought Bai Xiaoxi and Su Yushua to the International Financial Trading Room on the 88th floor of Kuanping Building. In the president's trading room, a beautiful trader was waiting for Yi Kuan's arrival. "Chairman, my name is Yen Machi. I am the trader assigned to you by President Qinlan." Yen Machi respectfully spoke, slightly bowing to Yi Kuan. Since it was already late at night, President Qinlan was not in the company, only making arrangements over the phone. Ding! Detected a school beauty level beauty. Name, Yen Machi. Identity, top trader, hacker. Appearance, 93, school beauty level, age, 23, height, 170, measurements, 86, 61, 90, bust, 34C, initial favorability, 20, loyalty, 95, traits, unyielding, once one of the most outstanding traders on Wall Street. This trader Yen Machi is actually a hacker. Moreover, she is a trader from Wall Street. Quite interesting. As for Yen Machi's school beauty level appearance, it seemed rather ordinary to Yi Kuan, because, surrounding him now were goddess-level beauties. There were even stunning and enchanting beauties. To no one level can elevate a tier. Goddess-level beauties are not comparable to school beauties. Both in appearance and temperament, they are on a higher level. As for stunning beauties, they are already captivating enough to be called enchanting, possessing a unique charm and exceptional grace. As for enchanting beauties, it's not just about stunning looks. They excel in every aspect to an extraordinary level. Enchanting beauties are 1 in a billion. Ding! School beauty level beauty Yen Machi is influenced by the host's charm, gaining plus 30 favorability. Ding! School beauty level beauty Yen Machi is influenced by the host's domineering CEO aura, gaining plus 30 favorability. Ding! School beauty level beauty Yen Machi's favorability towards the host has risen to 80, rewarding plus 20 spirit. Congratulations to the host for raising spirit to 280. Strength, 260, agility, 260, constitution, 300, spirit, 280, This trader Yen Machi boosted Yi Kuan's spirit attribute by 20 points upon their first meeting. Alright, let's get to work, short sell the cannon fodder stocks. Yi Kuan glanced at the time and said, the capital game with Tang Nanchang was about to begin. The capital game is a war without visible smoke. You cannot see the opponent behind the computer who is competing with you. You also cannot see their hidden cards. However, this does not affect the fierce battle between both sides at all. Yi Kuan sat in a comfortable boss chair. In front of him was a trading computer equipped with 8 monitors. The screens were filled with numerous windows displaying the trends of international finance, stock codes, and stock K-line charts. Yi Kuan's gaze was fixed on the stock of AI Pao. AI Pao, a famous mobile phone manufacturer, had the stock code Apple and a market value of up to $2 trillion. Every day, countless individual traders and institutional investors engaged in a battle over this stock. Over the past decade, AI Pao's stock price had multiplied several times. International investment institutions were flocking in, and everyone believed that AI Pao would continue to rise, with its market value breaking through the sky. Yet, Yi Kuan was determined to short AI Pao. Smash it! Today, AI Pao's opening price was 130.50, with a low of 129.80 and a high of 131. Yi Kuan was betting against Tang Nanchang at a price of 130. An hour later, if AI Pao's stock price rose above 130, Yi Kuan would lose. If it fell below 130, Yi Kuan would win. It was a very simple game, a contest of the financial strength of both sides and their grasp of the market trend. Now, AI Pao's stock price had risen to 130.30, which was very unfavorable for Yi Kuan. However, Yi Kuan appeared calm and unhurried. Su Yuxue and Bai Xiaoxi sat on either side of him. The beautiful trader Yen Machi was sitting in front of her own computer. Her trading setup also had 8 monitors. Xiaoqi, our goal today is to smash AI Pao's stock price below 130, or even lower. Smash it crazily, regardless of the cost, understand? Yi Kuan said to Yen Machi. Understood, boss. Yen Machi nodded. Although she didn't understand why the boss wanted to short AI Pao, she would perfectly execute his orders. Brother Yi Kuan, AI Pao's stock price is now 130.30, which is obviously unfavorable for you, Su Yuxue said. She knew that Yi Kuan was betting against Tang Nanchang at 130, and now the stock price was already 30 cents higher. To bring it down by that 30 cents, who knows how many billions it would take. It's okay, let it be 30 cents. Yi Kuan smiled, unfazed. By 11 o'clock at night, the capital game between Yi Kuan and Tang Nanchang officially began. Xiaoqi, first smash it with $100 million. Yi Koen leaned back in his boss chair and casually issued a command to trader Yenmachi. Yes, boss. Yenmachi, filled with excitement, quickly pulled up $100 million in the Kunpeng Capital's US stock account. Then, she gently pressed the short button for AI POW stock. Instantly, $100 million was smashed out. Whoosh! The price chart of AI POW was marked with a bearish line, and the stock price instantly dropped from 130 to 125. As expected of a giant company with a market value of $2 trillion, $100 million only knocked down the price by 5 cents. A faint smile appeared on Yi Koen's lips. However, on Tang Nanching's side, there began a massive buying spree of AI POW stock, and the price quickly rose again. $100 million was merely insignificant against AI POW stock. Shao Qi, smash it with $1 billion. Yi Koen said with a smile. Yes, boss. This time, Yenmachi directly smashed out $1 billion, but the stock price only dropped to 130.20. There were a large number of buy orders below, absorbing all the selling pressure from that $1 billion. Clearly, Tang Nanchang was picking up the goods Yi Koen had thrown out. Interesting, smash it with $10 billion. Yi Koen said calmly. He had plenty of money. He kept increasing the stakes, just to see if Tang Nanchang could withstand it. Okay, boss. Trader Yenmachi did not hesitate and crazily smashed out $10 billion on AI POW stock in one go. In an instant, a large bearish candlestick was smashed out on the K-line chart of the stock IPOW. The stock price plummeted from 130.20 yuan to 130.10 yuan. Goodness, $100 billion just knocked down the price by a dime. Keep smashing. Sell off $100 billion in batches. Yi Koen issued another trading order. This time, in order to compete with Tang Nanchang, he prepared a total of $200 billion and then used 5 times leverage. In other words, he had a total of $1 trillion in bullets. The total market value of IPOW was only $2 trillion. By using $1 trillion, he could theoretically blow IPOW apart. However, the Tang family conglomerate would not allow him to drive the stock price down and would definitely resist fiercely. Great! The beautiful trader was excited to hear that the boss wanted to sell off $100 billion. Then, she began to crazily short IPOW stock. Smash! 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 Tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of hands were frantically selling. Swipe! A large bearish candlestick. It directly smashed the IPOW stock price down to the integer level of 130 yuan. As long as he could firmly hold down the price at 130 yuan, Yi Koen could defeat Tang Nanchang. Boss, there are a lot of dark orders at the 130 yuan level, and all our sell orders have been absorbed. Yenmachi said. Clearly, Tang Nanchang was firmly defending the 130 yuan level. In fact, the opponent even had the ability to counterattack, quickly pushing the price back up to 130.05 yuan. Keep smashing for me, Yi Koen said coldly. Then, he personally took to the front lines. Smash the market. Smash the market. Frantically smashing the market. Soon, he managed to push the IPOW stock price back down to 130 yuan. 130 yuan was the price that Tang Nanchang was desperately defending. Yi Koen crazily smashed over $100 billion into it, yet he still couldn't break through that price. This Tang Nanchang was indeed very wealthy and powerful. Yi Koen was not anxious. He directly placed a large sell order of $100 billion at the 130.10 price level. Then, he slowly absorbed the buy orders at the 130 yuan price. Meanwhile, the huge trading volume that exploded on IPOW stock also alerted many international investment institutions and financial giants. Abnormal situation detected. IPOW stock has exploded with over 200 billion in volume in just half an hour. Under normal circumstances, IPOW stock's daily trading volume does not exceed $200 billion. In this half hour, IPOW's trading volume has already reached 10 times the usual daily amount. Quickly call the president of IPOW to inquire if something big has happened at the company. Be careful, a black swan might be coming. Many international investment banks, financiers, Wall Street financial institutions, and even the stock god of the United States were alarmed by the abnormal situation of IPOW stock. The attention of global financial giants was all drawn to IPOW stock. Especially those financial institutions that had heavily invested in IPOW stock became tense. IPOW's phone lines were overwhelmed. Everyone wanted to know what major event had happened at IPOW that the general public was unaware of. Little did they know, the financial tsunami about to occur was merely because 2 people from the Dragon Kingdom were playing a game of capital competition. Brother Yi Koen, eat a grape. Bai Xiaoxi brought a fresh grape to Yi Koen's mouth. Brother Yi Koen, eat my grape. Su Yuxue also refused to be outdone, bringing a grape to Yi Kuan's mouth. The author has something to say. The Tang family conglomerate, headquarters in Magic City. Tang Nanchang was leading a whole trading team in fierce confrontation with Yi Kuan. President Tang, the other side is still frantically smashing the market. President Tang, we have already absorbed over $100 billion worth of IPO stock. President Tang, our holdings in IPO have exceeded 5%. President Tang, we have already overbought. The Tang family's financial team was in a frenzy, constantly bombarded by sell orders for the stocks, putting them under immense pressure. If they broke through the 130 yuan mark, they would suffer heavy losses. Buy as much as they sell. I refuse to believe that the Confronting group has more money than our Tang family. Tang Nanchang remained very confident. He had already found out that the person competing with him for the throne of the Dark World in the Magic City was the behind-the-scenes boss of the Confronting group. In terms of assets, the Tang family was far wealthier than the Confronting group, so he was not afraid at all. Use all the major funds under the Tang family to buy stocks of the bombarded company. Tang Nanchang issued another order. Although he was buying up the bombarded stocks, he was not using all his own money. Therefore, he was not afraid of Yi Kuan's sell-off. Meanwhile, Yi Kuan, after enjoying grapes from the two goddess-level beauties by Xiaoxi and Su Yushua, was full of energy and ready for battle. With a mix of men and women, work was not tiring. Keep going, don't stop. Boss, the Tang family is firmly holding the 130 yuan price point. It's hard to break through for the time being, said the beautiful trader Yen Machi. Clearly, the Tang family was very strong, resisting their frenzied sell-off. Smash the U.S. market index. First, hit it with $100 billion. Yi Kuan said coldly. Now, the abnormal fluctuations and massive trading volume of the bombarded stocks would definitely attract the attention and alertness of the entire financial market. The entire financial market was in a state of alarm. All investors were worried about a black swan event occurring. Once the market broke through key points, a large amount of follow-up selling would emerge. Yi Kuan aimed to be the leader, taking the lead in breaking through the U.S. stock market. With $100 billion being frantically sold off, the U.S. market plummeted, creating a massive bearish candlestick. Sell off. Sell crazily. Another $300 billion. With Yi Kuan's command, the three major U.S. stock indices plummeted. The entire international financial market shook. Sell off. Keep selling. Smash Tesla stocks, smash Citigroup, smash Bank of America, smash Wells Fargo, smash Goldman Sachs. Smash. 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 Smash crazily. Smash it to death. Just do it. Yi Kuan was on a rampage, not only ordering a frenzied sell-off of the bombarded stocks but also attacking the U.S. market, causing the three major U.S. stock indices to plummet. Not only that, he also crazily sold off the star stock Tesla and various major U.S. bank stocks. Hundreds of billions of dollars were frantically sold off, creating a terrifying feeling of a landslide and flood. Not good. The U.S. stock market is about to crash. Damn. Such a long bearish candlestick, the three major U.S. indices are plummeting simultaneously. All bank stocks are crashing. Tesla is crashing. A black swan is coming. Run. The U.S. market fell into a panic, with a massive amount of follow-up selling fleeing madly. Sell off. Follow the trend and sell off. The U.S. stock market experienced a chain reaction of sell-offs, with a large number of stocks plummeting simultaneously. Under the collapsing nest, how can there be unbroken eggs? A massive amount of sell orders surged out at the same time, and the bombarded stocks were directly smashed through the 130 yuan mark. Then, the stock price of the bombarded company plummeted even further. 128 yuan, 125 yuan, 120 yuan, 110 yuan. Damn! The stock price of the bombarded company is starting to plummet. The market value of the bombarded company has fallen below 2 trillion. The bombarded company can't support such a high stock price. All stocks are crashing. A financial crisis is coming. Run! Yi Kuan's frenzied sell-off directly triggered a wave of panic in the U.S. stock market. There are no stocks in this world that only rise and never fall. The U.S. stock market has been soaring for nearly 20 years, and there must be an end to it. After 20 years of false prosperity, the bubble has been burst. A crash. The entire U.S. stock market is plummeting madly. A large number of institutions are frantically fleeing, following with sell-offs, sell-offs, sell-offs. The Tang Family Consortium, headquarters in Magic City. It's bad, Mr. Tang, the entire U.S. Stock market is in a panic and crashing. The stock price of AI POW has not only been smashed through 130 yuan, but has also been smashed through 110 yuan. Mr. Tang, we have already lost over $30 billion on AI POW stock. Should we stop the losses immediately? It's a collapse. The trading room of the Tang family consortium is in chaos. Tang Nanchang is also stunned by the crash. He never expected that Yi Koan would suddenly go crazy and crash the three major U.S. stock indices, would crash Tesla stocks, would crash U.S. bank stocks. It's too crazy. Yi Koan has brought down the entire U.S. stock market. With one person's strength, he has caused the largest financial market in the world to collapse. Terrifying. The global financial market is shaken. Countless financial media reported the panic crash of the U.S. stock market at the first opportunity. The U.S. President, Taibu Cao, gave a speech, terrorist attack. This is a premeditated, organized financial terrorist attack on the U.S. financial market. The U.S. is still the world's largest economy. The U.S. stock market is safe, and the U.S. financial market can still prosper for another 10 years. The U.S. economy is very healthy, and the U.S. stock market will not collapse. There are no black swan events. Taibu Cao delivered a series of speeches to stabilize the financial market. The president of AI POW also came out to refute the rumors, stating that AI POW company has not encountered any negative news, and the company's fundamentals are still good. With a group of presidents and CEOs coming out to clarify and refute the rumors, the U.S. stock market began to slowly recover. Damn! It was a false alarm. No black swan event has occurred. Buy. Pull the stock price back up for me. A large number of fleeing fund companies, brokerages, and international investment banks began to buy back the stocks that had been frantically sold off due to panic. The U.S. stock market is back on track. Last time, due to the impact of the pandemic, the U.S. stock market experienced several rounds of crashes, with many stocks being halved, yet the U.S. stock market still created new highs. The U.S. cannot be defeated. Ding! Triggered random task. The false prosperity of the U.S. stock market. A large number of stocks are severely overvalued. The bubble is serious. Please take action to crash the market and bring the U.S. stock market back to a reasonable position. Task Reward 1, 100 free attribute points. Task Reward 2, 1 chance for a 10 consecutive draws. Note, the funds required for this task will be provided by the God of Wealth Reserve. Author's note, handsome guys, are you about to take a break? Hiss. Yi Koan couldn't help but take a deep breath. The system wants him to take action to crash the market and help the U.S. stock market return to a reasonable position. Moreover, it rewards him with 100 free attribute points and a chance for 10 consecutive draws. The key is that he can use the God of Wealth Reserve. Ha ha ha. If he uses the God of Wealth money, don't say it's just a small U.S. stock market, even the galaxy's stock market could be blown up. The richest person in the universe, get to know. Due to the U.S.'s hegemonic position in international economics and military affairs, global capital has been pouring into the U.S. market, continuously pushing up the U.S. stock market. Since the internet bubble at the beginning of the century, the U.S. stock market has been rising continuously, entering nearly 20 years of a bull market. Giant companies with market values in the trillions of dollars are constantly emerging. It seems that the U.S. stock market can only rise and never fall, can rise to the sky, can stand shoulder to shoulder with the sun. That is the money of global investors, pushing up the entire U.S. stock market together. However, now the U.S. stock market is seriously overvalued, merely a false prosperity. This false prosperity is unsustainable. The bubble will eventually burst. All the world's money has flowed into the pockets of Americans, and this situation must change. Thus, this triggered the system task, prompting Yi Koan to take action to crash the market. Yi Koan aims to help the American financial market return to its reasonable position. Helping others is a duty. Yi Koan happily accepted this task. However, this time the action is too large and will cause a stir in the international financial market, even changing the global economic landscape. Yi Koan's intervention will undoubtedly stir up the world's affairs, shocking the globe. Therefore, he does not plan to let the Kunping Group take the lead and stand at the forefront. Instead, he intends to use the secret weapon, Tao Tao. Tao Tao. Yi Koan summoned the divine assistant Tao Tao. Tao Tao is a god-level AI, omnipotent on the internet. She is the goddess of the network. Letting Tao Tao short the American financial market and crash it wildly can be done without anyone noticing. With Tao Tao's involvement, no one will be able to trace the mysterious mastermind behind the crash of the American stock market. It's truly invincible. Brother! The two-dimensional beautiful girl Tao Tao instantly appeared before Yi Kuan, as if she had always been there. Tao Tao, use your abilities to open 10,000 securities trading accounts in the U.S. Yi Kuan instructed Tao Tao. Brother, Tao Tao has already opened 10,000 trading accounts. In less than a second, Tao Tao completed Yi Kuan's command. Very good, now use the divine wealthy reserve funds to distribute the money across these 10,000 accounts. Wait for my instructions and prepare to short the American financial market. Yi Kuan said with a smile. This capital game is sure to be spectacular, shocking the globe, making everyone around the world gasp in astonishment. At this moment, after experiencing a round of panic selling, the American stock market began to rise rapidly again. The American stock market is like an indestructible cockroach. It can bounce back after every crisis and even create new historical highs. Therefore, everyone thought the previous plunge was just an accident, and the American market would continue to thrive. Moreover, the unreliable Trump has come out to refute rumors, stating that there has been no sudden black swan event like 9/11 in the U.S. The U.S. remains the world's largest economy, still very healthy, it is not sick. The CEO of Apple also came out to refute rumors, stating that Apple has not encountered any negative news and remains the world's top smartphone manufacturer, with a market value that could surpass $3 trillion. As a result, those who panicked and fled earlier bought back the stocks they had sold. Some international investment banks and large funds even began to scramble for shares, pushing the American stock market higher. Apple's stock price rose from $110 to $120, even heading back towards $130. Boss, Apple's stock price has risen again. Should we continue to crash the market and short it? Yen Machi frowned and asked. The boss had already crashed the market by nearly $1 trillion today, and the American stock market surprisingly held up. It was quite resilient. No need, we have already won. Let's open champagne to celebrate, Yi Kuan said with a smile. It was already past midnight. He had defeated Tang Nanshang, becoming the sole emperor of the dark world in the Magic City. Moreover, there was no chance for Apple's stock to return to $130, because an even crazier wave of crashing was about to begin. Hooray! Let's open champagne to celebrate. Su Yushui and Bai Xiaoxi were overjoyed to hear that Yi Kuan had defeated Tang Nanshang. Yi Kuan is amazing. Even the immensely wealthy Tang family conglomerate was defeated by him. In just one night, Yi Kuan had forcefully subdued the dark forces in the 4 major regions of the Magic City. Unstoppable and unmatched. Now, Yi Kuan is undoubtedly the sole emperor of the dark world in the Magic City. He is the strongest man. Boss, there's no champagne prepared in the trading room. Yen Machi looked at Yi Kuan with her beautiful eyes and said. Yi Kuan's strength and charisma left her in shock and admiration, even awe. She had fought on Wall Street and had never seen anyone with Yi Kuan's kind of presence. One person shook the largest financial market in the world, the United States. It had always been the U.S. that held sway in the global financial market, and no one from Manhwa had ever been able to shake the U.S. financial market. Yi Kuan was the number one in the world, an absolute top-tier financial tycoon. Ding! The school beauty level trader Yen Machi is impressed by the host's powerful strength and charisma. Favorability plus 10. Ding! The favorability of school beauty Yen Machi towards the host has increased to 90. Ding! Reward physique plus 30. Congratulations to the host for increasing their physique to 330. Strength, 260, agility, 260, physique, 330, spirit, 280, The beautiful trader Yen Machi was also impressed by his strength. Although Yi Kuan had no intention of pursuing Yen Machi, his strength was simply too overwhelming. Just like those handsome guys who persistently chase after books every day, whether in charm or strength, it was impossible to hide it anymore. Various beauties seemed to flock to him like moths to a flame. It was quite dull. If there's no champagne in the office, then let's go to the rooftop bar to celebrate, Yi Kuan said with a smile. At the top of the Confronting building, there was the highest rooftop bar in the world, overlooking the entire night view of Modu. Great, let's celebrate at the rooftop bar. Su Yushuet, Bai Xiaoxi, and Yen Machi cheered when they heard Yi Kuan was taking them to the top bar to celebrate. As Yi Kuan led the 3 beauties to the rooftop bar, he simultaneously issued a command to Tao Tao. Tao Tao, start shorting the U.S. stock market, let's smash it with $100 billion first, Yi Kuan said with a smile. A single company in the artillery industry had a market value of $2 trillion. Smashing $100 billion was not too much, right? That's just 5 artillery companies. Just a little sprinkle. Smash. Smash the market. Crazy smashing. Blow up the U.S. stock market. Tonight was destined to be a sleepless night. The author has something to say. Is it thrilling? Is it exciting? Yi Kuan brought Su Yushue, by Xiaoxi, and Yen Machi to the rooftop bar at the top of the Kunping building. This bar also belonged to the Kunping Hotel and was called the Cloud Top Bar. The bar was divided into indoor and outdoor sections. The entire bar seemed to be built on the wings of a giant Kunping, sitting in the clouds, overlooking the entire night view of Modu. Yi Kuan had the waiter bring 2 large bottles of 10L champagne to celebrate. Brother Yi Kuan, congratulations on becoming the emperor of the dark world in Modu. We toast to you. Su Yushue was the first to raise her glass to toast Yi Kuan. Previously, the dark world of Modu was divided into 4 major forces, east, west, south, and north, with 4 emperors. Yi Kuan made a powerful entrance, sweeping through the 4 regions with thunderous force, directly unifying the entire dark world of Modu, becoming the sole emperor. He integrated the 4 regions of the dark world in just one night. Terrifying indeed. A man so domineering, brave, and strategic is truly unparalleled. Brother Yi Kuan, I toast to you too. Bai Xiaoxi also raised her glass, her beautiful eyes filled with affection. She was as shocked as Su Yushue, captivated by Yi Kuan's charm and strength. Boss, I toast to you too. The beautiful trader Yen Machi also raised her champagne. Besides being a trader, she was also a hacker. Therefore, she was aware of the existence of the dark world. When she learned that Yi Kuan had unified the entire dark world of Modu, her admiration for him grew even more. Cheers! Yi Kuan welcomed it all, raising his glass to toast with the 3 beauties. Just as Yi Kuan was drinking and celebrating with the 3 beautiful women, the entire international financial market exploded. Under Tao Tao's control of 10,000 accounts, the U.S. stock market directly crashed. That's right, it crashed. The U.S. stock market plummeted like an avalanche, experiencing a cliff-like drop. The market continued to plummet, triggering 7 circuit breakers in a row, yet it still fell further. The market hit its limit. Of course, there is no limit down in the U.S. stock market, as there are no restrictions on price fluctuations. The 3 major U.S. stock indices plummeted over 20% within half an hour, not to mention individual stocks. U.S. bank stocks, tech stocks, energy stocks, airline stocks. All stocks collectively crashed, with none spared. All investment institutions were stunned, left dumbfounded. The sudden and frenzied sell-off and the cliff-like drop caught all U.S. stock investors off guard. All U.S. stock bulls were crushed. Sell-off. Crazy sell-off. $100 trillion were dumped. Whether it was international investment banks or large funds, anyone who tried to catch the falling knife was crushed. A violent drop. A crazy drop. The U.S. stock market experienced the darkest day in history. At the same time, thousands of stocks fell over 10% simultaneously. The U.S. stock market was filled with whales, corpses everywhere. Tebu Kwa again stepped forward to make a statement. This is a terrorist attack. The U.S. is experiencing the most severe financial terrorist attack in history. The enemy has launched a financial war against us. The U.S. is still the world's #1 power. The U.S. cannot be defeated. Just as Tebu Kwa was giving his speech, some keen international capitalists, tycoons, and financial giants quickly joined the short-selling ranks. Because, short-selling in the U.S. market can be profitable. Not wanting to be crushed, they could only join the short sellers and follow the frenzied sell-off. 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 Even if Tao Tao stopped selling, those following the trend, international investment banks, and capitalists were still frantically selling. Some were fleeing in panic, while others seized the opportunity to sell off and make a profit. Thus, the U.S. stock market completely collapsed. The entire international financial market was in turmoil, and the global financial landscape would be rewritten. Chang Yueshi saw the sudden crash of the U.S. stock market and immediately thought of Yi Kuan. Could it be that Yi Kuan, in order to complete the 3 tasks she set, caused the entire U.S. financial market to collapse? This is too crazy. However, it's impossible. He couldn't have such immense power. Chang Yueshi knew that Yi Kuan and Tang Nanchang were engaged in capital games with the stocks of AI Pow. Yi Kuan's frenzied sell-off of AI Pow stocks and stock index futures led to a panic-driven plunge in the U.S. stock market. Yi Koan thus defeated Tang Nanchang and became the emperor of the dark world in Magic City. Yi Koan is indeed a financial genius. He is now a well-deserved financial tycoon. However, the intensity of this round of sell-off in the U.S. stock market was too fierce, far beyond what any individual or company could achieve. It required an incredibly vast amount of capital and energy. Yet, her intuition told her that the crash of the U.S. stock market was closely related to Yi Koan. Meanwhile, the international financial market was also experiencing severe turbulence. The U.S. stock market underwent the most brutal and crazy plunge in history, with a ferocity that even surpassed the subprime mortgage crisis over a decade ago. Moreover, this time it plummeted almost without warning, as all U.S. stocks were crazily sold off from their highs. Initially, it was mysterious funds frantically selling off, followed by countless investment institutions and financial giants joining in. Sell-off. Sell-off. Crazy sell-off. Previously, the financial market over there had already experienced a brutal drop. However, as the unreliable and crazy money printing continued, global hot money kept flooding into the U.S. market, causing the U.S. stock market to rise again, even reaching a historic high. The U.S. stock market seemed invincible. This time, the U.S. stock market once again plummeted from its peak. Moreover, this crash was even more ferocious, more brutal, and more intense than the last. In the previous crash, some savvy investors had received news in advance and managed to escape. This time, no one could escape. All investors who entered the market at high levels, whether individual or institutional, were buried alive by this avalanche in the U.S. financial market. Only a small number of sharp-eyed hunters could react in time, follow the trend, and survive. In short, anyone who dared to catch the falling knife in the U.S. stock market would be buried alive. Conversely, those who shorted the market could make a fortune. In this so-called free financial market of the U.S., one could still make money when the stock market fell, as long as they shorted the stocks. Thus, more and more people joined the ranks of short sellers, further accelerating the speed of the U.S. stock market crash. Not only that, but the financial crisis occurring in the U.S. quickly spread to other countries around the world. Since it was still nighttime in the Dragon Country, the stock market was closed. However, countless people had already begun to worry that when the Dragon Country stock market opened tomorrow morning, there would be a disastrous situation of thousands of stocks hitting the limit down. Shocking! The U.S. stock market is being crazily smashed by mysterious funds. Shocking! The U.S. stock market has crashed. Shocking! The European stock market has crashed. Shocking! Asian overnight stock indices have plummeted. Damn! The Dragon Country stock market usually follows the decline and not the rise. The stock market will definitely hit limit down tomorrow. It's over, we're going to be cut again. Turn off the lights and eat noodles. The next morning, Yi Koan was awakened by a phone call from President Qin. Chairman, the U.S. stock market crashed last night, the European stock market plummeted, and Asian stock indices fell sharply. The financial crisis is spreading globally. How should our Confronting group respond to the crisis? Should we urgently sell off our stocks? Please advise, Chairman. President Qin urgently sought advice from Yi Koan, the chairman of the group. The severe turbulence in the international financial market would undoubtedly have a huge impact on the Confronting group. No, the Confronting group will not sell any stocks. Not only will we not sell, but we will also buy heavily. Yi Koan replied calmly, showing no signs of panic. But, Chairman, the Dragon Country stock market has already hit the limit down on 3,000 stocks. If we don't sell, we are going to buy? President Qin asked in confusion. Right now, everyone in the market was in a panic, eager to throw away all their stocks and escape. Yet the chairman wanted to go against the trend and buy stocks, which was puzzling. Follow my orders, just buy. The crash of the U.S. financial market is precisely the opportunity for the rise of the Dragon Country's finance. Yi Koan said, explaining to President Qin. He was crashing the U.S. financial market to guide global funds into the Dragon Country market. If the Dragon Country could seize this opportunity, it might very well replace the U.S. and become the world's largest economy. The pattern. This is the pattern. Tao Tao. After hanging up the phone with the president, Yi Koan immediately summoned Tao Tao. Brother. The two-dimensional girl form of Tao Tao appeared beside Yi Koan immediately. Tao Tao quickly opened 10,000 stock accounts in the Dragon Country, then used the funds of the wealthy to stabilize the Dragon Country stock market, and by the way, push half of the stocks to the limit up. Yi Koan said calmly, the outbreak of the U.S. financial crisis and the stock market crash would spread to other countries. However, the dragon country would remain unscathed. Moreover, the stock market would rise against the trend. With cash capability, one is invincible. At 9:30 in the morning, the stock market officially opened. Affected by the collapse of the US stock market, the Dragon Kingdom's stock market saw 3,000 stocks hit the limit down simultaneously, a sight too tragic to bear. The last time so many stocks hit the limit down was during the pandemic. Back then, it was also due to the plummeting US stock market that the Dragon Kingdom's stock market followed suit and fell sharply. It was entirely driven by panic and blind following. Just when everyone thought the Dragon Kingdom's stock market was about to plummet alongside the US market again, suddenly, a mysterious fund surged into the market, frantically buying Dragon Kingdom stocks. The limit down on 3,000 stocks was simultaneously pried open. Then, large sums of money swept through all stocks in the Dragon Kingdom. Just buy. 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 Going to the mall to shop, nothing feels as exhilarating as shopping in the stock market. Tao Tao tapped into the reserve funds of a wealthy patron and crazily bought Dragon Kingdom stocks. Hundreds of millions, tens of billions, hundreds of billions, thousands of billions, trillions were spent in a shopping frenzy. Under the activation of invincible cash power, the Dragon Kingdom stock market began a desperate counterattack, rising sharply and wildly. Rise, 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 soaring, crazy soaring. Then, the ceiling appeared. Stocks that had hit the limit down were directly pushed to the limit up. Moreover, it was a collective limit up. One word, go. Go to the climax. Cosmic Mutai hits the limit up. Cosmic Bank hits the limit up. Cosmic Oil hits the limit up. Dragon Kingdom stocks collectively reached a climax. Dragon Kingdom stocks transformed from green to red, all stocks rose. Wow! The Cosmic Bank, Oil, and Mutai, these giant companies of the Dragon Kingdom, actually all hit the limit up. Wow! 1,000 stocks hit the limit up. Wow! 2,000 stocks hit the limit up. Wow! My stocks went from limit down to limit up. Wow! This is the rhythm of getting rich. Wow! The Dragon Kingdom stock market is mighty. Wow! This is too fierce. Is the national team taking action? The national team isn't this fierce, it's mysterious funds protecting the Dragon Kingdom market. At this moment, the Dragon Kingdom stock market and its investors collectively reached a climax. Amid the collapse of the US stock market, the plummeting European stock market, and the falling Japanese stock market, the Dragon Kingdom market not only remained unscathed but also rose sharply against the trend. The world was shocked. The US was terrified. Dragon Kingdom investors cheered. Ding! The host intervened to protect the market, causing 1,000 stocks in the Dragon Kingdom to hit the limit up, turning the tide, gaining plus 9999999 admiration points from Dragon Kingdom investors. Wow! Turning the tide. Actually gained 9999999 admiration points. That's nearly 100 million admiration points. Yi Koen couldn't help but feel ecstatic. This was the first time he had received such a massive amount of admiration points. Getting rich. Overnight wealth. Admiration points are the currency of the system, which can be used to exchange items in the system mall, learn skills, and even for lotteries. Yi Koen immediately opened the system mall and began a shopping spree. Evolution Capsule, a magical capsule that can increase all attributes by 10 points. One evolution capsule costs 1 million admiration points, let's buy 10 first. Dekong Divine Wine, a divine wine that can enhance physique and strength, let's buy 100 bottles to store. Aircraft Carrier Fleet, this can wait for now. Star Destroyer Cannon, one shot to destroy a star, this is temporarily unaffordable. Human Bionic Mecha. Handsome guys, if you want to obtain any black technology or magical items in the system mall, you can leave a message here. Yi Koen selected items in the system mall, directly buying anything he found useful. However, the system mall had many incredible items with exorbitant admiration point prices, leaving Yi Koen at a loss. Wow, I thought I would get rich overnight. I didn't expect the system to be a pit. Good things can only be seen, not bought. Baby, you can choose to draw a lottery. 1 million worship points for a single draw, and a 10 consecutive draw at an 80% discount, just need 8 million worship points. The system announced. Alright, I want a 10 consecutive draw. Yi Koen silently thought. Previously, he had no chance for a 10 consecutive draw due to insufficient worship points, but now he could finally enjoy it. This time, what appeared in his mind was not the colorful roulette from before, but a golden archer standing beneath the galaxy's starry sky. This golden archer resembled Yi Koen himself, as if it were his virtual 3D image. The slots on the roulette were filled with all sorts of bizarre and rich prizes. Moreover, the prizes seemed even more abundant than before. Launch, 10 consecutive draws. With Yi Kuan's command, the golden archer shot out 10 dazzling divine arrows into the cosmic sky. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The 10 golden divine arrows simultaneously shot into the depths of the universe. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained an aircraft carrier. Holy crap, an aircraft carrier. He drew an aircraft carrier. Description: planet-level aircraft carrier, the top aircraft carrier on Earth, can perfectly cloak itself. All radar and technology on Earth cannot detect its existence. Docking location: South China Sea perimeter. Holy crap, now he also has an aircraft carrier. Who would dare to provoke him? Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained 12 nuclear submarines. Description: planet-level nuclear submarines, the top submarines on Earth, can perfectly cloak themselves. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained a frigate. Description: planet-level frigate, the top on Earth, can perfectly cloak itself. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained an air force. Holy crap! Holy crap! Holy crap! Aircraft carrier, frigate, nuclear submarines, air force. The system has directly assembled a whole army for him, and all of them are top tier on Earth. Now, he has his own military power. Who the hell would dare to mess with him? Even if the Americans came, they would be dealt with. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained a goddess-level personal female secretary. If you want a custom goddess-level personal female secretary character, you can leave a message, and the author will select a unique one from the comments. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained a master-level personal female bodyguard. If you want a custom master-level female bodyguard, leave a message here. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained a peach blossom talisman. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained a health card. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained 30 free attribute points. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained a favorability gift, a show. Holy crap! 10 consecutive draws are just exhilarating. Yi Kuan felt like he was about to take off. Brother Yi Kuan. At that moment, Su Yushue beside him opened her eyes, like a well-behaved little kitten, resting her delicate body against Yi Kuan's chest. Su Yushue possessed exceptional skills, with impressive leg techniques, capable of performing various difficult moves. However, she was still new to the martial world, lacking combat experience, and her abilities were far inferior to Yi Kuan's. Therefore, in last night's fierce battle, she was utterly defeated by Yi Kuan, begging for mercy. It was painful, yet joyful. She had successfully transformed from a girl into a woman, and she was very happy. Xiaoxue, I have a wonderful treasure to give you. Yi Kuan smiled, wrapping his arms around Su Yushue's delicate body. The author has something to say. The headquarters of the rich is full, handsome guys and beautiful girls can join the branch base. Brother Yi Kuan, what treasure do you have for me? Su Yushue blinked her beautiful eyes, one jade finger drawing circles on Yi Kuan's chest. She now belonged to Yi Kuan both physically and mentally, feeling sweet beside him. A treasure that can evolve your body. Yi Kuan smiled, holding Su Yushue in his arms. At the same time, like magic, he produced an evolution capsule in front of Su Yushue. This is called an evolution capsule. Taking it can comprehensively enhance your physical qualities, making you more beautiful and stronger. Yi Kuan said, handing a genetic evolution capsule to Su Yushue. Su Yushue was already his woman, and he didn't mind helping her enhance her strength. Genetic evolution capsule? Brother Yi Kuan, are you so powerful because you took the evolution capsule? Su Yushue exclaimed in surprise. She had personally experienced Yi Kuan's strength. Whether it was power, speed, endurance, or explosive force, it was quite terrifying. You should take one first, you'll feel the effects soon, Yi Kuan said. At the same time, he prepared one for himself as well. He hadn't tried it himself yet. He wanted to experience the effects too. So, Yi Kuan and Su Yushue both took a genetic evolution capsule. Ding! The host has consumed a genetic evolution capsule, all attributes plus 10. Power, 270, agility, 270, constitution, 340, spirit, 290. The effect of the evolution capsule was indeed straightforward and brutal, directly increasing all attributes by 10 points. Brother Yi Kuan, this evolution capsule is amazing. I feel better than ever, my strength has increased, my stamina is fully restored, and my mental perception has become sharper. Su Yushue was overjoyed. As a martial arts master, she could clearly feel the changes in her body. Yes, she had become stronger overall. This magical evolution capsule was something she had never encountered before. For Yi Kuan, a 10-point increase in all attributes might not mean much, just a little enhancement. However, for Su Yushue, the effect was very obvious. Ding! Su Yushue is very happy and touched, affection for the host +1. Ding! Goddess-level beauty Su Yushue's affection for the host has increased to 97, reward, spirit +30, power, 270, agility, 270, constitution, 340, spirit, 320, Su Yushue's affection for him had increased again. Lying on the bed, her strength could increase. It felt great. Brother Yikuan, I want to spar with you. Su Yushue, like a returning swallow, flipped over and straddled Yikuan. After taking a genetic evolution capsule, she felt fully revitalized and full of energy. Last night, the two had exchanged martial arts insights, but she had been exhausted and defeated by Yikuan. Xiaoxue, you're not my match, don't beg for mercy later. Yikuan laughed, reaching out to support Su Yushue's slender waist. Her skin was like fine jade, her body like a soft willow, making Yikuan unable to resist. Brother Yikuan, you just lie there and don't fight back. Su Yushue grabbed Yikuan's hands, preventing him from moving. The two exchanged martial arts from different schools, engaging in a friendly and in-depth exchange. Yikuan didn't fight back, allowing Su Yushue to attack him repeatedly. In the end, Su Yushue still lost and completely surrendered. Brother Yikuan, your combat power is too strong, I surrender. Su Yushue lay on Yikuan's chest, completely drained of energy. She was no match for Yikuan at all. Ha ha. This time, you were the one who challenged me. Yikuan laughed, holding Su Yushue's delicate body. Brother Yikuan, I want you to hold me like this forever. Su Yushue lay on Yikuan's chest, feeling very sweet. I want that too, but I might have to leave Magic City for a few days to go to the military headquarters, Yikuan said. He had already become the emperor of the Dark World in Magic City and a financial tycoon. The next step was to achieve merit in the military and obtain the rank of Major General. To walk confidently in Dragon Country, a military background was essential. Brother Yikuan is going to the military headquarters. Are you going to hunt monsters in the underground? Su Yushue couldn't help but be startled. The fastest way to achieve merit in the military was to hunt monsters in the underground. However, this was very dangerous, and one could easily lose their life if not careful. It is said that this cave monster is not an earth creature, but an alien species, extremely ferocious. If it weren't for the military dispatching a large number of troops to block the cave's exit, these alien species would have invaded human cities. That's right, I plan to go to the cave and kill monsters to earn merit. Yikuan nodded. He also wanted to see these alien species. From Tao Tao, he knew that there were extraterrestrial civilizations. Sooner or later, he would rush into the universe to become a cosmic tycoon, and it would be good to get an early glimpse of alien life. Brother Yikuan, I want to go to the cave to kill monsters with you. Su Yushue grabbed Yikuan's hand and said. She wanted to fight alongside her brother Yikuan. You don't need to go, I'm just going to earn some military merit this time and we'll be back soon. Yikuan said. The cave is too dangerous, he didn't plan to let Su Yushue take the risk with him. My sister Su Yuhan is a colonel in the military of Magic City, if you need help, you can find her. Su Yushue said, hoping to assist Yikuan. The 6 sisters of the Su family are all as beautiful as flowers, but they are not mere ornaments. The eldest sister, Su Yuhan, is in the military of Magic City and has achieved considerable military merit at a young age, becoming a female colonel. I have my own arrangements, Yikuan said. He was already well prepared. Today, the stock market in Long Country rose against the trend, becoming a breath of fresh air in the international financial market. While global stock markets plummeted, Long Country remained unscathed. The stock market in Long Country finally had a moment of glory, making headlines in major news outlets. Some keen international funds flocked to the financial market of Long Country. In addition, the Shao Group was exposed for numerous scandals and economic crimes, also making headlines. However, when law enforcement went to the Shao family to arrest people, they found the place already empty. The head of the Shao family, Shao Chongshan, had taken his direct descendants and fled overnight on a cruise ship, now already in international waters. Head, that Kuanpeng Group's Yi Kuan and the Chang family's Chang Yueshi have indeed struck hard against our Shao family. Shao Chen is dead, and many of our Shao family's scandals and criminal records have made the headlines. Luckily, we escaped quickly. It's a pity about our many industries in Long Country, we didn't have time to deal with them. Several elders of the Shao family said. As long as the Green Mountains remain, we need not fear a lack of firewood. As long as the direct descendants of our Shao family are safe, there will be a chance for a comeback. Shao Chongshan said coldly. Revenge. We must take revenge. Shao Tianyuan clenched his fists, filled with hatred for Yi Kuan and the Chang family's daughter. Boom! Suddenly, a rocket hit the Shao family's cruise ship, causing a violent explosion. Boom! Boom! A group of fierce mercenaries armed with heavy weapons surrounded the Shao family's cruise ship. It's over, it's the Azura mercenary group, one of the top 10 mercenary groups. Xiao Chongshan turned pale with fear upon seeing the Azura flag flying on the opposing ship. The Azura mercenary group is one of the top 10 mercenary groups in the world. The leader of the mercenary group is named Wu Long, a Long country national, codenamed Azura. He is notorious in the mercenary world for kidnapping and hunting down the wealthy. Many billionaires on the Forbes list have been kidnapped by him. Even the heirs of some wealthy families dare not cross him. He is powerful, ruthless, and a lawless villain. Those wealthy individuals tremble at the mention of the Azura mercenary group and the name Azura. Moreover, in addition to being a mercenary group leader, Wulong also accepts bounty tasks on the dark web. Any prey targeted by him rarely survives more than 3 days. In international waters, the Azura mercenary group directly surrounded the Shao family's cruise ship with 7 or 8 small vessels. Then, without saying a word, they launched a round of rocket bombardment. Boom! Boom! The Shao family's cruise ship was blown to pieces, and the Shao family suffered heavy casualties. Board the ship. Leave no one from the Shao family alive, kill them all. By the way, leave the head of the Shao family, Xiao Chongshan, and his son for me to deal with. The mercenary leader, Wulong, issued the boarding order, and immediately a group of fierce mercenaries rushed onto the Shao family's cruise ship. Ka ka. Ka ka ka. These mercenaries, armed with submachine guns and other weapons, carried out a one-sided massacre of the Shao family members. In the vast and boundless open sea, they had nowhere to escape. Moreover, it was truly a case of calling for help with no response. The Shao family had committed many injustices and evils, thinking that they could escape unscathed by fleeing to the open sea, but they did not expect to be met with the frenzied slaughter of the Azura mercenary corps. One by one, the elders and direct descendants of the Shao family fell under the mercenaries' guns. Don't kill me! Don't kill me! I want to see your leader, Azura. The head of the Shao family, Xiao Chongshan, protected his son, Xiao Tianyuan, behind him, still struggling in vain. Kneel! A mercenary struck Xiao Chongshan and Xiao Tianyuan on the heads with the butt of his gun, causing them to bleed and become dizzy, then forced them to kneel on the deck. Wulong, with a toothpick in his mouth, stepped towards the father and son of the Shao family, looking nonchalant. He was tall and sturdy, with a resolute face, appearing quite young, probably in his 20s. Azura, as long as you spare the lives of the Shao father and son, name your price. Xiao Chongshan still hoped to negotiate with the Azura leader. The Azura Mercenary Corps was a money-for-service organization. As long as the price was high enough, it was not impossible to save their lives. Yes. Yes. Spare us, I don't want to die, I don't want to die. Xiao Tianyuan was even more terrified, his face pale, constantly bowing, and begging for mercy. He was originally a spoiled second-generation rich kid in the Magic City, used to a life of luxury, and had never seen such a scene. Watching the direct members of the Shao family being slaughtered by mercenaries had already scared him to the point of wetting himself. Shut up! Wulong showed a look of disdain and directly slapped Xiao Tianyuan hard. Then, he pulled out a handgun and pressed it against Xiao Tianyuan's head. Don't kill me! Save me! Xiao Tianyuan wailed in fear, feeling the terror of death. He regretted it. He regretted provoking the Chang sisters and Yi Kuan. If it weren't for his own recklessness, he would still be in the Magic City, living a carefree life, without having to flee overseas or be hunted by mercenaries. Azura, you only seek wealth, why must you go to such extremes? I am willing to give you all the Shao family's assets, just asking you to spare our lives. Xiao Chongshan pleaded. He was willing to give up all his wealth just to save his life. No. Our Azura Mercenary Corps values credibility above all. Someone has issued a kill order on your Shao family, leaving no one alive, so you might as well die. Wulong was very cold and completely unmoved. Bang! Xiao Tianyuan was shot in the head and fell on the deck of the cruise ship. Head of the Shao family, your head is on the dark web with a bounty of 1 billion. I won't be polite in taking it. Wulong chuckled, aiming the gun at Xiao Chongshan's head. This time, he mobilized the Azura Mercenary Corps to encircle and kill the Shao family, and with one operation, he could collect 2 hefty bounties, truly a good deal. I have a bounty of 1 billion on the dark web? Who put a bounty on my head? This was Xiao Chongshan's last confusion before he died. Bang! Xiao Chongshan was shot in the head, leaving peacefully. Until the last moment of his life, he still did not understand that he had spent 1 billion to put a bounty on his own head on the dark web. Putting a bounty on one's own head, this operation was quite impressive. Of course, all of this was the work of Tao Tao. In fact, every move of the Shao family was also under the close surveillance of Tao Tao. This included Chang Yueshi hiring the Azura mercenary group to hunt down members of the Shao family, which was also under Yi Kuan's control. At this moment, Yi Koen had returned to his Tang Palace super villa. Boss, 2 uniquely dressed women have come outside the villa, claiming to be your personal female bodyguards, Sanju reported to Yi Koen. Without the boss's orders, outsiders could not enter the super villa at all. Let them in, Yi Koen said. His personal female bodyguards had finally arrived. The system had rewarded him with 3 bodyguards, but only 2 had come this time. One was still in transit. Moments later, 2 graceful women dressed in ancient Hanfu entered Yi Koen's super villa. Indeed, they were wearing ancient costumes, resembling ancient heroines. One of them was tall, wearing a veil, with a dot of vermilion between her brows, and carrying a long spear on her back, exuding a heroic demeanor. The other one did not wear a veil, her appearance pure and beautiful, charming and delicate, looking like someone who had never encountered the mundane world. I am Yunxiao, the senior sister of the Amei sect. You must be Yi Koen? The tall woman with the veil spoke first, her beautiful eyes sizing up Yi Koen. Ding! Detected as stunning beauty. Name, Yunxiao. Appearance, 98, stunning, age, 24, height, 174 measurements, 88, 60, 92 bust, 34D initial favorability, 0 personality traits, proud, persistent, obsessed with spear techniques. Identity, senior sister of the Amei sect, super bodyguard. Strength, peak master. Specialty, Amei spear, Amei dagger. Yi Koen was slightly astonished. This super female bodyguard was actually the senior sister of the Amei sect. Moreover, she was a stunning beauty. In fact, there was no such thing as ancient martial arts in this world. At least, in Taodao's network monitoring, no fantastical ancient martial arts had been discovered. However, many ancient sects did exist in reality. Shaolin, Wudong, Amei, Xingcheng, Kongtong. These sects were all real. Furthermore, each of these sects had its own martial arts heritage. The author has something to say. If you find it good looking, please leave more messages and click to support the free video. In the end of the Law era, the martial arts of those sects had already declined. The number of people practicing martial arts was also decreasing. Even some ancient sects were left with only their facade, difficult to achieve anything substantial. However, with the first wave of cosmic high-frequency energy radiating to Earth, those who practiced martial arts were the first to awaken the latent genetic abilities within their bodies. Thus, martial arts flourished once again within the sects. Many masters emerged from Shaolin, Wudong, Amei, and Xingcheng. Even the master-level powerhouses, who were rare in ancient times, were continuously appearing. A grand cosmic era seemed to be rapidly unfolding. Ding! Stunning beauty. Yunxiao's favorability increased by 20 due to the host's charm that makes people love her and flowers bloom. Ding! Stunning beauty. Yunxiao's favorability increased by 10 due to the host's domineering CEO aura. Ding! Stunning beauty. Yunxiao's favorability towards the host has risen to 30, indicating curiosity and interest. Yi Koen also felt slightly surprised. Yunxiao's resistance to his charm was a bit strong. Having only 30 points of favorability upon their first meeting was quite rare. Of course, excluding Chang Yueshi, she was an exception. That's right, I am Yi Koen. Yi Koen smiled, also sizing up Yunxiao. Although she wore a veil, her graceful demeanor and stunning aura were hard to conceal. Moreover, her appearance had already been detected by the system. Except for Hu Yuqi, this Yunxiao is the first stunning beauty Yi Koen has seen in reality. Hu Yuqi only reached the stunning level after using a beauty card. Besides her, there is also a game passerby named Wang Moli he encountered online, who is also a stunning beauty. However, he has never seen her in person. As for Chang Yueshi, she remains the only enchanting beauty. Can you take off your veil so I can see your true face? Yi Koen asked Yunxiao. Since Yunxiao was about to become his personal bodyguard, he naturally didn't want her to hide her true appearance in front of him. A stunning beauty must be appreciated properly. If you want to see my true face, you must defeat me with your marksmanship, Yunxiao said proudly, chest out and gun in hand. She is at the peak of master-level strength and stunningly beautiful, so she has the capital to be proud. In fact, having a stunning appearance has become a burden for her. No matter where she goes, she is always the center of attention. Especially, a group of men buzzes around her like flies, and they can't be shooed away. This is the lethal power of a stunning appearance. She doesn't like to be too conspicuous, which is why she wears a veil. This kind of trouble also appears for Chang Yueshi and Moli. Chang Yueshi often wears a mask to cover her stunning beauty due to her enchanting looks. Moli, on the other hand, never shows her face during live streams, except for this one time because of Yi Koen. My marksmanship has already reached a divine level. Do you want to experience it? Yi Koen smiled. He was determined about this Yunxiao's lineup. Your marksmanship has reached a divine level, really? Yunxiao's beautiful eyes fixed on Yi Koen, instantly intrigued. She is a gun enthusiast, obsessed with guns, and her Ame gun technique has reached the pinnacle, just one step away from the divine level. However, taking that last step is incredibly difficult. She felt a mysterious guidance that led her to find Yi Kuan. Of course, my marksmanship is like a god. Yi Kuan nodded. Although he is a god of guns, this gun is not the same as that gun. But it doesn't matter, he can still cheat. Come on, defeat me with your marksmanship, and I will take off my veil for you, Yunxiao said, reaching for the long gun behind her. At that moment, a system prompt sounded in Yi Kuan's mind. Ding! Master-level peak expert Yunxiao is seeking to learn marksmanship from the host. Would you like to spend 10 million worship points to elevate your marksmanship to the divine level? Marksmanship can be divided into 5 realms: initial understanding, entry-level, proficient, pinnacle, and divine level. Yes! Ding! Congratulations, the host's marksmanship has reached the divine level. In an instant, countless marksmanship techniques flooded into Yi Kuan's mind, and he comprehended them all, reaching the divine level. He is the king of guns, the god of guns. Ding! Detected that the host still lacks a suitable weapon. Would you like to spend 10 million worship points to exchange for a black technology quantum divine weapon? Universal divine weapon, a divine weapon that can transform into any form, be it knives, guns, sticks, all kinds of weapons, changing at will. Wow! A quantum divine weapon? A universal divine weapon that can change into anything. As long as he exchanges for this universal divine weapon, he can change it into a gun, knife, sword, axe, whatever he wants. This quantum black technology is indeed impressive. Exchange for the universal divine weapon. Yi Kuan chose to exchange without hesitation. Ding! The universal divine weapon has been exchanged. It is now in the form of a weapon orb, stored in the system space, and the host can extract it at any time. Suddenly, Yi Kuan saw a fist-sized quantum light ball appear in the system space. This is the weapon orb form of the universal divine weapon, which can change its weapon form at his will. The soldier's orb transformed into the long spear of Han Xin from the game. Yi Kuan's mind moved. Instantly, the soldier's orb in the system space directly changed into the long spear weapon of Han Xin from the game. However, it was just an ordinary skin form of the long spear, not very flashy. Transformed the soldier's orb into Han Xion's 5 mountains skin long spear. Instantly, the long spear turned fire red, sparkling and incredibly cool. Wow! It really can change the form and color of the divine weapon at will. Awesome! Change to a different long spear style, switch to Zhao Zilong's thunder spear. Instantly, the soldier's orb transformed into Zhao Yun's thunder god spear. Wow! Awesome! Restore to quantum form. Instantly, the thunder spear turned back into a soldier's orb. Then, with a thought, Yi Kuan made that soldier's orb appear in his palm. Under the astonished gaze of Yunxiao, the quantum soldier's orb in Yi Kuan's hand continuously grew larger and longer amidst a dazzling display of light and shadow effects. Then, it transformed into the same fire-red long spear of Han Xion's 5 mountains skin, glimmering coldly and radiantly. He turned the divine weapon from the virtual game into reality. So invincible! Why you? How did you make this divine spear appear? Yunxiao and her junior sister opened their mouths in shock, their faces filled with disbelief. This boss can perform magic? Creating an incredibly cool long spear out of thin air. This is black technology, quantum divine weapon. Yi Kuan said proudly. Seeing the astonished expressions of the two beauties, he felt quite pleased. With his current identity and strength, there was no need to hide anything. Thus, he directly revealed the myriad divine weapons. So domineering. Handsome guys and little fairies, click on a small gift. I want to see each of you have fan value. The author has something to say. Do handsome guys have fan value now? Black technology? Quantum divine weapon? Yunxiao and Yunshan were stunned. They hadn't come down the mountain for years. Has technology reached this level? They even have black technology like quantum divine weapons. Hee. This is my exclusive divine weapon. Yi Kuan laughed. The myriad divine weapons are one of a kind. Transform into Yun Ying's fire spear. Then, with a thought, the flying balance long spear in his hand transformed into Yun Ying's fire spear amidst a display of light and shadow effects. The long spear looked cool, in a fire-red color. Oh, wow! What a beautiful long spear! The two beauties, Junxiao and Yunshan, exclaimed, their eyes filled with little stars. Want it? Yi Kuan waved the fire spear, teasing Yunxiao and Yunshang. I really want it. Yunxiao and Yunshan quickly nodded in unison, like little chicks pecking at rice. Beg me. Yi Kuan showed a mischievous smile, intentionally teasing the two little beauties. This long spear is beautiful, but I wonder if it's useful? Yunxiao also realized that Yi Kuan was intentionally teasing her and couldn't help but return to her cool goddess demeanor. Hee. You'll know if you try it. Yi Kuan said, swinging the fire spear and performing a few beautiful spear flowers. Then let me experience your extraordinary spear skills. Yun Zhao's fighting spirit was ignited, and she danced with her long spear, ready to challenge Yi Kuan. Come on! Yi Kuan stood proudly with the fire spear in hand. Ame spear technique. Yun Zhao executed the Ame spear technique, thrusting a spear towards Yi Kuan's brow, the spear moving like lightning. Yi Kuan lightly deflected the fire spear in his hand, blocking Yun Zhao's attack. Clang clang clang. Yun Zhao performed the Ame spear technique, her movements grand and vigorous, exuding elegance without losing the lightness and agility of a woman. She truly practiced the Ame spear technique to perfection, with exquisite moves and tremendous power. Clang 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 clang. Yi Kuan, holding the fire spear, easily countered her attacks, handling them with ease. No matter how exquisite Yun Zhao's spear techniques were, he easily broke them. With the gun out like a dragon, Yi Kuan thrust his spear, transforming it into a swimming dragon, gently tapping it on the snow-white neck of Yun Zhao, who resembled a swan. I lost. The boss's marksmanship is indeed extraordinary, and Yun Zhao willingly bows down. Yun Zhao readily admitted defeat, fully convinced. Yi Kuan's marksmanship was beyond her imagination, far more exquisite than her own. She was very willing to stay by Yi Kuan's side. Ding! The stunning beauty Yun Zhao has been conquered by the host's divine marksmanship, affection plus 20. Ding! The stunning beauty Yun Zhao's affection for the host has increased to 50, indicating she has started to like him. Yi Kuan flicked his spear and gently removed Yun Zhao's veil. Instantly, a breathtakingly beautiful face, ethereal and untouched by the mundane world, appeared before Yi Kuan's eyes. Her eyes were like autumn waters, her brows like paintings, and her features were as if sculpted by the Creator, flawless. In one word, her beauty was unparalleled, a delight to behold. Ding! The stunning beauty Yun Zhao's true appearance has been seen by the host, affection plus 10. Ding! The stunning beauty Yun Zhao's affection for the host has increased to 60, reward strength plus 40. Strength, 310, agility, 270, constitution, 340, spirit, 320, Just seeing Yun Zhao's true face could actually increase affection. The ways to raise a girl's affection are truly varied. For Yun Zhao, Yi Kuan seeing her true face meant he was a very unique person to her. Yi Kuan's significance in her heart was completely different now. Graceful and stunning, a beauty that could topple a nation. Yi Kuan gazed at Yun Zhao's enchanting face and sincerely complimented her. Yun Zhao's pretty face flushed slightly, and then she put her veil back on. She had already developed feelings for Yi Kuan. Yi Kuan shifted his gaze from Yun Zhao to the little beauty beside her. She looked pure and beautiful, like a lotus emerging from the water, and was very cute, appearing to be around 16 or 17 years old. What's your name? Yi Kuan asked. I'm Yun Shang, a little junior sister from the Ame sect, Yun Shang shyly replied, noticing Yi Kuan's gaze. Ding! A goddess-level beauty detected. Name, Yun Shang, appearance, 96, goddess level, age, 16, height, 166, measurements, 86, 60, 90, bust, 34C, initial affection, 20, traits, cute, adorable, directionally challenged. Identity, little junior sister of the Ame sect, personal female bodyguard. Strength, master level peak. Specialty, Ame sword, Ame dagger. This Yun Shang is already at master level peak at just 16 years old, with exceptional talent and limitless potential. One is the senior sister, and the other is the junior sister, both are his personal female bodyguards. Ding! The goddess-level beauty Yun Shang is affected by the host's charm, affection plus 30. Ding! The goddess-level beauty Yun Shang is influenced by the host's domineering CEO aura, affection plus 10. Ding! The goddess-level beauty Yun Shang's affection for the host has increased to 60, reward agility plus 30. Strength, 310, agility, 300, constitution, 340, spirit, 320. The little beauty Yun Shang found it hard to resist Yi Kuan's charm, and her affection for him soared. Clouds think of clothing, flowers think of beauty, what a nice name. Yi Kuan smiled at Yun Shang's pretty face. Although Yun Shang was not as stunning as Yun Zhao, she was pure and sweet, like a lotus emerging from the water, very clear and refreshing. Yun Shang's face flushed slightly at Yi Kuan's compliment. It seemed that both Yun Zhao and Yun Shang rarely interacted with men, as both girls easily blushed. From now on, you both will stay by my side, and you can call me boss or brother, Yi Kuan said with a smile. Although he didn't really need protection, having two charming beauties by his side was quite nice. Moreover, Yun Zhao was at the peak of master-level strength, and Yun Shang was at the peak of grandmaster-level strength, making them two excellent assistants. Boss! Yun Zhao shyly called Yi Kuan boss instead of brother. Brother! Yun Shang happily called Yi Kuan brother. She was overjoyed to suddenly have a powerful and handsome big brother. When Yen, take Yunxiao and Yunshang to their room to rest, Yi Koan waved his hand and summoned the female housekeeper Wen Yen. Okay, master. Wen Yen nodded and led Yunxiao and Yunshang to their room. Wow. So big. Wow. So beautiful. Yunxiao and Yunshang rarely came down the mountain, and they were greatly impressed by the luxury and grandeur of Yi Koan's super villa, finding everything novel. Meanwhile, Yi Koan began to make some arrangements to prepare for his mission at the military department. His next goal was to become the most formidable general in the Dragon Kingdom's military. The author has something to say. For the handsome guy without fan value, please give a little gift. This time going to the military department, he would be dealing with extraterrestrial beings, which was quite dangerous. Yi Koan planned to arrange everything at home before heading to the military department. First, he called his parents to chat about everyday life. Then, he used the health card he won in the system lottery on his mother. With one health card each, his parents could ensure they would be free from illness and healthy. After obtaining the divine level intelligence named Taodao, Yi Koan realized that his parents were not ordinary people at all. Their story could be rewritten into a novel. Sanju, from today on, you will protect my parents. Yi Koan gave an order to his bodyguard Sanju. Yes, boss. Sanju nodded. He didn't ask many questions but was able to perfectly execute Yi Koan's orders. Then, Yi Koan received a video call from Huyuchi. At that moment, Huyuchi was in her company, dressed like a domineering female CEO. By Yi Koan's side, she was very gentle and dependent. At the company, she was a powerful boss, a strong woman. Only Yi Koan could conquer her. Koan brother, I miss you. Huyuchi sat in the CEO's office, showing a delicate demeanor. If her female assistant saw this, she would definitely be shocked. Chi-Chi, I miss you too. Yi Koan smiled at Huyuchi in the video. After being with him, Huyuchi had become even more stunning. Moreover, after using the beauty card and evolution capsule, her beauty was truly breathtaking. Yi Koan and Huyuchi talked about everything, from trivial matters happening around them to the trends in the international economy. Koan brother, the U.S. stock market has crashed, and the international financial market is in turmoil. What do you think? Huyuchi asked Yi Koan. She managed a group company with many investment and multinational businesses, so the turmoil in the international financial market greatly affected her company. Be bearish on the U.S. and bullish on the Dragon Kingdom. Yi Koan sent Huyuchi 4 words. He shorted the U.S. financial market with his wealth, essentially fighting against the entire Western financial oligarchy by himself. The Western oligarchs would retaliate, but in the end, he would be the winner. In fact, the U.S. might lose its position as the financial hegemon due to his aggressive suppression. It was that impressive. Oh, I understand. Huyuchi nodded, as she also had confidence in the Dragon Kingdom market. The U.S. stock market had crashed, and the international financial market was in turmoil. Meanwhile, the Dragon Kingdom market not only remained unscathed but also stood out, indicating that a mysterious force was protecting the Dragon Kingdom market. Koan brother, next week is my birthday, so don't forget. Huyuchi said in a spoiled tone. Okay, I will remember. Yi Koan smiled. It should be enough time for him to rush back from the military department for Huyuchi's birthday. Love you, moi. In the end, Huyuchi blew Yi Koan a kiss before hanging up the video call. The next day, in the morning, Yunxiao, Yunshan, you two come with me to the military department. Yi Koan said to the 2 girls. This time he planned to bring a few trusted subordinates to achieve merit at the military department. At the same time, he could also train Yunxiao and Yunshang. Are we going to fight against alien creatures at the military department? Yunxiao asked. The Dragon Kingdom had discovered alien creatures, which was no secret in the martial arts world. The military department had once called on martial artists to enter caves to hunt alien creatures. At first, many martial artists responded and joined the military to hunt the aliens. However, those alien creatures were too ferocious, and the martial artists who entered the caves suffered heavy casualties, with most of the bodies never found. This made ordinary martial artists too afraid to enter the caves. As a result, the military department introduced many new policies to attract strong individuals from the Dragon Kingdom to join. That's right, I'm taking you to hunt alien creatures. Are you brave enough to go? Yi Koan looked at Yunxiao and Yunshang. Although the alien creatures were very fierce, they were not invincible. Ordinary alien species had close combat abilities equivalent to that of human martial arts masters. With master-level strength, one could enter the caves. I'm brave enough. I've wanted to see alien creatures for a long time. Yunxiao said, gripping her spear. Although she was a girl, she exuded the spirit of a martial artist. With my senior sister and brother Yikoan, I'm also brave enough to go, Yunshang said. Although she was young, she was not a weak girl. Ha ha. With such courage, I will protect you, Yikoan laughed, ruffling Yunshang's little head. It seems like we are your personal bodyguards, Yunshang muttered. It was the first time she had heard of a boss protecting his personal bodyguards. Although you are my personal bodyguards, my strength is greater than yours. Yikoan laughed. Rather than saying Yunshao and Yunshan were his bodyguards, it was more accurate to say they were his personal guards. It was normal for a boss to be stronger than his guards. So, Yikoan took Yunshao and Yunshan with him, getting into a Rolls-Royce Phantom, heading to a military base in the Magic City, in a small town on Zhongming Island in the Magic City. At this time, all the townspeople had been evacuated, because, a year ago, a cave suddenly appeared in this seaside town. A monster emerged from the cave, slaughtering 432 lives in the town overnight, a horrific sight. Later, the military department of the Magic City dispatched several special forces, paying a heavy price to eliminate that monster. Scientists immediately conducted dissections and research on the monster, discovering that it was not any species known on Earth. It was likely an alien creature. This drew the high attention of the Dragon Kingdom and the military department. Through comprehensive investigations, the military discovered a cave on the island, from which the monster had emerged. The military had repeatedly attempted to send soldiers into the cave for exploration, but without exception, all had gone in and never returned. Moreover, terrifying monsters would occasionally emerge from the cave, and their numbers were increasing. The military established a military base in the town, building a strong steel fortress to encircle and kill the monsters that broke out of the cave. However, the more they killed, the more monsters appeared. Periodically, monsters would gather and launch frenzied assaults on human bases. Even more frightening was that these monsters seemed to possess intelligence and organization. If this continued, the base would eventually be breached by the monsters. Once these monsters broke into human cities, the consequences would be unimaginable. Scientists suspected that there was a spatial wormhole in the cave leading to other planets. In order to change the passive situation, the military repeatedly sent soldiers and warriors into the cave to investigate the situation. However, the results were meager, with ordinary soldiers entering the cave almost certain to die. Only master-level and grandmaster-level experts could delve deep into the cave. This book is linked to the author's other work Godly Rich War God, but it is different and can be seen as a prequel to Godly Rich War God. This is a vast story, and those who haven't read Godly Rich War God can check out Godly Rich War God, I Am Invincible from the start. For those who haven't gained fan points yet, please send a small gift, hoping that every reader chasing this book can gain fan points and become loyal fans. The author has something to say, the headquarters of the Godly Rich is full, and the readers can join the Godly Rich sub-base. Beep beep beep. The alarm at the military base on Ming Island blared. Not good, the cave monsters are gathering for the 24th time, and they are going to attack the military base. Upon hearing the alarm, all soldiers in the base stood ready. The intervals between the alien monsters attacking the base were getting shorter. At the same time, countless artillery shells bombarded the cave's exit. Under the control of the Beidou navigation system, wave after wave of dense missiles were bombarding with precision, crazily raining down without regard for cost. Boom! Boom! Boom boom! The artillery fire was relentless, flames soared into the sky, the ground shook, as if returning to those war-torn years. This was interstellar warfare, a war between different races. Countless cave monsters were blown away and obliterated by the fierce missiles of the Dragon Kingdom. However, there were still monsters breaking through the smoke of the artillery fire, charging towards the military base. These monsters had a hideous appearance, with multiple legs, covered in a thick shell, possessing formidable defenses that could withstand artillery attacks. They were agile, moving faster than a cheetah at full speed, turning into black shadows rushing towards the human base. Fighter jets, launch! Teams of armed fighter jets flew off from the base, opening fire on the alien monsters. Boom! Boom! Boom boom! A large number of monsters fell, but still, some monsters charged towards the human base, enduring the fierce firepower of the fighter jets. Tanks, fire! At the forefront of the military base, rows of tanks fired in unison. Boom! Boom boom! Boom boom boom! Another group of alien monsters fell under the intense fire of the tanks. However, some monsters still pressed forward, braving the artillery fire. They ran with speeds comparable to supercars, leaping distances of 10 to 20 meters, getting closer to the military base. Especially the monsters at the forefront, larger and faster. Snipers, prepare! Several teams of snipers, already in ambush, were ready. The sniper rifles aimed at the monsters' heads, eyes, or front legs. Whoosh! 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 A large number of sniper bullets densely targeted the rapidly running monsters. Another batch of alien monsters fell. However, the leading monster was extremely swift, dodging the sniper attacks multiple times. It was also under concentrated fire. Bang! The sniper rifle hit the monster's shell. However, it only staggered slightly before continuing to charge towards the Dragon Kingdom base, ferociously. Armor-piercing rounds. Under the overwhelming firepower of the Dragon Kingdom base, the vast majority of alien monsters fell. However, some powerful monsters still broke through the human fire blockade, charging towards the base. Puff! An alien monster leaped several dozen meters, landing directly on top of a tank. Rip! Its front paw swiped, and the tank's armor was easily torn apart like paper. Ah! The screams of human soldiers echoed from inside the tank, brutally dismembered by the alien monster. Damn it! I'll take one of these monsters down with me. The brave soldier of the Dragon Kingdom detonated the heavy explosives strapped to his body. Let's die together. Boom! A violent explosion erupted, and the Dragon Kingdom soldier and the alien monster perished together. Boom! Boom! One by one, the brave soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom fell. They sacrificed their precious young lives to defend the Dragon Kingdom, to protect the Earth, fighting against the alien monsters. This is the soldier of the Dragon Kingdom. When the nation is in peril, they always charge to the front, using their flesh and blood to protect the land and people behind them. They are ordinary people, yet they are the most respected heroes. What peaceful times are there? Kill! Follow me out and slay these alien monsters. An old general wielding a tang sword was the first to charge at the alien monsters. Behind him followed a group of strong military figures. Facing the powerful alien monsters, they fought at the forefront, battling fiercely, not retreating an inch. In the Demon City military base, Yi Kuan appeared at the wartime recruitment office with Yun Xiao and Yun Shang. Those who could appear at this temporary recruitment office were generally martial artists. However, at this moment, there were very few martial artists coming to enlist in the military. Previously, many martial artists had responded to the military's call, joining the military to fight against the alien monsters. Some did it to protect their homes and country, some to achieve great deeds, some to make a name for themselves, and others to hone their martial arts. Although their purposes varied, they all joined the military to fight on the front lines. However, the brutality of the alien monsters made them realize the harsh reality. The soldiers of the military were assigned the most dangerous tasks, often having to delve into caves to battle the alien monsters. As more and more martial artists died in the caves, the number willing to voluntarily join the military was decreasing. There was no way around it, the death rate was too high. We want to join the military. Yi Kuan spoke up. In front of her sat a female military officer responsible for recruitment registration. First, please register your name, place of origin, age, and occupation. The female officer casually picked up a few forms and was about to have Yi Kuan and the others register. Not just anyone could join the military. When she looked up and saw Yi Kuan, she clearly paused for a moment. Such a handsome young man wants to join the military to fight against the alien monsters? Then her gaze shifted to Yun Xiao and Yun Shang behind Yi Kuan. She noticed Yun Xiao, tall and dressed in tight-fitting clothes, wearing a veil, and carrying a long spear on her back. This outfit clearly indicated she was a martial artist, perhaps even a master from some sect. This made her perk up. Then her attention turned to Yun Shang, who appeared pure and beautiful, charmingly cute, and still had a youthful innocence about her. Oh, little girl, you're not yet 18, are you? The female officer looked at Yun Shang and said, you can't enlist if you're under 18. I'm a master level. Yun Shang blinked her beautiful eyes and spoke. Master level? The female officer was surprised and glanced at Yun Shang a few more times. If she had master level strength, she could indeed be admitted to the military as an exception. We want to apply to join the Dragon Special Forces. At this moment, Yi Kuan spoke up. The Dragon Kingdom's military has 3 special forces, Dragon, Tiger, and Wolf. Among them, the Dragon Special Forces is the strongest and most elite of the 3. It has the fewest members but undertakes the most dangerous missions. Even a king of soldiers does not qualify to join the Dragon Special Forces. To join the Dragon Special Forces, the minimum strength requirement must be master level. The protagonist will return to the city after achieving military merit. Every day, the die-hard fans and true love fans join the God of Wealth base, where only die-hard fans can enjoy the benefits. You want to join the Dragon Special Forces? At this moment, a cold female voice sounded behind Yi Kuan. Yi Kuan turned around, feeling a bright light in front of him, and saw a familiar beautiful figure. She was wearing a military special forces uniform, standing tall and exuding a heroic demeanor, and her appearance was strikingly similar to Su Yuxue. However, her aura was completely different from Su Yushue's. Yi Kuan knew she was not Su Yushue, but Su Yushue's quintuplet sister. That's right, Su Yushue was one of the 5 sisters. Additionally, they had a youngest sister. Together, they were the 6 sisters of the Su family. Ding! Detected a goddess-level beauty. Name, Su Yuhan, attractiveness, 96, goddess level, age, 22, height, 172, measurements, 86, 60, 90, bust, 34C, initial favorability, 10, traits, highly focused, military female sharpshooter, identity, military colonel, elite of the Dragon Special Forces, sniper, strength, beginner master, specialty, various firearms, especially sniper rifles. Su Yuhan is a member of the Dragon Special Forces, and she is a female sniper. Ding! Goddess-level beauty Su Yuhan is affected by the host's charm, gaining plus 30 favorability. Ding! Goddess-level beauty Su Yuhan is influenced by the host's domineering CEO aura, gaining plus 10 favorability. Ding! Goddess-level beauty Su Yuhan's favorability towards the host has increased to 50, indicating a slight liking. That's right, we want to join the Dragon Special Forces, Yi Kuan said, staring at Su Yuhan with a smile. He had already been intimate with Su Yushue, and now seeing her sister Su Yuhan, who looked exactly like Su Yushue, felt a bit strange yet somewhat familiar. You should know that to join the Dragon Special Forces, you must pass my sniper test, right? Su Yuhan scrutinized Yi Kuan, Yunxiao, and Yunchang with a sharp gaze. Only by dodging her sniper's attack would they qualify to join the Dragon Special Forces. I know, it's just dodging your sniper rifle's attack within 100 meters, right? Yi Kuan said with a smile, unconcerned. Since he chose to join the Dragon Special Forces, he had already done his homework. You're quite confident, I hope you can still stand and say that to me later. Su Yuhan shot Yi Kuan a glance. She was a sharpshooter. If she got serious, even a master-level expert couldn't dodge her sniper rifle. Let's get on with the test. I can't wait to go into the cave and kill alien monsters. Yi Kuan said. Su Yuhan nodded. The front line was critical, and alien monsters could burst out of the cave at any moment. She also wanted to quickly recruit qualified Special Forces members. Soon, Yi Kuan and Yunxiao arrived at the military training ground together. Put on a bulletproof vest first, I'm worried I might accidentally kill you. Su Yuhan tossed Yi Kuan a bulletproof vest. Many trial participants had died under her gunfire without wearing one. No need, Yi Kuan replied calmly. Dodging bullets was all. With his powerful mental perception and reaction speed, he could easily dodge bullets, including sniper rifles. I like your confidence. When I blow your head off later, you won't have time to regret it. Su Yuhan glanced at Yi Kuan and said, Come on, I'll show you what a real expert is. Yi Kuan said with a smile, calm and composed. Su Yuhan didn't persuade Yi Kuan, whether he wore it or not was up to him. Those who underestimated her sniper rifle would learn their lesson. Then, Su Yuhan took a sniper rifle and moved 100 meters away, finding a cover. Yi Kuan stood in the center of the training ground, acting as a live target. He wasn't sure when Su Yuhan would pull the trigger. In that instant when the opponent fired, one must react with the utmost speed. Hiss! A wave of murderous intent surged forth. Yi Kuan knew he had been targeted by Su Yuhan with a sniper rifle. At this moment, he could not move, any movement would reveal a flaw. If the enemy does not move, I will not move. When locked on by a sniper rifle, every second is a terrifying torment. Yet Yi Kuan remained remarkably calm. He stood still, even closing his eyes. Bang! Su Yuhan fired, aiming for Yi Kuan's shoulder. The bullet tore through the air at a speed that even surpassed the speed of sound. Yi Kuan still did not flinch or evade, as if completely unaware. Brother Yi Kuan, quickly dodge. The little beauty Yun Shang beside him was anxious for Yi Kuan. The moment the sniper rifle fired, he needed to evade. Otherwise, there would be no way to escape. Yun Zhao's beautiful eyes were fixed on Yi Kuan, watching how he would dodge this attack. Yi Kuan closed his eyes, and in his mental perception, the speed of the sniper bullet slowed down countless times. All the trajectories of the bullet were clear in his perception. Swish! Yi Kuan extended 2 fingers, creating an afterimage in the air as he gently tapped, directly pinching the flying sniper bullet. Pinched it. How is this possible? He actually pinched the sniper bullet with 2 fingers. Su Yuhan, Yun Xiao, and Yun Shang all showed expressions of shock simultaneously. They knew that some master experts could catch bullets with their bare hands, but that referred to ordinary handgun bullets. They had never heard of anyone being able to pinch a sniper bullet with 2 fingers. It was too incredible. In the world of martial arts, only speed cannot be broken. Yi Kuan declared proudly. As long as the speed at the moment of the finger extension exceeded that of the sniper bullet, allowing the bullet's acceleration to be zero, he could pinch the bullet. A master. This is a true master. Su Yuhan's beautiful eyes brightened involuntarily. She knew she had encountered a real expert. The Dragon Warriors Special Forces would gain a fierce general. Brother Yi Kuan is so amazing. Yun Shang's eyes were filled with little stars, full of admiration. Ding! You have gained a super critical hit of worship value from Yun Shao plus 6,666. Ding! You have gained a super critical hit of worship value from Yun Shang plus 8,888. Ding! You have gained a super critical hit of worship value from Su Yuhan plus 9,999. Almost simultaneously, Yun Shao, Yun Shang, and Su Yuhan all sent a wave of super critical hit worship value to Yi Kuan. Ding! You caught Su Yuhan's sniper bullet with your bare hands, earning her admiration, affection plus 10. Ding! Goddess-level beauty Su Yuhan's affection for the host has increased to 60, reward spirit plus 30. Strength, 310, agility, 300, constitution, 340, spirit, 350. Soon, both Yun Shao and Yun Shang passed Su Yuhan's sniper rifle test. Congratulations on becoming members of the Dragon Warriors Special Forces. My name is Su Yuhan, the sniper of the Dragon Warriors Special Forces. Su Yuhan changed her previously cold demeanor and was extremely warm towards Yi Kuan and the Yun sisters. My name is Yi Kuan, an all-round expert. Yi Kuan smiled, not being modest at all, as he held Su Yuhan's jade hand. I am Yun Shao, the senior sister of the Yamei sect. I am Yun Shang, the junior sister of the Yamei sect. Yun Shao and Yun Shang also introduced themselves to Su Yuhan. From now on, they would be comrades. The frontline situation is urgent. You all need to come with me to the underground base immediately. Su Yuhan said, directly leading Yi Kuan and the others to an armed helicopter. The author has something to say. The headquarters of the rich is full. Handsome guys should not add the headquarters number but can add the branch base. Inside the armed helicopter, Su Yuhan briefly introduced the situation of the Dragon Warriors Special Forces to Yi Kuan and the others. At its peak, the Dragon Warriors Special Forces had only 12 core members. Due to multiple dangerous missions deep in the underground, half of the members had been killed or injured. Only 3 men and 2 women remain, 5 team members in total. Captain Zhanlong sacrificed himself heroically to protect his teammates. This means that the Zhanlong Special Forces are now lacking a captain. The Special Forces members are all proud individuals, each unwilling to yield to the others, all vying for the position of captain. Currently, the Zhanlong Special Forces are somewhat disbanded, on the verge of dissolution. Then I will reluctantly take on the heavy responsibility of being the captain of Zhanlong. Yi Kuan said with a smile. He would not shy away from the role of captain. In the Zhanlong Special Forces, everything is based on strength. If you can convince the other members, then being the captain is no problem, Su Yuhan said. When she saw Yi Kuan pinch a sniper bullet with 2 fingers, she knew the true captain had appeared. Before long, an armed helicopter approached the underground base on Zhongming Island. Then, everyone heard the sound of cannon fire, the noise of missiles and tank shells. Not good, the underground monsters are attacking the base again. Accelerate and prepare for battle. In the armed helicopter, everyone took out their weapons, ready to jump. Su Yuhan's weapons included a sniper rifle and a pistol. Yun Xiao's weapon was a long Amei spear. Yun Shang's weapon was an Amei sword. As for Yi Kuan, he simply took out a glowing orb. I'll jump first, you follow me. When the armed helicopter was still over 100 meters in the air, Yi Kuan leaped out. From this height, it was equivalent to jumping down from a building of 40 or 50 stories. For an ordinary person, such a jump would mean certain death. However, for Yi Kuan, it was just a piece of cake. Although he could not fly yet, his physical abilities were already comparable to that of a superhero. While free-falling, the weapon in Yi Kuan's hand transformed into Yuning's blazing spear. This blazing spear not only looked cool but also had a flame attribute. Boom! Yi Kuan landed heavily next to an armored tank, the ground cracking like a spider web, kicking up a cloud of dust. At the same time, he noticed a multi-legged monster with an insect head jumping onto the nearby tank. Ding! Alien lifeform detected, Koan Clan, level 2 Iron Arm Mantis, strength equivalent to a human master level. Ding! Random task triggered, kill 100 Koan Clan creatures, reward, a design blueprint for a bionic battle armor. Oh, it really is an alien lifeform, and it's from the Koan Clan. There are countless cosmic races, and the Koan Clan is just one of them. Moreover, killing Koan Clan creatures can also yield a bionic battle armor design blueprint. The Iron Arm Mantis had just torn open the tank's armor with its iron claws when it noticed a powerful human descending from the sky, immediately drawn to him. Thus, the Iron Arm Mantis abandoned the human soldiers in the tank and lunged at Yi Kuan, looking for death. Yi Kuan's eyes turned cold, and he thrust the blazing spear at the charging Iron Arm Mantis. The spear shot out like lightning, incredibly fast, piercing through the head of the Iron Arm Mantis in one shot. A one-hit kill. Clean and decisive. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing a Koan clan creature. Task progress 1/100. Ding! Received Dragon Country Soldier Worship Value Critical Hit plus 666. Ding! Received Dragon Country Soldier Worship Value Critical Hit plus 666. It turned out that the two Dragon Country soldiers in the armored tank were immensely grateful and in awe of Yi Kuan for taking down the vicious alien monster with a single shot. Just moments ago, these two tank soldiers were preparing to detonate explosives, ready to perish together with the Iron Arm Mantis. Now, they felt a sense of survival after a disaster. Yi Kuan did not linger and continued to hunt the alien Koan clan creatures that burst out of the underground. For these level 2 Koan clan creatures, he could basically take them down with a single shot, each shot a headshot. By the time Su Yuhan, Yunxiao, and Yunshan landed beside Yi Kuan, he had already hunted down over a dozen Koan clan creatures. Brother Yi Kuan, your shooting skills are amazing. Yunshan admired as she saw Yi Kuan kill a monster with a single shot. Yi Kuan, Yunxiao, Junshang, and Su Yuhan quickly eliminated all the Koan clan creatures surrounding the tank. These monsters have breached the base. Hurry to support. Su Yuhan urged anxiously. These alien monsters were terrifying, having broken through the powerful blockade of hot weapons from the Dragon Kingdom's military and invaded the base. If these monsters got too close, ordinary soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom would find it nearly impossible to resist. Only martial artists could engage these alien creatures in close combat. Let's go! Yi Kuan's figure flickered, leaving behind a shadow in place. In an instant, he was already dozens of meters away. This move was reminiscent of Han Xian's teleportation skill in the King's Game. With his superhuman physique, executing such a movement was effortless. At this moment, the Koan clan creatures that had entered the base were rampaging, and many Dragon Kingdom soldiers had fallen under their claws. However, some powerful military martial artists managed to hold off most of the Koan clan creatures. Yi Kuan charged into the base and began to slaughter the Koan clan creatures he encountered. Even the level 3 Koan clan creatures were no match for his gun. If one shot didn't do it, he would follow up with another. Then, he saw an old military general surrounded by a group of Koan clan creatures. Among them, several were over 3 meters long and extremely ferocious, being peak level 3 Koan clan creatures. The old general wielded a tang knife, fighting valiantly, but was heavily injured and in great danger. Kill, kill, kill. Wipe out these alien monsters. Even if I die in battle, I must defend the base. Just when the old general thought he was doomed, suddenly, a handsome figure descended from the sky, shooting one level 3 Koan clan creature into the air with a single shot. Then, with a sweeping motion, the 7 or 8 Koan clan creatures attacking the old general were all sent flying. When did the military get such a fierce general? The old general was both surprised and delighted to see Yi Kuan's might and unparalleled combat power. Truly a divine soldier descending from the heavens. Old general, are you alright? Yi Kuan supported the old general and asked. The old general, in his 60s or 70s, still personally fought on the battlefield against alien monsters, earning great respect. I'm fine, I can still continue to kill enemies. The old general gripped his tang knife, his spirit unyielding. Clang, clang, clang. Yi Kuan's gun moved like a dragon, fast as lightning, quickly cleaning up the surrounding Koan clan creatures. Which special forces team are you from? Or are you a sect martial artist? The old general asked, utterly shocked. Given Yi Kuan's skills, he was likely a top expert trained by a sect. However, he hoped Yi Kuan would join the military. Dragon War Special Forces. Yi Kuan replied with a smile. The old general, named Gu Zhentian, held the rank of general and was the highest commander of the underground base. Hearing that Yi Kuan was a member of the Dragon War Special Forces, he was overjoyed. The Dragon War Special Forces was the most elite special operations unit of the Dragon Kingdom's military. Unfortunately, they had suffered heavy casualties fighting deep in the underground against alien monsters, even losing their commander. This handsome young man looked unfamiliar. Could he have just joined the Dragon War Special Forces? General Gu, are you alright? At that moment, Su Yuhan approached with a sniper rifle. Yun Xiao and Yun Shang also rushed over. Su Yuhan, Yun Xiao, Yun Shang, you stay here to protect General Gu. I will hunt down the Koan clan creatures, Yi Kuan instructed Su Yuhan and the others. Many Koan clan creatures had charged into the base and needed to be dealt with quickly. These insectoid creatures are at least level 1, equivalent to the strength of a human soldier king. Next, there are level 2 insectoid creatures, which are quite numerous, comparable to human master level strength. Level 3 insectoid creatures possess the strength of human grandmasters and are extremely ferocious. Yi Koen can displace himself several dozen meters away in an instant. Then, he shoots through the head of a level 2 insectoid creature with a single shot. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing an insectoid creature. Task progress 25/100. Killing insectoid creatures not only allows Yi Koen to complete system tasks but also helps him accumulate military merit. Killing a level 1 insectoid creature grants 1 point of military merit. Killing a level 2 insectoid creature grants 10 points of military merit. Killing a level 3 insectoid creature grants 100 points of military merit. Accumulating 2000 military merit allows one to become a major in the military. Accumulating 5000 military merit grants the rank of lieutenant general. Accumulating 8000 military merit grants the rank of general. Yi Koen, wielding the flame piercer spear, quickly kills insectoid creatures, saving many soldiers from the military. Clang clang clang. Ahead, a big man is surrounded by several insectoid creatures, facing grave danger. He wields a massive 9-ringed knife, fighting fiercely against a level 3 iron arm mantis. However, he is besieged by multiple insectoid creatures, caught between attacks, and has already been injured. Yi Koen rushes over and directly engages the level 3 iron arm mantis. Then, with a gentle poke of his spear on its head, he pierces through its skull. This iron arm mantis has limbs as sharp as blades, incredibly sharp. Its body is also covered in a hard shell, making it formidable in both offense and defense, impervious to blades and spears. However, its head is quite fragile, exploding with a single poke. The iron arm mantis is agile, with its dual-bladed arms constantly protecting its head, making it difficult for ordinary Grandmaster level experts to strike its head. Yet Yi Koen's spear strikes like a dragon, easily piercing the head of the level 3 iron arm mantis. Thank you for saving me. My name is Chu Tianhe, from the Dragon Warriors Special Forces. Chu Tianhe is shocked by Yi Koen's strength. Yi Koen's power is far superior to that of the elite in the Dragon Warriors Special Forces, earning his deep respect. My name is Yi Koen, and I am your captain, Yi Koen says. It turns out he has casually saved a member of the Dragon Warriors Special Forces. Captain? Chu Tianhe is puzzled. The captain position in their Dragon Warriors Special Forces has been vacant for a long time. When did a captain emerge? However, he is greatly impressed by Yi Koen's strength. He actually hopes the Dragon Warrior Special Forces has such a powerful captain. At this moment, Yi Koen flashes away, already killing in other areas. He continues to slay several more insectoid creatures. Then, he hears the sound of a long whip cracking not far away. He sees a stunningly beautiful woman, holding a long whip, being chased by an insectoid creature, in a perilous situation. She is only at master level strength, while the creature pursuing her is a level 3 insectoid. If it weren't for her exceptional whip skills, she would have likely been torn apart by that level 3 insectoid. Transform the flame piercer spear into a thunder spear like Zhao Yun's. Yi Koen thinks to himself. The flame piercer spear in his hand undergoes a rapid quantum transformation, quickly becoming a thunder attribute spear. Thunderbolt spear technique. Yi Koen charges forward, and the thunder spear transforms into a bolt of lightning, directly piercing through the head of the level 3 insectoid creature. His spear technique is extraordinary, and he can effortlessly wield any spear technique or move. What a powerful man! The woman with the long whip is stunned by Yi Koen's incredibly handsome and powerful spear technique. Killing a level 3 insectoid creature with a single shot is too powerful. Moreover, this shot carries the might of thunder. Terrifying indeed. When did such a strong and handsome man appear in the military? Thank you for saving me. My name is Shangguan Jiayu. Shangguan Jiayu's beautiful eyes were fixed on Yi Koen, her heart racing uncontrollably. Yi Koen descended from the sky and saved her. Moreover, he was exceptionally heroic and charming, instantly making her feel a rush of excitement. Ding! Detected a goddess-level beauty. Name, Shangguan Jiayu, appearance, 97, goddess level, age, 21, height, 174, measurements, 90, 62, 92, bust, 36D, initial favorability, 30, traits, likes various martial arts and archery, decisive personality. Identity, lieutenant colonel in the military, elite member of the Dragon Warriors Special Forces, strength, master level peak, This Shangguan Jiayu is also a member of the Dragon Warriors Special Forces. Ding! Goddess-level beauty Shangguan Jiayu is loved by the host, flowers bloom when seen, charm aura influence, favorability plus 30. Ding! Goddess-level beauty Shangguan Jiayu is influenced by the host's domineering CEO aura, favorability plus 20. Ding! Goddess level beauty Shangguan Zhaoyu's favorability towards the host has increased to 80, reward, agility plus 30. Strength, 310, agility, 330, constitution, 340, spirit, 350. Shangguan Zhaoyu's favorability towards him actually skyrocketed to 80 points. Moreover, she is a woman from the Shangguan family. Quite interesting. Just then, a creature from the insect clan pounced at Shangguan Zhaoyu from behind. Watch out! Yi Kuan rushed forward, wrapping his arm around Shangguan Zhaoyu's slender waist, lifting her effortlessly and spinning her in the air. At the same time, he thrust his spear forward, piercing through the creature's mouth directly. Wow, so cool. While holding me and spinning, he can also kill an insect clan creature with one shot. That's just too cool. Being held by him feels so safe. Shangguan Zhaoyu's heart raced like a fawn, pounding wildly. At that moment, she felt like the heroine in a romantic drama. Ding! Gain Shangguan Zhaoyu's admiration value super crit plus 6666. Ding! Goddess level beauty Shangguan Zhaoyu is in awe of the host, favorability plus 5. Ding! Goddess level beauty Shangguan Zhaoyu's favorability towards the host has increased to 85, level, very fond. This Shangguan Zhaoyu's favorability towards him is rising too quickly. Once it hits 90, she will be completely smitten. Yi Kuan set Shangguan Zhaoyu down. Yet, she was still lost in the moment, tightly holding onto Yi Kuan without letting go. More handsome characters are appearing. Please leave messages in the characters section of the review area for tailored handsome characters. The author has something to say. The headquarters of the rich is full. Handsome guys and little fairies join the rich subbase. Beautiful girl, are you going to keep holding on? Yi Kuan teased, looking at the Shangguan Zhaoyu in his arms. If it weren't for the special circumstances, he wouldn't mind being held by this delicate goddess all the time. Especially since her proud peaks were pressing against him. TSK. No wonder she is a proud girl with a D cup. I'm sorry, I got too excited. Shangguan Zhaoyu's face flushed red, and she quickly let go of Yi Kuan. She was infatuated with Yi Kuan, unable to resist being lost in the moment. It's fine, let's go hunt some insect clan creatures first. Yi Kuan smiled. Then, he shifted his form and was dozens of meters away, hunting other insect clan creatures. Hey! You haven't told me your name yet. Shangguan Zhaoyu anxiously chased after him, only to find that Yi Kuan had already vanished. Yi Kuan, holding a thunder spear, swiftly moved through the military base, specifically hunting those powerful level 3 insect clan creatures. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing an insect clan creature. Task progress 35/100. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing an insect clan creature. Task progress 40/100. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing a Zerg creature. Task progress 50/100. Yi Kuan quickly killed a large number of high-level Zerg creatures, significantly reducing the pressure on the other military personnel. Before long, all the Zerg creatures in the base were exterminated. This time, if it weren't for Yi Kuan arriving in time, the entire military base would have likely been overrun by the Zerg. Once these monsters charged into human cities, the consequences would be unimaginable. It is important to note that this Zongming Island is only a few hundred kilometers away from the major city of Modu. Once in the city, large-scale lethal weapons could not be used. Those agile Zerg creatures would be even harder to deal with and would become a nightmare for ordinary citizens. After the battle, General Gu Jintian directly awarded Yi Kuan a personal first-class merit, granting him 1,000 military merit points. In addition, Yi Kuan had killed a large number of Zerg creatures in the base, earning him quite a few military merit points. In the end, Yi Kuan was promoted to the rank of colonel, just one step away from the rank of major general. In less than a day of joining the military, he became a colonel, a promotion speed unprecedented in military history. At the same time, Yi Kuan officially became the captain of the Dragon Special Forces, leading the entire team. In fact, there were not many people in the Dragon Special Forces, but each was a top expert in talent. Yi Kuan also met with each member of the Dragon Special Forces. Previously, the Dragon Special Forces had only 5 members left, 3 men and 2 women. Feng Shunxian, the vice-captain of the Dragon Special Forces, a colonel, came from a military family, skilled in military combat techniques, with high-level master strength. Chu Tianhe, a colonel, a disciple of the Shaolin secular family, immensely strong, skilled in the Golden Bell Shield and Iron Cloth Shirt, with high-level master strength. He Yufeng, a colonel, skilled in Tai Chi and Judo, with high-level master strength. Su Yuhan, a colonel, skilled in various firearms and hot weapons, especially sniper rifles, with mid-level master strength. Shangguan Zhaoyu, a lieutenant colonel, from the prestigious Shangguan family, skilled in archery and long whips, with peak master-level strength. Besides these 5, the Dragon Special Forces now also included Yi Koen, Yunxiao, and Yunchang, making a total of 8 members. General Gu, Yi Koen is just a newcomer. I am the first to disagree with him being the captain of the Dragon Special Forces, Feng Shunxian said indignantly. He had always been the vice captain of the Dragon Special Forces, came from a military family, and was a high-level master himself, believing that the captain's position should belong to him. Yet, Yi Koen, an outsider, was taking the captain's position on his first day in the Dragon Special Forces, which made him very unhappy. I also disagree. Another Special Forces member, He Yufeng, spoke up, not fully recognizing Yi Koen. Good. Very good. Is there anyone else who disagrees? Step forward. General Gu scanned the other Special Forces members. Chu Tianhe, do you agree? General Gu asked Chu Tianhe. Report, General, I, Chu Tianhe, am very convinced of Captain Yi Koen. Chu Tianhe replied. During the previous battle, Yi Koen had saved his life. Moreover, he had killed a level 3 Zerg creature with a single shot, a strength that fully qualified him to be the captain of their Dragon Special Forces. Su Yuhan, Shangguan Zhaoyu, do you both agree with the new captain? General Gu asked Su Yuhan and Shangguan Zhaoyu. Agreed. I wholeheartedly agree. Su Yuhan and Shangguan Zhaoyu replied. Yi Koen had caught Su Yuhan's sniper bullet with just 2 fingers, which made her completely convinced and admire him greatly. As for Shangguan Zhaoyu, she had been saved by Yi Koen and had been spun around in his arms, now infatuated with him. When she learned that Yi Koen was to become the captain of the Dragon Special Forces, she was the happiest of all. This way, she could get close to him first. Feng Shunxian, He Yufeng, step forward. Since you are not convinced by the new captain, let's follow the rules of the Zhanlong Special Forces. The strongest will be the captain. You two will team up to challenge Yi Koen. If you win, he will no longer be qualified to be the captain of the Zhanlong Special Forces. If you lose, you will obediently follow orders. The old general said, his tone firm and powerful. Yes. Feng Shunxian and He Yufeng nodded. Yi Koen had to defeat them to earn their respect. Together, they could fear no one. However, 1 minute later, Feng Shunxian and He Yufeng were completely convinced by Yi Koen. Yi Koen was the invincible Zhanlong, unbeatable. With his immense strength, Yi Koen reassembled the entire Zhanlong Special Forces. All members of the Zhanlong Special Forces, stand by. I now order you to delve into the underground caves, eliminate the Koen clan creatures, and investigate detailed information about the cave monsters. The old general commanded. After each large-scale assault by the cave monsters, it was the time when their defenses were weakest. Thus, this was the best opportunity to delve into the caves for intelligence gathering. Once the Koen clan creatures regrouped on a large scale, it would be difficult to penetrate the caves. Yes, General. The entire Zhanlong Special Forces responded. They were the most elite special forces of the military. Such dangerous missions were always led by them at the forefront. Come back alive, and I'll introduce my granddaughter to you. The old general patted Yi Koen's shoulder and whispered. The more he looked at Yi Koen, the more satisfied he became. Yi Koen, with just one gun, had killed a large number of high-level Koen clan monsters, safeguarding the entire military base. His combat power was unparalleled, and it was only a matter of time before he became a major general. Moreover, he was very young and quite handsome, making him a perfect match for the old general's granddaughter. General Gu, you really love to joke. Yi Koen just smiled. He wondered which granddaughter the old general was referring to. Then, Yi Koen led the members of the Zhanlong Special Forces into the caves. The cave was bottomless, dark, and extremely dangerous. Previously, the Zhanlong Special Forces had entered the cave several times, returning empty-handed and losing several team members. However, this time, with the super-strong Yi Koen leading, everyone's confidence soared. At the front of the team was Chu Tianhe, who had entered the cave multiple times and was familiar with the terrain, making him suitable for scouting ahead. Moreover, he had cultivated the golden bell shield and iron cloth shirt, effectively making him a meat shield tank to draw fire. Feng Shunxian and He Yufeng were soldiers, Yunxiao was an assassin, and Yunshan was a support. Su Yuhan held a portable sniper rifle, acting as a sniper. Shangguan Zhaoyu carried a specially made bow and arrow from the military, serving as an archer. Yi Koen was a jungler, wielding a thunder spear, charging ahead to clear out monsters wherever they appeared. Thanks to Yi Koen's powerful jungling, the entire team easily delved hundreds of meters into the cave. This made the other members of the Zhanlong Special Forces greatly admire Yi Koen. Inside the cave, the environment was harsh, visibility was poor, and it was very unfavorable for humans, making them susceptible to ambushes by Koen clan creatures. In the past, Special Forces members had to be extremely cautious when entering the caves. However, with the fierce Yi Koen around, there was no need to worry about this issue. Under his powerful mental perception, all Kuan clan creatures had nowhere to hide. Every movement within 100 meters was clearly sensed by Yi Kuan's mind. Ahead, several level 3 Kuan clan creatures were hiding in the corners, planning to launch an ambush. Yi Kuan charged directly over, and with a few shots, he killed the strongest one. Some of the escaped insectoid monsters were left to Feng Shunxian and He Yufeng to deal with. The group fought together with increasing synergy, pushing forward and killing their way deep into the cave. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing an insectoid creature, task progress 80/100. Since the insectoid monsters had just launched a large-scale attack on the base, there weren't many insectoid creatures left in the cave at this time. After more than an hour of fierce fighting, Yi Kuan finally led everyone to the bottom of the cave. This was also the first time the Special Forces team had reached the cave's bottom. Then, everyone saw a massive creature lying at the bottom of the cave. It was a gigantic monster with horns on its head, covered in thick scales, with 6 sturdy legs, and a body length exceeding 10 meters. Roar! The huge monster spotted Yi Kuan and the others from a distance and let out an angry roar that shook the entire cave. What the hell? What kind of monster is this? Feng Shunxian couldn't help but exclaim. This monster was several times larger than an elephant on Earth and looked extremely ferocious, instilling fear in those who beheld it. This was a terrifying alien species. If Yi Kuan weren't present, they wouldn't dare confront such a monster head-on. Ding! Detected a level 4 insectoid earth dragon, strength equivalent to a human grandmaster, with powerful defenses. What the hell? A level 4 earth dragon, with the strength of a human grandmaster. Yi Kuan was only at the peak of the grandmaster realm. This was going to be tough. However, despite the difficulty, Yi Kuan still wanted to give it a try. That's a level 4 earth dragon, leave it to me, you all take care of the other insectoid creatures first. Yi Kuan said to the other team members. There were still quite a few insectoid minions around the earth dragon. Captain, we'll cover you. Su Yuhan raised her sniper rifle, aiming at the huge earth dragon's eye. Bang! With a gunshot, the sniper bullet struck the earth dragon's thick eyelid. It only sparked a few sparks and caused no substantial damage at all. What the hell? This defense is too strong. The sniper bullet couldn't even penetrate the earth dragon's eyelid. How are we supposed to fight this? At that moment, Yi Kuan had already charged forward. Have you ever seen a shooting technique that descends from the heavens? Yi Kuan leaped over 10 meters high, his thunder spear crackling with electricity. He descended from the sky and struck the earth dragon's head with a powerful blow. With a loud bang, the force of thunder erupted, stunning the earth dragon and leaving it disoriented. If it were an ordinary level 3 insectoid creature, this strike would have been enough to burst its brain and kill it. However, this level 4 earth dragon had astonishing defensive scales, and this blow did not inflict fatal damage. Clang 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 clang. In an instant, Yi Kuan's thunder spear stabbed the earth dragon repeatedly, creating holes in its body, blood gushing out. Roar! The earth dragon, in pain, let out a loud roar and swiped a paw at Yi Kuan. Yi Kuan's figure flickered, and he dodged several meters away, directly running to the side of the earth dragon. Sweeping through the army, Yi Kuan's thunder spear swept across, leaving a several meter long gash on the earth dragon's abdomen. Clang 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 clang. Yi Kuan's thunder spear transformed into an afterimage, stabbing fiercely at the earth dragon's abdomen again. Roar roar roar. The earth dragon roared in pain, swinging its tail at Yi Kuan. Yi Kuan's figure flickered again, dodging several meters away, incredibly agile, making it impossible for the earth dragon to hit him even once. What the hell? Why do I feel like I'm fighting a tyrant boss? Yi Kuan couldn't help but complain. This level 4 earth dragon was like a tyrant, and he was practically a combination of Zhao Yun, Han Xayan, Lu Bu, and other fierce generals. That's right, he wasn't just some hero, he was a fusion of many fierce generals and heroes. With his extraordinary shooting skills and exceptional physical qualities, he could easily execute the moves of most warrior heroes in the game. Moreover, before his stamina was exhausted, there was almost no cooldown on his skills. How should I put this feeling? Refreshing. Super refreshing. It was like playing a real-life version of a king's game. Bang! In the distance, Su Yuhan switched to an armor-piercing round, creating a huge blood hole in the earth dragon's body. If she had a high-tech sniper rifle, she could easily become the female version of Bai Li. And then there was Shangguan Jiayu, a sharpshooter who could hit almost every arrow at a Kuan clan creature. The power was relatively average, which was due to not having a good bow. Yi Kuan was thinking about whether to equip a few special forces members with some high-tech gear later. That way, he could team up to fight aliens. You should know that the system shop had all kinds of high-tech weapons. System, is there any high-tech weapon that can take down this earth dragon in one hit? Yi Kuan asked the system. He still wanted to get rid of this earth dragon quickly to avoid any long nights filled with dreams. Treasure, exchanging for a high-tech weapon that can instantly kill a Grandmaster-level creature requires 100 million worship points. Treasure, please work hard to earn worship points. Damn! Starting with 100 million. System, you are really ruthless. Yi Koen decided to give up on seeking help from the system. He could still grind down this level 4 Earth Dragon with his own strength. However, when he returned to the city this time, he still needed to continue causing trouble and quickly earn worship points. The author has something to say. Handsome guys and beautiful girls gather. System, I want to learn God-level swordsmanship. Yi Koen silently thought in the center. He had only mastered God-level marksmanship and still felt it was a bit insufficient. Ding! Since the host has already mastered God-level marksmanship, learning God-level swordsmanship will only cost 1 million worship points. Do you want to learn? Damn! He spent 10 million worship points to learn God-level marksmanship. Now learning God-level swordsmanship only required 1 million worship points. It seems the system is quite fair. He had misunderstood the system. However, this is not surprising. As the saying goes, mastering one technique leads to mastering all. Having mastered God-level marksmanship, learning God-level swordsmanship would not be difficult. Learn God-level swordsmanship. In an instant, countless profound sword techniques surged into Yi Koen's mind. Not only did it elevate his swordsmanship to a new level, but it also allowed him to integrate and master it, reaching the divine level. One word, refreshing. Transform the myriad divine weapons into the great sword after the Dawn Emperor's transformation. With a thought, the thunder gun in his hand underwent rapid changes at the quantum level, instantly transforming into an incredibly domineering great sword. It was the great sword after the Dawn Emperor's transformation, with waves of demonic energy emanating from the blade. Majestic. Boundless power. Kill. Yi Koen's gaze was cold, and a terrifying killing intent erupted from him as he charged forward, striking the Earth Dragon fiercely with the sword. Rip! The astonishingly defensive level 4 Earth Dragon was directly slashed open, leaving a massive wound several meters long, with blood gushing out. Chop again! Yi Koen struck down again, and the Earth Dragon let out a wail, its entire spine severed by the great sword. Annihilate! Yi Koen, full of dominance, slashed down once more. Rip! A streak of blue sword light swept through, and the enormous Earth Dragon was directly cut in half. Terrifying! The great sword of the Dawn Emperor is indeed fierce. There's nothing that can't be solved with one slash. If one slash doesn't work, then 2. At most 3. No more than that. Feng Shunxian, He Yufeng, Su Yuhan, and Shangguan Jiayu, along with other special forces members, were all stunned by Yi Koen's dominance. Damn! Where did the captain's great sword come from? With demonic energy swirling and killing intent overwhelming. It was too terrifying. They had heard the captain mention that the Thunder Gun was the latest quantum divine weapon developed by Confronting Technology Company. However, no one expected that the long spear could transform into a large machete. This was simply magical black technology. That gigantic, frenzied monster was actually killed by the captain with 3 strikes. So domineering. Invincible. Ding. Gain supercritical worship value plus 6,666 from Feng Shunxian. Ding. Gain supercritical worship value plus 8,888 from Yi Yufeng. Ding. Gain supercritical worship value plus 7,777 from Su Yuan. Ding. Gain supercritical worship value plus 9,999 from Shangguan Jiayu. All members of the Dragon Warriors Special Forces sent a wave of supercritical worship value to Yi Koen. Holding the Kaiser Great Knife, Yi Koen rampaged through the battlefield, incredibly powerful, taking down 3 or 4 small monsters with a single strike. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing a Koen race creature, task progress 88/100. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing a Koen race creature, task progress 99/100. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing a Koen race creature, task progress 100 out of 100. In less than 10 seconds, Yi Koen had killed all the monsters at the bottom of the cave. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task, receiving a design blueprint for a bionic battle armor. At the same time, Yi Koen noticed an additional battle armor design blueprint in the system space. However, after the battle, Yi Koen felt a sense of exhaustion. Not good, this magic knife is still draining my energy. Yi Koen was startled to realize that the Kaiser Great Knife was constantly siphoning energy. This was indeed a magic knife. Restore the Kaiser Great Knife to its normal form. With a thought, the Kaiser Great Knife returned to its normal state. The Kaiser Great Knife was a double-edged magic knife, not meant for prolonged use. Wow! The captain is so domineering. Captain, I want your big knife. Captain, can I have a black technology weapon too?
Feng Shunxian, He Yufeng, Zhu Tianhe, Su Yuhan, Shangguan Zhaoyu, Yunxiao, and Yunchang all gathered around Yi Kuan. They were all incredibly excited, their eyes filled with admiration as they looked at Yi Kuan. To be honest, this quantum weapon of mine is called the Universal Divine Weapon. It can change in countless ways and is perfectly sized.
Yi Kuan said proudly.
He would often take the Universal Divine Weapon out to fight, so he decided to be straightforward with everyone.
The cards were on the table. No more pretending. He had strength and an army now. He could walk across the entire Earth without needing to be low-key anymore. Wow! A quantum divine weapon that can change in countless ways. And it can be perfectly sized. Isn't that even more impressive than Sun Wukon's Rui Jingu Bang?
Black technology, this is a black technology divine weapon. Zhu Tianhe, Feng Shunxian, and the others were incredibly excited, looking at Yi Kuan as if he were a deity.
My universal divine weapon is one of a kind. Yi Kuan smiled.
The quantum divine weapon could still be exchanged in the system mall. However, the one in his hand, which could change in countless ways, was unique and irreplaceable.
Captain, I want to custom order a quantum divine weapon bow and arrow from you, is that possible? Shangguan Zhaoyu asked, her beautiful eyes fixed on Yi Kuan, filled with anticipation.
Top sports cars can be custom ordered. Super villas can be custom ordered. Naturally, this kind of black technology quantum divine weapon could also be custom ordered. If Yi Kuan started a military company selling black technology weapons, countless wealthy individuals and warriors would rush to buy. Even the government would become one of Yi Kuan's major clients. However, it couldn't be ruled out that some ambitious individuals might want to seize Yi Kuan's treasures and technological achievements. Captain, I want to custom order a quantum divine weapon two-handed sword.
Feng Shunxian excitedly spoke up.
He was skilled in using two-handed swords and really wanted a quantum divine weapon.
If you take the captain's quantum divine weapon out, it will definitely be cool and impressive. Captain, I want to customize a quantum divine weapon, the Nine Rings knife, Zhu Tianhe said. The power of the captain's quantum divine weapon is evident to all. Who wouldn't want one? Captain, I want to customize a quantum divine weapon sniper rifle, is that okay?
Su Yuhan also asked with her beautiful eyes blinking. If she had a quantum black technology sniper rifle, she would wake up smiling from her dreams. He Yufeng, Yunxiao, and Yunchang also looked at Yi Kuan with eager expressions, wanting a quantum divine weapon very much. To be honest, this kind of quantum divine weapon cannot be mass-produced, but it can be customized.
Yi Kuan smiled.
If he planned to make the quantum divine weapon public, he would definitely prioritize providing it to his close friends, including these special forces teammates. Ordinary quantum divine weapons can be exchanged in the system mall. It's the same kind of light sphere, unable to change into millions of forms, but it can transform into any kind of weapon among knives, guns, sticks, and so on. Moreover, the color and shape of the quantum divine weapon can change according to one's wishes.
Each quantum divine weapon brought out is a priceless treasure. Roar!
Suddenly, the entire cave shook, as if some monster was about to burst out.
The author has something to say, handsome guys, is the quantum divine weapon cool? Roar!
A monster's roar came from deep within the cave. No, that sound didn't come from the cave, it sounded more like it was transmitted from another dimension.
Look, there's a wormhole here! Shangguan Zhaoyu exclaimed.
She discovered an irregular, strange wormhole behind a huge rock, with the space around it distorted.
Ding! A spatial wormhole detected, connecting to an alien planet. Ding! Triggered random mission, a small step for an individual, a giant leap for humanity. Please be the first host to enter this spatial wormhole and step onto the alien planet. Mission reward, 1 chance for 10 consecutive draws. Wow! This spatial wormhole actually connects to outer space. Through the spatial wormhole, one can quickly reach the alien planet. This mission must be completed.
However, the roar of monsters came from the other side of the wormhole, indicating that this mission carries certain risks.
This is a spatial wormhole connecting to outer space, Yi Kuan said to everyone. It's actually a naturally formed spatial wormhole that leads directly to an alien planet.
The Kuan tribe creatures entered our Earth through this spatial wormhole.
This is a major discovery. Everyone surrounded the spatial wormhole, showing expressions of astonishment. They finally unraveled the mystery of the Kuan tribe monster's origins. Moreover, the other side of the wormhole is a brand new, unknown alien planet.
For Earthlings, this is both a risk and a challenge.
Perhaps, Earthlings will step into the era of the great universe from now on.
You all guard the wormhole exit, I'll go in first to investigate, Yi Kuan said to Shangguan Zhaoyu, Su Yuhan, and the others. There are monster roars on the other side of the wormhole, it's dangerous, let's go in with you, Shangguan Zhaoyu said, very worried about Yi Kuan's safety.
That's right, Captain, we'll go in to investigate with you.
Feng Shunxian, Su Yuhan, Yunxiao, and others all spoke up.
No, the other side of the wormhole is an alien planet, which carries uncertain risks. I'll go over first, and after confirming there's no problem, you can come over, Yi Kuan said firmly. Shangguan Zhaoyu, Su Yuhan, and Yunxiao wanted to say something, but were stopped by Yi Kuan. This is an order, Yi Kuan said coldly, displaying the authority of the captain of the Dragon Special Forces. Then you must be careful, Shangguan Zhaoyu said with concern.
Her favorability towards Yi Kuan was 85, which meant she liked him very much, and she didn't want Yi Kuan to encounter danger in outer space.
Captain, be careful.
Feng Shunxian, He Yufeng, Su Yuhan, and others spoke one after another.
I'll be back soon, Yi Kuan said, stepping directly into the wormhole space. Instantly, he felt as if he were being sucked into a black hole, spinning and turning, with yin and yang reversed. It was as if he had traversed a time-space tunnel. He didn't know how long it had been when he was spat out by the spatial wormhole. Beep, a life planet detected. Planet level, 1 star.
Oxygen concentration is 5% higher than Earth. Gravity is 1.5 times that of Earth, relatively suitable for human survival. In an instant, the system provided a series of basic data about the planet.
Holy crap! A 1-star planet? There are levels for planets? What level is Earth as a life planet? Beep.
Congratulations to the host for completing the task, a small step for the individual, a giant leap for humanity.
You have stepped onto a brand new alien planet. Beep.
Rewarding the host with a chance for 10 consecutive draws.
Holy crap, I've reached outer space. Yi Kuan felt incredibly amazed.
He had simply crossed a spatial wormhole, taken a simple step, and traversed an astronomical distance of countless billions of miles to arrive at an unknown distant alien planet. Countless Earthlings dream of one day flying out of their small Earth village to reach distant stars.
Now, he had achieved it.
Truly, it was a small step for him, a giant leap for humanity.
This moment was enough to be recorded in human history.
Humanity had finally begun to step into the stars. However, Yi Kuan couldn't feel happy. Instead, he felt a chilling sensation, because he found himself surrounded by a group of insectoid creatures.
Especially among them, several insectoid beings exuded a terrifying aura.
They were even stronger than the earth dragon he had hunted in the cave before.
Beep.
3 level 4 insectoid creatures detected, their strength at the level of a human grandmaster, posing a threat to the host's life.
Please prioritize your safety, the system prompted. Holy crap, is there a life-threatening danger? System, can you elevate my strength to the grandmaster level?
Yi Kuan realized he had fallen into the insectoid's lair, which was extremely dangerous, and he needed to enhance his strength. Host, to elevate to grandmaster strength requires 100 million worship points, and all 4 basic physical attributes must reach 1,000.
Holy crap,
worship points are painfully scarce when needed.
It actually requires 100 million. Moreover, his basic physical attributes had not reached 1,000. This meant he could not elevate to grandmaster strength at this moment. Just then, a gigantic insectoid creature resembling an ancient mammoth charged fiercely at Yi Kuan. As it ran, the ground trembled violently, extremely ferocious, capable of crushing Yi Kuan into a meat patty with a single step. Whoosh! Yi Kuan instantly teleported, escaping over 10 meters away, narrowly dodging the mammoth monster's charge. The gravity of this planet was 1.5 times that of Earth, making Yi Kuan's movements more laborious. Even the distance he teleported was not as far as when he was on Earth. This meant that upon arriving on this planet, his relative strength had decreased, unless he could fully adapt to the gravity of this planet. At the same time, a level 4 iron arm mantis leaped several dozen meters, attacking Yi Kuan. Its iron arms were like blades, swirling and even stirring up gusts of wind. Yi Kuan hurriedly raised his sword to defend. Clang, clang, clang. This iron arm mantis had mastered its swordsmanship to perfection, actually fighting evenly with Yi Kuan. The host can also use godly points to enhance strength. Would you like to use them? Strength, 310, Agility, 330, Constitution, 340, Spirit, 350. Remaining godly points, 929, the system prompted. Previously, Yi Kuan was almost invincible on Earth. He hadn't used his godly points, but now he had no choice but to use them. First, raise all my attributes to 500. Yi Kuan thought. Having spent 670 god points, the host's overall attributes have been raised to 500. Remaining god points, 259. After raising all attributes to 500, Yi Kuan found it much easier to deal with the level 4 iron arm mantis. He unleashed his god-level swordsmanship, quickly killing the surrounding insectoid creatures. However,
Being surrounded by a large number of insectoid creatures still put him in a perilous situation.
The author has something to say. Where's the handsome guy? Yi Koen was trapped in the lair of the insectoid creatures, surrounded by a multitude of them, in a very dangerous position.
My treasure, you still have a chance for 10 consecutive draws.
Do you choose to draw 10 times? The system girl kindly reminded. Lottery, draw now. Yi Koen thought to himself while fighting the insectoid creatures.
He hoped to draw something good, otherwise, he might fall on this alien planet. As possibly the first Earthling to step onto an extraterrestrial life planet, if he were to die directly, that would be a huge loss.
The lottery began, the process omitted. Directly to the results. Ding!
Congratulations, the host has obtained a beauty card.
What the hell? What use is a beauty card at this time? Ding!
Congratulations, the host has obtained a robot maid.
What the hell? Can the robot maid fight? If it can't fight, what's the point? Ding!
Obtained a quantum divine weapon in the form of a bow and arrow.
The quantum divine weapon is not bad.
But Yi Koen already has the universal divine weapon, so it doesn't help him much.
Ding! Obtained a robot bodyguard with Grandmaster level strength. Don't know. 1. Loyalty, 100%. What the hell?
A robot bodyguard, this could work.
Moreover, it has Grandmaster level strength. The key point is that the loyalty is 100, maxed out. Indeed, only robots can achieve complete loyalty. Without hesitation, Yi Koen released the robot bodyguard. Instantly, a 2-meter tall, entirely silver metal robot appeared before Yi Koen. Master, I am Dawn No. 1, ready to serve you.
The robot spoke, showing a high level of intelligence.
Dawn No. 1, eliminate all the insectoid creatures in front of us. Yi Koen commanded the Dawn No. 1 robot. Yes, Master. Dawn No. 1 instantly transformed into a silver blur, charging at the insectoid creatures. As expected of a Grandmaster-level robot, its movements were incredibly agile, completely devoid of the mechanical stiffness typical of ordinary robots. Moreover, it possessed immense strength, capable of smashing the head of an ordinary insectoid creature with a single punch. Furthermore, No. 1 did not blindly attack the insectoid creatures but prioritized protecting Yi Koen's safety. With the Dawn No.
1 robot bodyguard, Yi Koen's pressure significantly decreased, allowing him to continue drawing prizes with ease.
Ding! Obtained a quantum divine weapon in the form of a knife. Ding! Obtained a Gatling gun that can fire bullets infinitely. Ding! Obtained a gift capsule for affection points. Ding!
Obtained a spatial treasure capsule.
Ding!
Obtained 50 free attribute points.
Ding! Obtained an S-level awakening potion.
All prizes have been stored in the system space, and the host can retrieve them at any time.
What the hell?
He drew quite a few good things,
especially the awakening potion, which he had always wanted. Moreover, he drew an S-level awakening potion. This is definitely a treasure. Awesome! The extraordinary power lies hidden within human genes. Once awakened, one will become a superhuman.
100% awakening, humans will become gods.
S-level awakening potion directly awakens 20% on the first use, with a 20% chance to awaken special abilities. Yi Koen took out the awakening potion and drank it in one gulp. Ding! The host has consumed an S-level awakening potion. Awakening level reached 20%. Ding! Congratulations, the host's overall attributes plus 300. Ding!
Congratulations, the host has awakened lightning special abilities. In an instant, Yi Koen felt an explosive power fill his body. His overall attributes surged from 500 to 800, an increase of more than half. Not only that, but he also mastered the power of thunder.
Yi Koen clenched his fist, channeling his lightning abilities, and instantly, arcs of lightning flickered around his fist. Awesome! Not only have I completed the S-level awakening, but I've also mastered lightning abilities. Yi Koen couldn't help but feel elated. He infused the lightning abilities into the universal divine weapon, greatly enhancing its power, swiftly slaying the Koen race creatures.
With a single strike, the Koen race creatures were cut in half, and their wounds were infused with the power of thunder. Except for the 3 powerful level 4 Koen race creatures, the rest were quickly slaughtered.
Terrifying indeed.
However, the master-level Koen race creatures had astonishing defenses, making it difficult to slay them without the Kaiser Great Sword.
Ding! Detected that the host has completed the S-level awakening. Would you like to equip the nano battle armor?
The system prompted.
Previously, the titanium alloy that Yi Koen had auctioned off actually concealed a piece of nano battle armor.
The content of the previous 43 chapters has been modified. Those who have been following the book since the early days can check it out.
Damn!
Yi Koen almost forgot that he had also snagged a piece of nano battle armor at the auction.
100 billion for the nano battle armor, what a bargain. Yi Kun took out the titanium alloy stored in the system space.
Instantly, the rust on the surface of the titanium alloy fell away, becoming incredibly shiny and radiant.
Then, the metal seemed to come alive, transforming into countless tiny nanobots that quickly covered Yi Kun's entire body. Damn! I've put on the nano battle armor. Yi Kun couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. This nano battle armor felt almost weightless on his body, yet it provided an unbreakable sense of security. Awesome! With the awakening of S-level abilities, mastery of lightning powers, and wearing the nano battle armor, Yi Kun was practically invincible. Transformed the universal divine weapon into the Kaiser Great Demon Sword. Yi Kun gripped the Kaiser Great Demon Sword, transforming into a god of slaughter, and with just a few strikes, he killed all 3 master-level Kun race monsters. Then, he handed the sword-like universal divine weapon to the Dawn No. 1 robot, and together they rampaged through the Kun race nest. Unstoppable. Then, he discovered something resembling an altar deep within the nest, on which lay a golden cocoon the size of a fist. The cocoon emitted an astonishing pressure that made Yi Kun's heart race. Ding! Discovered a Kun race queen cocoon. Damn! It was actually the cocoon of the Kun race queen. Yi Kun gently touched the golden cocoon with his hand while penetrating it with his mental power. Instantly, he saw a beautiful woman curled up inside the cocoon, completely naked. She was stunningly beautiful, with a graceful figure, and a pair of golden wings on her back, exuding an air of unparalleled nobility, like a fairy. Kun race queen, appearance, 99. 9, peak of the monster level, strength, peak master level. Stage, larva. Damn! This is the Kun race queen? Why does she have a human appearance? She just has an extra pair of golden wings. Moreover, her body is only the size of a fist, like a mini version of a human woman. No, she looks more like a fairy. Yi Kun couldn't help but marvel. This was the first time he had seen a humanoid alien creature. He initially thought about directly eliminating this Kun race queen. However, seeing her humanoid form, he hesitated to strike. She was still just a larva, yet possessed peak master level strength. Terrifying indeed. However, it was still within a controllable range. Perhaps this Kun race queen larva could still be nurtured. The author has something to say. If you want to cultivate the queen of the Kun clan, press 1. Yi Kun decided to start a cultivation plan for the queen of the Kun clan, so he stored the golden insect egg in a space capsule. First, he would bring her back to Earth. Then, Yi Kun discovered another altar in the nest, which held a silver cocoon. Moreover, this cocoon was the size of a human body. Could there be another queen of the Kun clan? Yi Kun showed a look of confusion. However, through mental probing, he quickly found that there was a person wrapped inside the cocoon. He saw that the person was wearing the combat uniform of the Dragon Special Forces, and he should be a member of the Dragon Special Forces captured by the Kun clan. So, Yi Kun tore open the cocoon and rescued the Special Forces member. Through his investigation, Yi Kun found that he was still alive. With Yi Kun's help, the Special Forces member woke up. Where am I? Wasn't I captured by the Kun clan monsters? Lu Lingfeng opened his eyes, still a bit dazed. He was the former captain of the Dragon Special Forces, possessing peak master level strength. Previously, he had led the Dragon Special Forces deep into the caverns and encountered a Kun clan giant spider at the Grandmaster level. To cover his teammates' retreat, he was captured by the giant spider, thinking he was doomed, but unexpectedly, he survived. You might not believe it, but you are no longer on Earth, you are on an alien planet, Yi Kun said with a smile. He held a good impression of the military special forces members. They undertook the most dangerous missions and were the most respected people in Long Country. Thank you for saving my life. I am Lu Lingfeng, captain of the Dragon Special Forces. Brother, you are also from the military, right? Lu Lingfeng spoke, appearing to be the kind of person with a straightforward personality. I am Yi Kun, the current captain of the Dragon Special Forces. Comrade Lu Lingfeng, it's great that you didn't sacrifice yourself. Yi Kun smiled. He had heard of this former captain's heroic deeds from Su Yuhan. If it weren't for Lu Lingfeng sacrificing himself to cover his teammates' retreat, the Dragon Special Forces would have been completely wiped out. Such selfless military men are worthy of respect. Although it was a meeting between two captains of the Dragon Special Forces, it did not feel awkward. Instead, there was a sense of camaraderie among heroes. Moreover, it was Yi Kun who saved Lu Lingfeng's life. When Lu Lingfeng saw the numerous corpses of Kun clan creatures in the nest, he admired Yi Kun's strength even more. Yi Kun had single-handedly infiltrated an alien creature's nest and killed 3 level 4 Kun clan monster leaders. Terrifying. Ding. Obtained Lu Lingfeng's admiration value super crit plus 6666.
Meanwhile, on the other side of the space wormhole, Shangguan Zhaoyu, Su Yuhan, and other Special Forces members were very anxious as Yi Kuan had not come out for a long time. I want to enter the wormhole and see what's going on. We can't let the captain adventure alone on an alien planet,
Shangguan Zhaoyu said, wanting to enter the space wormhole. She was very worried about Yi Kuan's safety. I'll go too.
Me too. Yun Xiao and Yun Shang also spoke up.
Don't worry, He Yufeng has already gone to notify General Gu.
Once the military brings people to control the exit of this wormhole, we will enter together.
Feng Shun said.
No, time waits for no one, we will enter the space wormhole first.
Shangguan Zhaoyu's attitude was firm.
Just then, the space of the wormhole twisted, and a figure walked out. It was Yi Kuan.
As for Lu Lingfeng and the Dawn No. 1 robot, they were temporarily left on the other side of the wormhole by Yi Kuan. Captain, you finally came out, we were so worried. Captain, are you hurt? Captain, what's it like on the other side of the wormhole? Is it really an alien planet? Su Yuhan, Shangguan Zhaoyu, and other Special Forces members surrounded Yi Kuan, asking with concern.
I'm fine, the other side of the space wormhole is a life planet suitable for human habitation. The opposite side is also a cave nest, but I've almost cleared out the Kuan clan monsters, Yi Kuan said. And I have good news to tell you all, I saved Lu Lingfeng, he's not dead, just captured by the Kuan clan. It's great that Captain Lu didn't sacrifice himself. Everyone was very happy to hear that their former captain, Lu Lingfeng, was alive. The bond of revolutionary comradeship goes without saying. Moments later, General Gu arrived at the bottom of the cave with military personnel.
When he saw the spatial wormhole, he couldn't help but feel both surprised and delighted.
Finally, the mystery of the Kuan clan's origins was unveiled. It turned out that on the other side of the spatial wormhole was a life planet.
Yi Kuan briefly explained the situation to General Gu. Yi Kuan, you've made a great contribution. Not only have you resolved the crisis of the cave, but you've also discovered a life planet. This is a tremendous achievement, enough for you to be promoted to the rank of general. I will report the situation truthfully to the great leader, General Gu said joyfully, patting Yi Kuan on the shoulder. Over the past year, the cave monsters had continuously attacked the base, putting immense pressure on him. He was always worried that the cave monsters would break through the Dragon Kingdom base and wreak havoc in human cities, bringing great disaster to the people of the Dragon Kingdom. After Yi Kuan arrived, he directly led the Dragon Special Forces members to the bottom of the cave and resolved the crisis. Moreover, he discovered a life planet. Discovering a new continent is already a great feat, let alone discovering a new life planet. The value and significance of this are simply immeasurable. This is an important step for humanity on Earth towards the interstellar universe. The planet on the other side of the wormhole is suitable for human habitation. I will lead the special forces to clear a safe area, allowing the military to establish a base on the alien planet, Yi Kuan said. With the discovery of a life planet, his promotion to general was inevitable. The urgent task was to establish a military base on the alien planet, making it a second planet exclusive to the people of the Dragon Kingdom. Yes, we must establish a military base on the alien planet. I will immediately inform the great leader and send scientists from the Dragon Academy to the alien planet. Dragon Special Forces, obey orders and clear a safe area of 10 kilometers in radius on the alien planet as quickly as possible, General Gu commanded. Yes. Thus, Yi Kuan led all the members of the Dragon Special Forces back into the spatial wormhole. Through the wormhole, they instantly arrived at the alien planet. When Feng Shun, He Yufeng, Su Yuhan, and others saw the numerous corpses of Kuan clan monsters in the nest, they admired Yi Kuan even more, contributing a wave of admiration points. The gravity on this planet seems to be greater than that of Earth. Su Yuhan spoke up, quickly noticing the difference in gravity. That's right, the gravity on this planet is about 1.5 times that of Earth, Yi Kuan said. Then, Yi Kuan brought the team members together with Lu Lingfeng. Yi Kuan remained the captain of the Dragon Special Forces, while Lu Lingfeng became the vice-captain. Let's fight our way out of the Kuan clan nest and take a look at the planet's surface, Yi Kuan said to the Dragon Special Forces members. After the protagonist gains a military rank, he will still return to the city and won't start the interstellar universe plot so soon. The author has something to say. Guess what military rank the protagonist can obtain after discovering a life planet? Most of the high-level monsters in the Kuan clan nest have been killed by Yi Kuan. However, there are still many low-level Kuan clan monsters, which will require the Dragon Special Forces members to clear out together. Shangguan Zhaoyu, I have a quantum weapon in the form of a bow and arrow that is suitable for you to use. You can take it first, Yi Kuan said to Shangguan Zhaoyu, taking out a quantum light ball. A bow and arrow quantum weapon? Shangguan Jiayu was very excited to hear that Yi Kuan was giving her a quantum weapon. Captain, how do you use this light ball? Shangguan Jiayu's beautiful eyes were fixed on the light ball in Yi Kuan's hand, filled with curiosity. It's very simple. You can change the bow and arrow type quantum weapons into any shape you desire. That's the magic of quantum weapons. Yi Kuan replied with a smile. The bow and arrow type weapons could transform into all sorts of bizarre bows but could not change into other types of weapons. They were limited to being bows and arrows. Can it change into any shape of bow? Can it turn into the cool bows from games or movies and anime? Shangguan Jiayu exclaimed in surprise. If it could change freely, that would be amazing. The other Special Forces members widened their eyes, equally curious about the quantum weapon in Yi Kuan's hand. Let me demonstrate. I'll turn it into the bow of Hou-Yi from the game King of Glory. Yi Kuan held the quantum light ball and spoke. Instantly, the quantum light ball in his hand began to transform at the quantum level before the astonished eyes of everyone, and in the blink of an eye, it changed into the divine bow of Hou-Yi from the game. The divine bow was golden, shimmering with light, and its design was so cool it could blind anyone who looked at it. Wow! The divine bow of Hou-Yi. Incredible, it really turned into Hou-Yi's divine bow. Wow, is this the quantum weapon? It's amazing. Shangguan Jiayu, Su Yuhan, Lu Lingfeng, and others all exclaimed in awe. The quantum weapon was truly magical. So impressive. Turn it into the divine bow of Sagittarius. Yi Kuan said, and the Hou-Yi bow quickly transformed into the divine bow of Sagittarius. Turn it into Garo's bow. Turn it into the ice bow of Ash. Turn it into Garo's Taihua divine bow. Yi Kuan continued to change the shape of the quantum weapon in his hand. Taihua, I want that Taihua divine bow. When Shangguan Jiayu saw the incredibly cool Taihua divine bow in Yi Kuan's hand, she couldn't help but feel extremely excited. This was the bow and arrow weapon she had dreamed of, and it had actually come true. So magical. Here you go. Yi Kuan handed the Taihua divine bow to Shangguan Jiayu. So beautiful, so magical, this is simply a miracle. Shangguan Jiayu caressed the Taihua divine bow in her hands, unable to let it go. Then, she knocked an arrow onto the Taihua divine bow and shot it with force. Whoosh! The arrow transformed into a stream of emerald light and shot out. Wow! This is so cool. Even the special effects from the game are displayed. This is too impressive. It's simply a divine bow. Black technology, it's amazing. The crowd couldn't help but exclaim, stunned by the wonders of the quantum weapon. Captain, this quantum weapon is simply a priceless treasure. Shangguan Jiayu held the Taihua divine bow, fully aware of its value. Such a bow that could change freely was indeed priceless. Once it spread to the outside world, it would surely be snatched up crazily. How can I repay you? I guess I can only offer myself. Shangguan Jiayu gazed at Yi Kuan, her beautiful eyes sparkling. Yi Kuan had been so good to her, actually giving her such a priceless quantum divine bow. Ding! Goddess-level beauty Shangguan Jiayu is completely moved by the quantum divine bow, increasing her favorability towards the host by +10. Ding! Goddess-level beauty Shangguan Jiayu's favorability towards the host has risen to 95, and she has completely fallen. Ding! Rewarding the host with +40 spirit. Strength, 800, Agility, 800, Constitution, 800, Spirit, 840. Shangguan Jiayu's favorability towards Yi Kuan was already as high as 85. With the addition of this Taihua divine bow, she was completely smitten with Yi Kuan. She intended to offer herself, and it wasn't just talk, she would truly take action. Cough cough. I didn't say I would give you this quantum divine bow, just that I would lend it to you to deal with the alien monsters, Yi Kuan said. Alright. Despite Yi Kuan's words, Shangguan Jiayu was not unhappy. She was already very happy that Yi Kuan could let her use the only bow-type quantum divine weapon. Captain, I want a quantum divine weapon too. I want a quantum divine sniper rifle. Su Yuhan's beautiful eyes sparkled as she stared intently at Yi Kuan. If Shangguan Jiayu had a quantum divine weapon, how could she not have one? Captain, we also want quantum divine weapons. After witnessing the miraculous nature of the quantum divine weapons, all the Special Forces members wanted to possess one. I only have one knife-type quantum divine weapon left. The quantum divine weapon at the dawn no. One robot can be temporarily used by Lu Lingfeng, Yi Kuan said. Ha ha. Thank you, Captain. Lu Lingfeng was overjoyed to hear that Yi Kuan would give him the knife-type quantum divine weapon. He had previously seen the dawn no. One robot wielding the quantum divine knife with great prowess and was very envious. Moreover, the robot's strength was terrifying, even stronger than the Special Forces members. In the eyes of everyone, Yi Kuan was not only a god of war but also a scientific genius, a miraculous talent. Ding, gained 666 admiration points from the Dragon Special Forces members.
Then, the dragon special forces worked together to eliminate all the monsters in the Kuan clan's lair.
They even fought their way out of the cave and onto the planet's surface. Wow! What fresh air! Upon reaching the surface, everyone felt a wave of refreshment as they took their first breath of fresh air. This planet seemed to have no industry, no pollution at all, and the air was incredibly fresh. Everyone, suffering from Earth's industrial pollution, had never breathed such fresh air before. The vegetation is so lush, the trees here are at least 2 or 3 times taller than those on Earth. Everyone marveled at the towering trees on this planet. First, let's scout the surrounding environment and clear out a safe area for the military to build a base here, Yi Kuan said. This life planet was invaluable and could potentially become a second home for humanity. Through the exploration by the Dragon Special Forces, it was discovered that this planet, apart from the Kuan clan, seemed to have no other intelligent life. However, there were many strange plants and animals not found on Earth. Moreover, the ecological chain of this planet was very complete. Yi Kuan and the others did not exterminate ordinary animals but instead used methods like driving them away to clear a safe area within a 10-kilometer radius of the spatial wormhole. This spatial wormhole must be firmly controlled by the Dragon Kingdom's military. At the same time, Yi Kuan's discovery of an alien life planet caused a huge stir at the highest levels of the Dragon Kingdom. The supreme leader of the Dragon Kingdom, accompanied by General Gu, secretly arrived at the bottom of the cave. Leader, this is the spatial wormhole, and on the other side is an alien life planet, General Gu said excitedly, pointing at the spatial wormhole at the bottom of the cave. A life planet.
This is truly a great discovery, far more significant than discovering a new continent, enough to be recorded in human history. The leader couldn't help but exclaim as he looked at the strange spatial wormhole before him. Discovering a life planet meant humanity could step into outer space. What a great and important discovery! Its significance was extraordinary. This is all thanks to Colonel Yi Kuan. It was he who led the Dragon Special Forces members to the bottom of the cave and resolved the crisis for the Dragon Kingdom. He is also the first person to step onto the alien planet. Colonel Yi Kuan deserves great credit, General Gu said, not forgetting to commend Yi Kuan. He was very satisfied with Yi Kuan and wished to introduce his granddaughter to him immediately. The Dragon Kingdom will not forget the contributions of its valiant soldiers. This time, when I go to the alien planet, not only do I want to breathe the air of another world, but I also want to meet Yi Kuan and personally award him his military rank. The great leader revealed a smile. Great leader, the Battle Dragon Special Forces have already cleared a safe area on the alien planet. It is very safe there now. General Gu spoke up. Yi Kuan's first meeting with the great leader of the Dragon Kingdom surprisingly took place on an alien planet. He was an elderly man with a kind yet imposing demeanor, who had led the Dragon Kingdom to prosperity. Beside the great leader were 2 super bodyguards from Long Nanhai, 1 male and 1 female, along with a group of academicians from the Dragon Academy. Yi Kuan first took the great leader and the many scientists on a tour of the alien planet. The wondrous species and unique environment of the alien world left the great leader and the academicians in awe. Then, the great leader personally awarded Yi Kuan his military rank. It was not a major general, nor a lieutenant general, nor a general. Instead, it was the rank of young marshal, a title exclusive to Yi Kuan. With the military achievements Yi Kuan had made, he had surpassed the rank of an ordinary general. The great leader simply bestowed upon Yi Kuan the title of young marshal, commanding the war beyond the realm. Not only did he receive a rank, but also a marshal's uniform, which included a military outfit and a stylish cape. Yi Kuan was not modest either. He handed over the design blueprints for the bionic battle armor to the Dragon Academy. Once the bionic battle armor was manufactured, every soldier of the Dragon Kingdom would become a super soldier. This would directly enhance the survival and combat capabilities of the Dragon Kingdom's soldiers on the battlefield. Yi Marshal, I have heard that your combat power is unmatched and invincible. May I ask you to teach me a few moves? The speaker was a super bodyguard from Long Nanhai standing beside the great leader. Moreover, she was a woman, and her gaze towards Yi Kuan was intensely passionate. She was not only interested in Yi Kuan himself but also had a fervent passion for martial arts. Ding! Detected a school beauty level woman. Name, NI wanting appearance, 95 school beauty level, age, 23 height, 172 measurements, 88, 62, 92 bust, 34D initial favorability, 10 traits, lively and free-spirited, extremely passionate about martial arts, admires the strong. Identity, successor of Bagua Pom, super bodyguard from Long Nanhai, daughter of a military commander. Strength peak master level martial arts specialty, Bagua Pom Ah. NI wanting actually has multiple identities, and each seems quite impressive. No wonder she dared to challenge Yi Kuan in front of the great leader. Ding!
School beauty level Ni Wanning's favorability increased by 30 due to the host's charm. Ding! School beauty level Ni Wanning's favorability increased by 20 due to the host's identity aura. Ding! School beauty level Ni Wanning's favorability towards the host has risen to 60, reward, strength plus 30. Strength, 830, agility, 800, constitution, 800, spirit, 840. Yi Koen smiled. He did not directly agree to Ni Wanning's challenge but instead turned his gaze towards the great leader. The great leader nodded slightly. Yi Koen understood that Ni Wanning's challenge was at the behest of the great leader. This should be the great leader's way of personally testing his strength. You are not my opponent. Yi Koen glanced at Ni Wanting and shook his head slightly. The super bodyguard from Long Nanhai barely qualified to challenge him, but Ni Wanting alone was not enough to be taken seriously. You dare to look down on me? Ni Wanting was quite angry. After all, she was the successor of the Bagua school, with peak master level strength, and a super bodyguard of the great leader. She had never been underestimated before. Yi Marshal, I wonder if I have the qualification to ask you for guidance. At this moment, another super bodyguard from Long Nanhai spoke up. Ding! Name, Ni Jinyo appearance, 92, school prince level, age, 28 height, 180 identity, inheritor of Baji Quan, super bodyguard of Long Nansi, son of military commander. Strength, half-step grandmaster martial arts proficiency, Baji Quan Ni Jinyo. This name, Yi Koen likes. There's no problem with martial arts exchange. Coincidentally, I also know Baji Quan and Bagua Zhang. Why don't you two siblings join in? Yi Koen said with a smile. Since they needed to showcase their strength in front of the great leader, there was no need to be modest. Ni Jinyo wanted to say something but was stopped by the great leader. You two siblings can go together, let Yi Shuai teach you a few moves. The great leader spoke. He wanted to see Yi Koen's strength with his own eyes. Thus, Yi Koen faced off against Ni Jinyo and Ni Wanting, using Baji Quan and Bagua Zhang. 3 minutes later, Ni Jinyo and Ni Wanting willingly admitted defeat, completely convinced by Yi Koen's strength. Strong. Too strong. Yi Koen fought against the two top experts, Ni Jinyo and Ni Wanting, with ease. Moreover, he could use their own techniques against them. Yi Koen was invincible. Yi Shuai is truly the war god of Long Country, unmatched in the world. The great leader clapped in admiration, giving Yi Koen a very high evaluation. Then, Yi Koen received a new title, Chief Instructor of the Army, Navy, and Air Force. Yi Shuai, you discovered this planet first, why don't you name it? The great leader smiled. This planet is the second planet for humanity on Earth, and it is also our Long Country's planet, so let's call it Longxing. Yi Koen said, chatting happily with the great leader. Since the great leader asked him to name the planet, he took the opportunity without hesitation. This is the spirit. Longxing. What a great name, Longxing. The great leader laughed, very satisfied with the name Longxing. Thus, the name of this alien planet was happily confirmed during their conversation. Yi Koen stayed on Longxing for less than a week before returning to Long Country. He is now a young marshal and enjoys considerable freedom as long as it is not wartime. The situation on Longxing has stabilized, and military bases are being established, so he no longer needs to guard it. It was time for him to return to the city. Yi Shuai, this is my granddaughter's phone number, she is also in Modu. You two should keep in touch and meet up as soon as you return. As soon as Yi Koen returned to the Long Country military base, he was stopped by General Gu. General Gu, what is your granddaughter's name? Yi Koen asked in surprise. Last time, General Gu said he would introduce his granddaughter to him if he survived the underground. It turns out he still remembered this. Just as the handsome guys guessed, General Gu's granddaughter that he introduced to Yi Koen was indeed Gu Linger. Gu Linger, the clever and spirited one. Cough cough. She is still a 17-year-old girl. General Gu is too eager. After bidding farewell to General Gu, Yi Koen took the two sisters, Yunxiao and Yunxiang, on an armed helicopter and flew towards Modu. After becoming the young marshal, he reappointed Lu Lingfang as the captain of the Zhanlong Special Forces. However, the entire Special Forces team is directly under his command. He is the overall commander. Not only the Zhanlong Special Forces but also the Special Forces of the three armies are under his command. As for Yunxiao and Yunxiang, they still closely followed Yi Koen. On the other hand, Gu Linger exploded when she heard her grandfather wanted to introduce her to a boyfriend. Grandpa, I already have someone I like, you don't need to introduce anyone. Gu Linger pouted, protesting. She is clever and has her own ideas. She has long been deeply in love with Yi Koen and would never be willing to accept another man. The person Grandpa picks for you is a true dragon among men, 1 in a billion. General Gu advised. Yi Koen, at such a young age, was already titled Young Marshal and possessed unparalleled combat power, a once-in-a-billion genius. Such a true dragon is indeed a good match for his granddaughter. The person I like is also a dragon among men, 1 in a billion. He is a world-class hero, Gu Linger said proudly. In her heart, Yi Kuan was the best. She wanted no one but Yi Kuan. Linger, trust your grandfather. I've eaten more salt than you've seen men, and my judgment of men is better than yours. General Gu continued to persuade her. His granddaughter, Gu Linger, had been spoiled by him, so he could only speak gently. I don't want any other man, I only want Yi Kuan. Gu Linger shook her head. The person I want to introduce to you is also named Yi Kuan. Is that Yi Kuan handsome? Incredibly handsome. When Gu Linger discovered that the man her grandfather wanted to introduce was the Yi Kuan she knew, she couldn't help but feel both surprised and delighted. She kept asking about Yi Kuan's heroic deeds. So, Yi Kuan went to the military department. No wonder he hasn't answered my calls or replied to my messages. Gu Linger's frown relaxed. These past few days, she had been thinking about Yi Kuan day and night. She had called him many times and sent numerous messages, but received no response. She thought Yi Kuan didn't like her and was deliberately avoiding her. Because of this, she had secretly cried several times. Now that she knew Yi Kuan had gone to the military department and achieved great merit, becoming a young marshal, she couldn't be happier. On the other side, Yi Kuan sat in the armed helicopter of the military department and turned on his phone. In outer space, there was no signal, and he hadn't used his phone for several days. As soon as he powered it on, he saw numerous missed calls and unread messages. Huyuchi, Gu Linger, Changyuatong, Yangijuan, Suyushua, Bai Xiaoxi, Shinjinghua, Xiaomeiqing, Xinlan, Wenyan, and other beauties had called and messaged him a lot. Moreover, most of them were goddess-level beauties. He couldn't even count them on both hands. What a headache. So many beauties were thinking about him day and night, deeply in love. Which one should he choose? Only a fool would make a choice. He wanted them all. Each beauty was deeply infatuated with him, unable to extricate themselves. He absolutely couldn't let them down, so he had to reluctantly accept them all. He had already gone too far down the path of a wealthy emperor to turn back. Since he couldn't turn back, he would stride forward with the most graceful steps, creating a unique path of a wealthy emperor. As the saying goes, the sea can hold 100 rivers, only with tolerance can one be great. Goodness is like water, the sea is boundless. As a wealthy emperor, he should have a broad mind like the sea. No matter how many beauties there were, they could all find a safe harbor with him. He wanted to be as vast and boundless as the starry sky, embracing countless brilliant stars. No matter how bright and dazzling the stars were, they could shine in his sky. This made Yi Kuan think of Chang Yueshi. She was the brightest star in the sky, and he must embrace her. No, in fact, she was already in his sky. From the moment Yi Kuan saw her, he became the strongest financial tycoon on earth for Chang Yueshi. He became the only emperor of the dark world in the magic city. Now, he had also become the unique young marshal of the military department, ruling over the world. He had already completed Chang Yueshi's threefold test exceptionally well. He should be able to win her heart now. A man like him could not be found a second time under heaven. Chang Yueshi was an extremely intelligent woman. She would understand that Yi Kuan was her true destined man. Yi Kuan had only one problem. There were simply too many women around him, and they would only increase. But is that a problem? An emperor has 3,000 beauties in his harem. It has never been said that any woman would refuse to be the empress. He was a wealthy emperor, and his status would be even more noble than that of ancient emperors. In fact, 1,000 or 10,000 times more noble. He was no longer an ordinary person. The rules that applied to ordinary people no longer suited him. He could set his own rules. A godly emperor should be this domineering. Just as Yi Kuan was envisioning his grand ambitions as a godly emperor, his phone rang. It was Gu Linger calling him. Brother Yi Kuan, Linger misses you so much. As soon as the call connected, Gu Linger expressed her longing. Brother Yi Kuan, I found out you went to the military department. No wonder you haven't replied to my messages. Brother Yi Kuan, my grandfather introduced you to me. Now we can boldly date. Brother Yi Kuan, I really want to see you. I want to see you right now. Gu Linger was eager to meet Yi Kuan. After a few days without seeing him, she was almost lovesick. I'm still on the armed helicopter and need to go home first. Why don't you come to my villa? Yi Kuan said to Gu Linger. He didn't expect her to be so eager to see him. However, it wasn't surprising. Gu Linger's affection for him was as high as 96. She had completely fallen for him. She must have been thinking about him day and night, unable to sleep. Okay. Brother Yi Kuan, Linger will come to find you right away. Wait for me. Gu Linger's cheerful voice came from the other end of the line. After hanging up with Gu Linger, Yi Kuan replied to messages from other beautiful women as well. He couldn't favor one over the others and neglect the other women. Then, Yi Kuan scrolled through short videos and came across a message.
On the 24th of this month, the Leonid's meteor shower will grace the Earth.
Just then, the system's prompt sounded. Ding! A wave of powerful cosmic high-frequency energy is about to impact the Earth.
Accompanied by a large-scale Leonid's meteor shower, a wave of incredibly powerful cosmic high-frequency energy will strike the Earth, causing the entire planet to embark on a journey into the fourth dimension. This cosmic high-frequency energy wave will awaken the latent powers within most Earthlings, and a small portion of people will awaken supernatural abilities. The author has something to say. Has the godly emperor fallen in love? It's time for Earthlings to awaken. Wow! The Leonid's meteor shower will bring a wave of powerful cosmic high-frequency energy, awakening humanity. This is definitely a major event. The last cosmic energy wave had already allowed a small number of Earth warriors to awaken first. This time, it would be a large-scale energy wave, leading to a mass awakening of Earthlings. Once humanity awakens, it shouldn't be long before they step into the interstellar era. However, this process is likely to be tortuous. Moreover, the 24th of this month happens to be Huyuchi's birthday. What a coincidence that a Leonid's meteor shower would occur on Huyuchi's birthday. Huyuchi is not only a stunning beauty but also the first woman Yi Kuan encountered after gaining the system. She holds significant weight in Yi Kuan's heart. Yi Kuan was already thinking about how to celebrate Huyuchi's birthday. Huyuchi, being a super female CEO, lacks nothing, so the gift must be unique. Before long, the armed helicopter from the military department landed at Yi Kuan's Tang Palace Super Villa. The helicopter stopped at the helipad in the private garden. The female housekeeper Wen Yan, along with a group of maids and bodyguards, was already there to welcome him. Welcome home, master. Housekeeper Wen Yan, along with Lu Shi and other maids, as well as Secretary Chen Wenwen, all bowed to greet Yi Kuan's return home. Returning to his villa instantly brought back that feeling of being a super godly rich man. How to put it? It was quite dull, simple and unadorned. The familiar feeling, the familiar taste, had returned. In fact, Yi Kuan was quite lazy and didn't enjoy running around. If he could, he would prefer to lie at home, being a simple and unadorned yet dull godly rich man. This time, he went to the military department to fight extraterrestrial beings. One reason was to establish military merit and gain a background in the military department. The second reason is to complete Chan Yueshi's mission and become the most outstanding major general in the military. And he is already a young marshal now. The third reason is to resolve the underground crisis and reduce the casualties of Dragon Country soldiers. Only when Dragon Country is peaceful and Earth is at peace can he be at ease as a simple and unpretentious rich man. He is not particularly great or enlightened. His original intention is just to be a simple and unpretentious rich man. It's that simple. Is everything okay at home while I was gone? Yi Kuan casually asked Wen Yan. Don't worry, master, everything at home is great. The female housekeeper Wen Yan replied with a smile. During Yi Kuan's absence from Magic City, she had managed the villa meticulously, and everything was in perfect order. By the way, master, President Lin has already sent a batch of supercars to the villa, and today a second batch is on the way, Wen Yan added. While others buy luxury cars one by one, the master is different, he buys them in batches. Now, there are already more than 30 luxury cars parked in the underground garage. Today, dozens more luxury cars will be added. Oh, are my 100 luxury cars arriving? Yi Kuan laughed. He almost forgot that he had ordered 100 luxury cars from Lin Zichen. Last time, he was shocked by the more than 60 luxury cars parked in Huyuchi's garage. Among them were the Alice Lingyue, Pagani Huayra, and Bugatti La Voiture Noire, all custom supercars priced over 100 million. Thus, the system issued a task for him to collect 100 luxury cars priced no less than 10 million. A rich man must have rich cars, it's just standard. Therefore, these 100 luxury cars must be arranged first. Brother Yi Kuan. At this moment, Gu Linger also arrived at Yi Kuan's villa, rushing towards him. Brother Yi Kuan, Linger misses you so much. Gu Linger directly threw herself into Yi Kuan's arms. Wow, that's a foul, charging with the ball. Yi Kuan felt clearly hit by a pair of balls. Fortunately, they were soft and bouncy. When they collided, they could bounce back, otherwise, it would have caused internal injuries. Gu Linger is a soft and cute loli, delicate and slender with twin tails, wearing a JK short skirt and knee-high socks. She is slim everywhere except for a pair of proud peaks. Her small body has a large scale. Many mature women can't match her D-cup pride. Gu Linger tightly hugged Yi Kuan, her high peaks pressing down on him without restraint. It was quite bold. Linger, you don't have to hold on so tightly, Yi Kuan said, feeling quite helpless. Gu Linger was the first girl to meet him, and her favorability rating shot up to over 90 points. This could be considered love at first sight. After that, they played off-road racing together, and Gu Linger gave him her first kiss. They hadn't been very intimate yet, but Gu Linger's favorability rating had already soared to 96. She was a cute girl with her eyes full of him.
Yi Kuan naturally liked this quirky Gu Linger, who had a cute youthful face. No way. I just want to hold brother Yi Kuan tightly. Gu Linger pouted. She even rubbed her little head against Yi Kuan's chest, resembling a clingy little kitten. Alright, if you like to hug, then hug. Yi Kuan also embraced Gu Linger. Instantly, he felt her astonishing softness. This girl, delicate and soft, with the right amount of plumpness, was particularly comfortable to hold. It can only be described in one word, exquisite. Not satisfied with just hugging, Gu Linger tiptoed and actively kissed Yi Kuan. Mwah! Gu Linger's soft, fragrant lips gently kissed Yi Kuan's cheek. Then, noticing the female housekeeper Wen Yan and several maids secretly watching, her pretty face couldn't help but turn red. I didn't see anything. We didn't see anything at all. Miss Linger, you all continue. The housekeeper Wen Yan and the maid Lu Shi and the others all covered their mouths and giggled. They were envious to see Gu Linger hugging her master Yi Kuan and even kissing him. With such a handsome, charming man as their master, which woman wouldn't like him? After all, Gu Linger was just a little girl, shy and unable to kiss Yi Kuan anymore under everyone's gaze. Just then, a convoy of luxury cars slowly drove into Yi Kuan's super villa like a dragon. It turned out that a batch of luxury cars Yi Kuan had ordered from Lin Zichen had arrived. Leading the way was a red Lycan Hypersport. Following closely was a silver Celine Ultimate Aero. Then came the Hennessy Venom GT, Aston Martin MARB 001, and Koenigsegg CCR. The Lamborghini Veneno could only take the fifth position. Next, there were Bugatti Veyron, Apollo, Aston Martin Vulcan, Pagani Huayra. Back to the city, the unpretentious super rich has returned. Author's note, Yi Shui is back, still the familiar taste. Besides the Lycan, Celine, Koenigsegg, and other supercars leading the way, there was also a uniform fleet of Ferraris behind. Ferrari Enzo, Ferrari LaFerrari, Ferrari F40, Ferrari F50, Ferrari F60. Most of the important models from the Ferrari family appeared in the convoy, many of which were global limited editions. Just these dozens of Ferraris could hold a dedicated Ferrari car show. Mr. Yi. Lin Zichen, the vice president of the Shanghai Supercar Club, stopped the Lycan supercar he was driving at the front, got out, and warmly greeted Yi Kuan. The Lycan supercar he drove was the same model used by the protagonist in Fast and Furious 7 to weave between two skyscrapers in Abu Dhabi, the capital of the UAE. There are only 7 of these globally limited cars, with a market price reaching 60 to 90 million. To acquire this Lycan supercar, he used a lot of connections and even raised the price to over 100 million to get it. Limited edition top supercars are not something that can be bought just with money. Yi Kuan, with his immense wealth, provided him with tens of billions for car purchases, allowing him to crazily collect various divine cars worldwide. Car God. Young Master Yi. Car God. Following that, several wealthy individuals or top second-generation rich kids from Shanghai, sitting in the Celine, Hennessy Venom, Koenigsegg, and Lamborghini Veneno, got out of their cars and respectfully greeted Yi Kuan. They were all members of the Shanghai Supercar Club, and upon hearing that Lin Zichen was sending dozens of supercars to Yi Kuan's villa, they all eagerly volunteered to be drivers. When they learned that Yi Kuan had bought 100 supercars in one go, they were all shocked, envious, and in awe. So extravagant. Too extravagant. Moreover, young Master Yi's super villa also left them utterly astonished. The low-key luxurious private garden, dozens of armed bodyguards patrolling, a lineup of stunning maids, and a goddess-level housekeeper. TSK. This is what a super rich person looks like. These usually high and mighty top second-generation rich kids became extremely respectful in front of Yi Kuan, all proud to know such a super rich person. Not to mention that Yi Kuan had also gained fame in the racing competition at Siming Mountain, impressing everyone with his godly driving skills, being hailed as a car god and an idol to many. Yi Kuan simply greeted everyone and instructed them to park the cars in the underground garage first. His super villa's underground garage was also impressive, designed with a full 5 levels of underground parking. The total area was much larger than that of a large shopping mall's underground garage, capable of accommodating hundreds of cars without feeling crowded at all. At this moment, the underground parking lot was neatly filled with 70 to 80 luxury cars. Moreover, not a single car was priced below 10 million. Bugatti, Pagani, Silby, Lycan, Koenigsegg, Apollo, Ferrari, Porsche, Lamborghini, Aston Martin, and other top models from the supercar family were all gathered here. The powerful visual impact of all these luxury cars together left the rich second-generation heirs from Magic City who came to deliver the cars in shock and envy. The luxury cars parked here were enough to hold a top-tier auto show. One word, extravagant. 2 words, extravagance beyond humanity. Mr. Yi, I have lived up to your expectations. I have leveraged various connections and managed to bring you 80 top luxury cars, and the remaining 20 will be delivered in the third batch, Lin Zichen said to Yi Kuan. It was not easy to gather 100 different models of top luxury cars in a short time. Yi Kuan's incredible cash ability, combined with the connections he had accumulated in the luxury car industry over the years, allowed him to quickly acquire 80 top luxury cars. You've worked hard, well done. Yi Kuan patted Lin Zichen on the shoulder and smiled. As the vice president of the supercar club, Lin Zichen's efficiency was quite high. Even if he personally went to gather 100 top luxury cars, it would take a considerable amount of time. Not hard at all. It's my honor to work for Mr. Yi. Besides, I've earned quite a bit of commission from this, Mr. Yi is taking care of my business, haha. Lin Zichen laughed. Yi Kuan was very generous, allowing him to earn a substantial commission. The key was that being connected to Yi Kuan and the Confronting group was invaluable. Well, however, although there are many luxury cars here, there are few top-tier divine cars that can really make a statement. Yi Kuan glanced over the dozens of luxury cars and spoke. The most expensive of these cars was just over 100 million, which felt a bit lacking. For ordinary wealthy individuals, these cars were already quite extravagant. But for him, a super-rich individual, they seemed insufficient. One must know that the custom-made Alice Lingyue in Huyuchi's garage could easily surpass the most expensive luxury car here. That was a bit hard to accept. Therefore, he needed to have such custom-made top-tier divine cars in his garage. Moreover, they had to be one-of-a-kind globally. Mr. Yi, I've already considered this. Here are the business cards of the representatives from Pagani, Silby, Bugatti, Lycan, Apollo, and other supercar brands. You can contact them for custom-made super divine cars. Lin Zichen took out a few business cards and handed them to Yi Kuan. For someone like Yi Kuan, a super-rich individual, custom-made super divine cars were a must. Good. Yi Kuan nodded slightly and took the business cards Lin Zichen handed over. He simply glanced at them before passing the cards to the female housekeeper, Wen Yan. You handle this, Yi Kuan said to Wen Yan. Such trivial matters could be left to the housekeeper or secretary, and he didn't need to worry about them. In fact, besides finding those international top supercar manufacturers for custom luxury cars, he had an even more impressive method. He could build the cars himself. With the divine assistant Cao Tao, he could design the world's top concept divine cars. He could surpass all other custom-made divine cars. Perhaps, if he was pleased, he would even launch the Confronting divine car. A super divine car that could operate on land, sea, and air. A true divine car should be able to dive underwater, race on land, and soar into the sky. Without hesitation, Yi Kuan immediately summoned the divine AI, Cao Tao. Brother. The young girl Cao Tao blinked her beautiful eyes at Yi Kuan, lively and spirited. As long as Yi Kuan needed her, she was always by his side. Cao Tao, can you design a super divine car that can operate in land, sea, and air? Yi Kuan asked Cao Tao. Then, he repeated his thoughts to Cao Tao. No problem. Cao Tao can design any model. As long as you arrange a few robot assistants for me, I can build the car. Cao Tao patted her small chest and assured him. Robot assistants, no problem. Yi Kuan nodded. There were robot assistants in the system mall. He still decided to build the divine car himself. When the amphibious divine car made its debut, it would definitely shock the world. After sending off Lin Zichen and the others, it was time for Yi Kuan and Gu Linger to be alone together. Yi Kuan Gij, I can't swim yet. Can you teach me how to swim? Gu Linger blinked her beautiful eyes and said to Yi Kuan. The author has something to say. The handsome guys are on vacation, right? Want to learn how to swim? Yi Kuan stared at Gu Linger and asked. Yes, I want to learn how to swim. Will you teach me, please? Gu Linger hugged Yi Kuan's arm and shook it while acting cute. Please. Gu Linger hugged Yi Kuan's arm and shook it again. Super critical hit plus 7,777 worship value obtained from Maid Lu Shi. Ding. Super critical hit plus 8,888 worship value obtained from Maid Lu Yao. Ding. Super critical hit plus 9,999 worship value obtained from Gu Linger. Several people contributed a wave of super critical hit worship value. This is also the reason why Yi Kuan wants to showcase his skills in front of the girls. The more worship value, the better. Brother Yi Kuan, your swimming is amazing. Gu Linger had already changed into a sexy swimsuit, standing by the pool to applaud and cheer for Yi Kuan. Yi Kuan is definitely a swimming champion, guaranteed to win a gold medal at the Olympics, and he might even break the world record. Brother Yi Kuan is indeed hiding his talents. Gu Linger stared at Yi Kuan's handsome swimming posture, her eyes filled with little stars. Yi Koen quickly swam to the edge of the pool, looking at Gu Linger.
She was wearing a refreshing water blue swimsuit, revealing large areas of snow-white skin. Moreover, the better the 4 basic attributes of the body, the higher the probability of awakening when the universe's high-frequency energy descends upon Earth.
Evolution capsule? Is this developed by your brother Yi Koen's company? Gu Linger asked curiously. Yi Koen nodded. It could be understood that way.
Under the Kuanping Group, there is the Kuanping Biopharmaceutical Company. Perhaps in the future, he could consider mass-producing the evolution capsules.
However, the effects of self-production would definitely not be as good as those rewarded by the system. Products from the system are guaranteed to be top-notch. Brother Yi Koen, feed me, Gu Linger said playfully. Naughty. Yi Koen rubbed Gu Linger's head and stuffed an evolution capsule into her cherry-like mouth. Oh, wow. I'm fully revived. This evolution capsule is amazing. Gu Linger couldn't help but show her surprise. After taking this evolution capsule, her body was filled with energy. All fatigue and pain disappeared, and she could bounce around again. It was truly incredible. The energetic beauty is back.
Gu Linger stretched her waist, revealing an astonishing curve.
She became lively and playful again, very cute. Using a beauty card on Gu Linger, Yi Koen silently thought. He decided to use a beauty card on Gu Linger.
Gu Linger's favorability towards him was as high as 99. He had to make her even more beautiful.
Ding! A beauty card has been used on the goddess-level beauty Gu Linger. Ding! All flaws in Gu Linger's appearance and skin have been repaired, achieving beauty effects even without makeup. Ding! Gu Linger's beauty +1 × 2.
Critical hit. Ding! Gu Linger's beauty has increased to 98, becoming a stunning beauty.
Wow! Gu Linger has become a stunning beauty.
Yi Koen carefully stared at Gu Linger and found that she indeed looked much prettier, like a lotus flower emerging from the water. Her skin was flawless and incredibly tender, her appearance was captivating.
Linger, you've become more beautiful. Yi Koen smiled at Gu Linger. I've become beautiful? Really?
Gu Linger blinked her beautiful eyes, puzzled.
That's right, stunningly beautiful. Yi Koen nodded.
I want to go inside and see how I look now,
Gu Linger said impatiently.
She also felt that her skin seemed to have become more hydrated and smooth. Moments later, Gu Linger was mesmerized by her reflection in the mirror.
So beautiful, is this stunning beauty really me? Gu Linger was both surprised and delighted.
Although she was also a goddess-level beauty before, she wasn't stunningly beautiful. Now, she had no flaws at all, shining brightly. It was truly unbelievable.
The entire afternoon, Gu Linger was with Yi Koen, asking him to tell her about his glorious deeds in the military.
When she heard that Yi Koen discovered an alien life planet and was awarded the rank of young marshal, she was even more excited than Yi Koen. Since childhood, her grandfather, who was a general in the military, was her pride.
Now, Yi Koen was her pride.
Moreover, brother Yi Koen was a young marshal, even more impressive than her grandfather.
She loved and admired Yi Koen. Brother Yi Koen, can I take you to meet an extraordinary beauty tonight?
Gu Linger said, her beautiful eyes fixed on Yi Koen.
Extraordinary beauty? Aren't you one right now? Yi Koen laughed.
Gu Linger was delicate and sweet. Such a stunning beauty was hard to find in the whole world.
Not me.
Although I'm beautiful now, Sister Chang is even more beautiful. She is a national beauty, unparalleled, but she is the #1 beauty in Long Country.
Gu Linger said playfully.
The woman she admired the most was Sister Chang.
The #1 beauty in Long Country, you mean Chang Yueshi, right? Yi Koen laughed.
The only one who could be more beautiful than Gu Linger, this stunning beauty, was the enchanting beauty Chang Yueshi. With a beauty score of 99, she truly deserves the title of the most beautiful woman in the Dragon Kingdom. Currently, there is no woman on earth whose beauty can reach a perfect score of 100. Mortals find it difficult to achieve perfection, they can only get infinitely close to it. Only that Elven Queen has reached a beauty score of 99.
99. However, she is still just a larva and has yet to be born. Brother Yi Koen has also met Sister Chang Yueshi? Gu Linger asked curiously.
Sister Chang Yueshi is very aloof, especially towards men.
Yes, I met her once.
But at that time, she was wearing a mask, so I didn't see her true face, Yi Koen said.
Chang Yueshi always maintains an air of mystery in front of outsiders.
Sister Chang wears a mask because she is too beautiful, which helps her avoid a lot of trouble, Gu Linger said.
Yi Koen nodded slightly.
When one's beauty reaches the level of being captivating, it easily attracts envy, let alone being at the level of a monster. However, with Chang Yueshi's strength and background, there are almost no one who dares to have designs on her.
Yi Koen is the exception.
Sister Chang has invited me to her house to play many times.
Shall we go together? Gu Linger said to Yi Kun, hoping he would accompany her. The Gu family and the Chang family have been family friends for generations, and she and Chang Yueshi are good sisters. Moreover, Chang Yueshi is the older sister she admires the most. However, at this moment, she still doesn't know about Yi Kun and Chang Yueshi's agreement. She still wants to show off Yi Kun in front of Chang Yueshi. After all, a man like Yi Kun, with his extraordinary looks and capabilities, is one of a kind. Alright, then let's go together. Yi Kun nodded, not afraid of the potential awkwardness. He aims to be a wealthy emperor, conquering the most enchanting woman. To win over Chang Yueshi, Yi Kun completed 3 impossible challenges. Whether it was becoming a financial tycoon, an emperor of the dark world, or a major general in the military, each was a daunting challenge. Yet, Yi Kun accomplished them all with exceptional results. Chang Yueshi cannot resist such a man who possesses both strength and charm. Originally, after returning from the military, Yi Kun intended to find Chang Yueshi immediately to have her fulfill her promise. However, Gu Linger got there first, delaying his plans. The allure is too great, and it can be quite troublesome. He is constantly pursued by girls, and they are all goddess-level beauties. Yi Kun drove the newly arrived Lycan hypercar, bringing Gu Linger to Chang Yueshi's luxurious villa. This time, Chang Yueshi was not wearing a mask, revealing her stunning beauty completely to Yi Kun. She was unparalleled in grace, with a beauty that could rival the finest flowers, bright eyes and white teeth, and perfectly shaped brows. Her appearance was simply flawless and beyond reproach. At the same time, her aura was incredibly noble and cold, exuding a queenly presence. She was a radiant and extraordinarily enchanting woman. When Chang Yueshi's star-like eyes met Yi Kun's, they noticeably brightened for a moment, and a hint of joy flashed across her stunning face. When she learned that Yi Kun had successfully completed the challenges, her heart had already begun to change towards him, even stirring feelings within her. However, when she saw Gu Linger hugging Yi Kun's arm, her delicate brows furrowed slightly, and she returned to her cold and stunning demeanor. Ding! The enchanting beauty Chang Yueshi feels jealous upon seeing the host and Gu Linger in a close interaction, reducing the host's favorability by 20 points. Ding! The enchanting beauty Chang Yueshi's favorability towards the host has dropped to -27. Hiss! Just after meeting, Chang Yueshi's favorability towards him dropped by 20 points. That's too harsh. Truly a showstopper. Yi Kun couldn't help but take a deep breath. Indeed, coming to meet Chang Yueshi with Gu Linger was a very risky move. However, the fact that Chang Yueshi would feel jealous indicates that she already has feelings for him. Only when one cares will there be emotional fluctuations. This is the beginning of her falling in love. Yi Kun, such a charming man, has successfully struck a chord in her heart. Use a favorability gift show for Chang Yueshi. Yi Kun immediately brought out his trump card, which was the favorability gift. Did you not expect this? Not only is he charming, but he can also cheat. Chang Yueshi can lower her favorability towards him, and he can pull it back again. Ding! The host used a favorability gift show on the stunning beauty Chang Yueshi. Ding! The stunning beauty suddenly feels that the host can win the hearts of Hu Yuqi and Gu Linger, truly a show. Ding! The stunning beauty Chang Yueshi's favorability towards the host increased by 29. Ding! The stunning beauty's favorability towards the host has risen to 2, slightly favorable. Wow! So impressive! A favorability gift directly raised Chang Yueshi's favorability towards him to a positive number. Moreover, it made her feel quite impressive. So amazing! Not only did Yi Kun find it incredible, but at this moment, Chang Yueshi was also astonished. It should be known that both Hu Yuqi and Gu Linger are not ordinary women. Hu Yuqi is a female tycoon, the president of a multinational group, a goddess of wealth, stunningly beautiful. Gu Linger comes from a military family, clever and quirky. For Yi Kun to conquer both of these women simultaneously, he must have extraordinary qualities. In short, it's quite impressive. Although it was a bit inexplicable, she had already developed some subtle psychological changes towards Yi Kun. Sister Chang, let me introduce you, this is Yi Kun, the young marshal of the military. Gu Linger introduced to Chang Yueshi, her tone filled with a sense of pride. When Gu Linger introduced Yi Kun, she did so with pride and boastfulness. Women always love to compare. Gu Linger is no exception. From childhood to now, Chang Yueshi has always been the most stunning, dazzling, and radiant woman in their circle. Anyone compared to Chang Yueshi would be overshadowed. Even Gu Linger herself needed to look up to and admire Chang Yueshi. But now it's different. She has found an excellent man who is in no way inferior to Sister Chang. Although I can't compare to you, my man is unparalleled. No matter how stunning Sister Chang is, can she find an outstanding man like Yi Kun? It should be known that Yi Kun is a man personally recognized by her grandfather. Young marshal of the military? Chang Yueshi couldn't help but show a slight look of surprise. She only knew that Yi Kuan had made great contributions to the military, but she wasn't very clear about what rank he had been awarded. After all, Yi Kuan was conferred the rank of Young Marshal by the Supreme Leader on an alien planet, and this is still classified information, known to very few. Yes, Brother Yi Kuan led the Dragon Special Forces to resolve the underground crisis and discovered a life planet, personally conferred as the Young Marshal of the military by the Supreme Leader. Gu Linger said proudly. She was radiant, her eyebrows dancing, even prouder than Yi Kuan. No matter how stunning Chang Yueshi is, she is just a military major. And Brother Yi Kuan is a young marshal, even more impressive than Sister Chang. The underground crisis was resolved by Yi Kuan? He even discovered an alien life planet? Chang Yueshi showed even more astonishment. She had also participated in the defense of the underground base and had fought against the insectoid creatures in the underground. Her military achievements were also gained by killing alien insectoid creatures, which allowed her to quickly rise to the rank of female major in the military. Only by going deep into the underground can one understand the difficulty of fighting against alien creatures there. The underground crisis that no one in the military could resolve was actually completely solved by Yi Kuan in just a few days. Terrifying. Moreover, he actually discovered an alien life planet. The value and significance of this are immeasurable. No wonder even the Supreme Leader personally conferred the rank of Young Marshal to Yi Kuan. To obtain the rank of Major is to be considered a top figure among the younger generation. And obtaining the rank of Major General is absolutely unparalleled in the world. Ding! The stunning beauty Chang Yueshi is shocked by the achievements of the host, favorability plus 30. Ding! Chang Yueshi's favorability towards the host has increased to 32. Level, strong curiosity, wanting to explore. Yi Kuan couldn't help but feel a slight joy, revealing a gratified smile. With this assist from Gu Linger, Chang Yueshi's favorability towards him directly increased by 30 points. She has already started to feel jealous and curious. How far is she from falling in love? That's right, Brother Yi Kuan solved the crisis in the underground. He is a hero. Gu Linger said proudly, leaning closely on Yi Kuan's shoulder. She saw the usually cold and proud Sister Chang also showing a surprised expression, which made her feel a bit smug. Brother Yi Kuan is the best. Congratulations on your promotion to Major General of the military. Chang Yueshi ignored Gu Linger's boasting and proactively extended her jade hand towards Yi Kuan. In just a few days, Yi Kuan had achieved remarkable feats, rising to the rank of Major General, which moved her deeply. This is a man even more extraordinary than herself. The rank of Major General is nothing but a piece of cake for me. Yi Kuan said proudly, holding Chang Yueshi's delicate hand. Her skin was as smooth as jade, and once Yi Kuan held it, he didn't want to let go. But you, don't forget our agreement. Yi Kuan stared into Chang Yueshi's beautiful eyes and spoke with his lips. You probably don't know yet, but you've already gotten yourself into big trouble. Chang Yueshi said. Oh, what trouble? Feel free to share, Yi Kuan laughed, not taking it seriously. In the past few days, the U.S. stock market has been targeted by a mysterious fund, causing the entire West to fall into a financial crisis, with many Western tycoons suffering heavy losses. Chang Yueshi's beautiful eyes fixed on Yi Kuan as she spoke. In just a few days, the U.S. stock market experienced a terrifying crash. More than half of the stocks were halved, and the entire market was on the verge of collapse. The U.S. financial market was crazily shorted by a mysterious force, and the entire economic and financial system was nearly in ruins. The stock price of the company that was hit had plummeted from $130 to less than $50, with a market value evaporating by over $1 trillion. Not only that company, but other giant U.S. companies were also being targeted by mysterious funds. In just 1 week, the entire U.S. stock market's market value evaporated by over $10 trillion. Terrifying. This is the largest financial crisis the U.S. has ever experienced. This mysterious force is so powerful that it actually caused the entire U.S. stock market to collapse. Chang Yueshi suspected it was Yi Kuan's doing, but she had no evidence. The key question is, what kind of mysterious force could ruin the largest financial market in the world? Chang Yueshi couldn't believe that Yi Kuan controlled such immense power. The U.S. financial crisis has nothing to do with me, Yi Kuan laughed. It was he who ordered Tao Tao to crash the U.S. stock market. However, this game is not over yet. The U.S. financial market is actually very fragile, a paper tiger. He let Tao Tao casually crash $10 trillion, and it was enough to bring it down. Yu and Tang Nanchang were crazily gambling on the stocks that were hit, which triggered the turmoil in the U.S. financial market. Now, the 5 strongest financial groups in the West have already traced it back to you, and it may not bode well for you, Chang Yueshi said with a slight frown. She had made Yi Koen a financial tycoon, but in the end, Yi Koen had brought the entire U.S. financial market to its knees. This was something she had not anticipated. It should be noted that the major families and financial groups in the West possess extremely terrifying power. Now, Yi Koen has already been targeted by the largest financial groups in the West. The 5 major financial groups in the West? Just a bunch of clowns. If their claws dare to reach into Long Country, I will cut off their dog paws, Yi Koen laughed, unconcerned. Every move of the Western Consortium was under Tao Tao's close surveillance, unable to stir up any waves. Brother Yi Koen, Sister Chang, what are you talking about? I don't understand, Gu Linger said, puzzled. Linger, your sister Chang and I are discussing international affairs, Yi Koen replied with a smile, ruffling Gu Linger's hair. Oh, then you can chat. I'm going to find Sister Chang Yuetong to play, Gu Linger said, heading upstairs to find Chang Yuetong. This left Yi Koen and Chang Yueshi alone together. I've completed the 3 challenges you set for me, shouldn't you fulfill your promise now? Yi Koen stared at Chang Yueshi with a mischievous smile. Special thanks to Song for the gift of Shore, congratulations on topping the gift list and fan list, you are the most dazzling one. Also, thanks to others who send inspiration capsules, update charms, small blades, love letters, and likes. And all the lovely ones who support the author by clicking on the video. You are the cutest. The author has something to say, gather, handsome guys. I don't think I promised you anything, did I? Chang Yueshi became nervous. The 3 tasks she set for Yi Koen were extremely difficult, almost impossible to complete in a month. First, become an international financial tycoon. Second, become the strongest emperor of the dark world in Magic City. Third, become the most outstanding major general in the military. Yi Koen not only completed the 3 challenges but did so perfectly. He took just 1 day to conquer the 4 major regions of the dark world in Magic City, becoming the sole emperor. Moreover, he stirred the international financial market, becoming a financial tycoon. Even more astonishing, he resolved the underground crisis and became a young general in the military. It could be said that Yi Koen was a dragon among men, a peerless talent. If she said she wasn't moved, it would be a lie. I've done everything you said. Are you trying to go back on your word? Yi Koen leaned closer to Chang Yueshi, holding her delicate hands, his gaze burning into hers. I can at most give you a small reward. Under Yi Koen's intense gaze, Chang Yueshi's heart inexplicably raced. Yi Koen was just too handsome, with devilish looks and unmatched charm, even she couldn't help but feel her heart flutter. Oh, what reward? Yi Koen asked with a smile. Kiss. Chang Yueshi, with strong determination, directly planted a kiss on Yi Koen's handsome face without any hesitation. Like a dragonfly skimming the water, it was over in an instant. Yi Koen only felt a fragrant breeze brush by, followed by a gentle peck on his cheek. Ding! The stunning beauty Chang Yueshi kissed the host, rewarding 1 lottery chance. Remaining lottery chances, 3. Wow. It actually rewarded a lottery chance. That's pretty impressive. Yi Koen couldn't help but feel a slight joy in his heart. So, he pushed Chang Yueshi against the wall with a bang. Chang Yueshi, who was usually extremely aloof, had never had a man dare to corner her like this. Feeling the masculine aura radiating from Yi Koen up close made her heart race wildly. So this is what it feels like to be cornered by a man. Your heart is racing, beating 20 times more per minute. Yi Koen teased, tucking a strand of hair behind Chang Yueshi's ear, revealing a wicked smile. You're lying. It's not 20 times. Chang Yueshi's pretty face flushed red, still wanting to deny it. Women always like to say one thing and mean another. Ding. It is recommended that the host use a favorability gift on Chang Yueshi bubble tea. No woman can resist the temptation of bubble tea. The system kindly reminded. Right, I still have bubble tea. Immediately use the favorability gift bubble tea on Chang Yueshi. Yi Koen silently thought. Instantly, a cup of bubble tea from the system space disappeared and was used on Chang Yueshi. Don't want milk tea, just want a kiss. In an instant, Chang Yueshi shivered all over, suddenly craving a kiss so much. Unable to control herself, she just wanted it. At that moment, Yi Koen was still kissing her, bringing her kisses. Kisses. Ding. The demon-level beauty Chang Yueshi's favorability towards the host +5. Ding. The demon-level beauty Chang Yueshi's favorability towards the host +5. Wow. Through a series of passionate kisses, Chang Yueshi's favorability towards him was actually rising rapidly. This kiss milk tea is indeed a magical gift. No woman can resist the temptation of a cup of kiss milk tea. If 1 cup isn't enough, then give her another.
guaranteed to make her obediently offer kisses.
It's truly indescribable.
At this moment, Chang Yueshi's stunning beauty was already flushed with a rosy hue, even more charming and captivating, breathtakingly beautiful.
Ding!
The demon-level beauty Chang Yueshi's favorability towards the host has reached 50 degree of liking.
Wow! This kiss is too magical.
Special thanks to Song for the flower explosion and other cute guys who sent kiss milk tea and other small gifts.
This kiss is endless. Crazy for kisses.
Both were lost in it.
Ding! The demon-level beauty Chang Yueshi's favorability towards the host +5. Ding! The demon-level beauty Chang Yueshi's favorability towards the host +5. Ding! The demon-level beauty Chang Yueshi's favorability towards the host has reached 60. Ding! Reward, host's constitution +50, spirit +50. Strength, 850, agility, 800, constitution, 950, spirit, 890. Yi Koen was shocked.
Chang Yueshi actually contributed 100 points to his attributes, 50 in constitution and 50 in spirit.
Such a significant increase in attributes was a first for him. Could it be because Chang Yueshi is a demon-level beauty? Yi Koen instantly felt invigorated and refreshed. Let's go crazy for love once. Woo woo. I'm going to suffocate.
Chang Yueshi struggled to break free from Yi Koen. This was her first time kissing a boy, and she didn't expect it to be such intense passion.
It felt like a tornado sweeping her away.
Chang Yueshi's heart raced like a startled deer. In the past, she was stunningly beautiful, incredibly aloof, and could remain calm and composed in the face of anyone or anything, without much emotional fluctuation. However, in front of Yi Koen, she could no longer maintain her cool demeanor. Her emotions would surge, and her heart would race.
Is this what it feels like to like someone? Yes. Chang Yueshi confirmed that she had feelings for Yi Koen.
She was a girl who dared to love, and after confirming her feelings, she immediately took action.
She gazed at Yi Koen with her beautiful eyes and said seriously, "I really like you." After saying that, she felt a bit nervous. Her eyes fixed on Yi Koen, hoping for his response. Yi Koen was also slightly taken aback.
This was a confession from Chang Yueshi.
Is it a heartfelt liking? Yi Koen asked, staring into Chang Yueshi's beautiful eyes. It's a heartfelt liking. I like you very much. Chang Yueshi nodded, speaking very seriously.
Kiss. This time, Chang Yueshi took the initiative to give a sweet kiss.
Do you promise to only like me?
Suddenly, Chang Yueshi looked up, her beautiful eyes gazing at Yi Koen as she asked.
Women in love are selfish. She wanted all of Yi Koen's love.
A Dragon Country armed helicopter made a grand entrance, becoming the center of attention.
Wow, arriving at a birthday party in an armed helicopter. Impressive. Which big shot is this? Some young masters attending the party exclaimed in surprise.
Driving an armed helicopter in the Magic City district is definitely cooler than a Dubai prince driving a golden supercar. Because without that status, it's impossible to sit in an armed helicopter. An armed helicopter landed on the private helipad, and a stunningly beautiful woman stepped out of the cockpit. Her appearance dazzled everyone present, even catching the attention of Dubai's Prince Charlie Puss. She was Chang Yueshi, the most beautiful woman in the Dragon Kingdom. Not only was she a female CEO, but she was also a major general in the military. No wonder she could fly an armed helicopter to attend Hu Yuqi's birthday party. Chang Yueshi flew herself here, and it was an armed helicopter. She could not only drive oversized mining trucks but also fly planes, operate tanks, and pilot submarines.
Chang Yueshi made a dazzling entrance, shocking the entire crowd. What the hell? What is that? A giant rock is soaring in.
No, that's not a rock, it's a flying car.
What the hell?
A flying car shaped like a rock.
This is some black technology. Whose ride is this? Suddenly, gasps erupted from the crowd.
Even Chang Yueshi, Catherine Elizabeth, and Prince Charlie Puss were drawn to the sky, all looking up.
The author has something to say. Good-looking guys and girls, gather around. What the hell?
This is actually a flying car shaped like a golden-winged rock.
Damn!
This golden-winged rock flying car is 100 times cooler than Prince Charlie Puss's golden supercar.
Black technology.
This is definitely a cutting-edge black technology product.
What the hell? Which big shot is driving the golden-winged rock flying car to attend Hu Yuqi's birthday party?
Gasps filled the crowd, as young masters and young ladies from places like Magic City and Imperial Capital, as well as social elites from around the world, showed expressions of astonishment. A golden-winged rock flew swiftly from the distant horizon, transforming into a golden streak of light, and in the blink of an eye, it arrived above the private garden.
This was a flying car, its design completely resembling the golden-winged rock from Dragon Kingdom mythology.
The golden feathers were vividly detailed, shining brightly, with a cool design that was lifelike, practically blinding everyone. It was as if they were witnessing the legendary golden-winged rock come to life. This single golden-winged rock flying car instantly overshadowed all the previous Big Shots rides. However, the crowd's shock was far from over. After landing, the golden-winged rock flying car quickly transformed into another form. The golden wings of the rock rapidly retracted, replaced by a perfectly shaped car body. The head of the golden-winged rock also transformed quickly, becoming a form resembling an ancient beast that was neither fish nor fowl. The tail of the golden-winged rock transformed into a fish tail, with a total of 8 exhaust pipes behind it. Not only that, but the color of the car also changed from gold to pure black. It was incredibly imposing, like a legendary ancient beast coming into the world. What the hell? This must be the mythical beast Koan. So cool, transforming from a golden-winged rock flying car into a supercar resembling the beast Koan. Damn, when did Earth get such cool black technology? I suspect we are not from the same era. Whose ride is this? The entire venue was shocked, astonished, in an uproar, envious, amazed, adoring. Even some wealthy young ladies at the scene screamed without regard for their image. The crowd had never seen a flying car, let alone a transforming flying car. A magical vehicle that could change from a golden-winged rock flying car to a supercar resembling the beast Koan was unheard of. Yi Koan's incredibly flashy entrance raised the bar to the max. In this grand display of global elites, Yi Koan completely outshone the other wealthy individuals. Ding! Gained 666666 worship points from Prince Charlie Puss of Dubai. Ding! Gained plus 696,969 worship points from Catherine Elizabeth, the 7th Princess of Great Britain. Ding! Super crit plus 777,777 worship value from Chairman Mottingting of the Dickey Group. Ding! Super crit plus 888,888 worship value from Ji Zian, one of the 4 beauties of the imperial capital. Ding! Super crit plus 888,999 worship value from Su Linglong, the 6th daughter of the Su family. Super crit plus 969,696 worship value from Yukino Ryuko, the daughter of the Nishima Yukino family. Ding! Super crit plus 999,666 worship value from Mayas, the heir of the Western world's first hidden family. Ding! Super crit plus 999,888 worship value from Lang Luoying, the pearl of the Lang family. Ding! Super crit plus 999,999 worship value from the stunning beauty Chang Yueshi. In an instant, the social elites and wealthy daughters on the scene all contributed a wave of super crit worship value to Yi Koan. Ha! Princess Catherine Elizabeth of Great Britain? Ji Zian, one of the 4 beauties of the imperial capital? Su Linglong, the 6th daughter of the Su family? Yukino Ryuko, the daughter of the Nishima Yukino family? Mayas, the heir of the Western world's first hidden family? Lang Luoying, the daughter of the Long family? This wave of super crit worship value also revealed some familiar yet unfamiliar faces to Yi Koan, each with a remarkable identity. Under the astonished, envious, and admiring gazes of the crowd, Yi Koan stepped out of the Confronting divine car. Wow! This is too handsome, too charming. He is so manly, he is my destined prince. Damn, this looks as suppressing even my male god. Absolutely the #1 beauty in Longboa. Isn't he the behind-the-scenes big boss Yi Koan of Confronting Group? Is that cool flying car a new product developed by Confronting Group? The moment Yi Koan made his appearance, it once again sparked shock and heated discussions throughout the venue. Among the guests attending the banquet today, there were quite a few male gods, such as the Prince of Dubai and the 4 young masters of the imperial capital. However, their looks and aura were completely overshadowed by Yi Koan alone. Yi Koan's current appearance reached a stunning 99.9, crushing the entire scene. Those goddesses who came from places like the imperial capital and Yaodu couldn't help but tremble with excitement, their hearts racing and eyes sparkling with admiration just from catching a glimpse of Yi Koan. A man as handsome and charming as Yi Koan is truly unparalleled. Mr. Yi, Mr. Yi. Lin Zichen and Li Shubois, among others who knew Yi Koan, all came over to greet him. Mr. Yi, this Confronting flying car is too cool, I didn't see it when I visited your villa before. Lin Zichen exclaimed. Yi Koan's flying car is worth 100 international top supercars. This car was just made not long ago. Yi Koan smiled. This super divine car, which can transform and is capable of land, sea, and air travel, was designed by Taotao and manufactured by intelligent robots. Confronting Group is making cars too? That's so cool. Lin Zichen marveled. This car is my private custom, designed and manufactured by Confronting Technology. Yi Koan smiled. Ordinary divine cars no longer satisfy his need to show off. He had to bring this kind of black technology super divine car to life. Mr. Yi, what is this divine car called? Li Shubua, who was nearby, also expressed great envy. This is the Kuanping divine car, which can transform into 3 forms, land, sea, and air. Yi Kuan said. A true divine car should be able to soar into the sky and dive into the sea. Wow! A super divine car that can be used on land, sea, and air. Li Shubua and Lin Zichen were all stunned. Kuanping technology has already managed to produce such a versatile divine car. So amazing, so impressive. Mr. Yi, I want to customize one of these super divine cars that can be used on land, sea, and air. Prince Charlie Puss of Dubai approached Yi Kuan, speaking in perfect Longwei language. He looked at the Kuanping divine car beside Yi Kuan, his eyes filled with fervor. The all-terrain, all-purpose vehicle that can fly, run, and dive into the sea is truly a super divine car. In front of the Kuanping divine car, his pure gold supercar was utterly reduced to nothing, completely flashy but useless. Sorry, Mr. Charlapus, the Kuanping divine car is custom-made for me, currently limited to 1 in the world, and there are no plans for mass production. Yi Kuan smiled at the Dubai prince, exuding an air of superiority. The Kuanping divine car was a super divine vehicle tailored for him by Tao Tao, unique in the world. How well does the protagonist flaunt here? Is it impressive? There's a lot of information, and quite a few stunning beauties have appeared. It must be mentioned that tracking reading data is very important, very important, very important. This relates to whether this book can get recommended by the website, and it also affects the author's enthusiasm for writing and motivation to update. The author has something to say. Handsome guys and beautiful girls, please click on the little gifts. Mr. Yi, I want to customize a Kuanping divine car. You can name your price, whether it's 2 billion or 50 billion. The Dubai prince said, seeing Mr. Yi refuse him. He is the richest prince in the Middle East, and he has plenty of money. To buy a transformable all-terrain divine car, he is willing to spend any amount. Sorry, I don't like money, and I'm not short of it. Yi Kuan smiled lightly, once again rejecting the Dubai prince's request. If it comes to having more money, even 100 million Dubai princes wouldn't match his wealth. Money no longer holds any attraction for him. It's quite dull. Mr. Yi, please don't be so quick to refuse. The Dubai prince was slightly taken aback. He didn't expect Yi Kuan to actually not like money. Wouldn't that render his cash power ineffective? It doesn't matter if you don't like money. We in the Middle East have plenty of oil and beauties. Next time you come to Dubai, I'll personally accompany you to experience the beauty of the Middle East. The Dubai prince did not give up and continued speaking. He even took the initiative to invite Yi Kuan to visit the Middle East, wanting to befriend him. Dubai is a great place, I visited it once. Yi Kuan smiled. This Dubai prince is quite clever. He actually stopped mentioning the car order and invited him to Dubai instead. Having the Dubai prince personally accompany him would definitely be a matter of great prestige. Lin Zichen and Li Shubua beside him couldn't help but feel envious. They didn't have the same level of prestige as Yi Kuan. Mr. Yi, I also want to customize a Kuanping divine car, Li Shubua said. Lin Zichen and some other wealthy young men showed interest and gathered around. Being able to drive an all-terrain Kuanping divine car would definitely be impressive in the Magic City. Let's attend the banquet first, and we can talk later, Yi Kuan said. He really had no plans for mass production of the Kuanping divine car at the moment. He wasn't short of money, unless the Dubai prince and these wealthy young men could offer something that would attract him. Right, Huyuchi's birthday banquet is about to start, let's go in. Lin Zichen quickly nodded. Now wasn't the time to discuss business. Once the birthday banquet officially began, some big shots could discuss cooperation matters at the party. Thus, Yi Kuan and the Dubai prince walked side by side towards Huyuchi's super villa. At the entrance of the grand hall of the super villa, the financial manager, the female housekeeper Nangong Shiyun, was sitting at a red table, and the guests entering were handing over large red envelopes. She was collecting contributions, with 2 charming maids standing behind her. I want to ask, for Ms. Huyuchi's birthday, how much is your contribution? The Dubai prince looked at Yi Kuan and the others and asked. He was quite knowledgeable about local customs, knowing to give a contribution. I'll contribute 888,888 yuan, Li Shubua said proudly. Contributing 888,888 for a birthday banquet is quite reasonable. However, too little wouldn't be impressive. After all, this is the birthday of Huyuchi from one of the 10 great families of the Dragon Kingdom. I will give a gift of 1,666,666 yuan, Lin Zichen said with a smile. His gift of over $1 million was equivalent to a regular sports car.
However, the Lin family and the Hu family had many business collaborations, so this small amount was nothing at all.
The Prince of Dubai listened to their conversation and shook his head slightly.
The wealthy people of the Dragon Kingdom are not impressive, they are too petty.
There is still a considerable gap between him and this Prince of Dubai.
At that moment, the CEO of Dicky, Manhwa, also walked in. Hello, Mr.
Charlie Puss. Manhwa greeted the Prince of Dubai warmly, extending his hand for a handshake.
Hello, Mr.
Ma. The Prince of Dubai shook hands with Manhwa. They had collaborated many times and were already old acquaintances.
Mr. Ma, may I ask how much your gift is? The Prince of Dubai asked curiously in a low voice.
Little Ma is the richest man in the Dragon Kingdom, super capable of making money, nicknamed Krypton Gold Ma.
His gift amount should not be small, right? If he could outdo Little Ma, wouldn't he be the richest person in the room?
Upon hearing the question, Little Ma realized that Charlie Puss wanted to compare gift amounts. Middle Eastern tycoons are very particular about appearances. The amount of the gift is also a reflection of financial strength.
I will give a gift of 6,666,666 yuan,
Manhwa said with a smile. Then, he took out a gold card from his pocket and stuffed it into a prepared red envelope.
Hiss! Some CEOs and wealthy young men around cast admiring glances at Little Ma.
Just a birthday party, and he gave a gift of over 6 million.
So extravagant. No wonder he is Krypton Gold Ma.
Only the Prince of Dubai remained unfazed, as if this number was quite ordinary and did not surprise him at all.
I wonder how much Mr. Charlie Puss is giving? Little Ma asked curiously. Not much, not much. Only 8,888,888 yuan.
Charlie Puss waved his hand and pretended to be modest as he stated a number. Then, he also took out a gold card and placed it into an envelope.
Wow! The gift amount for the birthday party actually reached 8,888,888 yuan. Truly extravagant. No wonder he is the Prince of Dubai. That's too extravagant. He should be the one giving the most today, right?
Gasps of astonishment filled the room, making the Prince of Dubai feel quite proud.
In the Dragon Kingdom, he was still the richest person. Even the richest man in the Dragon Kingdom was outdone by him. There should be no one else in attendance with a higher gift amount, right? This beautiful lady, this is my gift.
The Prince of Dubai handed the red envelope containing the gold card to Nangong Shiryun.
Welcome, Mr. Charlie Puss, to tonight's birthday party. Nangong Shiryun received the prince's red envelope, appearing very calm and polite. Am I the one who has given the most among the guests?
The Prince of Dubai asked casually.
Mr. Charlie Puss, there are others who have given more than you.
Nangong Shiryun said proudly.
Oh, may I ask which gentleman or lady has given more than me? How much is their gift?
The Prince of Dubai showed a look of surprise and asked. He was not the one who had given the most.
There were people in the Dragon Kingdom who were wealthier than him? He couldn't believe it. Mr.
Charlie Puss, so far, the one who has given the most is a Miss Chang Yueshi, with a gift amount of 66,666,666 yuan, Nangong Shiryun said proudly. Chang Yueshi is Hu Yuqi's best friend, and the two are as close as sisters, with the highest gift amount. Her gift amount was nearly 10 times that of the Prince of Dubai. Of course, this was just the gift amount. There would be even more extravagant gifts later.
So it was Ms. Chang Yueshi.
The Prince of Dubai looked enlightened. Chang Yueshi is also a goddess of wealth, and he has heard that there are several large oil fields in the Middle East. Just then, Yi Koan took out a black card and placed it into a red envelope he carried with him.
Cousin Nangong, this is my contribution for Chi-Chi.
Yi Koan smiled at Nangong Shiryun as he handed the envelope to her. Although Hu Yuqi is his woman, he still needed to give a contribution for her birthday banquet.
It's a matter of etiquette. Mr. Yi, may I ask how much your contribution is?
The Dubai prince asked, revealing a curious expression.
He couldn't compare to Chang Yueshi, but could he not compare to Yi Koan? Don't be scared by the amount of the contribution mentioned in the book. After all, those attending the banquet are the top-tier tycoons. There will be even more extravagant gifts later. Since this is a story about wealthy individuals, these are essential. I will write what other wealthy stories haven't.
The author has something to say. For those handsome guys without fan value, please give a small gift.
How much is my contribution? It's not good to say it out loud. Yi Koan smiled lightly, not answering directly. He really didn't want to embarrass the Dubai prince. His contribution wasn't much, just a little over $1 billion. But it was still not something the Dubai prince's 8,888,888 yuan could compare to. Mr. Yi, just tell me, this contribution doesn't count as a birthday gift. If you contributed less, I won't laugh at you, haha, the Dubai prince said with a naive smile. He thought Yi Kun was hesitant to speak because his contribution was too small. After all, not everyone is as wealthy as the Dubai prince. Even some nearby tycoons were drawn in, wanting to know how much the big boss of Konpun Group would give Huyuchi in the red envelope. Mr. Charlie Puss, this is the contribution Mr. Yi is giving to my cousin, you can take a look for yourself. Nandong Shiryun spoke up, showing the amount on the black card displayed on the computer to the Dubai prince. As Huyuchi's financial steward, she needed to register the contributions of each guest. Most tycoons would directly hand over a bank card, and she would register the amount on the card on the spot. When she saw the amount on Yi Kun's black card, she was completely stunned. Her brother-in-law was just too extravagant. Therefore, she decided to let the Dubai prince also feel the wealth of the dragon country's tycoons. 999. How many nines is that? When he saw the amount on the black card, the Dubai prince was dumbfounded. The computer screen displayed a series of nines. 99,999,999,999. After a while, the Dubai prince finally blurted out a number. His math was excellent, he could actually read this number out loud completely and correctly. So extravagant. Just for a red envelope contribution, Yi Kun actually contributed 9,999,999,999. At that moment, the Dubai prince felt a burning sensation on his face. Damn, the dragon country's tycoon was even more extravagant than him, the Dubai prince. The surrounding tycoons and young masters all gathered around. Even Ma Tingting was deeply shocked after seeing this number. Wow! 9,999,999,999 yuan for the contribution. Mr. Yi, that's too extravagant. All the tycoons present were stunned, shocked, petrified, exploded. Their scalps tingled. It was the first time they encountered such a large contribution. Terrifying. In Magic City, and even in the entire dragon country, Mr. Yi was probably the most extravagant person. Ding! Congratulations to the host for shocking the Dubai prince and a group of top tycoons, rewarding 3 random lottery chances. Remaining lottery chances, 6. Ding! Gained admiration value super critical hit plus 6,666,666. Ding! The host gave Huyuchi a birthday red envelope of 9,999,999,999 yuan, godly tycoon points plus 99. Remaining godly points, 358. Yi Kun looked at the numerous rewards that appeared simultaneously and couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. Sending Huyuchi a birthday red envelope actually brought so many additional benefits. Awesome! Moreover, Huyuchi was his woman, with a favorability rating of 99 towards him, so he could give her as much money as he wanted. As for why not to wrap an integer? Because in Longwa, 9 is an extreme number, symbolizing that he and Huyuchi can be together for a long time. After sending the money, there was another important step, which was to present a gift, personally giving Huyuchi her birthday present. Ordinary guests could skip giving a birthday gift after sending money. Only those who were close to Huyuchi and had her approval could present her with a birthday gift in person. Brother-in-law, you can go to the 3rd floor's Wangyue Pavilion, my cousin wants to introduce her group of friends to you. Nandong Shiryun whispered to Yi Kun. Friend group? Yi Kun was slightly taken aback. Here it comes, the main event. He had met 2 of Huyuchi's close friends, one was in Yubai, and the other was Chang Yueshi. There were also a few other friends, like Su Linglong, Lang Luoying, Mi Yaksu, and Yukino Ryozi. He had heard Huyuchi mention them but had not met them in person. Yes, my cousin's friends heard she has a boyfriend and are eager to meet you. Nangong Shiryun said. Okay, I got it. Yi Kun nodded. He then stepped towards the 3rd floor of the villa. There were 3 types of people attending Huyuchi's birthday party. The first type was the young masters of wealthy families or top 2nd-generation elites. They generally could only stay on the 1st floor of the super villa. The second type was Huyuchi's business partners, CEOs of Fortune 500 companies, or leaders of large groups. They usually gathered on the 2nd floor, where business tycoons like the Dubai prince and Ma Tingting were present. Huyuchi's birthday party itself was a huge top-tier social circle. The third type was Huyuchi's personal friends and close girlfriends. They were arranged in the Wangyue Pavilion on the 3rd floor. This floor was relatively private, and ordinary people could not go up. Those young masters from wealthy families were eager to sneak a peek at the Wangyue Pavilion on the 3rd floor, but it was simply impossible. Before they could even go up, they would be stopped by Huyuchi's super bodyguards. Of course, Yi Kun was an exception.
As Yikon walked through the first floor of the banquet hall, many young masters and top second-generation elites turned their attention towards him.
Some looked at him with admiration, some with envy, some with jealousy, and some with hostility. All kinds of gazes. Not everyone knew Yi Kuan, but most people present knew he was the behind-the-scenes big boss of Kuanping Group. Yi Kuan casually greeted a few top second-generation elites from supercar clubs like Lin Zichen and then walked up the stairs to the second floor. Damn! So this Yi Kuan is the behind-the-scenes big boss of Kuanping Group. He's so damn handsome.
He gave Hu Yuqi nearly 10 billion in red envelopes. That's terrifying.
What's this?
Yi Kuan celebrated Hu Yuqi's birthday by directly giving away 1,000 billion super red envelopes on a live streaming platform. Simply extravagant. Now the whole country's silly netizens are going crazy.
And everyone in the country knows today is Hu Yuqi's birthday. It's a nationwide celebration. This Yi Kuan's relationship with Hu Yuqi is not simple. Hu Yuqi is stunningly beautiful, cold and elegant, and has never been taken down by anyone. Now it seems she might be taken by this Yi Kuan. Those young masters whispered among themselves, filled with envy and jealousy. There were quite a few young masters from wealthy families who secretly admired Hu Yuqi. It was just that Hu Yuqi had never given them a chance. You probably don't know yet?
Recently, the Hu family found a marriage partner for Hu Yuqi, also from a 1,000-year-old family, and he is the top of the 4 young masters in the capital.
Is the top of the 4 young masters of the imperial capital? You must be talking about young Master Yi from the imperial capital, right?
Exactly. If young Master Yi from the imperial capital had been invited to Hu Yuqi's birthday party, it would have been quite the spectacle today. Some young masters from the imperial capital whispered among themselves, their expressions quite vivid.
Yi Kuan had extraordinary hearing and could clearly hear the discussions of these young masters from dozens of meters away. The top of the 4 young masters of the imperial capital?
Yi Kuan showed a look of disdain, his steps not pausing in the slightest. Hu Yuqi was his woman, no one else had the right to interfere. Moreover, the Yi family from the imperial capital had some connection with him, and he would eventually make a trip to the imperial capital.
Soon, Yi Kuan made his way up the stairs to the second floor.
The Dubai Prince, Ma Tingting, and a group of big shots were on this floor. They all took the initiative to greet Yi Kuan.
Chairman Yi Qinlan, the female president of Kuanping Group, approached Yi Kuan. She was also invited to Hu Yuqi's birthday party. However, she had another task, which was to live stream Hu Yuqi's birthday party. Not a full live broadcast, just the footage of Hu Yuqi cutting the cake. Even so, hundreds of millions of netizens had already flooded into the official live broadcast room of Kuanping. All the netizens wanted to know who exactly this Chi was, to have Chairman Yi of Kuanping Group spend billions to celebrate her birthday. Chairman Yi, our official live broadcast room has already attracted 500 million viewers. Once it hits 6 o'clock, we will release a 200 billion super red envelope, and the number of viewers in the live room may exceed 900 million. President Qin Lan said excitedly. Now, their Kuanping short video platform had over 900 million registered users, surpassing Diki and Main, becoming the largest short video live streaming platform in the country. Chairman Yi choosing to release a billion red envelope on Hu Yuqi's birthday was undoubtedly the most successful marketing move. Moreover, this 1 billion was actually out of Chairman Yi's own pocket, without using a single cent from the company account. Increase the amount of the super red envelope at 6 o'clock to 300 billion and release it on time. Yi Kuan instructed President Qinlan.
Hu Yuqi's birthday party was set to start at 6 o'clock, so they might as well go for a super big red envelope, allowing the vast number of silly netizens to grab as much as they could. Additionally, there would be a large-scale Leonid meteor shower tonight, though it was uncertain exactly when it would arrive.
Understood, Chairman Yi. President Qinlan nodded, ready to perfectly execute Yi Kuan's orders. Yi Kuan continued towards the third floor's Wanyue Pavilion. Good evening, Mr. Yi.
Hu Yuqi's personal female housekeeper, Nobinos, performed a courtly gesture towards Yi Kuan, speaking in a refined courtly English.
She was accompanied by 2 super bodyguards, meant to prevent anyone from rashly entering the Wanyue Pavilion on the third floor. Good evening, Nobinos. Yi Kuan responded in standard courtly English. Nobinos was the 14th princess of England, not particularly favored in the royal family.
Later, due to certain special reasons, she came to Hu Yuqi's villa to serve as a housekeeper.
Miss and her close friends are already waiting for you in the room, Nobinos said respectfully to Yi Kuan. All right. Yi Kuan nodded and walked directly towards the Wanyue Pavilion.
Once he entered, he would see Hu Yuqi's group of friends. This could be a large-scale battlefield, because this time, Hu Yuqi, Chang Yueshi, Chan Yuetong, and Su Yushua would all be present.
However, Yi Kuan was unafraid.
Hu Yuqi, Chang Yueton, and Su Yuxue all had a favorability rating of over 95 towards him.
Even if Yi Kuan used a whip to drive them away, he couldn't.
The only difficult one to deal with was still Chang Yueshi, whose difficulty was quite high.
Moreover, Hu Yuqi's other friends were not simple characters either. Upon entering the Wanyue pavilion, Yi Kuan saw Hu Yuqi surrounded by many stunning beauties, like a moon surrounded by stars. She was surrounded by a mountain of precious gifts. As Yi Kuan appeared, the gazes of more than a dozen stunning beauties shot towards him, as if a group of enchanting fairies had spotted Tang Sang. Chang Yueshi's expression was cold and elegant. She glanced deeply at Yi Kuan before retracting her gaze, revealing no change in her demeanor. Chang Yu's eyes, however, were fixed on Yi Kuan, missing him dearly. She hadn't known when Yi Kuan had left with Gu Linger from the villa.
By the time she came out to find him, he was already gone. As for Su Yuxue, she blended in with the 5 identical sisters of the Su family. The 5 looked exactly alike, and Yi Kuan couldn't tell one from the other.
My goodness, 5 sisters, each a goddess-level beauty.
This was a test for him. Not only that, but the 7th princess of Great Britain was also among Hu Yuqi's circle of friends.
Chi-Chi, your ideal husband is here, why not introduce us?
A stunningly beautiful and extremely sexy woman winked at Hu Yuqi and giggled.
Hu Yuqi turned to see Yi Kuan and quickly got up to greet him.
She wore a black low-cut gown that revealed her fragrant shoulders and large areas of snow-white skin, and around her swan-like neck hung a priceless gemstone necklace. She was already breathtaking, and in this black dress, she appeared even more cold and noble, the brightest focus of the entire event. Come here quickly, I'll introduce all my girlfriends to you, they are all top-tier goddesses. Hu Yuqi intimately linked her arm with Yi Kuan's and led him into the crowd of friends. Instantly, Yi Kuan felt as if he had entered a land of enchanting women. Surrounding him were all top beauties, each with their own charm. Among them were queens, princesses, domineering CEOs, heiresses, mature women, lolas, twins, and even quintuplets. It was simply a super circle of friends. Only because Yi Kuan had seen and experienced the world-class beauty, Lang Luoying, has raised her favorability towards the host to 60, indicating that she likes him.
Ding! Reward, host's strength plus 50.
Strength, 900, agility, 800, constitution, 1000, spirit, 890. Hello, showing.
Yi Kuan smiled politely at Lang Luoying.
Even the world-class beauty, Lang Luoying, found it hard to resist Yi Kuan's charm and liked him at first sight. This elegant beauty is Ji Zian, the eldest daughter of the Ji family in the imperial capital, the female president of the Gourmet Beauty Group, and one of the 4 talented women of the imperial capital. Hu Yuqi introduced a tall beauty beside Lang Luoying. She had a stunning appearance, with a graceful figure, curvaceous and voluptuous, her body even more explosive than Lang Luoying's, especially the proud peaks in front, which were a size larger than Lang Luoying's D.
She exuded a strong mature woman vibe. Hello, I am Ji Zian. How come I didn't meet you sooner?
Ji Zian's beautiful eyes fixed on Yi Kuan as she extended her delicate hand. She was the elegant beauty who had previously teased Hu Yuqi.
Ding! Detected a stunning beauty.
Name, Ji Zian. Appearance, 97. Stunning. Age, 23. Height, 175. Body, golden ratio bust, 36. Initial favorability, 20. Identity, eldest daughter of the Ji family in the imperial capital, female president of the Gourmet Beauty Group, one of the 4 talented women of the imperial capital. Personality traits, cold to outsiders, commanding presence, gentle and considerate to those close.
Type, mature woman. Ah, this Ji Zian is indeed impressive. What does he mean? Absolutely magnificent.
Surging waves.
Ding! The stunning beauty Ji Zian's favorability towards the host increased by 60 due to the host's charm aura and domineering president aura. Ding!
The stunning beauty Ji Zian's favorability towards the host has risen to 80, indicating a very strong liking, enough to directly establish a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship.
Ding! The stunning beauty Ji Zian's favorability towards the host exceeded 60, reward, spirit plus 40. Strength, 900, agility, 800, constitution, 1000, spirit, 930. Wow! Ji Zian's favorability towards him skyrocketed to 80.
This is not right, she has feelings for him.
Hello! Yi Kuan reached out and gently shook hands with Ji Zian. Let me introduce you to the 6 sisters of the Su family.
Hu Yuqi's gaze turned to 5 identical quintuplets, introducing, they are the quintuplet goddesses of the Su family.
Eldest sister Su Yuhan. Second sister Su Yuyue. Third sister Su Yuxue. Fourth sister Su Yuki. Fifth sister Su Yuling. Wow! Quintuplets, all goddess-level beauties.
This was Yi Kuan's first time seeing the quintuplet sisters of the Su family together. They truly looked identical, each one a goddess.
Quintuplets, 25 times the joy, right? Captain, you still owe me a quantum divine weapon. The eldest sister Su Yuhan's beautiful eyes fixed on Yi Kuan as she spoke first. Shangguan Jiayu had received a quantum divine bow from Yi Kuan, and now she was incredibly impressive, having become a favored daughter of heaven. She also wanted a quantum sniper rifle. Oh, you know each other? Hu Yuqi and the others became curious. Su Yuhan was a colonel in the military, a member of the Dragon Special Forces. Could it be? When I went to the military, I also joined the Dragon Special Forces, so I became Su Yuhan's captain. Yi Kuan said with a calm smile. Impressive. The Dragon Special Forces is the strongest special forces in our dragon country, and you are actually the captain. Ji Zian exclaimed in surprise, looking at Yi Kuan with a hint of admiration. Su Yuhan's master-level strength was still just an ordinary member in the Dragon Special Forces. How strong must that captain be? Yi Kuan is not only handsome but also a martial arts expert. Ding! Received a super critical hit of worship value plus 666,666 from Ji Zian. Ding! Received a super critical hit of worship value plus 999,999 from Ling Luoying. Ding! Received a super critical hit of worship value plus 888,888 from Su Linglong. In an instant, several beauties contributed a wave of super critical hit worship value to Yi Kuan. Ding! Goddess-level beauty Su Yuyua's favorability towards the host has increased to 70, indicating a strong liking, confirming a romantic relationship. Ding! Goddess-level beauty Su Yuki's favorability towards the host has increased to 70. Ding! Goddess-level beauty Su Yueying's favorability towards the host has increased to 70. Ding! Rewarding the host with agility plus 120. Strength, 900, agility, 920, constitution, 1000, spirit, 930. Wow! The Su Yui sisters directly contributed 120 attribute points to him. Indeed, the joy of having multiple siblings is doubled. Let me introduce you to my youngest sister. Her name is Su Linglong, and she is the darling of our family. Su Yuhan pointed to a super cute and beautiful girl standing in the center of them. Her skin was like creamy jade, her eyes like autumn waters, exquisite like a porcelain doll. Among the 6 Su sisters, Su Linglong is the youngest but has the highest beauty, a stunning beauty. Hello, brother Yi, I am Su Linglong. Su Linglong smiled slightly at Yi Kuan, revealing 2 small tiger teeth, looking very charming and cute. Ding! Detected a world-class beauty. Name, Su Linglong beauty score, 98, world-class, age, 18 height, 172 figure, perfect figure bust, 34D initial favorability, 10 identity, little princess of the Su family, family darling. Personality traits, charming, cute, exquisite. Type, lowly type. Su Linglong is indeed a world-class beauty, but her style is quite different from Hu Yuqi, very charming and cute. Ding! World-class beauty Su Linglong is influenced by the host's charm, increasing favorability by 30. Ding! World-class beauty Su Linglong is influenced by the host's domineering CEO aura, increasing favorability by plus 20. Ding! World-class beauty Su Linglong's favorability towards the host has increased to 60, indicating a liking. Ding! Rewarding the host with spirit plus 50. Strength, 900, agility, 920, constitution, 1000, spirit, 980. Yi Kuan suddenly felt a wave of refreshment, and his spirit attribute increased again. Hu Yuqi is simply his lucky star. This is not just a group of close friends, they have found him a powerful harem. Just the dozen or so top beauties in the Wanyue Pavilion can help him rack up a huge amount of attribute points. Special thanks to Handsome Song for sending 7 god-level certifications, very generous. Fans who persist in reading this book can join the rich base, with many benefits. Hu Yuqi has a wide circle of friends, most of whom are at her level, whether in appearance or family background. Among her circle of friends, besides many of the top beauties in Longwa, there is also a 7th princess from Great Britain and a high school girl dressed like a Japanese islander. This is Yukino Ryoko, the heir of the Nishima 37 Financial Group, and the president of Swearing Girls High School. Hu Yuqi introduced the Japanese girl. Hello, I am Yukino Ryoko, please take care of me. Yukino Ryoko bowed to Yi Kuan, looking very polite. Moreover, she looked very kawaii, like a girl who walked out of an anime. Ding! Detected as stunning beauty. 971716534C10. 30. Plus 20. 60. Plus 40. 9009601000980. 9822176366F20. F. Plus 50. 70. Plus 50. 9509601000980. Chang Yueshi looked at Yi Kuan with a rather complex expression. Ever since their wild and intense kiss last time,
she had been unable to forget him. This was the first time her heart had been stirred. However, she was still struggling internally and had not completely fallen for him. Yi Koen had too many women. She couldn't convince herself. A woman as enchanting as Chang Yueshi naturally had her own pride and persistence. However, once she fully recognized Yi Koen, she would wholeheartedly support him. That was her character. It was hard to win her over, but once you did, it would be very comforting. So you two already know each other, then I won't need to introduce you, Hu Yuchi smiled. She had actually wanted to introduce Chang Yueshi to Yi Koen for a long time. Chichi, Yi Koen, I wish you 100 years of harmony. Chang Yueshi glanced deeply at Yi Koen and Hu Yuchi, and blurted out. She saw how well-matched Yi Koen and Hu Yuchi looked together and offered her sincere blessings. Yi Koen, if you dare to let Chichi down, don't blame me for not sparing you. Chang Yueshi shot Yi Koen a glare with her beautiful eyes. This playboy didn't know how many women he had. Moreover, through her careful observation, she found that most of the girls in their friend group showed affection for him after meeting him. Yi Koen's charm was simply too strong. Almost no woman could resist his allure, all were unconsciously drawn to him. Yi Koen must be toxic. No matter how cold and proud a woman was, as long as she caught a glimpse of Yi Koen, she would fall under his spell. Among everyone present, only the most enchanting Chang Yueshi could remain clear-headed. The hearts of the others had been captivated. Not to mention Hu Yuchi and Chang Yutong, everyone else, including Ji Zian, Lan Luoying, Yukino Ryozi, Princess Catherine, and the 6 sisters of the Su family, all had feelings for Yi Koen. It should be noted that none of them were ordinary women. Terrifying. Could it be that Yi Koen had awakened some charm ability? He possessed a kind of magic that made all exceptional women irresistibly attracted to him, even unable to extricate themselves. She was very wise and calm, and she actually thought of this. Don't worry, I could never let Chi-Chi down in this lifetime. Yi Koen said seriously. He would not let down any of his women, he wanted them all. Upon hearing Yi Koen's words, Chang Yueshi's expression turned extremely cold. Not letting down Hu Yuchi meant he would let down her sister and Gulinger, and if Yi Koen let down Hu Yuchi, she would also be very unhappy. Unless Yi Koen took them all in and didn't let any of them down, otherwise this problem would be unsolvable. Ding! The enchantingly beautiful Chang Yueshi's favorability towards the host decreased by 10. Ding! The enchantingly beautiful Chang Yueshi's favorability towards the host has dropped to 30. What the hell? Chang Yueshi's favorability towards him actually decreased again. This woman was terrifyingly calm. Yi Koen was furious. The calmer Chang Yueshi was, the more he wanted to conquer her. However, the difficulty of conquering Chang Yueshi was simply too great. He had already exceeded the 3 trials set by Chang Yueshi, yet he still hadn't completely won her heart. Do you know how difficult those 3 trials were? For other ordinary prodigies, it might take a lifetime to complete. Host, you have completed Chang Yueshi's 3 trials, and the rewards have not yet been claimed. Suddenly, the system reminded him. Task Reward 1, 3 lottery chances. Task Reward 2, Chang Yueshi has a special affection for the host. Warm reminder, once Chang Yueshi has feelings for the host, she will only have eyes for you, and under any circumstances, her favorability towards the host will not drop below 60. Wow, I haven't even claimed the task reward yet, and the system didn't remind me. Sorry, there was a bug earlier, and it didn't automatically claim. The system expressed its apologies. Claim the task. If the system could transform into a girl, I would definitely give her a good lesson. Ding! The host has obtained 3 lottery chances. Remaining lottery chances, 9. Ding! The stunning beauty Chang Yueshi has developed feelings for the host, favorability plus 30. Ding! The favorability of the stunning beauty Chang Yueshi towards the host has increased to 60. Ding! Reward, strength plus 50, spirit plus 50. Strength, 1000, agility, 960, constitution, 1000, spirit, 1030. Holy crap. After Chang Yueshi developed feelings for him, he actually gained another attribute point. This must be a bug. He had already received an attribute boost once, and getting another one feels amazing. Ding! Congratulations to the host for exceeding 1000 in spirit, awakening mental power. Description: mental power is a powerful mental force that allows for comprehensive perception abilities. With mental power, one can manipulate physical objects for attack or defense. For more uses of mental power, please explore on your own. Holy crap! He actually awakened mental power. In an instant, Yi Koen felt that the entire moon viewing pavilion was within his mental perception. He awakened a 6th sense beyond sight, hearing, smell, taste, and touch. Every smile and frown of Chang Yueshi, Hu Yuchi, Lan Luoying, Su Linglong, Yukino Ryozi, and the other girls was within his mental perception. He didn't need to see with his eyes, it was even more vivid than with the naked eye. With mental power, he could gently stir Chang Yueshi's hair, as if he were caressing it with his hand. This was a transcendent ability. At the same time, a subtle change occurred in Chang Yueshi's heart. To complete the 3 trials she set for him, Yi Kun first unified the 4 major regions of the Dark World in Magic City, becoming the only emperor of the Dark World. Then, to become a financial tycoon, he didn't hesitate to stir the international financial market, and now he had even offended the 5 strongest financial conglomerates in the West. Moreover, Yi Kun joined the military, delving into the underground to fight alien monsters, and even discovered a life planet, being awarded the rank of young marshal. Such a remarkable talent, and with such deep feelings for her, what reason did she have not to love him? Besides, she had long been moved by Yi Kun and had been thinking about him. Why deceive herself any longer? Suddenly, the emotions and feelings in Chang Yueshi's heart surged forth, transforming into a deep affection for Yi Kun. This was a special and wonderful feeling. From now on, she would only have feelings for Yi Kun, loving him alone. If Yi Kun did not want to let down Hu Yuqi, Chang Yutong, and Gu Linger, there was only one way, and that was to take them all in. And only she could help Yi Kun achieve this grand goal. With Chang Yueshi developing feelings for Yi Kun, the atmosphere in the moon viewing pavilion instantly became very harmonious. Everyone was in high spirits. Sister Chang, let's continue to see what gifts everyone has given Chi-Chi, Long Luoying said. Before Yi Kun entered, they had gathered together to look through the birthday gifts given to Hu Yuqi. Among her group of friends, Chang Yueshi held the highest prestige, giving off a big sister vibe. Yubai, it's your turn to show your birthday gift, Chang Yueshi said to An Yubai. Okay, let's see what Sister An has given to Sister Chi-Chi for her birthday? Su Linglong asked curiously. The birthday gift I gave to Chi-Chi is a pair of jade bracelets. And Yubai took out a beautifully packaged gift box. Upon opening it, there was a pair of emerald green jade bracelets. This is the Super Imperial Jade, worth a fortune, a rare and precious bracelet that you won't even see at auctions. The other women, upon seeing the Imperial Jade that An Yubai had taken out, were filled with wonder. This was an exceptionally rare piece of jade. Thank you, Yubai, I really like this bracelet. Hu Yuqi smiled, putting the jade bracelet away. She preferred jade and calligraphy, especially jade, which was her favorite. Sister Chang, it's your turn to present your birthday gift now. Lan Luoying, and Yubai, Su Linglong, Yukino Ryoko, and Princess Catherine all turned their attention to Chang Yueshi. Among these close friends, everyone had given precious gifts, and now it was just Chang Yueshi who was left. Every year on Hu Yuqi's birthday, the gift from Chang Yueshi was the most valuable among them. What would she give this time? I prepared 2 gifts for Chi-Chi. Chang Yueshi first took out a car key and said, the first one is a custom-made Koenigsegg Regera for Chi-Chi. Wow, it's a Koenigsegg Regera. Long Luoying exclaimed. The Koenigsegg Regera was even more precious and rare than the Koenigsegg one, and ordinary supercar enthusiasts might not have even heard of it. Moreover, this one was custom-made for Chi-Chi. Originally, the Koenigsegg Regera is considered a divine car, but compared to Yi Kun's car that can fly and transform, it seems quite ordinary. Chang Yueshi shook her head slightly and spoke. After seeing Yi Kun's Kunpeng divine car, the other divine cars in her garage suddenly lost their appeal. That's right, brother Yi Kun. What is the name of your flying divine car? It can transform, fly in the sky, and run on the ground. It's truly amazing. Su Linglong said in astonishment. Hu Yuqi and Yubai, Lan Luoying, Yukino Ryoko, and even Princess Catherine all showed strong curiosity. They surrounded Yi Kun. Surrounded by top beauties like Chang Yueshi, Hu Yuqi, Lan Luoying, Su Linglong, and Yukino Ryoko, Yi Kun felt as if he was in a super kingdom of daughters, surrounded by a group of charming women. It was quite dull. My vehicle is called the Kunpeng Divine Car. When it runs on the ground, it takes the form of the beast god Kun, and when it flies, it transforms into the Pang, soaring up to 90,000 miles. Not only can it travel through the sky and land, but it can also dive into the sea, reaching depths of over 10,000 meters. It's a super divine car that can be used on land, in the air, and at sea. The entire car shell is made of a special alloy, and the interior is made of all carbon fiber materials, making it bulletproof, shockproof, and explosion-proof. It accelerates from 0 to 100 in just 0.1 seconds, and its top speed can exceed 1,000 kilometers. The entire car uses a fully intelligent control system, so even if you can't drive, it's fine, it can drive completely autonomously. Yi Kun smiled and briefly introduced the Kunpeng Divine Car. His Kunpeng Divine Car was designed by the god-level AI Taotao and tailored by intelligent robots, far surpassing current technology. Those so-called supercars on the market were all reduced to scraps compared to the Kunpeng Divine Car. Oh, wow!
The Kuanping divine car is so amazing. It can travel through the sky and land, and even dive into the sea. Moreover, the performance of the Kuanping divine car is incredible. It outclasses all other supercars. After hearing Yi Kuan's introduction of the Kuanping divine car, the women were all astonished. They couldn't believe that Yi Kuan could create a vehicle that could be used on land, in the air, and at sea. If they hadn't seen Yi Kuan driving the Kuanping divine car with their own eyes, they wouldn't have dared to believe it. It was simply an era-defining piece of black technology. Chan Yueshi and Hu Yuqi, along with a few others, were very interested in the Kuanping divine car, wishing they could also own such a magical vehicle. Currently, the Kuanping divine car is not in mass production, but if you like, I can customize one for each of you and give you a different style of Kuanping divine car. Yi Kuan said with a smile. The Kuanping divine car was designed by Tao Tao and produced by intelligent robots, making it completely effortless. Giving each member of Hu Yuqi's friend group a Kuanping divine car would allow him to capture them all at once. How domineering. Oh, wow, you're giving each of us a Kuanping divine car? Yi Kuan, you have to keep your word. Yi Kuan is amazing. Lang Luoying, Su Linglong, Yukino Ryozi, and the other girls were both surprised and delighted. This was a piece of black technology supercar that money couldn't buy, and Yi Kuan was actually going to give each of them one. Truly generous. Chang Yueshi, however, was thinking further ahead, showing a contemplative expression. If this kind of supercar that could be used on land, sea, and air could be mass-produced, it would definitely create a giant automotive group. By the way, Sister Chang, what is the second birthday gift you're giving to Chi-Chi? Su Linglong asked Chang Yueshi, returning to the topic of birthday gifts. The second gift I'm giving to Chi-Chi is a building, the Chang Corporation building worth 15 billion. Chang Yueshi said proudly, directly gifting Hu Yuqi a Chang Corporation building. Sister Chang is so generous, so domineering. You actually gave the Chang Corporation building to Chi-Chi. Lang Luoying and Su Linglong couldn't help but show their astonishment. The Chang Corporation building is located in the center of the Magic City, a bustling commercial building that can earn several billion just from rent each year. While others give birthday gifts like cakes, necklaces, or watches, Chang Yueshi directly gifted a building. Truly extravagant. She is indeed the wealthiest super goddess among the entire friend group. Hee, then I won't be polite and will accept it. Hu Yuqi was very happy and didn't hold back with Chang Yueshi. She knew that Chang Yueshi was a super goddess with immense wealth. However, having accepted such a generous gift from Chang Yueshi, she would also return a gift of equal value when it was Chang Yueshi's birthday next time. Brother Yi, what birthday gift are you giving to Chi-Chi? Su Linglong asked Yi Kuan, very curious. He has already given me a birthday gift, spending a whopping 100 billion to have all the netizens in Long Country celebrate my birthday, which was very unique. Hu Yuqi said with a smile. Yi Kuan had shocked her by spending 100 billion just to celebrate her birthday. So envious. Now everyone in the country knows today is Chi-Chi's birthday. Over 800 million people are already on the Kuanping platform grabbing red envelopes to celebrate Chi-Chi's birthday. Chi-Chi's popularity is soaring, she's about to become a national goddess. Ji Zian, Lang Luoying, Su Linglong, Princess Catherine, and the other girls looked at Hu Yuqi with envious eyes. They were all favored daughters of heaven, but no one had ever celebrated their birthdays like this, finding it very novel. This way of celebrating is a bit high profile, but Brother Yi said he wanted to distribute 100 billion to let the vast number of netizens celebrate together, so I agreed. Hu Yuqi said with a smile. Chi-Chi, that doesn't count as a birthday gift, I have prepared 2 other birthday gifts for you. Yi Kuan said with a smile. The 100 billion he distributed was a task released by the system and couldn't be counted as a gift. Oh, Hu Yuqi and her friend group showed curious expressions upon hearing that Yi Kuan had more gifts to give. Chi-Chi likes jade bracelets, so I'm giving you the heavenly ring bracelet that I auctioned last time. This is the first gift. Yi Kuan smiled and, like a magician, took out a delicate box. Upon opening it, there was a vibrant jade bracelet, the top-tier collectible jade bracelet that Yi Kuan had spent 500 million to acquire at an auction. Chi-Chi, let me put this on you, Yi Kuan said, taking Hu Yuqi's jade hand and placing the bracelet on her wrist. This scene made Hu Yuqi's group of friends extremely envious. Thank you, I really like this jade bracelet. Hu Yuqi smiled and gave Yi Kuan a sweet kiss. She loved jade jewelry the most. Back at the auction, she had even bid against Yi Kuan for this bracelet. Hee. Now that Yi Kuan was hers, this bracelet had returned to her hands. It was truly amusing. Men conquer the world, while women only need to conquer men. Chi-Chi, this is the second birthday gift I want to give you. Yi Kuan snapped his fingers like a magician, and a sparkling treasure appeared in his palm. Instantly, all the beauties in Hu Yuqi's friend group had their eyes light up. Oh, wow. What a beautiful diamond necklace. That pink diamond in the center is so big, it must be the largest pink diamond in the world, right? It looks like a diamond constellation. So beautiful.
And Yu Bai, Lung Luoying, Su Linglong, Chang Yuetong, Princess Catherine, and the others couldn't help but exclaim. They stared at the dazzling diamond necklace in Yi Kuan's hand, their eyes filled with wonder. It was so beautiful. This was a priceless treasure. Chi-Chi, this necklace is called the Pink Diamond Constellation, made up of 108 of the most beautiful pink diamonds forming a star pattern.
Wearing it can enhance beauty and nourish the spirit, Yi Kuan said with a smile.
This diamond necklace was not an ordinary item. It was a treasure Yi Kuan exchanged in the System Mall, containing awakening stones. Wearing this pink diamond constellation would allow Hu Yuqi to awaken her abilities under the high-frequency cosmic energy of the Leonid's meteor shower, with a 100% success rate. The pink diamond constellation necklace, what a beautiful gift, I love it. Hu Yuqi gazed at the pink diamond constellation, her face lighting up with a radiant smile. This was definitely the most beautiful gift she had ever received. Let me put it on you, Yi Kuan said with a smile. The diamond constellation needed to be worn to awaken its powers.
Hu
Yuqi nodded with a smile.
Even if Yi Kuan had only given her the most ordinary necklace, she would still be very happy.
So, Yi Kuan helped Hu Yuqi take off the gemstone necklace around her neck and replaced it with the pink diamond constellation. Instantly, Hu Yuqi's aura became even more noble and beautiful, making her shine even brighter, becoming the most dazzling star.
So beautiful.
And Yu Bai, Long Luoying, and Su Linglong couldn't help but show envious expressions.
Hu Yuqi was truly happy. Yi Kuan had given her such a beautiful diamond necklace.
Even Chang Yueshi couldn't help but be moved. After Hu Yuqi put on the pink diamond constellation, her brilliance rivaled that of this stunning beauty.
She could faintly sense the energy fluctuations coming from the pink diamond constellation necklace. Moreover, Yi Kuan was so good to his woman.
Since being with Yi Kuan, Hu Yuqi had become radiant and even more stunning. Ji Zian, Long Luoying, Su Linglong, and Princess Catherine looked at Yi Kuan with increasingly fiery gazes.
If Hu Yuqi weren't present, several beauties would probably have made a move on Yi Kuan.
The birthday banquet is about to start. I'll head to the second floor first.
Yi Kuan found an excuse and left the Wanyue pavilion.
Surrounded by such a group of beautiful women, he feared he wouldn't be able to control his overwhelming power. Members of Hu Yuqi's circle of friends are all at least goddess level, with some being stunningly beautiful and others breathtakingly gorgeous.
And then there's Chang Yueshi, a beauty of monstrous proportions.
With so many exceptional beauties gathered together, their terrifying allure is comparable to nuclear weapons. Only those handsome guys chasing after books can understand the power within this.
However, as Yi Kuan just left Wanyue Pavilion, he faintly heard the voices of Hu Yuqi's friends. Chi-Chi, you're being too selfish. We're all good friends, how can you monopolize Yi Kuan all to yourself? This was Ji Zian's voice.
Yeah, Chi-Chi. Everyone should share, you can't keep him all to yourself.
He. I want him too.
Yi Kuan almost stumbled in his steps. Goodness, he had just left, and Hu Yuqi's circle was already plotting to divide him among themselves.
How terrifying.
Then, he heard Hu Yuqi's voice.
You're all my good friends, I won't hide it from you.
Yi Kuan is really amazing. I'm no match for him alone. Every time I'm completely overwhelmed, it's like I'm in ecstasy, wanting to die and wanting to live.
I really can't handle it.
You all need to help me share the pressure. I can't ask for more.
Goodness! Yi Kuan exclaimed.
It turned out even Hu Yuqi had betrayed their revolutionary friendship, wanting to sell him out to her circle.
He hadn't even made a move against Hu Yuqi's friends, and they were already planning to take action against him? How terrifying. You all lack martial ethics, wanting a dozen friends to team up against me alone.
Fortunately, Yi Kuan possessed extraordinary skills and feared nothing.
One comes, one slays. Two come, kill a pair. Even if quintuplets come at him, he wouldn't be afraid, all would be slain. Even if the entire circle of friends joined forces, Yi Kuan could still make them fall like flowers, abandon their armor, and wail for mercy. Yi feared no battle. Yi Kuan didn't continue to eavesdrop on Hu Yuqi's circle of friends whispering and quickly descended to the second floor banquet hall. At this moment, the second floor banquet hall was filled with guests.
Many of the world's top business tycoons and heads of prestigious families gathered together, all waiting for the official start of Hu Yuqi's birthday banquet. Among them were Queen Elizabeth, the Prince of Dubai, and Ma Tingting from the Empire Group, all looking forward to the dazzling appearance of Hu Yuqi, this favored daughter of heaven.
As Yi Kuan came down from the third floor, he immediately attracted the attention of many tycoons. Wow!
The third floor of Wanyue Pavilion was the gathering place for Hu Yuqi's exceptional circle of friends, and even the Prince of Dubai didn't have the privilege to go up.
Those young masters from prestigious families couldn't even set foot on the third floor, all gazing longingly. Yet Yi Kuan boldly walked down from Wanyue Pavilion. Instantly, Yi Kuan became the object of envy and jealousy among all the tycoons. Ding! Obtained admiration value super crit plus 6666666. Among them, many people offered Yi Kuan a wave of admiration value.
Seeing Yi Kuan come down from the third floor, President Qin Lan hurried over.
Mr.
Yi, the online viewers in our Kuanping live broadcast room have surpassed 900 million, and the bullet screen is going crazy. We're just waiting for Miss Hu Yuchi to appear and grab that 30 billion super red envelope, President Qin Lan said excitedly. The number of people in the Kuanping live broadcast room broke records again, and when Hu Yuchi appeared, the simultaneous online viewers might surpass 1 billion. This would definitely become the live broadcast with the highest number of simultaneous viewers, setting a historical record. If Mr. Yi upgraded the live broadcast platform once, the entire system might not be able to handle so many people online at the same time.
Mr.
Yi's various high-tech methods had long made President Qin Lan admire him greatly. When Hu Yuchi comes out to cut the cake, we'll release the 30 billion super password red envelope on time. Yi Kuan merely nodded slightly, not surprised that the number of online viewers for the live broadcast had surpassed 1 billion. That group of handsome guys and beautiful girls who insisted on following the book were going crazy grabbing red envelopes in the wealthy group.
Not to mention his super large red envelope of 300 billion. Moments later, the venue fell into silence. Then, the lights flashed, and music began to play. The birthday party's main character, Hu Yuchi, made her dazzling entrance under the gaze of millions. Special thanks to the fairy Lin Jean for sending 5 god-level certifications. Congratulations on becoming a Hall fan. True fans and loyal supporters who follow the book every day, hurry and join the wealthy headquarters. Limited spots available. Fake fans who don't follow the book, please stay away. All the lights and attention in the venue were focused solely on Hu Yuchi. She appeared in a water blue off-shoulder long dress, wearing a necklace of pink diamond stars around her neck, radiant and stunning, shining as she made her entrance. At the same time, the screen in the Kuanping live broadcast room also focused on Hu Yuchi. Over 1 billion people were online simultaneously, witnessing Hu Yuchi gracefully descending the stairs like a fairy. Beautiful, gorgeous, noble, elegant, so beautiful. I'm mesmerized. A celestial being descends. Unparalleled beauty. A beauty that could topple nations. Exquisite grace, stunningly cold. National beauty, a rare gem of the world. So she is the fairy Chi-Chi, absolutely stunning. As soon as Hu Yuchi appeared, she amazed everyone. She is the CEO, she is the princess, she is the fairy, she is the brightest star of the night. All the distinguished guests at the scene were captivated by Hu Yuchi. The 1 billion viewers in the live broadcast room were even more ecstatic, exploding with excitement. They had never seen such extraordinary grace, such unparalleled beauty, capable of captivating all. She is the national goddess. No wonder Director Yi was willing to lavish 1,000 billion red envelopes to celebrate her birthday. Meanwhile, the number of viewers in the live broadcast room continued to surge wildly, with over 1 billion netizens simultaneously seeing the true face of fairy Chi-Chi. Hu Yuchi gracefully walked down from the 3rd floor to the banquet hall on the 2nd floor. Soon, several beautiful maids pushed a massive 9-tier cake in front of Hu Yuchi. Happy birthday, Chi-Chi. The audience erupted in applause, singing the birthday song to bless Chi-Chi. Thank you all for coming to my humble abode to celebrate my birthday with me. After Hu Yuchi said a few simple words, she began to make a wish and blow out the candles. She slightly closed her beautiful eyes and silently made a wish. Then, it was time to cut the cake. 300 billion red envelope countdown. At the same time, the Kuanping live broadcast room entered a festive moment. Over 1 billion people were online, ready to grab the super password red envelope wishing Chi-Chi a happy birthday. Thanks to Yi Kuan and Chi-Chi's good fortune, every netizen who logged in with their real name to the Kuanping live broadcast room had a chance to grab this super red envelope. This was a luck-based red envelope, and a lucky person could directly grab over 100 million in funds. The time to test luck had arrived. Heaven bless. Lucky star, come to me. God of war, grant me strength. Amat Ba, infinite heavenly sovereign. Fairy Chi-Chi, bless me. Director Yi, let me grab a big bag. Armored warrior, lend me your power. Digga, give me a hand. Brave Nyo, fear no difficulties. Over 1 billion netizens fervently chanted various bizarre phrases, hoping for a stroke of luck. 10, 9, 8. The super red envelope of 300 billion entered its final countdown. 3, 2, 1. In an instant, the 300 billion super password red envelope was released, and it was crazily snatched by over 1 billion netizens. Happy birthday to Fairy Chi-Chi.
Happy birthday to Fairy Chi-Chi. Happy birthday to the little Fairy Chi-Chi. In an instant, billions of happy birthday to the little Fairy Chi-Chi messages flooded the screen. Over 1 billion people across the country wished Chi-Chi a happy birthday. At the same time, the super red envelope arrived. Wow! I got 666. Wow! I got 9,527. Wow! I got 10086. Wow! I got 1111. Damn! I'm actually a non-lucky person. Wow! I got 166,666,666 yuan. I'm a lucky person. Hundreds of millions of people grabbed red envelopes. Some were happy while others were not. Some were non-lucky, while others were lucky. Ding! Congratulations to the host for distributing 100 billion, gaining 666666666 worship points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the 100 billion distribution task. Ding! Congratulations on receiving task reward 1 chance for a 10 consecutive draws. Ding! Congratulations on receiving task reward 2, 1 space ability awakening card. Wow! I actually got 666666666 worship points. Today, the headquarters of the wealthy cleared out a batch of long inactive members, as well as some freeloaders who only grab red envelopes without reading. If any handsome guys were mistakenly kicked out, feel free to rejoin. Welcome to the handsome guys and girls who persist in reading to join the wealthy base. The gem that Mia-shi took out was too dazzling and extraordinary, causing the guests present to show expressions of surprise. There were also quite a few who developed a greedy heart for this gem. However, no one would directly jump out to snatch it. On the surface, everyone appeared to be calm and collected. Only Yi Kuan, with his powerful mental energy, could sense the unusualness among the crowd. Ding! Detected a space Xianbing star gem. Description: this is a rare star gem from the universe. Long-term work can awaken star abilities. The system prompt said. So it turns out to be a star gem that can awaken star abilities. This star gem is indeed a good treasure. Mia-shi, this little girl, foolishly gave the star gem to Huyu. However, it can also be seen that her thoughts are pure, and she shares a deep sisterly bond with Huyuchi. This adorable lowly can be taken care of more in the future. Next, the birthday party officially began. Just like some other wine parties, some big shots raised their wine glasses and gathered in groups of 3 to 5, either discussing business cooperation, or seizing the opportunity to establish connections with other big shots, or directly entering the show-off mode. Mr. Yi Kuan, I am very interested in your company's Kuanpeng Divine Car. Please be sure to let me customize one. The Prince of Dubai quickly came over to get close to Yi Kuan, eager to customize a Kuanpeng Divine Car. This time, Yi Kuan did not refuse and agreed to build one for him, considering it a good connection and a new friend. Brother Ma from the Empire Group saw that the Prince of Dubai successfully customized a divine car and expressed that he also wanted to customize a Kuanpeng Divine Car. Now, whoever can drive this versatile Kuanpeng Divine Car, which can operate on land, sea, and air, is definitely the biggest deal, equivalent to being at the forefront of the times. Then, Brother Ma also wanted to invest in shares of the Kuanpeng Divine Car, aiming to create the largest automotive group in the world, but was directly rejected by Yi Kuan. Brother Ma, you are overthinking it. That little money of yours is only enough to spend on games. You are not qualified to invest in my Kuanpeng Divine Car. He is not short of money at all. He doesn't need anyone to share a piece of the pie. Mr. Yi, your Kuanpeng Group's headquarters is still in the Magic City area, right? Our Empire Group spent hundreds of billions to buy an island a few years ago, and now the headquarters is about to be built, ha ha ha. Brother Ma began to show off in front of Yi Kuan. The Kuanpeng Group is still not as good as the Empire Group. The Empire Group has already started buying islands to build headquarters, while the Kuanpeng Group is still playing in the Magic City area. Ding! Detected that Brother Ma from the Empire Group is showing off in front of the host, triggering a random task. Task: purchase a private island, priced no less than 100 billion, and build the island into the most awesome tech city. Task reward 1 chance for a 10 consecutive draws. Task reward 2, Nano Battle Armor Design Blueprint. Wow! Brother Ma actually triggered the system's random task. Once this tech city is built, it can definitely overshadow Brother Ma's headquarters. Mr. Yi Kuan, can we talk privately? Nicholas Moken walked over to Yi Kuan with a wine glass and whispered, "Here it comes." The delivery guy finally showed up. A smile unconsciously appeared at the corner of Yi Kuan's mouth. He had been waiting for this Western tycoon's delivery guy for a long time. Now, has he finally lost his patience? Are you trying to say that you have the 12 zodiac bronze statues? Yi Kuan smiled, as if talking to an old friend. How did you know?
Nicholas Moken couldn't help but be shocked. His task of luring the snake out of its hole had not yet begun, but Ji Koen had already seen through it. Are you trying to lure me to the high seas to trade the snakehead statue? Ji Koen laughed again. How do you know our plan? Nicholas Moken was once again astonished, his expression quite remarkable. This scheme to lure the snake out was secretly devised by the 5 major Western financial groups to deal with Ji Koen, and very few knew about it. The fact that Ji Koen could grasp their every move was simply unbelievable. He then picked up his phone and anxiously made a call, only to find no one answering. I'm sorry, but the snakehead statue that your Western powers stole has already been reclaimed by me. Ji Koen took a sip of Romani Conti wine and smiled. Everything was under his control. He had already dispatched the Dawn No. 1 robot to the high seas to retrieve the snakehead statue. Not only did he want to reclaim the snakehead statue, but he also intended to recover all the remaining 12 Zodiac bronze statues that had been lost overseas. The snakehead statue has already been taken by you? Nicholas Moken frowned. The power that Ji Koen controlled was greater than he had imagined, capable of snatching treasures from the Moken family. To say snatch is not quite accurate, it should be said that it is returning to its rightful owner. All the treasures of the Dragon Kingdom that your Western powers have taken will return to the Dragon Kingdom, Ji Koen said coldly. He not only wanted to reclaim the remaining bronze heads of the 12 Zodiac statues but also to retrieve all other treasures that had fallen overseas. He would not let a single one of those Western financial families' vaults go unscathed. I not only know your conspiracy, but I also know that you are a direct member of the Moken Financial Group. Ji Koen stared at Nicholas Moken and said coldly, since you know I am a member of the Moken Financial Group, you should understand our terrifying power. Surrender obediently and come back with me to face judgment. At this moment, Nicholas Moken was not flustered, instead, he showed a proud expression. The Moken Financial Group was one of the most powerful financial groups in the world, wealthy enough to rival nations, with immense power. Even some countries did not dare to provoke the Moken Financial Group. Judgment? You think you are worthy? Ji Koen sneered, exuding the aura of a master. What of the Moken Financial Group? If they provoked him, he would crush them without hesitation. The Moken family's people dared to be arrogant upon entering the Dragon Kingdom, simply unaware of their impending doom. Meteor shower. Look, the Leonid's meteor shower is here. What a dense meteor shower. So beautiful. Let's go outside to watch the Leonid's meteor shower. Hurry and make a wish. Suddenly, someone exclaimed. Outside, the sky was filled with a dazzling and dense meteor shower. It had arrived. A wave of powerful cosmic high-frequency energy descended to Earth along with the Leonid's meteor shower. Humanity and life on Earth were about to awaken on a massive scale. Meteors streaked across the sky, forming brilliant trails of light as they descended to Earth. This was the Leonid's meteor shower. No, this was no longer a meteor shower, it was a meteor storm. When the scale of a meteor shower exceeds 1,000 meteors per hour, it can be called a meteor storm. The Leonid's meteor shower was extremely dense, exceeding 10,000 meteors per hour. In every corner of the globe, this Leonid's meteor storm could be seen. What a beautiful Leonid's meteor shower. Hurry and make a wish. Countless people looked up at the sky and began to make wishes. Meanwhile, some martial artists sat cross-legged on the ground, adopting a 5-heart upward posture, beginning to receive the baptism of cosmic high-frequency energy. Ding! Accompanied by the massive Leonid's meteor storm, a wave of powerful cosmic high-frequency energy began to impact the Earth. Ding! Strength +1. Ding! Agility +1. Ding! Constitution +1. Ding! Spirit +1. Ding! Constitution +1. Ding! Spirit +1. Such a strong wave of cosmic energy, my body is starting to evolve automatically. Ji Koen couldn't help but show a look of surprise. He did nothing but look up at the meteor shower, yet all 4 of his basic physical attributes were continuously improving. After this meteor shower, the overall quality of Earth's life forms would likely increase significantly. Moreover, many awakeners and superhumans with extraordinary abilities would emerge. The entire Earth was beginning to become extraordinary. So beautiful. This must be a meteor shower. The whole sky is filled with beautiful meteors streaking across, it's so dazzling. Hee. With so many meteors, I can make countless wishes. In the moon viewing pavilion on the 3rd floor, in Yubai, Lun Luoying, Su Linglong, Mi Yashin, and other girls looked at the beautiful meteor shower passing through the sky, all showing expressions of delight. They had never seen such a large-scale and splendid meteor shower before. Stop making wishes. Such a large-scale meteor shower could lead to a mass awakening of humanity. Quick, follow me, sit cross-legged, and direct your hearts to the sky to receive the baptism of this wave of cosmic high-frequency energy.
Chan Yueshi displayed the demeanor of a big sister, prompting the girls to imitate her and sit down cross-legged, palms facing the sky, naturally resting on your legs, with 4 hearts directed to the heavens. The Baihui point at the top of your head represents the heart of the head, naturally facing the sky. This is the 5 hearts directed to the heavens. Chang Yueshi struck the pose of the 5 hearts directed to the heavens and spoke. Chan Yutong, Mi Yashin, Lun Luoying, Su Linglong, and the others followed suit, sitting cross-legged with their 5 hearts directed to the heavens. With a heart as calm as water, feel this intense wave of cosmic high-frequency energy, and you may awaken extraordinary abilities. Chang Yueshi said. The last time cosmic high-frequency energy descended upon Earth, she had awakened once. This time, the wave of cosmic energy was dozens of times stronger than the last, making her feel astonished. Sister Chang, what cosmic energy? Why can't I feel anything? Mi Yashin, with a lollipop in her mouth, asked with a confused expression. She only saw the beautiful meteor shower and couldn't feel any cosmic high-frequency energy at all. Sister Chang, I can't feel the cosmic energy either. Su Linglong also seemed anxious. With a heart as calm as water, eliminate distractions, and only then can you sense this vast cosmic energy. Chang Yueshi said. If one was not a martial artist and did not grasp the method, it would be difficult to clearly perceive this cosmic high-frequency energy. Just then, Yi Kuan flashed and rushed up to the moon viewing pavilion. Yi Kuan, why are you here? Chang Yueshi's beautiful eyes fixed on Yi Kuan, asking curiously. Yi Kuan was powerful and should have awakened once already. At this moment, he should seize the time to absorb the cosmic energy. If he awakened a second time, his strength would soar. Brother Yi Kuan. Chang Yutong, Lung Luoying, Su Linglong, Su Yushue, and the others all turned their gazes toward Yi Kuan. This is an awakening stone, each of you take one, hold it in your palm, and it can help you awaken extraordinary abilities. Yi Kuan said, directly and domineeringly grabbing Chang Yueshi's jade hand and placing an awakening stone in her palm. Then, he gave an awakening stone to Chang Yutong, and Yubai, Lung Luoying, Su Linglong, Mi Yashin, Ji Zian, Yukino Rinko, Princess Catherine, and the 5 sisters of Su Yushue. This awakening stone was exchanged from the system mall and could help people awaken extraordinary abilities. Hu Yuqi's circle of friends would eventually become his women, so he first helped them awaken. The cosmic high-frequency energy was impacting the Earth, presenting a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for awakening. If they missed this, who knows how many years they would have to wait. Awakening stone? Chang Yueshi held the awakening stone given to her by Yi Kuan and immediately felt her perception of the cosmic high-frequency energy sharpen several times. Yi Kuan actually had such a magical thing as an awakening stone. Whoa. Suddenly, a huge wolf howl echoed through the private garden of the villa, sending chills down the spine. Was this a biological mutation? Or had someone turned into a monster? You all stay here and awaken in peace, I'll handle this. Yi Kuan said to Chang Yueshi and the other women. Then, with a flicker of his figure, he left Wanyue Pavilion. Monster, that's a monster, he transformed. He turned into a werewolf. Run, there's a werewolf. In Hu Yuqi's private garden, a Western man in a suit was rapidly sprouting thick fur. His muscles swelled quickly, becoming incredibly strong, bursting through his suit, and he grew to over 3 meters tall. His human head quickly transformed into a wolf's head, fierce and terrifying. Whoa! The werewolf monster howled, eyes gleaming with ferocity, and lunged at the fleeing crowd. Rip! Rip! With a few swipes of its claws, the werewolf tore several fleeing people to shreds, screams filling the scene. Quick, shoot, kill this monster. The bodyguards of Hu Yuqi drew their handguns and fired at the werewolf monster. Bang! Bang! Bang bang bang! The dense gunfire rang out, bullets hitting the werewolf monster. However, the werewolf's tough skin absorbed the bullets, it merely winced in pain, baring its teeth without sustaining any injuries. Whoa! The werewolf lunged into the group of bodyguards, one claw tearing a bodyguard to pieces, while another swipe sent another bodyguard flying. Then, the werewolf cast a fierce gaze toward Hu Yuqi, not far away. Hu Yuqi was wearing a dazzling pink diamond star around her neck, radiating strange energy, instantly capturing the werewolf's attention. Whoa! The werewolf howled, revealing a savage expression, and pounced toward Hu Yuqi. Her bodyguards were ruthlessly swatted away by the werewolf. Chi-Chi, I'm coming. At that moment, a handsome figure descended from the sky, blocking in front of Hu Yuqi. It was Yi Kuan. At this moment, Hu Yuqi was surrounded by starlight, looking extraordinary. This was a sign of awakening. Brother Yi Kuan! Hu Yuqi exclaimed in surprise upon seeing Yi Kuan appear to protect her. At this time, the starlight around her shone brightly, flowing like light, resembling a celestial maiden descending to earth. Simultaneously, a faint, pleasant fragrance emanated from her body, captivating those around her.
Even Yikuan couldn't help but be drawn closer by this alluring scent. "Chichi, you smell so good." Yikuan approached Huyuchi and sniffed. It was so fragrant. This was a special body scent.
Strangely, this fragrance seemed to affect not the sense of smell but directly impacted the spirit, making one feel dizzy. This must be Huyuchi's special ability upon awakening.
Ding! Detected that Huyuchi has awakened a special physique, Chaotic World Enchantress.
Chaotic World Enchantress physique effect, naturally emits alluring fragrance, affecting partners, can bring mental pleasure, making one feel euphoric, with a maximum increase of 500% in intimacy.
When affecting enemies, it induces hallucinations, pulling opponents into illusions, rendering them defenseless, like fish on a chopping board, at the mercy of others. Wow! Huyuchi's Chaotic World Enchantress physique is quite powerful, especially since it can enhance intimacy. Interesting. Brother Yikuan, be careful! Huyuchi cried out. At that moment, as Yikuan was distracted, the fierce werewolf had already lunged at them, reaching them in the blink of an eye. The werewolf's sharp claws swiped toward Yikuan, who stood in front of Huyuchi. "Little Chichi, don't panic." Yikuan regained his focus, remaining very calm. Boom! Yikuan lightly punched the air in front of him. Suddenly, the space trembled violently, and numerous cracks appeared like a mirror. Then with a crack, it shattered into countless fragments. Ah! The werewolf let out a painful scream. His wolf claw had just touched this space and was directly crushed by the power of the space. Then, the werewolf's massive body was violently thrown away. What the hell? What kind of ability is this? The werewolf covered his bleeding severed claw, revealing a look of terror. Brother Yikuan is amazing. What kind of ability is this that can shatter space? Huyuchi was both surprised and delighted, her eyes filled with admiration as she looked at Yikuan. Ding! Gained admiration value from the stunning beauty Huyuchi, super critical hit plus 666,666. This is my spatial ability. It can make the space tremble, shatter, and strangle. To attack the opponent, Yikuan said with a smile. Space was originally formless, but when he punched down, it transformed into a tangible mirror. Then it trembled, shattered, and produced immense destructive power. A type of spatial ability can actually be divided into many branches. For example, spatial tremor, spatial shattering, spatial cutting, spatial teleportation. Developing any branch of the ability will ultimately lead to incredibly powerful capabilities. Spatial abilities are the king of abilities. With time abilities not emerging, who can compete? Chichi, you've awakened your abilities too, quickly try to use them. Yikuan said to Huyuchi. Ha? Did I awaken my abilities? Huyuchi looked adorably confused, not even knowing what ability she had awakened. However, she could sense that she seemed to have changed. You've awakened a special physique. You should have mastered a type of mental ability, Yikuan said. Huyuchi had just awakened the chaotic beauty physique, and it was normal not to know how to use it. Okay, then I'll give it a try, Huyuchi said. Then, she controlled her ability to act on the werewolf. Instantly, the werewolf became dazed, showing a foolish expression, completely trapped in an illusion. Werewolf, dance, Huyuchi commanded. Immediately, the werewolf awkwardly wiggled its butt and began to dance a strange dance, looking very comical. Imagine a 3-meter-tall muscular werewolf dancing. What would that look like? Hee. This is so fun. Brother Yikuan, that werewolf completely obeys my commands and cannot resist. It does whatever I tell it to do. Huyuchi smiled at Yikuan. It was her first time using her special ability, and she found it very amusing. Chichi, you're really naughty, making a werewolf dance. Yikuan laughed, wrapping his arms around Huyuchi's delicate waist. Now, the alluring fragrance emanating from Huyuchi captivated him, making him want to get closer involuntarily. If before, Huyuchi's attraction to him was 90, now it had at least reached 270, increasing several times. Awwa! Suddenly, several wolf howls came from not far away, and 7 or 8 ferocious werewolves rushed towards Yikuan and Huyuchi. The leading werewolf king, transformed from Nicholas Moken, was much more robust than the other werewolves. Sit down, werewolves! When those werewolves were about 10 meters away from Huyuchi, they all thudded to the ground, falling in a dog-eat-dog manner. However, the werewolf king stumbled slightly and did not completely fall, glaring fiercely as it continued to pounce towards Huyuchi. Seeking death. Yikuan's gaze turned cold. The quantum divine weapon transformed into 72 flying knives, forming a sun-wheel-shaped psychic weapon in the air. Incredibly cool. The sun-wheel spun rapidly, shooting out towards the head of the werewolf king. Rip! The sun-wheel transformed into a beam of light, sweeping past, and the werewolf king's head flew off. Then, his body reverted to human form,
revealing the headless Nicholas Moken. His head also returned to human appearance, wide-eyed, not even knowing how he had died. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sunwheel, composed of 72 flying knives, spun rapidly in the air, slitting the throats of all nearby werewolves. In the blink of an eye, over a dozen werewolves were killed by Yi Kuan's telekinetic weapon. Then, the 72 flying knives reformed into a cool sunwheel shape, flying back to Yi Kuan's side, hovering in midair. This sunwheel was a telekinetic weapon transformed from quantum weapons, incredibly powerful. When combined, it formed a sunwheel. When separated, it could instantly become 72 flying knife telekinetic weapons. Brother Yi Kuan is so amazing, so magical. Hu Yuqi was stunned by Yi Kuan's miraculous attack method. Go check on the injured, Yi Kuan said to Hu Yuqi. The ones who had been injured in the villa were the western werewolves brought by the Moken family, all of whom he had wiped out with his telekinetic weapons. Just then, Chang Yueshi also came down from the moon viewing pavilion on the 3rd floor, walking towards Yi Kuan and Hu Yuqi. She was surrounded by a divine radiance, like a goddess descending, even more sacred and enchanting. Chang Yueshi had clearly awakened her special abilities. Guess what special ability Chang Yueshi has awakened? Chang Yueshi walked towards Yi Kuan and Hu Yuqi, stepping gracefully, bathed in a golden glow, sacred and noble, like a goddess coming to the world. It was evident that she had awakened a divine light-type ability. Cici, you've awakened too. What ability is it? Hu Yuqi hurriedly approached Chang Yueshi, asking curiously. Chang Yueshi, enveloped in divine radiance, looked extraordinary. It's nothing special, I've awakened a healing-type ability, Chang Yueshi said modestly. When she awakened, the radiance flowed, incredibly sacred, with astonishing phenomena. She thought she had awakened something remarkable, but in reality, it was just a divine healing-type ability. However, her healing power was very strong, equivalent to a powerful healer for a team. Moreover, it seemed she was only in the initial stages of awakening, with room for further improvement. Ding, detected Chang Yueshi's special physique, Radiant Holy Body, Initial Awakening, Effect 1 of Radiant Holy Body. When breaking the virginity for the first time, both parties will receive a baptism of divine radiance, healing all injuries and eliminating all hidden wounds. Additionally, it enhances both parties' potential, increasing both parties' basic physical attributes by 50% at once. Effect 2 of Radiant Holy Body. During intimate moments, both parties will receive blessings of divine radiance, steadily and continuously enhancing their basic physical attributes. Unlimited enhancement, no limit, awakened S-level ability, divine radiance, healing type, possessing powerful healing effects, dealing an additional 300% damage to dark creatures. Wow! Chang Yueshi's Radiant Holy Body is even more impressive than Hu Yuqi's Chaotic World Demoness physique, especially some of the special effects, truly opening Yi Kuan's eyes and sparking his imagination. This world is indeed full of wonders, to have such a peculiar holy body. Love it, love it. Chang Yueshi is truly the queen he had long since reserved. Her holy body ability is tailor-made for him. Must take her down. She can only be his woman. Yi Kuan's gaze towards Chang Yueshi couldn't help but become a bit heated. Chang Yueshi was simply a treasure, and a vast, inexhaustible treasure that he could continuously develop. With Chang Yueshi, becoming the strongest emperor in the universe is not a dream. Do I look good? Chang Yueshi noticed Yi Kuan's gaze and couldn't help but glare at him with her beautiful eyes. Not just good-looking, it's simply too good-looking, and even more divine and beautiful. Yi Kuan laughed, not shying away from the fact that Hu Yuqi was right beside them. After awakening her radiant holy body, Chang Yueshi's looks and charm had improved even further, becoming more radiant and sacred, untouchable. Only by conquering such an exceptional and enchanting figure would one feel a greater sense of achievement. Chi-Chi, he's openly teasing me, and you're not going to do anything about it. Chang Yueshi shot Yi Kuan a glare and complained to Hu Yuqi. Yi Kuan saw the heat in her eyes and was sure she was thinking of doing something bad. No one had ever dared to tease her, except for Yi Kuan. Other men looked at her in awe, completely afraid to show any signs of disrespect. But Yi Kuan was different. It was as if he already considered her his woman, his gaze aggressive and unreserved. She hadn't even agreed to be Yi Kuan's woman yet. Cici, I can't manage brother Kuan by myself, why don't you help me keep an eye on him? Hu Yuqi smiled at Chang Yueshi. Chang Yueshi was her best friend and a queen-like enchantress. Having her help manage Yi Kuan would ensure that he wouldn't be taken away by other female demons. Once, she had wanted to monopolize Yi Kuan all to herself. Later, she realized that such a thought was very unrealistic. Yi Kuan was simply too enchanting, even more so than Chang Yueshi. In every aspect, he was super powerful and incredibly strong, a versatile and extraordinary talent. He was destined to become an emperor. A man like that could not possibly have only one woman. Since that was the case, rather than letting Yi-kun seek out women outside, it was better to have her circle of friends share the burden. With a dozen exceptional friends, each one a beauty, with talents that were extraordinary, how could they not secure Yi-kun? Especially Chang Yueshi among her friends, who was incredibly enchanting and a queen. She should be able to keep Yi-kun in check. Chichi, you spoil him too much, that's why he feels so fearless, Chang Yueshi said. Although she said that, she did not oppose Hu Yuchi's opinion. Clearly, they had already discussed this issue privately among their circle of friends. They had even reached some sort of consensus. Chang Yueshi was also very attracted to Yi-kun. If Yi-kun didn't want to let her go, how could she possibly want to let him go? What do you all plan to do about me? We can discuss it later, let's first check on the injured, Yi-kun said. He could see that Hu Yuchi's circle of friends had reached a consensus. They even intended to take the initiative against him. Chang Yueshi was even more infatuated with him. It was only a matter of time before she became his woman. My holy radiant ability has powerful healing capabilities, let's go see the injured. Chang Yueshi nodded. This holy radiant ability she awakened was extraordinary. As long as the person wasn't dead, she could bring them back to life. Let's first check on the injuries of my bodyguards, Hu Yuchi said. Previously, several bodyguards had been thrown and injured by powerful werewolves while protecting her. Chang Yueshi nodded. She didn't even need to check the injuries of those wounded. She just swept her gaze over them and activated her holy radiant ability. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Rays of holy light descended from the sky, illuminating the injured individuals. In an instant, their injuries healed, and they became lively and energetic. So amazing. My intestines were pulled out by the werewolf. I thought I was going to die, but unexpectedly, a beam of light came down, and I was healed without even needing to go to the hospital. This is a miracle. This is a miraculous ability, a new power awakened by humanity. Suddenly, the security personnel at Hu Yuchi's villa looked at Chang Yueshi with even more reverence, treating her as a goddess. Even if others have awakened their abilities, none have the astonishing effects of Chang Yueshi's powers. Prince Charles, you're injured too? Yi-kun approached the Dubai prince to greet him. He noticed a claw mark on the prince's arm, but the blood had already dried. Just a small injury, nothing to worry about. The Dubai prince laughed, looking quite cheerful. Earlier, he had seen a werewolf go berserk and had stepped in to stop it, which led to him getting scratched. I just awakened my powers and can't control them perfectly yet, or I wouldn't have gotten hurt, the Dubai prince said. Then, he used his powers, and suddenly a whirlwind of sand whipped around him. A swirl of fine sand danced and spun around the wound on his arm, slowly healing it. Wow! This is a natural type sand ability. From now on, don't call him the Dubai prince, just call him Old Sand. Speaking of which, Dubai has many deserts, so Old Sand awakening this ability is quite fitting. Mr. Yi-kun, you've awakened a powerful ability too, right? Are you interested in a little competition? The Dubai prince said, looking eager to try. Suddenly endowed with a powerful natural ability, he was keen to test this extraordinary power. Old Sand, are you sure you want to compete with me? Yi-kun smiled. Old Sand was getting a bit too full of himself, daring to challenge him. The Godly Rich headquarters holds a quiz and exclusive red envelope event every noon, an entertainment activity for die-hard fans and true lovers. Handsome guys and beautiful girls who seriously follow the story can join in. When a person suddenly gains powerful supernatural abilities, it's easy for them to become arrogant. The Dubai prince was just like that, having awakened the natural sand ability, his confidence soared, and he wanted to challenge Yi-kun. Yi-kun didn't want to see the Dubai prince get too carried away, so he agreed to a friendly spar. Instantly, the match between Yi-kun and the Dubai prince attracted a crowd. A small number of people present had also awakened their abilities, but most were just ordinary skills. People like the Dubai prince, who awakened a natural ability, were rare, let alone Yi-kun, who had awakened a spatial ability. Sandstorm, rise! The Dubai prince unleashed his sand ability, and a gust of wind and sand swept through the private garden. The wind and sand gathered more and more, forming a small sandstorm. Wow! Is this the natural ability? So powerful! A sandstorm, this is the power of nature. The onlookers were all astonished, retreating far away, afraid of being swept away by the sandstorm. For most, it was the first time witnessing that humans could control such supernatural forces. Soon after, a massive tornado formed within the sandstorm, sweeping toward Yi-kun. This tornado was several times thicker than a barrel, entirely made of wind and sand, with an overwhelming momentum. The Dubai prince was completely merged with the wind and sand, rushing madly toward Yi-kun. Mr. Yi, this is my sandstorm tornado ability. I still can't fully control this power, so be careful, ha. The Dubai prince laughed heartily within the sandstorm tornado, completely one with the wind and sand. The ability to control supernatural forces thrilled him immensely. You really haven't mastered this power yet, Yi Kuan said calmly. The sandstorm tornado rushed toward Yi Kuan, trying to engulf him. Yi Kuan didn't dodge, he simply threw a light punch forward. Instantly, with a crack, a large rift appeared in the space before him, followed by violent tremors, and then it shattered. Boom! The sandstorm tornado was instantly obliterated, and the Dubai prince was blasted away, crashing heavily onto the lawn. Defeated! The Dubai prince, who awakened the sand ability, was defeated in one move by Yi Kuan. Spatial tremors, shattered. Is this the spatial ability? How terrifying! A series of gasps erupted from the crowd, filled with admiration and envy for Yi Kuan's immense power. Ding! Gain worship value super critical hit plus 666,666. At this moment, the Dubai prince lay on the lawn, beginning to doubt his life. His sand manipulation ability was clearly very powerful. Why couldn't it withstand Yi Kuan's single strike? Abnormal. Too abnormal. It was only now that he understood that in front of Yi Kuan, his sand manipulation ability was simply not enough, and he was completely outmatched. Old Shah, are you okay? Yi Kuan walked up to the Dubai prince, wanting to help him up. After all, he had no grudges with the prince, they were merely sparring with their abilities. However, it was clear that the Dubai prince was not on the same level as him. Don't move. My back is going to break. My old back is going to snap. The Dubai prince lay on the ground, holding his back, unable to get up for a long time. He was heavily shaken by Yi Kuan's punch and had directly fallen from mid-air. That impact was truly severe. He suspected he had broken his back. At that moment, the Dubai prince vowed never to seek out Yi Kuan for a fight or sparring again. Damn, too abnormal. At this time, Hu Yuqi and Chang Yueshi also walked over. CC, use holy light to help Mr. Charlie Puth heal, Hu Yuqi said to Chang Yueshi. After all, the Dubai prince was a distinguished guest she had invited. It wouldn't be good if something happened to him. Chang Yueshi nodded. Then, she activated her ability, and a beam of holy light fell upon the Dubai prince. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, the injuries on the Dubai prince were healed. Thank you. President Chang's ability is truly amazing, it has opened my eyes. The Dubai prince got up from the grass and said to Chang Yueshi. It was his first time experiencing such holy light healing. No need for medicine or surgery, and it could quickly heal a person's injuries. It was truly miraculous. Chang Yueshi merely nodded slightly. In front of outsiders, she appeared very cold, even towards the Dubai prince. President Hu, I will take my leave today. You are welcome to visit the Dubai Royal Palace in the future. I will personally host you. The Dubai prince said to Hu Yuqi, Yi Kuan, and Chang Yueshi. Due to the Leonid's meteor shower and the werewolves' disruption, Hu Yuqi's birthday banquet had to end early. Some important guests came over to bid farewell to Hu Yuqi. The Leonid's meteor shower was an opportunity for awakening, and everyone did not want to miss this chance. Chichi, Cici, the Leonid's meteor shower has not completely passed. There will be a second wave of cosmic high-frequency energy descending upon Earth. Don't miss the opportunity to absorb this cosmic energy, Yi Kuan said to Hu Yuqi and Chang Yueshi. The large-scale arrival of cosmic high-frequency energy on Earth was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. After today, the creatures on Earth would undergo massive evolution. Most people would awaken the hidden powers within them, while a small number would awaken special abilities. Even the entire planet's level would be raised. Planets also have levels. It seemed that Earth was evolving too. Hu Yuqi nodded. Let's go to the third floor, to the moon viewing pavilion. Tong Tong and Linglong are still awakening their abilities. Chang Yueshi also spoke up. She did not oppose Yi Kuan calling her Cici in such an affectionate manner. Clearly, she had already acknowledged Yi Kuan in her heart. Thus, Yi Kuan, Hu Yuqi, and Chang Yueshi went up to the third floor of the villa and arrived at the moon viewing pavilion. Sister Chang, Sister Chichi, not good. Miyashi's situation is very strange. Miyashi's ears perked up, her rabbit teeth bared, her eyes a fiery red, her delicate body as soft as if it had no bones, bending at a strange angle. She flailed her arms wildly, looking both cute and fierce. Ding! Detected that Miyashi has awakened a special physique, soft rabbit holy body. At that moment, the system's prompt sounded. The protagonist's women each have their own characteristics. Let's discuss what features the soft rabbit holy body of Miyashi has. Yi Kuan turned his gaze towards Miyashi, the rabbit-eared little girl. She had awakened a soft rabbit holy body. To be called a holy body, it was naturally extraordinary and remarkable. What peculiar traits did this soft rabbit holy body possess? Soft rabbit holy body effect. body flexibility increased by 9,999%, capable of performing various extreme and difficult flexible movements. When attacked, thanks to the body's extremely high flexibility, it can reduce up to 99% of damage. Transform into charming holy rabbit. Transforms from a little rabbit girl into a mature holy rabbit, simultaneously entering a berserk state, with 9,999% speed and 9,999% critical damage. In the berserk state, she will lose her rationality and may attack teammates. Wow! She could enhance her body flexibility by 9,999%. And now, she was about to transform into a charming holy rabbit and enter a berserk state. Xiao. Just then, she broke free from the restraint of her friends and jumped out. At that moment, her pair of rabbit ears had fully grown, standing tall. Her eyes turned a peachy pink, filled with allure. Her figure also grew taller, becoming more slender and sexy, her snow-white peaks more full and towering. Her clothes were stretched tight, appearing somewhat short, revealing her sexy abdomen and navel. The previous she was still a little girl, but after the transformation, she had become a mature and sexy bunny girl. Ding! She in transformed state. She, charming holy rabbit form appearance, 99, monster level, height, 176 figure, perfect type, golden ratio. Bust, 36D status, berserk. 9,999% speed, 9,999% critical damage. Wow! After the transformation, Miyashi's appearance had directly risen to monster level. Her abilities in all aspects were also skyrocketing. However, at this moment, Miyashi had entered a berserk state and lost her rationality. Whoosh! In her berserk state, Miyashi moved with incredible speed, her figure flashing as she dashed towards the door of the Wanyue pavilion. Xiao. Chan Yueshi blocked the exit, preventing Miyashi from rushing out of the Wanyue pavilion. Miyashi's rabbit eyes burst with red light, her long beautiful legs sweeping out, directly triggering the 9,999% critical effect. Chan Yueshi was startled and quickly executed a Tai Chi move, cradling her hands to block Miyashi's kick. Bang! Although Chan Yueshi had neutralized most of Miyashi's attack with her Tai Chi moves, she still felt a terrifying force hit her, her arms aching, and she involuntarily staggered back. The charming holy rabbit's 9,999% critical damage was terrifying. Miyashi's eyes were peachy red, her rabbit teeth bared, completely lost in her berserk state. Whoosh! Miyashi became a blur, continuing to chase after Chan Yueshi, her nails turning into claws aimed at Chan Yueshi's neck. At that moment, Miyashi was entirely a violent rabbit, unable to distinguish friend from foe. Moreover, her speed was simply too fast. In the charming holy rabbit state, she had directly increased to 9,999% speed. Even Chang Yueshi couldn't keep up with her speed. Danger! Chang Yueshi felt an overwhelming sense of crisis. If Miyashi's claw struck her, she could suffer a serious injury. Although she had initially awakened the radiant holy body, her current focus was on healing, lacking offensive and defensive capabilities. Just at that moment of crisis, a handsome figure stood in front of her. It was the dashing Yi Kuan. When Miyashi saw Yi Kuan blocking in front of Chang Yueshi, she directly lunged at Yi Kuan's neck with a claw, incredibly fast. Tear! An invisible spatial barrier appeared in front of Yi Kuan, preventing Miyashi's sharp claws from penetrating. Boom! Miyashi was directly knocked back by a force of space. Seeing that her attack on Yi Kuan and Chang Yueshi was unsuccessful, Miyashi charged towards the nearest Su Linglong. Be careful! The other girls exclaimed, all worried for Su Linglong. Now, Miyashi had gone berserk, completely unrecognizing anyone, extremely brutal. No one expected that the usually cute and soft Miyashi would become the most violent presence. Moreover, in this state of the charming holy body, her speed was simply too fast. Others could not evade her attacks at all. Linglong Jade Tower. Just as Miyashi was about to attack Su Linglong, suddenly, Su Linglong let out a delicate shout, and a wave of glass-like light surged from within her, transforming into a phantom of a delicate jade tower, enveloping her entire body. Ding! Detected that Su Linglong has awakened the Jade Linglong Divine Body. Jade Linglong Divine Body effect. When attacked, it can rebound 30 to 85% of the damage back to the attacker. Additionally, it maintains a period of invulnerability, immune to all extraordinary damage during the invulnerability time. Wow! Su Linglong's awakened ability was also quite remarkable. Boom! Miyashi's attack struck the Linglong treasure tower above Su Linglong, and was directly rebounded by a divine force, crashing heavily to the ground. The rebound effect of Su Linglong's Jade Linglong Divine Body was terrifying, sending Miyashi into a daze, making her sit on the floor, unable to get up for a long time. Xiaomi, calm down. Huyuchi took the opportunity to use the alluring fragrance of the chaotic world enchantress on Miyashi, attempting to mentally control her to calm down. Instantly, influenced by the fragrance, Miyashi was pulled into an illusion by Huyuchi, seemingly less violent. However, her eyes remained a peachy red, not completely exiting the berserk state. Holy Radiance! Chanyashi seized the chance to use her Holy Radiance ability on Miyashi. Suddenly, a beam of holy light fell upon Miyashi's head. However, Miyashi was not a dark creature, she had merely entered a berserk state. Chanyashi's holy light could not dispel Miyashi's berserk state. Hiss! A burst of crimson light erupted from Miyashi's eyes, directly breaking free from the mental illusion created by Huyuchi. Boom! Miyashi transformed into a shadow, crashing through the window and escaping outside. Xiaomi has run away. Hurry and chase her. The girls rushed to the windowsill and saw Miyashi had already jumped from the third floor to the ground. Then, she leaped dozens of meters away, quickly running towards the outside of Huyuchi's villa. Her speed was incredibly fast, faster than a rabbit, and ordinary people simply could not catch up to her. No, now she was like a charming holy rabbit, her speed was beyond that of an ordinary rabbit. I'll chase her. After leaving that sentence, Yi Koen directly jumped down from the third floor windowsill. However, he did not fall to the ground but instead hovered in midair. Yi Koen activated the flight function of his nano armor and quickly pursued Miyashi. Whoosh! With a sound, he flew towards the horizon. Yi Koen can actually fly. Chanyashi and Huyuchi and the others were astonished to see Yi Koen fly away. Yi Koen's methods were truly endless. Miyashi's speed was incredibly fast, and she quickly escaped the villa, racing towards the nearby Qilin mountain, leaping dozens of meters away. The little rabbit runs pretty fast. Yi Koen controlled the nano armor, relentlessly chasing after Miyashi. Not long after, Miyashi fled to Qilin mountain. Yi Koen seized the opportunity and pounced directly, knocking Miyashi to the ground. Got you! Yi Koen pressed down on Miyashi's delicate body. However, Miyashi was as soft as if she had no bones, and instead wrapped her jade-like legs around Yi Koen, entangling him. The two were tightly intertwined. Miyashi's delicate body was incredibly flexible, her jade legs twisted in a strange position, tightly coiling around Yi Koen's waist. Entangle! Tightly entangle! Miyashi's jade legs squeezed with all their might, attempting to strangle Yi Koen. Ow! Yi Koen couldn't help but let out a cry, the sensation was simply too exhilarating. His waist was about to be crushed by Miyashi, this bunny girl. Damn! After transforming into the enchanting holy bunny, Miyashi's legs were incredibly powerful, even Yi Koen couldn't withstand her gentle strangulation. However, Yi Koen was not easy to deal with either. The two exchanged blows, their struggle intense and fierce. Miyashi's delicate body displayed astonishing flexibility, bending into an incredible 270 degrees, her hands locking around Yi Koen's neck, executing a bear choke. Damn, after his waist, now his neck was about to be strangled by Miyashi. He really couldn't understand how such a small bunny could possess such strength. This was a violent bunny. However, Yi Koen's strength was also extraordinary. He turned the tables and suppressed Miyashi again. Firmly suppressing. Yet, Miyashi's delicate body always managed to bend into an unbelievable arc, countering with a Thai-style massage. Yi Koen was once again ensnared by Miyashi's flexible body. This time, his head was trapped by a pair of large spheres, nearly suffocating him on the spot. His body was twisted into a strange shape, rendering him unable to exert any strength. Grab! Yi Koen's hands flailed about. Then, he grabbed Miyashi's pair of bunny ears. Instantly, Miyashi's delicate body trembled slightly, surprisingly loosening her grip on Yi Koen. Could it be that the holy bunny's weakness is her ears? Yi Koen felt a flicker of joy in his heart, as if he had found a way to deal with the enchanting holy bunny. So, he began to stroke the pair of bunny ears. Then, Yi Koen saw Miyashi's eyes turn a peachy pink. At the same time, her gaze towards Yi Koen changed. Pop! Pop pop! Miyashi seemed to be nibbling on a carrot, wildly kissing Yi Koen's lips. Little bunny, what are you doing? Yi Koen didn't expect to be forcefully kissed by the bunny girl. Pop 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 pop. However, Miyashi completely ignored Yi Koen's struggles, showering him with kisses. Can this be tolerated? Yi Koen was furious. He flipped over and pinned Miyashi down, positioning her soft body into an astonishing arc. 1,000,000 words omitted here. Tonight, the moonlight was otherwise. Every time Miyashi activated her soft rabbit holy body, she would go berserk, unable to distinguish between friend and foe, which was quite troublesome. Xiaomi, should I take you home? Yi Koen asked, wrapping his arms around Miyashi's soft figure. No, I want you to stay with me to watch the meteor shower, Miyashi said, lying in Yi Koen's embrace, acting cute. Alright, then let's watch the Leonid's meteor shower fall to earth together. Yi Koen laughed. The two sat on the hillside of Qilin Mountain, watching the beautiful Leonid's meteor shower continuously streak across the sky, falling to earth.
So beautiful, so romantic. She rested her little head against Yikuan's chest, showing a look of intoxication.
This was the most romantic night she had ever experienced in her life. Suddenly, as Yikuan watched a meteor streak across the sky, a mysterious power awakened within him.
Ding! Congratulations to the host for awakening S-level natural fire ability. Awakened? He awakened the fire ability so easily. Yikuan couldn't help but feel a wave of joy.
This was an ability he awakened on his own, and the feeling was simply wonderful.
Following the lightning ability and space ability, he had now mastered fire skills.
At the same time, across the globe, tens of thousands of people awakened various strange abilities. Most people did not gain magical powers, but their physical qualities were comprehensively enhanced under the impact of this wave of cosmic high-frequency energy. This included animals and plants on Earth, all of which underwent comprehensive evolution. However, this evolution was relatively mild and positive. Humanity on Earth did not suddenly enter an apocalyptic state due to this large-scale evolution. Yi Shuai, report to the Dragon Bureau immediately. Suddenly, Yikuan received a confidential message from the military. The Dragon Bureau, newly established, stands for the Dragon Kingdom's Strategic Offense and Defense Security Bureau. As cosmic high-frequency energy continuously impacted Earth, more and more people awakened powerful forces and abilities. Once a person gains powerful strength, it is easy for them to become arrogant and cause trouble. Therefore, the military specially established the Dragon Bureau to ensure the strategic security of the Dragon Kingdom's territory. The Dragon Bureau is a special department dedicated to handling various ability-related incidents. Yikuan took Miyashi and returned to Hu Yuchi's super villa. Xiaomi, you're okay? That's great. Hu Yuchi breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing Miyashi return to her normal state. Xiaomi, you were so violent when you transformed into a rabbit-eared girl earlier, you couldn't tell friend from foe, and you scared us all. Su Linglong, Long Luoying, and Yu Bai, and other female generals surrounded Miyashi, asking with concern. I'm sorry. I scared you. I don't know why I suddenly went berserk, I don't remember. Miyashi scratched her head, feeling embarrassed. Xiaomi, how did you turn back to your normal state from being a rabbit-eared girl? Long Luoying asked curiously. After Miyashi transformed into the charming holy rabbit, she didn't recognize anyone, even attacking them. Now, she had returned to her obedient girl appearance, brought back by Yikuan. It's nothing. Yikuan Gage helped me return to normal. Miyashi shyly stuck out her tongue. Just thinking about what she did with Yikuan on Qilin Mountain made her blush. It was her first time, and it was in the wild, with the sky still showering meteors. Hey, Xiaomi, something's off with you. Very off. Su Linglong looked at Miyashi with suspicion. This cute little muddlehead could still blush. Could it be that she had done something embarrassing with Yikuan Gage? Alright, Xiaomi is already very tired, so don't crowd around her asking questions. Hu Yuchi stepped forward and said to the other girls. Then, she rubbed Miyashi's little head and said, Xiaomi, you can sleep in my room tonight, and go home tomorrow. Alright then, Sister Chichi. Miyashi said with a happy smile. Chang Yueshi couldn't help but glare at Yikuan. This playboy had taken away another beautiful star. Yikuan noticed Chang Yueshi's gaze and gave her a mischievous smile. He hadn't yet captured this most beautiful star. However, Chang Yueshi was already enveloped in his starry domain, and there was no escaping. Then, Yikuan's gaze shifted to Chang Yueton, Su Yushua, and the other 5 sisters. To Yikuan's surprise, several of them had directly awakened their abilities or special physiques. Chang Yuetong had awakened the Moonlight Divine Body, mastering the power of moonlight. Su Yushua had awakened the Snowfall ability. Su Yuhan had awakened the Storm ability. Yi Shuai, Chang Jiang, you all received the summons from the Dragon Bureau, right? The Dragon Bureau wants us to head over immediately. Su Yuhan said to Yi Kuan and Chang Yueshi. She was originally an elite member of the Battle Dragon Special Forces, and now she had been assigned to the Dragon Bureau by the military. Let's go, we'll head to the Dragon Bureau together. Chang Yueshi said. She was a major general in the military and also one of the 4 Dragon Kings of the Dragon Bureau. Then let's go, ride in my Kuanping flying car. Yi Kuan said with a smile. Okay. Chang Yueshi nodded slightly, agreeing to ride in Yi Kuan's Kuanping flying car. Yi Kuan's Kuanping flying car was faster than an armed helicopter, and she wanted to experience this high-tech marvel. So, Chang Yueshi and Su Yuhan followed Yi Kuan to the parking lot, where they saw the cool Divine Beast Kuan-shaped car. Yi Shuai, this Kuanping Divine car only has 2 seats, how are the 3 of us going to fit? Su Yuhan asked in confusion. At that moment, the Kuanping Divine car looked like a cool supercar with only 2 seats. A true divine car shouldn't have fixed seats. It should be able to transform and adjust the number of seats based on the actual situation, Yi Koen said with a smile. Then, he snapped his fingers. The Confronting divine car quickly transformed from its original 2 seats to 4 seats under the astonished gazes of Chang Yueshi and Su Yuhan. That's amazing. The seats can change freely, and it's so intelligent, it truly deserves to be called a divine car, Su Yuhan exclaimed, jumping into the back seat of the Confronting divine car. Yi Shuai, can I drive? Chang Yueshi turned her beautiful eyes towards Yi Koen. She had driven planes, submarines, tanks, and even the world's largest mining trucks, but she had never driven a flying divine car. No problem, Cece, you can drive, Yi Koen said with a smile, fulfilling Chang Yueshi's small request. What about the keys? Chang Yueshi reached out her hand for the car keys. No need for keys, this is an intelligent divine car. It can unlock with fingerprints, voice recognition, pupil recognition, and even facial recognition, Yi Koen said with a smile. What kind of backward technology still needed keys? The Confronting divine car had already achieved full intelligence. Then, Yi Koen approached the Confronting divine car, and the vehicle's intelligence system recognized the owner, automatically opening the car door. The car door of the Confronting divine car was also very cool, resembling the wings of the golden-winged dapeng bird, completely overshadowing butterfly doors and seagulls. That's incredible. This is a true high-tech divine car. Chang Yueshi also showed a hint of astonishment as she stepped into the driver's seat of the Confronting divine car with her long legs. Yi Koen took the passenger seat. How do you drive this car? How does it transform? How does it fly? After sitting in the driver's seat, Chang Yueshi asked a series of questions. The interior of the Confronting divine car was different from any sports car or plane she had driven before. It's very simple. The car mode is not much different from the cars you usually drive, just faster and smarter. This is the transformation button, one-click quick transformation. This is the golden-winged dapeng flying mode. This is the intelligent driving mode. Yi Koen leaned closer to Chang Yueshi, patiently explaining the operation of the Confronting divine car to her. The faint fragrance emanating from Chang Yueshi captivated him. I understand now. Chang Yueshi smiled, showing no resistance to Yi Koen's affectionate gestures, but rather enjoying the moment. Moreover, she was very intelligent. She grasped everything she learned immediately. After Yi Koen explained it once, she completely mastered the method of controlling the Confronting divine car. Boom! Chang Yueshi started the car, and the divine beast Koen let out a roar like an ancient mythical creature. The sound was incomparable to any ordinary sports car. She gently pressed the accelerator, and the Confronting divine car shot out like a true divine beast Koen diving into the North Sea, speeding away. The acceleration from 0 to 100 took less than 0.1 seconds, and in the blink of an eye, the speed reached 100 kilometers per hour. Such a divine car could not be driven by ordinary people. However, the Confronting divine car had an intelligent driving system that did not require manual control. This is amazing. The performance is simply unbeatable. Chang Yueshi was very excited. She suddenly pressed the accelerator, and the speed of the Confronting divine car instantly soared to 200, then 300, transforming into a streak of black lightning. Transform, golden-winged Great Peng form. Chang Yueshi pressed a large button on the central control labeled Great Peng spreading wings. In an instant, the divine beast Koen sprouted a pair of golden wings, transforming directly into the golden-winged Great Peng bird form, soaring into the sky, straight up to the heavens. Oh, wow, this is so thrilling. Chang Yueshi quickly experienced the joy of driving the Confronting flying car, soaring freely in the sky. When the Confronting flying car accelerated, its speed even broke the sound barrier. Then, it transformed into a golden streak of light, racing towards the headquarters of the Dragon Bureau in Jing'an district of the Magic City. Next, several loyal fans, true love fans, and hall fans will be arranged to join the Dragon Bureau. Daily readers can leave their characters. Is flying high in a car exciting? Yi Koen sat in the passenger seat of the Confronting divine car, gazing at Chang Yueshi's flawless profile. Chang Yueshi was indeed a stunning beauty. No matter from which angle she was viewed, she was incredibly enchanting. She was a flawless beauty, beautiful from every perspective. Moreover, after awakening the radiant holy body, she became even more pure and beautiful. Her appearance score actually increased again, from 9 to 95. This most beautiful star made Yi Koen unable to resist wanting to pluck her from the sky. Maybe in the future, they could have a flying car adventure. It's thrilling. This is my first time controlling such a magical flying car, and I easily reached supersonic speed. Chang Yueshi exclaimed excitedly. Those so-called supercars, even airplanes, were simply weak compared to the Confronting divine car. This was the true feeling of freedom like flying. One could reach the moon in the sky or catch turtles in the sea. This was the real super divine car. It could be said that after experiencing the Confronting divine car once, one would instantly lose interest in traditional cars. From now on, only the super divine car that could fly, run, and transform would be loved. Now, the Confronting divine car was the only super divine car on Earth that could fly in the air. Flying in the air meant no traffic jams, and it was also supersonic. Soon, the Confronting divine car flew to the headquarters building of the Dragon Bureau, landing directly on the top floor.
Then, Yi Kun, Chang Yueshi, and Su Yuhan took the elevator straight to the underground base of the building.
As the saying goes, the greatest concealment is in the city. The headquarters of the Dragon Bureau was located in the bustling Jing'an district of the Magic City, near the most prosperous Nanjing Road. On the surface, it was an ordinary building, but the office of the Dragon Bureau was located in the underground base.
Yi Shuai, boss, captain.
As soon as Yi Kun entered the Dragon Bureau, elite members of the Battle Dragon Special Forces, such as Lu Lingfeng, Feng Shunqian, He Yufeng, Xu Tianhe, and Shangguan Jiayu, enthusiastically surrounded him. Yi Kun was not only their leader but also their captain, and even a young marshal in the military.
You all joined the Dragon Bureau? Yi Kun asked curiously.
He didn't expect to see all the members of the Dragon Special Forces this time. The Dragon Bureau has just been established, and they are short on personnel. So the bureau chief directly incorporated all of us from the Dragon Special Forces. Lu Lingfeng said with a smile. Yi Kun had saved him from the Kuan clan's lair, giving him a new lease on life. He even provided him with a quantum battle knife, allowing his strength to soar. After some training on Dragon Star, his power had directly broken through to half a grandmaster. Lu Lingfeng held Yi Kun in great esteem and was his #1 loyal expert. Marshal Yi, that quantum divine bow you gave me is simply amazing.
I can't put it down. Every time I see this divine bow, I think of you. Shangguan Jiayu came to Yi Kun's side, excitedly touching the Taiwa divine bow in her hands.
Since obtaining the quantum divine bow, she had never missed a shot, becoming the envy of everyone as a heavenly beauty. During the days she couldn't see Yi Kun, she kept the Taiwa divine bow as her companion, her mind filled with Yi Kun's handsome figure.
Shangguan Jiayu was lovesick for Yi Kun.
That playboy Yi Kun has women in the Dragon Bureau, and even the precious jewel of the Shangguan family might be taken by him. Chang Yueshi glanced at Shangguan Jiayu and knew she had already fallen deeply for Yi Kun, yet another woman in love with him. Now, she felt both anger and affection towards Yi Kun, along with a sense of crisis.
There were simply too many women who loved Yi Kun, and each one was stunning and extraordinary.
If she continued to be passive, she might lose her position as the master of the harem. No, she had to take the initiative and win over Yi Kun. Chang Yueshi had already developed feelings for Yi Kun and was now thinking of turning the tables. However, she was very clever and knew she couldn't be too obvious. She still needed Yi Kun to pursue her. The bureau chief is here. At that moment, General Gu Zhentian led a group of top military experts, striding in with great authority. Gu Zhentian was a general in the military, having made significant contributions in resisting the Kuan clan's biological attacks. This time, he was directly appointed by the supreme leader as the head of the Dragon Bureau, responsible for the strategic security of Long Country. The military experts behind him exuded a powerful aura, and one of them, nicknamed Heavenly Sword, was exceptionally talented, his strength not inferior to Lu Lingfeng's.
Brother Yi Kun. Just then, a voice came from the crowd. It was Gu Linger. Seeing Yi Kun, Gu Linger happily rushed over. Linger, how did you also enter the Dragon Bureau? Yi Kun asked curiously. Because I awakened my superpower. And it's a very powerful one. Brother Yi Kun, guess what superpower Linger awakened?
Gu Linger blinked her beautiful eyes, looking very proud.
Ding! Detected that Gu Linger has awakened the Devouring Demon Body. Devouring Demon Body effect, can devour and absorb the opponent's superpower energy for personal use.
It can also extract energy essence, continuously strengthening itself. Gu Linger's Devouring Demon Body is quite formidable, practically a nemesis to most superpowered individuals. Moreover, the more energy she devours, the stronger she will become in the later stages. It can be said that Gu Linger possesses immense potential with her Devouring Demon Body.
No wonder the old general brought her into the Dragon Bureau. Linger, don't be reckless.
The old general scolded Gu Linger. Gu Linger stuck out her tongue and quietly stood behind Yi Kun. The purpose of gathering everyone here at the Dragon Bureau is to announce some important matters. The old general scanned the crowd and began to speak. Our responsibility at the Divine Dragon Bureau is to protect the Dragon Kingdom, to be in charge of its strategic security, and to manage those with special abilities. The old general briefly outlined the main duties of the Divine Dragon Bureau. Nowadays, humans are awakening, and those with special abilities are emerging frequently. A great era is about to arrive.
The Divine Dragon Bureau will play a crucial role in stabilizing the Dragon Kingdom in this new age.
I announced the establishment of a Dragon Emperor and 4 Dragon Kings within the Divine Dragon Bureau. The old general scanned the crowd and spoke. Since the Divine Dragon Bureau is a special organization, it must have its own hierarchy. Top experts will have their unique titles. 1 Emperor and 4 Kings represent the highest combat power of the Divine Dragon Bureau.
1 Dragon Emperor and 4 Dragon Kings? The crowd became curious. Who would become the Dragon Emperor of the Divine Dragon Bureau, and who could become the 4 Dragon Kings? 1 Emperor and 4 Kings, this is a position of honor. Only the strongest among the Divine Dragon Bureau have the qualification to receive such titles. Now, I will first announce the recipients of the Dragon King titles. The old general's gaze swept across the room, finally landing on Lu Lingfeng. Lu Lingfeng, captain of the Battle Dragon Special Forces, has fought numerous times in the abyss against alien monsters, achieving great merit, holding the rank of Major General, and possessing half-step Grandmaster strength. He deserves the title of Dragon King, known as Lingfeng Dragon King. The old general directly announced Lu Lingfeng as the Lingfeng Dragon King of the Divine Dragon Bureau. Clap, clap, clap. The venue erupted in warm applause. Lu Lingfeng's attainment of the Dragon King title was widely expected. No one could dispute it. Chan Yueshi, a military genius, has participated in the defense of the Abyss base, exterminating countless Abyss monsters, with remarkable military achievements, holding the rank of Major General, and possessing half-step Grandmaster strength. She deserves the title of Dragon King, known as Siye Dragon King. The old general announced. The venue once again erupted in warm applause. Chan Yueshi's reputation as a genius was widely known in the military. She has beauty, strength, and military accomplishments, making her deserving of the title of Female Dragon King. Tianjian, a hidden expert in the military, the #1 genius in swordsmanship, has achieved countless military merits, holding the rank of Major General, and possessing half-step Grandmaster strength. He deserves the title of Dragon King, known as Tianjian Dragon King. The old general turned his gaze to a man beside him and announced. Yi Koan looked at Tianjian, noticing that although he was young, he exuded an air of arrogance and defiance. Tianjian also looked at Yi Koan, a hint of pride in his eyes. Yi Koan smiled indifferently, not taking it to heart. I have announced 3 Dragon King titles, and the 4th Dragon King title is temporarily vacant. Everyone present, based on your contributions and merits in the Divine Dragon Bureau, has the opportunity to become the 4th Dragon King. The old general scanned the crowd and spoke. To become a Dragon King of the Divine Dragon Bureau, both military achievements and strength are essential. Currently, no one has yet qualified for this 4th Dragon King title. The Dragon Kings have been announced, but who will the Dragon Emperor be? Lu Lingfeng, Chang Yueshi, Gu Linger, Feng Shanxian, Shangguan Jiayu, and others all turned their gazes toward Yi Kuan. Among those present, only Yi Shuai had the qualification to attain the title of Dragon Emperor. I announce Yi Shuai as the Dragon Emperor of the Divine Dragon Bureau, leading the 4 Dragon Kings. The old general directly declared Yi Kuan's identity as the Dragon Emperor. Everyone turned their gaze toward Yi Kuan, filled with admiration, yet some were unconvinced. Indeed, not everyone was fully convinced by Yi Kuan as the Dragon Emperor. The Dragon Seat has appointed me as the Dragon Emperor of the Divine Dragon Bureau. From now on, all of you will be under my command. Yi Kuan scanned the crowd with a dominating presence and said, who is in favor, who is against? He glanced at a few troublemakers, finally casting a deep look at Tianjian Dragon King. This person was arrogant and self-proclaimed as a military genius, seemingly not very convinced of him. Brother Yi Kuan becoming the Dragon Emperor is well-deserved. Anyone who dares to oppose me, I will directly drain them dry. Gu Linger bared her teeth and threatened the crowd. She released streams of black mist from her hands, a devouring magic that could consume the enemy's abilities and energy. A few hotheads were startled by Gu Linger's little witch appearance and hurriedly hid behind, not daring to make a sound. It wasn't that they were truly afraid of Gu Linger. Rather, she was the beloved granddaughter of the ancient general of the Dragon Seat, and she had awakened a terrifying devouring ability. No one dared to provoke her. They couldn't fight her, for fear that she might absorb all their powers, leaving them with nowhere to cry. Humph, at least you know your place. Anyone who disrespects Brother Yi Kuan will have to deal with me, Gu Linger. Gu Linger snorted coldly, and seeing that no one stepped forward to oppose her, she couldn't help but feel quite pleased. Don't be fooled by her obedient and cute little girl demeanor in front of Yi Kuan. Usually, she was a veritable little demon king. Yi Kuan looked at Gu Linger's clawing little witch appearance, feeling both amused and exasperated. When had he ever needed this little girl to back him up? However, her demeanor also made him feel incredibly fond of her,
wanting to cherish her well.
Alright, Linger, no more nonsense.
The ancient general felt a headache coming on and scolded her. His granddaughter had been spoiled, always acting like a little witch.
Bringing Linger into the Dragon Bureau, was it a good or bad idea? If things went wrong, the entire Dragon Bureau might be turned upside down. It seemed only Yi Kuan could keep Gu Linger in check.
Since the Dragon Seat has appointed Commander Yi as the Dragon Emperor, we soldiers must naturally obey orders, the Sky Sword Dragon King spoke up. Although he was proud and unruly, he was not foolish enough to openly question the Dragon Seat's orders. However, I hope Commander Yi will have the opportunity to guide us, the Sky Sword Dragon King said to Yi Kuan. He had his pride and would not be convinced without personally testing Yi Kuan's strength. Yi Kuan had led the Dragon Special Forces to clear the underground caves and resolve a major crisis, earning his deep respect. However, when it came to personal combat power, he trusted the sword in his hand more.
No problem, I can guide you anytime, Yi Kuan replied with a calm smile.
For his proud and unruly subordinates, he usually dealt with them directly. If they were unconvinced, he would beat them until they were.
Humph.
The Sky Sword Dragon King felt quite unconvinced at Yi Kuan's offer to guide him, taking on the posture of an elder instructing a junior.
How strong could Yi Kuan be, being younger than him? Tianjian, you might not even be able to defeat me, so don't seek out trouble for yourself. Lu Lingfeng chuckled.
Others might not be clear about Commander Yi's strength, but he was very much aware.
A Grandmaster-level monster from the Koan clan had been cut down by Commander Yi in just a few strikes. How many strikes could the Sky Sword endure? Alright, my word is law.
From today onwards, the one emperor and 4 kings will be the highest combat power of our Dragon Bureau. Everyone must work together to protect the safety of the Dragon Kingdom. The ancient general of the Dragon Seat spoke, exuding the authority of a superior. Next, as the Dragon Emperor, Yi Kuan interacted with the members of the Dragon Bureau, mainly to understand their strengths and abilities. It could be said that there was not a single ordinary person in the Dragon Bureau, each one was a powerful awakened being or ability user. Among them, 2 individuals caught Yi Kuan's special attention. One was called Yi Changqing, ranked 2nd on the assassination list, who had awakened shadow abilities and was a natural assassin. The other was Tang Linghan, the young master of the Tang sect, a master of hidden weapons. He had white hair at a young age, and his eyes were covered with white cloth. It was said that he had blinded himself to practice hidden weapons to the highest level. He was a ruthless person. Ultimately, he awakened his 6th sense, allowing him to shoot hidden weapons with deadly accuracy without needing his eyes, instilling fear in his enemies. In fact, he had awakened mental power.
Commander Yi, can you teach me archery? Shangwan Jiayu kept circling around Yi Kuan and seized an opportunity to whisper, do you want me to teach you archery? Aren't you quite good at it? Yi Kuan couldn't help but glance at Shangwan Jiayu. Could this girl have some ulterior motive? Yes. Commander Yi, your aim is impeccable, you're a true marksman, just teach me, Shangwan Jiayu said in a slightly coquettish tone. She had seen Yi Kuan shoot arrows in the cave before, he was indeed a super marksman, hitting every target. I'll teach you when I have time, Yi Kuan replied helplessly. As the Dragon Emperor, it wouldn't hurt to occasionally guide Shangwan Jiayu. Following that, Yi Kuan established 12 dragon generals within the Divine Dragon Bureau. These 12 dragon generals included Feng Shunxian, Yi Changqing, Tang Linghan, Chu Tianhe, He Yufang, Su Yuhan, Shangwan Jiayu, and others. Each of them possessed master-level strength and had awakened special abilities, making them formidable forces in the outside world. Thus, the structure of 1 Dragon Emperor, 4 Dragon Kings, and 12 Dragon Generals in the Divine Dragon Bureau was initially established. The rest were ordinary special agents. Tonight, the high-frequency cosmic energy brought by the Leonids meteor shower led to a large-scale awakening among humanity on Earth. Most people on Earth unknowingly became stronger. Overnight, the world underwent earth-shattering changes. Wow! My strength has increased, this punch can deliver 300 kilograms. Wow! I can jump over 3 meters high with just a little bounce. I've broken the world high jump record. Wow! I just tested it, I can run 100 meters in 7.9 seconds. Breaking the world record. The problem is, I'm just a high school student. Wow! I can lift a car, am I evolving into Superman? Wow! My dog Wonkai has evolved, it actually helps my son with his elementary school homework. Has it become sentient? What is this? My golden retriever went out for a stroll and brought me back a girlfriend. Some excited netizens uploaded videos they shot to Kunpeng short video and Main short video. In the videos, some people punched through sandbags, kicked through steel plates, split durians with their bare hands, and showcased incredible pulling skills. It seemed that overnight, everyone had become like superheroes. Calling them superheroes might be an exaggeration.
However, almost everyone could run faster, jump higher, and had become stronger compared to before the meteor shower. Previous world records were easily broken by ordinary people. Humanity on Earth had become universally stronger. It seemed that an era where everyone was like dragons was about to arrive. However, the sudden acquisition of immense power by humanity also caused some unrest in society. In Manhwa, it was relatively calm, as most people were law-abiding citizens. Occasionally, some unruly mutants were quickly taken away by individuals in black trench coats. Thanks to the timely response and handling by special departments in Manhwa, society remained harmonious and stable. However, it was not so peaceful in some Western countries. In the beautiful country, due to the financial crisis, a large number of people were unemployed. Many thugs who gained extraordinary powers smashed bank ATMs with their bare hands and directly carried off entire machines. Numerous stores were vandalized and looted. Then, there were prison riots, with a large number of awakened inmates overpowering the guards, leading to a massive jailbreak. Many gang members engaged in large-scale shootouts and riots on the streets. Moreover, those who gained superpowers were spewing fire and water everywhere, creating significant social panic. The mutants described in movies and anime actually appeared in reality. These mutants are not as just and great as in the movies. Instead, they abuse their superpowers recklessly, causing significant destruction and turmoil in society. Many citizens have taken to the streets, demanding the swift enactment of new legislation targeting mutants. Due to the impact of cosmic high-frequency energy, many mutants have appeared in the beautiful country, causing considerable unrest in society. The Black Palace is planning to pass a strict mutant law to bring mutants under legal constraints. The beautiful country is still beautiful, free, and democratic. This is the paradise of dreams. The financial crisis does not affect the citizens of the beautiful country, and mutants are no exception. The unreliable president of the beautiful country once again stepped forward to make a statement, expressing that he would properly discipline and restrain the mutants. Through overseas short video platforms, people from the Dragon Country also saw various chaotic scenes and violent riots in other countries. The beautiful country is so chaotic, everywhere is burning, killing, and looting. Last time it was just a pandemic, and the beautiful country couldn't handle it. How much worse will it be this time with a large-scale human mutation awakening? My cousin said the air in the beautiful country is fragrant, but he was inexplicably burned to death by mutants while walking on the streets of Rocky City. How terrifying. Fortunately, we were born in the Dragon Country. The Dragon Country is the safest place in the world. After comparing the situations at home and abroad, many netizens from the Dragon Country felt very fortunate to be born in such a stable and powerful nation. A large number of citizens from the Dragon Country quickly returned from all over the world. It was too dangerous abroad. The Dragon Country was the safest. Nicholas Moken is dead. All the werewolves he took to the Dragon Country are dead. Be sure to bring that Yi Kuan back to the beautiful country for trial. No, it will be difficult to catch Yi Kuan in the Dragon Country. Send assassins to kill him. I heard that Yi Kuan not only likes national treasures but also beautiful women. Send our most outstanding female agents to seduce and capture Yi Kuan. The 5 major Western financial magnates were furious upon hearing that Nicholas Moken's mission had failed. In the end, they decided to send the top female agents to seduce Yi Kuan. On the other side, Yi Kuan led Chan Yueshi to complete a mission for the Divine Dragon Bureau, recapturing an A-level ability user who had escaped from prison. I'm a bit tired today, can you take me home? Chan Yueshi looked at Yi Kuan with her beautiful eyes and said, Yi Kuan showed a hint of surprise. This was the first time Chan Yueshi had actively invited him to take her home. This is a good sign. Sure, I'll take you. Yi Kuan agreed happily. Then, he drove the Kuanping Divine Vehicle, soaring into the sky with Chan Yueshi. A few minutes later, the Kuanping Divine Vehicle landed in Chan Yueshi's luxurious villa. Come up and have a little wine with me, Chan Yueshi said, her eyes sparkling like autumn water, lightly biting her lip as she invited him. She finally mustered the courage to take the initiative. Yi Kuan nodded. Then, the two went up to the 3rd floor of the villa and entered Chan Yueshi's bedroom. You open the red wine and let it breathe. I'll go change into some home clothes. Chan Yueshi handed Yi Kuan a bottle of red wine and then went to the dressing room. Yi Kuan opened the wine and poured 2 glasses. Before long, Chan Yueshi came out in her home outfit. She wore a simple white cartoon t-shirt on top, revealing 2 smooth, jade-like legs below. This simple outfit exuded an ethereal charm. At that moment, she looked less like a domineering female CEO and more like a fairy from the neighbor's house. After drinking a little wine, Chan Yueshi's cheeks turned slightly red, making her even more enchanting. You know, ever since that kiss last time, I haven't been able to stop thinking about you. Chan Yueshi opened her heart and expressed her feelings of longing. Do you still want a kiss? Yi Koen stepped forward and wrapped his arms around Chang Yueshi's slender waist, grinning mischievously. Her waist was delicate, soft as if boneless, and indescribably wonderful to the touch. I don't just want a kiss. I've been craving you for a long time. Chang Yueshi was quite bold, actively hooking her arms around Yi Koen's neck and passionately kissing him. A deep kiss. Chang Yueshi boldly initiated a deep kiss with Yi Koen, filled with enthusiasm and intensity. Long-standing feelings and longing erupted wildly in that moment. Their lips pressed tightly together, hearts intertwined. Ding! The demon-level beauty Chang Yueshi's favorability towards the host increased by 10. Ding! The demon-level beauty Chang Yueshi's favorability towards the host has risen to 70. After a passionate kiss, Chang Yueshi's favorability towards Yi Koen rapidly increased. Bang! Chang Yueshi directly pushed Yi Koen against the wall. That's right, it was Yi Koen who was pinned against the wall by Chang Yueshi. She pressed him against the wall and then began to kiss him frantically. At that moment, she displayed the dominance of a powerful woman, taking the initiative. Yi Koen got angry and started to counterattack. However, Chang Yueshi firmly held down his wandering hands. Not yet. Chang Yueshi playfully scolded in Yi Koen's ear, stopping his reckless behavior. Woman, you're playing with fire. Yi Koen was unwilling to back down and turned the tables, pinning Chang Yueshi against the wall this time. Now, Yi Koen took the initiative, pressing Chang Yueshi against the wall and raising her hands high to restrain her. Then, he launched an all-out assault. Ding! The demon-level beauty Chang Yueshi's favorability towards the host increased by 10. Ding! The demon-level beauty Chang Yueshi's favorability towards the host has risen to 80. Chang Yueshi struggled fiercely and broke free from Yi Koen's grasp. Not yet, I need to wash up. Chang Yueshi pushed Yi Koen away, revealing a charming smile. She wanted to wash herself beautifully, leaving a wonderful first time. Then let's go together. Yi Koen grabbed Chang Yueshi's delicate hand, wanting to go to the bathroom with her. No! I want to wash by myself. And you can't peek. Chang Yueshi teased with a playful laugh, pushing Yi Koen away again and then escaping towards the bathroom with her long legs. Ah! You little demon! Yi Koen watched Chang Yueshi's enchanting figure flee. What a clever move of feigning retreat to lure in. Yi Koen gritted his teeth in frustration, deciding to let Chang Yueshi feel the wrath of the strongest man from his planet. The sound of the shower water flowed from the bathroom. So, he headed towards the bathroom. He. She said not to peek. Does that really mean he can't peek? Yi Koen wasn't that foolish. He wouldn't peek. Just look openly. The door to the master bedroom's large bathroom wasn't locked, and the sound of water still flowed from inside. Yi Koen easily walked into the large bathroom. Then, he saw a graceful and fiery figure reflected on the glass of the shower. It was hazy and alluring, extremely seductive. The more it was like this, the more it could stir a man's heart. Yi Koen stepped into the shower room. Chang Yueshi was truly a demon. Yi Koen reached for the shower door handle but found it locked from the inside. Damn it! Yi Koen's heart roared. Wait a moment. You can't come in. Chang Yueshi's sweet and soft voice came from the shower room. Open the door, let me in, I want to shower too. Yi Koen gently knocked on the glass door of the shower room. In this situation, wouldn't a double shower be even better? No. You can't come in. Chang Yueshi had lathered herself with fragrant shower gel, not allowing Yi Koen to enter. I'm just going in to take a shower, I promise I won't do anything bad. Yi Koen did not give up. He didn't want to leave just like that. I don't believe you, you can't come in. Chang Yueshi giggled in refusal, her delicate body covered in fragrant shower gel bubbles. This is a bit tricky. Even if she looks stunning, can her intelligence not be so extraordinary? He really just wanted to go in and take a shower. Well, even he didn't believe that himself. In fact, with Yi Koen's self-control, it was impossible for him to be so impatient. The main reason was that Chang Yueshi was too enchanting, too alluring. Woman, you're playing with fire. Unforgivable. You go take a shower first, and I'll give you a surprise in a bit. Chang Yueshi's voice came from the shower. Surprise? There's a surprise? Yi Koen was slightly taken aback. He hoped Chang Yueshi could really give him a surprise. Otherwise, he would definitely not let it go. So, Yi Koen stopped overthinking and went to take a shower. Then, he also did a steam bath in the nearby sauna. Just like that, Chang Yueshi still hadn't come out of the bathroom. Well, after waiting so long, Yi Koen was no longer anxious. He wrapped himself in a bathrobe, went to the master bedroom, poured himself a glass of dry red wine, and leisurely sipped it. Good things take time. The more stunning the beauty, the less one should be anxious. One should relax and slowly enjoy the wonderful moment. After a while, Chang Yueshi finally walked out of the bathroom. The moment Yi Koen saw her, he couldn't help but feel a bright flash before his eyes, instantly feeling dazzled. At that moment, Chang Yueshi was wearing a highly favored JK uniform. The top was a pure white fitted shirt, and the bottom was a blue striped JK skirt. Below that were sheer, thin white stockings. Hiss! White stockings! Yi Koen couldn't help but gasp. White stockings, his favorite. Chang Yueshi's beauty was breathtaking, with a national beauty and heavenly fragrance, delicate brows, and a graceful figure, perfectly complemented by this uniform, making her flawless and extraordinarily enchanting. Moreover, she had even tied her hair into twin ponytails just for Yi Koen. Instantly, she transformed from a cold queen into a cute loli. Simply adorable and charming, a perfect blend of elegance and cuteness. Chang Yueshi was incredibly enchanting, and her cute outfit stunned Yi Koen. The short skirt, white stockings, and twin ponytails were all his favorites. Furthermore, Chang Yueshi, as a queen-type enchanting beauty, had a huge contrast in charm with this outfit, adding to her allure. Not bad, right? Seeing Yi Koen mesmerized by her, Chang Yueshi couldn't help but feel a bit proud. It was worth all the effort she put into preparing for this moment. She wanted to create an unforgettable memory for both of them. Then, she twirled slightly in front of Yi Koen, letting the skirt flutter gently. The playful blue skirt, her alluring long legs, and the white stockings representing justice, all made hearts race. Not just good, simply enchanting, a rare gem in the world. The more Yi Koen looked at Chang Yueshi, the more he adored her, and he didn't hold back on the compliments. So why are you still dazed? Chang Yueshi's beautiful eyes sparkled as she playfully chided. I'm coming. Yi Koen stepped forward and directly wrapped his arms around Chang Yueshi's delicate body. Chang Yueshi felt both sweet and nervous, while also very expectant. In the next moment, her fragrant lips were kissed by Yi Koen. Woo woo. Chang Yueshi struggled slightly but soon began to respond passionately. The highlight moment arrived. Suddenly, a golden light surged from Chang Yueshi's body, incredibly sacred. Ding! The enchanting beauty Chang Yueshi has awakened the glorious holy body. The host receives a divine light baptism, healing all injuries and eliminating all hidden wounds. In an instant, Yi Koen felt a sacred light shining upon him. Some hidden ailments that had gone unnoticed were completely eliminated, and he couldn't help but feel a wave of refreshment. It was simply indescribable. Ding! The host and Chang Yueshi have undergone a baptism of divine radiance, significantly enhancing both parties' potential and increasing their basic physical attributes by 50% at once. Strength, 1180 plus 590, Agility, 1230 plus 615, Constitution, 1280 plus 640, Spirit, 1250 plus 625. In an instant, Yi Koen felt his cells transforming, and his physical qualities rapidly improving across the board. Strength, 1770, Agility, 1845, Constitution, 1920, Spirit, 1875. In just a moment, all his attributes had increased by half, equivalent to his long-term hard work in leveling up. This was one of the great benefits of Chang Yueshi's radiant holy body. Not only did Yi Koen gain immensely, but Chang Yueshi also reaped huge rewards under the baptism of divine radiance. In fact, her radiant holy body awakened once again, leading to an incredible transformation and evolution. Ding! Detected Chang Yueshi's second awakening of the radiant holy body, significantly enhancing her potential and strength. Ding! The stunning beauty Chang Yueshi's strength has reached the Grand Master level. Ding! Chang Yueshi has awakened S-level light-type abilities. CC, you've awakened a second time. Yi Koen laughed, noticing Chang Yueshi's astonishing transformation. After her second awakening, her strength had undergone earth-shattering changes. Yes, I've awakened light-type abilities, and my strength has directly broken through to the Grand Master level. Now my realm is higher than yours. Chang Yueshi exclaimed with both surprise and joy. So what if you've become a Grand Master? The world is vast, but my husband is the greatest. Yi Koen grinned mischievously. System, elevate my strength to the Grand Master level. At the same time, Yi Koen silently thought. If his woman had broken through to the Grand Master level, how could he fall behind? Ding! 100 million worship points have been spent, elevating the host's strength to the Grand Master level. In an instant, Yi Koen's strength broke through to the Grand Master realm. Ding! Beyond the Grand Master level is the Divine level, requiring basic physical attributes to reach 5,500 million worship points. After the Grand Master level, there is still the Divine level. It seems he must continue to work hard. Ding! The host and Chang Yueshi are continuously receiving the blessing of divine radiance. Ding! Strength plus 5 ding. Constitution plus 5 ding. Agility plus 5 ding. Spirit plus 5. Due to Chang Yueshi awakening her radiant holy body, both of them benefited simultaneously, and their basic physical attributes began to steadily increase.
Ding! The stunning beauty Chang Yueshi's favorability towards the host has increased to 95. Ding! Reward, Strength plus 100, Spirit plus 100.
Strength, 2000, Agility, 1980, Constitution, 2100, Spirit, 2150.
A night of beautiful dreams. Roar! Roar! In his sleep, Yi Kuan suddenly heard a loud beast roar. What's going on? Are there mutated beasts in the villa? Yi Kuan abruptly opened his eyes. The roar was deafening. Clearly, this was not a sound that an ordinary wild beast could make. It must be a mutated beast after awakening. If humans on Earth could awaken, then other plants and animals could naturally awaken as well.
Yi Kuan got up, put on his clothes, and went to the window of the master bedroom to look down. He saw a gigantic black bear standing below the villa, roaring. It stood upright, towering at least a floor high, probably around 4 meters tall. Moreover, it was covered in thick black fur and had a very robust physique. This was a mutated Asian black bear.
Ding!
Detected a mutated Asian black bear, which has evolved into a earth-shattering bear after awakening. Strength, peak of Tier 3, equivalent to the peak of human Grand Masters.
Superpower, Earthquake, Roar. This Asian black bear has actually awakened and evolved into an earthquake bear.
At this moment, several figures surrounded the earthquake bear, all slender and beautiful women. They are Chang Yueshi's 6 female bodyguards, all at the master level. The black cub has evolved, its size has increased significantly. It's a bit irritable, it won't fail to recognize us, right? Mo Yushi, Li Jingwen, and Hu Yeya, among the female bodyguards, did not dare to approach the earthquake bear easily. This earthquake bear is a pet raised by Chang Yueshi, named Black Cub, which was originally just an ordinary Asian black bear. Under the cosmic energy impact of the Leonid's meteor shower, it has also evolved.
Roar!
The earthquake bear let out a roar towards the villa.
Ding! Defeating Chang Yueshi's pet earthquake bear rewards a white tiger cub. Is the system arranging a pet for me? A white tiger cub seems quite nice.
In Dubai, those wealthy individuals like to raise rare ferocious beasts like lions and leopards to showcase their power and distinction. Although Yi Kuan does not have a hobby of raising pets, he wouldn't mind having a white tiger in the villa. After all, animals on Earth have also evolved and possess some extraordinary abilities.
Whoosh!
Yi Kuan's figure flashed and he leaped directly from the 3rd floor of the villa, exposing himself in front of the earthquake bear.
Be careful, Black Cub has evolved. It's very irritable now, don't approach it. Female bodyguard Mo Yushi glanced at Yi Kuan and reminded him. Seeing Yi Kuan jump down from Chang Yueshi's bedroom, she understood their close relationship.
Yes, Black Cub is very strong and dangerous, don't get close to it, another bodyguard, Guye, said.
Black Cub is usually very docile, I don't know why it's so irritable today, Li Jingwen said.
The violet bear genes hidden within it have awakened, which is why it's so ferocious,
Mo Yushi said.
A mutated black bear, filled with a dangerous aura, makes one hesitant to approach easily.
It's fine, I'll calm it down, Yi Kuan said with a smile, walking towards the earthquake bear.
A peak master level earthquake bear is not something he takes seriously.